This is the most terrifying prison in the world. Any criminal released from here is a dominant figure in their own right. But at this moment, they all bow down to a young man. 3 years ago, the young man voluntarily came to the prison, and with one kick, he sent the heavy electromagnetic door flying. He also beat up 4 billion criminals in one night. Since then, you have become the ruler of the prison. At this moment, the warden hurried over to your side and shouted, "Boss, boss, someone is here to see you." Hearing this, you jumped up, thinking, could it be him returning? However, when you arrived at the reception room, you were stunned. The visitor was not the person you were waiting for, but a stunning beauty dressed in professional attire. "You are looking for me?" You were a bit surprised, as you seem to have never seen her before. The beauty looked you up and down, her eyes filled with disdain. "My name is Chi Tianzhou, and I am your fiancée. But you should also know that my outfit costs 168,000. My necklace 1.7 million. And the villa I live in is worth over 30 million. You can't provide any of this." Hearing this, you were a bit confused and replied, "You were thinking too much. I never intended to give you anything." Chi Tianzhou's expression darkened. "Are you saying you plan to live off a woman after getting out of prison? No need for that." As she spoke, you called the guard to bring over a box, which contained 9 marriage certificates. Seeing this scene, Chi Tianzhou was immediately stunned, and she vaguely saw a marriage certificate with the bride's name being Ouyang Qian, the daughter of the richest man in Tianhai. "This one is yours." You casually threw out a marriage certificate. Chi Tianzhou suppressed the shock in her heart, took the marriage certificate, and couldn't help but ask, "Did you scam your way in? If not, how could you have so many marriage certificates? You must be using sweet words to please women and deceive them for money." You ignored her and directly got up to leave. Back in the detention center, you looked at the marriage certificates with a sense of helplessness. 9 engagements. If someone else comes to cancel their marriage, it would be a hassle. It's better to take the initiative and cancel the marriages first before coming back. With this in mind, you picked up the box and quickly left the detention center. With a loud bang, the 8-meter high, 20-meter long, and weighing 10,000 pounds electromagnetic door was kicked open by you again. The guards on the high platform around saw this and turned their heads down. They still remembered that 3 years ago, this guy kicked the door open and walked in like this. A few hours later, you boarded the plane to Tianhai City. However, fate had it that as soon as you entered the cabin, you spotted Chi Tianzhou at a glance. She also noticed you and exclaimed, "You've been released from prison? Didn't I make it very clear? Our statuses are worlds apart. Don't pursue me anymore. Get off immediately." Chi Tianzhou thought to herself, just out of prison and on the same flight. Isn't that intentional? The corner of your mouth twitched as you said, "Watch your words." Chi Tianzhou was so angry her teeth itched. She had previously thought highly of you for so decisively taking out the marriage certificate, but didn't expect you to be a scoundrel. Soon the plane landed, and Chi Tianzhou was the first to stand up, walking up to you and whispering, "One must have self-awareness. Don't follow me anymore, or I won't hesitate to let you know my capabilities in Tianhai City." After saying this, without waiting for your response, she turned around and prepared to exit the plane. However, just as she reached the door, she was stopped by a flight attendant. "Excuse me, ma'am, the Tianhai airport is currently closed, waiting for a big shot to disembark, so you cannot go down for the time being." Chi Tianzhou's eyes were filled with astonishment. To close the airport for a big shot to disembark was unprecedented in Tianhai City. Just how significant could this person be? At this moment, the flight attendant searched for the seat number and came to you, saying respectfully, "Honorable Mr. Chen, please disembark." The first-class cabin suddenly erupted in commotion, with everyone staring at you in unison. Chi Tianzhou's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. How did this guy, who just got out of prison, suddenly transform into a big shot? You were also confused, as you had no friends in Tianhai. "Yes, it's you." After pondering for a moment, you stood up and disembarked under the odd gazes of the crowd. As soon as you entered the airport, a burly middle-aged man quickly approached and said, "I am Zhang Kongding, the 13th Hall Master of the Divine Dragon Hall. Welcome Mr. Chen to Tianhai." If the people of Tianhai saw this scene, their jaws would probably drop in shock. This Zhang Kongding is known as the Dragon King Zhang, the Underground Emperor, and also the 13th Hall Master of the Divine Dragon Hall. It suddenly occurred to you that Oldly, the guy who cleans your toilet every day, had boasted about creating a Divine Dragon Hall with immense power. You couldn't help but smile wryly. These people really have a variety of ways to flatter. "Get everyone out of the way. Take me to find Ouyang Qian. You just left." And Chi Tianzhou, who was the last to walk out, was feeling uneasy, replaying the scene in her mind. She grabbed the flight attendant, handed her a gift box, and asked in a low voice, "Can you reveal what kind of person Mr. Chen is? Who is sealing the airport?" The flight attendant glanced at the gift and shook her head helplessly. "I don't know Mr. Chen's identity, But I heard someone say that the person sealing the airport seems to be wearing a standard Zhongshan suit. Upon hearing this, Ji Tianjiao's eyes lit up. The Zhongshan suit is not used by any department. Could this guy be an escaped convict? Wearing a Zhongshan suit is to hide one's identity and catch him. Yes, it must be like that. Now I finally don't have to worry about him coming to my door. Shijiao Manor, this is the doorstep of Tianhai's richest man. Oh Yang Hai, why are there so many people? You sit in the car, looking at the dozens of people gathered outside the gate. Puzzled, Zhang Kongding quickly explains. Oh Yang Hai's daughter, Oh Yang Qian, fell ill with a strange disease a year ago, sleeping excessively every day. Recently, she invited a master who said it was lovesickness, and she has to wait for a fated person to awaken her. So all the unmarried men in the city have come. You can't help but roll your eyes. What kind of marriage is this old man arranging? Qi Tianjiao actively withdrew from the engagement, and Ouyang Qian is still waiting for him, and when he comes back, she will definitely hold him accountable. The auspicious time has arrived, and the gate opens. As the gate slowly opens, dozens of people rush in eagerly. You go back. I'll go take a look. You push the door open and get out of the car, walking through the manor to the villa's living room. In the center of the living room, Ouyang Hai, looking exhausted, sits on the sofa, while an ethereal old man stands to his left. Master Ge, let's start measuring the fated person, Ouyang Hai says weakly. The old man nods, muttering a few incantations, then instructs everyone to cut their fingers and drop a drop of blood into a bowl. Everyone eagerly cuts their fingers. After all, whoever becomes Ouyang Qian's fated person will soar to great heights in life. Seeing this procedure, you can't help but laugh out loud. Measuring the fated person should involve matching birth dates. How can it be done with blood? It's as if they are trying to confirm kinship by blood. What are you laughing at? Ouyang Hai immediately becomes agitated. He is already troubled, and your laughter ignites his anger. All eyes instantly focus on you. You calmly say, I laugh at this method. It will not only fail to find the fated person but will also worsen her condition, causing her to fall into a coma. Of course, if you let the blood dry, it might wake her up. What a show-off. A young man glared coldly. How dare you make baseless comments about the illness? Do you think you are a divine doctor? Indeed. You replied nonchalantly. The snakeskin from the Jingxia, the spring silkworm from 2 years ago, and the rooster's head boiled with May snow. The medicine will cure the illness. Although you knew that Ouyang Qian's illness was most likely caused by someone else's interference, this prescription could indeed work. The young man immediately flew into a rage. Where does the snakeskin from Jingxia come from? How do spring silkworms survive the winter? Where does the snow in May come from? If you dare to talk nonsense again, be careful that I won't be polite to you. He turned to Ouyang Hai, his tone filled with indignation. Uncle Ouyang, this guy deliberately shows off as soon as he enters, clearly has ulterior motives. Hurry up and throw him out. Ouyang Hai's face darkened as he turned to look at Master Ge for advice. Master Ge snorted coldly. Just a little nonsense. Mr. Ouyang, do you really lack this level of discernment? I took one look at him and knew he has no fate with the young lady in this life. Let him roll. Old blind man. How do you know I have no fate with Ouyang Qian? As soon as these words came out, everyone laughed. This kid was trying to show off but ended up being unreasonable. Ouyang Hai was also angry. Illegitimate son. How dare you insult this esteemed person I invited to treat my daughter? However, Master Ge raised his hand to signal them not to move, and slowly walked up to you, staring coldly. Though I am old and unworthy, I have studied for 50 years, started learning at 3, became an apprentice at 8, and at 16, I could read fate at a glance. I can see through yin-yang, feng shui, and the mysteries of fortune and misfortune with a single look. I observe your face and know you have no fate with the young lady. Do you dare to call me blind? At this moment, you casually took out the marriage certificate and handed it to him. If I'm not blind, then open your eyes wide and see. This is called no fate? The marriage certificate. Master Ge stared at it and was directly stunned in place. Male party Zhao Ping'an. Female party Ouyang Qian. Ouyang Hai also stepped forward, saw the marriage certificate, and exclaimed, what this old man said is true. He remembers that before my father passed away, he arranged a childhood engagement for my daughter. Although I remember, I didn't take it seriously. Zhao Ping'an retrieved the marriage certificate and said indifferently, old blind man, say again how old you were when you learned the art, and speak more carefully. Gu Jinjin's eyes were wide with anger. His face was red and fast dripping blood. If having a marriage certificate was not considered a destiny, what did it mean to have a destiny? Fake. Uncle Ouyang, this marriage certificate is fake. The youth gritted his teeth and looked at Zhao Ping'an with a bit more malice. He's a liar. Have someone blast him out. The marriage contract is real. Ouyang Hai shook his head, looked heavily at Zhao Ping'an, and slowly said, there is a marriage certificate. My Ouyang family will naturally recognize it. but times are different. Everything is based on Chanchan's opinion. You drop your blood, and wait for Chanchan to wake up before the marriage. Although Real Gu was wrong, but there are exceptions to everything. This marriage was finalized decades ago, and it is normal to look away in haste. Blood need not be dripped. It's useless, and the marriage is forgotten. I've come to withdraw from the marriage. The marriage certificate is put away, and I'm leaving. Zhao Pingan left in style, walking out of the gate and adding, the prescription is compensation for your withdrawal. Remember it. The hall was once again in an uproar. The son-in-law of the richest man in Tianhai City is not even a son-in-law. It is too crazy. Yang Hai held his face red. His own daughter had been withdrawn from marriage. It was a strange shame to spread it out. The youth's face softened a bit. Relieved, Uncle Yang does not have to care for the villain. Zhao Pingan knows that he is not worthy of Chanshan. To find himself a step down he drops blood is useless. Yang Hai nodded, seeing everyone's blood dripping, and turned to walk upstairs. Real Gu and the youth followed behind. Second floor. Sleeping on the bed was a girl with skin like sheep's fat jade and long hair like waterfall. Her features were exquisite, just like a fairy in a painting. She was the daughter of the richest man, Yang Qian. Not only that, she was known as the #1 beauty in Tianhai City. Gu Zhenren stood in front of the blood-dripping bowl. His mouth began to chant the incantation again. A full 5 minutes passed. Yang Qian has not yet turned signs of awakening. Gu Zhenren, my family Chanshan, asked the beautiful woman sitting at the head of the bed with choked sobs. She is Yang Qian's mother, Lu Yi Mei. Real Gu shook his head inside. There's still no one with a destiny. We need to keep searching. Lu Yi Mei's tears rolled. You said Chanshan's destiny is in Tianhai, but the entire single youths of Tianhai are here. Who else can there be? Real Ge's brows tightened as he lifted his hand to pinch and seriously said, it's confirmed to be in the Golden Sea. As he counted, he suddenly looked at the youth beside him. Mr. Su, have you not dripped blood yet? Might as well you try. The youth, also known as Duke Su, was Jewel Su, the heir to the Su family, a newly emerged powerful family in Tianhai. Su Jewel for a moment. I know Chanshan from childhood, and have always treated her as a sister. Never. Also, then try. He bit his finger right through and dripped it into the bowl. Just the moment it drips in, Yang Qian on the bed even coughed. Heard the sound. Lu Yimei and Yang Hai eyes appeared happy. Can cough, means to wake up. Stealing joy also appeared in Jewel Su's eyes. But after waiting for more than 10 seconds, Yang Qian's sleepiness was smooth and she fell asleep again. A hint of suspicion appeared in Real Ge's eyes, and he immediately said, Mr. Su should be the one with the destiny. Maybe it's not strong enough. Continue. Jewel Su no longer hesitated and immediately bit through another finger. Yang Qian coughed again and remained asleep. Release it again, Real Gu said. Su Jewel's face turned white with pain and continued to bite through. However, this time, instead of having an effect, Yang Qian slept even more deeply. Lu Yimei anxiously said, how can this be? Sleeping more deeply, is not the strength is not enough. Use a knife to bleed. The words fell. Su Jewel shivered in fear and looked at Gu Zhenren for help as if he were looking at him. Real Gu was sweating like a pig, and by all rights, it shouldn't be like this. Yang Hai eyes light but more and more intense, because remembered Zhao Pingan words. The immediate situation is exactly the same as what he said. Immediately commanded, quickly order people to go to find the snakeskin of the sting. These medicines are hard to find, but not a problem for the richest man. Soon, the soup is made and served. Yang Hai personally fed Yang Qian to drink. Only 2 mouthfuls. Yang Qian slowly opened his eyes. This, Jewel Su's jaw dropped as if he had seen a ghost. Yang Hai was overjoyed, followed by an excited, quickly, invite Zhao Pingan back. Yi Yaoqing, from Imperial Capital. After Zhao Pingan walked out of the western suburbs manor, he searched for the next person to withdraw from the marriage. He didn't want to delay because the old man could come back at any time, and would have to go back to the underworld prison to wait for him. The weather forecast said it was going to be a rainstorm flight, and the class was cancelled until tomorrow. Just find a home to fill your stomach first. 2. How come we run into her everywhere? Zhao Pingan passed a box. The door opened a gap. Through the gap to see inside. One of them is Qi Tianjiao, but she was in the box, and Zhao Pingan didn't care if she was there. Sitting in the hall, inside the box, Qi Tianjiao picked up the wine glass and said with a smile, Mr. Wang, this wine I toast to you. I hope that this time the supply of raw materials, you can consider cheese. Cheese will definitely come up with the best quality. Mr. Wang sat in the main seat and said perfunctorily with a worried frown, say it again. Qi Tianjiao face embarrassed. Just recently took over the Qi family. Urgent need for performance to prove personal value. In front of the general manager Wang must be taken. Tentatively, he asked, does Mr. Wang have something on his mind? If I can help, I will certainly not excuse myself. You, Mr. Wang glanced at her and said disdainfully, "Good, this afternoon, Miss Yi family from the imperial capital is coming to Tianhai. If you can let me see her, not to mention this raw material supply, the raw materials will all be given to Qi in the future." Qi Tianjiao froze. There were rumors that the imperial capital Yi family was coming to invest in Jinhai before. Could it be that they had already come? The Yi family's kind of level, one couldn't reach out even if one wanted to. The others lamented. Miss Yi clan blocked the airport before she got off the plane. Such strength makes us shy away. Yeah, only the imperial capital Yi family has such strength. It is said that the Yi family's young lady looks like a heavenly fairy and is devoted to her country. When Qi Tianjiao heard them discussing, she thought carefully and smiled. Mr. Wang, and everyone else, you've got it wrong. The blockade of the airport this afternoon wasn't due to the arrival of Ms. Ye's family. Rather, capture the fugitive. Chapter 4, Meeting in a Restaurant. Capture a fugitive? The crowd was taken aback for a moment. Qi Tianjiao nodded and told the complete story of the airport. After finishing, the mood is soothing. In the future, no longer need to worry about Zhao Pingan tailing. For some reason, there is also some sympathy in his heart. In order to pursue their own even escaped from prison. I'm afraid that 10 or 8 years cannot come out. So it's like this. It's actually an unimpressive little yakuza. I thought Miss Yi arrived, causing despondency for an afternoon. Ha! Mr. Wang was in a greatly relieved mood. The fact that Ms. Yi hasn't arrived means there's still time to operate. The others seized the opportunity to pat on the back and said, "A little yakuza making General Manager Wang despondent simply deserves to die. I'll ask a friend of the inspector's friend to inquire where the fugitive is confined, and find someone to waste him in it. I also have friends in prison and have them take care of him every day." Qi Tianjiao heard, and then some sympathy in his heart. I'm afraid that in the future Zhao Pingan's life in prison will not be good, but soon released. It is his own fault, no one else to blame. Seeing Mr. Wang showing a smile, he intended to mention cooperation again, but then the phone rang. Qi Tianjiao slowly got up, took the phone and walked out of the box, and just went out. Ah! She suddenly screamed out, her face white as if she had seen a ghost, and the phone came off in her hand. Wow! The scream startled all the customers. Several people came out of the box. Surprised, he said, "Mr. Qi, what's wrong? What's wrong? Something?" Qi Tianjiao as if she did not hear them ask. Her eyes looked at a seat in the hall in horror. The seat is not someone else. It is Zhao Pingan. How can he be here? I just want to have a meal. Zhao Pingan muttered, and in his heart, he was also crushed that she was in how she still came out. Although not full, he didn't bother to look at her and put down his chopsticks to get up and leave. Stop! Qi Tianjiao slowed down and gritted her teeth in anger, unable to figure out why he was able to come out, but he appeared here and must be tailing himself. Walking up to the front, he said angrily, "I clearly told you that we are not from the same world. Stop following me. Are you unable to understand human language?" Hearing this, everyone understood that it turned out to be a licking dog. Licking, and stalking. No wonder it made people react so much. Zhao Pingan was also speechless. "I don't know who gave her the confidence," Blackface said. "Which eye did you see me following you? Get out of the way." Such a tone of voice makes the surrounding customers greatly dissatisfied. Qi Tianjiao is a standard big beauty, are planning to heroically save the beauty. "Minato, how do you talk? Try threatening another one." A customer picked up a bottle. "Watch your attitude. Believe it or not, I'll waste you." Someone yelled with a glare. "Stinky coder, caught getting annoyed, just needs a beating." In a flash, everyone was berating Zhao Pingan, and it looked like they would come up to fight for their lives as soon as Qi Tianjiao waved her hand. Mr. Wang also walked out of the box and asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Qi, who is this kid?" Qi Tianjiao glared at Zhao Pingan and subconsciously responded, "He's the fugitive I just said in the box that I captured at the airport, and somehow he's run out again." This statement was made. The air in the entire hotel felt like it was frozen, and the pressure was so intense that people couldn't breathe. A fugitive? This guy's a fugitive? The customers who were aggressively trying to beat up Zhao Pingan were collectively trembling in fear. The one who picked up the bottle was directly scared to pee, and the few people who were talking about Zhao Pingan in the box had their jaws dropped. Mr. Wang's entire body stiffened as well. Fighting with a fugitive. Don't you want to die? Why didn't you say so earlier? Both regretted it, fearing that he would notice him. Zhao Pingan was also angry when he heard her introduce herself like this. However, seeing that the customers around him didn't dare to clamor anymore, he didn't bother to explain and left around Qi Tianjiao. "Stop!" Qi Tianjiao blocked it again and said grumpily, "You must promise that you won't appear in front of me again in the future. Otherwise, you won't be able to get out today. Just let him go like that. What if we follow him later? Take this opportunity to settle this once and for all." Zhao Pingan's eyebrows drooped. A cold aura emanated from his body in all directions, making the people around him shiver. He was most annoyed with people threatening. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a girl, he would have already made a move and given her a chance. But he even threatened again and again. Staring at her, she said, "How do you plan to keep me out?" Qi Tianzhou felt stared at by a beast. All over the body chills. Suddenly remembered that this guy is a criminal, angry with anything to do out. But we can't admit defeat. What will we do after we admit defeat today? Stiffly, he said, "Mr. Liu, call your patrolman friend." Just now when he was in the box, Mr. Liu said that he would find someone to ask Zhao Pingon where he was locked up, so he didn't need to ask again, and just let the inspector come directly. General Liu almost fell down in shock and immediately waved his hand. "I don't know the inspector. I don't know. If you call, I'm afraid you'll be poisoned before your friends come. Sweetie, just call Mr. Liu." Qi Tianzhou was filled with consternation and quickly looked to the next person. "Mr. Zhang, you know a lot of friends in prison. It's possible that a friend is his boss." Mr. Zhang almost sprayed a mouthful of blood out of his mouth. What if the wrong person was mentioned as Zhao Pingon's enemy? Waving his hands back and forth. "Don't know. No friends. Mr. Chang?" Qi Tianzhou's face burned hotly, and she looked at everyone else as if for help. Everyone's eyes dodged, not daring to look at each other at all. Helping her fight fugitives. "Cootie, just do it." Qi Tianzhou was still unwilling and looked at his side. Mr. Wang, who was present and had the strongest strength. Mr. Wang cursed in his heart, but he was too embarrassed to refuse, squeezing out a smile that was worse than tears. "Little brother, just came out in desperate need of work, right? I can give you a job, starting at 5,000 a month." Mr. Zhang quickly added, "I can give you work too." Mr. Liu also said, "Little brother, the way of the world is the way of the world." Mr. Wang doesn't give chances to anyone. Worried that Zhao Pingon would get mad, he also pacified first. Meh. Zhao Pingon smiled coldly. 5,000? Those people in prison who wanted to take one less punch. At least give 1,000,000. Faintly, he said, "Get out." Mr. Wang and the others were suffocated and dared not speak. Zhao Pingon, Qi Tianzhou is on fire again. Mr. Wang is the one to work with. Scolding him is more serious than scolding himself. Fuming, he said, "What are you pretending for? Don't think that a barefoot cannot be afraid of a shoe wearer. This is reality, not a story. Okay, I'll let you go today, but the next time I see you, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Today I met too sudden and unprepared. When I go back to prepare, it is very easy to deal with a fugitive." Mr. Wang and the others were also calculating in their hearts that they must find someone to teach him a lesson. "Who are you going to make regret their life?" A voice suddenly came from the doorway, and he saw an old man, with 6 bodyguards behind him. "Come in." Upon seeing this old man, several of Mr. Wang's entire body trembled violently. "That's a big one." Chapter 5 Dragon King Zhang is here. They recognized the old man as Uncle Fu, the butler of the richest man, Ouyang Hai, especially Mr. Wang. He visited Ouyang Hai several times without seeing him and was received by Uncle Fu. Mr. Wang quickly greeted him. "Uncle Fu, what brings you here?" "Uncle Fu, hello Fubuki." A few others called out fawningly. Fubo didn't look at them squarely and walked past to Zhao Pingon, respectfully saying, "Mr. Zhao, I've given you a fright. Let me handle things here." With that, he looked hideously at Qi Tianzhou. "Dare to threaten Mr. Ouyang's honored guest. Looking for death." Boom! Qi Tianzhou was thunderstruck by a clear sky and was scared to death. Mr. Wang and the others were also dumbfounded. "He's not a fugitive? He's Ouyang Hai's honored guest?" Uncle Fu continued. "Immediately kneel down and apologize to Mr. Zhao, or I will make you regret it for the rest of your life." Qi Tianzhou's face is white, without half a bit of blood. Qizhen Tianhai is also considered some name, but it is only the second line, and Weianghai is too far away. Not to mention Weianghai, Fubo can play dead Qi. Qi Tianzhou said, bending her legs to kneel. "Forget it." Zhao Pingon opened his mouth in time. For one thing, he didn't have the habit of humiliating women, and for another, Qi Tianzhou said that she fulfilled 3 conditions when she first withdrew from the marriage, and looked at this point to give her a chance. Looking to Uncle Fu, he asked, "What do you want with me?" Fubo quickly bent down slightly. "Mr. Ouyang sincerely asks you to go back." Zhao Pingon thought about it, but he couldn't leave today anyway, so he went to take a look. "Let's go." The two laughed on the front foot. A few of the old bosses immediately went ballistic. "Mr. Qi, what's going on? You said he's a fugitive. Why did he turn out to be the richest VIP? If we get retaliation for this, I will not spare you. Playing us like monkeys?" Qi Tianzhou lost her color and couldn't defend herself. Her brain was blank. She couldn't think at all and couldn't figure out why Zhao Pingan had become the richest nobleman. Gentlemen, hold your horses. Mr. Wang suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Qi Tianzhou and smiled. Mr. Qi, I didn't expect you to have such an affinity with Mr. Zhao. I've decided to enter into a strategic partnership with Qi, and I'll give you all the raw material supply in the future. But you have to let Mr. Zhao be the middleman. West Suburban Manor. Qianxian, this is Zhao Pingan. He is the one who brought you back to life, and is even your fiancée. Yang Hai was red-faced and introduced, having just told all that had happened. He recalled his father's words, this son has the talent of the sky and the earth, and can ensure the prosperity of the Ouyang family for 100 years. He didn't believe in it before, but now that he has seen Zhao Pingan casually save his daughter's life, his heart is determined to be his son-in-law. He's not. Ouyang Qian spoke in a deep voice. Dad, I said that I won't marry in this life. Don't force me. After saying that, he even looked at Zhao Pingan in disgust. Take it easy. I'm not marrying either. Zhao Pingan, head of Black Line, cannot figure out how girls are like this, all feel like meat and potatoes. Who want an bite like? To Ouyang Hai, he asked, what is it that you want from me? Earl. Ouyang Hai was choked speechless. The daughter of the nature of high cold. She spoke as so. Zhao Pingan how also so attitude. No point of elders and children respect and inferiority. Seeing her husband's embarrassment, Lu Yimei laughed in time. Xiao Zhao, can't I invite you here without anything? You and Shanxian can have a marriage contract. We are family. By the way, how did you get here on your own? And where are your parents? Zhao Pingan always come to people respect me afoot. I respect people afoot. See Lu Yimei attitude is good. The tone of voice also eases a few points. I have no father, no mother, was raised by the master from a young age. The master traveled far away for 3 years and has not yet come back, so he came on his own. Lu Yimei frowned slightly. Fatherless and motherless? Thought he came from a big family. Laughing again, he said, so how have you spent the last 3 years? And why didn't you come 3 years ago? At the mention of this, Zhao Pingan was also angry and truthfully replied, Master told me to wait for him in prison. Gah! Lu Yimei was confused. Ouyang Hai was confused. Even Ouyang Qian, who hadn't looked squarely at Zhao Pingan, was confused. Prison? Lu Yimei's face is rapidly cooling down. Where are the good guys in prison? He wants to marry his daughter. The attitude quickly changed. Shanxian, you are sick this year. Su Jewel often come to accompany you in the future to people better. Ouyang Qian nodded and casually said, I'm tired, turned straight around and went upstairs. Lu Yimei looked at Ouyang Hai again and spoke, Hubby, recently Miss Yi of the Imperial Capital Yi family is coming to Tianhai to invest. You need to prepare more to fight for cooperation with the Yi family. Go to the study and prepare. Ouyang Hai of course knows what his wife means. She wants to be the villain. To Zhao Pingan drive away. Also thought Zhao Pingan is from an extraordinary background, which thought he had no father, no mother and also sat in jail. Naturally, cannot agree to beat him to death, and get up to leave. As for my father's words, I'm afraid he's senile. Zhao Pingan could see Lu Yimei's transformation, but what was more shocking in his heart was such a coincidence. Tentatively, she asked, Aunt Lu, is the Miss Yi family of imperial capital named Yi Yaoqing? Lu Yimei was like a changed person, with only thick dislike and contempt on her face. Yes, but it's not something you can care about, and don't call me Auntie Lu, we're not familiar. Zhao Pingan frowned. Women were fickle no matter how old they were. Snap, Lu Yimei drew out a bank card, fell on the coffee table. Here is $1 million. Take the money and go immediately. From now on, you and our Ouyang family no longer have any relationship, and do not say that you and Shanxian have a marriage contract, understand? His own family is not something that such a little yakuza can afford to climb up to. Zhao Pingan's heart was on fire, but remembered the master's words, often compete with fellow good people, do not argue with stupid dogs, calmly said, it's me who has nothing to do with you, and also, being poor, it's not your fault, being poor but not knowing it, is your fault, keep this $1 million, reward you, getting up and heading out the door. A few steps out, a muffled thunderclap rang out, and a torrential downpour poured outside. Lu Yimei's whole body trembled with anger. As the wife of the richest man in Tianhai City, someone actually said she was poor? If I wasn't worried that he'd been in jail, I'd have to give him 2 slaps on the wrist myself. Angrily, he said, you have 10 minutes to call a cab, and in 10 minutes, no matter what, you're out of my house. Zhao Pingan lazily responded, taking out his phone and dialing Zhang Xianding to come pick himself up. Footsteps came up the stairs. Ouyang Hai walked down full of embarrassment. He has been listening, worried that his wife will make people angry. As the richest man, there is no need to play hard to get with this kind of small yakuza. Stained with mud is also disgusting. Slowly, he said, Xiao Zhao is leaving. Where are you staying? Have Uncle Fu send a car to take you back? No, Lu Yimei immediately said. The heart is angry, did not hear people call to let friends to pick up a parent to you? Yang Hai did not dare to object. The outside world knows that he is the richest man. Very few people know that he is a wife, and grudgingly looked at his wife. And what to do with this kind of underdogs to be angry? Lu Yimei held up his arms, unperturbed, sneered, just came to Tianhai and have friends. No, in prison, right? You don't even put $1 million in your eyes. The friends you know must be very high. Ha! 3 years in prison is the level of a vermin, and a friend is no more powerful. The words just fell. The housekeeper, Fu Bo, walked in and said, Sir, Madam, Zhang Longwang is here. Chapter 6, Someone at the Villa. Dragon King Zhang? Yang Hai and Lu Yimei froze when they heard this name. Being in Tianhai, they naturally knew this veritable underground emperor. It's just that there's not a lot of interaction on a regular basis. So what's he doing here? Please. Yang Hai immediately said that even though he was the richest man in Tianhai, he was not willing to offend this underground emperor. Just in time. Surname Zhao. Your friend might even know him. Ha! Lu Yimei mouth corners flooded a trace of ridicule. Zhao Pingon, this just out of prison little Yakuza, also want to call the cellmate to pick up. The entire Tianhai city squatted in prison. There are a few people are not Zhang Longwan little brother? When his friends come and see Dragon King Zhang, I'm afraid they'll be scared to death. Ha! Zhao Pingon sneered. Hearing him laugh, Lu Yimei was furious and gritted her teeth. Yang Hai was also very unhappy. This guy was too arrogant. Waiter will let Zhang Longwang teach him a lesson. Was thinking. Uncle Fu invited Zhang Xianding in. Yang Hai immediately greeted him with both hands and smiled. Dragon King Zhang's great presence here has made the humble abode flabbergasted, and has also made Yang me doubly honored. Lu Yimei followed by her side and said gently, Welcome to the presence of Dragon King Zhang. Zhang Xianding also wore a smile on his face and raised his hands to cup his fists in response. Don't bother with them, they look disgusting to me. Zhao Pingon suddenly opened his mouth and urged again. This place also emits a foul odor. Hurry up and drive. I don't want to stop for a moment longer. This statement was made. Yang Hai and Lu Yimei froze. It was his turn to speak on this occasion? And what the hell is he talking about? He was about to go ballistic. Zhang Heading shivered in fear and respectfully said, Yes, I know my mistakes. Mr. Zhao, this way please, I'll drive. After saying that, he opened the umbrella and walked to Zhao Pingon's side to help him with his umbrella. Zhao Pingon left slowly, not looking back as he walked. Don't think of yourselves as too important. In my eyes, you're nothing. Having said that, he was already out the door. Boom boom boom. Yang Hai and Lu Yimei stayed as if they were wooden chickens. Rolling muffled thunder resounded in their brains. Their jaws dropped, and their scalps went numb. Dragon King Zhang is here to pick up Zhao Pingon? This underground emperor called himself little in front of Zhao Pingon? Old husband, what does Zhao Pingon do? Lu Yimei asked in horror, remembering how she had treated Zhao Pingon just now. Her back chilled. I don't know. Yang Hai collapsed. The scene just now was simply subversive to the cognition. When did the famous Zhang Longwang treat people respectfully? Yet he called himself a little one in front of Zhao Pingon. The two men looked at each other. At the same time, he quickly went upwards and ran towards Yang Qian's room. Mr. Zhao, Yang Hai offended you. Do you need me? Zhang Heading asked tentatively. This was a valued guest that the hall master had personally explained and had to be taken seriously. As long as he gave the order, he would make trouble for Yang Hai. Whatever. Zhao Pingon was too lazy to bother with them and quickly left Tianhai, never to meet again in his life. So, where are we going now? Zhang Chengdang asked again. Zhao Pingon was asked to stop. According to the original schedule, find a hotel to sleep for a night, and tomorrow go to Imperial Capital to find Yi Yaoqing to withdraw from the marriage. But she actually wants to come to Tianhai. Might as well wait a few days. It's not natural to wait a few days to sleep in a hotel. It's not comfortable. Drive first, I'll tell you later. Zhao Pingon responded casually, taking out his phone and dialing the warden, asking him to ask who has a house in Tianhai to borrow for a few days. In less than a minute, the warden returned the message that an economic offender in the prison who was called the Emperor of Wage Earners had a set of villa in Tianhai called the Hentang Heavenly Palace, which was said to be the most awesome villa in Tianhai. Economic offenders. Zhao Pingon cannot help but shake his head. In the underworld prison, economic offenders are at the bottom of the hierarchy. The small earthworm who created the divine dragon palace to brush the toilet for himself. This working emperor, I'm afraid to give the small earthworm to brush the toilet are not worthy. A casual remark about keeping him full for a month. Soon, coming to the Hentang Villa area located on Hentang Mountain. There are 36 villas here, with large numbers at the foot of the mountain and smaller the higher up you go. While above Hentang 1, at the very top of the South Mountain, is the Hentang Heavenly Palace. It overlooks the entire city of Tianhai. Zhao Pingon let Zhang Gongding go back. Enter the password into the villa. The villa decoration is extremely luxurious. All the eyes are antiques. Handmade chandelier, at a glance you know the value of a lot of money. Zhao Pinggan's ears twitched and subconsciously looked upstairs, where the sound of slight running water came from. Although it was small, he could still hear it, and sniffed with his nose again. There was a black line. The air was filled with the slight scent of a girl's body. If I don't guess wrong, it should be arranged by that working emperor, but he is really good at kissing ass when he borrows here for a few days. Sitting on the sofa, intending to wait for her to finish washing and let her leave, although she can emit body fragrance to prove that it is still. But the master said that without his permission, you cannot casually lose the initial yuan yang. You can come quickly, don't make me wait too long. There are still 6 marriages to be retired. I have to go back to the prison early to wait for my master. Zhao Pinggan thought silently. As he was thinking, he felt a figure on the stairs. Zhao Pinggan subconsciously looked over, and when he saw the scene on the stairs, it was as if he had been hit on the head. At this moment, there is a woman standing on the stairs, with tender white skin, 3-dimensional features, beautiful as a flower, wet hair, and the redness of a beauty out of the bath on her face. To top it off, she was not wearing clothing, and you could even see the droplets of water on her skin. The woman was staring at him too. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Swish! Zhao Pinggan quickly turned his head, not to be rude. Immediately, he said, "Get dressed first, then leave immediately." The woman's face turned red, so red that it was about to drip blood. Staring at Zhao Pinggan, gusts of murderous intent surfaced in her eyes, and after a few seconds, she silently turned around and went back upstairs. Zhao Pinggan heard the sound of footsteps, then he let out a long breath and couldn't help but slander. "Although you were arranged to come here, you're a little too bold. What if someone else comes in?" After waiting a moment, footsteps came up the stairs again. Zhao Pinggan looked over and realized that she was very seductive in her burgundy robe. Frowning, he said, "Why are you in your pajamas? I don't need service. Get out of here." Another flash of murderous intent flashed in the woman's eyes, but it quickly dissipated and turned into a face full of flattery as she walked down the stairs while smiling. "Your mouth says no, but your body is very honest. Brother, you're showing weakness." Ha! Zhao Pinggan subconsciously lowered his head, and then hated to find a crack in the ground to hide. His mouth was strong, but ultimately he was still untouched, and it was the first time he saw a woman, and he was not in control. Stiffly, he said, "Cut the crap and hurry up, but this is my house." The woman had already walked to Zhao Pinggan's side. Her winks were like silk. "You don't need service, but I do. Brother, looking at you it's not like you haven't touched a woman yet, right? How about this? If you serve your sister well tonight, my sister will let you be the male master of the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. How about it?" Zhao Pinggan felt puzzled. "Your home? Chapter 7 Ouyang Qian has an appointment. Isn't this the home of the working king? How come it's her house? Could it be that she is the secretly raised canary of that working emperor? It's possible, seeing how lonely she is, like one of those unfavored concubines. It can be our home." The woman exhaled like an orchid, raised her hand and placed it on Zhao Pinggan's shoulder, seductively saying, "Brother, you go upstairs and take a bath first. I'll be right behind you. Let's have a good time." Mwahahaha. Zhao Pinggan is still the first time to be touched by a woman, and heard her kissing sound feel like the body to explode. The heart viciously cursed the working emperor is not a person, to her suffocate like this. Meanwhile a quick and furious run upstairs, not so much an idea as a cold shower to hurry up and squash the restlessness. Ha ha ha. The woman laughed and fluttered in her nightgown, calling out, "To wash and scent, wait for me in bed." After saying that, his face steeply sank and he quickly took out his phone. Soon, 4 bodyguards dressed in Chinese mountains entered the door and came into the living room. "Respectfully, miss." The woman had changed into her unusual clothes by now and said in a cold voice, "5 minutes ago, a man came into the villa, and right now, he's upstairs taking a bath." The 4 bodyguards looked horrified at the words. The villa enters a man? If it causes harm to the young lady, no number of heads would be enough to chop off her. And when he came to Tianhai from the imperial capital, his lordship asked again and again to ensure the young lady's safety. Boo! The 4 knelt down at the same time and said in unison, "Subordinate, just this once, no accidents, all up." The woman interrupted, "Get up there and take him away. Don't cause any harm, and by the way, tell him to keep his mouth shut." She could understand that it was raining heavily outside and the 4 of them were looking for a place to hide from the rain, so they let people in. As for Zhao Pinggan, the crime was not to death. Yes, MS. Shay. All 4 of them got up at the same time and quickly made a mad dash upstairs. Upstairs, bathroom. Zhao Pinggan frowned slightly when he heard the intensive footsteps coming from the hallway, followed by quickly picking up a bath towel to wrap his body and quickly going out the door to see 4 Zhongshan-suited bodyguards. "Who are you people?" Zhao Pinggan asked in a cold voice. Could it be that they are the woman's? The four bodyguards looked at each other. Gusts of murderous intent surfaced in their eyes. Because of him, he nearly let himself lose his head. And the lady said that she told him to keep his mouth shut tightly, and that only the dead would shut up forever. The head bodyguard said, "Kid, come out here with us. Don't want the lady to see the bloody picture. Go out and settle it. There's no time. There's something to say here," Zhao Pinggan casually said. "Seek death." The bodyguard in the lead instantly clenched his fist and blasted Zhao Pinggan straight in the face, letting him go out and saying that he was already extrajudicial, letting him live for a little while longer, and even dared to resist, so he was put down on the spot. Four women. Zhao Pinggan couldn't help but shake his head. How many people in prison went in because of women? Too impulsive. Seeing the bodyguard arrive in front of him, he lightly kicked the bodyguard down the stairs with a backward, banging kick. The three remaining bodyguards saw this. Together, boom boom boom, Zhao Pinggan threw three more kicks, easily kicking the three of them down the stairs as well. The woman sitting on the sofa waiting for the news instantly got up and looked at the four people rolling down the stairs. She couldn't stop the shock in her eyes. Other people weren't clear about the stature of the four of them. She knew very well that these could be the good hands that her father had handpicked. Seeing Zhao Pinggan appearing on the stairs with a towel around him, cautiously, I asked, "Who are you? What is the purpose?" Zhao Pinggan watched her put on her clothes with a faint loss in his heart. The ancient well said, "Don't be afraid. My name is Zhao Pinggan. I'm a cellmate of the working emperor. I just came out to borrow a few days, but with you here, I'll leave tomorrow. It's still storming outside and it's inconvenient." Kai Chongyang? The woman froze, said the name of the part-time emperor, and then again as before flirtatious, grudging, "So it is Chongyang's friend. I told you earlier. Thought that into the thieves. If I had known, why let the bodyguard suffer?" "Brother, you do not hit lightly." "Ah, I don't know. You're in, aren't you always strong?" "Oh, Zhao Pinggan, a black line. This woman is simply a demonic spirit. Speak between the lines to reveal temptation. And look at the four people on the ground. Also right, they should be bodyguards, and it is the working emperor left behind. Otherwise, with her style, it's impossible to keep a secret." Walked down the stairs, picked up the legs of the four bodyguards and threw them out the door like dead dogs. "What are you doing?" The woman was surprised. "Let them wake up fast." Zhao Pinggan clapped his hands and closed the door behind him, passing by her to go up the stairs, and said with a straight face, "A friend's wife is not to be deceived. Don't have any thoughts about me? I'm leaving tomorrow." The woman was choked speechless, looking at Zhao Pinggan's back. She flirted, "Little bastard, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're using this way to prove to your sister that it's very strong, right? The heart is thinking of sister." Zhao Pinggan almost fell over and hurried back to the bedroom. The woman smiled flamboyantly, thinking for a moment, took out her cell phone, and said seriously, "Notify the city of Tianhai that I, Yi Yaoqing, will hold a meet and greet tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, and at the same time announce the partners in Jinhai." With her phone dialed, the sea of gold boiled over and there was no sleep tonight. Zhao Pinggan slept comfortably, and could have slept until 10 o'clock if he hadn't been woken up by the phone. "Oh Yang Qian, how do you know my phone number?" Zhao Pinggan was a little annoyed and didn't want to cross paths with her again. "Not important." Yang Qian's tone was clear and cold, almost commanding. "Within half an hour, come to the Tianhai horse racecourse." "No go." Zhao Pinggan didn't hesitate. On one hand, he was offended by her tone. On the other hand, there was no need. "What did you say?" Yang Qian's tone steeply raised a few points. As the daughter of the richest man, moreover known as the first beauty of Tianhai, she hadn't been rejected by anyone yet. "No go." Zhao Pinggan repeated again and hung up the phone. But soon, she dialed the phone back up, holding back his anger. He said, "Even if the destiny is over, there must be a period. Consider it a period for the marriage contract. I'll wait for you." After she finished, she hung up the phone first, biting her lip in anger, not bothering with him if it wasn't for her parents' request. Zhao Pinggan heard the hang-up sound. Mouth said a sick. Yesterday from the western suburbs of the manor out is the period, but also a fart period, ready to continue to sleep. At this point, "Brother, sister heard you talking. I'm coming in." Yi Yaoqing's voice came from outside the room door, and then the door was pushed open. She was still wearing the burgundy silk nightgown from yesterday, with a corset around her waist that outlined her curves to the fullest, and her two long legs were as white as jade. Staring lustfully at Zhao Pinggan, "Lift up the quilt and take the initiative to welcome your sister." Zhao Pinggan's scalp went numb when he saw her eyes, and subconsciously wrapped the quilt tightly as he crumbled. "Don't be like this. I'm still awake." Yi Yaoqing was pleasantly surprised. "Just in time. I haven't woken up either, so my sister will put her arm around you and sleep." Chapter 8 Direct fulfillment of bets. When Zhao Pinggan heard this, his body was once again out of control. Seeing her getting closer, he whooshed up and wrapped his body securely in the covers. Nervously, he said. Stay back, mentally cursing the bad old man twice. Yi Yaoqing was amused by him, and said with unfulfilled intention, see how scared you are. Sister doesn't eat people. Okay, I won't tease you. There's a banquet tonight. You'll accompany me to go together. No saying no. You injured my bodyguard. You have to stay with me. Thinking that he would be fine in Tianhai, Zhao Pingan agreed. Okay, you can go out. Not going out. Yi Yaoqing blinked. Sister still has to sleep with you. Come here, let sister hug you? Zhao Pingan fell away. Half an hour later, arrived at the Tianhai stables. The main reason was that there was no place to go, and I was worried that I wouldn't be able to hold back from breaking in the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. Have you guys heard? Missy is having a meet and greet tonight. I know. It is said that Missy family has long been to Tianhai, has been secretly searching for a partner, has been finalized and will be announced tonight. Whoever can work with Missy is hugging the big thick leg and will rocket up the ranks. A group of young men and women gathered to talk. Qianxian, if I'm not wrong, the Yi family's partner in Tianhai must be your family. Su Jewel was wearing a professional uniform and was very cocky. Aha! Ouyang Qian's face was expressionless. She seemed like she couldn't smile. Icy cold. A wicked light flashed in Jewel Su's eyes. When I get you into bed, let's see if you're still high and mighty. Revealing another smile, he asked, by the way, the one called Zhao Pingan went back yesterday, right? Yesterday, while Ouyang Hai had people invite Zhao Pingan, he let him leave, saying that he wanted to stay a few times, but was eventually driven away. Aha! Ouyang Qian still only said one word. Su Jewel gritted her teeth and returned to her usual self, saying offhandedly, Qianxian, although I don't know what that Zhao Pingan's origins are, he's not good enough for you. He's more like a streetwalking underhanded crook. Just give some money to get rid of him. The words just fell. A voice rang out behind her. Didn't your mom teach you not to talk about people behind their backs? Hear the sound. Everyone turned around at the same time. When Jewel Su saw Zhao Pingan, his face was a hard look. He thought that Ouyang Qian had asked him to express his gratitude, but he didn't think that he had also come. Who are you? How do you talk to Mr. Su? Ain't that a? The others were unhappy and said that Jewel Su was the head of the small circle and couldn't see him being talked about. Zhao Pingan was too lazy to bother with these minions and stared at Jewel Su and asked, no answer? Is it a tacit admission that your mom didn't teach you? Or you don't have a mom? When these words came out, the crowd's faces turned white for a while, because Jewel Su really didn't have a mom, and this was his reverse scale. Sure enough, Su Jewel was furious. No one had dared to mention his mother in front of him for many years, raising the horsewhip in his hand and swiftly lashing out at Zhao Pingan. I'll beat you to death. Don't! Ouyang Qian shrieked in fear. Today was for the purpose of probing Zhao Pingan's identity. If he was beaten and left in anger, how else could he probe? Smoke him! Smoke him! The others followed suit. Next, boo! A figure flew backward 3 meters and then smashed heavily on the ground. It wasn't anyone else but Jewel Su. Everyone was dumbfounded and didn't see how Zhao Pingan kicked out. Zhao Pingan retracted his foot. In fact, he had looked at Su Jewel yesterday and was not happy, only that he had not flipped out with Ouyang Hai at that time and was in the way. Turning his head, he said directly, say, how do you draw the line? Ouyang Qian struggled to slow down from the shock, and didn't expect Zhao Pingan to be so good with his hands. Frowning, you're too rude. Fighting, it's something only inferior people do. Zhao Pingan smiled disdainfully. Who are you to classify people into 3, 6, 9 classes? Not to mention, he was the one who moved first. You, Ouyang Qian was choked speechless. Is this guy straight? Too straight. Qianqian is right. Fighting is the tactic of the lowest of the low. Jewel Su covered his chest and rose from the ground with a pale face, knowing that he couldn't beat Zhao Pingan and had to find face in other ways. Surnamed Zhao, do you dare to compete with me? This is a horse farm. Let's compare riding. If I win, you get down on the ground and let me ride you like a horse for 10 minutes. Silly dog, don't bark, mess with you and kick you. Zhao Pingan responded indifferently, kicking to get rid of yesterday's anger, and would not move again. Of course, if he's still screaming it's a different story. You, Su Jewel was so angry that he was about to spit out blood, and said grumpily, bring out my $12 million worth of sweat-blooded BMW. Surnamed Zhao, do you dare to compare? I'll use my horse, and you can take your pick at the stable. The heel and the girl who liked him were indignant. Seeing as how he's dressed in rags, he's never ridden a horse before, has he? It's an aristocratic sport. I don't think he's ever played it. He doesn't even know how to ride it. You don't dare to compete. You're a wimp? If you're a man, compete with Mr. Zhen. Ouyang Qian also spoke. I would think that you should have a match to prove that you are not just a fighter. It's even more proof that you're a man who doesn't shy away from challenges. Put it before, it might have helped him out. But he had just choked and wanted to see him lose face too. I don't want you to feel it. I want me to feel it. and I don't see the need to compare. Zhao Pingan ancient well, thought she would say something, made a mess of it is to engage in these pediatrics. Feel it is an insult to the intelligence. Turned away. Stop. Su Jule's eyes were wide open. His whole body was shivering with anger. If he let him leave like this it was too humiliating. He took out a bank card from his pocket and threw it over. Gritting his teeth, he said, "There are $2 million in this card. As long as you dare to compete with me, this money is yours." Use money to hit people is his common trick. First let the opponent for the money to bow down, and then find someone to secretly snatch back. Nothing to lose, but also to achieve the purpose. More people feel generous. Zhao Pingan took the bank card. Not lack of money, but why not give it for free? Laughing, he said, "Okay, I'll compete with you. What if you lose?" "Me?" Su Jule smiled contemptuously. It so happened that his sweat-blooded BMW was led to the side. He held the reins with one hand and stepped on the stirrups with one foot, and rolled onto the horse's back in a flowing stream, and said loftily, "In case I lose, I will also lie down on the ground and let you ride as a horse for 10 minutes. How about it?" Mouth said so, but the heart is sure that it is impossible to lose. Horseback riding is a technical work. Pay attention to the horse and horse cooperation. Single horse fast, the rider is not able to play the speed, and having had this horse for 3 years himself, he had long since bonded to the horse and horse. Good, that's a good bet. Zhao Pingan nodded. I'll be the referee. Ouyang Qian volunteered to help. She wanted to see how Zhao Pingan would be humiliated. She also knew one thing that others didn't know, and that was that Su Baoji, the sweat-blooded horse, was about to be a stallion. What does it mean to be a stud? Very strong in its own right, with a pedigree that is pure and worthy of being passed on. Looking at the entire stable, it could be ranked in the top 3, and Zhao Pingan couldn't win no matter what, and added, if anyone fails to fulfill the bet, they will be spurned by everyone, and even more so, they will have to get out of the heavenly sea. Good, that's a good offer. Who dares to disobey with Sin as the judge? Failure to honor the bet will have serious consequences. The others chimed in, teasingly looking at Zhao Pingan as they spoke, certain that he would lose. A smug smile spread on Su Jule's face. Being able to make Ouyang Qian spit on him was half the battle, and he proudly said, "You choose the horse. Any one of them? I can borrow it." "No need." Zhao Pingan smiled faintly. "I like to fulfill my bets directly." When he finished, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Chapter 9. The crowd froze when they heard this, not understanding what it meant. Direct fulfillment of the bet? Is it to admit defeat? Ouyang Qian also thinks to admit defeat. He is afraid that he will not even ride a horse, so before to go, and stay for 2 million. Yesterday I heard that he gave up 1 million, but also very backbone. It turned out to be too little. Just then, hiss, the sweat-blooded horse neighs, as if frightened, its front hooves jumping up high, its whole body standing up, and going up and down constantly. Wow, the crowd was taken aback. What happened to the horse? Jewel Su was almost thrown off and was also confused. Having been bred for 3 years, she had long been tamed. Gripping the reins firmly with both hands, he lashed with his riding crop, fretting, "Quiet, stop, I've got a race to run, stop." The more he pumped, the more the sweaty horse jumped. The corners of Zhao Pingan's mouth rose slightly, and when he was studying with his master, he rode tigers and black bears in the mountains, and horseback riding was too pedestrian, and he snapped his fingers again. The sweaty horse heard the rattle and amplified even more, rising on all fours, just twice. Boo! Jewel Su was knocked off her horse and fell heavily to the ground, grimacing in pain. "Mr. Su, brother Jewel." The crowd went forward with concern, but before they could get to their side, a scene that shocked them even more happened, and they saw the sweat-blood BMW walk up to Jewel Su, bending both knees and riding on it. Always only people ride horses. In front of me is the horse riding the man. Are you the one who screwed up? Ouyang Qian reacted the fastest and looked at Zhao Pingan with a face full of astonishment, as he was the only exception among these people. You guess? Zhao Pingan smiled calmly. I'm too lazy to ride him. Let the horse do it instead. Referee, remember it's 10 minutes. Watch it. After that, he turned to leave. The crowd looked at his back as if they were looking at a monster. Did he do it? Get lost. Get out of the way. Su Baoji was infuriated. He hadn't expected this at all. He tried to push away the sweat-blooded horse, but he couldn't push it away because the horse was over 2,000 pounds. Jewel Su looked at Zhao Pingan through a slit. If she just let him walk away like this, how could she be a human being in the future? Roared, "Come back here. It's not a race yet. Come back here. You lose." Ouyang Qian gritted her teeth and said with mixed feelings, "He can control your horse. There is no need to continue the competition, because the moment you propose to race the horse, you have already lost." As he spoke, he unwillingly retracted his gaze, but when he saw the sweaty blooded horse, his words stopped. and his face quietly put on a touch of scarlet as he quickly left. The others also retracted their gazes and saw the sweat-blooded BMW riding on Jewel Su. Their jaws dropped. It was actually interested in Jewel Su? Zhao Pingan walked out of the Heavenly Sea stables and saw a person walking towards him. Why is this girl so shady? The one who came face to face was no other than Qi Tianjiao, who wondered if someone had put a spell on him and was ready to leave from the other side as if he hadn't seen it. Stop! Qi Tianjiao red face to open. Yesterday heard the words of Mr. Wang. Felt that this is the opportunity. In any case cannot be missed, but cannot contact Zhao Pingan. Suddenly thought that he has a marriage certificate with Ouyang Qian, but also tracked Ouyang Qian here, and indeed found him. Zhao Pingan stopped and said unhappily, I'm in the door. You're outside the door. Could it be that I'm the one following you to the stable again? Block her words first. Stiffly, he said, I'm the one who came to you this time with something to ask for your help. Blushing even more. She never thought she would need his help one day. Seeing that she wasn't looking for trouble, Zhao Pingan let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Being the worst at dealing with women. Refused. No time. You. Qi Tianjiao heart is very uncomfortable. Cheating to Ouyang Qian. Do not lick yourself. Took out a bank card. Angry. Do not worry. Will not be plainly let you help. Although you now compel to Ouyang Qian. But one day she wakes up. Or will kick you out. To plan for the future. Here's $200,000. Take the money and come with me. Zhao Pingan was furious and laughed back. Why did everyone here like to hit people with money? As if they were so rich. Then he threw over the card that Jewel Su had just given him. There's 2 million here. Take the money. Stay away from me. And die an old man. Qi Tianjiao's whole body was smashed tightly. 2 million? Immediately after being infuriated to the point of exploding. Not just cheating the daughter of the richest man. What to pretend? However, thinking of just taking over the company. Mr. Wang's order is extraordinarily important. Can only endure. Squeezing out a smile that was even worse than crying. Zhao Pingan. It is said that a one-night husband and wife have 100 nights of kindness. We once had a marriage contract, which is also considered to be kindness. Count me as begging you, okay? Just help me this once, and 3 more times in addition to the 3 times I promised to help you when I withdrew. There's really no other way, please. Zhao Pingan frowned, subconsciously observing her qi, and there is no terminal disease just a little menstrual irregularities. How no way? Seeing his hesitation, Qi Tianjia took advantage of the situation and said, Zhao Pingan, just for the sake of the marriage contract, help me once, just this once, just meet Mr. Wang, you don't need to say anything. After saying that, make a pitiful look. Turns out meeting people, Zhao Pingan always ate softly, but not hard, just this once. Don't meet in the future. Okay, my car is this way. Qi Tianjia was overjoyed and quickly stepped aside to open the Maserati door like a chauffeur. The two just got in the car and left. Ouyang Qian chased out from the stable. She suddenly remembered that she had not yet explored the identity, but she came out and only saw a vague back. She was thinking about it when the phone rang. Picked up the phone and said, Dad, how's it going? Did you find out? Ouyang Hai's urgent voice came from the other side of the phone. Ouyang Qian thought about it and deduced. There should be no identity. For 2 million to turn back. She told the story again. West Suburban Manor. I thought how deep his background was, that he could turn back to the competition for $2 million. So it turned out that he resented me for giving less yesterday. Ha! Lu Yimei laughed coldly. If nothing else, he should have known or saved Zhong Longwang in prison. Not how bullish he is himself. Still thinking of relying on him to take tonight's cooperation with the Yi family. Fizzled out. Can only rely on myself. Saving is a favor. And favors are not worth valuing when they are always paid back. The person who has the ability to be completely different on his own. The one who made King Zhang Long bow down. Might know Miss Yi. Ouyang Hai's face is heavy. Although he is a wife. But he has a brain. Otherwise he cannot be the richest man. Naturally, he will not think that it is just a favor. Seriously, he said. You can't easily jump to conclusions. Rather than inferring, it's better to ask Dragon King Zhang directly. He moves when he says he will. Quickly took out the phone and dialed Zhang Qingdang. The phone connected and smiled. Dragon King Zhang, this is Ouyang Hai. I'm sorry to bother you. What is it? Zhang Qingdang had an indifferent attitude. Ouyang Hai smiled awkwardly. It's like this. In fact, my beloved daughter has a marriage contract with Zhao Pingan. But this is the first time I've met Zhao Pingan and I don't understand the situation. So I wonder if Dragon King Zhang could briefly tell us about it. Chapter 10, Blocked. It is impossible to speak without throwing out the marriage contract. Sure enough, Zhang Henning's attitude changed when he heard about the marriage contract and instantly stood up. They were actually family. No wonder Zhao Pingan said casually yesterday. The consequences would be unimaginable if he ventured out. Hurrying to laugh, he said, so there's still this relationship. Brother Ouyang, to be honest, I'm not sure what Mr. Zhao's identity is. It's a friend who entrusted me to help him. It cannot be said that the temple master, the identity of the divine dragon temple cannot be exposed. A friend? Yang Hai simply presumed that this friend must be in a high position of power. Otherwise Zhang Longwang wouldn't have that kind of attitude. But how did Zhao Pingan know him? Trying. Has this friend been in jail? Prison. The only way Zhao Pingan could meet the big shots. Zhang Heading returned. Yes, currently still in jail. Yang Hai was enlightened when he heard this answer. Lu Yimei on the side couldn't help but sneer. See, I guessed right. Zhao Pingan is just a little yakuza. It's the others who are great. He's been in prison for 3 years. It's possible that he's been scrubbing toilets for others all day long to flatter them. Yang Hai nodded and agreed with this statement. In the final analysis, Zhao Pingan still didn't have the strength and was a fox and tiger little yakuza. Wait. When Zhang Heading heard Lu Yimei's words, he was shocked and asked, "What did you say? Zhao Pingan has been in jail? And only for 3 years?" The other side. Zhao Pingan met Mr. Wang at the tea house. Mr. Wang was very respectful, bent over and bowed, raised his hands and greeted him with a smile, and without saying 2 words, he took out the contract and signed it with Qi Tianzhao, and it was also an exclusive supply agreement. Sign the contract. Mr. Wang asked cautiously. Mr. Zhao, the Miss He family from Imperial Capital is holding a meet and greet tonight. Are you going? In his heart, if Zhao Pingan could make Yang Hai a guest, he must be a big shot, and it was possible that he knew Yi Yaoqing, and if he could help him put in a few good words in front of Yi Yaoqing, he would soar. She's here? Zhao Pingan froze, came really fast, no need to wait, smiled, of course go, and must go. Mr. Wang's heart was pounding, and he really recognized him by looking at his attitude, but a lot of words can't be said now. It's too hasty. When you see him with Yi Yaoqing in the evening, go over and say hello, everything will fall into place. Getting up, he said, Mr. Zhao, I won't bother you then. I'll see you tonight. After a pause, he added, don't worry. I will take care of Qi's business to the greatest extent possible, and I will also ask my friends to take more care of it. I will take my leave first. I'll walk you. Qi Tianzhao hurriedly said. The heart is also happy. The more contracts, the more stable position. Sent away Mr. Wang. Walked back and found Zhao Pingan is not so annoying, long or quite handsome. Sat down on the opposite side and laughed. Didn't see it. You pretend to be quite like. Zhao Pingan took a sip of tea and was surprised. What am I pretending? Qi Tianjia bristled, going to Miss Ye's banquet, and said of course I'll go. I have to go. I'm not even qualified for that level of banquet, let alone you. You're not Yang Hai son-in-law yet, and even if you were, you'd only be a door-to-door son-in-law, and there's no way they'd take you there. In her eyes, Zhao Pingan everything is loaded, including the current aura is also. As for the evening Mr. Wang to go did not see Zhao Pingan also does not matter. The entire Jinhai big shots, and even the provincial city will participate, did not see normal. Zhao Pingan was speechless for a while. This woman was always full of inexplicable confidence, as if the sky was the oldest, the earth was the oldest/second, and she was the oldest. Putting down the teacup and getting up, he said, the favor is done. You can go now. Qi Tianjiao rolled her eyes, a little uncomfortable in her heart. Of course, you still have to go back and be a licking dog for Ouyang Qian, but let me remind you, the entire Jinhai knows that Ouyang Qian is high and cold. No man has been able to handle her yet. You could be the shield she uses to keep other suitors away. Save yourself a way out. Save up more money so you don't get kicked out by her one day and not even be able to eat. She likewise doesn't believe that Ouyang Qian can look at Zhao Pingan. Not to mention Ouyang Qian. She herself can't look at him. Everything is fake. Zhao Pingan was extremely speechless and left quickly. Qi Tianjiao didn't stop and followed behind. What I said are good words. Remember them. The two had just walked out of the tea house. Cluck. 2 bullies stopped in front of the door. The doors opened at the same time, and 8 strong men armed with sticks stepped down from the cars. It's a fierce and horrifying sight. Qi Tianjiao fell back 2 steps in fear. The strongest of these men was a bald man who didn't get out of the car, but sat on the passenger side and opened the window, full of contempt. You're Zhao Pingan? Yes, and you are? Zhao Pingan was a bit strange, not recognizing them, not waiting for the bald man to answer. A burly man scolded angrily, blind your dog's eyes, you don't even recognize Bald Lu, how dare you ask? Bald Lu. Hearing this name, the surrounding passers-by avoided in fear, and the tea house welcoming girl hurriedly bowed her head in fear. Qi Tianjia was also scared white, bright. Bald Lu? Zhao Pingan was very puzzled when he saw the state of the people around him, as if everyone was afraid of him. Curious, he asked, he's good? Qi Tianjiao sneaked a look at Zhang Guangtou and trembled. More than powerful. He is the head of the hall under the underground emperor Zhang Longwang, a man under a man in the underground world. Put, Zhao Pingan was amused when he heard her introduction. When can a rascal who can't get on the stage also use the word one person under 10,000 people? See him smile. What are you laughing at? The burly man who had just spoken asked angrily. Qi Tianjiao's face tightened with fear again and hurriedly reminded. Don't you laugh. Watch your attitude. These people can be mixed in the underground world. Not necessarily much blood on their hands. No good fruit to offend them. Nothing. Zhao Pingan put away his laughter. And seeing that Zhang Xianding had performed well in the past 2 days, he said a few more words and asked bluntly. What's the matter of looking for me? Seek death. Seeing his frivolous attitude, the burly man quickly raised the weapon in his hand to strike. Slow down. Bald Lu suddenly opened his mouth, narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhao Pingan, coldly said, seeing me actually not afraid, but a good man. This person love talent. Give you a chance, when my little brother can be exempted from a robbery? This statement was made. The others quickly said, what are you still waiting for? Big brother is giving you a chance. Quickly kneel down and kowtow. Being able to hang out with big brother guarantees you'll eat good food and drink hot water in the future. Or else you'll have to break 2 legs today. Don't just stand there. Qi Tianjiao sniffed and the corner of her mouth twitched, actually wanting to tell Zhao Pingan to have less contact with them. But then she thought that if Zhao Pingan became a member of the underground world, she could also look for him in the future if there was trouble. He also persuaded. Zhao Pingan, this is a chance you can have without having to eat soft food. Seize it and quickly worship your big brother. Zhao Pingan glanced at her, then looked at Bald Lu and smiled lightly. It's fine to ask me to be a junior, but I suggest you contact Zhang Henning first and ask him if he dares to accept me as a junior. The words fell. There's silence all around. Dragon King Zhang? You seek death. The burly man raised the weapon in his hand again. Chapter 11. My name is Zhao Pingan. Slow down. Bald Lu spoke again. His brows furrowed as he resumed looking Zhao Pingan up and down. Normal people would be trembling in fear when they heard his name, but he was not afraid of the danger. And he even directly said Zhang Lonwang's name. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Cautiously, he asked, you know the Dragon King? Zhao Pingan succinctly said, ask him if he recognizes me. Hearing Zhao Pingan confirm, the people around him sucked in a breath of cool air. No wonder he didn't beg for mercy. So he was a big shot. The burly man who was about to make a move began to get weak. Qi Tianjiao frowned. Did he really know Dragon King Zhan? At that exact moment, the call came through. Bald Lu was no longer as cold as he was just now, and asked carefully, Dragon King, are you busy? Come on, Zhang Henning said in annoyance. Just talked with Ouyang Hai to learn Zhao Pingan's real identity. Held a bellyful of anger. The hall master said he was an honored guest. Thought he was a son of a big family. It turned out that he knew the hall master in prison and brushed the toilet for the hall master. Although the temple master sent word that he would also take care of it. But he would definitely not personally act as a driver and use his connections to blockade the airport, knowing that he is the underground emperor of Tianhai. Feeling insulted. Yes. Bald Lu nodded his head repeatedly and didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. It's like this. I have a person here named Zhao Pingan. He said he wanted me to ask you if you recognize him? Qi Tianjiao's heart lifted steeply. If Zhao Pingan really knew Zhang Gongding, business would be much smoother in the future. Who? Zhao Pingan? When Zhang Chengding heard this name, he got up indignantly, and was holding fire in his heart. He actually slammed into the muzzle of a gun, and said grumpily, what is he? Worthy of letting me know? Why is he at your place? Bald Lu sniffed and lowered his voice a few points. Su family's son, Su Jewel, asked me to waste his 2 legs. Zhang shouldering tripod thinking for a moment. This matter is not no. If the hall master pursued up to admit mistakes and apologize cannot for a small yakuza to deal with their own. Not to mention, the hall master in prison. In the future remember Zhao Pingan may not. In a deep voice, he said, abolish him, hang up. Bald Lu heard the sound of hanging up. A murderous aura flashed in his eyes, pushed open the door and stepped out of the car, staring at Zhao Pingan step by step, seemingly smiling and not smiling. Kid, Zhang Longwang said that. He deliberately paused to catch everyone's eye. Say what? Qi Tianjia asked impatiently. Say, waste you. Bald Lu's voice steeply turned cold. Shady, kid, you dare to fool me. Originally still want to give you a chance. And now, not only will I waste your legs, but I will also break your limbs. What? Qi Tianjiao exclaimed, originally full of expectations, but this was the result. Should not have trusted him. Zhao Pingan also froze. Zhang Chengding asked you to waste me? Go! Bald Lu's eyes were full of gloom as he ordered. Give me a hard beating. Swish! Upon hearing the order, the 8 burly men no longer hesitated and struck out at the same time, raising the weapons in their hands to strike at Zhao Pingan at the same time, all of them going straight for the vitals. Passers-by backed up in fear. The welcome guest ran back to the tea house in fear. Qi Tianjiao was too scared to move. Boom boom boom. In just a few seconds, all 8 burly men flew backwards and fell to the ground howling. Players of this caliber are not as good as the 4 bodyguards from yesterday, who had no trouble dealing with them. The scene. Dumbfounded passers-by look foolish welcoming the guest. Looking confused, Qi Tianjia. Without even seeing how Zhao Pingan struck, these people actually fell. Did Zhang Henning really let you waste me? Zhao Pingan was a bit unconvinced. After all, he had braved the rain yesterday to greet him with respect, and it had only been a day. So it's a practiced man. No wonder he's emboldened. Bald Lu automatically ignored Zhao Pingan's question and clenched his hands into fists, his whole body muscles tightening. It's just a pity that you met me. After saying that, a punch was thrown straight at the face. As an underground emperor of the Hall Master, not only the reputation, the position to rely on a punch out. Think of the year rely on a pair of iron fists for Zhang Longwang down 3 streets. A punch can be knocked down the cattle. If you hit someone, you're either dead or crippled. Snap. Slaps rang out without warning. Question for you. Who told you to hit back? Zhao Pingan slapped Bald Lu in the face. Bald Lu was dumbfounded in place. His fist was still raised in mid-air. He could clearly feel being hit by Zhao Pingan, but he didn't see how Zhao Pingan struck. Snap. Zhao Pingan slapped again. Speak. Bald Lu dully opened his mouth. Snap. Zhao Pingan's last slap came out, which directly sent Bald Lu flying. It's too much effort to talk. I'm too lazy to listen. Bald Lu collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood in his mouth, with a few grooved teeth in the blood. Zhao Pingan turned his head to Qi Tianjiao again. Take me to Zhang's shoulder ding. He doesn't like to be confused. He has to figure things out and follow his master's teachings. Today's business is today's business. Dragon Court KTV, the topmost consumption place in Tianhai City. Becoming a member of the lowest level requires spending more than $1 million, and for the higher level members, $7 million. Because here is one of the properties of the underground emperor, Dragon King Zhang, the Earth's name box. A group of young men and women were sitting together, but no one was singing, and the atmosphere was dead. Seated in the very center, Su Jule's eyes were scarlet as he drank one glass of wine after another, waiting for Bald Lu to reply. In Tianhai, in the entire equestrian world, it was always people who rode horses, but he himself was actually ridden by a horse. Not only that, but the horse is also interested in his. It's just a strange shame. Brother Jule, stop drinking, it hurts your body, a girl beside him advised. Su Jule slapped her in the face. Get lost, what do I need you to teach me? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. The girl was trembling with fear and didn't dare to say more. Just in time, his phone rang and the docket read Father. Dad, pick up the phone. A deep male voice came from the other side of the phone. I know about the matter. Come back first and prepare to go to Messia's meeting at night. Yes, Jule Su could only agree. Quickly getting up and heading downstairs, he walked to the door as a Maserati stopped and saw the person getting out of the car. Angrily, he said, Zhao Pingan, I'm surprised he hasn't been wasted yet. Bald Lu, what efficiency. Silly dog. Zhao Pingan didn't bother with him and walked quickly into the hall. Su Jule hands clenched fists, hate to rush up to fight for his life, but it is clear that the gap, go up can only be beaten. A turn of the head, see from the car down Qi Tianjia, his eyes lit up. He walked over and courteously said, Hello beautiful, are you a friend of Pingan? My name is Su Jule, the chairman of Tianlong Group. Su Tianlong is my father. I wonder if I could get to know you. Showing your identity is a tried and true trick. Qi Tianjia was stunned for 2 seconds and quickly said excitedly, Hello Mr. Su, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Qi Tianjia, the president of Qi Group. I'm glad to know you. Zhao Pingan had arrived upstairs and saw 2 bodyguards standing at the door of the innermost heavenly box. If nothing else, Zhang should be inside. Just about to get closer. Stop. The bodyguard spoke indifferently. Who are you? Zhao Pingan succinctly said, My name is Zhao Pingan. Chapter 12, The Dragon King. When the bodyguard heard the name, he vaguely felt some familiarity, and looked up and down again and said wait, turned and walked back to the box to report. Inside the box, see the iron hooves clanging, stepping over 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. I stand at the tip of the wind and waves holding on tightly. The sun and the moon rotate. Zhang Henning is standing in the center of a show of singing. He very much like the song Borrow Another 500 Years from the Sky think that there is an imperial atmosphere. See, the bodyguard came and frowned. What is it? Least favorite thing about singing is people walking around randomly. The bodyguard bent down and said, Dragon King, there's a man named Zhao Pingan outside the door looking for you. Pingan Zhao? Him again? Zhang Henning's face was dark. How did Bald Lu do his job? He clearly told him to scrap Zhao Pingan, but he even let him run away and find this place. Annoyed, tell him to off and tell him I'm not here. Hands abolished him can make peace. If personally abolished him to find the hall master to complain. Easy to cause trouble. Understood. The bodyguard turned his head at that, but just as he did, he realized that the door to the room had been pushed open, and Zhao Pingan unexpectedly walked in, chiding, "I told you to wait outside the door. Who let you in?" Zhao Pingan didn't bother with him and stared at Zhang Heading. "You don't see me? And just had someone waste me?" Zhang shouldering tripod. See his attitude. His face is even more ugly. "I'm only locked up for 3 years of the little Yakuza. How dare to use this attitude? How many juniors under his hand are felons more than 10 years out? What a face for him." Waving his hand, he didn't let the bodyguard make a move and said nonchalantly, "What do you want from me? Say it, I'm busy." The attitude has definitely changed. Zhao Pingan remained calm. "The question has already been asked. I don't want to repeat it a second time. Answer it quickly. I'm in a hurry too." "What did you say?" Zhang Headingding was furious. His aura was in full swing. The temperature in the box began to drop, and he said hideously, "Little Yakuza, I'm taking care of you because I'm looking at you to scrub the toilets for the temple master. If you don't consider the temple master, you don't even have the qualifications to see me. You don't know how to be grateful to you, but instead you're getting the better of you. Do you think I, Zhang Longwang, don't have a temper? Ha! This kind of little man is only worthy of being the little brother of the little brother of the little brother. Who gave him the courage to come to the door?" Zhao Pingan was enlightened. Originally he should have thought that he was a big shot and wanted to be flattered, so he listened to everything he said, and then he was unbalanced in his heart because of the false information he learned from somewhere. Too lazy to explain. Anyway, after looking for Yi Yaoqing to withdraw tonight, he will be heading to other cities to withdraw and will not cross paths again. Casually, he said, "You behaved well yesterday, so I'll spare you once, and you won't owe me anything." Finished and ready to leave. Stop. Zhang Heading was about to explode with anger. As the underground emperor, when had he ever been treated with such contempt? What's more, he was just an ant who was lucky enough to meet the palace master. And also, killingly, he said, "Little Yakuza, my patience with you has reached its limit. For the sake of the face of the palace master, I will give you one last chance. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and then get out of my sight forever. Also, if you dare to go to the palace master to complain, you will be thwarted." It was hard to quell the anger without teaching him a lesson. Zhao Pingan turned his head. He really didn't know that his flesh hurt until it hit his body, and sneered, "What if I don't kneel?" "No kneeling?" Zhang Xianding narrowed his eyes. "The sky is the limit to kill you." The words just fell. Boo! Zhao Pingan's figure flickered and arrived in front of Zhang Xianding. Without any fancy movements he kicked Zhang Xianding away and heavily smashed into the wall which was 5 meters away. Before Zhang Xianding's body could slide down the wall, Zhao Pingan once again arrived in front of him and pinched his neck with one hand, pinning him heavily to the wall. Jane asked, "You still want to kill me?" It was so fast, it happened in the blink of an eye, and no one reacted. Boom! Zhang Heading was completely confused, a bolt from the blue in his head. For a moment, forgetting the suffocating sensation brought about by his neck being pinched with his feet off the ground, his eyes looked at Zhao Pingan in horror, panicking like never before. This kind of pressure had only been seen on the temple master. No, the temple master hadn't even been able to put such pressure on him. What is he, really? The bodyguard, seeing this, was also frightened and weak in the knees, and without stopping, he quickly turned around and went out the door, pressing a very hidden button on the wall. Jingle bells. In the instant this button was pressed, the entire Tianhai city, 8 KTVs, 20 nightclubs, and 14 clubs under Zhang Heading's banner sounded the alarm at the same time, and the 26 hall masters he sat down on received the message at the same time, and with hundreds of juniors, they picked up their weapons and rushed towards the Dragon Court at the first time. First floor lobby. Qi Tianjiao Spring just exchanged numbers with Su Jewel. He also said that there is time to have dinner together. If we can make friends with him, Qi's business will be on a higher level. It is said that the Su family's Tianlong group may become Messia's partner. If he becomes a partner, I become his friend. The more Qi Tianjiao thought about it, the happier she became, feeling that the days were going to get better. Was thinking, suddenly hearing the alarm and being startled, he realized that he had actually ghosted Zhao Pingan to find Zhang Longwang. What was the matter with the bell? Hearing brakes again outside the door, he subconsciously looked over to see a line of cars stop outside the door and dozens of menacing men with weapons rushing in and running upstairs. Is it because of Zhao Pingan? Thinking of this, Qi Tianjiao was startled, and hurriedly retired KTV, just quit, and saw a scene that she will never forget. There were convoys of cars with double blinkers on both sides of the road speeding by, at least 100 at a cursory glance. Soon, these convoys stopped in front of the gate, the doors opened simultaneously, and hundreds of males rushed into the Dragon Court with weapons. It's not over yet. There were still cars on the road that couldn't be seen at a glance, rushing by with their double blinkers on. Qi Tianjiao was scared and rushed away, hiding in the crowd of onlookers. I heard someone say that the alarm went off at Dragon King Zhang, and the last time it went off was 10 years ago. Could it be that the man is back? Qi Tianjiao heard people talking and nervously asked, "This big brother, what does it mean when the alarm goes off?" The man looked at her good looks and said in a serious manner, "I also hung around back then, so I know the inside story. The alarm going off signifies that an enemy has broken into the Dragon Court KTV, threatening the life of Dragon King Zhang." Hearing the alarm, all the Hall Masters Juniors supported at the first opportunity. "Look, there are at least 2,000 people coming. If I'm not mistaken, it's the man coming back. Threat to life." Qi Tianjiao's face turned white with fear when she heard this word. Could it be that Zhao Pingan had threatened Zhang Longwan's life? Is he crazy? Still trying to flex his talent for capturing hearts, the man continued. 10 years ago, Qi Tianjiao didn't care to listen anymore and panicked. Could Zhao Pingan still be alive? After thinking about it, look for Jewel Su. Inside the box, Zhao Pingan let go of Zhang Gongding and wanted to kill him, but the master said that killing people was detrimental to Yin virtue and hurt fortune, so he let him go. Calmly, he said, "Deadly sins can be spared, but living sins cannot be escaped." After saying that, like kicking a soccer ball, he kicked Zhang Xianding out of the door. Just in time, the 24 or so hall masters at the head of the group rushed into the corridor and said excitedly, "Dragon King." Chapter 13, The Old Turtle Crosses the River. Zhang Xianding curled up his body, constantly dry heaving, stomach liquid vomited all over the ground. His appearance was extremely wretched. These hall masters gathered around. "How are you, Dragon King? Help the Dragon King to the back. Brothers, battle for the Dragon King." Copy. Wow. In the corridor behind the 24 or so hall masters, there stood a dense crowd of juniors, at least 100 of them, hearing the order, simultaneously taking up the weapons in their hands and standing by, staring at the door of the room in death. Zhao Pingan walked out slowly, saw the picture in the corridor, faintly smiled. Not the slightest surprise, just listen to the footsteps, know that there are a lot of people. In front of you is still a small part. I'm afraid that downstairs there are more people. It's just that ordinary people are nothing more than a bunch of molehills. Casually, he said, one-on-one or in a group. See Zhao Pingan. Everyone froze at the same time. Who is this guy? Don't know him, never seen him before. They thought it was that person coming back. Why did a young man appear in front of them? Could it be that man's little brother? The leader of the hall took the weapon in his hand, in order to boost his morale. Sneering, he said, "Fine, I'll fight you one-on-one. You're not worthy." Zhao Pingan spoke succinctly. "When I say single combat, I mean that I beat all of you, and in a group fight, it's all of you being beaten by me together." This statement was made. Everyone was enraged. They were really arrogant. They had never seen such a brazen and shameless person. Yellow mouth. Looking for death. The leader of the hall instantly rushed up alone. There were still 2 steps away, and his body jumped up high, holding the knife with both hands, and chopped straight down towards Zhao Pingan's head. And this chop would be able to cut a person alive into 2 halves. Zhao Pingan shook his head. It was too ordinary. The outside really wasn't as fun as the prison. From this perspective, Hades' capital prison wasn't bad. A swift kick, kicking the mid-air hall master backward. He flew backwards faster than he had rushed in and slammed heavily into the crowd. Boom! The crowd suffered a heavy blow. The foremost 12 or so hall masters were hit and sprayed blood on the spot. Nearly 100 juniors at the back were hit and their bodies were knocked back uncontrollably. And with a step near the back, their center of gravity was unsteady, and one pressed against the other and tipped backward. In the blink of an eye, no one was able to stand up in the dozens of meters of corridor. Earl, Zhang Longwang, who was waiting for the elevator to go downstairs at the end of the crowd, saw this scene and let out a sound that was almost gagging from his mouth. His eyes were horrified. The sweat pores of his entire body exploded, and cold sweat instantly dampened his entire body. Just one kick, scrapping half of the hall masters and knocking down 100 juniors? Monster? Zhao Pingan stepped on these people and laughed as he walked. Don't run, just like you said. The end of the world will kill you. If you can run for a while, how can you run for a lifetime? Zhang Xianding saw him come with a smile and his pants were wet. It feels like death is approaching. As the underground emperor, he wouldn't frown even if a gun was pointed at his head. Death wasn't scary. What was feared was despair. He's too powerful. Fear said, "Who the hell are you? You can't kill me. Kill me, the hall master won't spare you." Me? Zhao Pingan raised his eyebrows. In your words, it's, your hall master is scrubbing my toilets. Why doesn't he leave me alone? What? Zhang Xianding only felt a cool air rushing up from the center of his feet to the sky, and his soul was trembling. The hall master is already a godlike figure. In this country, is also a figure on the pyramid. Surprisingly, brush the toilet for him? No wonder he looked ordinary. The original returned to the basics. There was no half-hearted hesitation. both knees bent to the ground. Mr. Zhao, I was wrong, please give me a chance. From now on, I'm one of your dogs. Woof woof woof. See this scene. All the minions in the hallway were dumbfounded and shocked to the point of stopping their breathing. Zhao Pingan heard him learn to bark, and suddenly remembered that once there was a person in prison as a dog, called Sun Lian Kuei, more than 60 years old, when the dog for 2 years on medical parole. I don't know if he died or not. Shake your head. The thought process has gotten sidetracked. Looking at Zhang heading in front of him, it's not impossible to forgive you. Will the old turtle cross the river? His name is Dragon King, and it would be most appropriate to have his old turtle cross the river. He hasn't let anyone play with him in a few days, and he kinda misses it. Will. Zhang Chengding immediately lay on the ground, arms through the thighs, claws to the sky, with the back to move on the ground rubbing, like the king of the 8 caps. At this moment, Zhang Haiding no longer had the appearance of an underground emperor, and smiled fawningly. Mr. Zhao, is this okay? He said, twisting his body a few more times. The Zhao Pingan in front of him was an existence that was even more powerful than the palace master, and as long as he could satisfy him, soaring to greatness was not a problem. Not bad for learning. Zhao Pingan smiled. But you are trying to kill me. Forgive you not so easy. Old turtle to the first floor. Continue to sing. Forgive you. The corner of Zhang Chengdang's mouth twitched, and his heart knew very well that there were thousands of juniors downstairs, so how could he be a human being in the future if he went down like this? But, then again, the thought of the master of the temple playing toilet for him. Also, as long as Mr. Zhao is happy, I'll do my best. Zhang Haiding maintained his old turtle posture, scooting around and singing. Watch the iron hooves clank, scuff the stairs, dabble on the first floor. Everywhere they went, the juniors were all jaw-dropped. This was the underground emperor of Tianhai City, and he was actually like this in front of this young man? Who is he? Under the witness of thousands of eyes, Zhang Gongding rubbed the doorway. Mr. Zhao, are you satisfied? Let's go. Zhao Pingan waved his hand and prepared to leave. Mr. Zhao, Zhang Heading spoke up again and smiled dryly. If you're going to use the car in the future, you'll have to call the little one. I still want to be a driver for you. Zhao Pingan then thought of the time to sit in Qi Tianjiao's car. Now she did not know where to go. Casually said, go drive. Zhang Gongding immediately got up and drove. The whole place is dead silent. The crowd. Qi Tianjiao held the phone in her hand and spoke with difficulty. Mr. Su, Zhao Pingan is trapped in the Dragon Court by Dragon King Zhang. Can you save him? She couldn't bear to see Zhao Pingan die, but she didn't have the ability to save it. She wanted to tell Ouyang Qian, but she couldn't get in touch, and the most powerful character she could find was Jewel Su, who she had just met. Su Baoji was delighted at his words. It was impossible for Zhang Longwang to move that little Yakuza Xiaoping. It should have been Bald Lu who stepped in. Clearing his throat, he grumbled. Why are you just calling me? Wait, I'll find Zhang Longwang. Don't be in a hurry. He put down the phone and put it straight back into his pocket, a sinister smile appearing on his face. What does the death of surname Zhao have to do with me? However, I will comfort you. If I didn't need to attend Ms. Ye's meeting today, I'd take you to the hotel now for comfort. Ha, he was thinking. A middle-aged man in a customized suit walked up, and this man was none other than his father, the newest magnate at the helm of Tianhai, the president of Tianlong Group, Su Tianlong. Su Tianlong said in a deep voice, let's go. Go to Miss Ye's meeting and adjust your state. As far as I know, Miss Ye Yaoqing hasn't gotten married yet. Jewel Su's eyes lit up. What do you mean? Chapter 14, he's a liar. Su Tianlong's eyes narrowed slightly, his body exuding the aura of a successor. In the entire Tianhai city, the ones who are qualified to compete for a partner are merely me and Ouyang Hai, and you're a male, so there's a 90% chance that Ms. Ye will choose us, and as long as you become a partner, you have to try your best to get closer to Ms. Ye, got it? Su Jewel's heart surged with passion at the thought of hooking up with Ye Yaoqing. That was the Miss Yi family of imperial capital. After thinking about it, he asked, so, where's Ouyang Qian? In Ouyang Qian's side Hushayir, thought that the use of real people can capture the heart, which thought halfway to kill a Chang Bai Jin to stir up everything, wasting too much time and not being willing to get Ouyang Qian into bed. Su Tianlong smiled faintly. No delay. I've already asked Real Go to invite his senior brother here to put a spell on Ouyang Qian once again. This time, it will never fail. By the time Ouyang Qian's old illness returns, and you are her true love, take the opportunity to take her down. And in the future, the relationship with her is hidden. Ouyang Hai knows, and can only eat a dumb loss. As he spoke, he paused and said, by the way, how about the one called Zhao Pingan? When he came back, Jewel Su spoke of letting Bald Lu take a shot. Jewel Su said smugly, I was about to say that I've already been blocked by Bald Lu at the Dragon Club and won't live long. Being able to hook up with Ye Yaoqing, being able to maintain a relationship with Ouyang Qian, and being able to comfort Qi Tianzhou. These three women were all great beauties, and it made me happy just thinking about it. Go! Su Tianlong nodded and took the lead to go out. Get in the car and drive out of the villa's courtyard just as a Rolls-Royce comes up to meet him. When Su Tianlong saw the license plate number, he immediately said, Zhang Longwan's car? Quickly lean to the side and make way. The driver quickly leaned aside and the Rolls-Royce brushed past. Jewel Su was shocked. What's wrong? Su Tianlong noticed the anomaly. Jewel Su shook his head with a bitter smile. Just now, I saw that the person in the back row resembled Zhao Pingon and thought it was him, but thinking about it, I knew it wasn't. He should be dead. Su Tianlong didn't think much about it because it was impossible. At this point, Su Jewel phone rang. He saw that it was Qi Tianzhou, immediately changed to another tone. MS. Qi, really bad. Thank you. Qi Tianzhou didn't let him finish, and Tweedledum opened his mouth, very excited, because just now the crowd dispersed and the matter was over, and he tried contacting Zhao Pingon and found that he was surprisingly fine, and all of this must be due to Jewel Su. This incident once again proved the strength of the newly minted powerhouse Su family. Qi Tianzhou continued, Mr. Su, we've only met today and you were able to do me a favor. You're really a good person. If it wasn't for you coming to the rescue, it would be impossible for Zhao Pingon to come out of Longtang. When do you have time? I'd like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Drop by the restaurant to talk about collaboration. Gah! Jewel Su was dumbfounded when she heard this. Zhao Pingon didn't die? Could it be that I didn't see it just now? No way. Hentaying Heavenly Palace. Zhao Pingon didn't want to come back, but he promised to accompany her to the banquet, so he could only come back. Just pushed the door in, at once fixed in place. The living room, Yi Yaoqing surprisingly in the change of clothes, the lower wearing a wrap skirt, also just have a short skirt, long legs exposed, while the upper body empty. Yi Yaoqing was also surprised to see him come in, but soon adapted, raised one hand to block it and said with a smile, Brother, you're back just in time. Help me choose. Which one looks better? She picked up a few of her intimate apparel and kept gesturing, whereas Zhao Pingon, seeing this kind of scene, clearly felt a rolling heat in his nose, raised his hand and pressed down the acupoints to stop it, hurriedly turned around. Yi Yaoqing grumbled, still shy. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Come on, help me choose. It's hard for sister. Ding Gang again mentally cursed the working emperor Kai Chongyang, who kept a canary in his house and went to prison. In a deep voice, he said, Stop it, you are my sister-in-law. He was the youngest in Hedo prison, and it was not too much to call him sister-in-law, and to say so was to draw a line in the sand. Yi Yaoqing froze, then complained, So you don't want to eat dumplings? Zhao Pingon felt that his body was out of control again and quickly ran out of the villa. Ha ha ha. Yi Yaoqing was amused. About 5 minutes later, Yi Yaoqing put on her clothes and walked out of the Hentaying Heavenly Palace, her face full of resentment. How's the car driving? You drive and take sister-in-law. As long as the car drives well, sister-in-law will even cook for you. Zhao Pingon grabbed the car keys and acted as the driver. Where to? Yi Yaoqing replied back. Tianhai Hotel. Yi Yaoqing meet and greet. What a coincidence. Sky Haven Hotel, the largest hotel in Tianhai City, where almost all important things were held, and Yi Yaoqing's meeting was no different. At this time, the downstairs was full of luxury cars, the upstairs is full of guests, invited. Not only the Tianhai local magnates, but also the provincial capital of Jincheng bigwigs came to support. Zhao Pingon parked his car in the parking lot and went upstairs with Yi Yaoqing. Yi Yaoqing was observing Zhao Pingon all the way. Seeing that his face did not change, she secretly nodded in her heart, worthy of being the person who could let Kai Chongyang borrow the villa. She did not panic at all when she saw such a big scene. Raising her hand to hold Zhao Pingon's arm, she tried again. Brother, inside are all non-rich or noble big shots. Aren't you panicked? Why am I scared in my heart? Zhao Pingon's face was as usual. He didn't push her away. After all, he attended as his male companion. Soothingly, he said, Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no one can touch you today. This is the Yi Yaoqing meet and greet, and one comes here to find her to withdraw from her marriage, and before withdrawing from her marriage, one is still considered a male host. Yi Yaoqing blinked and transformed into a little fangirl. Brother, you're too manly. Hearing your words, I suddenly want to keep leaning on you. I can't walk yet. Zhao Pingon had a black line on his head. Zhao Pingon! There was a sudden roar from the ballroom. A silhouette came over in a furious manner. It was no one else but Mr. Wang, who had worked with Qi Tianzhou. As he roared, most of the guests in the banquet hall looked over. Mr. Wang grumpily said, You big liar, prisoner, and you really dare to come here to make a scene. I thought how big a person you are, but I didn't think that you're just a grubber who just got out of prison. He just went to give Ouyang Hai a toast and mentioned Zhao Pingan in passing, which thought that Ouyang Hai had an icy face and said that mentioning this person was disgusting, by the way, implying that he had just come out of Zhao Pingan's prison, and thinking about the daytime, his heart was filled with rage. Brother, you seem to have met an enemy, Yi Yaoqing reminded in a small voice. Zhao Pingan frowned as he watched Mr. Wang approach and said unhappily, keep your voice down and shake your ears. Humph, Mr. Wang snorted coldly, you still need to speak in a low voice when talking to the dregs and scum of society like you? I just want to speak loudly, just so everyone can hear. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the crook who cheated me out of tens of millions of dollars in contracts and presented himself as a big shot, and if I'm not mistaken, he's here tonight to commit fraud. The crowd looked over, amazed for a moment. Crooks? How did the crooks get mixed up? Seeing as he's dressed generally, he's the bottom of the social ladder. The crooks were caught red-handed, and there was a good show. Zhao Pingan's frown deepened and he said in a cold voice, Mr. Wang, we have to talk about evidence. How did I lie to you? The corners of Mr. Wang's mouth were drawn, and there was really no evidence to be given, because the contract to Qi Tianjiu was voluntary. On second thought, he laughed coldly, it's very simple to produce evidence. With your status, you are not qualified to enter here at all. Surprisingly, where's the invitation letter? Take it out. As for the sight of Yi Yaoqing was automatically ignored by him. Liar, the best at cheating women. Bring a beautiful woman here to support the facade is more conducive to cheating. No, Zhao Pingan said in an unassuming manner. However, I'm not here for the meet and greet, but to look for Yi Yaoqing. Chapter 15, My name is Yi Yaoqing. This statement was made. Everyone in the room froze. However, it soon turned into laughter. He dared to say that he came to find Yi Yaoqing. A liar is also worthy? This lowlife, he must have heard me say that mess. Yi came to Tianhai yesterday, so he came to cheat. Lu Yimei stood in the distance and sneered. People who come out of prison really have problems with their hearts and brains. Ouyang Hai next to him shook his head. Yesterday Zhao Pingan felt wrong when he choked on his words. How would a normal person dare to disrespect himself? It does seem to be a big problem nowadays, and it could have been beaten up in prison. Ouyang Qian stood on the other side, wearing an evening dress, white and moving, worthy of being the first beauty of Tianhai, at this time coldly watching. Brother Ouyang, is this your son-in-law? It doesn't look good. Su Tianlong also stood together. Ouyang Hai hurriedly reminded. Brother Su, be careful what you say. My family has nothing to do with him. Just now, he had already implicitly asked about the relationship between Zhao Pingan and Zhang Longwang, and learned that the two did know each other, but did not have any friendship, and that it was Zhao Pingan who was cheeky enough to trouble Zhang Longwang, and Zhang Longwang who looked at him with displeasure, and his heart was solidified. Su Tianlong would smile and looked at Jewel Su next to him. His son has a great chance. Doorway. Ha ha ha, you stupid dog laughs me to death. Just with you still want to touch MS. Yi, Mr. Wang hilariously laughed and teased. Do you know that Miss Yi is a big lady from Imperial Capital? A golden branch. You don't take a piss to see what you are, and whether you are worthy of knowing Miss Yi. This comment caused another round of laughter. Yi Yaoqing was also surprised. He came to find himself, but quickly figured out that perhaps the working Emperor Kai Chonyang had asked him to come to find. After all, it was not good to find a job from prison. Zhao Pingan's face sank, and he said in a cold voice, you can have Yi Yaoqing come out and check it on the spot, and also, if you laugh again, I don't mind making it impossible for you to close your mouth for the rest of your life. When Mr. Wang saw his eyes, for some reason, he felt like he was being stared at by the devil, with a gust of cloudy wind, and he didn't dare to speak for a while. At this point, claptrap, a violent shout came out from the banquet hall. It was Jewel Su, although he didn't figure out why he wasn't killed, but his father had explained that he hooked up with Miss Yi, and Zhao Pingan had mentioned Yi Yaoqing, so it was a good opportunity to perform. Sneering, he said, surname Zhao, yesterday at Uncle Ouyang's house claptrap, and also said that he has a marriage contract with Ouyang Qian. Today he came here to disgrace himself again. He really does not change in his dead nature. The words fell, without waiting for Zhao Pingan to speak. The banquet hall exploded. What? He's engaged to Ouyang Qian? How could Ouyang Qian look at him? Fake, isn't it, President Ouyang? Everyone looked at Ouyang Hai at the same time. Ouyang Hai was furious and gritted his teeth. Really, which pot is which? Immediately explaining. Fake. Of course it's fake. This kid posed as a high-ranking person yesterday, cured my daughter, and also said that my father had once fixed a marriage contract, and took out a marriage certificate. I knew it was a fake as soon as I saw it and I was kicked out the door on the spot. An occasion like this, of course, cannot be recognized. Lu Yimei was afraid that others do not believe. Anxiously added, just now Mr. Wang also said that he is a liar, but also from the prison. This kind of people do everything. Cheating marriage is normal. Also, yesterday, he had to cure Qianqian. He almost didn't die. We don't care about the past. He still dares to show up. It's really disgusting. Where's the security guards? Security guards blow him out. Zhao Pingan stared with a cold smile. This family was really ungrateful. No need to blast out. Leave this place to me. Jewel Su smiled faintly. Deliberately mentioning the marriage contract was to make Yang Hai deny it in front of everyone and make Zhao Pingan lose face. He also had to show his ability in front of Ms. Yi, and he couldn't let go of this stepping stone. Zhao Pingan, so easily. Again, he exulted. Surname Zhao, everyone knows now that you're a liar, and you can't fool anyone here. But, I know people like you, and it's very disgusting not to stop until you get what you want. Tell me what you want to get out of Ms. Yes, sight. I will satisfy you on behalf of Ms. Yi. The crowd glanced at each other. They all knew that he was deliberately making a spectacle of himself, wanting to win Miss Ye's attention, and secretly praised him in their hearts, worthy of being the newest heir to the mansion. Smart. Su Tianlong also nodded. The Su family's future was promising. Yi Yaoqing finally couldn't help but speak. You are worthy to represent Miss Yi? Su Jewel subconsciously looked over, only to seriously look at Yi Yaoqing. Look, suddenly was beautiful. Why Zhao Pingan's side of the woman are so charming? Get her into bed too, Su Jewel proudly said. Of course, as the heir of Tianlong Group, I am even more of a VIP invited by Ms. Yi. If I don't deserve it, do you deserve it? The people around Zhao Pingan were not worth paying attention to, and mentioning the identity again was a deliberate attempt to attract. And Shi Tenjie was attracted by the identity. The crowd also looked playfully. If it was the capital Yi Gongzi, she still had hope. It was Miss Yi. She really didn't deserve it, but it was a good match for herself. Yi Yaoqing's face sank, not waiting to speak. Apologize to her. Zhao Pingan suddenly opened his mouth. In addition to coming to withdraw from the marriage, he was his sister-in-law's male companion, and before entering the door, he had said that he would protect her. Jewel Su moved her eyes back to Pingan Zhao and scoffed. What did you say? Who gave you the courage to ask me to apologize to her? Does she deserve it? Do you deserve it? And, the words were not finished. Zhao Pingan quickly stepped forward and pinched his neck. His face expressionless, kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Su Jewel was immediately pinched and suffocated. His eyes were full of shock. Never thought that he actually dared to do it on such an occasion. Clearly feeling the air of death lingering, but once he knelt down, the previous work was over. The people in the hall were also dumbfounded. No one expected Zhao Pingan to make a move. Let go of my gemstone, or else I'll exterminate your entire family. Su Tianlong was the first to slow down and shouted in panic. Let go of Mr. Su, if you dare to hurt a hair on Mr. Su's head, I'll let you go out sideways. Yang Hai also opened his mouth. This was Miss Ye's banquet. Order must be maintained. Zhao Pingan acted as if he didn't hear it, his hand getting harder and harder. Jewel Su began to roll her eyes. Stop. Yang Qian, who had been slow to speak, stepped forward and frowned. Zhao Pingan, do you know what occasion this is? The entire Heavenly Sea's bigwigs are present. Where is it your turn to be reckless? Quickly let go. If you dare to hurt Mr. Su, you're not just making an enemy of the entire Heavenly Sea, you're also making an enemy of Miss Yi. Do you want to die? Zhao Pingan sneered. If he doesn't apologize, what's the harm in being an enemy of the whole world? Not to mention being an enemy of the entire Tianhai and Miss Yi? That's how he is. He can suffer a little himself. Those around him, not at all. Boom! The whole room felt a bolt from the blue. Crazy? What a lunatic. So arrogant. No wonder he's in jail. Yi Yaoqing was struck inexplicably in her heart, biting her lip and looking at Zhao Pingan. He actually said this for himself? Lu Yimei screamed in anger and said, You lowlife, how dare you contradict my daughter for a smelly? Yi Yaoqing suddenly looked over. Can't you? Shut up. Lu Yimei stormed out. Who are you? Also worthy of conversing with me? Zhao Pingan said indifferently. Tell her that tonight. I'll make you qualified to talk to anyone. Yi Yaoqing faced everyone and said word for word. My name is Yi Yaoqing. Chapter 16 Partners. Oh, so your name is Yi Yaoqing. I remember you. What? Lu Yimei subconsciously threatened, but the words did not wait to finish. Suddenly slowed down. I'll scream. Eyes staring about to fall out of the eye sockets. Yip Yu Qing? Miss Yi of the imperial capital? Boom. 5 words, but like 5 muffled thunder resounded in the ears of the crowd, shocking all the dumbfounded. You. Su Tianlong was shocked. What? Yang Hai's forehead suddenly hung with beads of sweat. You are. Yang Qian also turned pale and blossomed. Zhao Pingan also froze and slowly turned his head to look at Yi Yaoqing. She was Yi Yaoqing? Isn't she Kai Chongyang's captive canary? Is she the one who's being capped? Yi Yaoqing took another step forward, no longer hiding. displaying the aura of a young lady from a large family to the fullest. Looking toward Liu Yimei, she said, "Am I worthy?" Liu Yimei cried in fear and retreated back to her husband's side, not even daring to raise her head again. Trembling, match, absolutely match. It's me who doesn't deserve it. Yi Yaoqing faced everyone again and said, "Who dares to let him die?" Boom! A burst of muffled thunder resounded in the crowd's heads once again. Their breathing began to become unnatural, and Mr. Wang, who had been standing next to them, collapsed to the ground in fear. Everyone subconsciously pulled away from Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai. Ouyang Hai, I half a day. Also do not know what to say. Although as Tianhai City's richest man, but in front of the Yi family is still too small. How could he not expect that the woman beside Zhao Pingan could be Yi Yaoqing? Su Tianlong is about to cry. Miss Yi, raising not teaching the father's fault. All this is my fault. Su, someone will beat and punish. Just, can you let go of your canine son first? Convenient to let him apologize to you on his knees. The son is still being pinched by Zhao Pingan and is dying. Ha! Yi Yaoqing let out a cold smile. Although there was a family behind her, she didn't want to cause trouble just after meeting. Turning her head to look at Zhao Pingan, her aura dissipated and turned back into a gentle sister-in-law. Pingan, let go of him. He's not worth dirtying your hands. These words made the crowd's hearts thump. What kind of relationship did the two have? Good. Zhao Pingan was still confused. She was Yi Yaoqing? What kind of marriage contract did the bad old man set? The first fiancé, self-righteous, voluntarily withdrew from the marriage. The second fiancé, a sickly child, was openly chosen. A third fiancé, lustful and a canary in someone else's captivity. I also wonder if the remaining 6 fiancés are also oddballs. Jewel Su was finally able to breathe, and no longer had the image of a high and mighty cockney, lying on the ground and constantly dry heaving, vomiting stomach fluids and jaundiced water all over the place. Su Tianlong quickly walked over and kicked Jewel Su hard twice. You still have the face to spit. Quickly kowtow and apologize to Miss Yi. If you can't get Miss Yi to forgive you, I'll personally break your dog's legs. Jewel Su didn't dare to resist and quickly kneeled down to apologize. I was wrong. Su Tianlong fawned again. Ms. Yi, my canine son has eyes but he doesn't recognize gold and jade. He also admires you too much and desperately wants to help you deal with some problems. I also hope that you don't take offense. Mr. Zhao, I hope you'll bear with me if I've offended you much just now. Zhao Pingan smiled indifferently. The purpose of his visit today was to withdraw from the marriage. Yi Yaoqing looked like she didn't hear and said to Zhao Pingan again, Pingan, you stay here first, I'm going to change my clothes. She had planned to change her clothes at the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace, but naturally, Zhao Pingan came back. Yes, Zhao Pingan succinctly responded that it is inconvenient to have many people here, so wait for the banquet to end and privately withdraw from the marriage. When Yi Yaoqing left, the banquet hall exploded. Everyone was speculating what Zhao Pingan's identity was. Why did he come with Ms. Yi? And, did he really just get out of prison? Some people are also gloating. Jewel Su still wants to be in the limelight? He's patting the horse's ass on the horse's hoof. Of course, more people came to give Zhao Pingan a toast and get acquainted. Mr. Zhao, I was wrong. Mr. Wang climbed up from the ground and apologized with a crying face. He was going to regret it to death. Had he known this, he wouldn't have insulted at all. It was too late to hug his thigh. Get out. Zhao Pingan said only one word. Far away. Su Tianlong came to Ouyang Hai with Su Jewel in an aggressive manner and said unhappily, Brother Ouyang, we all keep our heads down and see each other, and the children are even closer friends to each other. You don't need to trip me up so much. In his eyes, Zhao Pingan nearly became Ouyang Hai's son-in-law, so how could he not know Zhao Pingan's true identity? Everything before was a deliberate pretense with the purpose of luring himself into the bait, and being hated by Miss Yi and unable to cooperate. If I knew, would I have threatened Pingan Zhao just now? Ouyang Hai also regretted in his heart. If he knew that Zhao Pingan knew Yi Yaoqing, he wouldn't have kicked him out at all, and would have let the two get married immediately. It's just a ploy, the lesser of two evils. In terms of results, I have more to lose. Su Tianlong was very firm. We really don't know. Liu Yimei was very apprehensive, a little worried if Yi Yaoqing would retaliate after the meeting. After all, she had just threatened her. But I almost died. Jewel Su clenched her hands into fists. All of this is a coincidence. Ouyang Xian suddenly opened her mouth and looked at Zhao Pingan, who was being starstruck in the distance, then withdrew her gaze and said in an undeniable manner, Mom, Dad, Uncle Su, Zhao Pingan doesn't know Yi Yaoqing, and Yi Yaoqing doesn't know Zhao Pingan either. Several people looked at her in confusion at the same time. Ouyang Qian's face was expressionless. Have you forgotten that at the very beginning, Zhao Pingan mouthed for Yi Yaoqing to come out? And when Yi Yaoqing revealed her identity, Zhao Pingan froze. Hearing this, the four thought back, and indeed they did, having just been so frightened that they forgot to think. So it's still a little Yakuza. It's possible that he bumped into Ms. Yi at the door. Great luck. Su Jewel gritted his teeth. If Zhao Pingan hadn't met Yi Yaoqing, he would have made him crawl out on his knees today. Ha ha ha. So it's a misunderstanding. Su Tianlong was the first to laugh. Just at this moment, the doorway walked into a group of people, each dressed in extraordinary clothes. Everyone present knew that there were no businessmen among them. All of them were in charge of the provincial city. There were provincial governors, there were commanders of the war ministries, and the city honors of Tianhai City could only walk in the back. All came to stand up for Yi Yaoqing. They had a special status, so they hadn't shown up before, and their appearance meant that the meet and greet had officially begun. Sure enough, as they stand firm, the lights of the whole room suddenly turned dim. A beam of light shone on the side of the stage. Changed into evening dress, Yi Yaoqing slowly walked onto the stage. Icy skin and jade bones, pouring the country into the city, looked dumbfounded everyone. From the point of view of beauty, it is not comparable to Ouyang Qian, the number one beauty in Tianhai. Ouyang Qian frowned slightly. She didn't know why. She looked at Zhao Pingan again and realized that Zhao Pingan was also looking dumbfounded. Her frown deepened. Yi Yaoqing walked to the stage microphone. Good evening everyone. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my meet and greet. She made a brief opening statement, earning thunderous applause. She continued, I came to Tianhai this time, with an investment mission, and to invest, you have to choose an excellent, wise, and outstanding partner. I didn't pick anyone before. Just a day ago, I think, I have the answer. He is. Chapter 17, Countdown. Speaking of which, Yi Yaoqing deliberately paused, but her pause made everyone's heart stop. Ouyang Hai subconsciously straightened his chest. Su Tianlong held his breath in strict anticipation. In fact, they had just been a bit worried. After all, Zhao Pingan entered with her. What if she chose Zhao Pingan? But when he heard words like excellent, wise, and outstanding, he knew that it must not be Zhao Pingan, who had just gotten out of prison and was a prisoner, and didn't go well with those words. It will still be a choice between the two. Who is he? Yi Yaoqing still didn't say anything, smilingly looking towards Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong position. The gaze made the two men's hearts flutter. It must be us. It must be us. Lu Yimei couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Although she had just offended Miss Yi, the Su family had been offended more seriously. It's us. It's us. Su Jewel's face was red with excitement. Although she had just offended Miss Yi, she also saw loyalty and could possibly choose the Su family because of it. He is young. Man. Yi Yaoqing added. Swish. Su Jewel's whole body blood stopped flowing. Dumbfounded, she looked up at Yi Yaoqing. Not her father but herself? Happiness came too suddenly. Su Tianlong was also filled with redness and excitement as he looked at his son and succeeded. Become partners first, then the other half. The Su family, to take off. Ouyang Hai gritted his teeth and also looked at his daughter. Is it possible that it is Qianqian? Yi Yaoqing continued. He is. With that, his gaze suddenly turned to look at Zhao Pingan. Zhao Pingan. Gah! Jewel Su was dumbfounded. Su Tianlong's smile froze. Ouyang Hai was dumbfounded. Lu Yimei saw a ghost. Ouyang Qian. It feels like something is missing. How is this possible? A little punk who just got out of jail has turned into Ms. Ye's partner? Wow. The banquet hall resounded with mountainous applause as everyone looked at Zhao Pingan. Zhao. Mr. Zhao. I am working with Miss Qi. Mr. Wang. As if he had lost his life, began to climb the relationship, and his heart became more and more regretful. Zhao Pingan did not hear Mr. Wang at all, and looked at Yi Yaoqing in surprise. I came to withdraw from the marriage, not to be a partner. Yi Yaoqing laughed. Pingan, hurry up and get on the stage. Even though you are still kicked out and looked down upon, even though you have a marriage contract, I believe that you are a piece of gold that will definitely shine in the future and show all the people who look down upon you. I've decided that the Yi family's investment in the Golden Sea will be fully in your charge, and even I, too, will not interfere with your decisions. When the words fell, the banquet hall turned deathly silent, and even the big shots who came last were dumbfounded. He makes the decisions? Yi Yaoqing doesn't interfere? This was an investment by the Yi family, not 1 or 200 million. It was said to be a minimum of 5 billion. As for the upper limit, no one could guess. All to Zhao Pingan? It's over. Ouyang Hai's face was ashen. Through Yi Yaoqing's words it was clear that she held a grudge against repentance. Zhao Pingan must have held a grudge even more. And once Zhao Pingan used the Yi family to launch his revenge, there was no way to resist. What do we do? Lu Yimei spoke with a trembling voice. Su Tianlong was more afraid than them. Because of his son, he also let Bald Lu waste Zhao Pingan. Once this matter was known to him, it would be the end of the Su family. Dad, what do we do? Jewel Su also panicked. fearing that Zhao Pingan would retaliate, but he asked what to do, and now Su Tianlong couldn't answer. Okay, Zhao Pingan hesitated for a moment, but still walked onto the stage, mainly not wanting to break Yi Yaoqing's face in front of these people. I don't agree. Zhuo Su summoned up the courage to speak. He knew that once he let Zhao Pingan take power, he would definitely retaliate, so he had to nip it right in the bud. In a loud voice, he said, "Ms. Yi, you said that when choosing a partner, you have to choose the wise, and the outstanding, and I, Zhuo Su, am not a talented person, and I graduated from an internationally renowned Ivy League college, Tianlong Group, as the most rapidly developing enterprise in Tianhai City. I deserve all the credit. Please ask, what makes me no better than Zhao Pingan?" Su Tianlong secretly nodded his head. His son was 100 times better than Zhao Pingan. He wanted to see what she could say. Yi Yaoqing stared at him and said word for word, "Just by you being horse riding, ha ha ha." The banquet hall burst into laughter. Some people sprayed with laughter. This matter had already spread in Tianhai. It was just that people were not convenient to say it openly. I didn't expect Ms. Yi to be so cruel as to reveal her shortcomings in public. Su Jewel was choked speechless, itching to find a crack in the ground. Su Tianlong also lowered his head, listening to the laughter that was extraordinarily harsh. Without them messing up, Ouyang Hai didn't dare to speak, and the atmosphere turned cordial. Zhao Pingan said a few words in order to help, and then went into a toast, walked around, then back upstairs to the parlor. The parlor was filled with the very same group of people who had just ended up there. Uncle Feng, Uncle Gu, thank you for coming to support me. Yi Yaoqing didn't have the demeanor of her earlier when she toasted, but rather looked like a little girl. Zhao Pingan walked beside her and couldn't help but lament that it was a shame she didn't become an actress. Nonsense. Gu Qingming, however, did not have a smile on his face and sank his face, saying unhappily, "Yao Qing, don't blame uncle for saying that you. How can you let a prisoner be in charge of something as big as an investment? You think it's child's play?" He had been a guard beside Yi Yaoqing's grandfather, and was considered to have watched Yi Yaoqing grow up, with a relatively close relationship. Yi Yaoqing blushed and said awkwardly, "Uncle Gu, you can't look at people with old eyes. There is a saying that a prodigal son returns to his home, not to mention that Zhao Pingan knew him in prison. No need to say it again." Gu Qingming interrupted in a cold voice and looked at Zhao Pingan, his eyes full of disgust. "Kid, get lost immediately, and don't let me see you appearing next to Yao Qing from now on, or else, be shot on the spot." "Uncle Gu," Yi Yaoqing tried to persuade. "Yao Qing, this is also my intention." Feng Banian opened his mouth seriously. He was a country face, giving off a feeling of non-irritation. "Just now, I spoke with your father, but it didn't say that you chose an inmate to be your partner, so let him leave and don't let your father worry." Yi Yaoqing was a little anxious. If his father knew, he was afraid that he would immediately let himself go back, but he knew Kai Chongyang. He must have learned how to do business with the working emperor. Just then, Zhao Pingan smiled faintly. "A person who is about to die and a person whose life is worse than death. You two are worthy of threatening me?" Everyone simultaneously misbehaved with Zhao Pingan. Gu Qingming was hot-tempered. "What did you say? How dare you curse me? Believe it or not, I'll shoot you now." Feng Banian has a calm character. Did not say anything, but you can clearly see that the face is difficult to see. "Zhao Pingan, don't talk nonsense," Yi Yaoqing immediately reminded. "These two people are a War Department commander, a provincial governor, which is not Zhao Pingan can offend. Really anxious to find father and grandfather to complain. He can at most save his life. As for Kai Chongyang entrusted to give him a future, impossible. I'm not babbling, and as to whether I am or not, that will soon be verified." Zhao Pingan looked at Gu Qingming and laughed lightly. "Do you want to know how long you can live?" "You." Gu Qingming burned with anger. How many years no one dared to provoke himself. A prisoner even dared to curse his own death to his face. Yellow mouth. The harlot is insolent. The others were also anxious. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, you will not be spared." Still living these, Zhao Pingan stretched out a hand. 500 years. Ancient Qingming was enraged. As his words came out, Zhao Pingan's fingers fell down one by one. 4, 3, 2, Chapter 18, You Have to Thank Me. When Zhao Pingan's last finger fell, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Gu Qingming's mouth without any warning. He was originally sitting on the sofa, and after spurting blood, his entire body fell to the ground uncontrollably and passed out. This scene stared everyone in disbelief. Immediately afterward, everyone panicked. Even Feng Banian and Yi Yaoqing could not be spared. "Commander Gu, Uncle Ku, quick, call an ambulance." For a moment, the parlor was filled with people, knowing that Gu Qingming was the commanding officer of the province's war department. If he had an accident and caused a mutiny in the war department, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's useless. By the time the ambulance comes here, the person will already be cold. Zhao Pingan spoke indifferently. Swish! All of them looked at Zhao Pingan at the same time, suddenly remembering that Gu Qingming was the one who saw that there was a problem. You're a doctor? A hostage asked. You guess? Can you save Commander Gu? Another person asked. You guess? I order you. Save Commander Gu. Tianhai City Zun was furious. This was in his own territory. He couldn't let any accidents happen to Gu Qingming. You count as a fart. Zhao Pingan directly scolded. That is, Tianhai City Zun only. Those guys who made mistakes in Hades' capital prison were several times more powerful than him, and the remaining minions of those people were much higher than him. Pingan. Yi Yaoqing finally came to her senses, begging and pleading with her eyes. Can you save Uncle Gu's life? Count on me to beg you, okay? Uncle Gu was once my grandfather's guard. He also went to war, defended his family and his country, and made great achievements. Save him. She was emotionally good to Gu Qingming, and when she was a child, her grandfather was worried that it was dangerous for her to go to school, and she was often escorted by Gu Qingming. No wonder. Zhao Pingan muttered a sentence in his heart. He had a good feeling about Yi Yaoqing, and then a little more. He had protected this country, walked up, raised his hand and nodded dozens of times to Gu Qingming's body. Put! Another mouthful of blood sprayed out of Gu Qingming's mouth. The others, seeing this, thought it was more serious and immediately growled. Dare to lay hands on Commander Gu. I'll split you. Men, arrest him at once. For a while, the atmosphere was tense with swords. Stop. Just then, Gu Qingming slowly opened his eyes and said with difficulty, Little Zhao is not striking out at me, but is saving me. Just now, I was choking on a mouthful of blood and couldn't breathe, and he was the one who clicked a few times before this blood went out. The crowd realized this and all looked apologetically at Zhao Pingan. Yi Yaoqing's eyes bloomed with a strange light, her heart surging, picking up a treasure. I can't believe he can still heal. Excitedly, he said, Uncle Gu, can you support Zhao Pingan now? Gu Qingming's old face was red. After all, he had just had his life saved, so it was not good to object anymore. But to say yes, wouldn't it be too snobbish? Stiffly, he asked, Mr. Zhao, may I ask, how long will I live? The others looked over as well, their eyes glowing. Anyone who wanted to know the life expectancy. And, this guy is amazing. I don't know. Zhao Pingan responded succinctly, then looked at Yi Yaoqing. Can we go now? There are still words to say to you. Gu Qingming choked and blushed like a monkey's ass. Yi Yaoqing also felt embarrassed, however, appreciated even more. If he was so scared that he couldn't speak when he saw Uncle Gu and Uncle Feng, that would be the wrong person to choose. Tentatively, he said, why don't you guys get busy and we'll go ahead. Wait. Feng Beinian, who had been slow to speak, finally opened his mouth. Just now he had been waiting to see what would happen without opening his mouth, and he didn't expect that Zhao Pingan did have two brushes. The others also just remembered that Zhao Pingan had also said that Feng Baonian's life was worse than death. Feng Beinian slowly got up. I'll leave with you guys and talk somewhere else. No need to come along. I don't have time to talk. Zhao Pingan opened his mouth nonchalantly. He still had to have a separate conversation with Yi Yaoqing, so how could he have time to see a doctor? Not to mention, it's not like he could see anyone's illness. Yi Yaoqing sniffed and looked pleadingly again. The three went out together. Yi Yaoqing couldn't help but ask, Pingan, how do you know that Uncle Gu's body will work? That's amazing. Just looking at it and seeing the problem and being able to tell exactly when the death occurred is incredible. Feng Beinian also perked up his ears. Over the years he had seen many divine doctors, but it was the first time that someone was so divine. Zhao Pingan smiled lightly. It's not that I know, but I caused it. And to put it bluntly, it just makes me angry. He is already hot-tempered. Plus his body has an old disease. By me to contradict too anxious fire. Do not meet me. What a problem. Saying he can't go to the hospital is just a scare. Yi Yaoqing's jaw dropped. Feng Bainian's mouth corner twitched. The hall of the provincial city commander was angry by you vomited blood. More nearly suffocated by the blood. You actually dare to say it? The three did not go far. Just in a side parlor. After going in and chatting a few words, Yi Yaoqing was driven out. Mainly Feng Bainian's problem is a man's privacy. She is not convenient to listen. She walked back into the parlor. Just walked in the door. He saw an old man examining Gu Qingming's body. The same Tianhai divine Dr. Wang Shouwen who had just called. Wang Shouwen frowned and said, Commander Gu, perhaps it is because of the old man's clumsy skills, and did not see that there is something wrong with your body, but based on the previous description, the old man judged that you were angry with the people, and it was just a momentary rush of fire, and did not involve any danger to your life. Hear that? Yi Yaoqing was instantly fixed in place, having been seen through. What? I'm just pissed off? Gu Qingming's face was very ugly, thinking that he really wouldn't live long and was terrified. Wang Shaowen nodded his head heavily. That's right, it's just being pissed off. If you're not pissed off, your body is very healthy. As for your life being in danger, it's even more nonsense. If I'm not mistaken, you should have offended him, and he scared you on purpose. Swish! When Gu Qingming heard this, he almost spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes spewing fire, itching to burn Zhao Pingon into ashes. Asked, Yao Qing, where is the prisoner surnamed Zhao? Where is he? Yi Yaoqing was at a loss for words when she was asked, because she had just confirmed from Zhao Pingon's mouth that this was indeed the reason, and with Uncle Gu's temperament, finding him would definitely not be a light punishment. It's a bigger problem when it goes to Grandpa. Before she could speak, the door to the room was pushed open. Zhao Pingon and Feng Banian walked in. A little bit of a small problem, if not for the fact that Yi Yaoqing had just followed him in, it would have ended with just a sentence and a prescription. Shameless. When Gu Qingming saw Zhao Pingon, he was on fire and rushed over with quick steps. Uncle Ku! Yi Yaoqing hurriedly stopped and anxiously said, Zhao Pingon, run, hurry! Zhao Pingon was a bit confused and subconsciously said, why did you run? Feng Banian also said, Old Gu, is there some kind of misunderstanding? I just had Zhao Pingon healed, so I'm going to help with the talking. Feng sir, it's like this. Someone from the side came up and recounted what had just happened, not forgetting to add at the end, Feng sir, he's a liar, let go of me. I'm going to take care of this social scum with my own hands today. Gu Qingming's eyes widened in anger. Retarded. Zhao Pingon couldn't help but shake his head and said helplessly, I really don't know how you became a commander with your intelligence. Didn't you hear Wang Shouwen say that you were in good health? You have to thank me. Chapter 19, renamed. This statement was made. Gu Qingming was even more furious. The others also turned stormy, clearly pissed off to the point of vomiting blood, but also said to thank him. How to have the face to say that? He also called the commanding officer a retard? Yi Yaoqing was also in a hurry and was soon going to be unable to stop him. Zhao Pingon, stop it! Run quickly! Instead of running away, Zhao Pingon threw his voice, you've suffered a serious injury to your abdomen. You'll have a stuffy chest and shortness of breath when you're angry. You'll be even more vertigo and vomit blood. Your intestines have been broken so you're suffering from indigestion, and because of your smoking, you're having problems with your lungs. There are also problems with the heart, which is beating too fast and occasionally stealing stops. Am I right? Gu Qingming suddenly stopped struggling and was filled with shock. Because of his identity, only a few people knew about his physical condition. How did Zhao Pingon know? Zhao Pingon looked at Wang Shouwen again and said lightly, since you're a divine doctor and have taken his pulse, may I ask if he still has these problems with his body? Wang Shouwen subconsciously said, nope, Commander Gu is in perfect health. Ha! Zhao Pingon sneered and turned to leave without looking back. Go back and wait for you. The atmosphere in the parlor turned weird. A few seconds later, Zhao Pingon means that he just cured all the diseases in passing? Tianhai City Zun called out incredulously. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They all knew that this must be the case, but they didn't dare to confirm it. It was too unbelievable. Old Gua, your character is too fiery. You need to change. Mr. Zhao was kind enough to treat you, but you've turned the tables on him. You shouldn't have. Feng Banian commented. Gu Qingming's face was burning hot and he also felt ashamed. Gritting his teeth, Yao Qing, tell Mr. Zhao that I owe him a favor. No. Wang Shouwen, who was standing at the very back, quickly stepped forward, his eyes glowing with light and said, Commander Gu, this is not just a matter of favors. Chinese medicine is concerned about the meridians. You have suffered a serious injury to your abdomen. The meridians must be damaged. With your damaged meridians and internal organs, your life must not be long. And just now, I not only felt that your internal organs are healthy, but your meridians are also very smooth. He's helped extend your life by at least 10 years, and that's not a favor. Gu Qingming was confused. The full house was dumbfounded. Henteing Heavenly Palace. Zhao Pingon waited in the living room for a while, and Yi Yaoqing came back, still wearing her evening dress from the banquet, just walked in the door. She was like a changed person. While walking, she winks and said, Brother, I didn't expect you to be a healer. Heal me too, will you? My sister has a fever and her head is so dizzy. The words fell out of her mouth and she fell right onto the couch, her body shaking. Zhao Pingon hurriedly moved aside, his scalp tingling. She shouldn't be called Yi Yaoqing. She should be called Yi Goblin. Praggishly, sister-in-law. In fact, between you and me, who's your sister-in-law? Yi Yaoqing interrupted and continued to lie on the sofa, biting her lips in a pitiful manner. I'm your sister, Missy. Kai Chongyang and I are just friends. I didn't recognize it in order to surprise you. You think he's good enough for me? A little working man? Brother, come and heal your sister. I'm so hot. Aha! Zhao Pingon froze, surprised. You're not Kai Chongyang's canary? She regretted saying those words, Since she was the Yi family's eldest miss, how could she be adopted by Kai Chongyang? Yi Yaoqing already knew that he misunderstood, and was not surprised, raising her head and pouting, "Sister only wants to be your canary, quickly cure me, quickly." Zhao Pingan finally looked squarely at her, although he has seen many times, but has not been so close to observe. Delicate features under the white neck and then below is the gelatinous skin, and then look down. He couldn't help but gulp, clearing his throat again. He said in all seriousness, "Give me your hand first, so you can take your pulse more accurately." Cluck cluck cluck. Yi Yaoqing suddenly let out a burst of pleasant laughter, sat up from the sofa, full of seriousness. "What is going on? Suddenly feel better. I want to go to take a bath. Or, we together? Wash while healing?" Buzz. Zhao Pingan clearly felt the blood flow throughout his body speed up, as if something was going to be out of control again. Not waiting for an answer, Yi Yaoqing got up and said, "If you don't answer, you are refusing. Sister is so sad, then I will wash it myself. No peeking oh." After that, she quickly went upstairs in her evening gown. Pingan Zhao. When she was completely gone, it occurred to her that she had forgotten to return the marriage. In the meantime, the news about Yi Yaoqing choosing Zhao Pingan as her partner was spreading in Tianhai City, and everyone knew about it, and they were all poking around to find out what this Zhao Pingan was all about. At the end of the day, it turns out that he just got out of prison. This caused everyone to be greatly disappointed, and there was no lack of people who cursed Yi Yaoqing for being blind. Except, no one can change that outcome. Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong held a board meeting overnight to discuss how to prevent retaliation. Other businesses were also discussing overnight how to curry favor with Zhao Pingan. The Qi family, Qi Tianjia, sat dumbfounded on the sofa, her face pale, her mouth repeating Zhao Pingan's name over and over again and accompanied by impossibility. He's Ouyang Qian's boyfriend. How could he get involved with Miss Golden Leaf? It should be a rename. This name, why is it so familiar? Qi Tianjiao's father, Qi Duohai, walked over, his brows furrowed, and when he reached Qi Tianjia, he was enlightened. "Tianjiao, isn't your fiancé just named Zhao Pingan?" Qi Tianjia was asked by the whole body a shiver, hurried to stabilize emotions. "That's right, the name written on the marriage certificate is Zhao Pingan. Just, not this Zhao Pingan, renamed." Ha! Qi Duohai didn't think much about it. After all, if his son-in-law came to Tianhai, he should first go to the Qi family. Laughing, he said, "But this also proves that anyone named Zhao Pingan is a dragon and phoenix among men, and I'm looking forward to the hairy-footed son-in-law coming to my door, who, according to your grandfather's last words, will be able to bring prosperity to the Zhao family for 100 years. I'm looking forward to that day." Qi Tianjiao laughed dryly. "Dad, don't expect too much. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. There is a possibility that Zhao Pingan is nothing? Put your mind at ease and face it rationally." Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Qi Duohai muttered something about who came in the middle of the night, but went to open the door, and the door to the room opened. Boo! A silhouette knelt at the door. It was no other than Mr. Wang. "Mr. Wang begged, Mr. Qi, please help me plead in front of Zhao Pingan. Just say that I'm wrong and I won't dare to do it again, so that he won't target me. Okay, please." Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong might be able to struggle a little. He didn't even have the qualifications to struggle, and thought that he could only find Qi Tianjiao. Qi Tianjiao was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, got up violently, had a bad premonition, and asked apprehensively, "What do you mean?" Mr. Wang immediately said, "Don't you know? Zhao Pingan, who is chasing you, has become MS Ye's spokesperson and is fully responsible for MS Ye's investment in Tianhai. It's really him." Qi Tianjiao's brain buzzed with what was going on. Wait, Qi Duohai suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look at his daughter. "Zhao Pingan who is chasing you, could it be your fiancé?" Qi Tianjiao's heart was weak from his father's look, sweating like a pig. How could he not figure out how he, a guy from prison, could become Yi Yaoqing's advocate? It's not scientific. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Renamed." Chapter 20, Get Out. Day 2. Zhao Pingan woke up and washed up and went downstairs. Seeing Yi Yaoqing wearing an apron in the kitchen, a table with a sumptuous breakfast had already been prepared on the dining table. Yi Yaoqing heard the voice and took the lead to sit down. "You're awake? Quickly eat breakfast. Eat enough to have the strength to cure your sister. I feel feverish again." Zhao Pingan had a black line on his head and cursed the old thing in his heart for being inappropriate. Why did he have to say that he couldn't lose the initial Yuan Yan without his permission? He sat down on the opposite side and spoke. "Let's not eat first. I have something to say. Withdrawal cannot be delayed. There are still 6 fiancés behind them. They have to hurry back to the prison and wait for the old man. In other words, without seeing him, even if Yi Yaoqing is in front of them, they can't do anything." Aha! Yi Yaoqing gave a cry of envy and sat up straight in a serious manner, her big, flavorful eyes blinking as she watched. Zhao Pingan met his gaze and suddenly, I don't know how to open my mouth, but when I think about it, having such a wife seems to be good. Changing his thoughts, he tried, Yi's sister, I heard that the children of the big families will be engaged. You should also have a fiancée, right? Let's see how she treats herself. Yi Yaoqing didn't expect him to ask this question. Her face turned a little unnatural, but she quickly recovered as before, laughing, that's right, but I don't want to marry him. Brother, don't be afraid. My heart has already been given to you. Take a step back. Even if I marry him one day, let's sneak around together, okay? Let's both put a hat on him. Zhao Pingan was choked speechless. Let me put a hat on myself. Trying again. That's not what I meant. But, will you marry your fiancé? It's the kind of marriage where you don't put a hat on your husband. Assuming she can keep her hat off. She's still a very nice woman with good looks, a good figure, and a good cook. Just as well she can. Can't. Yi Yaoqing was very firm. Brother, you have to believe that you are the only one in my sister's heart, and can no longer tolerate anyone else? Even my husband can't replace your position. When he finished, he bit his lip again. Zhao Pingan is extremely speechless. This is all said what with what or directly showdown? After thinking about it, I decided to cut the crap and take out the marriage certificate. Marry or find the next one. But that's when the door to the room was suddenly opened. A woman in work attire and high heels walked in, and when she saw Zhao Pingan, her eyes revealed a contempt that she couldn't hide. Standing in front of the dining table, Miss, the company's registration documents and office address have already been obtained, so we can start work at any time. She was about 1 meter 73, considered a beautiful woman, but compared to Yi Yaoqing, she was still a bit worse. Yi Yaoqing turned serious for a few minutes. Give all the documents to Mr. Zhao. He knows how to deal with it. Pingan, her name is Zhang Frost. She used to be my secretary. From now on she is your secretary. You can give her something to do. Making Zhao Pingan a partner naturally wasn't just a matter of talking and working. I don't know how to do business. It was only then that Zhao Pingan remembered that he had become a partner and awkwardly said, the reason I agreed yesterday was that I didn't want to reject you in public. You might as well find someone else. With the master learned a lot of things. Qimen dun jia, feng shui gossip, medical books, martial arts. Only did not learn how to do business. Indeed will not. Oh, you're quite self-aware. Zhang Frost sneered, no longer hiding his contempt. Zhao Pingan, I advise you to obediently get lost. Continuing to be by Mrs. side will make it easy to fall to your death one day. She also investigated Zhao Pingan's resume, which was very simple. Only serving time in prison. How does this kind of person deserve to be beside Miss Zhang Frost? Yi Yaoqing chided. Miss Zhang Frost wasn't afraid and said in a resigned manner, do you know what they're saying about you in Tianhai City right now? Uncertainty in employing people, uncertainty in recognizing people, and people saying that they have eyes but no pearls. He's just a prisoner. How can he hold up your investment? Moreover, success or failure in Tianhai is a matter of the rest of your life. More. Shut up. Yi Yaoqing interrupted with a black face and said angrily, I know better than you how to use people. I believe Pingan is a potential stock, a dark horse. He won't let me down. From now on, I don't want to hear another word from you about him. Understand? Hentang Heavenly Palace was Kai Chongyang's property, and Kai Chongyang was known as the Emperor of Wage Earners. Others did not understand him. Yi Yaoqing knew him very well and never lent the villa to someone who was not close to him. The fact that Zhao Pingan was able to come here meant that Kai Chongyang had a very special relationship with him and must have taught him how to do business. Understood. Zhang Frost didn't dare to resist anymore and handed the documents to Zhao Pingan in a regular manner. Mr. Zhao, this is all the documents. Can you see if there are any problems? Zhao Pingan is slightly broken. Simply cannot do business. The practice is okay. Peace. Be confident. Yi Yaoqing's gaze was pious. I believe that you will shine brightly one day and make everyone look up to you, right? Seeing her gaze, Zhao Pingan nodded and said confidently, of course. Had dinner. Yi Yaoqing said that she had something to stay in the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. Zhao Pingan, on the other hand, came to Tongtian Mansion with Zhang Frost. Famous companies in Tianhai are all located here. The car stopped in front of the building. Mr. Zhao, you go to the company first. I'll park the car. No need to wait for me. Zhang Frost respectfully said. Good. Zhao Pingan stepped out of the car. His brain is a muddle. He has no idea how to do business. He can only be entrusted and loyal. Zhang Frost watched him walk down, the corners of his mouth sinking as he muttered to himself, little Yakuza. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Entering the door is the first hurdle. Stop. The security guard held a rubber stick in his hand and said with a frivolous face, this is the Tongtian Mansion. Idle people are not allowed to come near. Immediately retreat 10 meters backward, or else the stick will educate you. The guard knows about Zhao Pingan, and even more so about last night's events, and exclaims that fate is not fair, and that a prisoner can become a partner, and so can he himself. Zhao Pingan smiled back. I'm going into the building to work. 33rd floor Yi. Just rented it. Meh. The security guard took a rubber stick and slapped the palm of his other hand, sneering. Yes I know. The imperial capital Yi family's company that was just established in Tianhai. The chairman of the board is Miss Yi Yaoqing. But you? Take a piss and see what kind of a person you are. Worthy of working at Yi? Get the hell out of here or don't blame me. Boo. The security guard's words fell. Zhao Pingan kicked his foot away and said icily, just a security guard. You still think you're a Southern Heavenly Gate guard? Letting you guard the door. Not letting you block the door. Stupid dog. Walked in with big strides. Immediately parked the car and come upstairs. Without knocking on the door, he directly rushed to the general manager's office and fumed. Zhao Pingan, I heard that you just beat up the security guard. Do you know your identity? You're the boss, not the Grey Society. How can you hit someone? Zhao Pingan leaned back in his office chair and said indifferently, do you know your identity? Who is the boss? The first time you disrespect me I'll warn you. Then the next time you'll have half of your salary deducted. And the third time you'll be fired directly. Can't do business. But I've heard a little bit about it. Garnishments and firings still happen. You. Zhang Frost's eyes were wide with anger. And he cursed the villain in his heart, holding back his fire. Mr. Zhao, when I came up here, I heard that the people from the building security department were furious. And they were just about to find you to ask for a statement. If you can't fix it properly, I'll have the lady fire you. There were heavy footsteps outside the door and a group of men in security uniforms rushed in. The head security chief yelled, Where's Zhao Pingan? Get out here. Chapter 21. Sound like thunder. The shocked Yi employees rose nervously and looked on with bloodless faces. When Zhang Frost heard this, a strange glint flashed in her eyes, and she said with a smile, Mr. Zhao, the building security department is here. And the visitors are not good, so you have to deal with them properly. He can beat one security guard. 10, 20? If the security guard is down, let's see how he still has the face to be a cheap partner. What's the point of panicking? Just fix it. Zhao Pingan returned in a cloudy manner and got up to walk out of the office. Outside the door, dozens of security guards are flailing. The security chief was furious, and when he saw Zhao Pingan come out, he glared and yelled, You're Zhao Pingan? You're the one who beat up my team members downstairs. Tell me how to compensate. The other security guards were also furious. If you don't compensate me, I'll smash your company. Who the hell are you to hit a security guard? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. In normal times, they would never dare to yell, not to mention treating a boss who was in the building, or an ordinary employee with a smile on his face. But this time it's different. There's someone behind it. Zhang Frost retreated behind Zhao Pingan and watched with a smirk, wanting to see how he would solve it. Zhao Pingan was ancient and looked at the captain. Hitting him, the fault is not mine, so there is no question of compensation. It's you, but you're just a service staff. Your salary is my rent. Who gave you the courage to yell in front of me? 3 seconds to apologize to my staff and get the hell out. The employees were silenced, none of them daring to speak. In fact, they wanted to see how the guy who had gotten to the top by luck would work it out. You who? The captain was exasperated and laughed, taking a step forward and said contemptuously, You like to threaten people? Well then, I'll give you 3 seconds as well. Immediately apologize to the security guard on your knees. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Apologize. Kneel down and apologize. Come on. Dozens of security guards were ready to strike at any time, and in their minds, they fantasized about performing heroically, being seen by Yi Yaoqing, and then replacing Zhao Pingan. It's a step up. Zhang Frost smiled in her heart, and deliberately reminded, Mr. Zhao, you can't kneel. You represent Qi's image, and you're even more of Mrs. Partner. Once you kneel, the company and Mrs. Face will be disgraced. He doesn't get on his knees and let the security guards beat him up hard. Of course I won't let Miss Yi be disgraced. Zhao Pingan's face was like stopping water as he added, You have one last second left. The security chief stepped forward with contempt. You also have one last second left. To kneel, or not to kneel. The words just fell. Zhao Pingan arrived in front of the captain with a flash of his silhouette and raised his hand to give him a heavy tap on the shoulder. Kneel down. Boo. The head of security was like being crushed by Tarzan, and his knees fell to the ground uncontrollably. See this scene. The security guards stormed off en masse, hissing, Hit him, beat him to death to avenge the captain. As he spoke, he scrambled to rush up, just like he was treating Zhao Pingan as a stepping stone to the top. The employees screamed in terror at the sight. The corners of Zhang Frost's mouth spread a smile as he quickly backed away. The other party was dozens of security guards, and he would be crying his eyes out in a moment. Just watch. Zhao Pinggan's figure quickly weaved in and out of the crowd, like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. Wherever he went, not an inch of grass grew, and the security guards' figures, one after another, flew backwards. Just 10 seconds or so, dozens of security guards all lay on the ground rolling and screaming. No one could stand up. Zhang Frost was dumbfounded. Is he a monster? The employees were also confused. This guy was a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. The kneeling captain was bloodless and trembling. The chips are up. All of you kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, each of you will waste a leg. Zhao Pinggan clapped his hands and walked back to the captain. Just start with you, and apologize sincerely. The captain was scared and his whole body was drenched in sweat. He hurriedly looked at Zhang Frost. The reason why he came up to look for trouble was because she let him. If she didn't give support, he wouldn't have dared to come up. It's moments like these that have to be managed. Zhang Frost said stiffly, Mr. Zhao, fighting is a hooligan's way of dealing with things. You can't rely on force to suppress people. Once word gets out, what will others think of ye? And who else will dare to work with us? You have to be virtuous. If the captain is made to apologize, he will surely confess himself, and then it will be troublesome. So there is still help to be had. Zhao Pinggan glanced at her and casually said, You're right. We have to convince people with virtue. Then there's no need for them to apologize. They scolded me. I beat him up. And it's even. Starting immediately. Yes withdraws from the Tongtian mansion and finds another office location, lest they look for trouble in the future. This statement was made. The captain's trembling amplitude is even greater in fear. The security guards are too scared to scream. Yes is a big patron. If it moves away, the top will definitely investigate and find out that there is a problem of their own, and all of them will be fired. Zhang Frost gritted his teeth. Mr. Zhao, the contract has been signed and the rent has been paid. It's going to cost a large sum of money to move out at this time. I mean, this matter shouldn't be a big deal. There will be repercussions for making a scene, so it's better to keep it quiet. Zhao Pinggan nodded his head and said in a deep voice, Secretary Zhang has a point. Spreading the word out will eventually have an impact. I know someone named Zhang Longwang. He is very good at getting others to keep secrets. Let him handle it. When he finished, he took out his phone. Dragon King Zhang? The captain almost cried in fear. It was the underground emperor of Halian, and the way Zhang Longwang told people to keep secrets was to put a sack over them and throw them into the river. Don't dare wait any longer. Hurrying to admit his mistake, he said, Mr. Zhao, I was wrong. Please don't call. None of this was my intention. It was all her. She was the one who told me to come and look for trouble. She wants you to lose face and leave ye in disgrace. Zhang Frost's face changed drastically as she scolded. Shut up. Dare to spit blood. Do you still want to work? The captain crumbled. It's better to not have a job than to die. Mr. Zhao, she just gave me 20,000, and there's a record of the transfer. If you don't believe me, you can check. You. Zhang Frost was speechless. Zhao Pinggan slowly looked over and asked with a raised eyebrow. Is he right? When it comes down to it, Zhang Frost knows that it can't be covered up, so he will show his hand completely, and the lady can't see it anyway. Arrogantly, he said, That's right, I'm the one who planned this, because you don't deserve this position. Zhao Pinggan, if you have the self-knowledge to leave on your own, don't delay Ye's development, and don't make Miss Yi a target. You don't deserve Yi. When she finished, the employees nodded secretly, and even the security guards secretly nodded. In fact, this was not just their thoughts. The entire Tianhai thought this way. A dirt chicken that actually flew up to the branch to become a phoenix? It's a joke. Zhao Pinggan didn't get angry with the security guard, and when he heard her words he got a little angry and said in a low voice, How do you know I'm not worthy? Meh. Zhang Frost sneered. I just know? The entire Tianhai knows. Since you said match, I would like to ask how the company will grow in the future? How to plan? What is the projected investment for the coming year? What is the revenue? And what about the company's position in Tianhai City? The simplest question to ask. What does gross profit mean? And what does net profit mean? Can you tell? After saying that, he angled his neck to look at Zhao Pinggan with increasing contempt. Earl. Zhao Pinggan was stumped by the question. He really didn't understand these things. Chapter 22, Betting. Zhang Frost saw Zhao Pinggan's dilemma and sneered. Can't say it? Since you can't say it, get lost and don't embarrass yourself here. The other employees also laughed lightly as they watched. These were the most basic things, and they actually couldn't answer. Miss Yi was really blind. Zhao Pinggan thought for a moment and asked rhetorically, Who's the boss? Zhang Frost froze and sneered again. Now of course you are. Since I'm the boss, what qualifications do you have to test me? Zhao Pinggan calmly said. In light of your disrespect to your boss, from now on, your salary will be halved for 3 months to see what happens, and then you will be directly fired the next time. And you guys, apologize and get out immediately. Or not only will you move out of the Tongtian mansion, but he'll also let Dragon King Zhang have a chat with you. Zhang Frost was confused. Employee clueless. The security guard was confused. It can still be done. If you can't say it, you start to go rogue. But there was nothing that could be done, because he was indeed still the boss now. As long as Yi Yaoqing didn't let him go, he couldn't leave. And words worked. Zhao Pingan returned to the office. His face was slightly hot, and if he hadn't seen those thick-skinned people in prison and learned a little bit, he really couldn't carry their gazes. Quickly taking out the phone and dialing the warden, he grumpily said, "Have working Emperor Kai Chongyang answer the phone within 30 seconds, or else I'll go back to prison immediately." The warden was so creeped out that he couldn't wait to lend his leg to Kai Chongyang and never let him come back. Soon, Kai Chongyang picked up the phone. Zhao Pingan asked the question just now, and Kai Chongyang answered it without fail. "Got it. You don't have to scrub toilets this month." Zhao Pingan hung up. Outside the door, Zhang Frost was furious and stomped his feet, finally realizing why this guy was in jail. What a hooligan. Not reasonable at all. And thick-skinned. Now it seems that the only way to get him out is to make the lady disappointed in him. After thinking about it, it suddenly occurred to me that there was a land auction today. Quickly knocking on the door of the room, "Mr. Zhao, there is a land auction in the city conference hall." In the meantime, City Hall, front and center, Lot 140 land auction. Below, it was overcrowded, and all the major real estate developers in Tianhai City, or rich people with real estate businesses, had gathered here. The richest man, Ouyang Hai, and Su Tianlong of the Tianlong group were among them, and the two sat together. Su Tianlong laughed. "Brother Ouyang, as far as I know, Chanshan didn't go looking for Zhao Pingan today, so I'm sure you've already made your considerations?" Ouyang Hai also laughed. "Why does brother Su need to ask knowingly? Although Zhao Pingan is currently MS Ye's partner, he is even more in control of all of MS Ye's resources, but his personal ability is so low that it won't take long for him to be swept away by MS Yi, so instead of investing in him, it's better to fight for the next partner slot. Last night, we had a night of board meetings and came to the conclusion that if Zhao Pingan dared to use his power for personal gain, he would go to MS Yi and sue her, and MS Yi is ultimately a businesswoman, and it is impossible for her to allow Zhao Pingan to act arbitrarily, so it's not worth being afraid of." Su Tianlong nodded. "Heroes see the same thing, although I do not know what plot and trickery he used to win MS Yi valued, but in the end, it will not last long. A small poverty at first sight of wealth is usually very arrogant. Even if we are retaliated against now, it's just the darkness before the dawn for us, and it's acceptable. By the way, I just got word that he doesn't even understand gross or net profit." "Ha!" Ouyang Hai laughed even more happily. He also received the news that this kind of 3-year-olds know the term. He actually does not know. He added, "Brother Su, we might as well bet on how long he can sit in this partner position." "I'm betting on within a month." Su Tianlong also became interested. "I bet within half a month." The words just fell. "Have you guys ever heard the saying, 'Don't gossip about other people's faults'?" A voice came from behind the two of them. They looked at the same time and froze, because the person who came was none other than Zhao Pingan. "You just completed the license and formation today, and you're participating in the auction so soon?" Zhao Pingan sat behind the two and said succinctly, "Your name is Su Tianlong, right? You should know that you can't talk about others behind their backs, and if you don't, I suggest going to see your son." Su Tianlong was burning with rage. The fingerprints on his son's face hadn't gone down by now. Sneering, he said, "Mr. Zhao is really working with his heart, coming to the auction on the first day that Ye's doors are open. It seems like he wants to make a mark in front of Miss Yi." Zhao Pingan leaned back. "Of course, a man puts his career first." Hear that? The surroundings all quieted down, all showing mocking gazes. "You're a little yakuza who got to the top by luck, and you're worthy of talking about career?" Ouyang Hai frowned, feeling that he was just here to cause trouble. Zhang Frost twisted his face to the other side, feeling ashamed. "Ha!" Su Tianlong sneered twice and said bluntly, "Mr. Zhao is really a real man. However, I suggest that you figure out what is meant by gross profit, net profit, and understand the development of Ye's positioning when you say that you put your career first. The only way to be worthy of talking about the cause is to get it all straightened out. Otherwise, it would just be a joke." Ha ha ha. The surrounding people also can't help but laugh out loud. About the company has spread. After all, Yes is the focus of everyone. The slightest breeze is in the attention. It's pretty humiliating to be asked by a henchman and have to resort to the hooligan approach. "How do you know I don't understand?" Zhao Pingan remained calm. "If I know what gross profit, net profit, and understand Ye's positioning development, how about you kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me right now and call me daddy?" The words fell. Everyone around him looked at him like he was a little cutie, looking at him as if he were a cutie. Ouyang Hai couldn't help but shake his head. He still thought that people didn't know what was going on in the company? Still pretending. Once a villain gets his way, he will be so wild that he forgets himself. Mr. Zhao, Zhang Frost reminded in a low voice, although she couldn't look at him. In this kind of occasion, he was representing the company. Yeah, Su Tianlong quickly agreed. Was worried that he lost his identity too slowly. He also took the initiative to find the door. Teasing, as long as you can answer out, I will kowtow to you and call you dad. If you can't answer out, kowtow to me and call me dad. Dare you? As long as he knelt down and called his father, Yi Yaoqing would definitely kick him. Deal. Zhao Pingan was not to be doubted and looked around. You are all witnesses, responsible for supervising the fulfillment of the bet. Mr. Zhao deserved it. Zhang Frost still wanted to advise, but thinking that this was an opportunity for him to push down, he shut up. Of course, I testify. The crowd couldn't wait to respond. They all wanted to see how Zhao Pingan would kneel down and call his father. A gentleman's word is a promise. If anyone dares to back out, they will be spurned by the people of the heavenly sea and will never be allowed to transcend their lives. Ouyang Hai opened his mouth in a serious manner. Zhao Pingan laughed. I'm relieved to have you guys as witnesses. Didn't wait to finish. Su Tianlong interrupted with a wry smile. Mr. Zhao, there's no need to talk too much nonsense. Just get started. I'm all ears. Zhao Pingan looked at him, then said, gross profit refers to the main business revenue minus the main business cost. Of course, this is only a book definition. In business behavior, there is no clear delineation of the interval, and there is no uniform, clear definition. Net profit refers to, let me say more about Ye's positioning, development direction, and future plans. Chapter 23, Calling Dad. First of all, Ye's positioning as an investment enterprise, to put it simply, as long as the other party can come up with a feasibility report, and in line with the company's development strategy, everything can be invested in the future development of my idea is to temporarily focus on real estate. Zhao Pingan explained them one by one, each one in great detail, and as he said more and more, the faces of everyone present turned more and more ugly. Every word that Zhao Pingan said, every punctuation was like a needle in their hearts. According to the investigation, this guy ate 3 years in prison just out. Why he explained the definition, then their own understanding of the deeper, and even listened to him to say the exit. There is a kind of thatched, enlightened feeling. Zhao Pingan finished explaining the last word and looked at Su Tianlong with a smile. Mr. Su, you can kneel down and call your father. Make it louder. My ears are not good lately. The words fell. The whole place is dead silent. Su Tianlong's eyes are about to fall out of their sockets. His mouth can be stuffed with goose eggs. He was shocked by the buzzing in his brain, completely without the ability to think. This guy, how do you really know? It's not just him. Ouyang Hai was also dumbfounded because Zhao Pingan didn't just hitch a ride. He threw out certain concepts that were even more ahead of their time than what he thought, as well as feasible. Suddenly, he thought of his father's words when he left, that Zhao Pingan could keep the Ouyang family prosperous for 100 years. Could he be a business wizard? A great intellect? Zhang Frost was similarly shocked, dumbfounded. Just now thought he was a waste. Never thought he had such a profound understanding of business. In the company, it's not that he doesn't know, but he's saving face again. Thinking of this, Zhang Frost couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Seeing that he was not moving, Zhao Pingan reminded again. Mr. Su, don't freeze. Quickly kneel down and call your father. Do you still want me to do it myself? The crowd finally slowed down and all looked at Su Tianlong sympathetically. Su Tianlong squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying, and pretended to be cheerful. Mr. Zhao is really good at joking. How old are we? We are still betting like children. He. It was just a joke between you and me just now. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. The entire Tianhai real estate industry tycoons are there. If kneeling down and calling dad how to behave later? Absolutely no kneeling. Zhao Pingan said in a cold voice. Who the hell is kidding you? If you don't kneel, I'll do it myself. Su Tianlong's face smile came to an abrupt end. Hate to kill him, but so many people watching. If angry will fall into the lower. Help like looking at Ouyang Hai. Ouyang Hai heart confused. This Zhao Pingan in the end what is going on? Inadvertently saw Su Tianlong's gaze, hurriedly diverted his gaze. This kind of moment when nothing is best. Su Tianlong cursed in his heart with anger and looked at the others again. Someone's eyes dodged. Someone said stiffly, Mr. Zhao, it was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. We're all in Tianhai. We don't see each other with our heads up, so don't be too hard on people. I think Xiao is always joking. They had known Su Tianlong for a relatively long time and begged to the head or to help. However, just as they were talking, click, Zhao Pingan suddenly reached forward and slapped Su Tianlong's shoulder with a heavy palm. The chair under his seat was shattered and his entire body went through the chair to kneel on the ground. Everyone stopped talking and stared in disbelief. The chair broke? Is he still a human being? Zhao Pingan withdrew his hand in satisfaction and said faintly, "There's still one more sentence to go. Of course, you cannot fulfill the bet, but I don't mind slapping your head." Once these words came out, everyone dared not speak again and could only look on with bated breath. Su Tianlong Icanthus, angry, whole body trembling, this life has never had the shame. Grimly, he said, well, I dare you to say yes if I dare to scream? Call, Dad. Su Tianlong roared like thunder, his voice containing endless anger. Zhao Pingan rippled, "Good son, get up. By the way, the matter of me being your father is a secret. Don't call it in public in the future. Sneak it when no one is around. It's a murder and a heart attack. You." Su Tianlong was so angry that his eyes were about to fall out. Just in time, the one in charge of the auction steps up to the stage. Seeing them on stage, everyone hurriedly shifted their gazes. Su Tianlong still wanted to say something, but the person in charge had already come, so he could only hold back and sit in a side position. The head of the front spoke about the 140 plots, and the advantages of development. Finally, the host said, "The following auction officially begins, with a starting price of $60 million, $70 million, $80 million, $90 million. The crowd raised their cards. This piece of land can be used for real estate development, and when the building is completed, it can be sold for at least $1 billion, $200 million. Yang Hai raised his card and said that he really must have this piece of land. $500 million. A voice came, and it was Zhao Pingan again. Hearing this number, the scene was once again silent. The bidding was too high. It was simply to stir up trouble. "Mr. Zhao, it's too high," Zhang Frost quickly reminded. $500 million is only the land price. Counting the construction costs, other costs also have to be several $100 million. Still make no money? Zhao Pingan laughed. "It's not high. I think it's worth it, and I like this piece of land very much." Yang Hai in the front row heard the words. His face quickly turned gloomy. He really came to retaliate. 500 million to get the land. There is still profit, but it is too little. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand again. $530 million. Zhao Pingan quickly raised his card and said, $700 million. You. Yang Hai angry subconsciously turned his head. His mouth is about to spit fire. There is such an auction, clearly in the smashing plate. 700 million to buy the land. The profit is less heartbreaking. He is deliberately against. What are you looking at? The richest man in Tianhai has no money? Don't argue if you don't have money. Zhao Pingan sneered. His senses towards Yang Hai were not good either. Not counting before, and actually not being a referee just now. The bias was too obvious. 1 billion. Next to him, Su Tianlong suddenly raised his card. His face expressionless. I want this piece of land. I want to kill people. I want to kill Buddha. $1 billion. Who will compete with me? He laughed coldly in his heart. To get the land at this price, you have to plan perfectly to not lose money. Zhao Pingan wants to be a new official? He may be allowed 3 fires, but the fire, it must burn him personally. 11 billion. Zhao Pingan didn't hesitate for half a second. 3 billion. Su Tianlong didn't hesitate and immediately opened his mouth, saying in a conspiratorial manner, I said, no one can compete with me. This piece of land, I'm going to settle for it. The crowd collectively looked at Zhao Pingan, expecting him to bid again. Mr. Zhao, you can't add more. Zhang Frost's forehead was covered with beads of sweat and anxiety as he explained. It's going to cost money to build at this price. It's too much of a waste of energy and material and financial resources. Zhao Pingan thought for a moment. Since we have to pay for it, let's not. Let's go. After that, he got up and left. Earl. The whole group was dumbfounded. He doesn't want it? Where's that bullishness that drove you to your knees just now? I didn't realize it was really you. Zhao Pingan had just stepped out of the auction site when a uniformed figure with high heels ran over from the side. Qi Tianjiao? Zhao Pingan had a headache for a while. Why was this woman so shady? Qi Tianjiao saw his expression and rolled her eyes. This guy was really lucky. Not only did he become Ouyang Qian's boyfriend, but he also turned into Ms. Ye's partner, fully responsible for the business. Pie in the sky fell on his head, sourly. What's with the attitude? Are you annoyed with me? Zhao Pingan nodded. Don't doubt it. It's just annoying. Chapter 24, Pissed Off. Qi Tianjiao was furious when he heard this. He was a prisoner who came out of prison. If he wasn't a bit lucky, no one would want to find a job, and he still dared to annoy himself? Unhappily, he said, you really think highly of yourself. One day in the future, you will definitely beg me obediently, and when that time comes, don't forget today's attitude. It's impossible for Ouyang Qian to marry him. Yi Yaoqing will abandon him one day. He'll be nothing by then. Zhao Pingan didn't bother and turned around. You, Qi Tianjia gas and not hit a place. What attitude? Yesterday, but he was looking for Su Jewel to save him. Otherwise he was all killed by Zhang Longwang. Turn the other cheek and not recognize people. Ungrateful. If I'd known, I wouldn't have saved him. Run quickly to the body. Stop, Qi Tianjiu said unhappily. I came here specifically to find you. Firstly, to ask you to forgive Mr. Wang and not to retaliate against him. And secondly, I hope that we can work together. My company mainly does the supply of construction raw materials, and the fact that you can come to the land auction indicates an entry into real estate. So I hope you can purchase from Qi. As long as they took this contract, no one in the family would ever speak out again. Instead they would be offered up as a cash cow. Zhao Pingan had a bit of a headache when he heard this. He didn't intend to do business at all. The reason why he agreed to Yi Yaoqin was because he couldn't stand her eyes. And he came here because he couldn't stand Zhang Frost's mockery. But to be in business all the time, life is too boring. To prevent her from continuing to pester, casually, he said, find Secretary Chang and talk to her. After that, he was going to leave again. Qi Tianjiao gritted her teeth. How dare she perfume herself? Sure enough, no man is good. And when he gains power, he forgets what he once was. When he chased himself onto the plane and to the restaurant. Once again, she followed around, her tone euphemistic by a few points, and said petulantly, Pingyan, after all, we had a marriage contract, so just help out, will you, and give me the order, please, finished with a wink. When Zhao Pingan heard this kind of voice, he was flooded with goosebumps and looked at Qi Tianjiao. This seemed to be schizophrenic. Just then, a figure came up next to him. He can't give you an order because, today, he didn't even get the land. Su Jewel looked on with a face full of anger and contempt. He already knew everything that had happened at the auction, and had even rushed over on purpose to see Zhao Pingan in a different light. Mr. Su, Qi Tianjiao was a burst of excitement. We meet again. You're even more spirited than before it. It's simply the dream of all the girls. What do you mean? You didn't get the land? Still planning to work with the Sky Dragon Group? So kiss ass. Gemstone Su looked at Pingan Zhao again with contempt, then laughed. Mr. Qi, I'm afraid you don't know yet, but Lot 140 has already been auctioned off by the Tianlong Group. The follow-up also has Tianlong Group development. This Mr. Zhao in front of you, because the competition is not my family, annoyed and left the table. You say, how he gave you the order? Qi Tianjiu was stunned. She thought that Zhao Pingan would definitely make a bold move when he became Yi Yaoqing's partner, and she didn't even expect that he didn't take the land parcel. Viciously blanking Zhao Pingan, he said with dissatisfaction, you didn't get the land and didn't tell me? This time you owe me. Next time, the contract must be given to me? There is no next time. Su Jewel immediately spoke up, no longer hiding his contempt, and condescendingly said, Surname Zhao, from today onwards, I, Su Jewel, declare war on you, and from now on, any of your business, I, Tianlong Group, will have to intervene. Anything you want, I, Tianlong Group, must get it. Within a month, I will make a mess. Ye disappointed in you and step on you. Strategy. The father as early as last night has been set. There is no need to cover up, and when he is no longer the day of Miss Yi partner, to be 1,000 times 10,000 times revenge. Silly horse. Zhao Pingan succinctly uttered 2 words. What did you say? Jewel Su was furious. It was nothing for him to call a stupid dog, but he actually said stupid horse. Mr. Su, don't get excited. Qi Tianjiao saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly blocked it. Although Zhao Pingan was not popular, he could not be allowed to cause trouble. Now he had a status. What if he didn't have a status one day in the future? Unlike Jewel Su, the fact that he is the heir to the Sky Dragon Group will not change. Turning his head, he reprimanded Zhao Pingan, quickly apologized to Mr. Su. Do you know that it was Mr. Su who saved you yesterday when you were at the Dragon Court KTV? To put it mildly, he's your savior. Don't be ungrateful and apologize quickly. When he finished, he kept making eyes. He saved me? Zhao Pingan was amused and looked at Jewel Su. Jewel Su was originally furious, but when she heard this, she was a bit weak. However, Qi Tianjiao wasn't paying attention. Continuing, he said, or else, why do you think Dragon King Zhang let you go? It was all because Mr. Su personally sought out Dragon King Zhang. Hurry up and apologize. It's for your own good. Understand? Snap. Without warning, Zhao Pingan slapped Su Baoji in the face. I'm the most disgusting person to lie. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. Did you save me? Su Baoji was beaten dizzy and 2 nosebleeds flowed out. This guy was too unreasonable, saying that he was going to do it. Qi Tianjiao was shocked and dumbfounded, saying, Zhao Pingan, what are you doing? Snap. Zhao Pingan backhanded another slap. You can lie, but don't let me hear it, and if you don't tell the truth again, you'll still beat it. Underworld prison thousands of people, including the warden. No one dares to lie in front of him. Once there was a guy named Luis called the King of Killers, lying in front of Zhao Pingan. Was he used a knife to pull the ass? Opened dozens of mouths. No, I didn't do anything. Jewel Su was about to be infuriated, but she couldn't beat him, and if she continued to fight, she would only be ravaged. Zhao Pingan was too lazy to look at it more, and succinctly said, "This guy looks like a human being, but he actually has a belly full of bad water. Stay away from him and be careful of being sold by him and still counting the money for him." After that, he turned to leave. Qi Tianjia watched Zhao Pingan walk out a long way before he slowed down, and hurriedly comforted. "Su Gongzi, how are you? Does it hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital? I'll accompany you." There's also taking orders from him to show the care that should be shown. Jewel Su withdrew her gaze with difficulty and wiped her nosebleed. "No need, it's just a small injury." He looked at Qi Tianjiao again. "Today, I know what it means to be rampant when a villain gets his way, becoming Miss Ye's partner, and even disowning my life-saving kindness. Shouldn't have saved him yesterday. Ha!" Qi Tianjiao was a bit dizzy, not knowing who to trust for a moment. Jewel Su didn't continue this topic much and laughed. "Ms. Qi, don't worry, I won't hold a grudge against you because of your relationship with Zhao Pingan. Business is business and personal is personal. You want an order, right? No problem. Wait for me at the Tianhai Hotel restaurant tonight. Let's talk about it specifically. If you can't beat Zhao Pingan, then you touch his woman. They're an unmarried couple? Just right. Let's taste it for him tonight." "Really?" Qi Tianjiao forgot everything. Her heart blossomed. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for giving the opportunity. She will definitely come up with the best quality." "Mr. Su, it's almost noon now. If it's convenient for you, let's go and dine at the Just Heavenly Sea Hotel first. She wants to finalize the contract as soon as possible." Jewel Su shook her head. "Not now. Not now." When he said this, his face suddenly changed and he quickly ran inside. My father was angered by Zhao Pingan and fainted. Chapter 25, Drinking Yellow Lotus Water. When Jewel Su walked in, Su Tianlong had already regained his senses and was sitting on a chair gasping for air, the anger in his heart not yet gone. "Kneel down and call Zhao Pingan's father a disgrace. $13 billion for a piece of land. Throw money at it. People and money. Dad, how are you?" Jewel Su rushed in hurriedly, her face full of worry. Su Tianlong waved his hand, not having the heart to look at his son at the moment. He slowly got up and cupped his fists and said, "Colleagues, just now all the circumstances have been seen by all of you, so I, Su, won't hide anything. I would like to ask all of you if anyone is willing to develop it with me." The conference hall is silent, all like looking at a little cute. Looking at Su Tianlong, "This piece of land is worth at most $600 or $700 million. Any more and you will lose money. He spends $1.3 billion and whoever gets in loses money. Cootie, just get in the stock." "I'm relieved to see that Mr. Su is safe and sound. I still have things to do, so I'll go first." Suddenly I remembered I have a meeting to go to. My wife's 80th birthday today. People left one after another. They did not leave before because Su Tianlong fainted. To see the situation, her to take the money, the door is not even there. Su Tianlong hands clenched fists. The heart cursed all the villain. More than a few shares, each will only lose a few tens of millions of dollars. Slowly looking towards Ouyang Hai, he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Ouyang, I can only count on you. Please help a brother once more." Ouyang Hai sat frozen. In his head, he was thinking about Zhao Pingan, who not only has deeper insights in business than he does, but is also able to close his hand in time to swing Su Tianlong, which is simply a wizard. It seemed possible that what the old man had said was true, and that he might indeed be able to protect the family's prosperity for 100 years. Wouldn't it be nice not to get rid of him in the first place? Does it have to be the daughter again? "Brother Ouyang, are you able to help a brother share the pressure?" Someone Su is grateful. Su Tianhai spoke again. "Not to find someone cannot. This piece of land mortgage up to 300 million. To give Qi seeded money and 1 billion shortfall, although the assets of 10 billion, but the liquidity is not much, are taken out of the company is finished." "Ah, into the stock, right? No problem, but I need to discuss it with the directors. Let you know immediately if I have any news. I'll go back to the meeting." Ouyang Hai casually found a perfunctory excuse and got up to leave. Jewel Su turned anxious. "Dad, what do we do? After giving the concessions the company will have no liquidity and will easily go bankrupt." Su Tianlong's eyes flashed with a gleam of shadows, and he said grimly, "What's the panic? If they don't help, let them beg to help us. Although Real Ji's senior brother hasn't come yet, Real Gu can still make Ouyang Qian fall once more. If she falls, not to mention a few $100 million, her people and her family's fortune are all yours." Jewel Su's blood boiled. Zhao Pingan didn't go back to the company, but directly returned to Yunding Heavenly Palace. Thinking about it, he still had to showdown with Yi Yaoqing. He couldn't stay here to do business. Just walked in front of the Hentaying Heavenly Palace. Just then, I heard Gu Qingming's voice from inside. Yao Qing, although you said that Zhao Pingan is Kai Chongyang's disciple, in the end, he's just a disciple, and besides, Kai Chongyang ended up getting himself sent to prison, and his disciple isn't trustworthy. You'd better pay more attention to it. Feng Beinian also said. Yes, especially this time you fell out with your family. It is your father resisted the pressure to let you come to Tianhai. If you didn't make achievements, your life will be ruined. It's better not to trust him so easily. Zhao Pingan stood outside the door, was angry and laughed. After helping them both to heal, they even said bad things behind their backs. Thanks to the fact that they were still provincial commanders and governors, there was no rush to go in, wanting to see what Yi Yaoqing had to say. Yi Yaoqing firmly said, Uncle Gu, Uncle Feng, don't worry, I already was testing him. He is a very upright person. As for the method, it is not convenient to disclose, but he's someone you can trust unconditionally. Gu Qingming and Feng Beinian froze when they saw her attitude and frowned at the same time. They always felt that there was an unusual smell. Yi Yaoqing didn't explain much and took the initiative to say, Two uncles, you still have a lot of work in the province, right? You can carry the hopes of this province on you, so don't waste your time on me. The two men looked at each other and both shook their heads and sighed. Gu Qingming got up and said seriously, remember, you can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent others. Zhao Pingan has been to prison. Feng Beinian also instructed, if you notice anything unusual about him, contact me immediately and I'll deal with him. The words just fell. The door to the room was opened. Zhao Pingan walked in, as if he had just realized they were here, and said in surprise, Yo, so you guys are here. I was looking for you. I forgot to mention yesterday that the medicines given to you to heal your body and to prescribe you will have side effects, which means that your condition will be worse than before. The two were a little confused as to how he got in, but, more concerned about himself, he hurriedly asked, and is there a solution to the side effects? It's hard to recover, and if it gets worse, you might as well die. Yes, Zhao Pingan casually said. Starting today, drink the yellow lotus as tea and water for a month, and the medicine will get rid of the disease. Put. Yi Yaoqing sputtered with uncontrollable laughter and glanced at Zhao Pingan with a grudge. He must have heard the conversation outside and said this on purpose. Using yellow lotus as tea? It's going to be bitter. Gu Qingming and Feng Beinian's faces were burning hot, and they were both smart enough to understand. Gu Qingming said awkwardly, Zhao Pingan, don't joke. How can yellow lotus be used as tea? Zhao Pingan casually said, believe it or not, but bear the consequences. Don't listen to me and don't look for me when the side effects kick in. The two of them tangled their five senses together and became incredibly crushed, knowing that he was deliberately playing a trick on people, but he was a doctor, and his medical skills were still very high, and his words were too scary. Don't dare not listen. Incoming call. Feng Beinian muttered, then picked up the phone and pretended to say, oh, let's approve it then, and list Tianhai City's parcel 140 as a key development area, and send out the document tomorrow. That's it. When he finished, if anything, he looked at Zhao Pingan, which was intentionally for him to hear. A simple sentence. More than a few 100 million? At least a few billion. For one thing, thanks for the prescription. And for another, don't torture people, and quickly tell us if there are any side effects or not. Lot 140? Zhao Pingan was a bit confused. Isn't this the land for today's auction? To focus on development? Isn't it true that the Su family won't lose money and will make a profit? Gu Qingming didn't know that Zhao Pingan was in a daze, and thought that he didn't think that he had enough chips, and picked up the phone as well. What? The frontline's hemostatic drugs are in an emergency. Then procure them. Okay, wait for me to go back in the meeting. After hanging up, he also peeked at Zhao Pingan. Zhao Pingan. Yi Yaoqing angrily screamed. Two uncles' chips have been given. Don't torture people, doctors have no jokes. Quick, in the end there are no side effects. Zhao Pingan looked at her and casually said, actually, drinking it for 29 days will counteract the side effects. Gu Qingming and Feng Beinian had black lines on their heads and were very sure that he was just playing with people, but they also didn't dare to use their bodies as a bet, so they could only obediently go back and drink the yellow lotus water, say their goodbyes and leave the villa. Yi Yaoqing sent the two away and walked quickly to Zhao Pingan's side, raising her hand to hold his arm, and said charmingly, why did you come back so soon? Did you miss me? No problem. You can do whatever you want. My sister can't wait, he said, blinking imploringly, as if expecting something. Can't wait? Zhao Pingan felt that his body was out of control again. Chapter 26, The Pushin Family. LOL. Yi Yaoqing laughed at the sight of him and felt more and more that Zhao Pingan was interesting and could be fearless in the face of Gu Qingming and Feng Beinian. Paranoid about the woman's tricks, she bit her lip and asked, brother, you're not still a little boy, are you? Zhao Pingan was in a state of embarrassment, and in his heart, he viciously scolded the bad old man again. If it wasn't for him, Why would he be in this situation? Feeling that listening to her again would be too much to bear, he shook his hand away and quickly sat on the sofa, saying in a serious manner, Yi Yaoqing, sit down, I have something to say. A straight showdown. If she agrees, she'll get married. Back out if you don't agree. Yi Yaoqing was puzzled by his attitude, and after thinking about it, she asked, are you wondering why I came to Tianhai? And why it concerns my whole life? He must have heard it just now outside the door, and with such an attitude, it must be because of this why? Zhao Pingan was indeed curious, but he liked prying into other people's secrets and would definitely not have asked if Yi Yaoqing hadn't taken the initiative to talk about it. Hey! Yi Yaoqing sighed, walked over and sat beside her, leaned her head on Zhao Pingan's shoulder, and said sadly, brother, do you still remember me saying that I have a fiancée? Remember? Zhao Pingan crumbled in response. It was himself. How could he not remember? Yi Yaoqing continued. He comes from a mysterious family, and in order to be able to hitch a ride with this family, I became a victim of the Yi family to be married to this family's cutie pie male son in marriage. Coming to Tianhai is a bet between me and my family. If I can't make a mark, I'm going to marry that little cutie. I don't want to marry. Zhao Pingan was a bit confused. Her fiancée should be herself. How did she turn into a cutie? You didn't lie to me? Yi Yaoqing raised her head and looked pitifully. You heard me. If my fiancé is a normal person, how could he say that his whole life is ruined? Also right. Zhao Pingan nodded and briefly thought about it. She did not know that there was still this fiancé of hers, which means that the Yi family did not say it, and the Yi family not only did not say it, but also had to find a cutie for her. Hubby, it means that the Yi family wants to repent the marriage. That's good. There's no need to return it. Just end it. Yi Yaoqing's eyes blinked and said, Pingan, sister won't marry that little cutie no matter what, so I have to make achievements in Tianhai. Will you help my sister? Zhao Pingan was tickled by her look and said with difficulty, what if the family still lets you join the marriage if you make achievements? Then we'll elope. Yi Yaoqing blurted out, Pingan, if the family doesn't keep their word, will you take sister away? Sister is devoted to you. Let's find a place where no one knows us and have lots and lots of kids. You earn money to buy rice, and I'll build a fire to cook it. Hearing this, Zhao Pingan's heart suddenly stopped itching, and looking at Yi Yaoqing's aesthetically pleasing face and star-like eyes, he actually had the idea of taking her away right now. I can't help but say, as long as you don't leave me, I'll make sure you're honored. Hear that? Yi Yaoqing's body couldn't help but tremble as she looked at Zhao Pingan, suddenly feeling a marvelous sensation growing, a sensation she had never felt before. It's like a spring breeze and fragrance everywhere. Uncontrollably, he closed his eyes and puckered his lips. Zhao Pingan saw her warm lips, breathing uncontrollably became rapid. As for who the bad old man is, completely forget. Learn the posture depicted by those in prison. A little bit to come up, getting closer, could feel her breath, could feel his temperature. Just then, jingle bells, the phone suddenly rang. Both were taken aback. Yi Yaoqing opened her eyes. Her face was like the evening sun in the sky, contrary to her normal state. She turned around and didn't dare to look at Zhao Pingan again. Her green onion-like fingers were clenched into fists, and her heart was silently chanting, you won't really be moved, will you? Zhao Pingan coughed awkwardly and took out his phone. Seeing that the number on it was actually Ouyang Qian, he didn't want to answer it, but if he didn't know how to say anything to Yi Yaoqing. Yes, pick up the phone, come to the Tianhai Hotel, I have something to say. Ouyang Qian still had a rejecting, cold tone. No time. Zhao Pingan directly hung up the phone, most resentful of other people's orders. No surprises, just hung up. Ouyang Qian phone call again, your master left one thing behind when he fixed the marriage contract, come and get it. After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone. Zhao Pingan heard the sound of the phone hanging up and frowned. From the bottom of his heart, he did not want to meet with Ouyang Qian again, but when it came to his master, he had to make a trip no matter what. I'm kind of in the middle of something. Go! Yi Yaoqing still didn't look at Zhao Pingan. Zhao Pingan had just left, and her phone rang, and it was Zhang Frost, recounting what happened at the auction in full. 14 billion was taken by Tianlong Group? Yi Yaoqing was a bit surprised. The news of this piece of land was deliberately revealed by Uncle Feng. As long as it was obtained in advance and properly developed, the profit would be very substantial. It also proves itself in front of the family. It can be taken away and a big chunk of profit is gone. Just one more step. Miss, the point is that we could have gotten this piece of land for $600 million. It's Zhao Pingan's fault for being too impulsive and provoking Su Tianlong so that he had to compete. It's Zhao Pingan's fault for being impulsive. We lost our first shot. She still doesn't think highly of Zhao Pingan and wants Miss to resign. Shut up, Yi Yaoqing said with a black face. From now on, I don't want to hear half a bad thing about him from your mouth. If there is any more, you go back to imperial capital immediately. Sky Haven Hotel, revolving restaurant. Ouyang Qian was dressed in a white dress, white as snow. She already had an icy face. With this dress, she was like an unattainable fairy, making countless people sneak a sideways glance. Where's the stuff? Zhao Pingan sat across from him and reached out to ask. Ouyang Qian had been looking out the window, turning her head to see Zhao Pingan's attitude. A flash of displeasure flashed under her eyes and she coldly said, "Before you, no one has ever dared to take the initiative to hang up on me. You're the first." She is still angry for Zhao Pingan hanging up 3 times, as the first beauty of Tianhai, licking dogs countless, shushing, not to mention hanging up the phone, hear her voice are considered New Year's Eve. Who can be willing to hang up the phone? You talk too much nonsense. I didn't come here to hear this. Where are my master's things? Zhao Pingan asked again. What's wrong with hanging up the phone? Wouldn't have come at all if I didn't have something for the master. A flash of anger flashed under Ouyang Qian's eyes, but then he thought of his father's words about getting alone, so he could only endure it. In a deep voice, he said, I know you're angry because of what happened to my parents, but I also want you to understand that this world is very realistic, and before you become mess, yes partner, you're a prisoner who just got out of jail, and my family, being the richest in Tianhai, has absolutely no reason to treat you well. There's too much of a grade difference. Even now, you have become mess. Yes partner, you shouldn't be hostile to me. You should make good relations. It's beneficial to you. Zhao Pingan was exasperated and laughed. Looking at her serious look was even more hilarious. Sneering, he said, I'm puzzled as to how your family can be so ordinary and so confident. Is it genetic for a family to be pretentious? Chapter 27, Bought a Hotel. Compared to those guys in prison, a small Tianhai richest man is really not worth mentioning, not even qualified to enter the Hito prison. What did you say? Ouyang Qian burned with anger. For the first time in her life, she heard that the richest family is ordinary. The whole Tianhai. No one will say that the richest family is ordinary. Angrily, he said, Zhao Pingan, I've already restrained myself. Please don't take my tolerance as a capital that you can be wild. In the entire Tianhai, no one has ever dared to talk about me like that. Her shout was loud enough to draw all eyes to her. Who is this guy? It looks very familiar. How dare you mess with Ouyang Qian? Don't want to live? Zhao Pingan thought about it and felt that there was no need to argue with her. Reasoning with a woman is not clear, and slowly said, the two of us belong to the category of words, so there is no need to talk about it. Give me the things, and from now on, well water does not offend the river, and we will never see each other again. No. The more Ouyang Qian looked at his glib attitude, the more uncomfortable she felt. What right did he have to talk about himself? Fuming, you have to make it clear. Why this attitude? What have I wronged you? If not clear, no give. He's the one who backed out of the marriage. He was even told not to gamble at the horse track. For his own good. Last night's meet and greet was also for his benefit and for him to apologize. Today can still sit here. Is just a little bit of luck. If not become Yi Yaoqing partner, Su Jewel would have wasted him 1,000,000 times. Zhao Pingan casually said, there's no apologizing to me. It's just that I simply don't like your attitude. The words didn't wait to finish. It's called a fan. A high-flying fan. A voice came from the side. A young man in a suit came over and said with concern, Qian, it's not so bad to get angry with this kind of villain who has gained his ambition. His existence is just to add to people's frustration. If you take it seriously, you'll lose. Ouyang Qian didn't care about him at all and turned her head to the other side. Still angry. The youth didn't care. Used to Ouyang Qian's attitude, looked at Zhao Pingan and said condescendingly, Zhao Pingan, Miss Ye's partner, is really bullish, daring to make my goddess angry at the Tianhai Hotel. Have you thought about how you're going to get out? He is Zhao Pingan, Miss Ye's partner? Who is this young man? Shu, keep your voice down. This is the Crown Prince of Tianhai Hotel, Zhang Meng, a loyal suitor of Ouyang Qian. No wonder he had the courage to say how to let Zhao Pingan leave. So it's the Crown Prince. The diners murmured in all directions, not even eating their meals, turning their heads to watch. Zhao Pingan sneered. What is it? Zhang Meng raised his hand and shook his wrist, condescendingly saying, 2 years ago, a boss spoke out against Qian at the Tianhai Hotel, so I broke his teeth off one by one and then made him crawl out on his knees, and then later, put a sign in front of the hotel that says that owner's name and dogs not allowed. Hanging around for a whole month not only left him toothless, it left him faceless. The diners sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too harsh. So, you're going to break my teeth? Zhao Pingan laughed. Zhang Meng sneered. That's not so bad. Who let you villain be lucky and become Miss Ye's partner? Miss Ye's face, or to take care of. However, I can write on the front door of the hotel, Zhao Pingan and the dog are forbidden to enter, so you can think about how a mess you would feel if she saw this writing. How can you be a partner when she knows you? The partner, even went in the biggest hotel in Tianhai City? What would be the consequences if you were fired by her? Jiang Mang liked the method of giving up without a fight the most, and whenever he saw his opponent's face turn white with threat and sweating like a pig, he had the enjoyment of controlling everything. No! Ouyang Qian suddenly opened her mouth, knowing very well that Jiang Mang could really do such a thing, and once he really posted the word, Zhao Pinggan's good days would be over. Yi Yaoqing couldn't possibly want a guy who caused trouble everywhere, and if she knew that he was also in opposition to the richest family in Tianhai, she would even discard him immediately. Although he was angry with Zhao Pinggan, he would die a horrible death if he lost his position, but not to this extent. He also said, Jiang Mang, there's nothing for you to do here, you go about your business, I'll handle it myself. Jiang Mang naturally couldn't miss the opportunity to perform and smiled. Qianxian, it's fine, leave everything to me. Saying that, he looked at Zhao Pinggan again and threatened, I'll give you one last chance. Immediately apologize to Qianxian and admit your mistake. Don't think I'm joking. In the Tianhai Hotel, I am the Supreme King. Saying nothing, as he finished, his entire body pressed down a few points into a very aggressive position. Ouyang Qian frowned tightly, knowing that Jiang Mang was on top, and the more he was persuaded at such a moment, the worse it would get. The diners turned hyper and waited for the good show to begin. Zhao Pinggan didn't take his threat in his eyes at all and laughed lightly. You're the Supreme King. What's your dad? King Dad? You're really a good big boy for your dad. No, I think it's a good big boy for your mom. This statement was made. The restaurant was silent for a few seconds, followed by bursts of laughter. King Dad? Buster? And say it's ing great. Dale? This guy's mouth is so bad. He cursed the whole family in one sentence. What did you say? Jiang Mang was furious, never thought that he would dare to scold himself, and said hideously, a small person who relies on ms. Yi to eat, to put it nicely, you are a partner, to put it bluntly, you are a stinking part-time worker. How dare you scold me? Well, since you want to die, I'll smash your rice bowl. Someone, post the sign immediately. Let him not enter for the rest of his life. Ouyang Qian sniffed and got up sharply, anxiously saying, Jiang Mang, don't be impulsive. There is still space that can be talked about. Zhao Pinggan, you quickly admit your mistake. Quick, this is the biggest hotel in Tianhai. All the high-end banquets are here. It's a matter of face. If this place doesn't let you in, Miss Yi will definitely not let you off. Zhao Pinggan thought for a moment. Since there was a need for work here at the higher end, he really couldn't be rejected. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed to Zhang Heading, no matter what method you use, within 10 minutes, by the Tianhai Hotel. As for the money, I'll give you the phone number. Find him to ask for it. The words fell. Everyone's eyes quickly looked at Zhao Pinggan like they were looking at a little cutie. A glance. Even the waiter's gaze changed. Although the assets of the Tianhai Hotel were not comparable to the richest man Ouyang Hai or the newly promoted tycoon Tianlong Group, it was still the most luxurious hotel in Tianhai, with a conservative value of more than $2 billion. The main thing is that the place is steadily profitable and simply impossible to sell, and to buy it in 10 minutes is a fool's errand. Ha, ha, Jiang Mang was angry and laughed, sneered, I've seen too small poor first rich, or the first time to see you so arrogant. Good I'll wait here for 10 minutes, to see how you buy it. Ouyang Qian also looked at Zhao Pinggan with disappointment, and was too lazy to persuade him again. Previously thought that his choking on his words was a character problem, but now it seems that it is a brain disorder. Does he think ms? Yes, money comes from the wind? Say you'll buy a hotel and you'll buy a hotel? This is reality. Thought it was a story. It's so ing crazy. I think that ms. Yi will tell him to get lost immediately. Who does he think he is? Still wants to buy the Tianhai Hotel. If he can buy it, I'll crawl out on my knees. People all around started talking. Jiang Mang looked at his watch and teased, 10 minutes away. There's still a minute left. You have to be quick. Do I need to give you 30 seconds more? Oh, the words just fell from his lips. The elevator door opened and a group of middle-aged men in suits ran in. Precisely the members of the hotel's legal department ran to Zhao Pinggan and respectfully said, Mr. Zhao, this is the acquisition contract. Please take a look. In a flash, the entire room was dead silent. Chapter 28 Relapse. Really? You got all the contracts? Is it true or not? All of them had a buzzing in their heads. Manager Wang, you don't want to do your job anymore, don't you? How dare you join hands with outsiders to cheat me? Jiang Mang didn't believe that Zhao Pinggan could buy the hotel at all. Take the ing contract back quickly, or I'll have you out of here immediately. As the crown prince of Tianhai Hotel, he naturally recognized these people. Hear that? Ouyang Qian let out a long breath. Yes, it should be fake. Zhao Pinggan became Miss Ye's partner. There are a lot of people who want to kiss his ass. There is a possibility that this manager Wang was bought by him in advance. But just then, Jiang Meng's phone rang. Dad? What's wrong? I'm at the hotel? You little bastard. What kind of people did you offend? Now Zhang Longwang put a gun to my head and told me to sell the hotel. Tianhai Hotel changed ownership. Zhang Meng's father screamed furiously on the other side of the phone. Ha! Zhang Meng froze, and subconsciously responded, I have not offended anyone, but I have gained Ji. The words didn't wait to finish, finally reacting. Zhao Pinggan's call just now was to Zhang Longwang. Cold sweat instantly flowed down, and his face turned pale. Another group of people ran over, and the leader was none other than the general manager of the hotel, Li Weiman. Li Weiman ran to Zhao Pinggan and respectfully said, Mr. Zhao, my name is Li Weiman, is the general manager of the hotel, and from now on, I will serve you wholeheartedly. Earl. Seeing Li Weiman appear, the surrounding diners began to tremble. The legal department could be bought off. Could it be that the general manager was also bought off? So there was only one reason for the picture in front of us. It's that the hotel was really bought by Zhao Pinggan. How is this possible? Ouyang Chan looked like she had seen a ghost. Even if it happened right in front of her eyes, she couldn't believe it. How could Ji Yaoqing support him so much and make him lawless? Snap! Zhang Mang phone off. Suddenly realized that underestimated Zhao Pinggan. There was a hint of scorn in his eyes. Zhao Pinggan asked indifferently, you still want to write the sign from earlier? Zhang Meng's sweat swished downward. No, I don't dare. Zhao Pinggan laughed. You don't dare, but I do. Li Weiman, put up a sign at the entrance of the hotel. Zhang Mang and Wang Bastard are forbidden to enter. Everyone looked at Zhang Mang sympathetically when these words came out. You don't bully people too much, Zhang Mang said in exasperation, as he wasn't sure if he was talking about Wang Bastard or Wang Dad. Any more nonsense, and I'll do it your way, knocking your mouth full of teeth out and making you learn how a dog crawls out. Zhao Pinggan's ancient well remained unchanged, and he faintly uttered another word, scram. Zhang Mang dared to be angry and left in disgrace. When Ouyang Qian saw Zhang Mang leave, she gritted her teeth and said, Zhao Pinggan, have you ever thought about the consequences of doing whatever you want with Yi Yaoqing's money? If Yi Yaoqing kicks you one day, you'll die a horrible death. Not just him, everyone was of the same thought. Although Miss Yi was rich, but money didn't come from the wind. Tianhai Hotel said to acquire it? Sooner or later, she'll be disliked by Ms. Yi. The money is mine. I lack everything but money. Zhao Pinggan faintly returned a sentence, not wanting to continue this topic. Where's the stuff? Give it to me. No. Ouyang Qian stomped her foot in anger. For the first time in her life, she was so angry that she wanted to cry. Fuming, he said, Zhao Pinggan, I'm telling you, whether you like my attitude or not, I'm just like this and I can't change. I don't live for you either. Let you go wild. I'll see how long you can go wild. One day you'll beg me. After saying that, he turned around and left, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Zhao Pinggan frowned. Her attitude had nothing to do with her, but to say that the things left by the master hadn't been given yet, and to just leave like that? I didn't pursue it thinking that I would have a chance later. Ouyang Qian came home and lay down on the living room sofa. Qian, how's the easing going? Ouyang Hai asked with concern. He's been at home waiting for news and not working. There's no need to ask. Just look at Qian's face and you'll know that villain bullied her. Lu Yimei said angrily, you're also you still let your daughter go to ease the relationship. What kind of a thing is he? It's just a temporary gain in ambition. Sooner or later he will become a lost dog. No, I have to scold him, she said, taking out her phone to contact Zhao Pinggan. Ouyang Hai looked at his daughter's appearance also heartbroken, and thought that Zhao Pinggan really may not be able to sit still, so he did not stop. The phone is connected. Lu Yimei immediately said, you a little yakuza dare to bully my family Qian. Really think there is a Miss Yi? Hang up. Lu Yimei angry 7 orifices. And call. See the phone does not answer. Send a message to scold him. Ouyang Hai thought for a moment and said, Qian, this time is dad narrow-minded. Zhao Pinggan is not worthy of your presence. In the future. As he spoke, he sensed that something was wrong, and looking at it from a different angle, he realized that his daughter had fallen asleep, and because of her previous illness, he pushed, and after 2 strokes there was no response. He immediately panicked. Qian, wake up! Ouyang Qian still didn't react and continued to sleep. Qian, Lu Yimei scared face white, also pushed Ouyang Qian. Messi said, the disease is not well. How to fall asleep again? Surname Zhao's waste, even this small disease cannot be cured. I'm looking for him. He contacted Zhao Pinggan again and found that he had been blacked out. Ouyang Hai panicked. I'll boil the medicine. Soon after, he brought over the medicine from last time and gave it to Ouyang Qian to drink, but there was no half reaction. Surname Zhao. It must be that he gave Qian gas relapse. If I kill him, Lu Yimei opened teeth and claws, and excitedly said, first find Su Jewel, Tianlong Group, chairman's office. The phones were ringing off the hook. Su Tianlong saw the 3 words Ouyang Hai, cold smile. Still mean to find himself? first anxious to go. Getting up, he said slightly respectfully, real good. It's been hard on you. This is a small token. No honor. Hand over a bank card. Gujinjin nodded inscrutably and took the card. This time, the appearance is the same as last time, but the technique is different. And with the medicine from last time, it cannot be awakened. Su Tianlong's mouth tightened. Of course he knew what it meant, and handed over another bank card. This is also real GE's reward. Only then was real Gu satisfied. I'm tired today. Go back and rest. Take care, real Gu. The father and son duo sent off real Gu and re-entered the office. Dad, when am I going to save Ouyang Qian? Jewel Su couldn't wait to ask, his heart pounding at the thought of soon turning Ouyang Qian into his woman. What's the hurry? It's not us who are in a hurry now. It's the Ouyang family. Su Tianlong sat back in his office chair and smiled grimly. You have to remember that there is a calmness in every major event. If you go over there now, you will be looked down upon. It's not too late to wait until Ouyang Hai comes to my door and begs me to obediently deliver the money. Don't worry, tonight at the latest. Jewel Su nodded. He didn't want to wait a moment in his mind. The sooner the better. Suddenly, it occurred to him that there was another woman waiting to be favored. Opening his mouth, he said, Dad, then can I go out to meet a friend first? Don't worry, I'll rush back immediately when I get your call. Su Tianlong nodded. Jewel Su quickly turned around and went out the door, sending a message to Qi Tianzhou, telling her to go to the hotel immediately. Qi Tianzhou received the message, and without saying a word, put down the work at hand, organized her makeup in the mirror, and went to Tianhai Hotel without stopping for a moment. Chapter 29, Meeting in a Restaurant. Tianhai Hotel, Western Restaurant. The choice of many high-end people. This is not only the highest-end Western restaurant in Tianhai City, the location is also very high. On the 48th floor, overlooking the entire Tianhai City, it gives an unparalleled feeling. Mr. Su, you're here. Qi Tianzhou was wearing a black work uniform that wrapped the curves of her body perfectly, and when she saw Su Jewel appear, she quickly got up to greet him. When Jewel Su saw Qi Tianzhou, evil flashed in his eyes. Laughing, he said, there was some traffic on the road, making Mr. Qi wait for a long time. Don't be polite, please sit down. Qi Tianzhou heard him call General Manager Qi. His heart was incomparably excited. This address was the rhythm of talking about business. Excitedly, he said, I just arrived as well. Please sit down, Mr. Su. Su Jewel sat down with a smile. Mr. Qi, I'm a person who doesn't like nonsense. I like to be straight to the point when it comes to things. You want the supply contract for lot 140, right? But this contract is worth between $1.5 million and $200 million. As far as I know, Qi's total assets are only about $500 million. Do you have the ability to do a good job? Qi Tianzhou saw that he opened the door. His heart was even happier, knowing that there was a plan for things, and if he didn't want to talk about it he wouldn't have come. Sitting up straight, he said in a serious manner, Mr. Su, although Qi has never had such a large order, but Qi is considered an old name in Tianhai, and its reputation is guaranteed, and since I dare to propose a cooperation, there is enough to put me to ensure the supply. To tell you the truth, just this afternoon I have contacted the upstream suppliers and they have assured me that they can supply it as well. Jewel Su's eyes narrowed a few points, seeing her sit up straight, certain parts of her body even more seductive. Gulping, he said, guarantees don't help. There are many suppliers in Tianhai, bigger and more senior than Qi, and you're not good, so it's not that I need you to come up with a reason, it's that you have to come up with a reason to gag the other vendors. It was a very natural and seamless statement. This, Qi Tianzhou was momentarily speechless. Indeed, compared to other suppliers, Qi did not have an advantage. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Jewel Su opened her mouth and said, I heard that you are Zhao Pinggan's fiancée? Ha? Qi Tianzhou was asked. This was the history she least wanted to mention. For some reason, if she knew ahead of time that Zhao Pinggan would become Missy also as a partner, perhaps she would really consider getting along with him. But it's impossible now. He tricked Ouyang Qian. It's just a doll's marriage. A joke. It's all in the past. Qi Tianzhou laughed awkwardly. Now we are at most strangers who are a little more familiar. Outside the auction, seeing that Jewel Su was not on good terms with Zhao Pinggan, he could not show too much intimacy. Slept with it? Jewel Su would smile. Ah, Qi Tianzhou was confused by the question again. Which would ask a girl such a thing? But thinking of the order, she could only answer. Shaking his head, he said, the two of us only met a few days ago. We haven't even touched hands. Mr. Su, let's talk about cooperation, shall we? No hands? Jewel Su's heart blossomed. After half a day, that punk Zhao Pinggan hadn't played yet. Laughing, he said, we are talking business now. Mr. Qi, just now I asked you what advantages you have compared to other companies. Now, the advantage is clear. The bed in the presidential suite of the Tianhai Hotel is very bouncy. I would like to invite Mr. Chi to go up and sit down, and talk about the contract while sitting down. I believe that we can definitely cooperate. Ha! When she agreed, she had someone secretly film the process and send it to Zhao Pingan. How would he feel to see his fiancée, whom he had never even touched with his hand, being played with wantonly by himself? Mr. Su, what are you talking about? Chi Tianjiao face full of shock. In his impression, Su Jewel elegant, is the standard gentleman, completely did not expect in his mouth can be to say these words. And again, I am trying to work with you in business. So say I. Jewel Su said heavily, you know very well that Zhao Pingan and I don't deal with each other. As long as you stay with me for the night, let me make the arrangements, and the supply of materials for all 140 plots will be given to you. Chi Tianjiao's face steeply reddened to dripping blood as she said with difficulty, Mr. Su. The words were not finished. Jewel Su raised his hand to interrupt. I don't want to hear nonsense. Go, or not. This is a profit of tens of millions of dollars. Honestly, that's enough money to find dozens of actresses. But I only want you, and just for one night. No contract even after one night, and then later, with the threat of a video, you can treat her like a plaything. Chi Tianjiao said decisively, Mr. Su, I have today, all by myself step by step, not such a person. Sorry. After that, he got up and left. Stop. Su Jewel's face sank. This actually disagreed, and she said in a cold voice, you don't think that because you have Zhao Pingan to back you up, you can leave me out of it, do you? To tell you the truth, Zhao Pingan is nothing but a piece of trash in my eyes. From today onwards, Tianlong Group is against him at every turn. The 140 land parcel is just the first step. It won't take more than half a month for MS Yi to see that he's accomplished nothing. When the time comes, it'll get rid of him, without Miss Yi backing him up. What is he? Chi Tianjiao stopped her angle and was, in fact, worried about Zhao Pingan's future. Just then, hey, a sigh came from the distance. Some people, they don't even know the flesh hurts when they hit their face. What? Hey, hear that voice. Both men looked away at the same time. Zhao Pingan? Chi Tianjiao was dumbstruck. Zhao Pingan. Jewel Su shivered in fear. Why was he here? Zhao Pingan is also helpless. After lunch, just casually slept in the hotel. Just woke up, thought to eat something before leaving, which thought just entered the door to hear a dog barking. Walking up to Jewel Su, he asked lightly, don't you remember reminding you of anything? Su Jewel's frightened forehead oozed beads of soybean grain sweat. Of course she knew. Reminded not to say bad things behind her back, and had already been beaten. Nervously, Joe, don't talk, Zhao Pingan interrupted. Slap your mouth first. Snap. No mercy. 2 slaps across the face, both on one side. The voice. Get all the customers to look over. Who is this guy? The one who was beaten is the Sky Dragon Group's Mr. Su. The Su family is the newest powerhouse in Tianhai, and there's actually someone who dares to beat up Mr. Su. All feel incredible. The status of Su Gongzi in the Tianhai Gongzi belongs to the top level. Always only he beat others, which people dare to move him. Zhao Pingan, what are you doing? Chi Tianjiao panicked and hurriedly stopped. Boo! Su Baoji shot up, his eyes full of grimace, roared, surname Zhao, Uing hit me without end. Is not it? Besides being able to fight a little, what else are you? How dare you come to a Western restaurant? You take a piss and look at yourself. Do you deserve to eat Western food? Zhao Pingan rippled. Indeed, beating you is not over, but you can also take a piss and look at yourself. What kind of thing is it? Worthy of coming to Tianhai Hotel? You! Su Jewel was in a rage, hating to rush him, but he couldn't beat him, thought about it, sat down again, gritted his teeth and said, reckless one, vulgar man. With that, he took a black card out of his pocket and slapped it on the table. Any idea what this is? I'm telling you, it's the card of Imperial Treatment. Chapter 30, Who Dare Not Retreat. The card is black in color and has a golden cloud and sea pattern, which is luxurious in its mystery. This is the Supreme VIP card of the Tianhai Hotel? Heavens, I heard that the Sky Sea Hotel's Supreme VIP card, only 7 to the public and only for VIP guests, is said to be in the province. I didn't think that Mr. Su would have one. This VIP card is free of all meals and a 10% discount on the presidential suite. Tianhai Hotel actually gave it to Mr. Su. It should value the development potential of the Su family. There was a lot of chatter around the customers. Chi Tianjiao's eyes looked on without blinking, shocked. She had heard of it before, but it was the first time she had seen it. It was said that with this card, she could enjoy the treatment of the master in the hotel. Su Jewel heard the surrounding discussion on. The heart is very proud. This card is he and Zhang Mang bet one. Before there is no opportunity to use. I did not expect to come in handy today. Know what this card means? Su Jewel mocked. surnamed Zhao. This card does not only represent dining and lodging discounts, but also represents recognition from the outside world. Do you have one? Do one to try? As long as he dares to talk about running a card, the Tianhai Hotel will definitely give a blast. 4. As legend has it, the remaining ones are in the provinces, except for this one in his own hand. When the time comes, make him lose his face hard. There's no need. It's too humiliating to ask for a discount for a meal. Zhao Pingan calmly responded. Is it because your family spent too much money on buying the land and you can't even afford a meal, so you want to get a card to waive the bill? I can understand if that's the case. After all, you're poor. Qi Tianjiao sneaked a look. This guy's mouth is really damaged. What did you say? Su Jewel was burning with rage, clearly a status symbol, but he was described as poor, thinking of utilizing the supreme VIP card privilege to have the security guards blow him out of the room. Suddenly, a plan came to mind. He laughed scornfully. You're using agitation? Well, you've succeeded in making me angry. Surnamed Zhao, you say I'm poor. I'd like to see how rich you are. With that, he punched a straight line. Waiter, serve me a bottle of Lifetime. No need for a freebie. Hear the name. Customers are getting hot. Lifetime? It's a Lifetime at Chateau Tahoe in Hair Country? That's right. Where else in the world is there a Lifetime except at Chateau Tahoe? The world knows that the 82-year-old Lafite is very expensive, not realizing that Lafite only needs a few tens of thousands of dollars, while the market price of one Lifetime is $950,000, and the selling price at the Tianhai Hotel is $1,180,000 per bottle. As he spoke, the waiter had already brought up the wine and said weakly, Mr. Su, since this bottle of wine is overpriced, the hotel needs to swipe the card in advance in order to prevent customers from skipping out on the bill. So please understand. No problem. Su Jewel waved his hand and took out his bank card. Swipe. No password. Saying that, he looked at Zhao Pingan, calling me poor? I drink wine that costs $18 million per bottle. Can you? You poor dog who relies on MS. Yi and earns a meager salary as a social animal. Do you have the guts to open a bottle for me too? Don't you dare open it. So he's Zhao Pingan? Miss Ye's partner? So it's him, but it's true that he's only a wage earner, and he can't afford to drink with all of MS Ye's money. Mr. Su spends his own money. He, in the final analysis, is still a poor dog. The surrounding people whispered and also finally figured out Zhao Pingan's identity. Zhao Pingan rippled and sat down opposite Su Jewel, smiling lightly. Sorry, I'm really not poor. Waiter, this wine. I want 2 bottles. Just swipe your card. Throw the card out. Zhao Pingan, you're crazy. A few $1 million for a dinner talk. MS Yi will kill you. Qi Tianjiao couldn't help but remind. It's okay to spend thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. 2 bottles of wine for over $2 million. How can MS Yip tolerate that? It's fine. Small money, Zhao Pingan casually said. Overbearing. Mighty. Jewel Su gave a thumbs up, his smile growing thicker. This villainous fellow had really fallen for it. It's to get him on top. Spend more money, and once MS Yip finds out, she'll definitely fire him. When the time comes, he's a mole. Laughing again. However, I am a person who just won't give in. When others say that I am poor, I must fight with him to the end. Waiter, get 2 more bottles. I want 1 more than him. Zhao Pingan immediately said. Get 4 more bottles. Jewel Su angled her neck and said. Get 4 more bottles. Zhao Pingan shot back. Get 5 more bottles. Jewel Su quickly said. Get 5 more bottles. The two of you back and forth, watching the surrounding customers sucked in gusts of cool air. This is not wine. This is money. Qi Tianjia stopped it again, but Zhao Pingan didn't listen at all. Get 6 more bottles. Zhao Pingan said. Get 6 more bottles. Su Jewel's heart was getting excited. He wasn't far from death. He had just finished saying this when the waiter reminded the card that the balance was insufficient. Only enough for 5 bottles. 5 bottles is 5 bottles. Jewel Su didn't feel ashamed at all, clapping his hands together in a playful manner. Mr. Zhao is really rich. Spending $20 million on a meal makes me sigh in dismay. Only, how would MS Yi feel if she knew you spent $20 million on a meal? Will he fire you? Oh, after saying that, his eyes stared at Zhao Pingan in death. The other customers were also staring deadpan, itching for Zhao Pingan to be unlucky. Qi Tianjiao angrily said. You this person small poor Zhafu too crazy. I have long reminded you that he is intentional. You have to spell. Now well, see how you explain with Miss Yi. If he walks carefully, there is a real possibility that he will be able to sit in a stable position, but he wants to be in the limelight. And now, well, he is about to have nothing. So it seems that he was right to withdraw from the marriage in the first place. Men who are too impulsive are not worth relying on, and rightly so. Zhao Pingan nodded. There's really no way to explain it. so let's return them all. Waiter, please return all the wine. As I recall, you can return any wine you didn't drink. Gah! Jewel Su's smile froze. Qi Tianjiao's expression stiffened. The surrounding customers' jaws dropped. The waiter's brain buzzed as well. Can you still play like this? Returning all the drinks? And get your money back? Come on. Su Jewel was furious, so angry that he was about to explode. If he returned the wine, Miss Yi would have no reason to punish, and all her plans would fall through. Are you unable to play? You can still return the wine you bought? I just want to prove that you're a poor dog. It's not like you want to drink, so why can't I return it? Zhao Pingan said back. Su Jewel felt like her eyeballs were going to explode as well. Her hands were clenched into fists in death, and she clenched her teeth. You're the poor dog. Poor dog, Zhao Pingan said indifferently. Don't spend Yes money if you damn well have the guts, Jewel Su said angrily. Poor dog, Zhao Pingan said back. Don't back off if you have the ing balls, Jewel Su roared. Poor dog, Zhao Pingan said back. Jewel Su was going crazy, no matter what was said. He only said those two words, favoring the fact that he really hadn't bought it just now, and was being exterminated. Suddenly, he remembered the Supreme VIP card privilege in his hand, drew out the card, heavily slammed it on the dining table, and griped, Fine, surnamed Zhao, you dare to scold me. Today, I'll let you see what it means to be privileged. Waiter, I'm the hotel's supreme guest. Don't refund him. Zhao Pingan casually held out the acquisition contract. I'm the boss. Who dares not give me a refund? Chapter 31, The Wedding Ceremony. See this contract. The whole place is dead silent. Some people couldn't help but come to confirm with curiosity in their hearts, only to find that this contract was actually true, meaning that Zhao Pingan was indeed the owner of the Tianhai Hotel. This can't be right. Su Jewel was dumbfounded, holding the contract with both hands, hating to set his eyes into the contract, wanting to find out the traces of it to determine that it was a fake. But in the end, it was found to be true. Missy actually acquired the Tianhai Hotel. Qi Tianjiao breathed in sharply. The front of her body turned choppy, and also could not believe that there was actually no news at all about such a big thing. Zhao Pingan said with a smile, I also want to thank Mr. Su for creating performance for the hotel, a meal of more than $20 million. Enough to go down in history. In a flash, everyone looked playfully at Jewel Su, spelling out who had the best purchasing power with the hotel owner at the hotel. Like a little cutie, Jewel Su was on the verge of vomiting blood from the look, especially when she saw the expression on Zhao Pingan's face. She really wanted to frustrate him. Exasperated, he said, what's the point of pretending? It's all Yes property, you're just a part-timer, villainous. He is very clear. Today this face has to lose. The more stay here the more humiliating. Get up and said, Surname Zhao, you wait for me. One day I will hold down your death. Waiter, return the drinks. It also hurts to buy $20 million worth of wine that must be returned. Zhao Pingan said indifferently. Today, I'll also let you see what it means to be privileged. Waiter, no refunds. The waiter hurriedly backed away from it. Su Jewel is going crazy. This is more than $20 million. All the private money. If you do not return the pocket is out of money. Gritting his teeth, he said, Zhao Pingan, if you dare not give me a refund, do you believe I won't come here to spend money in the future? You're open for business and you actually dare not fulfill God's request? Zhao Pingan casually said, God's demands must be met. But you are a dog. Actually, you don't need to not come. You can't even get in if you want to come later. Tell the front desk to put up a sign at the entrance that from now on, Jewel Su and Bastard Wang are not allowed to enter. The words fell. Laughter erupted around the room. This guy was so damn damaged. Su Jewel's face suffocated into sauce purple. Angry a turn to leave. Out of the door only to find that the wine forgot to take, but then enter but was stopped by the Tianhai Hotel outside the door. Inside the hotel. When did Missy buy the hotel? Qi Tianjia couldn't help but ask with curiosity in her heart. For the first time, she felt the gap. She was still being threatened for a contract with tens of millions of profit, and Missy could just go out and buy a $2 or $3 billion hotel at will. The difference is too great. Who said she bought it? I bought it. Didn't you see my name on the contract? Zhao Pingan said back as he ate. Che, you think I'm a 3-year-old? How much does this hotel cost? Do you have it? It's just Yi using your name. Qi Tianjiao rolled her eyes, not believing it at all. Zhao Pingan was speechless and was too lazy to explain. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Qi Tianjiao pursed her lips and said, all right, no more strikes. But Zhao Pingan, I suggest that you live a little more authentically in the future and don't have to pretend so much. Tell me the truth. Did you know I was at the Western restaurant and came here on purpose? Zhao Pingan was a bit confused. Qi Tianjiao looked at him and said in a serious manner, Zhao Pingan, in the future, You don't need to act deliberately in front of me. Just say whatever you want. Even though it's impossible between us, we can still be friends, and you don't need to sneakily stalk me. You can ask me out for dinner if you want to. As long as there's time, I'll oblige. He must have secretly followed himself today. As for the reason is also very simple. There is pressure to get along with Yang Qian. The mood is uncomfortable, thinking that he is still good to him. Boo! Zhao Pingan didn't bother to say much and directly put down his chopsticks and got up to leave. Qi Tianjiao froze and asked in surprise, "What are you doing? Don't eat it, it's revolting." Zhao Pingan viciously dropped a few words and quickly left. It's hard to figure out where she gets her confidence. Qi Tianjiao looked at his back as he left and let out a bitter smile. Perhaps he was embarrassed by being seen through by me and was annoyed. Jewel Su walked out of the hotel and went straight home, opened the door and yelled, "Dad, I'm going to kill Zhao Pingan. I'm going to kill him. The more I think about it on the road, the angrier I get, and I can't wait to do it." But just as he finished his words, he suddenly noticed that his father was not the only one in the house. Yang Hai was surprisingly there as well. Su Tianlong frowned, yelling and screaming, "What's the demeanor? Shouting and fighting when you don't move. What's it like?" Jewel Su said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Yang Hai waved his hand and also said angrily, "It's not Jewel's fault. Zhao Pingan is indeed hateful." And this time Qianqian's old illness recurred because she was angry with him. If it weren't for Miss Ye's face, not to mention Jewel, even I would have to step in and teach a hard lesson. When the father and son heard this, they glanced at each other. This pot could still be taken by Zhao Pingan, killing two birds with one stone. Yang Hai waved his hand, then said, "Forget about the villain surnamed Zhao for now. Disgusting. Brother Su, I agree to invest $650 million to co-develop the 140 plots of land with Tianlong Group. I wonder, would it be possible for Jewel to check on Cynthia? In fact, the two have been talking for a long time. Yang Haiming knows that Su Tianlong is using the opportunity to make a lion's share of the money, but there is no way to do it. Yang Qian is the only daughter, cannot let her have something. Business is business and favors are favors." Su Tianlong said in a serious manner. "Qianqian is Jewel's friend for many years. Even if you don't invest in it, the treatment should still be treated. Let's do it this way. I'll go with Jewel." Soon, together, the three of them returned to the West Suburban Manor and made their way to the second-floor bedroom. Again, following the previous method of real Gu, he used the blood of Jewel Su to awaken it, and similar to the last time, there was some reaction at first, and then it simply had no effect. "What can we do?" Lu Yimei panicked, crying and touching her tears. "It's all because of Zhao Pingan that has harmed my family Qianqian like this. I don't share the same fate with him." Yang Hai also hangs his head. He can see that this time his daughter sleeps even more heavily than last time. At this rate, she can only wake up once in a few months. What's the difference between a vegetable and a person in a vegetative state? Who's going to inherit the family fortune when he's 100 years old? Isn't it? We're not using the right method. Listening to Jewel. The last time you invited that Guzhenran still needed to recite incantations in his mouth, whereas now we're just dripping blood, so naturally it has no effect. Su Tianlong reminded implicitly. Listening to him, it seemed like he didn't recognize Guzhenjin. Jewel Su waited in an agitated mood and was silent. "Hey," Yang Hai sighed. "Lost, Brother Su. Truth be told, called the gem is also a dead horse. No effect. Guzhenjin cannot be cured. The last time is Zhao Pingan cured. How do you talk with your foul mouth?" Lu Yimei was anxious. Find real Gu again. No matter if it's a success or not, we can't give up a ray of hope. Look for it quickly. Yang Hai could only look for real Gu. Real Gu and Su Tianlong had discussed this long ago, and after two simple refusals, they rushed to the western suburbs manor. Observing a bit, he said with a face full of gravity, "Miss Yang was indeed infuriated by the traitor to the point of relapse, and a relapse is going to be even more difficult to cure than before. Actually, the villain surnamed Zhao was right about one thing. Draining Mr. Su's blood before had an effect. But right now, even if we drain Mr. Su's blood, it won't work." Hearing this, Lu Yimei immediately said urgently, "Real Gu, I beg you, you must save Qianqian. Whatever you want is fine. You must not give up on her, please." Jewel Su squeezed out 2 tears. How could this happen? Qianqian. At this point, Guzhenjin turned his words around. In fact, there is another way to save Ms. Yang's life, and it can guarantee that there will be no recurrence in the future. What way? Yang Hai couldn't wait, but where there is the slightest hope, he is willing to give back with shares in the company. Guzhenjin took a deep breath and said seriously, "Punch, Mr. Su is Miss Yang's destined person, as long as they are allowed to be together for one night. The next day, Miss Yang will naturally wake up, all stunned." Chapter 32. Get it back. You're back? Zhao Pingan had just returned to the cloud-top heavenly palace when a voice came to his ears. He looked forward. Yi Yaoqing was sitting on the sofa, unlike before, not wearing silk pajamas or a cool dress, but wearing a sportswear with a ponytail. Looks like a young and pretty college student walking around campus. It's a far cry from what it was before. Just in time, the meal is ready. If you don't eat it, it will get cold. Yi Yaoqing stood up and smiled. Zhao Pingan was a bit afraid to recognize her. Is she still Yi Goblin? In theory, she should have invited herself to eat dumplings. Come over quickly. Come froze for what? Do you dislike my cooking is not good? Yi Yaoqing saw him not moving and opened her mouth to urge him. She blushed as she spoke, and her eyes took on a slightly unsure look, like she was afraid he wouldn't eat. Coming. Zhao Pingan sat over and looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, sniffed with his nose and didn't find the drug flavor. His heart was even more surprised. How is she like a different person? The heart is still a little empty. Yi Yaoqing gave him a piece of braised pork. Try it. It's my specialty. Is it good? Again. He watched with anticipation. Zhao Pingan ate it and nodded. It's delicious. The fat meat melts in your mouth. The lean meat is soft and moderate, and the flavor goes into the meat. It's been stewed for at least 2 hours or more. After a moment of surprise, you've been cooking all afternoon? She is the great lady of the Yi family, who came to Tianhai to invest and made the whole Tianhai shook, and she actually cooked in the afternoon, which was really not expected. When Yi Yaoqing heard him praise the deliciousness, a small burst of smugness flooded her heart. My hobby since I was a child has been cooking, and I cooked my own food at a very young age, and at that time, as she said that, her expression turned a little hard and she quickly changed the subject and asked, you can cook too? Zhao Pingan laughed. Yes, before I turned 18, the old thing squeezed me all day long. Not only did I have to cook and burn vegetables, but I also had to wash his clothes and brew wine for him. In short, I did all the work. He recalled those days with hatred and gnashing of teeth. The old thing was clearly oppressive. Old thing, master? Yi Yaoqing's eyes blinked, recalling that Zhao Pingan had mentioned his master before, and asked curiously, what about after the age of 18? Zhao Pingan laughed. He wouldn't be able to beat me, so I'll make him wash and cook for me, and torture him if he dares to disobey, torture him until he obeys. A smile spread across his face again as he thought back to those times. A mentor and a friend to the old thing, never big or small. Ha. Yi Yaoqing was amused and became more and more curious. The relationship between you two must be very good. Can you tell me what you learn with him? She simply put down her chopsticks, like an elementary school student listening attentively. Learn everything: medicine, martial arts, feng shui bagua, qigong formations, and face 8. Face reading? You know how to read faces? Yi Yaoqing's eyes enlarged in surprise. Then can you take a look at me? What about my future? She rested her arms on the dining room table and waited with interest for the face reading. Zhao Pingan looked over seriously, and when he saw her face flooded with smiles, he suddenly froze, as if he was looking at her seriously for the first time, having been focusing on other parts before. Her skin was as smooth and fair as a boiled egg white. Her eyes were as clear as a lake. Her nose was perky and delicate. Her lips were moderately thin and thick, while her face was shaped like a goose egg, unpowdered. She is like a clear water hibiscus. Yi Yaoqing also realized that Zhao Pingan's eyes were not right. Her cheeks were as scarlet as the evening sun in the sky, and her eyes became evasive, not daring to look at each other, but still stubbornly keeping a positive face. She also didn't know why, but her heart was thumping from Zhao Pingan's look, sounding like a swimmer. He asked, see what? Only then did Zhao Pingan realize that he had lost his temper and looked at Yi Yaoqing again. Just looking over, he couldn't help but frown slightly. From a layman's perspective, Yi Yaoqing was a standard big beauty. However, from the 7 orifices and 7 palaces taught by the old thing, Yi Yaoqing's 7 orifices position happened to fall into the killing palace. It is also known as the short-lived face. Eyes under the eyebrow phase jagged. This is a tear eyebrow. Means that the early years of bad luck, often with tears as a companion. Born parents do not like, hand and foot do not love. The seal is bright and the jaws compete for light, and it falls into the house of killing. In other words, she would die a violent death when she thought she was at her happiest. Zhao Pingan shocked. People often say that the fate of the Heavenly Fury Lone Star is the worst, but I do not know that the Heavenly Fury Lone Man is even worse. The star in the sky grams other people. People on the ground grams their own. Yi Yaoqing is obviously. How's it going? Don't you dare scare me. Yi Yaoqing saw his hesitation to speak, smiled and said, not allowed to say bad. Say bad is that you are not looking at the right. I think I am now, living a very happy life. Ha! Zhao Pingan laughed awkwardly. Previously, when I heard the master speak, I thought it was false. Under the sky which life is so bad people, never thought, actually met, sitting right in front of me. Yi Yaoqing said unhappily, what are you laughing at? Do you think I am lying to you? It's true. I feel that I am very happy now. Don't you want to ask why I feel happy? Why? Zhao Pinggan asked. Because I met you, Yi Yaoqing blurted out. After saying that, her face blushed unnaturally again, only her eyes stared stubbornly at Zhao Pinggan. Zhao Pinggan was dumbfounded, always feeling that the flavor of her uttering these words was different from before, but he didn't know what was wrong and was about to respond. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. I'll get the door, Zhao Pinggan said. When Yi Yaoqing heard this, a faint loss appeared on her face and she took the initiative to get up. I'll go, be the first to open the door. Zhang Frost walked in and saw that Zhao Pinggan was actually eating, glared viciously, then directly said, Miss, I just got the news that the province is going to develop the 140 land parcel, and the investment will be very large. The land will multiply several times by then. It's all because of Pinggan Zhao that we didn't get this piece of land. I propose that Pinggan Zhao be fired. She thought about it all afternoon. Although Zhao Pinggan has insight in business, but still can't be a partner. He has been in jail. It has an impact on the reputation of the lady. Must be driven away. Yi Yaoqing's face sank. Coming to Tianhai is to prove the ability to the family. The 140 land parcel is a good opportunity. And Uncle Feng also gave the news. A little late, though. Calmly, he said, I know. Go back. Now that it's lost, there's no need to think about it. And Uncle Ku gives back the drug message. Miss, Zhang Frost was dissatisfied. This is Zhao Pinggan's responsibility, and you're actually not pursuing him? I've also gotten word that Su Tianlong is at Ouyang Hai's villa in the western suburbs manor. If nothing else, they are discussing how to develop lot 140. Both of these two people have beef with Zhao Pinggan. If the two of them join together to target us, how can the company still grow? This can be about your whole life. Shut up. Yi Yaoqing's face turned ugly, and she was also clear about Ouyang Hai, Su Tianlong's beef with Zhao Pinggan, but she had already chosen him and could only support him unconditionally. I said, I know. I'll find a way to make up for the loss of 140 plots. Just then, Zhao Pinggan suddenly spoke. You want 140 plots? Yi Yaoqing turned her head in surprise. Zhang Frost said in dissatisfaction. Of course I want it. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, the ground would have been Mrs. You're responsible. No problem. Zhao Pinggan got up and said, since you want it, just get it back. It's very simple. Chapter 33, is it possible to be seen through? He said it very easily, as if it was within his reach. Zhao Pinggan, Yi Yaoqing couldn't help but call out. Other people were not sure, but she knew very well that people at the level of Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai, who were able to make their business so big, must be very well informed, even if they don't know the news that the 140 lot is going to be developed yet. I believe they will definitely know it in a few hours. And they are not little cuties. How could they possibly give up the fat meat in their hands for nothing? Well, that's what you said. Zhang Frost seized the opportunity and hurriedly finalized. Zhao Pinggan, if you can take out the 140 plots of land, I'll be your secretary from now on without worrying about anything you want to do. If you can't get it back, then just quit and get out. Miss, you heard him, he said it himself. I didn't force him. Yi Yaoqing was in a dilemma left and right. If I say I can get it back, I can get it back. Remember what you said. Don't deny it. Zhao Pinggan simply responded. A piece of land was just a piece of land. It wasn't even on his mind. Compared to that, he was more concerned about Yi Yaoqing, although she didn't know it, but there was still a marriage contract in place. It was even a good candidate to be a wife, so he couldn't let her end her life hastily. Humph, I'll remember. And so will you. Zhang Frost snorted coldly, full of smugness, finally getting rid of him. Yi Yaoqing sighed and let Zhang Frost leave first, then walked back to the table and asked tentatively, how do you plan to get back the 140 land? If his approach is not good, he will ask Uncle Feng to use his privilege to snatch the land back, and that's all there is to it. After all, even as a boss, you can't let the people below you get too cold. Before Zhao Pinggan could answer, jingle bells, Yi Yaoqing's phone rang. She froze when she saw the note. Ouyang Hai? What does he want with himself? West Suburban Manor. Dad, why aren't they out yet? Jewel Su asked urgently as she stared at the study. After Guzhenjin said that he needed to flush, Ouyang Hai and Lu Yimei went into the study to discuss the matter, and went in for half an hour with no result. What did I teach you? There is calmness in every major event. Su Tianlong frowned and spoke, displeased with his son's impatience, and grimly said, don't worry, they can discuss, means moving, even if they don't agree. I still have a backhand. Tonight, must let you and Ouyang Qian together, said very firmly. Yes, I'll wait. Su Jewel nodded with a smile and swallowed his saliva hard. Although he didn't sleep with Qi Tianjiao tonight, it was better to sleep with Ouyang Qian, who was the #1 beauty in Tianhai. I'll also record the process later and send it to Zhao Pinggan. What would his face look like when he saw his other fiancée getting his wantonly hair done to him? Grace? Another fiancée? Co Jewel froze. This guy was tricking women into going to jail, right? He was thinking. The study door opened. Yang Hai and Lu Yimei walked out. Su Tianlong instantly passed his eyes. Gu Jinren stood with his hands behind his back, with a fairy-like demeanor. How's the discussion going? Miss Ouyang's condition does not wait for anyone. The longer we delay, the more serious the consequences. Su Tianlong and Su Jewel quietly watched. This, let us think about it again. Yang Hai said with difficulty. Humph. Gu Jinren instantly became angry and said grumpily, you guys don't believe in me? Mr. Go, that's fine. With these words, if you want to see your daughter become terminally ill, there's nothing I can do about it, so I won't be accompanying you. With that, he quickly turned around and left, in a scatterbrained manner. Real people don't go. It's not that we don't believe it, it's just, Yang Hai also Lu Yimei hurriedly blocked. Gu Jinren stopped and said angrily, you just can't let go of your daughter's innocence? Ha, big mistake. I may as well tell you, Mr. Su is a couple of big noble people. Can for your sickly daughter to wash the wedding, is your family's fortune. You take advantage of a big advantage. The two of them were stunned. Jewel Su was a man of great wealth? What? My son is greatly rich? Su Tianlong pretended to be very shocked. Gu Jinren coldly said, the matter has come to this point. I will not hide. In fact, Mr. Su is not a fated person at all, but a natural vermilion and purple rich life. The reason why I use fated person instead is just to alleviate my own sins. Punching a happy day is essentially using one's own chi to heal one's disease. They're getting a bargain. So you guys go too. Business people, more or less superstitious, especially coupled with Gu Jinren's previous style, so that they believe more. Yang Hai and Lu Yimei looked at Jewel Su in surprise at the same time. Su Tianlong was stunned again. So my son Zhu Zifu Gue life? Then it's not a rush. I don't agree. With that, he grabbed Jewel Su and was about to leave. I'm not leaving. Su Jewel shook off Su Tianlong, clenched his hands into fists, and said with unprecedented seriousness, Dad, I can't leave. How can I just stand by and watch Chanxian fall ill with no medicine? I've always looked at her as a sister, as my own. Let's not talk about whether or not there is luck. Even if there is, what's the harm in giving it to Chanxian? What's the harm in giving him my life? I'm definitely not leaving, he said, cocking his head to the side with an unwavering air of determination. You, Su Tianlong angrily stomped his feet. Yang Hai and Lu Yimei also listened with a few touches. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Gu Jinren poured out his exit, and exasperatedly said, well, you're willing to destroy your own life to save others, so you're really sentimental and righteous. I'll put my words here. If you dare to wash your hands of her and ferry her chi to her, sooner or later you'll regret it one day. I'm waiting for the day you regret it. Old man, go too. With that, he walked quickly out the door. Just walked to the door. Boo! The door to the room opened, and a pair of large feet stretched out from the door, steadily kicking Gu Jinren in the chest, sending him flying backwards back into the villa. You can come and go as you please. With my permission? A figure walked in through the door. Zhao Pingon! Zhao Pingon! Su Tianlong's father and son were startled. How did he come here? Immediately afterward, another figure appeared behind Zhao Pingon, and it was none other than Yi Yaoqing, who had changed into a black dress and looked very noble. Ms. Yi, you're here. Yang Hai and Lu Yimei looked like they had grabbed a life-saving straw and rushed over. Yi Yaoqing nodded slightly. Just now Yang Hai's phone call is hoping that she can step in and let Zhao Pingon to cure the disease. Yang Qian thought that after all, she wants to develop in Tian Hai. She can offend Su Tianlong and Yang Hai one of them, but she can't offend both of them. One more thing. Want the ground back came as soon as I got the call. Hopefully not too late. Not too late. Not too late. Thank you, Miss Yi. Thank you. Yang Hai didn't dare to make a scene in front of him. He looked at Zhao Pingon. His eyes were full of anger, but he still wanted him to treat Yang Qian, and held back. Lu Yimei anxiously said, Miss Yi, then let him start. Chanxian is still sleeping. The reason why the two men did not immediately agree to a wedding ceremony just now is because they contacted Yi Yaoqing and held a ray of hope that although a wedding ceremony is good, they cannot let their daughter lose her innocence. Just then, what? Su Baoji shouted out in excitement. Did you call him here to treat Chanxian? With Zhao Pingon's treatment, how else can you punch the joy? Su Tianlong frowned, feeling that something bad was going to happen. Zhao Pingon didn't want to come, but Yi Yaoqing kept persuading him, so he came, playing with the flavor. What's the name? You guys are worried about the evil plan falling through? When these words came out, Su Jewel and Su Tianhai's whole body trembled. Could it be that he had seen through them? Chapter 34 News breaks. The others froze. Evil plan? What do you mean? Zhao Pingon shook his head. I really don't know how you became the richest man with your IQ. Before Yang Qian was in a coma, Su Jewel was the one who had the destiny to flush out the joy. This time, Ouyang Qian is in a coma again, and Jewel Su is still going to be a punchline. What a simple question. They are in cahoots with this crook to sleep with your daughter. This statement was made. Ouyang Hai and Lu Yimei immediately looked at Jewel Su, their eyes turning skeptical. Yi Yaoqing also frowned, her gaze unkind. You're bloodthirsty. Jewel Su was a bit flustered. A bunch of nonsense. Su Tianlong gritted his teeth in anger, but remained calm. Mr. Zhao, I know you don't deal with me, but you can't just make up nonsense. I've never met real Gu before, so what's this talk of complicity? The reason why my son can save Ouyang Qian is because the gemstone was born with a vermilion and rich destiny, and he can give Ouyang Qian a chi crossing to cure her. This is a situation that is categorically unrecognizable. Zhao Pingan laughed coldly and said, Zhu Zi's rich life? Which one? The face? It seems the beating is still light. It is true that there are Zhu Zi rich life, but definitely not Su Jiji like this. Within a country, there will not be a few people have such luck. You, Su Tianlong almost spat out blood in anger, turning his head to look at Yi Yaoqing. Ms. Yi, I'm very confused as to why you would choose such an arrogant person as a partner. Arrogant and domineering character, mouthy, and not allowed to move half the scale for people. He doesn't deserve it at all. It's a far cry from my son's gems. Jewel Su stepped forward and proudly said, I'm 11 million times better than him. Yi Yaoqing glanced annoyed and said faintly, which is strong? Have you been ridden by a horse? Su Jewel was like a fish in his throat. It was a lifelong shame. Su Tianlong was murderous, but dared to be angry. Zhao Pingan spoke again. Don't bull **** with them. It's not worth it. Looking towards Ouyang Hai and Lu Yimei, he said unhappily, they are a gang. Find the evidence yourself. Also, if it wasn't for Miss Ye's persuasion, you wouldn't have come to cure me even if you begged me on your knees. This is the last time. Don't look for me in the future. Although I'm here, there's still a prerequisite. All the shares you got from the Tianlong group, give them to Ms. Yi. Ouyang Hai and Lu Yimei were furious. What's his tone? Who is he ordering? But when I think of my daughter's illness, I have to bow down again. Yes, I will give all the land to Ms. Yi. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Zhao Pingan didn't bother to talk nonsense and walked directly toward the second floor bedroom, passing by Gu Xinjin, who had just gotten up from the ground and said with a fierce face, Stop, you yellow-mouthed child. How dare you kick me? Boo! Zhao Pingan kicked again. It's most disgusting to see a demon like you who knows a little bit of skin come out to do wrong. If you dare to talk nonsense again, kick you to death. The whole hall was dead silent. Everyone watched Zhao Pingan walk up the stairs. When he entered the bedroom, the crowd reacted and tried to go up to see what was going on, but just as they reached the door to the room was closed. Inside the room, Zhao Pingan looked at Ouyang Qian who was lying flat on the bed. Long and beautiful is beautiful, but sleeping with a cold face, but let people have no interest. Lifting his hand to touch an Ouyang Qian wrist, no wonder looking for me. The original change of method. If it's still the old way, use the previous remedy to cure the disease. Still really willing to sacrifice blood, at the cost of themselves, added a little spell. No wonder they want to punch the joy. Meet others is indeed not good to solve. Meet me. Small meaning. Zhao Pingan said, lifted the quilt, took off Ouyang Qian's clothes a little bit. His heart was not distracted. In the eyes of the doctor, there is no distinction between men and women. Soon, Zhao Pingan adjusted her to the state of healing, ferrying chi into his fingers and using his fingers as needles to stimulate the acupoints on her body. Unlike a single doctor healing, if someone with a heart saw it, they would find that all the acupoints that he had stimulated were connected together. Hers was a talisman. 2 short minutes. Zhao Pingan finished his treatment and looked at him for a few seconds. Why are you still awake? The cure is correct. Just dispel the spell that was applied to your body. No different than sleeping normally, at which point the spell has been dispelled and you should be in a sleep state. A big living person standing next to you and not waking up? Sleeping is still really dead. Zhao Pingan shook his head and didn't think much about it, treating her as if she was still sleeping, and there was no need to stay since the disease had already been cured. No clothes. It's a lot more work to put them on than to take them off. Then he put the covers back on and turned to go out the door. It was also the moment he went out that Ouyang Qian slowly opened her eyes and squeezed out 3 words through her teeth. Zhao Pingan. In all her life, she had never been seen by anyone, let alone a man, not even a woman. Not only did he look, he ran his fingers all over his body. Parlor. Everyone is sitting here. Brother Ouyang, don't listen to his nonsense. I can swear to the heavens that I, Su, absolutely didn't know realist Gu before this. He's throwing dirty water on me. Su Tianlong was filled with righteous indignation. Although he was a newly promoted magnate, there was still a gap between him and Ouyang Hai, and if Ouyang Hai determined that he had conspired with Gu Xinjin, the consequences would be unimaginable. I can prove that my dad has only heard about real Gu a few times before from my mouth and has never met him. Jewel Su spoke righteously. His heart was incomparably angry. The good things were again spoiled by Zhao Pingan, and one day, he would be thwarted. How dare you kick me? I will make him pay. For sure. Real Gu roared hideously. Yi Yaoqing didn't get involved, quietly sitting on the side, calmly watching everything, believing in Zhao Pingan in her heart, but she didn't have any evidence in her hands. Ouyang Hai and Lu Yi Mei both sat heavily and didn't take a stand. They weren't stupid. If they attacked Su Tianlong at this time, what if Zhao Pingan didn't cure Ouyang Qin? He also asked Jewel Seo and Real Gu to treat him. So not taking a stand is the best way to take a stand. LOL. The door to the room opened and Zhao Pingan walked out. Well, is Cynthia ready? Ouyang Hai and Lu Yi Mei hurriedly got up and asked. Yi Yaoqing also had anticipation in her eyes. The three Su Tianlongs were nervous. Zhao Pingan saw them actually still sitting together. Some strange. It is reasonable to say that Ouyang Hai knows that his daughter is framed by them. Should be outraged to start the investigation is right. Actually still tolerate. What an aggravated bastard. Easily. He said. It's cured. Just go up and shake it and you'll wake up. This statement was made. Lu Yi Mei couldn't wait to run upstairs. Rushed into the bedroom. Came out after 10 seconds or so. Nodded to Ouyang Hai downstairs. And cried tears of joy. Awake. Phew. Ouyang Hai was relieved. Su Tianlong, three people were dumbfounded. Planning for such a long time. And in the end, he was stirred up again. This guy is so powerful? Also, will Ouyang Hai believe his words? And what if he does? They're starting to panic. Yi Yaoqing looked at Zhao Pingan and smiled slightly, her eyes full of admiration, but didn't say much and looked at Ouyang Hai. Mr. Ouyang, since Zhao Pingan has already cured your love, then according to the agreement, you should sign a contract for the land, right? Ouyang Hai nodded, ready to fulfill his promise. Just then, jingle bells. His phone rang and he picked it up stunned. What? 140 parcels of land around to focus on development? At the same time, Su Tianlong also picked up the phone. 140 plot to focus point development? Chapter 35, Ungratefulness. Two people can receive the news in the expected. After all, can be in the Tianhai city business community touch the top. Behind the back must have a human network. Yi Yaoqing frowned slightly. The timing was a little too coincidental, but she quickly stretched her eyebrows, believing that the richest man was not a man of his word. We live. Su Tianlong put down the phone, his heart surging. The surrounding was developed. This piece of land more than doubled several times. Suddenly some regret. If you wait again, this piece of land is all their own. There's no need to give Ouyang Hai half at all. After the smile, his eyes turned and teased. Miss Yi, if I'm not wrong, you knew the news in advance. That's why you let Zhao Pingan come to save Qianqian, right? These words showed was not out of friendship at all, but out of interest. Deliberately counting on Ouyang Hai. Yi Yaoqing didn't hide it and said with a generous heart. That's right, but I believe that no matter if this piece of land is flipped 10 times or 100 times, it won't be able to compare to Ms. Ouyang. Mr. Ouyang loves his daughter and will treat her even if he knows in advance. When she directly admitted it, Su Tianlong could not say anything in return and could only look at Ouyang Hai. That's right. Ouyang Hai suddenly opened his mouth after a moment of contemplation and smiled. For the sake of my daughter, no matter how many times this piece of land is doubled, it can be used as a diagnosis fee, and I will naturally fulfill my promise to Miss Yi. Only, this contract can't be signed by Zhao Pingan, but by you personally, Ms. Yi. This was done so as not to take credit for Zhao Pingan. Knowing that he couldn't be convincing in the company, it was naturally impossible for him to help. Yi Yaoqing frowned. What do you mean? Ouyang Hai cleared his throat and said heavily. Miss Yi may not understand the inside story. My family Qianqian was asleep this time. It wasn't designed by brother Su and Real Go at all, but she was angered by Zhao Pingan. I can give you the land, but never let the haters sign it. This statement was made. Su Tianlong was confused. Jewel Su was confused. Real Go was confused. Yi Yaoqing was confused. Even Zhao Pingan was a bit confused. I caused this? Zhao Pingan said with slight anger. Don't you have a brain? Humph. You don't need to explain. You caused this. Ouyang Hai was very firm, with a fearless expression. Ms. Yi, this piece of land is for you. The contract can be signed any time. Ha ha ha. Su Tianlong couldn't help but laugh out. His mood was very soothing. Luckily, brother Ouyang is clear-sighted. Otherwise I would have been wrongly accused. You're right. This word really can't be signed by Zhao Pingan. Uncle Ouyang is wise. Jewel Su also said smugly, glaring viciously at Zhao Pingan. I, Gu, have never done nasty things, but it's some people who are not human behind their backs. Real Gu regained his demeanor. Yi Yaoqing was infuriated. If Zhao Pingan hadn't signed, according to his bet with Zhang Frost, he would have had to leave. And even if he had explained himself, it would have been difficult for Zhao Pingan to convince the public. Angrily, He said, what if this word? I must make Zhao Pinggan sign it. Her aura was on full display, showing off the aura of the imperial capital family's great lady, and all of a sudden, the air pressure in the villa was rising rapidly, pressuring everyone to gasp for air. Su Tianlong and Su Jule's smiles tightened. Yang Hai also turned gloomy, but still said stiffly, I have no intention of making an enemy of Miss Yi, but I can't see Zhao Pinggan as a shameless villain. If Miss Yi forces it, I, for one, can only break the contract. Yi Yaoqing's eyes narrowed a few points. Without waiting for her to speak, Zhao Pinggan sneered. Very well, the land is for you. We don't want it, but before dark tomorrow, I'll make you kneel down and beg me to take it. Miss Yi, let's go. Yi Yaoqing still wanted to apply pressure, but seeing Zhao Pinggan's attitude, she nodded and got up to leave. When the two go out, bah, what the hell, how dare you smear me, trashy thing. Jewel Su couldn't help but curse. Brother Ouyang wisely, in order to celebrate, tomorrow in lot 140, how about a groundbreaking ceremony? Su Tianlong is very comfortable, the ground value added, but also pressed the contradiction to Zhao Pinggan. In addition to not letting his son sleep with Ouyang Qian, this night is simply perfect. Humph, to insult the old man and kick me twice. This revenge must be avenged. Real Gu was indignant. They didn't take Zhao Pinggan's words to heart at all. Yang Hai didn't reply to anyone's words, waving them away and going back upstairs. Lu Yimei has been upstairs. See him come up. Finally cannot help but ask, why do you? Yang Hai sighed and explained, regardless of the truth, Ms. Yi will eventually have to return to imperial capital. Sooner or later, Zhao Pinggan will become an invalid, while the Tianlong group will always be around. And if we have to sacrifice someone, it can only be Zhao Pinggan. His words fell. Ouyang Qian walked out and frowned. Dad, is there a possibility that we all underestimated Zhao Pinggan? Zhao Pinggan and Yi Yaoqing left the villa. Yi Yaoqing was still furious and hard to calm down. Yang Hai was a typical ungrateful villain. Seeing Zhao Pinggan's ugly face, he took the initiative to say, I'm sorry, if it wasn't for me, I wouldn't have let you suffer this kind of aggravation. I didn't know he would be like this, and in the future, I won't make you do anything you don't want to do. The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt. It's not your fault, it's their lack of a bottom line. Zhao Pinggan turned his words around. Since they don't have a bottom line, it's not my fault. Stop the car. I'm going down there. Yi Yaoqing froze and said nervously, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. They are the people who touch the top of the business world in Tianhai City. If they have an accident, it will cause a big stir. She was worried that Zhao Pinggan would act on impulse and do something that would see blood. An accident? That would be too easy for them. I'll make them kneel down and send the land back, he said, directly opening the car door and jumping out of the car. Peace, Yi Yaoqing exclaimed in shock, but when she looked again, Zhao Pinggan had already run away. 20 minutes later, 140 a silhouette appeared on the plot. It was no one else but Zhao Pinggan. He looked up at the stars while walking the 8 trigrams on the outskirts of the 140 plots of land, with an unprecedented seriousness on his face. Before, he had never dealt with anyone by super conventional means. This time, Yang Hai pissed him off. It's true that Pinggan Zhao can't do business, but will do business. A full hour later, Zhao Pinggan walked around lot 140. Finally, with a heavy stomp, formation up, boom, the ground seemed to tremble. A pop flashes across the night sky. Day 2. The province decided to 140 plots of land around, to focus on the development of things in Tianhai spread. Tianhai people are all shocked. We thought Su Tianlong this time planted a big head. Did not expect to the end. The clown is actually Zhao Pinggan. Someone roughly calculated that if developed properly, Su Tianlong could make more than $2 billion this time. It's just a shame to have to share half of Ouyang Hai. Su Tianlong, still regretting, instructed, Jewel, you go and keep an eye on the site. In another hour, it will be the groundbreaking ceremony. The entire Tianhai people will be observing the ceremony. The site must be beautifully decorated. Last night with Ouyang Hai said, absolutely not just talk, to organize a lively. Yes, Jewel Su said triumphantly, that little punk Zhao Pinggan, he still wants us to kneel down at night. Later on, let him lose face. Ha ha ha. Chapter 36. Let's get started. Henteing Heavenly Palace. This is an invitation to break ground on lot 140. Zhang Frost rushed into the villa, and in his hands he was suddenly holding an invitation. His face was very ugly. This is what Tianlong Group sent, and it was specially emphasized that Mr. Zhao must be there. Mr. Xiu, how do you feel about this invitation? What she meant when she said this was obviously for Zhao Pinggan to fulfill his promise to get the hell out of Yi. She just didn't say it explicitly. Yi Yaoqing's face was ugly, not knowing how to help. There's nothing to feel. Zhao Pinggan responded with a big grin. Since you're invited, just go. In fact, I want to go without an invitation. To be there to see what Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai will look like. You're a cheeky one. Zhang Frost gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Yaoqing. Miss, according to the agreement, if he doesn't get the land back, he has to voluntarily resign. As you have heard, we didn't get it back last night, and now that it's common knowledge that Lot 140 is going to be a key development, it's even more unlikely that we'll get it back. Please, as promised, tell him to get lost. Yi Yaoqing very headache, left and right difficult. In fact, the heart also knows that the ground is impossible to take back. Such a big piece of fat meat. Unless it is a little cute, only then will it be sent back. But, didn't want to let Zhao Pingan leave. Tough said, just wait, it's just a groundbreaking today. Chances are they'll give the land back. Wait and see. That's a statement she doesn't even believe. Miss, what kind of mesmerizing soup did he pour into you? Zhang Frost stomped her feet in anger. What are you screaming for? If you want to scream indiscriminately, you also need to distinguish between occasions and places. Zhao Pingan lazily got up. Let's go see the groundbreaking. There's no telling if there's a surprise. He led the way out the door. The two had to follow. Soon, come to the site of the groundbreaking ceremony. The place was already packed with people, and all the dignitaries of Tianhai had been invited. Zhao Pingan is here too? He still has the nerve to come. I guess Miss Yi hates him in her heart. If he hadn't provoked Su Tianlong in the first place, this piece of land would have been able to be pocketed. But now it's good that he can only watch the value added. A little yakuza who came out of prison and was valued by Ms. Yi for some unknown reason. What the hell kind of ability does he have? Just watch. It won't take long for him to off. People showed their contempt and kept talking. Yi Yaoqing's face flushed red as she listened. Zhang Frost kept glaring viciously at Zhao Pingan. If it wasn't for him, how could he be so humiliated? Zhao Pingan wore a smile on his face and ignored it. Yo, if it isn't the famous Zhao Pingan. A teasing laugh came out from the crowd, and he saw Jewel Su walk over through the crowd, and respectfully said again, Miss Yi, thank you for the honor of attending the ceremony. However, you really shouldn't have brought this villain over. It very much affects your image. Ha ha ha. The people around them followed and laughed out loud. Zhao Pingan was indeed very unworthy of this kind of occasion. Yi Yaoqing's face turned cold. Who I brought here, do I need to explain to you? Do you deserve it? Su Jiji's face turned ugly as he was choked, and in his heart, he swore viciously that he would get her into bed sooner or later, and clasped his hands together. Miss Yi, goodbye. He had wanted to taunt Zhao Pingan, but Yi Yaoqing's attitude made it impossible for him to say more, so he could only leave. Zhao Pingan watched him leave in a state of distress and casually said, Thank you, minion? Yi Yaoqing smiled faintly. You're welcome. Her smile took everyone around her by surprise, and right in the crowd. Shi Tianjiao also saw this scene and stomped her foot in anger, thinking about me while maintaining a relationship with Ouyang Qian and seducing Yi Yaoqing. Dead scum. In the distance, Ouyang Qian also watched coldly, her brows unconsciously wrinkled, feeling blocked in her heart. About 10 minutes later, the ceremony has officially begun. Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai went on stage in formal attire, followed by Su Jewel and Ouyang Qian. The two of them, as the sole heirs of the group, had arrived at the time of their emergence. Why is Ouyang Hai on stage? Up there for what? Could it be that Ouyang Hai is also involved in the investment? No one knew yet that Ouyang Hai had 50% of the shares, so they were all puzzled. Just in case of doubt, Su Tianlong walked to the microphone and said with a spring in his step, Everyone be quiet. I heard a lot of people talking about why Mr. Ouyang is also on the stage. So let's take this opportunity to tell everyone that this piece of land will be developed by me and Mr. Ouyang. Wow. The stage was in an uproar. The two of them are big shots at the top of the business world in Tianhai. And the fact that they are developing it together, does it mean that the two of them are joining forces? Su Tianlong raised his hand and pressed downward, before breaking ground. I have to focus on thanking one more person. That's Zhao Pingan. If it wasn't for him, I couldn't have gotten this land. Mr. Pingan Zhao. Thank you. Su Jewel also anxiously jumped out and bowed. Thank you, for letting us have the key development land in the province. I, thank you for 8 generations of ancestors. Ha ha ha. The scene resounded with laughter, and anyone could hear that it was mocking Zhao Pingan. You're welcome, just don't scold me when you guys cry. Zhao Pingan responded indifferently. The crowd at the scene revealed true contempt, and Zhang Frost followed suit. He was just the hardened mouth of a boiled duck. Actually, I have to thank Zhao Pingan as well. Ouyang Hai suddenly spoke. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to get into the development. Just yesterday, he used a trick to piss my daughter off to the point where she had an old illness, and just when there was nothing else to do, he came to me and said he could cure it, and demanded that I find a way to get the land and give it to him. I immediately found Mr. Su, and when Mr. Su heard that it was because of Chanshan, he gave me half of the land without saying a word. when Shanshan woke up and I was about to give him the land. Only then did I hear Shanshan say that he was angry with her and didn't give him the land this time, and the reason why he wanted the land, which I only found out this morning, turned out to be that this land was going to be keyed up for development. This statement was made. There was a sudden silence. The words were so informative that they needed to be digested. Ouyang Qian looked violently at her father. How could he say that? Ouyang Hai's face was not red and his heart was not jumping. Since he had offended Zhao Pingan, he had to completely offend him to death in order to eliminate future problems. Sure enough, 3 short seconds passed. There was a lot of cursing on the scene. Villain. He knew long ago that this land was going to be developed and regretted it, so he designed a mess. Ouyang, in all my years of living, I've never seen such a shameless man. Scum. Miss Yi, how can you let this kind of unscrupulous person be by your side? You need to tell him to get lost immediately. Continuing to stay he will defeat your reputation. This kind of person should be killed by 1,000 cuts and thwarted. Miss Yi, think twice. Yi Yaoqing clenched her hands into fists, unable to figure out how Ouyang Hai could be so shameless as to reverse black and white and spit blood. Ji Tianjia was also shocked from afar. How could Zhao Pingan do this? And the whole scene. Only Zhao Pingan still didn't change his color. These guys have been shameless to the point of having no bottom line. It's not a crime to get angry with them. Calmly, he said, that's right, you're all right. I just want this piece of land, and I've wanted it until now. You can give it to me anytime you want. I'm willing to pay $1 million for it. The words fell. The whole room became even angrier and cursed even harder. Shame on you. Do you have any face left? My family's land is now worth at least $2 billion. What kind of thing are you to want to buy it with $1 million? Jewel Su roared. Ms. Yi, fire him immediately. Yi Yaoqing was also baffled. What did he mean by these words? How is $1 million possible? You shut up, Zhang Frost said angrily. Miss is still by your side. You're shameless, don't involve others. Zhao Pingan casually said. I'm doing this for your own good. If I give $1 million now, it won't be worth it after a while. Well, cut the crap and start the ceremony. Chapter 37, The Unholy Land. Su Tianlong viciously glared. Heart-blocked panic. This piece of land is now worth at least 2 billion. He actually said a moment even $1 million are not worth. Deliberately looking for fault. Coldly, he said, there is no need for you to say. Naturally, ground will be broken. However, I have to remind you that this piece of land is impossible to sell. Mr. Zhao, your wishful thinking is going to come to naught. Ouyang Hai said. Dong Su, there's no need to tangle with such a yellow mouth. He's just here to cause trouble. We gave Ms. Yi face and didn't blow him out. Let's start the ceremony. Jewel Su glared fiercely again. This guy is psychotic. Wait, Ms. Yi will definitely fire him and will choose herself as a partner. Ouyang Qian, on the other hand, was filled with gravity and silence. Zhao Pingan also stopped arguing and shrugged his shoulders and looked on with a smile. Su Tianlong stepped forward and said in a loud voice, don't take the interlude to heart. Everyone, it's just a small person. The ceremony will begin next. First of all, please invite Real Gu. The arena erupted in thunderous applause. Businessmen are very ritualistic and seek a guru before various projects. As it happens, Real Gu is. Then it was time to watch. A couple of employees boarded up a table with pork heads, fruit, and pastries. Gu Xinjin followed behind in a cloth robe, holding a sword in his hand, with an immortal appearance. Under everyone's gaze, he walked to the table, lit 3 incense sticks, folded his hands together, and recited an incantation in his mouth that people couldn't understand. And when they heard him recite the incantation that they couldn't understand, everyone became devout. Gu Xinjin spoke again. On the auspicious day, heaven and earth will open, its earth will move, and the 4 seasons will be peaceful. After reciting another string, he rose his hand and swung his sword out. Go! The sword was thrown a dozen meters into the air and began to plummet downward before finally planting itself firmly on the ground. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people again exclaimed, worthy of being a master invited by Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai. He was indeed a high-level person. Gu Xinjin pointed to the ground and said, this is the blessing point of the entire plot. Digging this place, the blessing overflows and fills the entire plot, ensuring that the construction goes smoothly and the owner's wealth comes in. Digging from here, Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai were very respectful and bowed at the same time. Thank you, Real Gu. Humph. Real Gu turned his back and nodded his head slightly in a gesture. Ha, silly dog. Zhao Pingan was amused and wanted to rush up and kick his head off. A half-baked liar who cheated 2 little cuties, acting quite formal. Originally, his voice was not loud, but it stood out in this environment. In a flash, everyone looked at him again. What the hell are you saying? Jewel Su's eyes widened in anger. You're the stupid dog. You deliberately come to mess up when you can't get land. Ms. Yi, how can you want this kind of narrow-minded person? He's disgracing you. That's it. What a guy. Miss Yi, tell him to get lost. Miss Yi, he's ruining your reputation. Others took the opportunity to speak again. As things had developed to this point, Yi Yaoqing was not in a good position to help Zhao Pinggan, and was soon going to stir up public anger. So she whispered, "Don't say it. I'm just being practical." Zhao Pinggan said indifferently, "That's not a blessing position at all, but a disaster position." Gu Xinjin took 2 steps forward. New hatred and old hatred surged to his heart, growling, "You little yakuza are also worthy of questioning the old man. I was initiated at the age of 3, worshipped my master at the age of 8, and was 16. Stop," Zhao Pinggan interrupted. "If you don't want to get kicked again, stay away from me." "You." Gu Xinjin shivered in fear and hurriedly backed up. Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai were about to go ballistic. Ouyang Qian, who had been slow to speak, finally spoke. "Dad, Uncle Su, let's start. It's not good if we pass the auspicious time in a while." Both men stopped at the same time when they heard this. Su Tianlong's eyes were glazed over as he said, "I'll let you see if it's a blessed position or not. Brother Ouyang, let's dig." Ouyang Hai's eyes erupted with fire and said, "Well, facts speak louder than words, so let's use reality and shut some people up." The crowd glared unkindly at Zhao Pinggan and looked over as well. In the eyes of everyone, Su Tianlong 4 people at the same time pick up the shovel tied with a red rope to dig. However, just dug up a few shovels. Bam! The ground suddenly collapsed, and Jewel Su's entire body fell in, below a 2-meter square pit, about 1.5 meters deep. The pit is not important. The important thing is that it is full of snakes, densely packed with hundreds of snakes. Wow! The surrounding onlookers instantly stepped backward, and some of the timid ones almost fainted in fear. What's going on here? Digging up a nest of snakes. Starting work and digging up a nest of snakes. A fierce look. What's with the coincidence? Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong were dumbfounded. Ouyang Qian was dumbfounded. Gu Xinjin was also dumbfounded. There was clearly no problem here. How could it turn out like this? Zhang Frost's face turned white with fear. She was most afraid of snakes and almost peed. This. Yi Yaoqing was also scared and subconsciously grabbed Zhao Pinggan's arm. Only Zhao Pinggan looked on with a faint smile. This had only just begun. Just as the crowd froze during, "Save me, Dad! Save me! Save me!" Su Jewel in the pit tore his heart and lungs and screamed miserably. His soul was almost lost in fear, and he climbed upward and slid down several times. Hearing this, Su Tianlong finally slowed down and panicked. "Save my son! Save my son!" Jewel Su was rescued with several snakes still hanging from her body and was carried to the hospital on a stretcher. "I said it's a plague, don't believe me. Now it's good. Digging into the snake's nest. It may not even be possible for my son to live. Is this ceremony still going to work?" Zhao Pinggan opened his mouth in an ancient well. "Now that's a lot I can still charge. $900,000. Swish. In a flash, the crowd once again looked at Zhao Pinggan. However, unlike before, no one dared to talk nonsense this time. They all looked at it with slight scorn. Does this guy know something? Otherwise, how did he know? "You shut up." Su Tianlong was so enraged that he had the heart to tear Zhao Pinggan away with his bare hands, and he wanted to go see his son. But this ceremony had already started. So what was the point of being the boss and walking away? If it starts badly, it won't go well later. Angrily, he said, "I won't let you, a villain, see the joke. The ceremony, it must start again. This place is a mistake by Real Gu. A different place will be fine. Real Gu, re-elect." Gu Xinjin's brain was covered with beads of sweat. Hearing him say this, he couldn't refute it and nodded. "That's right, just now, because there was a villain on the scene messing with my mind. So it was a little bit worse. This time, there will definitely not be a problem," he said, picking up his sword again. "Go!" The sword landed a dozen seconds away. "This is it. This land wealth spring. Dig up the sealed earth, wealth rolls in. Dig." Without saying a word, Su Tianlong picked up the shovel and walked over. Ouyang Hai was close behind. The 2 men looked at each other and shoveled dirt at the same time. Just flipped. The upturned earth was like the upturning of a spring, and from the pits beneath it something white was continually bubbling outward, and when it did it scattered in all directions. "See this thing?" Everyone was once again dumbfounded. "Termites. Dug up a termite nest. Termites will eat the body of the house and build a building to collapse." Ouyang Hai was stupid. Su Tianlong was stupid. And Gu Xinren was stupid. Ouyang Qian looked violently at Zhao Pinggan. Qi Tianjiao looked at Zhao Pinggan in shock. Yi Yaoqing slowly turned her head, her eyes filled with puzzlement. Zhao Pinggan opened his mouth without a ripple. "I still want this piece of land." Bidding $800,000. Chapter 38, Falling in Love with Him. When Zhao Pinggan finished these words, he was once again the center of attention, and everyone's eyes turned even more puzzled. How in the world did he know? "You shut up." Su Tianlong was going crazy. His eyes were filled with scarlet. Digging up poisonous snakes was better. This kind of thing only needed to be cleaned up by hand. But termites were different. This kind of thing would gnaw on the body of the room. It's surprisingly lethal, especially to wooden structures. This is going to be a residential area. Who doesn't have wooden furniture? Not to mention, it will also make home buyers doubt the strength of the body of the house. How can the house still be sold? He added grimly. Sue, just won't sell this land to you even if I don't develop it and throw it away. So die. Zhao Pingan smiled faintly, not bothering to respond. Yang Hai is also full of anger. If it is the beginning of the okay, after all, holding the idea of losing money, in favor of the province to focus on investing here, thinking that it can make money, and now see these, the gap is too big to accept. After thinking about it, he said, pick another piece. I can't believe it's such a coincidence. Yes, pick another piece. Su Tianlong nodded his head heavily and looked at Guzhenjin, saying angrily, are you damn good or not? If not, fart now. At this time, he couldn't care less about treating Guzhenjin with respect. Guzhenran sweated like a pig, encountering such strange things for the first time in his life, and said with difficulty, yes, of course, the next piece of land will definitely work, he said, quickly picking up his sword. Not around this time, but walking out a few dozen meters. Right here, this is the Palace of Longevity. After digging it up, those who live here are blessed with longevity. Su Tianlong and Yang Hai quickly came out of the spade. Just one shovel over. Hundreds of centipedes crawled out of the cave and spread out in all directions. Aha! The scene was filled with screams. The crowd scattered and fled, and in the blink of an eye, a third of the scene was gone. This is impossible. Guzhenjin was incomparably dumbfounded, choosing all the right places. Although there was an element of exaggeration, he shouldn't have encountered this kind of thing. 700,000. Zhao Pingan spoke indifferently. Su Tianlong said hideously, I don't believe in evil today. Choose again. Real Gu picks another piece. 2 shovels over. Countless toads jumped out, and the toads were extremely horrifying with venom dripping from their bodies. $600,000. Su Tianlong screamed out uncontrollably, staring at Guzhenjin. You punk thing, what's the use of having you? I choose myself. He picked up a spade and chose a random spot. A shovel goes down. Below, blackened, uncountable scorpions crawled out. Now don't say Su Tianlong. Even the people around them crumbled. What kind of place is this? If another gecko comes along and the 5 poisons come together, how can it be developed? How to live? You think termites aren't poisonous? Termites are more poisonous than geckos. And this is the land of the 5 poisons. Move. It'll bite us later. Wow. The crowd was mostly gone again. How is this possible? Why is this happening? Su Tianlong stared blankly at the ground, his heart on the verge of collapsing within. Word is bound to get out, and when word gets out about this place, no matter how cheaply bought or well built, how many people will dare to buy it? Even if the surrounding facilities are perfect, no one dares to buy it. Swish! Yang Hai looked at Zhao Pingan and frantically said, you're the one who messed up, right? You did all of this. You purposely punked us. He's the only one suspected. Zhao Pingan casually took out a bank card. Cut the crap. Is this piece of land for sale at $500,000? This is already a high price. Drag it backward and it's even cheaper. There was silence all around. No one expressed any opinion. This piece of land, not to mention $500,000, or even 50,000 they think expensive. Mainly because of the poisonous insects all over the ground cannot do anything. Not to mention turned into a residential, or even built a public toilet. No one dares to come. Yang Hai almost spit out blood. $500,000? This piece of land himself had spent $6.5 million on shares, and was worth at least $2 billion before it was dug up. Selling it to him for $500,000 depreciates the value too quickly. Su Tianlong became infuriated, picked up the shovel and walked forward, going crazy. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to get you. You little punk. Zhao Pingan smiled contemptuously before he could strike. Yi Yaoqing suddenly took a step forward and said in a cold voice, if you dare to touch a hair on his head, I will use my family's power to exterminate your entire family. If you don't believe me, try it. Gah! Su Tianlong stopped his footsteps. He looked down on Zhao Pingan, but he didn't dare to underestimate Yi Yaoqing. She was the eldest miss of the Yi family in imperial capital. Despair said, Ms. Yi, I don't understand why on earth you are protecting him and picking him as a partner. Which point of my son Jewel is not 1,000,000 times better than him? Yi Yaoqing faintly said, your son was ridden by a horse. Su Tianlong. Yi Yaoqing retracted her gaze and smiled. The ceremony is over. Pingan, let's go. Zhao Pingan thought about it and then asked, is it for sale at $400,000? It'll be $300,000 later. EW. Su Tianlong's eyes rolled back in anger and he fainted. On the way back, did you make all these? Yi Yaoqing asked with a smile, her eyes blinking like stars in the sky. Zhao Pingan always feel that she has changed a person, not the Yi Yaoqing that I knew before, now more like a neighboring big sister. In comparison, or more like Yi Goblin, can look twice from time to time, laughing, guess, ahem. Driving Zhang Frost coughed twice and rolled his eyes through the mirror. He actually dared to let the lady guess, is not forgetting that he is only the identity of the wage earner. Opening his mouth, he said, Miss, it's better to fulfill your promise. Zhao Pingan didn't get the land. He should leave of his own accord. He must be told to get lost. Such a little man doesn't deserve to be around a young lady. Yi Yaoqing's face instantly turned cold, and she said unhappily, you saw the situation at the scene. This piece of land doesn't have any value. Do you want me to pay for it? Zhang Frost's face tightened and he was dumbfounded by the dislike. No problem. The betting continues. They'll soon be begging for the land to give it to me. Zhao Pingan casually said. You can't convince people without getting the land. Pingan? Yi Yaoqing was filled with puzzlement. Having already helped him out, why would she still take the initiative to look for trouble? That's what you said. A gentleman's word is his bond. Zhang Frost hurriedly finalized. Zhao Pingan smiled faintly towards Yi Yaoqing. I'm not betting with her for the sake of it, but I want you to make achievements and not marry that cutie. Help her make a mark as soon as possible so she can have autonomy. And of course, if she chooses herself when the time comes, take her to the 6 remaining fiancés to withdraw. Or if she doesn't choose, consider the withdrawal with her complete and go ahead and withdraw. Yi Yaoqing blushed scarlet and said softly, it's so happy to have you. Happiness? Hearing these 2 words, Zhao Pingan suddenly remembered that there was something he hadn't done yet. Yi Yaoqing was a heavenly fate orphan fate, and he needed to help him change his fate against the heavens. However, a lot of things can't come together at the moment, so you can write a talisman first. Pull over, I'm going out. Ah, Yi Yaoqing froze, thought he would say something, did not expect to say parking. Is it because he expressed himself too directly? Zhang Frost quickly stopped the car and let Zhao Pingan out, and when he left, she asked tentatively, Miss, you don't like him, do you? Yi Yaoqing turned her head to the side and said coldly, drive properly. Chapter 39, Payment. Zhao Pingan stepped out of the car and contacted Zhang Xianding to ask him to pick him up. The reception was secondary. The main thing was the writing of the talisman, which required the help of this underground emperor of Tianhai City to find. Just put the phone down. A Maserati pulls up in front of it. Qi Tianzhou said seriously, get in the car. She had been following and waited for Yi Yaoqing's car to go far before coming over. Zhao Pingan had black lines on his head. Why was she everywhere? No, someone's coming to get it. Too lazy to engage with her much. Qi Tianzhou rolled her eyes. She had already figured out Zhao Pingan's character. Very fond of pretending to be high-strung and then sneakily stalking behind his back. And very, very good at pretending. And once she was poked and prodded, she became annoyed. Why else would he get out of the car? He must have realized he was following him and came down to give it a chance of his own accord, and was too embarrassed to admit it. Don't bother poking him. Taking the initiative, he stepped out of the car. I have a question for you. How do you know this land is not conducive to development and is riddled with poisonous insects underground? Zhao Pingan wanted to leave, but knew that she wouldn't stop until she got what she wanted. Faintly, he returned, I did the spell to gather all the surrounding poisonous insects. Put. Qi Tianzhou sputtered with laughter. Just don't say it. You think I'm stupid? And do magic? Why don't you say you're a mage? She didn't believe it at all. But Zhao Pingan had been in prison before. Did they teach people to do things in prison besides stepping on sewing machines? Not at all. Zhao Pingan said, if you have no other questions you can leave. Yes. Qi Tianzhou blurted out, then carefully said, you aren't over with Ouyang Qian? Looking at Ouyang Hai's attitude towards him, he knew there was a problem. And Ouyang Qian hadn't bothered with him just now. Zhao Pingan said, the two of us never started in the first place, so how can we talk about the end? Just passers-by. Qi Tianzhou tried again. Because of me? Zhao Pingan turned his head to look at her in shock. What kind of tiger and wolf words were these? Qi Tianzhou saw this expression on his face and thought that she had guessed correctly, and proudly said, actually, I saw through it a long time ago, so you don't need to hide it. Previously think you this person is not reliable. Through these days to get along with found that you are okay. We can first be friends. Later. Hey, what are you doing to go? Before she could finish her sentence, she realized that Zhao Pingan had already left with a quick step. She hurriedly drove the car and followed Zhao Pingan around, saying unhappily, you're just like this. Your skin is too thin. You should be more daring in pursuing girls, and you have me in your heart, so why are you afraid to admit it? Zhao Pingan's mind buzzed, and he couldn't help but stop and look at her. I'm at a loss as to why you're so ordinary and so confident. Pushin? Qi Tianzhou's face changed. These words were too hard to hear. Angrily, he said, you're the pushing man, but you're just a bit lucky to be chosen by MS. Yi, what else are you when you leave MS? Yi? Zhao Pingan freaked out. Can you stay away from me? Can't. Chi Tianjia was also exasperated. The road isn't your home. I'll walk if I want to. Surname Zhao. Let me tell you. Right now everyone is doing whatever you say for the sake of Miss Yi. And you are nothing without Miss Yi by your side. Like right now. You're walking down the road and there's not even anyone willing to give you a ride. Oomph. The words just fell. A Rolls-Royce crossed in front of the Maserati. Zhang Xianding stepped down from the car. Straight into the driver's seat of the Maserati. Blackface said, "Who are you and why are you following Mr. Zhao?" He was far enough away to see Chi Tianjiao driving alongside with a provocative look. Swish! Chi Tianjiao saw Zhang's shoulder ding. Scared heart almost stopped. Or the first time so close to see the Tianhai City underground emperor. The sense of oppression is too strong. There is a kind of feeling of being gazed at by death. Drive! Zhao Pingan quickly got in the car and didn't bother to stay here any longer. Alright Mr. Zhao, I'll drive. Zhang Heading's aura dispersed, and like a pug, he trotted and drove without half a moment's hesitation. Chi Tianjiao watched the Rolls-Royce go away. A full minute passed before he slowed down. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "It's still not relying on Yi Yaoqing. The higher you pretend now, the more painful the fall will be in the future. And on the day you have nothing, you will definitely come to me. I'll wait for that day to see if you're still pretending," Zhang Heading said while driving. Mr. Zhao, if you bloom butterflies naturally, now that you are a celebrity in Tianhai, naturally there are many warblers and swallows who take the initiative to throw their arms around you. If it bothers you, I'll fix her. He thought Chi Tianjiao was one of those fishing girls. Forget it. Zhao Pingan shook his head. There was no need to solve Chi Tianjiao, just avoid it in the future, and asked, "Do you know where I can buy hairy jade? Preferably one that hasn't seen the light of day, or at least a glass seed." Yi Yaoqing has to face a desperate situation. Ordinary vermilion yellow talisman does not work. Want to take refuge for a while? Can only use Chi injection jade. Jade to raise people. This is why many people say that jade nurtures the soul. However, most of them have not been injected with Chi by a senior person and are not very useful. This, Zhang shouldering tripod some difficult. You want to have never seen the light of the woolen jade stone. But the inside must also be glass species. Glass species has been how many years no new face. This is too difficult. Zhao Pingan was right when he thought about it. They didn't have perspective eyes and couldn't feel the Chi. There's no way to tell. However, Zhang Heading turned his words around and said, "There is a jade street in Tianhai. You can go and try your luck. It is said that where a glass seed has been opened, it was many years ago. If you want, I'll have someone wrap up all the stones in the street and open them up one by one to see if I can have them." Zhao Pingan said indifferently, "Go take a look." Soon, the two came to Jade Street. It is several hundred meters long and is lined with all sorts of stones, some with open sides, some half-opened, and some with no difference from the stones. The streets are bustling with activity and are a paradise for stone gamblers. Mr. Zhao, I'll have someone seal off the place and wrap the stones? Zhang Chengdang asked again. No. Zhao Pingan closed his eyes to feel for a few seconds, then opened them and walked forward quickly, stopping in front of a greasy stall holder. Which stone does the boss want? When the stall owner saw Zhao Pingan, he was happy in his heart. Just by looking at him, he knew that he didn't have much experience at all, and he came here to try his luck, and he didn't know the market at all, and the one next to him was dressed like a thug. Such people are best fooled. Hurry to brag, to be honest, my stone here to ensure that out of jade, and the color are very good. Know the Emperor Green not? 3 years ago, I hear on the Emperor of the Green, sold him 20,000. He changed hands, sold tens of millions. This batch of stones is that batch, and it could be Emperor Green. The surrounding vendors scoffed, and there was only one thing he said that was true, jade was guaranteed to come out, because in a sense, stone is also jade. As for saying the same batch, that's just a lie. How can they be sold for 3 years? Zhao Pingan didn't reply, but swept around and saw a fist-sized black stone in a pile of stones and directly said, I'll take this one. How much is it? The people around us froze. What kind of person just says they want it? At least put the asking price up front. I'm sure it's a rash, and I deserve to be slaughtered. The stall owner almost laughed out loud. Black is for self-righteous fools like you. Plate Face said, boss, really good eyesight. Truth be told, I also optimistic in this piece. All want to open their own. If not to see you and I have a destiny. This piece is not for sale. If you want to buy it, one price, $100,000. Zhao Pingan nodded and commanded, pay up. Chapter 40, blasted out. What? That's the money? No counteroffer? Sure is rash. This stone is worth $1,000 at most. Deserve to be lied to. Deserve to be beaten by society. When the people around him saw him giving money directly, they pointed and showed sneers, and the surrounding stall owners also acidly mocked a few sentences. The stall owner also did not expect him to be so quick. In fact, the stone price tag is only 5,000. If the bargaining 1,000 can be sold, 800 is not impossible. Sold for 100, 000 and almost laughed out loud. Quickly said, boss atmosphere, but we have rules here. Once sold, no return, earned is your skill, lost is your own eye. None of my business. The words just fell. Ka! Zhao Pingan used his fingers to pick off the skin of the stone with a crisp sound. The surrounding people's look froze. This guy's hand strength is so big? But the next second, the crowd was even more shocked and dumbfounded. Because from under the peeled epidermis, a dazzling green light. Imperial green. Holy, I'm rich. Just this one cut is worth at least $1 million. If they are all open and it's full green inside, it's at least over $10 million. The last time we opened an Imperial green was 10 years ago, wasn't it? The surrounding people are all dumbfounded. Here has been how many years no Emperor green. Even the glass species are not. Thought Zhao Pingan is rash. Did not expect. He is a true master. Zhao Pingan smiled slightly. It was true that it was right. Using a jade of such a texture to inject chi to protect his body would not only bring good luck, but might also be able to withstand a life and death calamity. If he gave it to Yi Yaoqing, at least he wouldn't have to worry about her life being in danger before the jade shattered. However, it can only be resisted once. If you want to go against the grain, you need other ways. Put away the jade and prepare to leave. Wait. Just then, the stall owner suddenly opened his mouth, holding in his hand a woolen stone similar to the stone in Zhao Pingan's hand, and said with a smile, little brother, are you mistaken? You bought this stone. The one in your hand is mine. Yours? Zhao Pingan froze. Of course, the two stones look alike, so you've got the wrong one. Give me the stone and this one to you. The stall owner reached out. Zhang Xianding had been by his side all the time and was at ease in the role of a dog except for paying. He knew very well that he should come out and bite it this time. Angrily opened his eyes and said, you want to give a rascal. Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the river to feed the king. The stall owner is not afraid. Zhao Pingan hands of that piece of Imperial green conservative estimates in more than 3 million. As long as you get your hands on the sale of money, you can later put the bank to eat interest. Do not have to do anything. Ian coldly said, you put your mouth clean. A word. Stay. You can go. If not, you people don't go. I, for one, will make you crawl out of this street. When he finished, the people around them sucked in a breath of cold air. Opening his mouth, he persuaded, leave the stone behind. You can't fight him. This piece of Imperial green is worth several $1 million. You guys can't suppress this fortune, so consider it broken. This is the stallholder's territory, so think about the consequences. The stall owner turned very smug when he heard all the people around him persuade him, holding up his arms and saying contemptuously, I don't want to say the same thing a second time. Leave the stone and get lost. And you, dare to scold me. Slap yourself twice. He looked at Zhang Xianding and snorted coldly. Zhao Pingan looked at Zhang Heading suspiciously. This guy wasn't underground Emperor Zhan Longwen, being threatened in the street? Zhang Chengding's face was reddened by the look, and he grumpily said, you big shot. I'll just get you killed. Speaking, casually picked up a stone from the ground against the stallholder slammed. Just a moment, the stallholder was smashed head. Wailing, the stall owner covered his head and ran backward, threatening, wait for me, third brother, come quickly, I've been beaten. The shouting was very loud. Who dares to hit you? A roar came from the crowd. All of you get the hell out of my way and make way. Who dares to come to Jade Street and cause trouble? Then he watched as several burly men rushed over with machetes. Seeing this, the surrounding people hurriedly distanced themselves from Zhao Pingan and Zhang Xianding. It's them, 3 of them, they robbed my jade and beat people up. I'm going to make you guys crawl out. The stall owner covered his head and howled a complaint. Damn, ate the bear heart leopard gall. Dare to touch me. The leader of the third brother rushed over aggressively. When he saw Zhang Xianding, almost lost his soul, and swallowed back his words. Others can't reach Zhang Xianding, but he can reach him. This is the underground emperor. The stall owner didn't see the abnormality of the third brother, jumped to his feet and shouted, you guys are crazy, crazy again. If I don't let you kneel down and call your grandpa today, I won't mix anymore. Snap. Sango slapped the stall owner hard on the face and stormed, call you your ass call? Shut the up. With that, he bent both knees to the ground and said with a fawning face, Grandpa, you're here. The surrounding people are all dumbfounded. The third brother is a bully in this street. There is nothing he can't handle. It is said that he knows the underground emperor Zhang Longwang. He actually knelt down? Sango? The stall owner's jaw dropped. 3 Your Majesty. San crumbled and roared again. This is Dragon King Zhang. Kneel down and call for help. What? In a split second, the air was like standing still. Everyone knew of Dragon King Zhang, but very few had access to him, and no one expected that this was the one in front of them. The stall owner almost gulped in fear, immediately kneeling down and pleading, Grandpa, I was wrong. It's because I had eyes but didn't know you brought your child here. I'm sorry. He thought that Zhao Pingan was the child of Zhang Longwang, and so did everyone else. Zhang Henning shivered in fear and dared to say that Mr. Zhao was a child? Immediately, he said, an eye-catching thing, this is Mr. Zhao, my master. I'm going to throw you into the river to feed the wangbang today, said the killer, walking over. What, master? Forget it. Zhao Pingan suddenly spoke. Don't waste your time, this little thing isn't worth taking a life. It will hurt your fortune. Just break his limbs and throw him on the road to be fed for the rest of his life. After that, he turned to leave. Yes, Zhang Haidiang answered with his mouth full, quickly took out the phone to order, followed Zhao Pingan's footsteps and the sound of pleading, and laughed dryly. Mr. Zhao, the king of hell is good to coax. The little ghosts are difficult to entangle, and a lot of people have never seen me, so, that's okay. Zhao Pingan didn't care about this at all. Where can I buy a carving knife? Jade to be carved into talismans. Zhang Henning carefully asked. You want to carve? This I know. Ahead is the hidden treasure pavilion of Master Qi, the master of the jade industry in the entire Tianhai city, and the carving is well known in the country. A lot of people out of town bigwigs pay him heavily to carve. Zhao Pingan would have liked to carve it himself, but someone who can do it for him is fine. Carving is simple, and the main thing is to inject gas. Nodding in agreement. 10 minutes later, the two men came to the hidden treasure. Inside a variety of jade carvings, including a 3-meter-high Tarzan stone carving of the immortal world figure, characters are exquisite, lifelike, as if the immortal world is like this. Liars, this place is full of liars. You guys pay me back for the jade. A shout with a sobbing voice suddenly came out from the store. Not only are you cheating jade here, but you are also cheating sex. I gave you everything, you. Let go of me. You shall not die. Speaking, a woman was propped out of the back room by two men. Finally another young male stepped out and the male said in a low voice, blast her out of here, and if she dares to go out and talk nonsense, sew her mouth shut. Chapter 41, digging a grave in front of your face. The two men heard the order and dragged more roughly. Let me go, you'll get what's coming to you. The woman's tears fell like rain and she struggled with all her might. Only her strength was not worth mentioning in front of the two men. She looked at Zhao Pingan and Zhang Henning again and cried, don't come here, the hidden treasure pavilion is a fraud. Cheating, money and sex. Zhao Pingan frowned slightly at what he heard. Zhang Xianding was filled with surprise, not waiting for the two to speak. The young male noticed Zhang Haidiang and smiled with both hands clasping his fists. I don't know that Dragon King Zhang has come to visit. I hope I'm sorry for the loss. You've come at the right time. Saying that, he looked at the women and said icily, this Tianhai City underground emperor, Zhang Longwang, is also a valued guest of my hidden treasure pavilion, so if you dare to talk nonsense again, I don't mind inviting Zhang Longwang to take action and shut you up forever. No one in Tianhai City knew about Dragon King Zhang. The women shut up in fear, not even daring to struggle, but only gritting their teeth and crying. Zhang Qingdang casually asked, Li Kong, what's going on? Li Kong, the man in front of him, Master Qi's personal disciple. Li Kong replied back, who came to touch the porcelain is just a woman who wants to blackmail me. If she dares to scream again, she can only trouble you. Dragon King, to take action. Ha! When he finished, he gave the women a heavy, threatening look. It's not like that, the woman blurted out. Dragon King Zhang, my family has a piece of ancestral jade. Recently my husband's condition has worsened, urgently needing money. Thinking that after taking it here and carving it, I can sell it for a good price. Get it here. He switched the jade, and the only way I could get it back was to commit to him. But he still won't give me back my jade. This statement was made. Zhang Henning's face also turned ugly. There is a way to steal. What's the point of bullying a woman? Li Kong became infuriated and walked straight towards the woman. How dare you spit blood? I'll waste you. Swinging his fist up to hit. This hit would at least knock the woman unconscious. The fist hadn't even waited to land. Swish! Zhao Pingan suddenly shot, firmly grabbed Li Kong's wrist. He is not a saintly mother. Will not help anyone, but smell the woman body full of medicinal water breath. A look knows a long time to take care of the patient immersion. This thought is not bad. Slowly said. Words to say clearly. Do not rush hands of beatings. Really cannot be false. False cannot be true. Li Kong froze, then tried to draw his arm back, but found that he couldn't shake it anyway, and grumpily said, you little Yakuza still want to administer justice? Dragon King Zhang, what does he mean? Does he want to move me? Zhang Henning's face tightened. Everyone knows that he is the underground emperor of Tianhai City, but this emperor is not good to be. There are also many people who dare not mess with, such as the hidden treasure pavilion in front of him. Master Qi is well connected. If you really make a scene, you may not win. Quickly reminding, Li Kong, speak with an attitude. This is, Miss Ye's partner, Mr. Zhao Pingan Zhao. Zhao Pinggan's identity was the most widely known, and exposing his identity could make a big deal out of it. Mr. Cho, Li Kong froze, then laughed. I see, so it's Mr. Zhao. Ha, there was a smile on his face, but his eyes were full of contempt. A wage earner is just a part-time worker, not worth paying attention to, and he said lightly, since Mr. Zhao can be valued by Ms. Yi, I think his eyes won't be that blind. Can't you see that what she said is all lies? No, I didn't. The woman took the opportunity to get out of control and knelt on the ground and begged. Mr. Zhao, if I lie half again, I will not be allowed to die by heavenly punishment. I beg you to be my master. If I don't get the money back, my husband is going to die. Please. After saying that, he kept kowtowing on the ground, his head banging. Asterisk. Li Kang's eyes were flashing a cold light, and in a smooth manner, he was going to kick out and fly her. Boo! He had just kicked out, when Zhao Pinggan came out after him, and kicked out, accurately kicking Li Kang's calf. Using only a little bit of force, Li Kang was kicked backwards to the side, losing consciousness in his calf. Li Kang was infuriated. You're a soft food wage earner. You dare to strike out at me twice in a row. Is it for your face? Believe it or not, I'll kill you with one word. Zhang Heading's face changed and he said nervously, misunderstanding. In a small voice, Mr. Zhao, the hidden treasure cabinet contacts. Their connections are not worth mentioning in my eyes. Zhao Pinggan interrupted and looked at Li Kang again. Give her back her jade and take out $5 million as compensation. Otherwise, I'll take off your hidden treasure pavilion sign today. The words just fell. Who wants to remove the sign of my treasure pavilion? A voice came out from the doorway, and an old man in a tang suit with a head full of silver hair walked in, coughing twice as he walked. It was none other than Master Chi. Master. People in the store greeted each other. Li Kang limped over. The evil man first complained. Master, this evil woman's bloody mouth. Surnamed Zhao does not distinguish between black and white hands to beat people, but also big talk. You have to give me the Lord Ah. Master Chi nodded his head and looked at Zhang Heading and Zhao Pinggan, saying faintly, Zhang Dragon King, you're so powerful. Don't forget, that person is coming back soon. I suggest you think about how you're going to save your life. Zhang Xianding was choked speechless. That person. It was a nightmare. Master Chi looked at Zhao Pinggan again and warned. Your Miss Ye's partner? Young man, one step to heaven can be arrogant, but you have to distinguish who you're talking to. Being arrogant in the wrong way can ruin your life. Based on what you just said alone, I shouldn't let you off lightly, but for the sake of Miss Yi, stand outside the door of the hidden treasure pavilion and bow and apologize. Then get lost. Ahem. He spoke softly, but with command. Li Kang sneered. You think you're very powerful, but you're just a mole in my master's eyes. You can be pinched to death with your hand. Another group of people poured in at the door, all of whom had seen Master Chi return and come in to pay their respects. He's Zhao Pinggan? The little man's one step to heaven gave him a wildly bad break. Dare to come to Master Chi's place to spread your wildness? Don't even look at your status. Hurry up and get out and apologize. Believe it or not, if Master Chi says one word, Miss Yi will tell you to get lost? Zhang Heading was sweating profusely, and he didn't dare offend Master Chi. Zhao Pinggan looked at him and sneered. Old thing, don't you want to ask the original reason? What did you say? Dare to insult Master Chi. Don't want to live. Master Chi's face also turned ugly as he said in a low voice. Shameless man, how dare you speak up and out in front of me? Let me tell you, I'm not Miss Yi and have no obligation to tolerate you. Get down on your knees at the door and apologize immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving anyone face. Knowing the disciple who had been trained by his own hands very well, it was impossible to do something like that. Zhao Pinggan also became angry and said, no wonder he carved a bunch of broken things. So the old thing is not only old and dim-eyed, but also has a bad heart. As it happens, and I'm too lazy to say more. The plaque, just don't ask for it. As he spoke, he leapt, grabbed the 4-meter-high treasure pavilion plaque, and heavily yanked it downward. Bam! The plaque smashed to the ground, a crack appearing from the center, and a gust of dust rose. The whole room was shocked and incredulous. What's the difference between that and digging up someone's ancestral grave? Or digging up graves in person? Chapter 42, now that's carving. You curmudgeon, how dare you pick my sign? You seek death. Chi Master almost gasped spit blood. This is not a plaque, but the glory of the hidden treasure cabinet. Their decades of hard work, but also as a symbol of generations of inheritance. Now, surprisingly, it was destroyed. Mr. Zhao. Zhang shouldered the tripod scared blind. Thought he just said, which into the thought that said to take off. Things have made a big deal. I'm afraid that Chi Masters for many years befriended people will be angry. Zhao Pinggan, on the other hand, didn't have any psychological burden. This kind of deceitful old thing opened a black store. so he should be shut down. Casually, he said, just giving you a simple lesson. If you dare to cheat again in the future, I will send you all to meet the king of Hades, so behave yourselves. After saying that, he was ready to turn around and leave. The jade on his body could not have been carved in such a shady store. Stop, Master Chi was murderous, taking off my sign, hitting me in the face, and you still want to leave? Today, I won't rest until I die with you. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and looked for someone. Master Chi, Zhang Heading tried to persuade. Scram! Grandmaster Chi didn't listen at all and continued to call. He wanted to mobilize all his veins and press Xiao Pingan to death alive. The people around them sneered. Let him go wild? I knew the little man would be doomed. Something happened to Mad. Master Chi has been famous for decades, and is said to have connections with even the most mysterious Weihu Shanzhuang in Tianhai. And if Weihu Shanzhuang wanted his life, it would be a matter of moments. He'll soon be on his knees begging for mercy. Zhao Pingan ignored the surrounding murmurs. Since he wanted to play, let's just play with him. Looked down at the woman, helped her up and said, your husband has a cerebral obstruction? It was analyzed by the smell of medicine into her body, but it had to be confirmed once more. The woman nodded. Yes, Mr. Zhao, am I giving you trouble? Small problem. Zhao Pingan smiled lightly. Go and grab 3 coins of dragon's tongue herb and 3 coins of snake's tail herb, twice a day. Your husband's illness will naturally recover in 3 days. Go and grab the medicine for him. This statement was made. The people around him started to taunt again. And he's pretending to be a doctor? Cerebral obstruction is a worldwide problem. Unless one is worth billions of dollars, ordinary people have no way to support the cost. And he wants to be cured by a pair of Chinese medicines worth a few tens of dollars? What a joke. The woman froze, then said, Mr. Zhao, I remember the prescription, but I can't go now. You're like this because of me. If I go, am I still a human being? I'm willing to take the blame with my life. Zhao Pingan was inwardly shocked, fighting for justice and slaughtering dogs. Nodding his head, he said no more. Li Kong coldly smiled. Want to leave? How can it be so easy? Wait and die together. At this point, Zhao Pingan, do you realize how much trouble you've caused? A voice suddenly came from the doorway. Wow. The crowd turned back. Zhao Pingan also looked over. The one who spoke was surprisingly Zhang Frost, and the one in front of her was surprisingly Yi Yaoqing. What's she doing here? Zhang Frost huffed and puffed as she walked up to Zhao Pingan. If I were you, I'd run over my head and not cause any trouble for Miss. Shut up. Yi Yaoqing's face was very ugly. Just now, receiving many calls, all of which were about to directly strike out to move Zhao Pingan, being blocked back by her. She saw the plaque on the ground and turned difficult as well, going forward 2 steps, squeezing out a smile and said, you are Master Chi, right? I've heard a lot about you. Today's matter. Master Chi interrupted in a cold voice with his hands behind his back. Miss He doesn't need to say much. This tablet is my life. I only have one request. He must die. If Miss Yi uses her power to oppress people, the old man can fight with his life as well. The words fell. Yi Yaoqing was choked speechless. The matter of removing someone's plaque was indeed too serious. It was indeed worth playing with one's life. Besides, Master Chi and those close friends all wanted to kill Zhao Pingan. However, since he was his own man, it was natural to protect him. Just about to speak, Zhao Pingan suddenly said, Miss Yi, I'll handle this matter myself. Looking at Master Chi again, he smiled lightly. Old thing, how do you want to fight for your life? Come on, I'm right here. Don't waste time. If he doesn't make sense, he doesn't have to make sense. Pingan. Yi Yaoqing immediately opened her mouth and said in a deep voice, don't talk too much. Removing the plaque will not only ruin Master Chi's name, but also ruin his work and stir up the public's anger. Let me do it. In the past, Master Chi's work was worth $10 million, and when the sign fell off, it was only worth $2 million. This is the power of the brand. Zhao Pingan took the sign off and let all the collectors devalue the jade in their hands, naturally provoking the public's anger. Zhao Pingan laughed. I'm not in the habit of hiding behind women. Besides, his works are all broken things, so it's no shame to destroy them. This statement was made. The surrounding began to curse louder. Master Chi is but Tianhai's most famous carving master, also famous in the country. No one dares to say that his carving rags. Yi Yaoqing suddenly didn't know what to say. Ms. Yi, I suggest you fire him immediately. This kind of shameless person is just acting recklessly and lawlessly based on your fame. Li Kong quickly lashed out. Well, the old me is considered to have opened my eyes today. To dare to say that the things are rags, then tell me what is good. Master Chi was breathing heavily from the anger, and said grumpily, as long as you can convince the old man of something good and prove that mine is rags, the old man will not hold you responsible. Looking around the country, there were only those few people who carved better than him. Take it out. Hurry up and get it out. Zhao Pingan didn't want to make a move, but seeing that Yi Yaoqing was in a difficult situation, he didn't want to make things difficult for her. No problem, I'll let you guys have a long day today, said the man, taking the jade out of his pocket. A raised hand. Get the carving knife. There was dead silence all around, immediately followed by an outburst of laughter. What was he going to do? Live carving? This guy is a psychopath, isn't he? That he wants to carve? Competing with Master Qi in carving? Ha ha, I really don't know what Miss Yi sees in him. Yi Yaoqing's face was flushed red. Zhang Frost gritted his teeth in anger. This guy's brain might really have a problem. Was he beaten up in prison? Li Kong sneered. You dare to play a big sword in front of Guangdong? It's exactly to laugh me to death. Carving 5 years foundation, 8 years out of the master, 12 years to enter the profession. You will? How dare you come out and embarrass yourself? Zhao Pingan said indifferently. Take it or leave it. Pingan. Yi Yaoqing called out again, biting her lip. She really couldn't do anything but fight hard. Give it to him, Master Qi said coldly. I'd like to see what he carves out. How dare he call mine rags? He gave the word and a carving knife was brought up. Careful, don't scratch your hand. Ha ha ha. There was also laughter all around. Zhao Pingan didn't bother to answer, and in the midst of everyone's mocking gazes, he spun with one hand and flipped his fingers with the other, and the crumbs of the stone continued to fall off. The crowd at the scene was shocked to see the material, but it was Emperor Green. It's just a shame that it was ruined in his hands. More cursing around this one. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. The jade in Zhao Pingan's hand turned into an orb. He nodded in satisfaction and held it in his hand as he faintly said, Old thing, open your eyes and take a good look. This is what is called carving. Chapter 43, for you. At the sound, the crowd looked over. Just watch this piece of imperial green jadeite turn into a rounded sphere. The surface of the sphere engraved with dozens of budding rich peony flowers, beautifully carved, three-dimensional and lifelike. He can really carve? Everyone was amazed. Yi Yaoqing and Zhang Frost also stared wide-eyed, never expecting him to actually have this kind of skill. Zhang Xianding looked on incredulously. Ha! Li Kong sneered, stepped forward, full of contempt and said, Garbage carvers still dare to take it out to embarrass people. This thing of yours is okay to fool the layman. In the eyes of insiders is rags. Carving is the most basic skills in the carving world. Are the apprentices stuff? Hidden treasure cabinet casually out of a person are better than you carve 1,000,000 times. What a well to sit in. Ha! The other apprentices showed their disdain. They didn't know how to carve. The surrounding people also suddenly realized that they thought he was quite good at carving, but it turned out to be the most basic craft. The light in Yi Yaoqing's eyes also quickly disappeared. Shut up. Just then, Grandmaster Qi suddenly opened his mouth and gritted his teeth. You're the one who's a disgrace. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know how to, and ruin the old man's reputation. Li Kong froze and said in shock, Master? How can Master talk about himself? Carving is the most basic. Nothing wrong with that. Master Qi didn't bother with him anymore, and took 3 steps to Zhao Pingan's body. His eyes flooded with light as he looked at the far ball, and his whole body began to tremble. No longer the anger he had felt before, but instead he carefully said, Zhao, Mr. Zhao, can you let the old man take a look? The surroundings were astonished. What happened to Master Qi? Zhao Pingan smiled faintly. Looks like you're not completely blind. Handed it over casually. Master Qi was like a treasure. He only dared to hold it with both hands. Trembling, this is the Ghost Worker Ball. The Ghost Worker Ball. I never thought that I would be able to see the Emerald Ghost Worker Ball with my own eyes in my lifetime. In this life, it's worth it to die. When he finished the sentence, the crowd was even more confused. What did he mean by Ghost Work Ball? Master Qi, what does the Ghost Worker Sphere mean? Yeah, it's just a few carved flowers. What's so unusual about that? It's far worse than your immortal world map. The people around them were saying. Master Qi's face turned cold as he said in a low voice, Gentlemen, don't talk nonsense. My immortal realm diagram is indeed a trashy thing in front of this ball. It's not worth mentioning, he said, spinning the ball around. There's another layer of this ball that can spin freely. And this layer inside also carves petals. What is ghost work? Ghost craftsmanship. It represents the highest craftsmanship in carving. Even my life's masterpiece, the immortal world map, was only carved on the surface, whereas Mr. Zhao, it was carved internally. Mr. Zhao, a dimension above me. Boom! Muffled thunder exploded in the crowd's heads. There was another layer inside. It was too unbelievable. How could it be done? It's really spooky. Master, Li Kong face gloomy. See, the crowd are to Zhao Pingan through the worship of the eyes very upset. Disdainful, is not just a ghost work ball, and is not a rare thing. This is only 2 layers. The contemporary up to 66 layers of carving. This is still pediatrics thing. Indeed, the ghost worker sphere was able to reach 3 layers in the Song dynasty, 24 layers in the last dynasty. and 66 layers today. So 2 layers is not much by comparison. Snap. Master Chi slapped his hand back and said angrily, "Asshole, what is the material of the 66th floor? It's ivory. What's the texture of the ivory? How about the texture of jade? 100 layers of ivory need not be rare, but, the first layer of jade, there has been no one before or since." When called, Master Zhao, Li Kang's face swelled rapidly from the beating and he didn't say a word, and at this moment, the people around them looked at Zhao Pingan as if he was a god. Yi Yaoqing looked at Zhao Pingan with a smile on her face and a light in her eyes. Zhao Pingan casually snatched the ghost worker ball. This kind of thing was simple for him, as long as he had a good grasp of the strength. Lightly said, "Since you admit that the carvings are all garbage, can you object to removing your sign?" Master Chi reluctantly looked at the ghost worker ball and shook his head. "No, I'm so different from Master Zhao. It's an honor to be smashed by Master Zhao. I don't dare to have any complaints. Being kicked in the face for not being as skilled as you are, and being annoyed at losing is even more humiliating." The people around them weren't talking. Instead they all took it for granted. Zhao Pingan added, "You don't have a complaint. I've got a complaint. This lady is just out of breath. She hasn't gotten justice yet. Apologize for the compensation. Otherwise, I'll burn down the treasure pavilion with a fire." "Don't you dare." Li Kang was a bit flustered. Before Zhao Pingan spoke without strength. Now, it was completely different. "Shut up." Master Chi slowly looked at Li Kang and said in a deep voice, "I believe that Master Zhao is by no means making a big deal out of it. Li Kang, I'm going to ask you for the last time. What this woman said, is it true or not?" As he said that, his body's aura erupted steeply, and he stared at Li Kang dead in the face. Li Kang instantly broke out in a cold sweat and nearly blurted out the truth, then hardened his head and said, "False, how could I possibly fancy her?" The words just fell. Zhao Pingan stepped forward and reached his hand to Li Kang's pocket, casually taking out a piece of jade from it. The texture was much worse than the imperial green, but it was also a rare object. "This is mine. This is mine," the woman cried out in excitement. "It's my heirloom." Li Kang saw the jade was taken out, immediately panicked, knees bent to the ground. "Master, I was wrong. I was just a moment of confusion, ghost. Never dare again. Forgive me." "You." Master Chi's body shook, and coughed 2 times. Li Kang is his hand teaching, thought very understanding, before also unconditionally believe, never thought, can do this kind of thing, with a toss of his head, corrupting the sect. "From this moment on, you are expelled from the sect. Master Zhao, he is at your disposal." With that, he bowed to the women and said, "If the teaching is not strict, the teacher is lazy." The old man is ashamed and is willing to take all the responsibility. Women are comforted and sob uncontrollably. "Master, Li Kang was stupid. Being expelled from the treasure pavilion, no one would want the entire carving world in the future. His whole life was over." Zhao Pingan said indifferently, "You just let Zhang Gongding deal with her, and it just so happens that there is also Zhang Gongding to deal with you, so you settle it." Yes, Zhang Chengdang left with Li Kang, who was like a dead dog, in his clutches. Things work out. Zhao Pingan was also ready to leave. "Wait," Grandmaster Qi called out and walked over to Zhao Pingan, awkwardly saying, "Grandmaster Zhao, I have an ungrateful request. I am willing to exchange everything for your ghost worker orb, to use it for viewing, drilling, and I hope to fulfill it." "Everything?" The surroundings were in an uproar. Master Qi has been in the carving world for many years. His value is more than hundreds of millions. I am afraid that it reaches 10 figures. Zhang Frost was also thunderstruck and stared wide-eyed. Actually exchanging his entire worth for this thing? Yi Yaoqing thought for a moment and said, "Pingyan, since Master Qi likes it, will you be a man of honor?" After saying that with a wink, on one hand, Zhao Pingan could still do it. On the other hand, he could also ease the relationship. After all, Master Qi had a wide range of contacts behind him. Zhao Pingan raised his eyebrows. "No amount of money can be given to him. This is for you." As he spoke, he exerted force on his hand, and the ghost worker ball was instantly crushed, and amongst the debris, a modest rune plate was revealed. He laughed again. "This is for you. Wear it to keep you safe." Chapter 44, 2 approaches. Silly. Everyone is stupid. The surrounding people watched as the ghost worker ball was crushed, their hearts dripping blood. This thing was worth $1 billion. Zhang Frost was also dumbfounded. Giving away such an expensive thing just like that? Yi Yaoqing was also dumbfounded. It was actually to be given to herself? Suddenly, she felt her body go soft. Another layer? Master Qi's face was horrified as he bent his knees and fell to the ground, saying reverently, "Master Zhao is a man of the world. He should be my teacher. I beg Master Zhao to accept me as his disciple." After Master Qi stirred the pot, Yi Yaoqing instantly came to her senses and raised her hand to snatch the talisman, like a little girl who had gotten candy. Shyly, she said, "Thank you, I'll wear it all the time." After saying that, he quickly ran out. Zhao Pingan smiled faintly and didn't chase after him. Looking at Master Qi on the ground, he was also clear that the reason why Yi Yaoqing came just now was under a lot of pressure. Jane said, "It's impossible to take in an apprentice, but on the basis that you can correct your mistakes in time, I'll tell you a prescription to ensure that you get rid of your illnesses. Oxford. Who dares to talk nonsense and use medicine at will?" A slightly angry voice suddenly came from the doorway. "Old Qi's disease has been decades. Even I, Wang, can only suppress, cannot be eradicated. You, Master Zhao?" A person walked in. No one else. It was Tianhai Divine Dr. Wang Shouwen. When he saw Zhao Pingan, he shivered in fear and rushed over, excitedly saying, "Old Qi, you're really lucky to have met Master Zhao in 3 lifetimes. He said that he can cure the disease. You're saved." Outside the door, Yi Yaoqing held the talisman with both hands and couldn't stop smiling. The more Zhang Frost thought about it, the angrier he got. And at this rate, I'm afraid that if he didn't drive Zhao Pingan away, the young lady would be hitched. "Miss, you mustn't be fooled by Zhao Pingan. He's shady as hell and sent you this on purpose to wait until you're at ease and join the Yi family. Once you join the Yi family, you'll get much more than what Master Qi gives you." Yi Yaoqing looked like she didn't hear. "Ha!" Zhang Frost gritted his teeth and tried to speak. A voice came from her side. "Only shady people think shady thoughts about others. Mr. Zhao is a righteous man, not something a shady villain like you can speculate on. If you dare to insult Mr. Zhao again, I'll play with your life." It was no other than the woman who spoke. Zhang Frost was taken aback and was careful not to say anything. Porcelain and tiles cannot be hard to fight. It so happened that Zhao Pingan walked out. When the woman saw it, she quickly ran to Zhao Pingan and cowed out her head to thank him. This little thing was a hand up to Zhao Pingan, but it saved her whole life. She concluded, "Mr. Zhao, you have to be careful of this woman. She's a villain," pointed at Zhang Frost. "You." Zhang Frost almost exploded with anger. Who was he talking about? Zhao Pingan was amused, collected his laughter, and said 2 words, "Live." After that, "Get back in the car." Yi Yaoqing was still smiling, looking surprisingly silly. Zhang Frost drove the car and said indignantly, "Surname Zhao, don't think you're so powerful. Do you know that if Miss hadn't come today, you would have been killed? A lot of people are angry right now because you took off Master Qi's plaque. It's not over yet. Definitely can't let Zhao Pingan get complacent. He must strike hard." But she had just finished. Yi Yaoqing's phone rang and she picked it up stunned. "What? Okay, you're welcome." Just as I put it down, another phone rang, picking up a dozen calls in a row. Finally getting a gap, he opened his mouth. "The Treasure Pavilion has changed its name to Pay Homage to Master Zhao." Moreover, the matter just now spread. The jade in the hands of those collectors instead of depreciating in value, they were promoted. The reason for this is that outsiders assume that Master Qi has been instructed by Zhao Pingan and will be able to make ghost work balls in the future as well. Zhang Frost. It felt like my face was burning hot. Zhao Pingan had a black line. What kind of name was this? But change it if you are willing to change it. It has nothing to do with yourself. Yi Yaoqing whispered again. "Pingan, you're amazing." Zhao Pingan laughed. "It's good that you like it." Seeing the two flirting, Zhang Frost was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Miss wouldn't really be moved, would she? Suddenly thought of something. "Surname Zhao, let me tell you, we still have the agreement of 140 land. According to the news, tomorrow the province will have a scientific investigation team to come over. If we can't solve the problem of 140 plots of land, we will reconsider the planning, and at that time, it's useless for you to get the land. So if you don't get the land today, get out of the company." Lot 140, Su Tianlong, Ouyang Hai, Ouyang Qian, Guzhinjin, and the company personnel re-entered the area. They also received news that tomorrow the province will have a scientific investigation team to investigate. If the problem cannot be solved, we'll be replanning, and once replanning, the land is even more useless. No one would buy with amenities, let alone without them. So, they have to get ahead of the game. Coming. A Maybach limousine approached quickly. Guzhinjin quickly ran to the car, opened the door, and respectfully said, "Senior brother, you're here." Real who? Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong also said respectfully, "Things must be evil. They can only put the treasure on Guzhinjin's senior brother, Hu Xinjin." According to Guzhinjin, his senior brother is 100 times more powerful than him. Even a lot of celebrities in the country have begged with him. Wearing a cloth robe, Hu Xinran walked off the bus without expression, as if he didn't hear a few people talking, looked at the land, and slowly said, "So that's how it is." Someone set up a formation to change the chi field here, making the original feng shui land turn into a land of 5 poisons. And moreover, the person's Taoist skills are not shallow. Hear that? Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong's eyes lit up. It was really a high-level person. Guzhinran hadn't understood the reason until now. He just appeared and said the original reason. Su Tianlong immediately said. The real person is right. There really weren't so many poisonous insects here before, and I also suspect that they have been tampered with. Yang Hai nodded his head afterward and asked tentatively, real who? Do you have a way to restore this place as it was before? If it can't be restored, it's going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Real who turned his back, didn't answer, and walked slowly inside. He just stepped into the 140 plots of land, all over the ground as if the poisonous insects are like a great enemy, have to flee to the surrounding through. In his 10-meter radius surprisingly no more a poisonous insects. A true power. Makoto Dekoro. Su Tianlong and Yang Hai quickly patted their asses, and the light in their eyes grew stronger. Seeing the hope of a solution, Gu Xinjin said resentfully, you are wrong to ask if my senior brother can change. In this world, there is no problem that my senior brother cannot solve. Only don't want to. No, can't. Yang Hai and Su Tianlong nodded their heads in agreement. Real who stopped and said mysteriously, it's simple to solve the problem here. There are two ways. The first one, just need to find the person who set up the formation here and bring him here. Find the man who made the formation? Yang Hai and Su Tianlong glanced at each other, and they suspected one object in their hearts at the same time, Zhao Pingan. If it wasn't for him, how could he be so very sure that he was going to buy the land? However, it was just a suspicion. Zhao Pingan was just a guy who came out of prison. Was the prison still called Feng Shui Bujian? Yang Hai asked tentatively. What about the second? Real who said contemptuously. The second one is also very simple. I will now make a move to break the formation and at the same time backfire on the person who set up the formation. Su Tianlong immediately said. The second one. Chapter 45, Master Who. That's a good one. Yang Hai and Su Tianlong agreed at the same time that regardless of whether the person behind the formation was Zhao Pingan or not, the fact that he dared to make a move on the ground deserved death. It would be better if it was Zhao Pingan. Countermanded him for good measure. Thank you. Real who? Tough on Real who. Both bent over at the same time. Real who nodded. Go prepare your things. The altar will be opened for the practice in an hour. After saying that, he closed his eyes and stood still as a log nailed to the ground. The look startled the two men. He looked as if he were dead. Or the stiff kind. Gu Xinrun laughed. You two don't have to worry. My senior brother is entering a state of divine wandering. Although his body is still here, his soul has already gone to travel the great rivers and mountains of the motherland. So there's no need to worry. The two looked at each other again. Both could see the excitement in each other's eyes. This time they had found someone high up. Soon, the news spread in Tianhai City. This was also the result of Su Tianlong and Yang Hai's deliberate publicity. After all, the news of this 140 plots of land being littered with poisonous insects had already spread. The only way to guarantee future sales is to let everyone know that the problem is solved. Just half an hour. Lot 140 was again overcrowded and waterlogged. Zhou's office. Zhao Pingan, you're the one who got the 140 plots. Yang Qian sat on the opposite side and spoke coldly. Although her father still had suspicions, she was very sure that it was related to Zhao Pingan. She had felt that there was something unusual at the horse farm in the first place, and this time she was even more sure. So, after seeing the real who, the first time to come here, yes, it's me, Zhao Pingan admitted frankly. Just after separating from Yi Yaoqing she came to her door, quite helpless. Yang Qian looked at him with a look of indifference. Angry, the entire Tianhai, no one which man dared to hang in front of himself. The men who chased after her could circle the city of Tianhai, so what gives him the right to be impatient with his attitude? In a cold voice, he said, I didn't expect you to dare to admit it. Very well, I came here to give you a chance. My father and Uncle Su have invited a high-ranking person to not only break your stitching, but also cause a backlash against you that will hurt your life. Now, if you bow and apologize to me, I can save your life. When he finished, he raised his chin slightly, looking forward to him bending over in front of him, and making sure to make him rip off his false mask as well. Zhao Pingan was amused. No need. If there's nothing else you can go. Zhao Pingan. Yang Qian was a bit frantic. No one has ever treated me with love and care. You're the first. I don't know if it's just your character or if you're just pretending. All in all, this is your last chance, or else you'll really die. Zhao Pingan casually glanced at him and faintly said, Are you leaving? If not, I'll go. You. Yang Qian was furious. Her hands clenched into empty fists, her eyes staring dead at Zhao Pingan. Angrily, he said, You really don't know what's good for you. I, Yang Qian, have never taken the initiative to find anyone. Since you want to die, I won't stop you. But, you can't leave my sight. When Hu Jinjin started to do the practice, he would definitely beg for himself when he suffered a backlash. So he waited here and saw how he begged for himself. Let's see if he still loves it. Let's see if he still pretends. Zhao Pingan also sat down and laughed. Your father will cry. Lot 140. It's rumored that this place has been set up with a formation, as if it was set up by Zhao Pingan, and just now, the richest man in Su Tianlong put out the word that they want to get Zhao Pingan killed. Really? Zhao Pingan still has this ability? I don't know if Zhao Pingan has this ability, but this Hu Jinran in front of me is a high-level person. Look at the way he's standing. I've heard it said that it's called meditation. Standing in meditation. It's not possible to get it unless you've attained Taoism. At least 30 years of Taoism. People looked at the Hu Jinjin standing in the wind in front of them with awe and murmured. Oh, Yang Hai and Su Tianlong were smiling, and seeing that real who had been standing until now, not moving a muscle, their hearts were more certain. Su Tianlong laughed. Brother Oh Yang, I've been wondering if this matter has anything to do with Zhao Pingan or not. Oh Yang Hai shook his head. I don't think it's very relevant. The art of yin yang requires learning and experience, and given Zhao Pingan's age, the possibilities are slim to none. Su Tianlong said, I wish it was him. Once it's him, we can settle this jumping clown once and for all, lest we act like a toad in the future without biting and disgusting people. Getting him all at once would be best. Ha! At this point, Real Who snapped his eyes open. Wow! Thousands of people around him sucked in a breath of cold air at the opening of his eyes, which looked like a dead man suddenly opening his eyes. Real Who flipped forward and did a dozen consecutive cartwheels to the front of the altar. Hands behind your back. Stand still, like a little follower. Real Gu appeared from the side and said solemnly, Gentlemen, the practice of the real person requires sufficient silence. So next, no matter what you see or hear, don't move, is absolutely untouchable. Su Tianlong also said seriously, everyone has heard the words of the real person? If anyone dares to violate it, don't blame me, Mr. Su, for turning the other cheek. Oh Yang Hai also said heavily, Real Who is an unearthly superior. Seeing that the two of us are in trouble, making an exception to help, making Real Who unhappy is making me unhappy, and if I'm unhappy, I won't let you be happy either. The two topmost businessmen in Tianhai City jointly spoke, and no one dared to object, nodding their heads and remaining silent. You guys get out too. Real Who finally opened his mouth and said in a fairy-like manner, when I do this, not only do I want to break the formation, but I also want to hurt people, so I can only watch from a distance. I can't get close. The two men froze. Guzhenran glared. What my senior brother says is what? Just do it, and then don't go and crash you all in blood. If my senior brother is happy, he can still catch the soul of the person who set up the formation here. When the time comes, I'll give you another soul-beating whip, so that you can take out your anger properly. Instead of hitting the man, you hit the soul? It was the first time that Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong had heard of such divine means, and their excited hearts were about to jump out of their throats as they quickly walked outward and retreated into the crowd, watching with excitement. Senior brother, it's ready. Real Gu fawned. You roll too. Real Who spoke coldly. Real Gu, just as he exited, Real Who jumped up high. When he landed, his palms slapped heavily on the altar. The other items placed on the altar didn't move. The only thing that was shaken up was the 3 incense. He grabbed the incense with one hand and took the fire with the other. The fire jumped on his fingers and lit the incense. The people watching this scene could not help but stare in disbelief. They had all seen Mr. Feng Shui, Mr. Yin and Yang, and so on, but they just said it, never actually. The Real Who in front of him used his fingers to light incense, clapping for incense, asking heaven to borrow fire. Real Gu stood in the crowd and explained, these are just my senior brother's little tricks. There's no need to be shocked. The best is yet to come. After Hu Zhenzhen had offered incense, he continued the practice. Hands joined together in a sardonic voice. Imperial heaven is above. Hutu is below. The 8 kings are in the 8 directions, and the disciple is in the center. Today, the disciple opens the altar and performs the ritual, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, one to eliminate evils, the other to bind souls. Might of heaven and earth, arise. With that, he rolled backward in a circle, took a horse stance and folded his hands, his whole body trembling as he recited, up 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 up. In a flash, the wind rose from the flat ground and the grass swayed. Chapter 46, 200,000. This scene horrified the entire surrounding people. There really is an anomaly. This Real Who is not a liar, but a capable person. Heaven's might presses down, earth's might travels up. Guzhenjin stood in the crowd and opened his mouth faintly, saying proudly, my senior brother has borrowed the might of heaven and earth. Just wait, it won't be long before the poisonous insects will suddenly collapse and die, and the person who set up the formation will even have his soul and spirit leave his body, not to return to the past life. Hearing this, the eyes of the people around them widened even more, especially Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai, excited, whole body trembling. The situation in front of others is to witness a miracle. For them, but a few billion lost and found. How can you not be excited? Real Who suddenly withdrew his hand gesture and stepped heavily on the ground. Present. As he uttered this word, He watched as poisonous insects crawled out all over the place, covering the entire 140 plots of land, so densely packed that one's scalp went numb from the sight of them. But after emphasizing before that no one could move, no one dared to move. Office, Zhao Pingan, why don't you apologize? Ouyang Qian asked coldly, holding his cell phone in her hand, which was playing the scene in her hand, and said in a low voice, you saw the means of Hu Xinjin. He can really take your life. Zhao Pingan leaned back in his office chair and faintly said, better come soon, I can't wait. Ouyang Qian's face was even colder. This guy just didn't have a soft mouth. Looking towards the screen, a hint of worry rose in her eyes, but at that moment, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. She was worried about Zhao Pingan? Immediately afterward she shook her head, knowing that it wasn't because of anything. It wasn't worry, it was just worrying about his sudden death without being able to tear off his false mask. Angrily, he said, I'm giving you a chance. Zhao Pingan was annoyed by her. Are you leaving or not? Ouyang Qian gritted her teeth and said, I'll leave when I see you fall with my own eyes. Ha! Zhao Pingan laughed coldly, lifted his finger and dipped it in a cup of water, and wrote a rune on the desk, only to write and dry it again, and then closed his eyes to rest his mind. What are you doing? Ouyang Qian didn't read it and frowned as she asked, but Zhao Pingan was no longer replying, and she looked at the screen again, her mouth opening in shock. Scene. The countless poisonous insects looked like they were under some kind of instruction. Suddenly, they rushed towards Hu Xinjin from all directions. It's starting. Everyone's eyes glowed brightly at the same time. Before, Realist Gu said that these poisonous insects would collapse suddenly, and at this moment, the poisonous insects acted at the same time. They must be about to collapse. Gentlemen, open your eyes and look well. My senior brother is going to make a move. Real Gu spoke proudly and looked ahead as well. The poisonous insects were getting closer and closer to Real Hu. Getting closer. As they drew closer, the hearts of the crowd lifted a point. The scene was so amazing that it had to be seen without a single glance. Soon, the poisonous insects reached Real Hu. However, these poisonous insects didn't stop and began to climb towards him, and in just a few seconds, Real Hu was submerged in the poisonous insects and could no longer be seen for a second. The crowd was a bit confused and looked at Realist Gu. Didn't he say that the poisonous insects would die? Why did it look like the poisonous insects were going to eat Realist Hu? Gu Xinjin said in an inscrutable manner. Senior is using his body to channel the might of heaven and earth. I believe it won't take long for these poisonous insects to die. The words just fell. Ow. A miserable cry came out. And then I heard Hu Xinjin roar. Still dying your ass. Save me. Save my life. If you don't save me, I'm going to be bitten to death. Save me. Quick. He was holding on very well not to scream just now, but he realized that his whole body was being bitten at the same time, and he simply couldn't hold on. Gah! The entire crowd was confused. This voice is Real Hu's? Gu Xinjin frowned and said disdainfully, it seems that the person who set up the formation even has some moral skills, and can imitate my senior brother's voice. Everyone stay still. Once you step into the plot, my senior brother's magic power. Law your grandma's leg. Real Hu didn't wait for him to finish interrupting. I'm your senior brother. Save me. Quick. Saying that, he felt that he could not wait passively like this, and ran with all his might like the crowd, thinking in his heart brokenly that he would have to bite someone else as well, not just himself. Lean. The crowd watched as a cloud of poisonous insects all of them were stunned. Don't be afraid. Gu Xinjin spoke again and said in a loud voice, don't be afraid. This is the last struggle of the person who set up the formation. The end of the road. Don't be afraid. Don't. Me Lean. He was the first to hold on as he watched the poisonous insects head straight for his never. Turn your head and run. Run. What a master. Just a liar. Run fast. Thousands of people began to run wildly for their lives. Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai were no exception. This kind of moment still cared about the image. Escape was important. How did this happen? Ouyang Qian looked at the screen and was stunned. He saw it when Real Hu entered. The poisonous insects scattered and fled. Now how did they attack people? She snapped to look at Zhao Pingan. It's you again? Zhao Pingan said indifferently. You can go now. You. Ouyang Qian felt so angry for the first time in her life. He will only say this sentence. Will not say something else? Indignantly, he got up and said, Zhao Pingan, you wait for me. One day I will personally tear your mask off. Zhao Pingan said, if you don't leave, I'll rip your clothes off. Ouyang Qian froze. Her mind didn't want to remember last night's scene. He actually stripped himself clean and touched with his fingers. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'll make you regret this. After that, he turned to leave. Seeing her walk to the door, Zhao Pingan reminded, tell your father that the land, I can offer $200,000. No more. Scene. Hu Xinjin ran out of the plot. The poisonous insects on his body left. He was bitten like a blood gourd, with thousands of wounds on his body, big and small. But there is no fear for your life. Hurting someone's life will hurt your blessings. What in the world is going on? Could it be that you, the person who set up the formation, is higher than the Taoist? Speak up, real who? Can you do it or not? Yang Hai and Su Tianlong are in a hurry. After this mess, the reputation of this land is even more infamous. Elder brother. Gu Xinjin was also devastated. His elder brother was a god in his eyes. Wrong. Real who stood with his hands behind his back, his lips swollen like sausages, and said in a godly voice, "It was wrong from the start. This land was not being laid out at all. It was a desperate poisonous land." Aha! Everyone was puzzled at the same time. Desperate poisonous land? He wouldn't be looking for an excuse because he couldn't fight others, would he? Boo! Real who didn't pay any attention to them at all, directly bending both knees and kneeling on the ground. He said to 140 plots of land, "Thank the heavens for sparing my life. If not for your kindness, my disciple would have already had his soul scattered. Fighting with you is my disciple's fault for not being open-minded. My disciple knows the error of his ways." When he finished, he kowtowed heavily. Standing up again, he said, "Both of you, just now, I fought with Song Tian. The result you see. With all due respect, this piece of land is a desperately poisonous land chosen by Song Tian, not to mention development. It's hard to even want to set foot on it. You are still as far away from each other as you can be. Heaven has a good will, and at the same time, heaven's will is hard to disobey." After that, he turned to leave. "Makoto, don't go away." Su Tianlong quickly pursued the question, not having heard it yet. Real who doesn't respond and walks faster and faster. Unlikely to say he's going to the hospital. Yang Hai also wanted to chase, but walked out 2 steps to see his daughter back, and asked in a low voice, "You went to see Turning Peace? I know my daughter as well as my father, and I've seen it for a long time." Yang Qian froze, then nodded. Yang Hai asked sharply, "What did he say?" "He said he wanted $200,000 for the land." Chapter 47 Group of Experts. Yang Hai's heart pumped hard when he heard this. But, Yang Hai asked again, did he have any abnormalities just now, such as wandering off, vertigo, or suddenly falling? Hu Xinjin's Min saw that although it didn't work out in the end, it would at least have some effect. Yang Qian shook her head. "No, he's very calm." Yang Hai frowned and thought about it, then let out a long sigh of relief. So it seemed that this matter had nothing to do with Zhao Pingan. If this guy could really set up a formation and do it, he still needed to think about his marriage contract with his daughter. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the power. Angrily, he said, "Little Yakuza, what he thinks." At this point, Su Tianlong also walked over and said in despair, "I thought it was Zhao Pingan's trick before, but I didn't realize that this piece of land was a desperate poisonous land. There's no way to develop it. The only thing we can count on at the moment is the provincial delegation coming tomorrow, but once they can't solve it either, the province will then change its investment plans. This land, it's ruined." Just now, he asked realist Gu. "The desperate poison land is a poisonous land set by heaven. It is not humanly possible. Even if a person wants to do it, they need at least 50 years of Taoist skill. Zhao Pingan, that little Yakuza, it's impossible to do it." Hey, Yang Hai also sighed. Although he is the richest man, but a few $100 million thrown away also hurt. We can only look at tomorrow. In the meantime, the news that Lot 140 is a desperately poisonous site has spread and is so well known that all those who have a need to buy a home have already ruled this site out of their minds. After all, no one wants to live in an evil place. Day 2. The crowd around Lot 140 was huge, at least tens of thousands of people. The reason is no other than, the provincial inspection team came. Leading the team is even the director of the Animal and Plant Research Agency, Prof. Li Huawan. I've heard that Mr. Li Huawan is not only the top flora and fauna expert in the province, but also renowned in China. This time, Mr. Li Huawan is leading the team, along with a dozen or so experts in various fields in the province, so I'm sure it can be solved. Otherwise Tianhai City out of such a piece of place is too scary. Truth be told, came to see yesterday, nightmares at night. People looked at the middle of the ground and talked, and in the middle of the ground, there were a dozen or so experts in white coats taking samples and studying them. Su Tianlong, Yang Hai, Yang Qian, and Su Jewel were clearly among them. After all, it was still their land and should be present. Zhao Pingan's few people also stood on the periphery and watched. Liar, Zhang Frost said in a nonchalant manner. Certain still said that this piece of land was his mess. Now Tianhai has spread the word that this piece of land is a desperate poisonous land, and certain people know how to put gold on their own faces. Zhao Pingan shrugged his shoulders, too lazy to explain, explaining that she wouldn't believe it either. Zhang Frost, Yi Yaoqing said with a black face, "I'll remind you once again, he's your boss. If you dare to speak out against him again, go back to imperial capital immediately." After receiving the Jade Talisman and knowing Zhao Pingan's intentions, he naturally had to defend it. "Miss, Zhang Frost stomped his foot in anger, feeling that the lady was falling more and more, and thought for a moment, okay, I won't say anything about him. But, Mr. Zhao, you said that you could get this piece of land last night, how come you can't get it now? Zhao Pingan had a black line on his head. Regarding this point, he was also speechless. How would he have thought that the so-called Hu Jinran had lied and made up the lie about the desperate poisonous land? If he had said that his skills were not as good as the others, Su Tianlong would surely have come and begged for forgiveness. Casually, he said, being a little late is a flaw on my part, but the land will be available soon, and they can't solve the problem with the 140 plots. These experts can't solve it either, so Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai will naturally sell the land. Where are the shameless people from who are worthy of denigrating on experts? A roar came from behind them. Just look at a young male in a white lab coat walks up. Angry, it's only just begun, and you dare to jump to conclusions. Scientific research is also something you ignorant guy can judge? Where's the site security? Blow him out. The sound attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Even the experts in the arena were startled. Yi Yaoqing also felt embarrassed because it was true that she had only just started. Dryly smiling, he said, this expert. I'm sorry, a momentary slip of the tongue. I hope I don't mind. Zhao Pingan said blandly, there's no need to apologize. I'm telling the truth, and my words of advice will not go unheard. You really can't solve the problems here, so you'd better study something else if you have the time. Don't waste your time here. Here was the booster, which had nothing to do with science, and besides, the end of science was metaphysics. What did you say? The young man was furious. As an expert, his words represented a hammer blow. How could anyone dare to refute? He actually dared to sing against his own face. Ice Cold said, well then, if we can't solve it, can you? Try solving it for me. Zhao Pingan calmly said, no try. It's naturally impossible to settle when you haven't got the land yet. You, the young man said, his eyes glazed over. Wu Gang, what's going on? A white lab coat slowly walked over and asked. Wu Gang turned his head when he heard the voice and added more fuel to the fire. Professor Li, this guy is full of nonsense here, inciting people's hearts, saying that we can't solve the problem and that we should get the hell out of here and go back to the provincial capital. The visitor was none other than the expert leading the team today, Li Huawan. Li Huawan frowned at his words and looked at Zhao Pingan unhappily, then faced everyone and said, greetings, citizens of Tianhai. I have heard claims about this place, but don't believe them. Everything is based on science. We'll definitely analyze what's going on here. Wu Gang followed and added, especially don't listen to the incitement of certain villains, because some people are antisocial personalities. The two men's words fell. Zhao Pingan added, I'm not being antisocial. I'm just being honest. You can't solve it. Swish. This time, Li Huawan couldn't stand it either. In a deep voice, he said, if you dare to make trouble again, expel them immediately. Zhang Frost glared at Zhao Pingan, who knew how to clam up. Yi Yaoqing thought for a moment and said, Professor Li, is it possible that he's right and you really can't solve it? This statement was made. The surrounding people began to talk again. Did Zhao Pingan give Miss Yi a bewitching soup, so much so that he sang against the experts for him? Zhao Pingan was a bit surprised that she actually helped herself on such an occasion. Ms. Yi, how can you trust a guy who came out of prison? At this time, Su Tianlong several people came over and took the initiative to introduce. Professor Li, this is Miss Yi of the Yi family in Imperial Capital, and this is working for Miss Yi. Jewel Su walked with a limp and added grimly, he's also been in jail. The Imperial Capital Yi family was a famous family in Daxia, and Professor Li and Wu Gang had heard about it. While looking incredulously at Yi Yaoqing, Li Huawan said unhappily, Miss Yi, since you were born into a famous family, you should know better than to jump to conclusions. Ouyang Hai also came over. Professor Li, it's not that Ms. Yi just jumped to conclusions. He was just listening to the words of a villain. Zhao Pingan, I know you desperately need performance to prove yourself and want to get this land, but you're too much of a villain for deliberately inciting people's hearts and creating a negative impact on this land. Zhao Pingan remained calm. I'm just telling the truth, saying that I deliberately instigated it, so may I ask, has the issue of this land been resolved? Or ask, Prof. Li, do you dare to say that you can definitely solve it? Chapter 48, How Can I Let You Lose? Li Huawan asked the face red, dumbfounded. In fact, has just done a preliminary probe? The more probe the more shocked. Research a lifetime of plants and animals. Never seen such a strange thing. Everyone says that snakes and scorpions have hearts, but snakes and scorpions cannot coexist. And it's unbelievable that there are not only snakes and scorpions on this ground, but also several other poisonous creatures. You shut up. Wu Gang was infuriated. You bastard who has squatted in jail. Is Professor Li's level something you are worthy of questioning? Do you know that 20 years ago, when the rice seedlings in the south died and there was no harvest, it was Prof. Lee himself who led the team to improve it and ensure that millions of people would eat. 15 years ago, when corn production decreased in the north and starch was scarce, it was Professor Lee who led the development of starch to ensure industrial production. 10 years ago, the western insect pests, melon and fruit erosion. Also Professor Lee led the research on drugs to ensure that the damage did not expand further. The professor has been practicing for nearly 50 years. Not only is he the director of the province's Animal and Plant Research Department, but he is also a well-known expert on flora and fauna in the country. So what kind of thing are you? A prisoner, to dare to make a fool of yourself in front of him? And, when the onlookers heard this, they stood in awe, and even looked at Zhao Pingan with an unkind gaze. Yes, what is he considered? Su Tianlong and the others laughed. They wanted to make Zhao Pingan a disgrace, so that Miss Yi would drive him away. As long as he left Miss Ye's side, he was a no-good little yakuza. There's no point in talking about it. Zhao Pingan remained unperturbed. Good men don't talk about their courage. I'm asking if the current situation can be resolved? It can, or it can't. When he finished the sentence. What an arrogant man. If Professor Lee can't solve it, can you? The white lab coat experts who were examining in the field came over en masse and said angrily, what kind of a dunce are you that you deserve to have Professor Lee give you an answer? Science is the most rigorous discipline. What the hell do you know? Do you know anything about the theory of evolution? Have you read The Origin of Species or not? And you still deserve to question? If you were my student, 2 slaps and fly. Professor Lee, don't get angry with this villain. He's proud of his claptrap and is just a clown. Zhang Frost glared fiercely at Zhao Pingan, gnashing her teeth in anger. It was all because of him, causing herself to be swept away by her eyes as well. Yi Yaoqing frowned tightly and didn't say a word. Zhao Pingan remained calm and smiled. Professor Lee? Naturally. Li Huawan was also infuriated, firmly erecting 3 fingers. 3 years? Within 3 years I will definitely find out the reason here and give everyone an explanation. Hearing this, the experts simultaneously puffed out their chests and their hearts stirred. Professor Lee said that within 3 years, then it would definitely be researched. Gah! Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai smile steeply frozen. Dumbfounded. They can be 3 years, but they cannot wait not to mention 3 years, even 1 year cannot be, must be resolved now, otherwise there is no way to eliminate the impact. The province will also reprogram its investments. Ouyang Hai trembled. It really takes 3 years? Of course. Wu Gang thought he was excited, and proudly said, Professor Lee's oath has never failed. When he says 3 years, it's 3 years, if you want to go fast you can, let him solve it he's great, pointing at Zhao Pingan. The other experts also said in a conspiratorial manner, prisoner, Professor Lee has already given his promise, are you still satisfied? If you're not satisfied, you can fix it yourself. Yeah, you fix it. The speaker has no intention of listening. Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong glanced at each other, and Su Tianlong said, Zhao Pingan, this piece of land is sold to you for $200 million. Sign the contract on the spot. Although it also lost money, it was better than being idle, and selling it to Zhao Pingan was the only way. Su Jewel sneered. Surname Zhao, you said you wanted this piece of land, now it's going to be given to you. You won't dare to take it, right? Oh, Ouyang Chen didn't say anything for a long time and just kept watching. Zhao Pingan said, it's natural to want it, however, only 100,000 will be offered. What? 3 voices rang out from the field. The first 2 lanes are Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong. 100,000. Play? The last course was Zhang Frost, angrily saying, Zhao Pingan, you're crazy. This land is not worth a single penny. Even if the problem is solved after 3 years, the development needs to spend money, and once you can't sell it, you'll lose even more money. Do you know anything about the market? Zhao Pingan raised his eyebrows. 100,000 feels expensive. Then 50,000. You. Su Tianlong was going to explode with anger. Shooting this piece of land could cost a whole $1.3 billion, although what Zhang Frost said might indeed exist, but spending 50,000 on this piece of land felt like cursing. Can't understand human language. Zhang Frost was furious and turned his head. Miss, are you just going to stand by and watch him do whatever he wants? Even $1 is a company cost. I believe him. Yi Yaoqing threw herself on the ground, looking at Zhao Pingan with a soft gaze, and smiled. I won't listen to anything others say. Pingan, do you want this piece of land? Seeing Yi Yaoqing's attitude, the surroundings were stunned. She is so nice to Zhao Pingan? Is there something going on between the two of them? Ouyang Qian couldn't help but frown. There was a gust of gloom in Jewel Su's eyes. In the crowd, Qi Tianjia clenched her hands into fists. This big liar. I want to give it to you. Zhao Pingan said back. This statement was met with anger from the surrounding people. This soft eater is really good at talking. Yi Yaoqing smiled even more happily and turned around. This piece of land is a one-bite price. $40 million. Miss Zhang Frost was so angry that she couldn't wait to turn into an assassin to get Zhao Pinggan killed. Sell. Su Tianlong quickly said. To be able to return a little is a little. It is better than waiting until the end and losing money. Soon, the contract was brought out and signed by both parties. The reason why Zhao Pinggan didn't stop it was because he didn't want to waste time. Ouyang Qian, who had been slow to speak, finally spoke. Nonchalantly, he said, Zhao Pinggan, Miss Yi is really good to you. It seems like you have a knack for coaxing women. Zhao Pinggan treated it as if he hadn't heard. Jewel Su said sourly from the side. Congratulations Mr. Zhao for getting the land. You mustn't let Ms. Yi down or you won't even know how you'll die. Just then, Wu Gang deliberately spoke up. Professor Li, I suddenly feel that the time to settle this piece of land is a bit tight. Why don't we? Let's relax the time to 7 years. Settle it within 7 years. Still want land development? I'll just not solve it and drag you to death. Other experts also said. Professor Li, 7 years is more reasonable. I think 10 years would be fine. Li Huawen didn't say anything, as if by default. The surrounding crowd laughed. Everyone is an adult. Naturally they can understand what it means. Let Zhao Pinggan be arrogant, relying on Yi Yaoqing to back him up. Even Professor Li Huawen dared to be hostile. Deserved it. This is the present retribution. No need for you to settle. Zhao Pinggan said lightly. This piece of land is for Ms. Yi. Others have problems taking it, and with her, a match made in heaven. Ms. Yi will be able to solve it. He's saying something about tigers and wolves. Not waiting for the crowd to react, Zhao Pinggan took Yi Yaoqing's hand and slowly walked into lot 140 in front of tens of thousands of gazes, walking a dozen meters in and stopping, smiling. Yaoqing, if you trust me, how can I let you lose? Yaoqing, nod your head. Yi Yaoqing looked at him in the eyes and nodded without half a hesitation. Next, chapter 49, Zhou Qiankuan. Swish swish swish, visible to the naked eye. The grass swayed with the two as the center, and tens of millions of poisonous insects scattered in all directions, frantically fleeing from the 140 plots of land. The temperature around the human body began to rise, as if a warm sun was draped over it. How is this possible? My God! All the people present looked at the scene in front of them with wide eyes in horror. Even though it happened right in front of their eyes, they still couldn't believe it. The poisonous insects had run away? However, that's not the end of it. A fresh breeze blows. Flowers bloomed everywhere as far as the naked eye could see, colorful and competing for attention. Chirp! The sky resounded with a bird song, and then behold, flocks of birds flew at the same time in all directions, warbling, exotic and colorful. The spring breeze, the revival of all things, and the 100 birds. Boom! Everyone was stunned by the beauty before them. Li Huawen was dumbfounded. Ouyang Hai was dumbfounded. Ouyang Qian and Qi Tianzhu were dumbfounded. Tens of thousands of people on the scene were dumbfounded. Yi Yaoqing looked at the scene in front of her as if she was mesmerized. Looking around, tears couldn't help but flow down her face. And finally her gaze was fixed on Zhao Pinggan's face, and after looking at it for 2 seconds, she gently stood on tiptoe and kissed Zhao Pinggan on his lips. Softly, he said, I think that today is the happiest day of my life. Wow! The scene erupted into a tidal wave of discussion. Yi Yaoqing actually kissed Zhao Pinggan? The eldest daughter of the famous Yi family kissed a working man who came out of prison? They're in love? The story shines into reality. When Ouyang Qian saw this scene, she felt her heart being stabbed and quickly turned around to leave. Qi Tianzhu clenched her hands firmly into fists, her nails almost pressed into her flesh, and turned away indignantly. Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai looked at each other, feeling that the problem was serious. Zhao Pinggan was the enemy of the two families. If he was with Miss Yi, the consequences did not contain a scenario. At the same time, they turned their heads to leave, and had to think of a way to deal with it. Su Jewel was so angry that he was about to spit out blood. According to the plan, he was the other half of Yi Yaoqing, surnamed Zhao. Sooner or later, he would make him pay the price. Someone's leaving. Someone advances. Li Huawen, as if seeing a god, quickly ran in, not bothering to disturb the two, and asked madly, What's going on? What's going on here? How did you do it? After a lifetime of studying flora and fauna, I have never seen such a spectacle, not even in a book. Yi Yaoqing was also a bit confused. He wasn't sure either. Zhao Pinggan looked annoyed. Sweet lips, so sweet, and casually said, As I said, this place is tailor-made for her. No way. Li Huawen immediately denied. How could it be tailored? You must have some method, right? Tell me. Please tell me. He desperately wanted to know, itching to open Zhao Pinggan's head and deconstruct it for study. I don't know. Zhao Pinggan succinctly said 3 words, turned around, and left, without a single wink, delaying a good thing. Yi Yaoqing thought about following behind. What a load, waiting for the two to go far away. Wu Gang came over and said with a disdainful face, Professor Lee, he's just pretending to be a god. I think that there is a possibility that it's the Chinook wind. He must have contacted the meteorological department ahead of time to know that if we waited for a little longer, everything would have been solved. This is the kind of wind that can raise the temperature 30 degrees overnight, from winter to summer, with flowers blooming. Snap! Professor Lee slapped him across the face and angrily said, Shut up! Chinook needs terrain. What terrain is here? Chinook is in winter. What season is this? He picked up another flower and pointed to one at the top of the hill. This is summer grass. That's winter plum. Tell me Chinook? Wu Gang didn't dare to reply. Li Huawen slowly raised his head. A miracle. Simply a miracle. So the end of science is metaphysics. In the meantime, the whole Tianhai city spread. Some people say Zhao Pingan is a feng shui master. Some people say Yi Yaoqing is the daughter of heaven's destiny, specializing in destroying the Jedi poisonous land. And some people say that the two of them are talented and they are a match made in heaven. Of course, we all have a common remark. That is, try to make Lot 140 a place where everything is revitalized, where 100 birds flock to the phoenix, a place of natural blessing. Land prices further exploded. It has been speculated that the land is currently worth at least $3 billion. $50 million for $3 billion. In the blink of an eye, a 60-fold increase. How do you do it? Yi Yaoqing asked with a wink as she sat in the car, feeling that this man's whole body shone with light. Zhao Pingan frankly said, I've set up a formation to specifically target them, so as long as I get the land and disarm the formation, I'll be fine. Ho ho ho. Zhang Frost, who was driving the car, sneered, Why don't you say you are the Jade Emperor doing whatever you want? Don't pretend. Imperial Capital is the most capable person in the country, and I haven't heard of anyone who can set up a formation. Quickly tell us, what unseemly methods have been used? She still didn't believe it, especially after seeing Miss kissing him. It was even more uncomfortable. What was he? He was not even worthy of himself, so why should he let the golden young lady kiss him? Zhang Frost, Yi Yaoqing was happy and didn't sink her face. Miss, he just lied to you. I'm willing to be cheated by him. What do you care? Yi Yaoqing laughed. After saying that, she suddenly thought that Zhao Pingan was still beside her, and her face suddenly turned red, and thought that it was so embarrassing to actively kiss him in front of so many people today. Zhao Pingan more and more feel that she is very good. Unconditional trust, support, which there are a lot of girls cannot do. Or to identify her, take a time to return the remaining 6 marriages? Some missed the previous Yi Goblin. She became shy and a little unrecognizable. Jingle bells. Yi Yaoqing's phone rang, and when she saw the number on it, her face changed and she quickly picked it up and said, Dad. Aha, yes, okay, thank you, I'll pay attention. She hung up the phone and said excitedly, Pingan, just now my father complimented me and said that as long as I make some more achievements and prove my worth to the family, I don't need to marry that cutie. She was so happy. The marriage contract had been her nightmare since she was a child, and now she finally saw the hope of breaking it off. Zhao Pingan thought for a moment and asked, Then will you marry me? Yeah, Yi Yaoqing blurted out. She regretted saying it, quickly turned her head and whispered, No way. You haven't proposed to me yet. You have to propose to me first before I can say yes to you. Every girl dreams of being proposed to, and she's no exception. The words just fell. Bam! A violent shudder ran through the car. Just watch a car in the rear hit the parking space. How to drive? Zhang Frost, listening to 2 people spreading dog food, is upset. Was hit even more annoyed. Quickly pushed open the door to get out of the car, but just got out of the car fixed in place. In the rear, not one car, but a convoy. A full 9 cars. 4 black Land Rovers in the front and back and a black Rolls-Royce in T. He center. The first Land Rover that hit the ground was the first Land Rover. At this moment, the doors of the car opened at the same time, and 30 bodyguards wearing black Zhongshan suits and sunglasses stood on both sides of the car with their backs to the ground. With an appalling aura, the Rolls-Royce door opened. A young male in an expensive tailored suit stepped out of the car, all brash and eye candy. Zhou Qiankuan. Zhang Frost recognized the person. Zhou Qiankuan? Yi Yaoqing, through the rearview mirror, also recognized the person and frowned. He is? Zhao Pingan asked in surprise, not waiting for a reply. Zhou Qiankuan had walked over to the car and knocked on the window, and when the window was lowered, he looked at Zhao Pingan with contempt. You're the toad who can't make it to the top. Chapter 50. Zhou Qiankuan. Yi Yaoqing's face was ugly. She warned, Watch what you say. Zhao Pingan is my man. What the hell is he doing in Tianhai? Say it quickly. Finish and go. Zhou Qiankuan didn't care about Yi Yaoqing's attitude and laughed. Sister Yi, we've known each other for so many years at least. For you to talk about me for the sake of an outsider makes me very sad. The mouth called sister, but the expression was not more respectful, and even a bit flippant. He looked at Zhao Pingan again and said contemptuously, Toad, since Sister Yi asked. I'll be honest, this time I came to Tianhai with only one purpose, and that's to exterminate you. Sister Yi is here today. I won't move you, but be careful when you go out in the future. It's not good to get into car accidents or meet thugs. Ha, if it was only for Zhao Pingan, he didn't want to come at all. A little Yakuza was just a small person. Just let anyone come. But there was still Yi Yaoqing there, thinking about her, in case something could happen. It couldn't be better. Zhao Pingan raised his eyebrows and laughed. I'm a person who dislikes being threatened the most. If you want to destroy me, then I can only destroy you first. Speaking, open the door ready to get off. If not, Yi Yaoqing is still in the car. Do not want her to see blood. Will drag Zhou Qianquan in to ask. Don't move him. Yi Yaoqing raised her hand to pull Zhao Pingan's arm. She knew Zhao Pingan's ability, but once she moved Zhou Qianquan, the consequences would be very serious. Seriously, he said. Peace, don't be impulsive. Zhao Pingan resumed his seat again. Good. Ha, Zhou Qianquan smiled coldly. Still want to move me? You're as ridiculous as a mole cricket on the ground in my eyes. Also, I'll take this arm of yours, and it will definitely be unloaded before you die. Ha, pointing to the arm that was touched by Yi Yaoqing, he finished and stood up straight. Sister Yi, we will meet again soon. Turn around and leave. Get in the car. I can just kill him. A black-robed old man sitting in the back row spoke without any emotion. He stayed in the car the whole time, didn't get out. Zhou Qianquan sat firmly, shook his watch, and sneered. Don't you need a knife to kill a chicken? Besides, Yi Yaoqing is still beside her. If she is determined to block it, there will be a lot of trouble. Wait a little longer. There will be a chance later. The black-robed old man was silent. Zhou Qianquan instructed the driver. Go to Weihu Mountain Villa first. To Tianhai you have to visit the head snake. No, it should be the head dragon. Front car. Yi Yaoqing had already introduced Zhou Qianquan's identity once. A native of Longchang, the provincial capital. It was even the sole heir of the Zhou family, which ranked third among the 5 great families in the provincial city. The 5 great families have only their hands in the province. They are the most powerful 5 great families. Even Feng Beinian, the governor of the province, and Gu Qingming, the commander of the war department from the previous meeting, did not dare to offend them easily. The current head of the Zhou family, Zhou Taishan, had saved the life of the Yi family's old man, and the family was very close. Be careful these days. Zhou Qianquan is arrogant and domineering. He can do anything. I will think of a way to make him hurry back to Dragon City and never set foot in the heavenly sea again. Yi Yaoqing was full of gravity, and there was one more thing that she didn't tell Zhao Pingan, and that was that although the Zhou family was dependent on the Yi family, they were dependent on their father's hostile lineage. If Zhou Qianquan was unscrupulous, no one in the Yi family would say anything, but Zhou Qianquan was injured at the hands of Zhao Pingan, and the Yi family would definitely be furious, and they couldn't protect themselves. This society is so realistic. Zhao Pingan is weak, so whatever is right or wrong is his fault. Seeing her gaze, Zhao Pingan didn't retort and smiled. I'll be careful, don't worry. In the meantime, West Suburban Manor, Su Tianlong and Su Jewel were also there. That piece of land really has everything revitalized and 100 birds in the sky? Lu Yimei shouted in shock. She didn't go to the scene, she just heard about it and sounded all shocked. Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong nodded their heads. Both of them wanted to die. $50 million to sell the land, and then it's worth $3 billion. And this does not include the value of the subsequent development. And he himself got nothing in the end and lost more than $1 billion. The damage is too great. Yeah, could it be that Zhao Pingan really has great magical powers as rumored? Lu Yimei trembled and asked, suddenly regretting something in her heart. Had I known he was so good, I should have let him have more contact with his daughter. Ouyang Qian bit her lip. The scene of Zhao Pingan and Yi Yaoqing in the middle of the ground appeared in front of her eyes again, and her heart still hurt when she remembered it now. Bull asterisk 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 divine powers. They're all just crooked ways. Jewel Su said indignantly. I think he must have learned his crooked ways in prison. Where is the good in prison? I've heard that those two people developed special drugs to defraud and sprinkled them on the ground to make the ground grainy, and they took advantage of the opportunity to sell the drugs, and Zhao Pingan must have done the same. Why else would he provoke Prof. Li Waman? Must have been worried about being caught studying it for too long. Hear that? Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong's eyes lit up at the same time. It made sense. Prisons are full of sinister and cunning people, and Zhao Pingan is no exception. It may not be ability, but it may be an unseemly hook. Jewel has a point. Ouyang Hai nodded. Poof. Su Tianlong snorted coldly. A petty generation. How dare he scheme against me? One day, I'll make him pay the price. The more he thought about it, the more Zhao Pingan hated it. Ouyang Qian looked at them and couldn't help but shake her head. They just have a preconceived notion and don't want to admit that Zhao Pingan is excellent. Coldly, he said, I'm tired. Go back and rest. Wait, Su Tianlong suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Ouyang Hai. Brother Ouyang, you've seen the relationship between Zhao Pinggan and MS Yi. I'm sure that our future days are going to get harder and harder. If we can't bring down Zhao Pinggan, I'm afraid we're in danger of capsizing. Ouyang Hai's face also turned gloomy. Who said otherwise? Tentatively, he said, Brother Su has a solution? Su Tianlong cleared his throat. I have a proposal. Let's make an alliance. 2 in 1. As long as we're strong enough, we can defy the capital that MS Yi has brought with her, explaining that it will be easy to bring down Zhao Pinggan. Ouyang Hai nodded after a moment of contemplation. For now, this is the best way. I agree. It was absolutely impossible to allow Zhao Pinggan to continue growing, Su Tianlong added. For the sake of the solidity of the alliance, I think it would be better to let Jewel and Shanshan marry. As long as the two of them are together, we are a family. He has long been scheming for Ouyang Hai's family fortune, and the method used is also a marriage. But there has been no way. This time it is just right. This statement was made. All of them froze, and Jewel Su didn't expect it either, quickly looking at Ouyang Qian with burning heat in her eyes. I disagree, Ouyang Qian said in a cold voice. I'm not ready to marry. What's more, I don't like Jewel Su either. We're just friends. Marrying anyone will not marry Su Jewelry. He thought he was doing it covertly, but it has long been known that the girls he has cheated, not 100 or 80, suspected him of being dirty. The corners of Jewel Su's mouth quivered and she didn't say anything, knowing that she wouldn't agree. Su Tianlong instigated. Brother Ouyang, sister-in-law, in the entire Tianhai, other than my family's gem, who else is worthy of Qianqian? Besides, if the two of them don't combine, how can the alliance be stabilized? If the alliance is not solid, what awaits us is ashes and ashes. Ouyang Hai and Lu Yimei glanced at each other. It was clear that if they refused, they and Su Tianlong would have to part ways, and the consequences would, indeed, be as he said. Simultaneous nods. Good. Let's form a son and daughter family. Chapter 51, The Villa of Mighty Tigers. Soon, Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai announced to the public at the same time. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m., a wedding ceremony will be held for Jewel Su and Ouyang Qian at the Western Suburbs Manor, with a banquet for Tianhai. Not engaged, just married. When this news came out, Tianhai City was stunned. Ouyang Hai is the richest man in Tianhai. Su Tianlong is the newest man in Tianhai, and the two have joined forces to form a supergiant, and against whom, we all know very well. Yeah, office, Zhao Pinggan, look what you've done, forcing the Ouyang and Su families to join forces against us. Zhang Frost heard the news and barged in furiously. It will be very difficult for Yi to be targeted by these two families jointly. Zhao Pinggan was missing that kiss and was helpless to be interrupted by her. Unhappily, he said, next time you come in, knock, and if you don't knock, you're fired immediately. You what you? Zhao Pinggan continued to interrupt. Who's the boss? By the way, some people said that as long as I can get the 140 plots of land, she'll listen to whatever I say. She won't forget, right? When Zhang Frost saw his eyes, he took a step backward in fear and said nervously, what are you going to do? I told you not to mess around, or I'll go see Miss and tell her. Don't be nervous, I can't see you, Zhao Pinggan said indifferently. There is only one thing you need to do at the moment. Zhang Frost rolled her eyes in anger. This girl is also a sought-after product. How dare you say you can't look at me? I still can't look at you. In a deep voice, he asked. What is it? Don't go too far. Get out. Zhao Pinggan squeezed out a word through his teeth. It's too emotionally draining to have her here, and it's going to take a while to clear the air. Zhang Frost did not react for a moment, and when he realized that he was about to explode with anger, he wanted to scold him, but he thought that the lady was in love with him, and the one who was hurt must be himself. Gritting his teeth, he could only hold back. Blackface said, Mr. Zhao, may I ask the Ouyang family to join forces with the Su family you have? Saying that, the words changed. Mr. Zhao, if you get the land, the lady will give you a bonus, and the employees are waiting for you to treat them. She wanted to ask what the countermeasures were, but then she thought that it would be better if Zhao Pinggan didn't want anything, and as long as he disappointed Miss, he would obediently roll away. Half an hour later, Zhao Pinggan parked his car in front of a suburban mountain gate with dozens of employees, both sides of the door columns carved in alabaster, 7 meters high, the door columns carved with auspicious clouds fairyland, lifelike, the gate on each side of the 3-meter-high fierce tiger stone carvings. The top plaque read 4 words, Mighty Tiger Villa, Grandeur. Is this the legendary Mighty Tiger Villa? It's so grand. Those who enter here are either rich or noble. It's worth it to come to a place like this once in my life. I feel so small standing in front of the door, but I've heard it's a private club and not open to the public. The employees were overwhelmed with emotion, all with excitement on their faces. Zhao Pinggan also looked at it, and it was really good. When Zhang Frost saw Zhao Pinggan's appearance, he secretly laughed in his heart, knowing that this bumpkin had never seen the world. Explaining, private clubhouse in the back area here, with free access to the front bar for consumption. Saying that, he looked at Zhao Pinggan and said weakly, Mr. Zhao, I just focus on the row, forgetting that consumption is not low here. If you think it's expensive, we can change places. He deliberately chose this place, and even more so, he deliberately didn't say it was expensive until he got here, to blackmail him properly. It would be fine if he left. The image in the staff center would be gone. It's not a loss in any way. Hearing this, all the employees looked at Zhao Pinggan. All of them were very reluctant to leave. It was not easy to have the opportunity to enter the Weihu Mountain Resort once. They did not want to leave. It's fine. The most important thing about coming out to play is to have fun. I'll pay for everything I consume. Money is not a problem. Zhao Pinggan laughed. Zhang Frost skimmed his mouth, a burst of contempt in his heart, the face of a thug, and tried. You don't want to know how expensive it is? Snap. Zhao Pinggan casually took out a card. There's 100 million here. Is that enough? Zhang Frost. Employees. It's all shocked. $100 million? You're not here to spend money. You're here to buy the mighty tiger villa? Zhang Frost held his face red. He wanted to count on Zhao Pinggan, but he didn't expect to be faked by him. Unhappily, he said, Mr. Zhao, it's not good to pretend to be a fork. The other party won't recognize it when you swipe your card later. Just go. Zhao Pinggan didn't bother to explain and entered the interior of the mighty tiger manor. There are many more cards such as this one from the guys in prison. Soon, they want the second floor card seat. Liquor, fruits and vegetables ordered a whole lot. Here consumption is really not cheap. Beer to $100 a bottle. Foreign wine 18,088 from. Fruit plate actually also in 3,808. However, it only adds up to a few $100,000, which is not as much as the monthly interest. The employees ordered the fearful. Too expensive, but saw Zhao Pinggan indifferent look also relieved. In case it really is? Zhang Frost sank his face. He came here to be angry at Zhao Pinggan, and he actually didn't care. So it seemed like he had to think of something else. Zhao Pinggan, on the other hand, sipped his wine while watching the pole girls dancing on the dance floor. And the dancing was average. Not as good as the guys in prison. They dance the little swan and land on only one toe. Mr. Yeah, I really can't drink anymore. I'll get drunk if I drink anymore. I'm sorry. In the distance, a girl in office attire drunkenly shrugged it off. Her face oozing red and her long hair loose. Her speech a little slurred. Center on the card seat. Nya Yuan Nya Gongzi embraces left and right, teasingly smiling. Mr. Shi, I think you still have the volume. You can still drink. As long as you finish these 3 cups in front of you, our business will be done. Ha! The other males at the card table gave greedy glances. Just get her drunk. And after Mr. Nya is comfortable, he'll be his own. Do this kind of thing all the time. Qi Tianjiao. Nya is always giving you a chance, so you should cherish it. Mr. Nya is going to cooperate with Mr. Zhou from the provincial city. His family's plant will at least double in size, and the order for building materials is over $50 million. Don't you want it? I've heard that many people in your family are against you becoming president, so as long as you take Mr. Nye's order, what else can anyone say? Hurry up and drink. He. The more they talked, the more excited they became. Their tongues began to lick their lips, and their eyes were even sweeping back and forth over Qi Tianjiao's body with impunity, as if they saw what it would be like to take her away. Qi Tianjiao bit her lip to clear her head. Seriously, he asked. Mr. Nye, as long as I drink these 3 cups, you'll give me the order, right? Nye Yuan said with a slightly deeper meaning. Of course, as long as you drink it all, I'll give it to you. Anything, okay? I'll drink. Qi Tianjiao thought of the scene in the family, indignantly picked up the wine glass and poured the wine into her mouth. But just after drinking half of it, her stomach churned and she nearly spat it out. Nye Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, it looks like Mr. Qi can't drink anymore. How about this? I'll help you out. With that, he slowly stood up, picked up his glass and took a sip in his mouth. Step by step, he walked towards Qi Tianjiao. The eyes of the people around them lit up as they watched and clapped their hands. What are you doing? Qi Tianjiao's body trembled in fear, feeling that he was up to no good, trying to stand up, but failing to do so because she had drunk too much. Nye Yuan had already walked in front of him, raising one hand to roughly grab Qi Tianjiao's hair, causing her to raise her head, then bending downward, his lips approaching. Get lost. Qi Tianjiao struggled violently, picking up the wine glass and waving it forward, happened to hit Nye Gongzi's. Chapter 52, Mr. Zhou saves me. Woo! Nye Yuan suffered a heavy blow, his body bent down, unable to open his mouth. There was still wine in his mouth. He was choking and nearly took his back. Mr. Nye. Mr. Nye. People at the table stood up nervously and asked with concern. Chi Tianjia was also dumbfounded when she saw the state of Duke Nia and was scared out of her wits. This Duke Nia in front of her was the crown prince of Thousand Red Pharmaceuticals, another super behemoth in Tianhai City. What's more, Thousand Red Pharmaceuticals is about to cooperate with Mr. Zhou from the provincial city, and it is as simple to pinch the Chi family as it is to pinch an ant. Flustered, he got up and said, "How are you, Mr. Nia? I didn't mean to, I really didn't. I'm sorry." Nia Yuan finally eased some, bursting into a rage. "You dare to move me, I'll beat you to death." A president of Chi Tianjiao's caliber should obediently crawl into bed with just a look, and she actually dared to resist? Speaking, one hand grabbed Chi Tianjiao's hair. Snap, 2 slaps in the face. Ah! Chi Tianjiao screamed as she was beaten. Nia Yuan tried to continue the fight, but was stopped by his companion. "Mr. Nia, this is Sister Han's mighty tiger villa. Don't be impulsive. Let's drag her outside and fight. Once Sister Red sees it, we're wasted. Take it out and beat it." Sister Hong, the administrator of the mighty tiger manor, with an unfathomable background, is said to be the lover of the actual controller of the mighty tiger manor, and some say that she is the illegitimate daughter of a certain big brother, and there are many different opinions. However, one thing could be confirmed: anyone who caused trouble at the mighty tiger villa would not have a good ending. There was once a big boss worth $3 billion who got drunk and spoke out against Sister Hong and died tragically on the street that night. There was also a rich kid who dragged a dancing girl to the bathroom by force, and that day, her hands were chopped off. In the entire Tianhai, no one dared to cause trouble in the mighty tiger villa. When Nia Yuan heard the word Hong's sister quickly stop, he also began to be afraid afterward, but the anger in his heart hadn't subsided yet. Pointing at Chi Tianjiao's nose, he said, "Stinking, I let you drink because I look up to you. Now, I don't need you to drink. Use your mouth to feed me. If I don't have a good time drinking today, I'll exterminate the Chi family tomorrow." When he finished, he resumed his seat on the couch. Chi Tianjiao was scared to tears. What Nia Yuan said was true. Thousand Red Pharmaceuticals already had this strength. Not to mention, it had also hooked up with Prince Zhou. Pleadingly, he said, "Sir Nia, I'm sorry. I know I'm wrong. I'm sorry. What's the use of apologizing? Mr. Nia wants a drink. Hurry up." Chi Tianjiao, it's your good fortune to be able to feed Mr. Nia a drink. Seize the opportunity. If Mr. Nia wants to start a fire, no god can save you. Companions have spoken up. Chi Tianjiao's tears are flowing more and more. Just today, at the family assembly, she clearly announced that she would not compete for the supply of materials for the 140 plots of land, which caused anger, and she made a military order that she would get a new contract, which is why she came to Nia Yuan. "If you don't get this contract, you have to voluntarily resign. And right now, it's no longer as simple as quitting." Begging again. "Mr. Nia, Nia Yuan rudely interrupted. "Feed, the Chi family lives. If you don't, the Chi family perishes." Chi Tianjiao struggled in her heart for a few seconds. Her eyes couldn't help but see Zhao Pinggan's face, and a wave of despair arose in her heart. He obviously liked herself, and actually looked for Yi Yaoqing again. This scum. Slowly, he picked up his glass and took a sip of wine in his mouth, walking towards Nia Yuan. Seeing this, Nia Yuan smiled. Chi Tianjiao is a first-class beauty. Being fed by her is a kind of enjoyment in itself, especially if she's still a good woman. It's a double pleasure. Waiting with her mouth open and eyes closed, Chi Tianjiao walked to him and slowly brought her lips closer. Just then, a pair of hands suddenly slapped her on the abdomen. Whoa! Chi Tianjiao was caught off guard and only felt her stomach roll over, the contents of her stomach rising up uncontrollably. Just look, her mouth was like a faucet. All sorts of liquids tilted out and poured straight into Nia Yuan's mouth, which filled and overflowed, and the whole face was paved over. Gah! The companion was confused. Chi Tianjiao was also confused. Nia Yuan slowly opened his eyes, raised his hand and touched it, very confused. "What is all this? Is it good?" A voice came from the side. Only then did the crowd realize that at some point, Chi Tianjiao already had someone standing beside her. Zhao Pinggan? Chi Tianjiao looked like she had seen a ghost. How could she have thought that he would appear here? Her eyes flooding with gleams of light. "It's me." Zhao Pinggan also didn't expect to meet her here. He noticed it before and was considering whether to leave, but seeing that she was cornered, he still walked over. This woman was a pushin, but there had been a marriage contract, so she still couldn't just stand by and watch her being bullied. Mr. Nia. The companions panicked. They had heard of a dog's blood, but it was the first time they had seen it spat in their faces. They wanted to help and didn't know where to start. It was so disgusting. Ah! Nia Yuan screamed furiously as he tore his heart out and got up violently. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. To be insulted like that and completely lose your mind. Boo! Zhao Pingan casually kicked him back to the sofa and sneered. You deserve it too. How dare you force a woman to drink? Are you still not a man? If you want to drink, go home and ask your mom to drink. Saying that, he pulled Qi Tianjiao up and said, let's go. Less than this kind of people to contact in the future. Qi Tianjiao felt even more dizzy, biting her lip and subconsciously following behind, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. Stop! Nye Yuan's whole body trembled violently with anger, and he said hideously, you guys beat him up? Beat him to death. Quick! The companions were in a dilemma. Nye Yuan added, what are you afraid of? I'll carry the load if something goes wrong. I'll take care of everything. What's more, Mr. Zhou is still in the backyard. Hearing this, the companions finally stopped caring and quickly picked up their bottles and attacked Zhao Pingan directly. Zhao Pingan flickered among the silhouettes. Boom boom boom. In just a few seconds, everyone was put down and fell to the ground howling and screaming. The scene, finally getting noticed. Everyone stopped moving to look over. Oh my god, there's actually a fight? There are actually people fighting in Weihu Mountain Villa. Don't want to die? Just wait, there's going to be a good show today. No matter who it is, no matter what their status is, they won't be able to walk out of here standing up. I most admire the warrior who knows that there is a tiger on the mountain and prefers to walk towards it. Nay, the warrior dies a miserable death. Qi Tianjiao also slowed down from the vertigo. Her face was white with fear. She trembled. Zhao Pingan, you quickly go. This is the Weihu Mountain Manor. If you don't run, it will be too late. Quick, it's already too late. Sister Red is out. Sister Hong. There were voices all around again. Just look at the entrance at the back of the stage. A woman with a fiery figure, wearing a long red dress, with delicate features and an extraordinarily enchanting temperament walked out. She was accompanied by another person, none other than Zhou Qianquan, whom Zhao Pingan had met today. The two walked side by side, talking and laughing. Behind him, followed by a black-robed old man, take a few steps out. Sister Hong noticed the situation over here and her face sank. At this moment, the temperature seemed to drop and most people couldn't breathe in fear. She commanded icily, everyone involved break their limbs and throw them out of Weihu Mountain Manor. This statement was made. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, worthy of being Sister Hong, doing things really hard. Just then, Nye Yuan suddenly cried out, Mr. Zhou, save me, I'm Nye Yuan, save me. Chapter 53, still trying to kill me. The field was dimly lit and not very clear to see. Nye Yuan, hearing him say his name, the crowd realized that it was the Crown Prince of Thousand Red Pharmaceuticals. However, it was his old man who came and didn't dare to make trouble in Weihu Mountain Villa. Zhou Qianquan also looked over and could not see too well, but the voice was right. Sister Hong frowned and asked, Mr. Zhou knows Nye Yuan. Zhou Qianquan nodded. I'm here this time, mainly for the drug business, and Thousand Red Pharmaceuticals is a partner. To come here, naturally, was not only targeting Zhao Pingan, but also had an unknown purpose, which was to monopolize the medicine, not giving Yi Yaoqing the opportunity to make further achievements, and blocking it. Sister Hong hesitated for a moment and said, Weihu Mountain Resort has Weihu Mountain Resort's rules, which cannot be broken by anyone, but since he is a friend of Mr. Zhou, it's just a matter of compensating for some of the damages. Zhou Qianquan laughed, thanks to Sister Hong for giving her face. Then he said, Xiao Nia, causing trouble at Sister Hong's venue and breaking the rules, take $30 million in compensation. Hearing this figure, the crowd was scared to death, but it was just a fight, but they had to pay $30 million. But, compared to being able to go out in one piece, it has been very good. Nye Yuan was a bit needy, but felt it was worth it. Thank you, Sister Hong, and thank you, Mr. Zhou, looking grimly at Zhao Pingan, little Yakuza. I'll wait outside the door for you to crawl out, and you stinking, if I don't let you pass out tonight, I swear I won't do it, ha ha ha. After that, he turned to leave. Qi Tianjiao's face was like ashes. It was over. I'm a person who dislikes being threatened the most, and anyone who threatens me, I like to do it early. Zhao Pingan spoke indifferently. As he spoke, he kicked out. Boo! In the crowd's field of vision, Nye Yuan looked like a kite with broken strings, flying 5 or 6 meters away and collapsing on the ground wailing. Wow! The customers were scared silly. How dare they make a move, and to do it in front of Sister Hong? This is not a death wish. This is not even wanting the ancestral tomb. Swish! Sister Hong's face turned unprecedentedly cold, seeing that Zhao Pingan was a practiced fighter, and it was impossible for a normal person to kick someone off. In a deep voice, he said, Uncle Wu, just kill it. A figure stepped out from behind her, tall and thick. Although there was only one person, when he appeared, he gave the crowd a pressure like a Tarzan, heading straight for Zhao Pingan. Anyone who knows some kung fu can see that this is a master. Zhou Qianquan frowned slightly. The black-robed old man following behind him was also touched. Zhao Pingan shook his head slightly when he saw him coming. Just then, "Stop!" a voice rang out from the card seat. Zhang Frost ran over in a panic. She realized that this person was Zhao Pingan, and she hated him to death in her heart. This guy can die without causing trouble for the lady. Immediately, he said, "Zhao Pingan, can you be quiet for a moment? Only knowing how to cause trouble for Miss." He also said to the bottom, "Sister Hong, I don't know the rules when I first came to the treasure land. I hope you'll forgive us. We're Miss Ye's people. His name is Zhao Pingan and I'm Zhang Frost." Pingan Zhao? That name is known to no one in Tianhai these days. MS. Yes, part-timer. Sister Hong was slightly stunned. Zhao Pingan? Zhou Qiankuan's eyes, however, dilated. It was really a narrow road. This little yakuza actually came here to cause trouble? Taking the initiative, she said, "Sister Hong, this matter is a conflict between our two sides. How about this? I'll add an additional $10 million in compensation, so that we can go out and settle it, okay?" Previously, because Yi Yaoqing was present didn't move him, sought him alone and directly exterminated him. Sister Hong thought for a moment and nodded. "That's fine, the conflict between you two. You will settle it, but the compensation, an additional $30 million. No problem," Zhou Qiankuan answered with his mouth full. "No." Zhang Frost beads of sweat on the door of his head. Very well understand Zhou Qiankuan. Once he solved Zhao Pingan 10 deaths, although he hated him, hated to see him die. But today, after all, it is his own proposal out. Let the lady know that did not take him back. The consequences are unimaginable. Continuing, she said, "Sister Hong, as a shopkeeper, if a conflict occurs in your territory, you are responsible from any angle, and this matter can only be resolved by you. If you hand over Zhao Pingan to an outsider for the sake of money, in the future, the reputation of this mighty tiger villa will be lost. It makes sense to put it that way." Zhang Frost, Zhou Qiankuan said grimly, this actually dared to spoil his good deed. Hey. Zhao Pingan couldn't listen anymore and said unhappily, "What the hell are you guys discussing? I'm the one involved. Shouldn't I be consulted? You guys are talking without me, making me look like an outsider." He'd heard it half a dozen times and his ears were calloused. "Then what's your opinion?" Sister Hong spoke coldly. "Together," Zhao Pingan said indifferently. "You guys deal with it together, and I want to see how to deal with it too." This statement was made. The customers were shocked. This guy is really crazy? He's got MS. Yi at his mercy? Zhao Pingan! Zhang Frost and Qi Tianzhou said in shock at the same time, their faces full of incredulity. "Arrogant! What did you say?" Sister Hong and Zhou Qiankuan also opened their mouths at the same time. "This guy is a jumping clown. How dare he make a big statement?" Zhao Pingan snapped his ears and casually said, "I mean, everyone sitting here is trash, without exception." The words just fell. Tian Bo. Zhou Qiankuan's eyes opened angrily, but he dared to clamor in front of himself, and he was immediately executed. The black-robed old man sniffed and quickly got up and prepared to strike. But just get up. Swish! A figure stood in front of him, and it was none other than Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu said expressionlessly, in Weihu Mountain manner, "No one can act rashly without Sister Hong giving the word. This is the rule." Tian Bo looked at Zhou Qiankuan as if he was facing an enemy. Zhou Qiankuan also looked at Sister Hong. Sister Hong said, "Mr. Zhou, you take Nie Yuan to the doctor first. I'll handle it here." Just now Zhang Frost has a point to her heart. If in the Weihu Shanzhuang let outsiders out, Weihu Shanzhuang brand will be smashed. This point is absolutely unacceptable. Zhou Qiankuan thought for a moment, angry to angry, but if personally killed Zhao Pingan, Yi Yaoqing pursued up will also have trouble. Hand over to Sister Hong is no better. Take the men away. Phew. Zhang Frost let out a long breath and laughed. "Thank you, Sister Hong. For the first time we met. Much offense. Today we will make compensation, and in the future, we will also come more often to support the venue, to make a good karma." Who says I want to make a good karma? Sister Hong spoke coldly. No one is allowed to cause trouble in the Weihu Mountain Villa. No one. If Miss Yi were to come here in person, I wouldn't be able to make a decision. But Zhao Pingan is nothing more than a dog she raised, and has no qualifications to cause trouble at Weihu Mountain Villa. Uncle Wu, just kill it. Hear that? Zhang Frost was dumbfounded. Actually not giving face? Don't. Qi Tianzhao's pores exploded open in fear, and she suddenly regretted a little. Had she known this, she should have listened to Nie Yuan, and Zhao Pingan wouldn't have had to die. The surrounding people also froze. Sister Hong, how domineering. Uncle Wu did not have half a hesitation, jumped up high and went straight to the second floor card seat Zhao Pingan. One hand as a claw, straight to the knot of the throat, to yank out the trachea alive. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Zhao Pingan's eyes. Take your life. Boo! Zhao Pingan lightly kicked Uncle Wu's chest and directly kicked him off, faster than he came, and fell to Sister Hong's feet. Zhao Pingan said indifferently, "I told you, it's all garbage. No one believes me." As he spoke, the card holder jumped down and went straight to Sister Hong. "Still want to kill me?" Chapter 54, The Master. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned. The mighty Tiger Manor had always been known for its might, not allowing anyone to infringe upon it, and Uncle Wu, who appeared to be an expert at first glance, had been kicked away by Zhao Pingan? It's unbelievable. Qi Tianjiao couldn't believe it. Zhang Frost couldn't believe it. Sister Hong Heart is even more horrified. Other people are not clear about the strength of Uncle Wu. She is very clear. Uncle Wu is ranked in the top 50 masters in Lonjiang province, placed in the city of Tianhai at least the existence of the top 3, but even by the Zhao Pingan afoot to solve? However, she quickly gathered her emotions. In a stern voice, he said, "So what if I believe it or not? Zhao Pingan, just based on what you just did, even Missy can't protect you. Don't think that just because you can fight you can be fearless. In this society, force is only the most superficial strength." She also never looked down in her mind on this little Yakuza who was famous for his women, and although he could fight, she wasn't afraid, and she could have someone behind her. Listen to what she has to say. The crowd was taken back from their shock. That's right, anyone who can fight is inferior. For mighty Tiger Villa to stand in Tianhai City for years, its background is unimaginable. Can't you see that, Mr. Joe from the provincial city doesn't even dare to not give Sister Hong face. He's nothing. Villainous. Does he really think that being able to fight will solve everything? I'll just stare at him with wide eyes and see how badly he dies. Everyone was murmuring, and they all thought that Zhao Pingan had made a huge mess. Zhao Pingan walked to her and stopped, shaking his head helplessly. "I'm a person who doesn't like killing people. It will hurt my blessings, and I also don't like hitting women. I think it's too superficial. But, what you're doing is really hard for me. So here's the deal. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to forgive you." If Sister Hong were a man, she would have scrapped him immediately. What? Let Sister Hong kowtow? He's crazy. Even Missy came and didn't dare to make Sister Hong kowtow. A moment caused shock waves. Sister Hong in the hearts of the people in Tianhai City, but the eyes of the woman, the background is unfathomable. Let her kowtow. You can afford it? What did you little Yakuza say? Sister Hong burst into a rage. Boo! Zhao Pingan was too lazy to talk nonsense, and quickly kicked out his foot on Sister Hong's calf, and Sister Hong's center of gravity was unsteady, and she knelt straight in front of him. This kneeling made everyone freeze in their tracks. However, it doesn't end there. I'll help you if you don't kneel. Remember, this is for your own good. As Zhao Pingan spoke, he raised his hand to grab Sister Hong's hair and make her kowtow. It wasn't a beating, it was indeed for her own good, and if she didn't kowtow there was no reason to forgive the woman. Zhao Pingan. Zhang Frost ran to Zhao Pingan's side at an unknown time and growled furiously. Are you crazy? Is it possible to die without causing trouble for Miss? How could there be a villain like you in the world who doesn't know how to advance or retreat? Qi Tianjiao also ran over, scared and completely confused, trembling. You're in trouble, big trouble. Quickly apologized to Sister Hong. Quickly, Sister Hong, get up. Zhao Pingan didn't do it on purpose. Get out. Sister Hong suddenly roared out, her eyes wide with rage, her eyes viciously looking at Zhao Pingan, and said hideously, "You're the first person in this world to make me kneel, and you'll be the last. Don't you dare let me make a phone call. She's looking for someone. Sister Hong, you get up first to calm down. We will give an explanation for this matter." Zhang Frost also panicked. Currently Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong had already joined forces. If they offended Weihu Mountain Manor again, the lady would not be able to cope. I can't afford it. Sister Hong remained kneeling on the ground and said icily, "If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for killing you together." Zhang Frost shut up instantly. Sister Hong asked heavily again, "Zhao Pingan, do you dare, or don't you dare?" Zhao Pingan didn't hesitate for half a second. It was better to be able to cut off the roots, and faintly said, "Feel free." Having said that, retraced his steps back to the second floor to wait. Suddenly some regret. Just should waste the pretender called Zhou Qiankuan. How can he let him run away? What a mistake. Seeing Zhao Pingan walk back and even dare to sit there and drink, the customers began to talk again. This guy is really a little cute, dead to the world and not realizing it, but even had the leisure to drink. However, they were more concerned about Sister Hong who was kneeling on the ground. This woman, who hadn't gotten up until now, was showing her attitude that she wanted to completely solve Zhao Pingan before getting up. Tianhai people. No one had ever seen Sister Hong with such determination. Things are big, in the eyes of all. Sister Hong took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Without any avoidance, she directly said, "Hubby, I'm in Tianhai. I'm being bullied." Hubby. The crowd held its breath. Zhang Frost clenched his teeth and didn't dare to speak. Qi Tianjiao's entire body trembled in fear and was about to become unsteady. The phone was connected to the bar equipment, which was deliberate on Red's part, just so everyone could hear the husband's attitude. An old voice filled the room all of a sudden. Where is Xiao Wu? Let him be directly wasted. Sister Hong gritted her teeth and said, Uncle Wu is not his opponent. Now, he is right in front of me, and I, kneeling on the ground. Husband, he made me kneel and kowtow, or kill me. Arrogant, the pale voice raged. In the tiny Tianhai, there is even someone who dares to touch my son Liankuei's woman. Who is he? What's his name? Son Liankue. Boom. Hearing this name, everyone present was dumbfounded. If I remember correctly, the head of the Sun family in the provincial city is called Sun Liankue, which is the second in the ranking of the province's 5 great families, one higher than the Zhou family. Listen to the pale voice and the age is right. Sister Hong, actually Sun Liankuei's woman. What? Son? Zhang Frost's scared eyes almost fall out. Come to Tianhai, naturally the whole province to feel the situation clearly, but also know what kind of existence is the Sun family. It is okay to be enemies with Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong, but if you turn your back on the big families in the provincial capital, Miss should also think twice. Qi Tianjiao heard this name and even more directly fainted in fear. Zhao Pingan also frowned, always feeling that the name was somewhat familiar. Remembering that Zhang Hadding's predecessor seemed to be named Sun Liankue, the same dog he kept in prison. Red was very pleased with the stares from the people around her. Staring at Zhao Pingan, he said, his name is Zhao Pingan, and he's the partner of Miss Ye's family from Imperial Capital in Tianhai, and he insulted me on the basis of Miss Ye's name. Humph. Sun Liankue snorted coldly. I will still be jealous of the Yi family in the Imperial Capital, and I can completely ignore the Yi family's young lady, not to mention the fact that he is just a partner. What did you say his name was? Sun Liankuei's voice suddenly changed. Sister Hong subconsciously said, his name is Zhao Pingan. Sun Liankuei's voice suddenly stopped, not knowing what he was pondering. Everyone is baffled as to what's going on. Just then, Zhao Pingan re-walked down, casually snatched the cell phone, faintly laughed. Son dog, I didn't expect you to be quite honest in prison, and come out to play quite flowery. This is younger than your son, right? He could finally confirm that it was the dog. Son dog? Shut up. You don't think you're dead enough? Zhang Frost collapsed and roared. Dare to talk about my husband? Do you know what kind of existence my husband is? Sister Hong's eyes were scarlet. The others were also angry. Sun Liankuei's power could be ranked in the entire province. How dare he call a dog? Let's see when his mouth will soften. Next, Master, I didn't think it was really you. You came out? Sun Liankue looked like a different person. His voice changed to a very good behavior. To tell the truth, I very much miss the days when I was a dog for you. Woof woof woof. The whole place is dead silent. Chapter 55, Designing Zhao Pingan. How is that possible? How is that possible? Everyone heard it with their own ears, but everyone couldn't believe it, knowing that the opposite side of the phone was Sun Liankue, the head of the Sun family. What is Zhao Pingan? Zhao Pingan is just Miss Ye's partner, a little yakuza who got to the top by luck, and he actually asked Sun Liankue to learn how to bark? It's unthinkable. Zhao Pingan heard him learn dog barking, feeling doubly affectionate, in a good mood, and chatted a couple of sentences to hang up the phone. Casually throwing the phone to Sister Hong, he faintly said, since your son dog's woman, I'll give you a chance. Pay attention in the future. Let's go. As he spoke, he shouldered the unconscious Qi Tianjia to leave. Sister Hong's brain thundered, and when she saw him about to leave, she slowed down and spoke. Wait, Zhao Pingan frowned. She still wanted to keep herself? Sister Hong gritted her teeth and said, Mr. Zhao, I haven't kowtowed to you yet. I'll kowtow now. After saying that, boom 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 kowtowed 3 times. When she saw Zhao Pingan leave, she quickly got up and warned everyone that they were not allowed to spread the word about tonight's incident, and that whoever spread the word would exterminate their entire family. After all, it involved Sun Liankue, and if it got out, the Sun family's reputation would be ruined. Hubby, this Zhao Pingan is just Miss Ye's partner? Why are you so afraid of him? Even if he can fight, he was in prison, and when he comes out, you still need to be afraid of him? Sister Hong was filled with confusion. Sun Liankue sighed silently in her heart. She was unaware of what existed in that prison. Not to mention herself, those foreign arms dealers, world-renowned assassins, and international financial giants? Which one of them is not a big shot? Who dares to make a fool of himself in front of him? Both had to scrub his toilet. If he hadn't been a dog for him in the first place, he wouldn't have been able to even eat in prison. Of course, these words can't be said. They're too demeaning. Seriously, he said, his identity is not something you can speculate on. You only need to remember that from now on, when you see him, you must respect him more than you see me, and what he tells you to do, You must never disobey. By the way, I heard that the daughter of the richest man in Tianhai is getting married tomorrow, so prepare a gift and meet the master in the name of attending the wedding. Outside the door, the employees looked at Zhao Pingan with respect. Zhang Frost, however, remained dissatisfied and said in a deep voice, "Surname Zhao, can you not cause trouble for Miss in the future? If you didn't know Sun Liankui in prison, you would have caused great trouble for Miss." Stupid dog, Zhao Pingan cursed casually, finally realizing that this woman had no intelligence. Zhang Frost was about to spit out blood in anger, and when she saw that Zhao Pingan was still carrying Qi Tianzhao, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Fine, I won't say anything about tonight. Give her to me." "What for?" Zhao Pingan was surprised. "When you come across one, you always send it back to her." In fact, Qi Tianzhao's current state, mainly by the frightened alcohol on the head, sleep on it. "Of course it's me who sends it. It's hard to believe that it's you who sends it," Zhang Frost said unhappily. "Now everyone thinks you're Mrs. Boyfriend. So if outsiders see you with her they'll gossip and Miss will be sad." Zhao Pingan was right when he thought about it. It was indeed inconvenient to send her. He also gave Qi Tianzhao to Zhang Frost. 20 minutes later, Zhang Frost put Qi Tianzhao on the bed of Tianhai Hotel. A sly smile spread on his face, raised his hand, and undid Qi Tianzhao's clothes a little bit and took them all off. Throwing his clothes all over the floor, he picked up his shirt again and made 2 cuts with his knife. After all this, it still doesn't feel satisfying. He also took out the material supply contract for Lot 140, mimicked Zhao Pingan's signature, and put it on the bedside table. After doing this, he smiled contentedly. "Remember, Zhao Pingan slept with you, and the contract is compensation for you. At this rate, the two will surely rub off on each other. Miss, will definitely kick off Zhao Pingan." Zhang Frost left and was about to walk out of the hotel. He happened to meet Zhou Qiankuan, who was returning from a late-night snack. Still following behind him was Tabor. "It's really a narrow road," Zhou Qiankuan said eerily. "You're back? Where's Zhao Pingan? Dead? He. Zhang Frost didn't say a word and left quickly. Tian Bo said in a deep voice, "My lord, do you need me to bring her back?" Zhou Qiankuan shook his head. "There's no need. She's been by Yi Yaoqing's side for many years. She carries a lot of weight. As long as Zhao Pingan is dead it's fine, but it's a pity that she didn't take care of that little yakuza with her own hands." While walking forward, he asked, "By the way, what do you think about Weihu Shanzhuang? Today, it is to touch the bottom of the Weihu Shanzhuang. After all, came to Tianhai, to know who can be messed with, who is not messed with." Tian Bo turned serious at once. "It's not simple. That one called Uncle Wu is very powerful. He's an expert. If we compete, I don't have the certainty of winning, but fighting for my life, I can kill him." Zhou Qiankuan frowned and said heavily, "Fortunately, we're not enemies. Get ready and go to the Ouyang and Zhang family wedding tomorrow. The enemy of an enemy is a friend." To completely block Yi Yaoqing. Day 2. Zhao Pingan got up and walked downstairs to find a hot breakfast already prepared on the table. Yi Yaoqing was waiting with her fragrant cheeks. She was wearing a loose home dress, her hair naturally tied into a ponytail. "You're awake?" Yi Yaoqing stood up. "You drank a lot of wine last night? Zhang Frost is really something too. Actually letting you treat yourself, but it's okay, I'll reimburse you. Hurry up and eat, it'll get cold later." Zhao Pingan remembered that kiss again. It was so sweet. No wonder those guys in prison always said that the world's sweetest, softest, most tender, most moist, all in one. "There's no need to reimburse me. I have money. I'll cook breakfast from tomorrow." Zhao Pingan laughed. Yi Yaoqing smiled, knowing that he has pride, and did not say much. "Just give more bonuses when the salary is paid." Sitting down, as if offhandedly, he asked, "By the way, the Ouyang family sent invitations for us to attend the wedding of Ouyang Qian and Su Jewel. Are you going?" When the question was asked, there were a few moments of nervousness waiting for the answer. Ouyang Qian was his former fiancée. Zhao Pingan didn't want to go. It was annoying to see them, but he noticed that Yi Yaoqing's expression was a bit off, and asked, "Are you going to go or not?" "I'll go if you go." Yi Yaoqing's heart rejoiced. The fact that he could go meant that he had completely let go. Weakly, he said, "I do want to go. After all, I sent the invitation." "Then go." After dinner, Yi Yaoqing went upstairs to change her clothes. Standard work clothes, black tight skirt, white shirt, high heels on her feet, and her hair pulled up high. Her face was also delicately made up. Standard female president. When Zhao Pingan saw her, he was stunned by the beauty. As a matter of fact, he still misses the Yi Goblin era a little bit, and was still a little bit uncomfortable with her change of seriousness in the past few days. But when he saw the current appearance, he completely forgot about the previous. Yi Yaoqing blushed. "Let's go." "Good." Zhao Pingan reluctantly withdrew his gaze. The two went out together. Along the way, lights and colors were displayed. The whole city was haunted by flowers, and everywhere was filled with the scent of birds and flowers. All of these were to celebrate Ouyang Qian and Su Tianlong's upcoming wedding. After all, one family was the richest man in Tianhai, and the other was the newest man in Tianhai. The row had to be big for the two that belonged to the top-touching Tianhai business community. 20 minutes later, the two came to a large door in the suburbs. 56, surrounding the office building. Here, it's not the West Country manner. The gate in front of him had 4 words written on it, 1000 Red Pharmaceuticals. Because Ouyang Qian and Su Jule's wedding is at 8 p.m. It's too early to go. Come here. To talk about cooperation? Zhao Pinggan asked in surprise. Yes, I'll talk personally. Yi Yaoqing's face was filled with a happy smile. Uncle Gu said that there is a shortage of medicines in the team, and Qianhong Pharmaceutical is the largest pharmaceutical factory in the province, so it's only fitting that we cooperate with him. When I'm done talking, the word is still yours to sign. She had planned to leave all the work to Zhao Pinggan. After all, he was the disciple of the working emperor Kai Chongyang, but yesterday she received a call from her father, saying that if she could make another achievement, she could not marry Cutie. Couldn't wait to take it personally. Zhao Pinggan looked at her. There was some heartache in her heart. If she took the cooperation, she could get rid of the union. That moment should be her happiest moment, and she was a heavenly orphan life. At that moment, it was bound to be disastrous, and the fragrance would be lost. Although there is a jade talisman in place, the will of God is unpredictable. It seemed that one should prepare the materials for the reverse heavenly reformation as soon as possible to help her change her fate. Nodding, he said, "Okay." The two walked straight into the office building and were brought into the office by a special person, and after about a minute, Nye Dahai, the chairman of 1000 Red Pharmaceuticals, walked in, hands clasped and smiled. "Miss Yi, sorry, just went to the workshop." "Zhao Pinggan, you're not dead," he called out in shock in the middle of his sentence. Last night in the way who manner happened he knows, was furious, not only let the only son was humiliated, but also lost $30 million, if not for the red sister out of the way, will personally call someone to waste him. How dare he, a wage earner, touch his own son? Are you tired of living? Yi Yaoqing was about to greet her with a smile when she heard this and froze. "You guys know each other?" Zhao Pinggan was also surprised. "You know me? I don't think I've seen him before." "Humph." Nye Dahai snorted coldly and sneered. "How can I not recognize it? My son Nye Yuan can be beaten up by you." "Zhao Pinggan, last night you touched my son, today you come to 1000 Red Pharmaceuticals. I have to say, you've got some real guts." "Ha!" After saying that, without the respect he had shown to Yi Yaoqing before, he sat down on the office chair and crossed his legs. Yi Yaoqing was confused and didn't know what happened last night, and Zhang Frost didn't say anything. Seeing her surprise, Zhao Pinggan briefly explained. Nye Dahai suddenly said, "The process is not important. I only need the result. The fact is that you little punk beat up my son. Miss Yi, you want the agent right of 1000 Red Pharmaceuticals? You can. The prerequisite is to make Zhao Pinggan kneel down and obediently kowtow to me 3 times before continuing. Otherwise, no deal." Anyway, the news of cooperation with Duke Zhou was still a secret. Otherwise Yi Yaoqing wouldn't have been able to come to talk about cooperation, so he might as well use it as blackmail. Even if he kowtowed and said that he had anger in his heart for not cooperating, play him to death. Yi Yaoqing's heart was shaken. Being able to cooperate or not could be related to future happiness, but letting Zhao Pinggan kneel down was never okay. Laughed, Nye Dong. "There is a way not to fight. Pingyan and your son is just a momentary impulse. How about this? Lunch together at noon. The ice release former suspicions can be good?" Normally, Nye Dahai absolutely did not dare to offend Yi Yaoqing, but nowadays it was different. There was Zhou Qiankuan behind him, and Zhou Qiankuan clearly said that he was here to deal with Yi Yaoqing. Shaking his head, "Miss Yi, I'd love to give you face, but there's no room for negotiation in this matter. He kneels, cooperates, doesn't kneel. Mr. Zhou is also very optimistic about 1000 Red's medicines. Without kneeling, I'll cooperate with Mr. Zhou." "Zhao Pinggan, if I were you, I would not let Ms. Yi be embarrassed and kneel down immediately." "Ha!" After saying that, he looked at Zhao Pinggan with a teasing face. Yi Yaoqing couldn't help but frown, and immediately wanted to tell Zhao Pinggan not to kneel. At this point, Zhao Pinggan suddenly said, "You've already cooperated with Zhou Qiankuan, and saying all of this, it's all on purpose." Yi Yaoqing quickly looked at him, surprise showing in her eyes. Nye Dahai's face changed. Naturally he couldn't admit it and despised. "Nonsense. Miss Yi, the dog you raised is not loyal to you. Our cooperation will bring you great benefits. The condition is just to make him kneel down and kowtow and apologize. He won't even kneel for the sake of his pathetic pride. All I can say is, you're looking at the wrong guy." Yi Yaoqing didn't respond and looked at Zhao Pinggan and asked nervously, "Did he really work with Zhou Qiankuan?" He knew that Zhou Qianquan must have come here for a purpose, and now it seemed that he had come to stop himself. Once they cooperated, it was a destructive disaster for themselves. It should be. Zhao Pingan also didn't quite dare to confirm. Last night Zhou Qianquan was also present, and Nie Yuan was there waiting for Zhou Qianquan. If it doesn't matter, how can they appear together? Yi Yaoqing's brows wrinkled deeper. It made sense. Ha, you think you're Sherlock Holmes and can reason? Nie Dahai casually lit up a cigarette and said with a smirk, Miss Yi, I can clearly tell you that I'm not working with Mr. Zhou at the moment, but if he doesn't kneel down, there's no telling, you're on your own. After saying that, he took a drag and showed a cloudy, teasing expression, eating them up. Yi Yaoqing looked at Nie Dahai's expression again. Although he couldn't let Zhao Pingan kneel, he still wanted to fight for cooperation, and he had to judge the truth from his expression. Zhao Pingan smiled lightly and said, Yaoqing, it's simple to find out if they're working together. Speaking, straight to Nie Dahai walked, casually said, last night's whole process you should be very clear. Obviously your son's fault. I did not waste his hands and feet has been merciful, and now give you a chance. In the end with or without cooperation with Zhou Qianquan? When Nie Dahai saw him approaching, he became even more disdainful and sneered. What are you, worthy of giving me a chance? You're just a dog raised by Ms. Yi. Snap. The words didn't wait to finish. Zhao Pingan rushed up and threw a slap on his face. Faintly, he asked, cooperation or no cooperation? Don't you dare hit me. Half of Nie Dahai's face was numb with disbelief as he was hit, killing him. Pingan. Yi Yaoqing was also startled, not expecting him to make a sudden move. Zhao Pingan turned his head and laughed. Raising a child is not like teaching a father. It's reasonable for me to beat him. What's more, it's light. Nie Dahai burst into a rage at the words and quickly got up and cursed. Snap. Zhao Pingan threw another slap and knocked him back to his seat, calmly saying, if you don't say it, I'll beat it up. Let's see if you have a hard mouth or a hard face. You. Nie Dahai's nostrils bled as he looked at Yi Yaoqing and said hideously, Miss Yi, do you not want to cooperate anymore? Your dog is biting people indiscriminately, whether you care or not. Seeing that he couldn't beat Zhao Pingan and didn't want to suffer the pain of skin and flesh, he could only look for her. Yi Yaoqing thought about it and said with a stern face, Nya Dong, please show some respect. Zhao Pingan is my partner. His attitude can completely represent me. It's moments like these that must be supported, even if there's no way to work together. Nie Dahai's eyes widened angrily. Fine. Since Miss Yi supports it unconditionally, then don't blame me for not being polite. Secretary, get all the factory workers out. The secretary who had been guarding the door heard the roar and quickly contacted the workshop workers, and in less than a minute, he watched thousands of workers walk out of the workshop, densely packed, like a tidal wave, soon surround the office building. Chapter 57. Okay, Nie Dahai. When Yi Yaoqing saw this scene, her face couldn't help but turn pale. There were thousands of people outside. No matter how capable Zhao Pingan was, he wouldn't be able to beat these people. A mouthful of spit from each could drown him. In a cold voice, he said, what are you going to do? Do you still dare to touch me? Nie Dahai saw the employees all come out and recovered their bottom, and said arrogantly, to beat you. Naturally, I don't dare, but to beat your dog, I dare. Looking at Zhao Pingan again, he said grimly, little Yakuza, just now, I told you to kneel down and kowtow 3 times and that's fine, but now, you have to kneel down and kowtow 100 times or else, I'll hold you down and die. Snap. Zhao Pingan slapped him down again and said irritably, noisy. Then he said, Yaoqing, he should have cooperated with Zhou Qianquan, otherwise he would definitely not have dared to contradict you, much less call someone out. Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong didn't dare to confront him openly, let alone him. Yi Yaoqing also saw it, but now the most important thing is not cooperation, but how to settle the problem at the moment. Suddenly some regret. If he knew about last night's incident, he would never let him follow. What can be done about it? Aha! Nie Dahai stood up from the ground with a face full of blood. A howl came out of his mouth. It had been how many years since he had been beaten, and he was actually beaten in his own territory. The face grimaced. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Come in. The words fell. Boo! The door to the room was slammed open and a dozen or so security guards carrying rubber batons rushed in murderously. Stop! Seeing this, Yi Yaoqing quickly raised her hand to block in front of Zhao Pingan. Warningly, he said, Nie Dahai, if you dare to let anyone touch a single hair on Zhao Pingan's head today, I will use the power of my family to exterminate you. Let the people go at once and let us go. Nie Dahai sneered. Try it then. As he spoke, he took out the phone and dialed Zhou Qianquan, quickly saying things over again. Zhou Qianquan was also surprised that Zhao Pingan actually came out of the mighty tiger villa, and Sister Hong didn't kill him? However, now is not the time to talk about this, casually said. Don't worry, I'll take care of the Yi family's power. You only need to hold down Zhao Pingan. Remember, don't let him die too painfully. Ha ha ha. The phone was on speakerphone so everyone could hear it. Zhou Qiankuan, you're looking for death. Yi Yaoqing instantly turned violent. With Zhou Qiankuan involved, there was really no way to use the family power. Zhou Qiankuan said arrogantly, even if I die, Zhao Pingan will have to die before me. Ha ha ha. After that, hang up. Yi Yaoqing's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Nie Dahai said sinisterly, Miss Yi, I advise you to leave on your own. Today, I'm going to kill this dog. Leave or I'll kill in front of you. Yi Yaoqing was sweating anxiously. In front of so many people, it was impossible to protect Zhao Pingan. Just then, Zhao Pingan suddenly picked up the phone. Come and bring people to 1000 red pharmaceuticals. The more the better. He was going to fight it out himself, but these guys were weirdly tired of fighting. When they heard him speak, they both looked over at the same time. Who was it calling? Zhao Pingan laughed. There's no need to rush. Someone will come soon. Yi Yaoqing was full of questions. In Tianhai, who else did he know besides himself? Ha! Nie Dahai sneered. Still dare to find someone? Very well. I'd like to see who can save someone from my hands in the entire Tianhai. Nie Dahai, don't have much else. Just a lot of employees. 1000 employees. Whoever comes to destroy who? Boo! Zhao Pingan lazily slapped his face and kicked it away. Annoyed, did I tell you to beep? Nya don. Nya don. Seeing this, the security guards raised the rubber batons in their hands and were about to strike. However, they had just raised it when Zhao Pingan had already walked over to Nie Dahai and stomped his foot on it. Take another step forward and I'll stomp him to death. The security guards stopped instantly, not daring to make a move. Nie Dahai was stepped on and couldn't move. His hands clenched his fists. He couldn't wait to kill Zhao Pingan immediately, but now that his life was in his hands, there was no way to move. His mouth remained defiant. I'll see how long you can pretend. Zhao Pingan slowly exerted force on his feet. Nie Dahai screamed miserably as he tore his heart out in pain. Soon, 5 minutes passed. The secretary ran in a panic, trembling with fear at the sight of his boss. Boss, someone's coming. Whoever comes to exterminate, whoever comes to exterminate, whoever comes to exterminate, whoever comes to exterminate, whoever comes to exterminate. Nie Dahai blurted out. As long as the people Zhao Pingan had called in were exterminated, let's see what he still had the nerve to act like a fork. And grumpily said, let all the employees go. Don't keep your hands off. Just use 1000 people to push him flat. The secretary crumbled. But the man who came is Zhang Longwang, with at least 2000 men. We can't beat him. That's right. The person Zhao Pingan contacted was indeed Zhang Longwang, who specialized in dealing with this kind of thing. Nie Dahai's jaw dropped. Zhao Pingan knows Zhang Longwang? I haven't heard of it. Yi Yaoqing was also surprised and had never heard of it. At this point, Zhang Heading walked in from outside the door to Zhao Pingan and respectfully said, Mr. Zhao, I'm here. See this scene. Nie Dahai sucked in a breath of cool air. Zhang Longwang was still so respectful to Zhao Pingan? Zhao Pingan released his foot and casually said, leave it to you. Yes. Zhang Heading nodded respectfully. Nie Dahai almost pissed himself when he saw the scene. He wasn't afraid of Zhao Pingan or even Yi Yaoqing, but he was very afraid of Zhang Longwang. This guy did things by any means necessary. Finding a chance to take out his phone, he dialed Zhou Qiankuan again and nervously said, Mr. Zhou, save me. Zhang Longwang is in league with them. Zhou Qiankuan's voice came out once again, disdainfully saying, Dragon King Zhang? Is that the so-called underground emperor of Tianhai? Tell him, if he dares to touch a single hair on your head, my Zhou family will surely annihilate him. It was indeed easy for the Zhou family to deal with the underground emperor of Tianhai. Zhang Heading also frowned. He had heard the news about Zhou Gongzi's arrival, but trusted Mr. Zhao more. Not waiting for him to speak, Yi Yaoqing suddenly snatched the phone and said in a cold voice, You're an ass. After saying that, he hung up the phone and said angrily, Nya Dong, is it fun for you to deliberately trick me? She had just been terrified and finally raised her eyebrows. Nie Dahai was dumbfounded when he heard this, and his body couldn't help but tremble before he remembered that not only was Duke Zhou able to offset Yi Yaoqing's background, but Yi Yaoqing was also able to resist Zhou Qiankuan's pressure. Done. I'm. I'm not sure what he should say. Zhao Pingan didn't bother with nonsense and directly said, do it and teach him how to talk. Yes. Zhang Xianding took a big stride forward. Boo! When Nie Dahai saw him approaching, he instantly knelt down and begged, Mr. Zhao, I was wrong. This is all an arrangement by Mr. Zhou. It doesn't have anything to do with me. There's a head for every grievance. You have to find Mr. Zhou. Miss Yi, I was wrong just now. I'm sorry. Forgive me this time, please. Zhao Pingan didn't intend to forgive. People like him had to be settled once and for all. But Yi Yaoqing suddenly said, forget it, we've fought too. Let's leave it at that. Pinyin, let's go. She is also helpless in her heart. Even if she gets him killed, it will not solve the problem. The other party of cooperation is Zhou Qianquan. It is useless to bully and bait. There is time. It is better to think more about how to break the situation. Zhao Pingan laughed. Good. Chapter 58, The Temple of the Mountain God. Walking out of 1,000 red pharmaceuticals, it was only then that he saw how many people Zhang Xianding had brought with him. The vehicles were head to tail, surrounding the entire 1,000 red pharmaceuticals. If an order had just been given, it would have demolished 1,000 red pharmaceuticals. Yi Yaoqing wanted Zhao Pingan to go back with her, but Zhao Pingan said he had something to do and got into Zhang Xianding's car. Mr. Zhao, do you need me to go get the contract from Niedahai? Zhang Chengdang asked tentatively. Zhao Pingan shook his head. In fact, he intentionally didn't push Niedahai too much. If Niedahai couldn't carry the pressure to give the contract to Yi Yaoqing, it might not be good for Yi Yaoqing. It's not too late to find the material first and then make her happy. Directly instructed, as soon as possible, help me find 3 things. A long-lasting lamp that has not been extinguished for more than 100 years of burning. A lightning strike wood that has received at least 3 lightning strikes or more. And a night pearl the size of an egg. The night pearl presses the mouth. The long light leads the way. And the lightning strikes the wood to carry the wrath of God. Of course, there were other things that were needed. And the rest such as the Zama Pass, the Eightfold Path Guide, and so on, Zhao Pingan did on his own. Ha! Zhang Chengdang scratched his head. These objects have heard of, but coupled with the conditions have not heard of. Long lamps can burn for 100 years? Can a long light burn for 100 years? Or can lightning strike with 3 times? The night pearl must be the size of an egg? It's too hard. However, he still promised, don't worry, Mr. Zhao, I will immediately order all my juniors to look for them, and as soon as I have any news, I will contact you immediately. Zhao Pingan said, okay, send me back to the office. Back in the city, the appearance of the city has changed again. All the displays are previewing tonight's wedding between Ouyang Qian and Su Jewel, and there are still people talking under the screen, all envious. Zhang Heading looked at Zhao Pingan and asked weakly, Mr. Zhao, I also received an invitation to the wedding. Are you going? If you don't go, I won't go either. He knew that Zhao Pingan was at odds with the Ouyang family, but he was embarrassed not to go when the invitation was delivered to the door, so he had to ask for advice. Zhao Pingan returned. Go, since you've been invited. There's no reason not to go. I'll go too. Zhang Heading nodded. Mr. Zhao said to go, then you can go. Feel free to drive. When he walked downstairs to the company, he suddenly said, Mr. Zhao, I suddenly remembered a place that might have what you want. Seeing that there was still enough time, Zhao Pingan let him head straight there. It turned out that the place he was talking about was a mountain god temple in a county under Tianhai City, and it was said to have a history of 400 or 500 years from now. And when he went there before, he saw that there was a long light in the temple, but it was not clear exactly how many years it had been burning. If the entire city of Tianhai has more than 100 years of unextinguished long lights, it can only be here. An hour later, the 2 men came to the foot of the temple of the mountain god. The steps leading up to the top of the mountain are crowded with incense burners. Some people say that this place is very spiritual, so people in Tianhai City like to come here to seek wealth and marriage. And I've been here a few times and donated a lot of money. Zhang Heading introduced. Zhao Pingan raised his head and looked upwards. He couldn't help but frown. He vaguely felt that something was wrong up here, but the distance was still far enough away that there was no way to specifically distinguish. Back. Go up first. You have a wedding to attend in the evening, so hurry up. The 2 of them walked up the steps, a total of 999. Zhao Pingan was walking as if he was walking on a flat surface, and Zhang Heading nearly passed out of breath from exhaustion. Come to the top of the mountain, to see a green brick pile of ancient temples. The whole ancient temple is surrounded by incense, shadows, ancient colors. Zhao Pingan saw the offerings inside and revealed a disdainful smile. Zhao Pingan? At this point, a startled cry came to his ears. Zhao Pingan turned his head to look and couldn't help but freeze. The one who spoke was no one else but the protagonist of the night, Su Jewel, and next to him stood a girl, none other than the bride of the night, Ouyang Qian. Su Jewel sneered. Surname Zhao, could it be that you still can't forget Shanshan and came here to chase her? I'm telling you, it's late. Just now, Shanshan and I's birthdates have been handed over to Master Chen, and Master Chen has also paid to the mountain god on our behalf. As of this moment, our relationship is under the protection of the mountain god, and we will not be separated for the rest of our lives. If a third party interferes, he will surely die. The Su family were businessmen and believed in these things very much, and the previous Guzhenjin was an example. If not for the fact that Ouyang Hai also knew Grandmaster Chen of the Mountain God Temple, Su Tianlong would have asked Grandmaster Chen to take action before. Ouyang Qian frowned at the words, subconsciously pulling away from Su Baoji. She was very rebellious against this marriage, but she was born in a rich family, and she never had the right to make the decision on marriage matters. She looked at Zhao Pinggan with a few moments of anticipation. It would be good if he could stop it. Not waiting for Zhao Pinggan to speak, Zhang Chengding said fiercely, "Watch what you say. If you dare to fart again, I'll tear your mouth off." Su Jewel is not the slightest bit abashed. Contemptuous, Zhang Longwang, you also pay attention to what you say. I and Qianqian's wedding the city's attention. Tonight there are many VIPs to the scene. This point in time you dare to touch me. And looking for death is no different. Previously, he would be scared to pee when he saw Zhang's shoulder ding, but the Su family is married to the Ouyang family, so it is completely possible not to wimp out on the underground emperor. You, Zhang Chengding gasfire, but really do not dare to move. Being underground, the most worried about things on the surface. Tonight Su Jewel and all the attention, cannot move. Zhao Pinggan was tired of beating him. Laughing coldly, he said, "You're overthinking it. I'm not here to chase her, but if you bring her here, your two marriages won't be sheltered by the mountain god, and in turn won't go long. The mountain god won't allow it." "What did you say?" Jewel Su's eyes widened in anger. "How dare you curse me, you little yakuza?" Snap! Zhao Pinggan knocked him down with a slap and didn't bother to talk nonsense. Stepping forward to find the long bright lights was most important. Just took 2 steps out. "Stop right there." Su Jewel climbed up from the ground. His appearance was very wretched. His body was covered with dust. His heart was suffocating. Every time he saw him, something was going to happen. Grimly roared, "Surname Zhao, what the hell else would you do besides hitting people? I'm telling you, Qianqian is mine. She's going to be my bride soon. It's useless for you smelly working man to think about it anymore. Tonight we'll go into the bridal chamber. I'm going to make her completely my woman and piss you off." Ouyang Qian listened to the shame and anger. The heart also hates, but this is an unchangeable fact, powerless to fight. The others looked over, their heads full of questions. Seizing the opportunity, Jewel Su pointed at Zhao Pinggan and said, "Everyone look at his face. He's always liked my wife and stalked her. Tonight, my wife and I are getting married and have come here especially to appeal to the mountain gods. He's a shameless thing, but he chased him here to destroy it. Third-party meddling is always the most hated." Instant outrage. Still dare to chase them here. Not afraid of the mountain gods descending chastisement? What kind of person is that? Do you have any face left? How dare a third party intervene? People like him should go out and get hit by a car. Zhao Pinggan was unmoved and said lightly, "Silly dog, if I want to rob her, you can't stop me. The problem is, it's not me who wants to rob her." "Ha!" Jewel Su sneered. "You want to rob, but you don't dare to admit it? You are unable to rob me. Well then, who was the person you said was going to rob Qianqian? What do you say?" "And?" Zhao Pinggan slowly raised his hand and pointed at the statue of the mountain god in the main hall. "It is it." They all froze when they saw the direction he was pointing. A mountain god? Chapter 59, what's going on? Now the incense burners were even angrier, and the reason they came here to worship the mountain god was because they believed in it. Instead, he says that the mountain gods want a third party to intervene, which is a blatant denigration. "You villain, you dare to insult the mountain god. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. The mountain god has attained immortality. How could he be fond of earthly love? Someone come, blast him out. No, you're going to get down on your knees and apologize to the mountain gods, and you're going to beg for forgiveness on your long knees." The perfumers were getting more and more agitated, and there were even a few women who wanted to rush up and fight with Zhao Pinggan. "Stop, I'm Dragon King Zhang. Who dares to come forward?" Zhang Hadding's face turned white with fear. How could Zhao dare to say anything? There were many things that were better to be believed than not believed, and no matter how capable he was, he couldn't beat the mountain god. The perfumers were too intimidated to come forward, but their mouths didn't stop. They were all cursing and swearing. Jewel Su laughed at this scene and teased, "Surname Zhao, should I say you're crazy? Or should I say you're stupid? I can't believe I'm saying that the god of the mountain wants a third party to intervene. I'm laughing my ass off. Ha ha ha." Laughing loud and laughing, Zhao Pinggan remained calm. "I'll ask you, if it wants to rob Ouyang Qian, do you dare to block it?" Jewel Su stifled her laughter, her eyes turning even more contemptuous. "The situation you're talking about can't possibly exist," and proudly said, "Good, even if there is a 1 in a million chance, Ouyang Qian is mine. No one can take it away. She, in this life, can only be my woman." Jewel Su didn't believe Zhao Pinggan's at all, thinking that he was just giving himself a leg up by saying that. Zhao Pinggan sneered, "Remember what you said." Su Jewel puffed up his chest. "Of course, people kill people and Buddha Dan destroys Buddha." The words just fell. "Miss Ouyang, I just paid your 8-character salary to the mountain god. The mountain god wants to guide you personally. Please Miss Ouyang come with me to the back hall for a specific explanation." A voice came out from the side. And the one who spoke was an old man in cloth robes and the owner of the mountain god temple, Master Chen. Everyone was a bit confused when they saw Master Chen appear. Zhao Pingan had just finished saying that the mountain god was going to rob them, and Master Chen said that the mountain god was going to personally guide them. It was too much of a coincidence. Zhao Pingan said indifferently, "It's coming. You stop it." Yang Qian frowned, a little nervous for some reason. Jewel Su gritted her teeth. "Nonsense! How dare you speak up in front of Grandmaster Chen? Grandmaster Chen, you've just blatantly denigrated the mountain god and said that the mountain god wants a third party to intervene. So hurry up and clean him up on behalf of the mountain god." The shamblers also slowed down, coincidentally, but not at all. "Master Chen, I suggest making him apologize by kneeling long and hard." "What the hell? How dare you slander the mountain god? Quickly clean him up and he won't be allowed to enter in the future. We should let the mountain god himself take action and make him die a horrible death on the streets." Master Chen sniffed and also looked at Zhao Pingan, saying in a cold voice, "Fragrant master, the mountain god has the virtue of good life and doesn't like to punish mortals easily, but you should also behave yourself. If there is a next time, there is no need for the mountain god to take action. The old man will exterminate him personally." After saying that, he looked at Ouyang Qian again. "Miss Ouyang, the matter is urgent. Please follow me to the back hall as soon as possible." Ouyang Qian was skeptical and subconsciously looked at Zhao Pingan to hear his opinion. This scene made Jewel Su even angrier and said grumpily, "Qian, what are you looking at him for? Can't it be that you really believe his nonsense? It's a blessing for you to be guided by the mountain god himself. Go quickly. I'll accompany you," he said, to take the lead and walk towards the back room. Master Chen immediately said, "Stay back, Mr. Su, only Miss Ouyang is allowed to enter the back hall. You'll have to wait for a moment." Jewel Su had to stop and took the initiative to say, "Since the mountain god doesn't see me, it means that my cultivation is not enough. Qian, go by yourself. I'll wait here. Today, it's going to hit some people in the face. Things to this point, only the facts can prove." "Wait a moment." Ouyang Qian was instructed to come out again. See how he still say. The perfumers also persuaded him that it was a blessing for him to be instructed and to go quickly. Ouyang Qian hesitated for a moment and nodded her head. In her heart she also wanted to tear Zhao Pingan's mask off. What made him always high and mighty, not looking at himself in the eyes? Also wanted to see what the look on his face would be when he walked out of the back room. She followed Master Chen into the main hall and entered the back hall through the door behind the mountain god statue. Seeing the two disappear, Zhao Pingan reminded, "Mr. Su, you have to remember what you just said. No one can snatch Ouyang Qian." Su Jewel proudly said, "Yes, it's what I said. Of course I'll remember it. It's you. If the third-party meddling didn't happen, you'll have to kneel down and kowtow to me." Shankar quickly added, "And kneel and kowtow to the mountain god. Kowtow 100, 1,000, 10,000. Ignorant little child, how dare she spread her wildness here. She's lucky, understand, to be guided by the mountain god. It's a blessing in her previous life." Zhao Pingan laughed. "Okay, if nothing happens, I'm willing to take all the consequences, but if anything happens, the same goes for you guys." "Yes, it's a deal." That's it. The shamans agreed at the same time, and were still proud in their hearts to be able to bet for the mountain god. Su Jewel laughed grimly. "This head, you're kowtowing. Surname Zhao, I won't let you kowtow now. I'm going to let you kowtow to me in public tonight. At the wedding." "Ha!" He hadn't stopped laughing. A voice suddenly came from the back room. "Help! Help!" The voice was no other than Ouyang Qian, sounding terrified to the core. The sound caused everyone to freeze and look at the back hall at the same time, their eyes filled with dismay. Something was really happening? Jewel Su also shivered in fear. What was going on? "Help!" Ouyang Qian shouted again. Zhao Pingan was familiar with what was going on in the back hall, and from the moment he saw Ouyang Qian, he knew that this would definitely happen. Opening his mouth, he said, "Mr. Su, if you don't go any further your wife will become someone else's. I'll give you time to go and save the people first, and then kowtow afterward." Su Jewel, as if waking up from a dream, inwardly very panicked, mouth still unconvinced, just encountered some accidents only. With the third party to intervene does not happen. "I'll go to see. Come back. You have to kowtow to me," said the man, quickly running to the back room. The perfumers looked at each other, also feeling strange, and ran toward the back hall at the same time. "Mr. Zhao, what is this?" Zhang Qingdang was confused, completely confused about what was happening. Zhao Pingan casually pointed at the statue of the mountain god. "You see it as a mountain god? The idol sits on its knees, hands folded, hairy, looking like a drooping old man, only with a somewhat longer face." Zhang Xianding looked at it for half a day, but he didn't see anything, and his impression was similar to the mountain gods played on TV. Zhao Pingan shook his head. "I'll show you what it is later." After saying that, He also walked towards the back hall. The back room, a quadrangle. In the center of the courtyard, Ouyang Qian collapsed on the ground, no longer having an icy expression. Her eyes were filled with panic. Her dress jacket was torn open a few times, and her hair was scattered. Boo! The door to the room directly in front of him opened, and Master Chen swung out of it with a smile, his eyes unblinking as he stared at Ouyang Qian and approached slowly. Master Chen! Jewel Su rushed in to see the scene and turned white with fear, asking in shock, "What are you doing?" Chapter 60, The Nine Xin Clan. The incense burners were also intimidated. I have the impression that Master Chen is kind and amicable. The man in front of me is a different person. Moreover, the situation at hand, as long as one is not blind, one can judge one or two. He wants to force Ouyang Qian, Zhao Pingan, surprisingly, was right. Master Chen was also surprised to see them rushing in, but wasn't worried, sneering, "A bunch of mortals, get lost immediately, don't delay this god's business. Today, I'm going to double cultivate with her. What a beautiful bride." At this statement, the incense seekers were creeped out. Ouyang Qian couldn't help but tremble on her body, and inwardly, she extremely regretted that she should have listened to Zhao Pingan just now, and shouldn't have come in, but luckily, she believed a little, and was cautious at all times, or else she didn't even have a chance to call for help. Turning his head towards Jewel Su, "Help me." Jewel Su had been so shocked and confused that she forgot to speak. People kill people. Buddha kills people. Zhao Pingan walked to his side and laughed playfully. Hear the sound. Only then did Jewel Su slow down and viciously said, "She's my wife. Of course I'll save her. I don't need you to remind me." As he spoke, he walked to Ouyang Qian's side and faced Master Chen threateningly. "I have always respected you as the master of the temple, and every time I come, the incense money is never less than what I give. I never thought that you would dare to have a crooked mind about my fiancée. Today, not even the mountain god can protect you." He quickly rushed towards Master Chen. Although he couldn't beat Zhao Pingan, he had studied taekwondo since he was a child and had some skills. Not to mention, Master Chen was an old man. He really wasn't afraid. After a few steps, it was still 2 meters away from Master Chen. He leaped high, turned around and kicked sideways, a whip leg straight at Master Chen's head. This move was not only flashy, but also extremely damaging. As long as it hit, it could make a person unconscious in an instant. Su Jewel whip leg kicked out. Seeing that Master Chen had not yet moved, a cold smile in his heart. As long as he was subdued, Ouyang Qian would be dead to himself, right? However, his whip leg was about to reach Master Chen's head. Master Chen suddenly struck out. His movements were sensitive, not like an old man at all. He reacted more quickly than a young man. More than that, the force was tremendous. He raised his hands. One hand grabbed Jewel Su's leg, one hand pinched Jewel Su's neck, held Jewel Su firmly in midair. Su Jewel's eyes widened steeply, extremely alarmed. Master Chen narrowed his eyes. "You're the groom? Good thing too. It's more fulfilling to be with the bride in front of you." With that, he slammed Jewel Su heavily on the ground. Boo! Jewel Su was dropped and raised a gust of dust. Master Chen took a step over him and continued to walk towards Ouyang Qian. Don't, please don't." Ouyang Qian kept retreating on the ground, and her voice began to tremble. The surrounding people were also stunned. No one had expected that Master Chen would actually have such strength and, moreover, do such a thing. "Mr. Su, go on. You can't be a wimp. Your bride can't be snatched away by anyone, and you just said that you will destroy him." Zhao Pingan smiled and reminded. When Jewel Su heard that he still dared to talk about himself, he was so angry that he nearly exploded. Master Chen's strength was extraordinary, and he simply couldn't fight. "Oh!" Master Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned his head to look at Jewel Su, and said frivolously, "You still want to destroy me? Since that's the case, then I'll have no choice but to kill you first." Surprisingly, he resumed walking towards Jewel Su. Su Jewel was instantly scared, pissed off, clearly sensing that he really wanted to kill himself, and panicked. Don't, I'm wrong, I'll give Qianqian to you. Yes, that means I'll let you have her. It's none of my business what you're going to do. Please don't kill me." Gah! The words came out. The perfumers were dumbfounded. This woman was his fiancée, and she was able to give it up in order to live? Ouyang Qian instantly forgot to be afraid. Before, she just couldn't look at Jewel Su. But how could she not expect that he could take the initiative to give himself away in order to live? Talent! Zhao Pingan was exasperated and laughed, knowing that Jewel Su was shameless. But he didn't expect to be so shameless. "What are you laughing at?" Su Jewel was infuriated and said hideously, "Master Chen, if you help me kill him, I will not only give Qianqian to you, moreover, I will also come to donate incense money on a fixed basis, not less than $500,000 per month. Help me kill him, make him laugh, let him die here." Master Chen smiled grimly. I like money very much. This deal is struck. After saying that, he turned his head towards Zhao Pinggan. Wow! All the incense burners around them rushed to avoid it in fear. Zhang Heading also sweated like a pig as he felt that the Master Qin in front of him was very strange. It's best not to mess with me. I'm a person who doesn't like to kill, but if you really move me, don't blame it on beating you to death, Zhao Pinggan casually said. What did you say? Master Chen was furious. His face was steeply livid, looking like all his five senses were misplaced. Small generation, how dare you not know what's good for you in front of this god? You're really looking for death. Dead monkeys, Zhao Pinggan sneered. You think you're the great sage of Qi Tian? If you don't mess with me, you can still smell some incense, but if you dare to mess with me, I'll make your soul fly away. Monkey, everyone froze. What was he talking about? But, when Master Chen heard these two words, his murderous aura couldn't stop overflowing from his body, filling the entire mountain god temple and making people tremble. He howled. It's been centuries since anyone dared to call this god a monkey. Mortal, you're looking for death, said he, suddenly never. Not running on two legs, but bending down and landing on all fours. With a distance of 5 meters to go, the whole person leapt and pounced at Zhao Pinggan. Aha! The perfumers all fled screaming in terror, but their feet were unsteady and they fell down. When Zhao Pinggan saw him rushing, he instantly jumped up and punched Master Chen in the air. Boo! Master Chen fell to the ground instantly. Ow! A heartbreaking scream rang out from the field, surprisingly unlike that of a human. Then it was seen that a cloud of black smoke emerged from Master Chen's body, and he took a full dozen steps backward, manifesting the shape of a monkey, positively rolling over and over. See this scene. Jewel Su's entire body went soft in fear. Ouyang Qian's face was bloodless. The incense burners fainted, more than half of them in fear. Even Zhang Heading couldn't carry it. His body shivered and he said in shock, Mr. Zhao, what is this? Mandrill, Zhao Pinggan's ancient well. It is also often said that the mountain ghost, a kind of monkey, only he was subjected to too much incense, is a little different. This kind of thing is greedy for money and likes color. The character is sinister and changeable. See, Ouyang Qian will be moved. Learn that Ouyang Qian is still a bride. Even more cannot help it. Another thing he didn't say was that when he was studying with his master, he liked mandrills the most and often went to the mountains to look for them, because every time he caught them and brought them to his lair, he would make a fortune. Nah, then all the mandrills in the nearby mountains moved away. Haven't seen it in years. When the mandrill heard Zhao Pinggan introduce himself in this way, his eyes glazed over and he turned extremely violent. Little mortal, how dare you easily evaluate this god? Today, this god will let your soul fly away. It spat out human words and rushed towards Zhao Pinggan once again, its aura more than 10 times stronger than when it was attached to Master Chen. Seeing this, Zhao Pinggan raised his hand and bit through his left finger, writing a string of runes on his right palm, raising his hand to meet the golem. Just then, the imposing mandrill stopped sharply in the air and descended steeply in midair. Both knees bent to the ground, and the inertia was so great that he actually slid on his knees in front of Zhao Pinggan. Terrified, he said, Nine Xian clan? Grandpa, spare my life. Chapter 61, Jiao Xian Men. If it wasn't for its reminder, Zhao Pinggan would have almost forgotten that the bad old man often said that he was the 28th generation of the Nine Xian clan, and Zhao Pinggan was naturally the 29th generation. Mentioning these 3 words, Zhao Pinggan missed the old man a bit again and wondered where he had gone. Did he return to the prison to look for himself? Looking down, he asked, You recognize it? Recognize. The mandrill nodded repeatedly. I came out from Kunlun, so naturally I know the first gate of the millennia, the Nine Xian sect. Grandpa, I'm wrong. Spare me, I'm wrong. If I had known that you were from the Nine Xian clan, I definitely wouldn't have dared to be reckless. I was wrong, constantly kowtowing on the ground. Other people didn't know what Zhao Pinggan's palm represented. It knew very well that this palm could slap itself to ashes in eternal death. Zhao Pinggan, a burst of helplessness. Actually, still acquaintances, bad old man did say the Nine Xian men for the world's first door, but then fell. The development of this generation. There are only 2 people left. Then he said, if your heart is not right, you will be abolished for 50 years, and if you dare to curse me, you will be abolished for 60 years, for a total of 110 years. A tap on the golem's head. The black aura of its body suddenly dispersed a bit. The mandrill didn't hold a grudge. Thank you, Grandpa. After saying that, he quickly escaped into the mountains. Gods, the living gods, please God bless me. The incense burners woke up as if in a dream, kneeling down to thank at the same time, regretting what they had just said. If they had known that he was so powerful, they would have worshipped the mountain god and directly worshipped him. Zhao Pinggan was too lazy to bother with them and coldly said, I'm not a god, and I can't control you guys. It's useless to worship me. You are the gods. An incense burner said, Immortal, it was my slip of the tongue before. I was wrong. I'm sorry. The others began to chime in. We'll replace the statue in the main hall with you and offer you incense later. Zhao Pingan shook his head and said, the parents themselves are in the world Buddha. Why do they need to worship the spirit mountain for thousands of miles? If you have something in mind, you might as well be nicer to your parents than worshipping anything. After he said this, his mood was a bit low again. Having grown up with his master, he still didn't know who his parents were. Without further thought, he walked towards Jewel Su, who was playing dead in the end. Get up and kowtow. Su Jewel's eyes were closed tightly, lying motionless on the ground, itching to disappear immediately. Before in the 140 plots, he suspected that Zhao Pingan would order something. Never thought that he was so strong. Why in the world are there such people? I'm sorry, right? Zhao Pingan laughed lightly. Zhang's shoulder ding, right over his head and, there are ways to deal with bumping off. Ha? Zhang Xianding was a bit confused. This phrase was usually used to describe, but looking at Mr. Zhao, it seemed like he was serious. Hesitation for a moment, very difficult to unbuckle the belt. Since Mr. Zhao gave the word, no, also have to squeeze some. Don't you dare. Su Jewel quickly opened her eyes and said nervously, Zhao Pingan, don't think you're invincible if you know something. This society ultimately uses money to speak. Tonight is my wedding day. Tianhai celebrities. Cut the crap. Kneel or not? Zhao Pingan coldly interrupted. Jewel Su looked at the poised Zhang heading and gritted his teeth. Just kneel. Heavy kowtowed 3 times. Zhao Pingan withdrew his gaze and turned around to leave, noticing when he came that the long bright light in the main hall was about 100 years old. It was enough to take the long bright light and leave. Zhang heading followed by his side. Mr. Zhao, just letting Jewel Su go? After all, Jewel Su had just tried to kill him. Zhao Pingan laughed. I spared him. What about Ouyang Qian? What about Ouyang Hai? Let them bite the dog with a mouthful of hair. Inside the back room. Trashy thing to give up your wife. Dog. I've never seen such a shameless man. Girl, this kind of man should be thrown away. Don't get married. Even today he is like this. He won't necessarily do anything in the future. That's right. He doesn't deserve you at all. I think the gods are very good. It's your good fortune that the gods can like you. Take hold of it. The perfumers, you and I, cursed very badly, and some of them spat on Jewel Su with spittle. Shut up, all of you. Su Jewel's face flushed red, quickly got up and walked to Ouyang Qian's side, squeezing out a smile and said, Qian, you can't be angry. Just now you can see the situation. If I don't give in to softness, both of us will be left here. Needless to say, Ouyang Qian resumed her icy face, looking strangely and disgustedly at Jewel Su, and said bluntly, I am not going to marry a cowardly, incompetent, and psychologically shady villain. I will go home and tell my parents right now. Tonight, the wedding is cancelled, she said, walked out quickly. When she walked to the steps to look down, and realized that the steps no longer have Zhao Pingan's voice, biting her lip, aggrieved tears in her eyes, because just now, Zhao Pingan had never looked at her squarely. If Jewel Su hadn't asked the golem to kill you, would you have taken the initiative to save me? What gives you the right to be high and mighty in front of me? You wait for me. One day, I will tear your face off. 2 hours later. Bastard. Tonight Qianqian is going to marry him. How could he do such a thing? Lu Yimei was so angry that she couldn't wait to find Jewel Su to fight for her life. Ouyang Qian sat on the sofa and said coldly, I will never marry Jewel Su. Let's cancel the wedding. Ouyang Hai stood on the sidelines, his hands clenched into fists, his face red and angry as well. Just then, the door to the room was opened and Su Tianlong walked in with Su Jewel. As a result of the impending marriage, there was no need for a briefing. How dare you come? Ouyang Hai became furious and rushed forward with vigor. Su Tianlong was one step ahead of him. Snap, slapping Jewel Su in the face. He angrily said, rebellious son, kneel down and apologize. Jewel Su quickly knelt down. Su Tianlong clasped his hands and said, Brother Ouyang, I just learned of this matter, and I purposely brought this indisputable thing for you to dispose of, to beat or kill at will, but even if the sky's the limit, it's still after tonight. This statement was made. Ouyang Hai was also devastated. The invitation had been sent out, and it would be too humiliating to back out. Su Tianlong added, Brother Ouyang, truth be told, I asked many high-ranking people on my way here, as well as the top masters in the country, and no one has ever heard of the Nine Xin clan, so I suspect that this is a play put on by Zhao Pingan. Ouyang Hai frowned. Ouyang Qian looked at it coldly. What the hell do you mean? Lu Yimei opened his mouth coarsely. Su Tianlong said heavily, Sister-in-law, don't be angry. Things have developed to this point. We've all been unable to get off the stage, and Zhao Pingan has gotten another 140 plots of land, and is in the limelight in front of MS. He, who will not spare me, will not spare you. If our union fails at this time, not only will we have no way to deal with Zhao Pingan, I'm afraid that after tonight, your family and mine will be even more discredited, and I can assert that in less than half a year, you and I will both fall from the clouds to mortal dust." All silent. "That's the truth." Su Tianlong seized the opportunity and said, "Everything at the mountain god temple today was deliberately designed by Zhao Pingon in order to provoke the relationship between our two families, and we took the lead in getting Zhao Pingon killed at the wedding. After tonight, I have no complaints about what you do with the rebellious son. It's the only way we can save our lining in face." 10 minutes later, Ouyang Hai and Lu Yimei sighed at the same time and nodded their heads in agreement that it would have to be this way. Chapter 62, Loosen him up. Time is fast. A blink of an eye at 7:30 p.m. The Lu family of Tianhai sends a pair of jade ruins to wish the two newlyweds the best of luck. 10 caddies of gold bars from the Tianhai Wang family, wishing the two newcomers a golden palace. The Tianhai Zhao family sends 2 jade buns to wish the two newcomers prosperity. The West Suburban Manor was buzzing with activity, and announcements kept coming through the door. On the lawn of the manor, the entire Tianhai city, as well as the neighboring cities and counties, gathered celebrities and tycoons. The Zhang family and the Ouyang family marriage. No one will not be present. Ouyang Hai and Lu Yimei were carrying wineglasses and weaving through the crowd to greet them with smiles on their faces. Su Tianlong and Su Jewel were also present, also holding wineglasses and emotional. Although he said to Ouyang Hai that he could deal with Su Jewel no matter what after tonight, but the country is more concerned about the ceremony. After tonight, everyone knows that Jewel Su is Ouyang Hai's son-in-law. How can Ouyang Hai still have the nerve to move him? Everything, the dust settles. Ouyang Qian was the only one missing from the scene, but it was understandable. She was the bride and had to wait for the wedding ceremony to start before showing her face. The Dragon City Zhou family's Mr. Zhou has arrived with a gift of $6,666,000. Wow. Hearing this broadcast, everyone turned their heads towards the gate at the same time with a hint of shock in their eyes. Many people knew that Zhou Qiankuan had come to Tianhai, but never thought that he could come to the wedding. It should be known that there were many families in the provincial city of Longchang, but there were only 5 truly great families, and the 5 great families had only one hand in the entire province. The Zhou family ranks 3rd, and Zhou Qiankuan is the sole heir. Ironically, the next head of the Zhou family. What Tianhai's richest man, Tianhai's newest noble, in front of the Zhou family, it was not worth mentioning at all. Mr. Zhou, Ouyang Hai was stunned, reacted for a second, and quickly brought Lu Yimei to greet him. Su Tianlong didn't delay, and took Jewel Su with him to receive it at a quick pace. Far away, Zhou Qiankuan walked in a formal dress, followed by the black-robed Tian Bo on his left side, and Nye Dahai, the chairman of Thousand Red Pharmaceuticals, and his son Nye Yuan on his right side. By the way, Nye Dahai's identity should also be broadcast separately, but Zhou Qiankuan's identity is too bright, so he is also ignored. For Mr. Zhou to be able to attend my beloved daughter's wedding makes Ouyang I can't thank you enough, and I sincerely thank Mr. Zhou for coming in person. Ouyang Hai opened his mouth very politely. He could feel the stares of the people around him and felt a glow on his face. This is Mr. Chow. Mr. Zhou's arrival makes the wedding radiant. Thank you Mr. Zhou for coming to the wedding. Su Tianlong also accompanied with a smile. Zhou Qiankuan smiled faintly and said perfunctorily, "You are all top streams of the Heavenly Sea, and I happen to be in the Heavenly Sea, so for me not to come and participate would be me not understanding etiquette." As he said that, he looked around and then asked, "Is that little Yakuza named Zhao Pingon here yet?" Hearing this, Nye Dahai's father and son also started searching. Both were beaten up by Zhao Pingon. This breath could not be swallowed. Mr. Zhou is here to give head. When Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong heard this, they glanced at each other. Could it be that Duke Zhou has a grudge against Zhao Pingon? I haven't heard about it. Not yet, but it should be soon. What does Mr. Zhou want with him? Jewel Su asked fawningly. A little thing. You guys get busy. Zhou Qiankuan waved his hand. If he hadn't arrived yet, he would wait a little longer. It wouldn't be too late to talk about it when he arrived. He had just finished his sentence. The underground emperor of Tianhai City, Zhang Longwang, has arrived with a gift of $3,990,000. Wow. The crowd shook once again. Zhang Longwang was a unique big shot in the underground, and he also came to the wedding. Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai both knew about today's incident at the mountain god temple, but the visitor was a guest, so they had to get up to greet him. Just in time, Zhou Qiankuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, a cold smile on his face, "Little Beavis didn't come, but Little Beavis's dog came. It's just as well. If the dog comes, then hit the dog first." These words, again, baffled the crowd. What's going on? Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong are both smart people. They quickly fixed their footsteps at the words and stood still, without clarifying the situation. They can't do any action rashly. Zhang Xianding, who was walking over, also felt puzzled. Why were many people looking at him? Keep moving forward. When he saw Nye Dahai's few people, He had a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that they were going to lash out on this kind of occasion? Shouldn't be possible. Too disruptive. Walking up to a few people, he clasped his hands together and congratulated them. I wish the two of you joyful events and smiles. After all, knowing that Ouyang Qian and Zhao Pingan had a marriage contract, 100 years of good luck and early birth cannot be said. However, several people in Ouyang Hai didn't say anything, didn't dare to say anything. Zhou Qianquan stared at him and sneered. Are you the underground emperor of Tianhai, Dragon King Zhang? Quite the nickname. Zhang Heading also saw that he was standing in the C-seat, felt strange, and asked in surprise, You are? Blind your dog's eyes? This is Prince Zhou of the Zhou family of the provincial city. Nye Yuan couldn't wait to jump out and mocked. Aren't you awesome? Where's your awesomeness when you brought people to surround my family's factory for the sake of surname Zhao? Have the guts to try one more powerful one. This statement was made. All the guests finally figure out what's going on and there's a real conflict. Ouyang Hai and the others were also surprised. Today they were busy with the wedding, and completely missed the situation outside. But such a big thing happened. Zhang Heading was scolded with an ugly face, but didn't dare to get angry. The Zhou family really couldn't be messed with. Quickly clasping his fists, he said, Mr. Zhou, I'm blind, so I hope you'll forgive me. Ha! Zhou Qianquan despised. Not only are you blind, you're also deaf and cerebral. Zhang Longwang, any occupying team has to pay a price. Since you chose to occupy MS Yi and surnamed Zhao, you're my enemy. Be my enemy and dare to touch my people. That's just asking for death, he said, looking toward Nye Dahai's father and son. Give me a fight. I'll be responsible for killing him. Nye Dahai and Nye Yuan both wimped out, cursing, but in the face of the underground emperor, the hands are still not enough. Zhang Heading frowned and couldn't help but look at Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong. They were invited to attend their affair tonight, and they, as the hosts, had to watch their guests get beaten up, but not before the two responded. Su Jewel's eyes lit up. This is a good opportunity to take a ride on the last prince. The opportunity is never given to those who are prepared. Besides, it was already angry with him, and it is more likely to be able to take pleasure in beating the underground emperor on the day of the wedding. It's also a falsehood when it gets out. Suddenly, he roared, Mr. Zhou has already given his word. What are you all afraid of? All of you don't dare right. I'll do it. After saying that, he quickly threw a punch at Zhang Xianding, aiming straight for the head. Swish! Zhang, shouldering the tripod, lightly raised his hand to catch. Can go to this step today is not a name, but also through 100 battles. Grimly asked, What are you doing? At this moment, the aura of Hylian's underground emperor was put on display, and everyone around him followed with their hearts racing. Jewel Su was dumbfounded that she missed. Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong were also dumbfounded. He actually wanted to beat up Zhang Longwang, didn't want to live? But at this moment, Jewel Su immediately looked at Zhou Qianquan and pleaded, Mr. Zhou, my admiration for you is like a torrent of continuous water, and I'm doing it all at your command. Zhou Qianquan was amused and laughed. This horse's ass sounds comfortable. As he spoke, he looked at Zhang Qingding and said in a cold voice, Loosen him immediately, or else, get you killed. Chapter 63, The Disaster of Zhang's Carrying of the Tripod. The moment. Zhou Qianquan also displayed the air of the provincial city's male son who was high and mighty. Money is human guts. One had to admit that even though he was young, the fact that he was a member of the Zhou family made one feel a mountainous pressure. Zhang Heading hesitated for a moment, but still loosened his hand and said seriously, Mr. Zhou, I am Mr. Zhao's man and will always be Mr. Zhao's man, and no one can change that. If you want to fight, you can, but today is someone else's big day, so we'll talk about any problems afterward. So farewell. After saying that, he clasped his hands and prepared to leave. Stop. Zhou Qianquan's face became more and more gloomy as he said grimly, speaking in a grandiose manner, but you're just trying to find a reason. Do you think I'll give you a chance? As he said that, he looked at the two of them and asked, I'm going to waste him here today. Will you let me? Ouyang Hai was asked to tighten his heart, no matter whether it is true or false. After all, today is the daughter's marriage. Do not want to make trouble. But since Mr. Zhou asked, he did not dare to resist. Su Tianlong's eyes rolled and he jumped the gun. Mr. Zhou is the honored guest of honored guests. Being able to make Mr. Zhou happy is not just something he should do as the host. It's a blessing for us. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, whatever you do, I'll raise my hands in support. The guests looked at each other, and they all heard and understood that this was in support of moving Zhang Longwang. Zhou Qianquan smiled. Then what else is there to say? Directly abolished. You are the groom? Very good. Wait to get down to the point. Best to beat to death. Ha! Moving a small underground emperor is just a matter of getting him killed. Jewel Su flattered. To be complimented by Mr. Zhou is the best gift I've received tonight. And since Mr. Zhou likes to watch it, I'll naturally die for it. After saying that, he recharged at Zhang Xianding. This time, instead of using a punch, he used his legs, continuing to use the whip leg that dealt with the mandrill today. With a distance of 2 steps, he jumped up high and attacked Zhang Qingding's head, even with a heavier strength than he had dealt with the mandrill before. If this kick hits, you'll be unconscious if not crippled. Only, this trick was simply not enough for Zhang Xianding. Seeing him rushing, Zhang Heading's body dodged to the side while swinging an iron fist, which accurately slammed into Jewel Su's abdomen, smashing him down in the air. Bam! Jewel Su hit the lawn hard, sending a gasp of shock through the guests as he lay on the ground wailing. Zhang Heading didn't look at it much, but stared at Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong, and said angrily, I came to give the 2 of you a big hand, but the 2 of you are helping someone else who wants to leave me behind. Could it be that? That's the way the 2 of you treat your guests. Ouyang Hai blushed. It was indeed wrong to do so. Su Tianlong looked at his son on the ground and said crudely, you, who are not worth mentioning in front of Mr. Zhou, so what if I have to leave you behind? If you want to stand in line, you must stand with Mr. Chao. You, will meet again afterward. Zhang Xianding angrily opened his mouth, and after saying that, he turned around to leave again. This was their home turf, and with Mr. Zhou around, there was no good end to staying, so they had to go back and think long and hard. Tian Bo, Zhou Qiankuan suddenly ordered. Whoosh! Tian Bo's figure was as fast as lightning, attacking Zhang Xianding directly. In the crowd's line of sight, it appeared that all they could see was a trill. Zhang Shoulder Ding had a sense, quickly turned to meet. Once again a fist blast. He is known for his fist. In the beginning also rely on a pair of iron fists to fight the world. Boom! There was a faint popping sound as he threw a punch against one of Tian Bo's punches. Immediately after, Zhang Xianding took a dozen steps backward before barely stopping his body. Tabor stood still for a moment. The crowd was horrified in their hearts. No one present knew about Zhang Longwang, and they were even more aware of Zhang Longwang's past. And now, they actually suffered a loss. Tian Bo said indifferently, little trash, how dare you call yourself Dragon King? Immediately kneel down and kowtow to listen to the Duke. You can be exempted from the pain of skin and flesh, or else old me, I will not be forgiven lightly. You fart. Zhang Xianding was very tough. Once again put up his fists and rushed in, concentrating his whole body strength on his fists, ready to fight to the death. Don't know what's good for you. Tian Bo narrowed his eyes and watched Zhang Xianding's figure without moving. When Zhang Xianding rushed in front of him, he suddenly moved, his body moving to the side. At the same time, he stretched out his hands and grabbed Zhang Xianding's arms at the same time, and then exerted downward force at the same time. Click! The sound of bones breaking came clearly from the field. Ah! Zhang Heading couldn't help but scream out. His 5 senses tangled together in pain. But, still haven't given up. The other hand reclenched its fist and went straight for Tabor. Tian Bo was extremely fast, and as he did, his hands grabbed the arm again and broke it hard. Since you want to die, what's the harm in fulfilling me? As he spoke, he moved his feet and kicked at Zhang Qingding's calf. Click! 2 sounds later, 2 calf fractures. Zhang Xianding's center of gravity was unsteady and he slumped to the ground. Ahawk! He screamed louder and louder. And the scene. Dead silence except for the sound of his screams. Everyone couldn't believe it. This was the Hai Lian Tang Dragon King, but under this Tian Bo, he was so unbeatable. Moreover, Zhang Longwang was the underground emperor, towering above the rest, and he was actually put down? And this Tian Bo, too brutal, break a man limb by limb. The field was so quiet that it was as if you could hear everyone's heartbeat. The rest, I'll leave to you. Zhou Qiankuan slowly opened his mouth, as if a trivial matter was happening in front of him. Remember, be ruthless, but not too fast. Slowly torture him, just kill him before the wedding. Nye Dahai and Nye Yuan looked at each other and quickly stepped forward, surrounding Zhang Heading with punches and kicks. In just 10 seconds or so, Zhang Heading was knocked unconscious, while his whole body was drenched in blood like a blood gourd. It was shocking to watch. This, Ouyang Hai's face is white with fear. As a businessman, he has seen big scenes, but in front of him is Zhang Longwang. Finally, he couldn't help but say, Mr. Zhou, in my opinion, let's just leave it at that. If the fight continues, people will really die. Zhou Qiankuan said indifferently, I've already said that I just want his life. Ouyang Hai was speechless. Su Tianlong thought for a moment and said, Brother Ouyang, Zhang Longwang could have lived well and continued to be his underground emperor, but he messed with Duke Zhou and is just not worthy of death. Let's put it this way, if we weren't inconveniently bloodstained as masters today, we should all go up and kick some ass. Ouyang Hai was silent again. All the guests also watched in silence, and no one dared to stop them. Just then, Miss Yi Yaoqing from the Yi family of the imperial capital has arrived. The gift money is $660,000. Wow, Everyone looked at the doorway at the same time. All of them knew that things were about to get serious because they had just heard that Zhang Longwang had suffered such a severe beating because he had stood up to Zhao Pingan. What will be the consequences when they come? When Zhou Qianquan saw Yi Yaoqing coming in the doorway and Zhao Pingan next to him, he smiled faintly and playfully said, "After killing the dog, it's time to kill the master." And ahead, Yi Yaoqing wore a long black dress, noble, mysterious and dignified, revealing her aura of being from a big family. She walked forward with a smile on her face. Laughing, he said, "Congratulations on the big wedding, and good luck for 100 years. Zhao Pingan walked next to him, wearing a straight suit. The reason why he only just arrived is because Yi Yaoqing wants to buy this outfit. Walked up and lazily congratulated, casually swept his eyes, seeing the person lying on the ground covered in blood and breathing weakly. His face suddenly changed. Zhang Heading? Chapter 64, Who Dies First? Although Zhang Heading had been beaten beyond recognition, Zhao Pingan still recognized him. He took 3 steps forward, squatted down to take his pulse, and when he felt Zhang Xianding's physical condition, he thumped inwardly. His limbs were broken and his internal organs were injured in many places. His life was in danger. Without a silver needle on his body he could not be treated. Immediately pointing at acupoints to preserve his breath and transmitting his qi to treat him. Zhang carries the tripod? Yi Yaoqing was startled, knowing that Zhang Heading had a good relationship with Zhao Pingan and helped go to Qianhong Pharmaceutical today. Blackface asked, "Who did this?" Seeing MS Ye's fury, the surrounding guests were scared and hurriedly stepped back. It was not appropriate to go out on such occasions. Nie Dehai and Nie Yuan were also too frightened to speak and hid behind Zhou Qianquan. "I did it," Zhou Qianquan recklessly admitted, with a smile on his face that he didn't put in his eyes at all, and flirted. "Miss Yi, I just killed a dog. There's no need to be so excited because the best is yet to come. Ha ha ha." When he finished, he laughed out cockily. Tabor followed suit with a grim smile. All the guests were all shocked. Today to participate in the wedding of these people, only Zhou Gongzi has the courage to dare to face Miss Yi directly. And he, actually really do not give Miss Yi face at all. This is to heavenly thunder touching the earth fire. There's a big war going on. You're shameless. Yi Yaoqing squeezed out 3 words from between her teeth, then quickly took out her phone to dial Zhou Taishan, the Zhou family head. Zhou Qianquan said playfully, "Miss Yi, you're going to seek out the family for a little underground trash? It will be belittled by the Yi family. And besides, it's unlikely that they would step in for trash. If you're going to my father, you might want to think about whether my father supports me or you." Yi Yaoqing stopped. She was very clear in her mind that Zhou Qianquan came to Tianhai, was subject to stopping himself, so there must be someone behind him to support him. Even if he found Zhou Taishan, he may not be able to manage. Seeing her stop, Zhou Qianquan was very satisfied and said lightly, "I said, the good part is still to come. Dealing with him is just an appetizer. What really needs to be dealt with is him." As he spoke, he reached out and pointed at Zhao Pingan who was crouching on the ground. "Don't you dare." Yi Yaoqing was furious. "Zhou Qianquan, if you dare to touch a hair on his head today, I will be at loggerheads with you and one day I will make you pay the price." Zhou Qianquan raised his hand and patted his chest. "Exaggerating. So scary. You're scaring me to death. But Miss Yi, if I want to move him, how are you going to stop it?" Tian Bo suddenly said grimly. "Miss Yi, the few bodyguards you brought are stinky fish and shrimp, so don't let them show up to suffer from their skin. They can't stop it." Yi Yaoqing gritted her teeth. Due to the fact that she came to the tiny Tianhai city, she really didn't bring any strong bodyguards. Quickly looking at Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai, he said in a cold voice, "Both of you, Zhao Pingan came to the wedding at your invitation, and he was threatened at the wedding. Are you just indifferent? They're the hosts, they have to keep the guests safe." Ouyang Hai was dumbfounded by the question. Su Tianlong's heart was getting more and more excited. Duke Zhou was actually able to harden himself against Yi Yaoqing, betting on the right treasure. Standing out, he said, "Miss Yi is wrong. Normal guests, we will definitely ensure their safety, but Zhao Pingan, even if we don't have Mr. Zhou, we will still keep him here." Saying that, facing everyone, his voice raised a few degrees and said, "Everyone, just this afternoon, Jewel and Shanshan went to the mountain god temple to send incense. And what do you think? Zhao Pingan knew about the itinerary in advance, and secretly bought out Master Chen. Let Master Chen play the role of a thug, attacking Jewel and trying to dominate O Shanshan. Then he'll show up to save the day heroically. This son has an evil mind and his heart is punishable. Let's all say whether he should be killed or not." Jewel Su jumped out as well, lifting his clothes and roaring, "Look everyone, this is what Master Chen hit." It was a joint hit between Zhao Pingan and Master Chen. They set me up together. If Shanshan didn't love me, the average woman would really be fooled by him. Hula hula. There was an uproar among the guests. He a villain actually did such a thing? If it's true, he should indeed be killed. It must be because he sees that Ouyang Qian is the #1 beauty in Tianhai, and he also wants to dominate it, so he designed this place. He doesn't take a piss and look at himself. He's a stinky part-time worker. He actually wants Ouyang Qian, simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Disgusting. The guests cursed. No way. Stunned into denial, Yi Yaoqing looked down at Zhao Pingan, then retracted her gaze and said stiffly, "There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Pingan is not such a person." Although he knew that Zhao Pingan and Ouyang Qian had a marriage contract, Zhao Pingan had said that he had long forgotten about it, and it was impossible for him to still be thinking about Ouyang Qian. Nothing is impossible, Su Tianlong firmly said. Ms. Yi, Zhao Pingan is the villain who suddenly gained power. He can do anything. He is one thing in front of you, and another behind your back. You have been deceived by him. Jewel Su also scoffed. Miss Yi, you're just too simple and trust him too much. If you chose me in the first place, how would there be so many things? Look at this. The entire top tier of Tianhai is annoyed with him, and so is Mr. Zhou. If you ask me, just leave it alone and let us beat him to death alive. Nya Dahai followed and added, Ms. Yi, if we don't care about Zhao Pingan today, there's a possibility that we can continue to work together. Nya Yuan sneered, Zhao Pingan, today is the day you die. I'm going to flay you. Ha ha ha. When Yi Yaoqing sniffed, beads of sweat as big as soybean grains immediately appeared on her forehead. Right now, Ouyang Hai, the richest man in Tianhai, Tianhai's newest addition, Su Tianlong, 1,000 red pharmaceuticals Ni Hai, Zhou Qianquan of the Zhou family in Dragon City. The four directions of forces were actually trying to deal with Zhao Pingan at the same time. What can we do about this? Zhou Qianquan sneered. Yi Yaoqing, I'll tell you very clearly, today, you can't protect Zhao Pingan. At the moment, your best option is to leave. Otherwise, Zhao Pingan can be beaten to death alive. In front of you, tonight, it was to erase all the aura of her Miss Yi family in imperial capital, so that she would struggle in Tianhai in the future and not be able to do anything, and then, obediently return to imperial capital to join the marriage. Yi Yaoqing clenched her hands into fists. The power they added together in front of them is too big. They cannot protect themselves. The brain is running fast. In the end, what to do? Just then, ahem, there was a cough from the field. Everyone looked at the same time. Just look at Zhang Xianding on the ground. He had slowly opened his eyes. This scene made everyone freeze, because Zhang Xianding's state was obviously dying, and he actually saved his life? Does he know how to heal? Zhang Heading saw Zhao Pingan and squeezed out a smile. Mr. Zhao, it's okay, you can't die. When Zhao Pingan saw him wake up, he said a sentence without expression, then slowly stood up. Looking at the few people in front of him, numbness said, with just a few of you trash, you still want my life. I don't like to kill people, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill people. Line up and wait for death one by one. Zhang Heading was willing to be a dog, and he was nearly killed, so how could he, as the master, sit back and watch? What's more, they have to deal with themselves. In another cold voice, he said, who will die first? Chapter 65. Don't you dare. This statement was made. The guests were once again abuzz. And he's loaded? It's obvious they're trying to get you killed. Don't listen to him. It's possible that he knows he's going to die and is finally playing the wave. He's just a wage earner who relies on Ms. Yi. Now that Ms. Yi is feeling the pressure, he still dares to take the initiative. He's really too slow to die. No one believed it at all. They all thought he was playing a joke. Zhou Qianku and several people froze, and then were amused and laughed. If these words were said by Miss Yi, there was still a deterrent effect. Even if she was unable to block today, she would have the opportunity to take revenge later. But Zhao Pingan said that in impotent rage. Zhou Qiankuan sneered. I have to say, little Yakuza like you are ridiculously stupid sometimes. Do you think that there are really barefoot ones in this world who aren't afraid of wearing shoes? Su Tianlong flattered. Mr. Zhou, he's always been like this. Perhaps in his mind, he thought that Miss Yi shines in everything. Ha! At that moment, Nya Yuan suddenly stepped forward. I'm first in line. He thought that he just didn't dare to move Zhang Longwang and was robbed of the limelight by Su Jewel. This time he had to grab the first one. Raising his head and chest proudly said, Little Yakuza, I'll be the first in line. Come and kill me. I'd like to see how you'll kill me. Come on, come on. I'm going to call out that it's your son. So don't be without guts. Ha ha ha. There was a chuckle from around the room as well. Nye Dahai secretly nodded his head. His son knows shame and courage. Not bad, Zhao Pingan said indifferently. You don't have a chance to scream. As he spoke, he suddenly struck out, slapping a palm straight at Nye Yuan's head. Boo! Nye Yuan really didn't move or scream, because his head is shattered and gone. He's still standing still, like a fountain. Zhao Pingan didn't even look at it much and said indifferently, Next ga, the scene was completely still. Next. The field screamed in all directions. All the guests screamed chaotically to hide far away. Anyone did not expect that this guy really dared to kill people. And with just one slap, he's a monster, isn't he? This is the son of Thousand Red Pharmaceuticals. The closer Zhou Qianku and several people at the same time to dumbfounded. In the end, what happened? Looking at the fountain in front of me, like a dream. Son. Nye Dahai finally slowed down and howled. Son, my son. Crying out. Next, Zhao Pingan said again. This time, everyone heard it. Zhou Qiankuan quickly stepped back and watched cautiously. Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong's faces turned white with fear. Su Jewel scared the piss out of him. Because just now, he wanted to be the first one to stand out. One step too late. If it was himself, was his head gone too? Zhao Pingan said indifferently. Since none of you are taking the initiative, I'll start naming names. Don't worry, the rain will fall evenly on all of you. In a few words, a few people were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Naming someone and killing them? Ping ping. Yi Yaoqing was also stunned before she slowed down, under the impression that he had always been like a big boy. It was the first time she had seen him so brutal. Zhao Pingan turned his head to meet her eyes and said after a moment of contemplation, if I can't even protect the people around me, am I still a man? Before, a small fight was fine, but today, they almost killed Zhang Heading. It's true that he wasn't angry that these people were trying to get themselves killed, because, well, the people who could get themselves killed hadn't been born yet. Yi Yaoqing gritted her teeth and asked back, are you sure? That statement made everyone crumble. Missy actually didn't tell him to stop, but asked if she was sure. Could it be that she agrees with him to fight, and she was worried about him getting hurt? What kind of tiger and wolf word is that? Yes, Zhao Pingan nodded. Come on. Zhou Qiankuan was anxious, thinking that all the Tianhai celebrities were watching, and he was actually annoyed by a little yakuza. Howling. You're sure? Still want to move me? In this world, the one who can move me hasn't been born yet. Originally, I was planning to give you a hard time, but now, I've changed my mind. I'm going to slowly torture you to death. Tian Bo. He finished with a growl. Tian Bo immediately took a step forward. His aura was more than a little stronger than before. Even the guests felt a strong sense of oppression. Tian Bo stared at Zhao Pingan and said, to be able to slap someone to death with a single slap, you must also be a practitioner who has developed internal energy. In that case, you are qualified to know my name. I, Tian Zhongwen, ranked 48 in Jianghai Province's martial arts. This statement was made, surrounded by a clamor. Jianghai Province martial arts. Is the entire province ranked? 48. This ranking does not sound high, but to know, Jianghai Province is a large population province. The total population of nearly 100 million. 48. Already 1 in a million. Surprisingly, he's a martial arts ranking expert. Su Tianlong was stunned. Tian Bo. You, actually reached 48? Zhou Qiankuan also found it unbelievable. Tian Bo nodded his head and said in a profound manner, the night before I came to Tianhai, I challenged the 48th ranked expert. The two of us fought for 300 rounds, and in the end, he was defeated by me, and the ranking took his place. In the entire Heavenly Sea, there is only that Uncle Wu from Weihu Mountain Villa who can have a battle with me. Listen to all of this. Jewel Su cried tears of joy. Finally she didn't have to die. Su Tianlong also secretly lamented that in the end, it was a big family with unfathomable depth. Zhou Qiankuan said excitedly, Uncle Tian, then what are you waiting for? Deal with him immediately. I want him to kneel in front of me and repent. Tian Bo took another step forward and stared at Zhao Pingan. I don't kill nameless people. Since you've cultivated internal energy, there must be someone behind you. Your master. Who is it? Ask and find a way to eliminate the root cause. It's a curse to keep it. Yi Yaoqing's heart tightened and she was also worried. This was an expert ranked 48. Zhao Pingan said irritably, are you done with the nonsense? Can we die now? Seeing that he actually didn't answer, Tian Bo snorted coldly. Of course. The words just fell. Zhao Pingan swiftly, in the same manner as he dealt with Nie Yuan's tactics, slapped his palm straight to the top of his head. Boo! Tabor doesn't react and gets his head slapped. Gah! The whole place is dead silent. Everyone looked on with wide eyes. Could it be that Zhao Pingan was asking if Tian Bo could die? It wasn't that he himself couldn't wait to die? Holy! There were 10,000 alpacas whistling in the hearts of the crowd. The 48th ranked martial arts expert in Jianhai Province was even slapped to death? He didn't even have the strength to fight back? Once again, he stepped backward, at least 10 meters away from a few people. Zhou Qiankuan was shocked and confused, and his whole body could not stop trembling. Jewel Su sat down on the ground with her legs limp. Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai are also scared of weak legs. Is this guy a monster? This is so strong? Yi Yaoqing was also shocked. She knew before that Zhao Pinggan could fight. After all, the bodyguard didn't have the power to fight back in front of him, but she didn't expect him to be so capable of fighting. Everyone was amazed. Only Zhao Pinggan looked like he had done something trivial. Looking at Zhou Qianquan in front of him, he said in an ancient manner, "I remember just now you said that you were the mastermind behind this. In that case, you're next." Tackled the thief. Zhou Qianquan also scared the piss out of himself, creeped out and panicked. "How dare you? I'm the heir of the Zhou family. The Zhou family is ranked third amongst the 5 great families. If you move me, Yi Yaoqing won't be able to protect you either." Chapter 66, Beginning of the Agitation. When it came down to it, he had no choice but to bring up the family to give himself courage. Wow! When the people around them heard that Zhao Pinggan was still going to get Zhou Qianquan killed, they all had a seizure. Crazy, crazy, crazy. He's really crazy. Mr. Zhou is the sole heir of the Zhou family, which is the third-ranked family in the province. This guy is mentally ill, isn't he? If something happens to Mr. Zhou, the sky will collapse in Tianhai. Miss Yi, stop him quickly. We can't let him continue to do evil. Su Tianlong's frightened face was white and bloodless. If Zhao Pinggan really killed Zhou Qianquan, then he would definitely dare to kill himself. Quickly said, "Zhao Pinggan, you have to calm down. For a Zhonglong Wang, it's not worth making a big fuss. You've already killed 2 people. Do you still want to continue to be wrong?" Ouyang Hai was emotionally agitated. "Miss Yi, we can't let him continue to be wrong. Quickly tell him to stop. If he doesn't stop it will be too late." Peace. Yi Yaoqing finally opened her mouth. It was very difficult. She was very supportive of Zhao Pinggan doing anything in her heart, but killing Zhou Qianquan's was just too big. Even she couldn't set it right. In his defense, "Can you not kill him? If I kill him, I'm afraid that I'll immediately be called back to the imperial capital by my family, and we will never be able to meet again." What she said was the truth. To be able to come to Tianhai was originally the result of the internal struggle of the family, to come here to make achievements, instead of making achievements, but also to get the heir of the family's subsidiary family killed, will definitely be called back. Zhao Pinggan sniffed and hesitated for a moment. "Fine, I won't kill him." With these words, everyone's hearts dropped. As long as Duke Zhou was fine, things were still within control. It seemed that Zhao Pinggan wasn't stupid and knew who couldn't be moved. Zhou Qianquan instantly recovered his strength and said in a shadowy manner, "Today's shame will be avenged in the coming day. Surname Zhao, you wait for me." Having said that, he quickly left. "I'm really scared. What if he goes crazy again if I stay here? Let's go first and find a chance to take revenge." "Stop," Zhao Pinggan suddenly said. "I said I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say I'd let you go. Did I, allow you to go? Deadly sins can be avoided, but living sins cannot be escaped." Zhou Qianquan was fixed in place, his whole body trembling. He saw that he understood that Zhao Pinggan listened to Yi Yaoqing. He looked directly at Yi Yaoqing and gritted his teeth. "Ms. Yi, are you letting me go or not? Do you know the consequences of not letting me go?" Yi Yaoqing was in a difficult position. Just letting him go like this, Zhao Pinggan would suffer a lot. If we don't let him go, things will get serious. She was at a loss for words. "Yaoqing, I alone will bear all the consequences," Zhao Pinggan slowly said, then came straight to Zhou Qianquan. Zhou Qianquan was scared and his whole body sweat pores exploded, but hardened his head and said, "I'll remind you again, I'm the only heir of the Zhou family, the top 2nd generation in the province. If you dare to touch me, Yi Yaoqing won't be able to protect you. Hopefully, it will scare Zhao Pinggan. The Zhou family, in my eyes, is nothing." Zhao Pinggan faintly uttered a sentence as he spoke. Boo! A kick out. Click. The crowd clearly heard a snap. Then it was seen that Zhou Qianquan's calf was broken by a hard kick. Zhou Qianquan fell to the ground and howled. His face twisted. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou." Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai were completely dumbfounded. This guy really dared to lay hands on Zhou Qianquan. This was to poke a hole in the sky. Jewel Su was also scared and screamed out after him, his eyes full of horror. "Ting and pissing. That's a call?" Zhao Pinggan said indifferently. "It's only just begun." Speaking, Zhao Pinggan's feet were flying. Just 3 clicks were heard. Zhou Qianquan's calves and arms were also kicked to pieces. Zhou Qianquan's miserable screams grew louder and louder, shaking everyone's eardrums. Seeing this scene, everyone didn't dare to speak. Just now they dared to stop the comforting, while now even their breathing started to slow down. Zhao Pinggan was just downright crazy. He was too ruthless. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Whatever you want, don't kill me." Zhou Qianquan was scared and kept wailing. For the first time in his life, he felt so close to death. He no longer dared to maintain the compulsion of Zhou Gongzi. "Next, it's you guys." Zhao Pinggan didn't even look at him, and looked back at the 3 Ouyang Hai people. sneering, "Did you guys just say that I conspired with the mountain god temple to rob Ouyang Qian?" Although he didn't say anything when he was ferrying Qi to Zhang Xianding, it didn't mean that he didn't hear anything, they were simply shameless out of the bottom line. "No." Su Tianlong hurriedly waved his hand and explained in a panic, "Zhao Pingon, this was all Ouyang Hai's idea. He was the one who wanted to pin the on you. It has nothing to do with me. It's all because my son is incapable. It's my son who is incapable of protecting Ouyang Qian. It's you who saved her heroically. According to my idea, the wedding is going to be cancelled tonight." But Ouyang Hai said that the wedding can't be cancelled, and he also pushed the responsibility onto you. "At moments like this, one can only die a Taoist death," Jewel Su hurriedly explained. Yes, Zhao Pingon. I don't even intend to marry Ouyang Qian. It's Ouyang Hai who must want me to. And said that it's all his idea for our two families to join together against you." Ouyang Hai listened to the dumbfounded, about to explode with anger. "You guys are simply shameless," Su Tianlong immediately said. "If you want to say shameless, who can be as shameless as you? Ouyang Hai, let me ask you, did Zhao Pingon have a marriage contract with Ouyang Qian? Just because you couldn't see Zhao Pingon as a small person with no background, you drove him away and didn't allow Ouyang Qian to marry? If, however, you are not shameless, why did you break the engagement? Why not let them get married? All of this was your shameless little man's idea." Boom! Ouyang Hai was furious with the thunder in his brain. It was clearly all their idea. Why did it end up being his responsibility? Wanted to explain, but did not know where to explain. Wow! The surrounding guests also understood the truth. So it turned out that Zhao Pingon and Ouyang Qian really had a marriage contract? It turned out that Zhao Pingon had never joined forces with the mountain god temple to rob Ouyang Qian. It's all Ouyang Hai. Yi Yaoqing bit her lips. Her heart seemed to feel better. "Don't scream. There's only 3 of you left. Line up. You'll all die." Zhao Pingon slowly spoke. "Gah!" Su Tianlong and Su Jewel were instantly confused. But just then, Mr. Zhao, lying on the ground, Zhang Henning finally opened his mouth and said with tears falling like rain, "Little Zhang is grateful, but that's it. It's not worth it for me. Don't move them." Yi Yaoqing completely regained consciousness. Looked at the ground last week. Qinkuan's tragic situation. Difficult to say. Pinyin, today first, make too much of a fuss. The immediate situation is still unknown how to set things right. And if Ouyang Hai and Su Tianlong are added to the mix, there is even less of a way to end it. Zhao Pingon didn't want to let them go. To solve the problem, naturally, he had to solve it once and for all to eliminate any future problems. But, as Yi Yaoqing and Zhang Tuding spoke at the same time, it was no good to refuse anymore. With his aura retracted, he slowly said, "Okay, that's it for today." Looking towards Su Tianlong and Ouyang Hai, he sneered, "You guys continue to organize the wedding. Speaking, pick up Zhang Xianding and leave." Yi Yaoqing thought for a moment and said, "You guys, behave yourselves." Turned away as well. Wait for them to walk out the door. Everyone is getting restless. Chapter 67, Zhao Pingon's dog. There's no such thing as a friggin' wedding when it comes down to it. Heavens, what the hell happened tonight? 2 dead. Even Mr. Zhou had his limbs broken. It's over. It's over. Tianhai City is going to change. This is the sky falling. Mr. Zhou, how are you doing? Mr. Zhou, everyone was talking, and a large portion of people gathered around Zhou Qiankuan to shush him. "I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him." Zhou Qiankuan was still in impotent rage. His face was hideous. His shouts were getting louder and louder. He came here to take on Yi Yaoqing, and he was bitten by Yi Yaoqing's dog. It was simply a strange shame. "Mr. Zhou, hold on a little longer. The ambulance will be here soon." Su Tianlong knelt beside him, tears falling like rain, very filial. He turned his head violently again and roared, "Ouyang Hai, you punk, in your western suburbs manner you even let Duke Zhou be attacked by evil people. Are you still a person? This matter, be responsible for it." Su Tianlong understood very well that after tonight, it was impossible for him and Ouyang Hai to unite, and they might even turn against each other. So he had to make a move ahead of time to transfer Duke Zhou's hatred onto his head as well. Jewel Su's eyes rolled and she also said angrily, "I said I wouldn't marry. It was you who were bent on doing it for your own worthless face. If you had listened to us and cancelled the wedding, how could Mr. Zhou have become like this? You, take full responsibility." Ouyang Hai run numb. Don't wait for a response yet. "Villain, you are a villain. I used to respect you as the richest man in Tianhai, but I didn't expect you to be so dirty inside. You're solely responsible for everything today. Tearing up a marriage contract is unrighteousness. Seeing Mr. Zhou attacked and not acting is unkindness. You unkind and unrighteous man." All the guests cursed, the wall fell down and people pushed. Besides, Ouyang Hai's fall would be good for everyone. "You guys." Ouyang Hai was scolded with rolling muffled thunder ringing in his brain. His body swayed and almost fell. looking at the thousands of fierce gazes, knowing that he was going to be finished. Suddenly, inwardly, he extremely regretted what would have happened if he hadn't driven Zhao Pinggan away in the beginning. If we hadn't joined forces with Su Tianlong, would we be here today? One slip of the tongue, right in the middle of all the verbal abuse. Another announcement came from the doorway. Sun Lienkui, head of the Sun family in the provincial city, has arrived to send a set of jade corals valued at $18,880,000 to wish for a happy marriage. Just watch. Wearing a red tang suit, full of silver hair but hale and hearty old man came, not tall, but raised his hands and feet with the momentum of the shiko. It is Sun Lienkui. The crowd looked at the same time. Oh my god, it's really the Sun family head. Why is he here? The Sun family is ranked second among the 5 great families, second only to the Qi family, and he's an absolute big shot as the head of the family, and he's actually here in person? Tonight, Sun Lienkui's status is going to be absolutely higher than Mr. Zhou's, even higher than Miss Ye's, who invited him. All the guests were shocked. This kind of big shot, there was absolutely no reason for him to appear here. Even if he wanted to congratulate, he would be treated as a guest if he casually sent an underling over. Some of the guests had already rushed over at a fast pace, calling out one mouthful of the old master. Well, don't all gather around me. The main character tonight is not me. Ha! Sun Lienkui acted amiably, not daring not to be amiably. Tonight Zhao Pinggan was there. I think when I first entered the prison, I behaved arrogantly, and was forced by Zhao Pinggan to use the toilet to wash his face for 2 months, all of which created psychological shadows. Until now, the water in the toilet at home must be at a drinking level. Sun Lienkui swept around and didn't see Zhao Pinggan. Thinking about it, it's right, the big shots all come out last. Walking up to Ouyang Hai, he clasped his hands and said, Ouyang Shofu, I hope you'll pardon me for coming here uninvited. This statement was made. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could Ouyang Hai invite Sun Lienkui? He's actually related to the Sun family of the 5 great families? Su Tianlong's father and son are dumbfounded. Isn't it ing playing with people? Hugging the thigh of Zhou Gongzi is good, but the Zhou family is ranked 3rd, and besides, he is only an heir. Had he known that Ouyang Hai knew Sun Lienkui, he would never have said those words just now. Ouyang Hai was also confused. Characters like Sun Lienkui had only heard of them, never met them. However, his mood has brightened up. It's a great honor for Sun Lienkui to be here. With him here, who would dare to go against him in the whole of Shanghai? Even Mr. Zhou wouldn't dare to make a move. Ouyang Hai quickly cupped his hands and flattered. Sun Lao, where are your words? The presence of such a great personage like you makes tonight's stars shine brightly. And furthermore, I am overwhelmed with emotion and honored. Sun Lienkui waved his hand and laughed. What kind of big shot am I? There's a bigger one arriving later. If Zhao Pinggan knew that he was pretending on the occasion of his upcoming appearance, there would be no good consequences. Gah! These words again made all the guests confused. There's a big shot later? Even the Sun family head doesn't dare to call himself a big shot in front of him? Who could it be? Everyone looked at Ouyang Hai at the same time. He was hiding so deeply. Ouyang Hai's blood boils. What can I do? Just then, Uncle Sun, a cry rang out from the crowd. The crowd looked for the sound, and only then did they remember Zhou Qiankuan, who was lying on the ground. Qiankuan? Sun Lienkui also looked over, immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air, ran to the side and said with concern, Qiankuan, you are being beaten? Being in the same provincial city, he naturally knew the Zhou family heir. Zhou Qiankuan nodded aggrievely and cried, Uncle Sun, I was beaten by Zhao Pinggan, Miss Ye's partner in Tianhai. Uncle Sun, I'm in pain. Did you bring any bodyguards? I want to take revenge. Revenge. The relationship between the two families could not be said to be much better, but after all, they were the 5 great families, and as long as they pretended to be pitiful in front of Sun Lienkui, he would definitely help. Pinggan Zhao? A chill ran through Sun Lienkui's heart. Going to Zhao Pinggan for revenge. Wasn't he looking for death? But asked patiently, because of what? Zhou Qiankuan yelled, it's just a little thing. I'm just going to kill Zhao Pinggan's heel dog. This villain does whatever he wants just because Missy is there. Uncle Sun, I want to take revenge. Su Tianlong concurred. Elder son, Zhao Pinggan is arrogant to the extreme. He himself is Miss Ye's dog. He actually dares to move Duke Zhou for the sake of his own dog. Heaven forbid. Jewel Su kept nodding. Elder son, Elder Zhou was kind enough to kill his dog. He actually dared to not let it happen. It will never be tolerated. When they finished, both were expecting answers. You have to know that Sun Lienkui can be 1,000 times more terrifying than Zhou Qiankuan when he starts his fire. And all he needs to do to get Zhao Pinggan killed is to move his finger. However, snap, Sun Lienkui suddenly struck out, fiercely flinging Su Tianlong's father and son with 2 slaps on the face, storming out, you guys are really bold. How dare you want to kill Zhao Pinggan's dog? Fine, come on, I'll wait here. Who dares to move and try? Come, ha! The crowd was once again confused. Su Tianlong's father and son were even more dazed by the beating. Uncle Son, what happened to you? Zhou Qiankuan was startled, his head full of fog, completely unable to read. Sun Liankui said in a neutral voice, Zhao Pinggan's dog? That's me. What? What is the Sun family's master saying? Can't understand. Chapter 68, Coming to Dig for a Job. Sun Liankui was also infuriated. A bunch of curmudgeons who dare to speak out in front of them. Not to mention them, in the entire Jianghai province, who would dare to say kill themselves? Uncle Sun, what did you say? You are Zhao Pinggan's dog? Zhou Qiankuan was so shocked that he forgot about the pain and said in horror, Zhao Pinggan's dog? Isn't it Zhang Longwan, the underground emperor of Tianhai? How is it you? All the guests crumbled as well, looking on as if they were monsters. You know, if he was Zhao Pinggan's dog, then what level of status did Zhao Pinggan have to have? Ha! Sun Liankui froze? Halian underground emperor? The dog he was talking about wasn't himself? Then his old face flushed, a plan surfaced in his mind, and he asked with a frown, the Zhao Pinggan you mentioned, what does he look like? Zhou Qiankuan trembled as he described Zhao Pinggan's appearance once more. Wrongly recognized. Sun Liankui seriously denied. I thought it was a big man I knew, but it turned out to be a little yakuza, young and misrecognized. This statement was made. Everyone's hanging hearts dropped at the same time. They knew that Zhao Pinggan had just come out of prison and couldn't be a big shot. Besides, if he could really make Sun Liankui willingly become a dog, his status must be extraordinary. So why are you willing to be by MS? Yes side? It doesn't make sense. Zhou Qiankuan also took a long breath and complained again. Uncle Sun, I'm in so much pain. I want to take revenge. Lend me your bodyguard. I want to let him die immediately. Let Zhao Pinggan live one more second in his heart do Nanshan. Sun Liankui said perfunctorily, Qiankuan it's better for you not to think too much right now. First go to the hospital to see a doctor is important, and then contact your father as soon as possible, so that he can think of a way. Saying that, he slowly stood up straight and said, suddenly I remembered that I still have some things to do, so I'll go first. After saying that, he quickly left, an imperceptible smile spreading in his eyes, looking for Mr. Zhao's revenge? I'm afraid that in the future, in Jianghai province, there will only be 4 big families left. This caught everyone off guard when he said he was leaving. Yanghai thought about it and hurriedly chased after him, asking tentatively, San Lao, will you drink a cup of wedding wine before leaving? Just by drinking, you can make the mistake of thinking there is a relationship and be in a much better position. No time. Sun Liankui responded coldly. He had come here to find a reason to see Zhao Pinggan, and since he had left, there was no need to stay. Yanghai's face turned red as he was choked and said unwillingly, Elder son, can you ask when the big man will arrive? There's no Sun Lao. It's okay if a big shot comes later. Sun Liankui sneered. The big man is gone. Yanghai was dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. When did you get here? Didn't notice? At this point, Lu Yimei ran out from the villa, panicking. Yanghai, it's not good. Qian committed suicide. Henteing Heavenly Palace. Zhao Pinggan brought Zhang Henning back here for further treatment. As for tonight's incident, he didn't put it on his mind at all. If someone came to pursue the matter, the big deal was to give a call to the people in the prison. I remember a man who seemed to be the boss of the National Patrol Agency, who was incarcerated for making mistakes, and he must have spoken up. At the very least, go back to prison. Can't be locked up anyway. Get out if you want to. And downstairs, Yi Yaoqing held the phone in her hand, her face full of heaviness as she said with difficulty, Dad, my daughter begs you this time, please, you must help Zhao Pinggan, otherwise, he will die. Making a move was simple, solving the follow-up was troublesome, and she was, right now, helping Zhao Pinggan deal with the follow-up. Otherwise, the Zhou family would never let Zhao Pinggan go. On the other side of the phone, it was none other than the head of the Yi family, one of the 7 top families in Daxia, Yi Qingtsong. Yi Qingtsong said heavily, although the incident happened in Tianhai, it has already spread to the family, and there are a lot of opinions within the family. They must execute Zhao Pinggan. Boo! Yi Yaoqing bent her knees and knelt on the ground. Zhang Frost stood by the side and looked viciously upstairs. This punk just knows how to cause trouble. Finally causing a big trouble. Yi Yaoqing said, Dad, my daughter is kneeling down for you. Please help me. I promise. This is the last time. Please. The matter had come to a head, and it could only be made more serious, or else his father would never have laid out the subsequent trouble for the sake of a minor character. Yi Qingtsong was silent for a moment and asked seriously, You guys, in love? Yi Yaoqing's heart sank. If she dared to admit it, Zhao Pinggan would be even more unable to live. the Yi family would never allow a small person to enter, and the same was true for her father. Firmly, he said, I'll keep the scale with him, and definitely won't go overboard by half. Yi Ching-song said, 1 month. If you can't reach the level of the richest man in Tianhai within a month, come back. After that, hang up. Yi Yaoqing listened to the voice on the phone and smiled bitterly. Reaching the level of the richest man in Tianhai in a month was simply impossible. The richest man Oyanghai's assets are nearly $10 billion. At present, he only has 140 plots of land in his own hands, worth $3.4 billion. Even half of it is not as good as if he took the medicine business. There is still hope, but the medicine has been obtained by the Zhou family. It is absolutely impossible. Perhaps, this is fate. She let out a dark sigh. But, it was okay to guarantee Zhao Pingan a life. Miss, Zhang Frost quickly walked over to help her up and choked. Is it worth it for a little yakuza? It's simply impossible to reach the level of the richest man in Tianhai in a month. You're ruining your whole life to save Zhao Pingan. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she had the urge to find Zhao Pingan and fight for her life. Yi Yaoqing smiled and shed tears. It's worth it. Zhang Frost gritted his teeth in anger and yelled to the upstairs. Surname Zhao, you punk thing, you can cause trouble but can't calm things down. Go to hell. Zhang Frost, Yi Yaoqing interrupted with a black face. Zhang Frost said in exasperation. That's what it was supposed to be. What's he pretending to be? A small person? If it wasn't for you, he would have been beaten to death. And he still thinks he's so powerful. Actually, he's nothing. Yi Yaoqing added. Stop it, Zhang Frost firmly said. I'm about to say. Surname Zhao, you can't even eat without miss. So what qualifications do you have to cause trouble? If you're a man, take the initiative to resign and stay away from miss. Show me too. Where else can you ask for food? Oh, I'm afraid I don't even have anyone to give you a bite to eat. As she was talking, the doorbell rang. Someone is coming. Shut up and go open the door, Yi Yaoqing said in a cold voice. Zhang Frost gritted her teeth and roared again. Surname Zhao, if you still have a face, get out of the villa, stay away from the lady, and die far away from asking for food. Saying that, he opened the door and was stunned to see the person outside the door. Sun family master? Before he came to Tianhai City, he memorized the forces of the entire Jianghai province, so he naturally knew Sun Liankui. Sun Liankui smiled. Please forgive me for taking the liberty of visiting in the middle of the night. May I ask if Mr. Zhao Pingan Zhao is in? The purpose of coming here is to meet Mr. Zhao. So naturally, I want to meet him. Yi Yaoqing sniffed and walked over. When she saw Sun Liankui, she quickly turned cautious and asked gruffly, what are you looking for Pingan for? Sun Liankui cupped his hands and said, you are Miss Yi, aren't you? I'm sure you have the face of a shy flower, the look of a fish in the water, a match made in heaven with Mr. Zhao. I was deeply shocked and amazed to hear about Mr. Zhao's great display of power in Lot 140, so I came to pay a visit. May I ask if Mr. Zhao is in? When he finished, Yi Yaoqing froze at once and said in dismay, you are here to dig the wall? Zhang Frost's jaw dropped. Chapter 69 Kneeling and Begging. Only just said that Zhao Pingan would not be able to eat if he left miss, and then someone comes to dig up the wall? It would have been fine if it was someone else, but this person was the head of the Sun family in Jianghai province, and he even came in person. Sun Liankui thought for a moment and said, Miss Yi, the old man does rise to love talent, but everything still has to follow Mr. Zhao's opinion to see if he agrees. I disagree. A voice came out from the stairs. It was Zhao Pingan, who had just finished treating Zhang Gongding, and said while walking, your skin is itchy. Don't you want me to work for you? Seems like it was too good for him in prison to have the audacity to blabber on about it. When Sun Liankui saw Zhao Pingan walk down, he shivered in fear, and his mind couldn't help but recall the days of washing his face with a toilet in prison, but not before speaking. Peace. Yi Yaoqing passed a look and reminded, this is the head of the Sun family in the provincial city, Elder Sun. She thought Zhao Pingan didn't recognize it. Zhao Pingan smiled. I know, Sun dog, why are you looking for me so late? It was reasonable to say that the old people met each other, but they were too tired to be in the mood for healing just now. Sun dog? Yi Yaoqing's heart trembled. This was the head of the Sun family, placed in the entire Jianghai province. It was also a big person who would shake the ground 3 times when he stomped his foot. How can I be humiliated? Zhang Frost couldn't bear it and said, Zhao Pingan, do you have any brains at all? Is Elder Sun something you can comment on? Do you know that the young lady's life has been ruined because of what happened to you? And you still dare to cause trouble? You wolf-hearted thing. Zhang Frost. Yi Yaoqing quickly opened her mouth, unprecedentedly cold. If you dare to say one more word, you will immediately return to imperial capital. I didn't want Zhao Pingan to know that there was only one last month left and wanted to spend it without worry. Still hearing it, Zhao Pingan frowned and asked, what's going on? Nothing. Yi Yaoqing's eyes dodged a bit. Then she looked at Sun Liankui and revealed a smile. Elder son, please come in first. Sit down and chat. Pingyan is indeed very capable. Capable people have personalities, and I hope that you don't mind. In just a few minutes, she had already thought about it. Since she would have to leave sooner or later, she would arrange a back way for Zhao Pingyan, and holding on to the Sun family's thighs would not be a bad choice. Sun Liankui nodded. Don't mind. Get out. Zhao Pingyan chortled and said angrily, if you keep getting in the way here, I'll make you wash your face in the toilet for the rest of your life. He only wanted to find out what happened to Yi Yaoqing now. Pingyan, Yi Yaoqing said in a cold voice. Today's situation was barely covered. If he offended the Sun family again, he really couldn't manage it. Zhao Pingyan. Zhang Frost was furious. How could he be so arrogant? However, Sun Liankui quickly said, I'll roll now. Good night, Mr. Zhao. Good night, Miss Yi. After saying that, he ran away in a puff of smoke. He knew very well that Zhao Pingyan was as good as his word. Saw the scene. Yi Yaoqing and Zhang Frost rose. The head of the grandson family was not angry, but ran away instead? Zhao Pingyan walked to his side and asked again, Yaoqing, what's wrong? Yi Yaoqing was confused and hadn't slowed down yet. Zhao Pingyan knew that she was surprised because of Sun Liankui. Succinctly explained, we used to be locked up in a prison. At that time he could not eat. I help him? Zhang Frost no. Yi Yaoqing came to a realization. Zhang Frost gritted his teeth, remembering what happened at the Weihu Mountain Villa. He did know, but in his heart, he didn't believe it at all, even if he heard it with his own ears. Even now, sneering, still relying on the prestige of being in prison, flaunting his power outside. If I had such a good relationship, I would have flown the coop long ago. I'm really not in my right mind. In her eyes, Zhao Pingyan was becoming more and more unaware of progress and retreat. Zhao Pingyan directly treated her words as farts. He could get pissed off by bothering with her and looked at Yi Yaoqing again. Yi Yaoqing was looked at a little weak, but finally said 1 month. Zhao Pingyan released. That is to say, if within a month, the size of your assets can reach the tens of billions level, you don't have to go back and marry that little cutie, right? It wasn't just a matter of going back. Yi Yaoqing's heavenly fury orphan destiny hadn't been changed yet, and once she went back, she would surely die. Cut. Zhang Frost snorted coldly and said contemptuously, of course, cutie. It's all understandable, but can it be? Not even the famous domestic wage-earning Emperor Kai Chongyang has the means to reach $10 billion in assets within a month. Just you? What's more, apart from real estate, the current market is the most lucrative for medicines. The medicines have already been taken away by the Zhou family. It's impossible to give them back. How are you going to raise them? It's simply a fool's errand. Surname Zhao. It's really bad luck for the lady to meet you. After saying that, she gave Zhao Pingyan a vicious blank look, getting angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. You go back. I'm going to rest. Yi Yaoqing began to drive people away, and in her heart she knew it was impossible, but she still comforted. Pingyan, don't think too much. There are no absolutes in everything. We have the hope of success. What if there is a miracle? Zhao Pingyan looked at her and smiled. There is no need for a miracle. It's simple to reach the richest man. Just watch me. There should be billions and billions in the bank card. At the very least, one can approach the business predators in prison and ask them to give orders of billions of dollars, just to ensure that they will have enough to eat in the future. If I said I'd give them a chicken leg, I'm afraid I'd be scrambling. Yi Yaoqing was choked and didn't know how to answer. Can't actually figure out why he seems to be so confident about everything, but he's so overbearing in his confidence. Aha, piss me off. Zhang Frost stomped his foot straight and roared in anger. Surname Zhao, should I say that you have no brain? Or are you not in your right mind? That's billions of dollars. You think it's tens of dollars? The 140 land parcel just happened to meet the province's key development. That's why the capital increase. Do you think it's your ability? Fine. You make billions. Come on. If you don't make it in a month, you'll find a cesspool to jump down and commit suicide to thank you. Dare you? The lady found it cute. She only found it hateful, shameless and vile. The words just fell. 2 figures ran to the door. Boom boom. Kneel down at the same time. It was Ouyang Hai, the richest man in Tianhai, and his wife Lu Yimei. The two were in tears. Zhao Pingyan, we were wrong. We know we were wrong. Please save Qianqian. She committed suicide. It was all our fault before. We were wrong. Kill or die as you wish. Please save Ouyang Qian. As long as we can save her, we are willing to pay any price. They started to find Tianhai divine Dr. Wang Shouwen, but Wang Shouwen could only hang his breath. There was no way to save his life. Wang Shouwen told them to go and ask Mr. Zhao, and after inquiring about it, they realized that Mr. Zhao was actually Zhao Pingyan. The 2 men were clear as a bell. What? Yi Yaoqing's jaw dropped in disbelief. Zhao Pingyan was too lazy to save. but they appeared at the right time, and said indifferently, saving is fine. $5 billion. With this amount of money, Yi Yaoqing's achievement to reach the richest man in Tianhai is complete without having to go back and marry Cutie. Good. Yang Hai nodded heavily and choked. As long as I can save Qianqian, I'm willing to give $5 billion with both hands. Zhao Pingan looked at Zhang Frost and sneered. I hope that tomorrow, I'll see news of you jumping into a cesspool and getting drowned. Zhang Frost was dumbfounded. Chapter 70 Yaoqing collects money. Soon, a few people arrived at the West Suburban Manor. Here and before the bright lights, full of friends seems to be 2 locations, all over the place, cold and quiet. If not, the villa is still lit up. It looks like it has been abandoned for a long time. Come to the second floor. Yang Qian lying on the bed, eyes closed tightly, face like white paper, even the lips have turned white. With the naked eye can no longer see breathing, wrist wrapped in gauze. Slit your wrists, divine Dr. Zhao. You're here. Wang Shaowen quickly got up and explained. Miss Ouyang's body lost 2/3 of her blood, nearly half of her organs failed, and her vital energy was greatly damaged, so the old man could only use silver needles to hang on to her last breath. When the silver needle is pulled out, I'm afraid Miss Ouyang will perish. Hear that? Yi Yaoqing sucked in a breath of cool air. It was too serious. Yang Hai and Lu Yimei sobbing, the heart of remorse. If there is no forced daughter, definitely will not be now. In case the daughter accident, or what is the point? Zhao Pingan, I beg you, I'll do anything for you in the future. Save Qianqian. Lu Yimei begged again. We were wrong. We really know we were wrong. Pingan, whether you believe it or not, we were incited by Su Tianlong's father and son. We were wrong. Yang Hai was in tears. Very serious indeed. Zhao Pingan spoke heavily. According to the 9 Mysteries sect, blood contains qi. Qi penetrates the entire body, and the body nourishes the spirit. At this point, she has no blood, which means she has no metamorphosis and has run out of metamorphosis. To put it simply, at this point, she's about to go drink Mona's soup. This statement was made. Ha! Lu Yimei's eyes rolled over and she fainted in fear. Boo! Yang Hai knelt again. Zhao Pingan, I beg you, please. Wang Shaowen also sighed and said bitterly, Divine Dr. Zhao is right. I don't have Divine Dr. Zhao's knowledge of mysteries, but I know about Yuan Qi, and Miss Ouyang's Qi is almost gone. Mr. Ouyang, prepare for the aftermath. Yi Yaoqing frowned. In her heart, she hoped that Zhao Pingan would treat it. After all, saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda. The situation was too serious. I'm afraid that no one would be able to do anything about it. Zhao Pingan turned his words around. It's good that she met me. Although it's a bit tricky, it's not a big problem. Aha! When they heard this, the crowd's jaws dropped. He said it wasn't a big problem? Yi Yaoqing thought for a moment and reminded in a low voice. Pingan, you still need to be cautious. Doctors, saving 100 people may not become famous, but not being able to save a single person will lead to notoriety. And in today's situation, they don't want to put Zhao Pingan at risk. Zhao Pingan smiled. Small problem. If you save Ouyang Qian, you'll have $5 billion, and Yi Yaoqing won't have to leave. So why not? Then instructed. Have someone look for ginseng over 30 years old, Ganoderma lucidum over 10 years old, and catch a crow's nest chicken over 3 years old and pigeons. Also need a set of equipment for boiling medicine. He said a string of herbs. Alright, I'll let someone go look for it. Yang Hai nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, not daring to have any delay, quickly calling and ordering to look for it. Soon, the herbs were laid out in front of them. Zhao Pingan added, all of you go out, and Wang Shaowen stays here to play second fiddle. Yi Yaoqing looked at it heavily and walked out the door with apprehension. Wang Shaowen did not have half a complaint. On the contrary, he was excited and unusual, and it was the greatest honor to be able to observe from the sidelines. Respectfully, he said, Divine Dr. Zhao, what do you need me for? Zhao Pingan put the herbs into the pot while saying, boil the medicine. I'll rest for a while, call me back in an hour. Finished, lying on the bed, on Zhang carrying tripod too tired to replenish the water. Earl. Wang Shaowen almost held his breath listening to this. Ouyang Qian is lying on the bed, her life is passing away, in urgent need of treatment, and you actually said you want to sleep? But, not daring to retort, he quickly boiled the medicine. An hour passed. Zhao Pingan woke up with a much rosier complexion. Ouyang Qian, who was unconscious next to her, but her face was getting whiter and whiter, and her breath was getting weaker and weaker. Zhao Pingan walked over to the medicine pot. I'll do it. Wang Shaowen nodded his head and eventually couldn't help but be curious. Divine Dr. Zhao, forgive me for being stupid. These herbs do have the effect of replenishing qi and blood, and when added together they are more able to rejuvenate the old man and multiply his spirit, but I'm afraid that it won't be very useful in the face of MS. Ouyang's situation. These medicines are no longer good. but also in the category of tonic, while Ouyang Qian needs to be cured. Two concepts, Zhao Pingan explained while staring at the fire. The reason why these medicines are tonic is because the herbs themselves contain a very low percentage of medicine. For 1 catty of black chicken, the essence that can truly tonify is less than a penny, and the rest of the parts are useless things except for filling the stomach. So it looks like it's just going to have to be patched up, but if only a penny is raised into the medicine and the rest is not wanted, it is not a mere tonic, but a cure. Wang Shaowen nodded, but in his heart he couldn't help but slander. This reasoning is understood by everyone, but the question is how to present it. The money was not in one piece, but scattered in various locations of the herbs. It is like a human being. Most of the body is water, but the water is in the brain, in the feet, not in one place. Want to bring up all the water, must first plow through the various parts, not to open a place like turning on the faucet. So, there's no way to extract it. At this point, there, Zhao Pingan uttered 2 words, then slowly opened the medicine jar. Wang Shouwen remained dutiful and took out the soup bowl, ready to serve the medicine, but when he saw the scene inside, his eyes steeply enlarged, and his mouth could be stuffed into a goose egg. Stunned, this is not medicine, this is Dan? In the medicine jar, there were 7 yellow-orange Dan lying. Each one was the size of a soybean grain and vaguely glowing with gold. Zhao Pingan casually said, "That's what I'm talking about. Take out the essence and feed it to her. He's in a more serious condition, give 3. Boo!" Wang Shaowen didn't bother to feed it, but bent his knees to the ground. Incredibly pious, divine Dr. Zhao has the power to heal the dead and flesh the white bones. He should be my teacher. I am willing to be an ox for the rest of my life. Zhao Pingan had black lines on his head. I don't accept disciples. Get up. Master, that old thing is still alive. Naturally he can't take on an apprentice. As he spoke, he personally picked up 3 pills and sent them to Ouyang Qian's mouth, which melted in his mouth. Visible to the naked eye, Ouyang Qian's face became more and more rosy, and her breathing began to become smooth. When Wang Shouwen saw the scene, as if he had seen a monster, he continued to kneel and said, Zhao divine doctor, can you really not accept a disciple? Even if it's a trainee disciple. Trainee disciples technically can't even be considered disciples. They are just miscellaneous, but they can sneakily watch and hit the ground running. Zhao Pingan said breathlessly, don't accept it, and don't say to the public that I know how to heal in the future. Annoying. If he hadn't talked too much tonight, Ouyang Hai wouldn't have been able to find the door at all. And again, follow-up treatment is easy. I'll leave it to you. With that, he turned and walked out of the room. Zhao Pingan, how's it going? How's my daughter? Ouyang Hai and Lu Yimei guarded the door, pacing back and forth nervously, and quickly rushed to his side when they saw him come out. Zhao Pingan didn't respond and slowly looked at Yi Yaoqing. Yi Yaoqing's heart was in 7 places, also apprehensively asked, did fail? Zhao Pingan looked at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly revealed a smile and succinctly said, Yaoqing, collect the money. Chapter 71, Kill Me or Not Save Me. Boom! When hearing this, a muffled thunderclap rang in the heads of all 3. What did he mean by that? Cured? Immediately after, Ouyang Hai and Lu Yimei quickly rushed to the bedroom. Yi Yaoqing was incredulous. Really cured? Ouyang Qian, what look in the eyes. If this can be cured, it is simply a god in the world. Zhao Pingan nodded and smiled. Now you don't have to go back and marry that cutie. Up. You're awesome. Ouyang Qian gave a thumbs up. Her eyes glowed with unprecedented adoration. She wanted to go up and hug him, but she could only stop when she thought of what she promised her father. She laughed. You haven't eaten at night. You're hungry, aren't you? Let's go. Go back to the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace and I'll cook noodles for you. Good. Zhao Pingan smiled and walked out a few steps to stop. We have to wait a little longer. We haven't gotten the money yet, said the man, ready to go back to the bedroom and ask for the bill. Ouyang Qian skimmed her lips and laughed. What you want is 5 billion. Ouyang Hai, even if he is the richest man, he can't come up with so much money at once. We have to give him time to raise money. Zhao Pingan stopped in his tracks, and rightly so. Not everyone could take it out. Let's go. 5 minutes after the 2 left, Lu Yimei and Ouyang Hai rushed out, and when they saw that Zhao Pingan's figure was long gone outside the door, they stayed in place. He knows feng shui, medicine, and martial arts. If, in the beginning, he wasn't kicked out, what would have happened? Lu Yimei trembled and opened her mouth. The more she thought about it, the more her heart ached. Ouyang Hai slowly bowed his head. Until this moment, he finally realized that what his father said was true. Zhao Pingan was able to keep the Ouyang family prosperous for 100 years. Although he had no background, he personally had the ability. Ouyang Hai gritted his teeth and said, don't worry, we still have a chance. Lu Yimei turned her head and asked, what do you mean? Ouyang Hai firmly said, the Yi family of the imperial capital will never accept Zhao Pingan. If the two of them don't make it, the daughter will be able to take advantage of the situation. Tenkai First Hospital, the most powerful hospital in Tianhai City. Downstairs, a Rolls-Royce with a license plate of Dragon City drove up. Behind the car are 10 Humvees. When the Rolls-Royce stopped, 10 Humvees opened at the same time. From the car jumped down 40 strong men in black suits with sunglasses. These people got off the car and quickly cleaned up the hospital entrance personnel. Some people were reluctant to go. They were roughly kicked away. They stood in 2 rows, their faces expressionless. The Rolls-Royce opened and a middle-aged man in a black suit stepped out of the car, his face blue and murderous, his hands and feet carrying an appalling aura. This person was none other than the patriarch of the Zhou family, which ranked 3rd among the 5 great families in Zhonghai province. Also Zhou Qianquan's father, Zhou Taishan. He walked into the hospital with a dark look on his face and made his way to the ward. Dad, I'm in pain. Zhou Qianquan saw him and cried out in pain. At this time, Zhou Qianquan's body was covered with plaster, like a stone man. Seeing this, Zhou Qianquan was enraged and growled. Scumbag surnamed Zhao, you seek death. I'm going to personally kill you by 1,000 cuts. I knew about my son's condition on the way here, but saw it with my own eyes and was enraged. Hear him roar. Su Tianlong, Su Jewel, and Nye Dahai, who were standing on the side, simultaneously bowed their heads in fear, and in their hearts, they sighed with emotion that they were worthy of being the patriarch of the Zhou family. What a strong aura. That's right, Nye Dahai is there too. He has illegitimate children outside and only wants revenge at the moment. Dad, I'm going to kill Zhao Pingan, right now. Zhou Qianquan cried out in pain and complained, but he didn't wait to finish his sentence. His eyes froze, his mouth stopped making sounds, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. Instrument, which emits a ticking alarm. Qianquan. Zhou Taishan panicked and quickly stepped forward. Mr. Zhou, doctor, come on doctor. Su Tianlong's trio roared immediately after. The doctor quickly rushed into the ward and pushed Zhou Qianquan into the resuscitation room. Less than 5 minutes. The doctor came out in a panic. Master Zhou, your son's leg artery ruptured and lost too much blood. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about it. This statement was made. Su Tianlong's face was white with fear. They didn't know Zhou Taishan, and they were clinging to Zhou Qianquan's thighs tonight. If Zhou Qianquan died, how else could they take revenge? Snap! Zhou Taishan slapped the doctor down and roared. You quack! Go in and save him at once. I'm telling you, if there's even the slightest accident to my son, your entire hospital will be buried with him. As the 3rd-ranked family head in the province, he does have the ability to do so. The doctor sniffed, scrambled up from the floor, and rushed back into the resuscitation room. Su Tianlong's eyes turned and spoke. Nya Dong, you run a pharmaceutical company. There are many medical doctors in your company. Let them come to save Mr. Zhou as well. Hurry up, don't delay. Nye Dahai was dumbfounded at the words. If Zhou Qianquan died, at most there was no way to take revenge. But if his own people came but couldn't save Zhou Qianquan, then they would have to follow and accompany the funeral. Jewel Su also sees her father's intention to use Nye Dahai as a stepping stone. Anxiously, he said, Uncle Nye, I heard Nye Yuan say that many medical doctors have come to your company. Quickly let them come quickly, Mr. Zhou is greater than everything. Nye Dahai hated to kill them both by 1,000 cuts. Stiffly, they are researchers of medicine, not doctors, so, let them come. Zhou Taishan rudely interrupted. Immediately, as fast as you can. If you don't see them within 5 minutes, I'll get you killed. Nye Dahai shivered in fear and didn't dare to delay. Quickly making contact, putting down the phone, he laughed coldly in his heart. Su Dong, I remember that you have a good relationship with Wang Shouwen, the god doctor of Tianhai. You also let him come. He is a Chinese medicine practitioner. Maybe he has a miraculous effect on the treatment. Hurry up and let him come as well. Su Tianlong was also dumbfounded. He did know Wang Shouwen, but was not familiar with him. He had only looked for a visit to the doctor once. Before he could answer, Zhou Taishan said angrily, I'll kill you if 5 minutes aren't up. Su Tianlong's heart was burning with anger, but he didn't dare to hesitate and quickly asked someone to invite Wang Shouwen. 3 minutes passed. Wang Shouwen was sandwiched by 2 people as he walked over. He had just returned to the medical center from the western suburbs manor and was brought in before it was closed. Su Tianlong, what do you mean by this? Are you going to kidnap me? Wang Shouwen roared angrily. Su Tianlong sniffed, quickly ran over and cursed. Loosen up, all of you loosen up. I told you to ask Dr. Wang Shen, not to tie up, he said, slightly bending down. Fawning, divine Dr. Wang, the Zhou family's Zhou Gongzi from the provincial city has lost too much blood and is being resuscitated in the emergency room. Do you have a good solution? Please, help. If Wang Shouwen cannot be cured, he will also be buried with him. Sweating with fear, and speaking with a much more sincere attitude. No. Wang Shouwen raised his chin and firmly said, I have no choice. I'm tired and need to go back to rest. Having heard about tonight's events, he naturally wouldn't save Zhao Pinggan's enemies. Zhou Taishan quickly walked over, his face full of anger, raised his hand and grabbed Wang Shouwen's collar, and said grimly, I don't care if you have the means to do it or not. Go in and save the people at once. If you dare not save them, I will kill you right away. Su Tianlong and Su Jule's faces turned white with fear. Kill him, kill yourself or not. Wang Shouwen wasn't afraid in the slightest, staring into Zhou Taishan's eyes and tossing his voice. Kill me, and don't save me. Chapter 72 Dr. Son. The words fell. Let Zhou Taishan caught off guard. Never thought that this old codger is so backbone. To their own Zhou family head of the identity, put a fart others have to say incense. Not to mention the threat. How dare he resist? Angrily, he roared. What did you say? You dare to see death? Divine Dr. Wang. Su Tianlong's face turned white with fear and hurriedly persuaded. This is the Zhou family head. The Zhou family is a great family that ranks in the top 3 in the province. There are many benefits to saving Mr. Zhou. What's more, you're a doctor. It's your duty to save lives. So just help, okay? Doctors save lives. Yes, but they don't save everyone, especially if they can become a miracle doctor and are destined to have a temper. Wang Shouwen put his hands behind his back and said in a cold voice, no rescue. You. Su Tianlong did not know what to say, and his heart was in turmoil when his afterglow saw Zhou Taishan's face becoming more and more unsightly. Seeing this, Nie Dahai seized the opportunity to say sarcastically, Su Dong, before I could hear you personally say that you have an extraordinary relationship with Divine Dr. Wang, I think you're insincerely begging for Divine Dr. Wang's help, aren't you? Swish! Zhou Taishan fiercely looked at Su Tianlong, although his mouth threatened to kill Wang Shouwen, but his son was still in the middle of resuscitation. He could not give up hope, in case Wang Shouwen really had a solution. Su Tianlong was so angry that he cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to do anything under Zhou Taishan's gaze, and after thinking about it, he bent his knees to the ground and begged, Divine Dr. Wang, as long as you can save Duke Zhou's life, from now on, you can kill him or die at your will. Jewel Su also instantly knelt down, scared to death in his heart. Divine Dr. Wang, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Please. Seeing them kneel down, Nie Dahai felt better in his heart. Dare to count on me? I'll play you to death. Wang Shouwen raised his neck. Either get me killed or let me go. No saving anyway. When those words were spoken, Su Tianlong's father and son had the urge to play with their lives. Zhou Taishan also cannot bear it. A small doctor. Really think that do not dare to move him? Just then, I don't think it's that you don't want to save it, but that you're simply incapable of doing so. There was a sudden sound from the hallway, and he watched as a male around the age of 30, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, approached. While walking, he sneered, You Chinese medicine practitioners, you are all deceitful liars. When it comes to minor illnesses, you can still fool 2 people. When it comes to major problems, you use your character as an excuse to cover up the fact that you are incapable of doing so. If you ask me, Chinese medicine should be banned in the country. This statement was made. Everyone looked back. Wang Shouwen also looked at it, his face red with anger, saying that he could, saying that Chinese medicine could not. Angrily, he said, You little rat, who gave you the courage to speak out against Chinese medicine? Chinese medicine is profound and profound. How can you say anything about it? The male snorted coldly and said contemptuously, A liar is a liar. It's never true. Since you said Chinese medicine is profound, well, I'll give you a chance. You save people. Wang Shouwen's body trembled with anger. Saving people is fine, but not Mr. Zhao's enemies. Gritting his teeth, he said, Less use of provocation. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. No saving. The male spread his hands and sneered. See, still a liar. You group of Chinese medicine practitioners, I really don't know what kind of face you have to live in this world. Chinese medicine practitioners, is the shame of the medical profession, and all day long say what thousands of years of inheritance, if you ask me, is to cheat thousands of years? This world, only Western medicine is the real medical skills. You. Wang Shouwen was so angry and speechless that he almost fainted. Who are you? Zhou Taishan asked with a frown. Nie Dahai took the initiative to explain. Master Zhou, this is my company's newly hired drug doctor, Sun Tao, who I invited to treat Mr. Zhou. The mind starts to get nervous about what if the cure doesn't work. Wrong. Sun Tao interrupted. A face of pride said, Nie Dong, to say all. I am a pharmaceutical medicine doctor of the University of Kashidan in the United States of America, is to stay in the ocean back. Do not say all. Others still think that I am the domestic of these garbage crooks. Ha! Saying that, he looked at Wang Shouwen again and teased, much less a Chinese medicine cheater. Wang Shouwen had the impulse of his youth to strike, but not before taking a shot. Zhou Taishan immediately said, "Good, Dr. Son, my son is currently critically ill from blood loss. If you can save his life, I will heavily reward you." The three of them, Nye Dahai, looked over at the same time. Sun Tao was silent for a moment and said, "Excessive blood loss has always been an international problem, because excessive blood transfusion can easily cause stress rejection reactions, which will make the patient more dangerous. However, I was at Kashidin University, majoring in medicated hemostasis, and had no problem saving a patient who had lost too much blood." Zhou Taishan's eyes lit up. "Really?" Sun Tao nodded. "Of course, only that I have an additional condition. If I can save Mr. Zhou, I also ask the Zhou family master to abolish this liar. Chinese medicine crooks, I'll exterminate one I see." Without saying a word, Zhou Taishan immediately instructed his bodyguards, "Tie him up for me first, and after Dr. Sun's wonderful hands, Dr. Sun will handle him personally." The bodyguard sniffed and quickly rushed over, very roughly holding Wang Shouwen down. "Let go of me, let go of me, you small-minded person. Chinese medicine is profound. How dare you defame Chinese medicine? I want to challenge you." Wang Shouwen struggled violently, but his strength was too small in front of the bodyguards, and he was still firmly held down. Sun Tao looked down in contempt. "You're not worthy." With that, he looked at Zhou Taishan and said, "Master Zhou, please also have someone push out Mr. Zhou. I'm going to treat him here, and even more so, I'm going to make this liar feel deaf a little bit." Zhou Taishan didn't refuse, quickly let the people to Zhou Qiankuan connected to the instrument launched. Zhou Qiankuan was in a coma, his plaster was missing, and he was covered in blood, which was creepy to look at, but no one dared to speak, holding their breath and waiting nervously. Sun Tao casually took out a needle of medicine from his pocket and smiled confidently. "Nya Dong, to be honest, you invited me to work for the company, a big profit. This needle of medicine was developed with my foreign tutor when I was studying for my doctorate. It has a miraculous effect on saving people with life-threatening illnesses. Just one needle down, even if it is a dead person, it can restore breathing, and then normal treatment can be carried out," he said, and with all eyes on him, he stabbed a needle in and injected the drug. Buzz. In less than 2 seconds, the data on the instrument really began to return to normal, foreshadowing the recovery of Zhou Qiankuan. "Starting to get better? That amazing? What kind of medicine is this?" The surrounding doctors were stunned. This is cured?" Nye Dahai was overjoyed. Being able to cure Duke Zhou was a plus in front of Zhou Taishan. Su Tianlong and Su Baoji had a moment of loss in their hearts and looked viciously at Wang Shouwen. "The quack, Dr. Sun is truly a miracle doctor. What kind of medicine is this?" Zhou Taishan was also shocked. For the first time in his life, he had encountered such a miraculous thing. It was called a miracle. Sun Tao proudly said, "The medicine, naturally, I can't tell you. It's confidential, but I can remind you of one thing. This medicine can only be developed in a foreign scientific research environment. In the country, no. Domestic is too trashy." The words just fell. Tick-tock, Zhou Qiankuan's mouth sprayed blood again. His whole body convulsed, and the instrument showed that his heartbeat gradually weakened and was about to stop. Chapter 73, Cooperation in the Production of Medicines. See this scene. Everyone was instantly confused. The doctors were scared and panicked. Lower blood pressure, decreased blood oxygen, the heartbeat is going to be gone. "Son," Zhou Taishan also slowed down and questioned, "Dr. Son, what the hell is going on? Why is my son like this? He was critically ill just now, but he was still able to hold on. But how was he about to die when he took a shot?" The smile on Sun Tao's face quickly disappeared as he said in shock, "This is impossible. This medicine was developed by me together with my foreign mentor. It is absolutely impossible for this to happen. Absolutely impossible." Nye Dahai's brain buzzed with fear and freaked out. "Dr. Son, this is not the time to talk about this. Save the people. Save Duke Zhou. He doesn't care how the medicine is. He only knows that Sun Tao was found by himself. And if something happens to Zhou Qiankuan in his hands, he will have to suffer with him." Sun Tao's body trembled, quickly took out another needle medicine from his pocket, aiming to be zapped by Zhou Qiankuan. Drug injections. Drop. The instrument made a piercing sound, and then it looked, showing in 3 straight lines, straight to death. "This is impossible." Sun Tao was also shocked and confused. It was impossible for a foreign tutor to make a mistake. How could he die? "I'll play your whole family." Zhou Taishan no longer had the image of a family head, cursing and roaring, "You stinking stupid dog, how dare you kill my son? I'll kill you by 1,000 cuts. All of you liars, by 1,000 cuts." Su Tianlong, Su Jewel, and Nye Dahai were immediately shivering with fear. The doctors were also white with fear. Sun Tao even went limp, collapsed to the ground, panicked. "Master Zhou, my medicine is absolutely fine. It was developed abroad. The reason for such a result is because of this group of quacks of theirs. Yes, it's them, the domestic medicines are fake. My medicine reacted with theirs and that's why I wasn't cured. It has nothing to do with me. It's moments like these to rush to pass the buck. Zhou Taishan looked at the doctor with a grimace. Then you will die first. The doctors were trembling with fear. Desperately, he said, Family Master Zhou, I have an old man and a young man. Spare my life. The drugs aren't fake. There's absolutely no way they're fake. It's his medication that's the problem. Master Zhou, my son has just turned 1 month old. He can't be without his mother. Please. Zhou Taishan didn't listen at all. His eyes were scarlet red as he said, You'll all have to bury my son with him. All of you. Men, take them upstairs and push them off the rooftop. The hospital outpatient department has 10 floors, and a fall is certain death. The bodyguard heard the order and came quickly. Wait, Wang Shaowen, who was held down on the ground, suddenly opened his mouth. He was not going to speak. What is the harm in dying? But he couldn't bear to see these doctors implicated. Seriously, your son isn't dead. He can still be saved. Let go of me. Swish. For a while, everyone looked at Wang Shaowen. What the hell is he talking about? People are dead. Do they go to Hades to ask for someone? Wang Shaowen, shut up. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Su Tianlong stormed out. He was supposed to be dying. He still dared to talk nonsense. He didn't want to die badly enough? Wang Shaowen immediately said, I'm not talking nonsense. I can save him. Really? Zhou Taishan asked with a black face. Wang Shaowen didn't respond, broke free from the restraints, got up and stood next to the hospital bed, took out a silver needle and stabbed Zhou Qianquan acupoints. In fact, Zhou Qianquan's current situation is exactly the same as Ouyang Qian, are losing too much blood, did not die well. There is still the last Yuanqi dropped. This Yuanqi disappears, is completely dead. He used silver needles to lock in the vital energy. Then from his pocket he took out 3. Dan. It was Zhao Pingan who refined it to save Ouyang Qian, and the remaining 4 were brought by him, ready to be brought back for collection, but now they had to be used. The 3 pills were delivered to Zhou Qianquan's mouth and melted in his mouth. Just 10 seconds or so. Buzz. The machine rattles. The image that was originally in a straight line unexpectedly began to recover its waveform. Not only that, it was visible to the naked eye that Zhou Qianquan's face color was rapidly regaining its redness, recovering its health at an incredible speed. This is absolutely impossible and simply defies medical common sense. What are those things? Chinese medicine pills? Can they cure people? How can a person be saved when they are clearly dead? Doctors are all like seeing a ghost. They have seen people die to be resuscitated back. But Zhou Qianquan's condition has no space for resuscitation. How to live? The 3 of them, Su Tianlong, looked dumbfounded. Even Zhou Taishan was shocked. He was just holding the attitude of a dead horse, but he actually saved it. Unbelievable. Sun Tao was also dumbfounded and said in horror, This is impossible. What are you using? Chinese doctors are all crooks. How can they cure diseases and save people? Wang Shaowen did not have the joy of curing the sick and saving people, and with a stern face, he lowered his head and said in a cold voice, I have said it long ago, you curmudgeon. How can you know the mysteries of Chinese medicine? The reason why domestic Chinese medicine has become what it is today is because you, a group of foreign admirers, promote Western medicine and exterminate Chinese medicine. You, the scum of the legacy. One could also say traitors. The words fell. Zhou Taishan immediately echoed. What Dr. Wang Shen said is extremely true. Chinese medicine is profound and has a long history. Naturally it makes sense. Come on people, take this traitor surnamed Sun to the rooftop and push him down. Just narrowly escaped your villainous compulsion to deal with divine Dr. Wang. You deserve to die. Pick him up on the rooftop and push him again. The bodyguard sniffed and quickly came and dragged Sun Tao towards the rooftop. Don't. I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Don't. Please. Divine Dr. Wang saved my life. Sun Tao hissed and begged. Wang Shaowen treated it as if he didn't hear it. If Sun Tao only believed in Western medicine there was no problem, but he also wanted to exterminate Chinese medicine, which was intolerable. When there was no sound in the hallway, Wang Shaowen said, since the people are already fine, I'll go back to rest. After saying that, he was ready to turn around and leave. Wait, Zhou Taishan revealed a smile. Divine Dr. Wang, please stay. May I ask if the medicine you fed Qianquan just now, what was it? This medicine is so amazing that it can actually bring dead people back to life. It wasn't just him who was curious. Everyone was wondering if having this medicine was the equivalent of an extra life. Wang Shaowen said with a stern face, medicine that replenishes qi and blood. The essence of medicine. Replenish your qi and blood? Su Tianlong 3 people sucked a mouthful of cool air. It is really similar to the gas. Replenish the gas and blood. It is saving lives. Zhou Taishan, however, brightened up. This time, when his son came to Tianhai to besiege Yaoqing, He was making a move to give medicine to the War Department, which, most of all, needed medicine that could quickly replenish qi and blood on the battlefield. The original cooperation with Nia Dahai to encircle Yi Yaoqing had more purpose, but if this medicine, even if the efficacy is reduced to 10% efficacy, as long as the mass production, not only to block Yi Yaoqing, the source of wealth will also come rolling. Smiling, he asked, Divine Dr. Wang, I wonder if you're interested in cooperating? Wang Xiaowen froze. What do you mean? Zhou Taishan looked serious. You come up with the prescription. I'll find someone to produce it. I'll be responsible for the sales, and I'll give you a share of the proceeds. I can guarantee that your earnings will be calculated in less than $1 billion and more than 10 billion. Chapter 74, A Chance Encounter at the Grocery Store. This medicine is so amazing that not only can it be supplied to the War Department, but it can also be marketed. And once it's marketed, it's equivalent to having a money printing machine. Cooperation? Wang Xiaowen froze, originally lazy to say more, but suddenly thought that Mr. Zhao is now in great need of money. Thought for a moment and said, to tell the truth, this prescription is not in my hands. If you want to cooperate, I can contact Zhao. All the people of the prescription. He almost said Zhao Pinggan's name, and the words came out before he remembered that Mr. Zhao had reminded him today that he didn't want to be known. Zhou Taishan was overjoyed at the words. He did not expect to be blessed by the disaster. As long as the Zhou family takes this prescription, it may not be impossible to go further, and the ranking among the 5 great families can be even more forward. Laughing, he said, then I'll be grateful to Divine Dr. Wang. And you can rest assured that you won't be forgotten after this is accomplished. Wang Xiaowen nodded and turned to leave, thinking that it was too late today and he would tell Zhao Pinggan tomorrow. Master Zhou, Thousand Red Pharmaceuticals has the ability to produce and is willing to serve Master Zhou. Nia Dahai hurriedly expressed his loyalty. The person he had called almost killed Zhou Qiankuan. It would be the end if he didn't speak up at this time. The Su family is also willing to serve the Zhou family, and from now on, will be at the head of family Master Zhou. Su Tianlong also hurriedly expressed his loyalty, taking advantage of the fact that he was in a good mood right now and could potentially strike up a relationship. Sure enough, Zhou Taishan was so refreshed that he didn't pay any more attention to the two of them, turned his head to look at his son on the hospital bed, his eyes steeply turned cold, and gritted his teeth. Zhao Pinggan, tomorrow, I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces with my own hands. Day 2, Zhao Pinggan woke up early, ready to personally cook for Yi Yaoqing to do breakfast, but walked into the kitchen helpless. There is no food in the house. Before Yi Yaoqing cooking or bought now, had to go to the market to buy food. I have to admit that the air in the cloud-top heavenly palace was very good, and it was true that the heavenly sea was a place where the rich and powerful gathered. Only, it was far from the mountain environment of the Nine Xian clan, so he was not surprised. Zhao Pinggan, he had just walked down the hill when there was a sudden sound in his ear. Zhao Pinggan turned his head to look, and it was actually Jewel Su, exercising in one of the villa courtyards. Laughing, he asked, is this your home? Jewel Su had long known that Yi Yaoqing lived in the Hentang Heavenly Palace, and had also heard that Zhao Pinggan lived inside, but it was still the first time they had met in the villa area. Discreetly, he said, of course it's my house. It's hard to believe it's still your house. Ha! Zhao Pinggan smiled and went straight to the courtyard. Jewel Su kept falling backward in fear, suddenly regretting calling out to him. This guy, he could smash someone's head with a single slap. Panicked, I told you to stay out of this. It's in my house. He saw that Zhao Pinggan didn't stop, hurriedly said, actually, I called you for your own good, to tell you a secret. The Zhou family master has already arrived in Tianhai, and also said that this morning to find you to settle the score. You have to be prepared. Saying all this was not at all for the good of Zhao Pinggan, it was just to let him wait for his death slowly. Master Chao? Garbage, Zhao Pinggan said indifferently. Don't be nervous, I'm just telling you that the way to exercise your body is wrong. I'll teach you how to do it. As he spoke, he brushed past Jewel Su and walked into the villa, which was lavishly decorated. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling was 3 meters long, and the total decoration cost was at least $7 million. What are you doing? Su Jigan walked in after him, regretting the more he thought about what he was being told to do. Watch, Zhao Pinggan casually said, and as he spoke, he leapt up high, grabbed the crystal chandelier, and yanked downward with all his might. Click! The crystal chandelier came off and fell to the floor, shattering. What are you doing? Su Jewel collapsed and yelled. This crystal chandelier was bought from abroad and cost a full $2 million. The most crucial thing was that this chandelier was a lone item. There was no second one. It is the most satisfying decoration of the whole villa. Surprisingly smashed. Zhao Pinggan casually picked up another solid wood dining chair and opened it left and right, breaking Lara. In just a minute, the villa turned into a mess. Surname Zhao. Stop. Jewel Su couldn't wait to give herself 2 slaps. Mouth. Why did she call out to stop him? couldn't help but fume. What are you pretending for? The Zhou family master will definitely cut you into 1,000 cuts and will definitely. Swish. He didn't wait to finish his sentence. Zhao Pingan turned his head violently. Su Jewel saw this look. Scared words hard swallowed back. The heart despised Zhao Pingan, but really afraid. This guy rotten life. Barefoot not afraid to wear shoes. Zhao Pingan laughed. I'm teaching you to exercise. Have you learned yet? Jewel Su was on the verge of exploding with anger, but could only nod. Learned. Zhao Pingan said. A child can be taught, so work out my way. I'm going to go grocery shopping now. If I see you slacking off when I come back, I won't spare you. Understand? Yesterday did not kill him. Has been merciful. The death penalty can be waived. The living crime is hard to escape, but there is no hurry. Slowly torture. Su Jewel angry whole body trembling more than. You damn which is to teach me to exercise. Clearly is to let me smash their own homa, but not daring to disobey. He nodded and said, got it, so good. Zhao Pingan smiled and turned to go out. Straight to the food market. Bought 2 bags of groceries because not only do I have to make breakfast myself, but I have to make lunch and dinner as well. While walking out the door, suddenly I noticed an old man with a stall on the road. The old man sat cross-legged, eyes slightly closed, in front of a red cloth full of all kinds of small objects. There are mahogany swords, ink pots, ancient books, vermilion sand, talisman paper and so on, are a kind of metaphysical things. Of course, what could attract Zhao Pingan was the fact that there was a lightning strike would placed on the red cloth. This was the most important thing to give Yi Yaoqing the chance to change her life against the odds. Only, this lightning struck wood has only been struck by lightning once. Zhao Pingan walked over and asked, Sir, do you have 3 times of thunderstruck wood in your hands? Anyone who runs a small business like this should have a door. The old man sniffed and opened his eyes. Yes, but the price is expensive. Starting at $10 million. Zhao Pingan bright eyes. If he said cheap still do not believe. After all, can survive a lightning strike and still unharmed wood. Has been rare. 2 times a phoenix feather, 3 times not 1 in a million. Laughing, he said, no problem. As long as the stuff is okay, you can't get away with less. The old man looked at Zhao Pingan. Then with a wave of his big hand, the red cloth suddenly folded and wrapped all the objects in it. He picked up the red cloth. Follow me. Zhao Pingan walked behind him. After walking across the food market for about 10 minutes, they walked into a hutong. And at the very front there was a black wooden door that looked extremely creepy, and the 2 of them walked in, and the door immediately closed. The old man stopped in the courtyard, turned his head violently, his expression suddenly turned ice cold, and said bluntly, Kid, the entire Jianghai province is my Lei Xiaotang's sphere of influence. You divination in feng shui to earn some small amount of money. Lei Xiaotang won't intervene, but you actually dared to set up a formation, crossing the line. Lei Xiaotang. Those who did not come into contact with metaphysics had never heard of this name at all, but the people in contact, hear the name will be scared of trembling. Control of the province's arts. All people come to Jianghai province should first worship the mountain. It is said that the province is 5 big families, but also the people of the Lei Xiaotang as a guest of honor, and the Lei Xiaotang's hallmaster Lei Wanting, even more known as one of the countries closest to the Fairy of the 8 People. Thunder Sky Hall? Zhao Pingan frowned, having never heard of it. So, your Thunder Sky Hall is so powerful. Do you have 3 lightning strikes on the wood or not? Chapter 75, A Pair of Hands. He didn't care what happened to the Thunder Sky Hall at all. He only wanted the lightning strike wood. Asshole. The old man was furious. The Thunder Sky Hall controls a province's arts. How can you describe it with vulgar words? The old man came here, originally intending to take into account that you are a first offender, and it is not easy for you to cultivate at such a young age. So I will be lenient with you, but if you dare to speak out of turn, I won't blame me for being merciless. Zhao Pingan shook his head and said helplessly, You've said so much, but you still haven't said if there are more than 3 times of lightning struck wood? Whether there is or not, don't waste your time. If not, there's still time to go back and cook for Yi Yaoqing. The old man became even more angry, and his eyes glazed over. Punishment to the end is still not self-aware. It seems that the old man, the only way to let you see the power of the Thunder Sky Hall. As he said that, he raised his hand and bit his finger, drawing a charm in his palm, and then recited, Thunderbolt, the wind comes, the 9 heavens are above, the clouds come, the wind and the rain come, the thunder comes, phew. The wind rose up flat in the courtyard and blew the dust around. A cloud drifted quickly and appeared directly above. In the clouds, there was a vague flash of electricity. He knew before he came that Zhao Pingan had real skills to be able to set up a formation in 140 plots, so he didn't intend to hide it, and showed off his mastery as soon as he came up to show him the gap. Zhao Pingan was slightly annoyed and lightly waved his hand. Get lost. Next, the wind dies down as if nothing had happened. The old man was full of shock. How is this possible? He himself had made it this far, but it was decades of work. How old was Zhao Pingan? How could he crack it? What's more, he was using his own essence blood as a guide to mobilize the forces of heaven and earth, so it could be said that he could only mobilize them, and they were, to a large extent, not under his control at all. How could Zhao Pingan crack it? And just a wave? The old man was even more appalled and asked cautiously, "Who do you learn from? You didn't come to Jianhai province to make money. You came to start a sect? Enlightenment is not prioritized, and the one who achieves it is the teacher." He was so capable that he didn't need to go out and make money at all. Just like the hall master, there would be a lot of big shots who would take the initiative to send offerings. It could also be said that he didn't lack money. Then coming to Tianhai City was quite understandable. Laying down the array was a display of strength. The next step was to open a sect and collect disciples widely. Zhao Pingan said with a black line on his head, "You're overthinking it. I won't rob your business. Now, I'll ask you one last time. Is there any lightning strike wood or not? Don't waste time." The shock in the old man's heart still hadn't dissipated. At such an age, he was even deeper than his own Tao, and looked heavily at Zhao Pingan. "Wait a moment. If you can't handle it, you have to report it." Walking inside the house, he quickly stated the situation once again. "Hall master, I still suspect that there is someone behind him, coming to Jianghai province. I'm afraid that he's not coming from a good place." On the other side of the phone was none other than Hall Master Lei Wanting, who could only report to the Hall Master because the matter was too big. Lei Wanting pondered for a moment. "In a while it will be the Xian Realm Assembly. If I'm not wrong, he's here because of the Xian Realm Assembly for the loose cultivators. This time we are the organizers. Many people want to see the jokes. It's better not to cause trouble before the assembly begins. Tell him that 3 times the thunderbolt wood will be delivered to him as soon as possible. Wait until we see the bottom of the deck at the convention." The old man sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He didn't expect Zhao Pingan's ambitions to actually be in the Xian Realm Assembly. Luckily, the hall master was wise enough to see through it at a glance and nodded his head. "Yes, come out to buy a dish." Also surprisingly found 3 times lightning strike wood. Zhao Pingan heart beautiful, although not yet in the hands, but if the old man dares to lie to himself, he will personally go to what Lei Xiao Hall to take. With the thunderclap wood, helping Yi Yaoqing to change her life against the odds was just a matter of the night pearl. Back to the villa area. When passing by Su Jule's villa, I didn't hear any sound inside. It seems that this villain should sneak away. Zhao Pingan didn't go in, and he will teach him a lesson when he sees it later. And it is imperative that he cooks, can walk up the hill. Back. There was a person standing in front of the door of the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace, no other than Jewel Su, who saw Zhao Pingan and quickly ran into the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. Zhao Pingan frowned. Why was he here? Carrying the dishes. He walked in. Walk in the door. It was discovered that not only Jewel Su was there, but Su Tianlong and Nietahai were also there, but they were standing. There was also a cold-faced middle-aged man sitting on the sofa. Zhou Taishan. Yi Yaoqing sat on the single sofa on one side. The atmosphere in the villa was oppressive. Seeing Zhao Pingan come in, Su Tianlong's trio all revealed contemptuous smiles. He was even more wild. Dare to flaunt his power in front of Zhou Taishan? Zhou Taishan could destroy him with a single little finger. Zhou Taishan's eyes were unblinking as he stared dead on. Ahem. Yi Yaoqing coughed twice, then said, "Pingan, this is Zhou Qianquan's father, the Zhou family master." She thought about preparing Zhao Pingan mentally. "I know," Zhao Pingan calmly said. "I met Jewel before I went grocery shopping, and Jewel told me that he was back, and told me to be prepared, and that it would be best to avoid him." "Jewel, I'm sorry, I thought you were joking with me. I didn't realize it was really coming." "Gah, hear that?" Yi Yaoqing was confused. Su Tianlong was confused. Jewel Su was also baffled. When he said to let him be careful, the purpose was to put pressure on him and let him wait for his death, because he couldn't run out of the Zhou family master's hands even if he ran again. But why did it come out of his mouth with the feeling of ventilating him? Zhou Taishan's face sank as he looked at Jewel Su. Boo! Jewel Su knelt down in fear and raised his finger. "Master Zhou, heaven and earth are kind. How could I possibly have tipped him off? It's all his word. You shouldn't believe it." Su Tianlong also quickly said, "Family Master Zhou, my son doesn't share the same fate as him. It's impossible to tell him. You mustn't listen to the slanderous words of the villain." As he said that, he looked at Zhao Pingan and said viciously, "Surname Zhao, don't sow discord. If the gem really told you, how could you possibly dare to come back?" Seeing the Zhou family master and not immediately kneeling down to apologize. "Are you looking for death?" At moments like this, the best thing to do is to change the subject. Zhao Pingan coldly smiled. "They are just some clowns. The hand is still carrying dishes, to be put in the kitchen." "Stop." Zhou Taishan suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes narrowing into slits. "I heard that you were arrogant before I came here, but I didn't expect that you were even more arrogant than I imagined. he pointed to the ground. Now, kneel and talk. Zhao Pinggan fixed his feet and prepared to give a throw out, but not before speaking. Uncle Chow. Yi Yaoqing suddenly opened her mouth, her face full of gravity, and said, I'm sure that before you came to Tianhai, you had already received a call from my father, who said that Zhao Pinggan could not be held accountable anymore. In order to keep Zhou safe, the time to make achievements was shortened to 1 month. Zhou Taishan coldly said, That's right, I did receive a phone call from Yi family master, but a mortal sin can be avoided, but a living sin cannot be escaped. Miss Yi, Qianquan had his limbs broken by him. Do you want me, as a father, to just watch and do nothing? Yi Yaoqing was also clear that the kid was beaten. The old man must be angry, but he definitely couldn't let him move Zhao Pinggan. Taking advantage of her silence, Zhou Taishan aggressively said, Miss Yi, if you can protect him for a moment, can you protect him for a lifetime? Today, I only need one of his hands. Chapter 76, Walking out the door. It was said very frivolously, as if it was a great favor to Zhao Pinggan. Su Tianlong instigated, Ms. Yi, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. You can think about it, if the Zhou family lord must take Zhao Pinggan's life, within Jianghai province, who can protect him? Can you? Using a pair of hands in exchange for the Zhou family master's demoralization. This is a good deal. Nia Dahai laughed coldly. Miss Yi, you have to think about Mr. Zhou's condition, but he almost died. The Zhou family lord is still willing to sit down and talk. He's giving you a chance. Yi Yaoqing listening to the tip of the nose emerging delicate beads of sweat. There is a saying called, Yama good coaxing little ghosts difficult to entangle. Zhou Taishan if really crazy. Zhao Pinggan absolutely no way of life. But to a pair of hands, Zhao Pinggan how to live in the future? Okay. Zhao Pinggan was exasperated and laughed, looking at them as if they were fish and meat on a plate to be slaughtered. He raised his hands and said, Come on, hands here, who's going to chop? Whoever dares to reach out will be grabbed and chopped off first. Ha! Zhou Taishan's eyes were filled with the contempt of looking at a small ant. You're wild and ignorant. I'll make you understand what it means to pay. Jewel Su, go chop off his hand. This kind of dirty work, as the head of the Zhou family, it was impossible to do it personally. Su Jewel sniffed and shivered in fear. He didn't dare to What if Zhao Pinggan slapped himself to death? Even if Zhou Taishan was present, what if Zhao Pinggan went crazy? The life is one's own. Not moving? Zhou Taishan frowned. Jewel Su's face was white with fear, and she had the feeling of being stared at by the Grim Reaper, dying before and after. I'll do it. Su Tianlong gritted his teeth, unable to let his son take the risk, and warned, Zhao Pinggan, with the Zhou family master here, I advise you not to play any tricks, or else, Miss Yi won't be able to protect you. When he finished speaking, he pulled out a knife as if by magic. Slowly walk over. Zhao Pinggan looked on with a light wind and a smile, just as Su Tianlong was about to approach. Stop! Yi Yaoqing suddenly opened her mouth. No matter what, she couldn't let Zhao Pinggan get hurt, because, if it wasn't for herself, he wouldn't have today. Throwing his weight around, he said, Uncle Zhou, if you want to touch him, unless you walk over my corpse, as long as I still have a breath in me, no one can touch a hair on his head. Even if I don't have the means to take revenge today, I'll still give everything I have to retaliate in the future and say yes. This statement was made. Zhao Pinggan's heart was intensely moved. Su Tianlong froze and didn't dare to make a move. Ms. Yes, revenge couldn't be afforded. Zhou Taishan's face turned even uglier as he narrowed his eyes. Miss Yi, are you scaring me? You should know that in a month's time, you will be returning to the imperial capital, and at that time, when will you know when I will do away with him without God knowing? Yi Yaoqing frowned at once. In fact, there were some things she didn't tell Zhao Pinggan, although yesterday, when she treated Ouyang Qian, Ouyang Hai agreed to give $5 billion in diagnosis, plus the profit from the 140 land parcels, which looked to reach the level of the richest man in Tianhai. However, the account is not calculated in this way. Healing the sick and saving people, no matter how much is earned, is Zhao Pinggan's personal ability. The Yi family will not recognize. The Yi family's so-called reach the richest, is to use the means of production to make money, that is, to invest and have industry, so the money doesn't count. The reason why she didn't tell Zhao Pinggan was that she didn't want to disturb the mood and just wanted to finish the month happily. Zhao Pinggan could see that Yi Yaoqing was worried and casually laughed. Yaoqing, you don't have to care, let them chop it up. If they can really chop it down, what's the harm in giving them a pair of hands? Finished with a wink. Suggest that you can fix it. Yi Yaoqing saw the eyes and shook her head helplessly. Don't you care? I'll solve it. She knew what Zhao Pinggan meant. He was very capable of fighting. These people couldn't move him, but there were people outside the mountain. Zhou Taishan would definitely be able to kill him if he hired an expert. Fighting is not the answer. Looking at Zhou Taishan again, he said more seriously. Uncle Zhou, no matter when I can know, but the day I know, that is the day you and I break. I will more than likely pour out everything I have to get back at you. Swish, Su Tianlong and the three of them froze. Yi Yaoqing had such deep feelings for Zhao Pingan? What exactly did this little yakuza have the ability to do? Zhou Taishan's eyebrows also wrinkled up. Yi Yaoqing could say this sentence, which made him surprised as well. However, there were other options prepared. Heavy said, Miss Yi is really sentimental. Since this is the case, how can I not give Miss Yi face at all? Nye Dahai, the contract. Nye Dahai sniffed in quickly and obediently handed over the contract. Zhou Taishan said, Miss Yi, as long as you get the drug supply contract, you don't need to go back to the union. How about this contract is given to you in exchange for a pair of his hands, so that you can be with him later, too? Ha! Yi Yaoqing froze when she saw this contract. With this contract, she would be able to reach the level of the richest man, and no one in the family could say anything to complain. No need to join the marriage again. Zhou Qianquan's purpose of coming to Tianhai was to stop himself from getting the contract. At this time, Zhou Taishan even took it out for nothing? It's unbelievable. A father's love is like a mountain. Ms. Yi, Family Master Zhou can give up billions of dollars in profits with just a pair of hands. So what else do you have to hesitate about? Su Tianlong incited. Miss Yi, using one of his hands for your lifelong happiness and making money. Speaking of which, it's the Zhou family master who suffered a big loss. Nye Dahai also followed the incitement. Jewel Su immediately glared. Surname Zhao, if I were you, I would immediately take the initiative to chop off my hands to fulfill Miss Yi. You're actually still standing. Do you have Miss Yi in your heart or not? Zhao Pingan lazily ignored him, and seeing Yi Yaoqing biting her lip and kept looking at the contract as if she wanted it very much, she opened her mouth and said, Yaoqing, if you want the contract, just keep it and leave the rest to me. I don't want it. Yi Yaoqing took off and pushed the contract back. She figured out that she would rather be in pain for the rest of her life than let Zhao Pingan be disabled. Heavy said, good intentions are appreciated. The contract do not want peace, must be safe. Su Tianlong and the three of them were dumbfounded. But they still disagreed? The corner of Zhou Taishan's mouth trembled. According to his expectation, taking out the contract, Yi Yaoqing would definitely agree, but she unexpectedly refused. Clenching his hands into fists, he threatened, Miss Yi, don't bully people too much. My son's limbs were broken by him. This revenge must be avenged. I'll make one last condition. If you don't agree again, I'll go against Master Ye's wishes and lead the entire Zhou family in retaliation. I'd like to see if you can stop it. I want 3 of his fingers. Boom! At these words, the temperature in the villa dropped dramatically, making it very uncomfortable. Su Tianlong's trio felt as if they were about to chop off their own fingers. Yi Yaoqing also apprehensive. If Zhou Taishan really fish deaf, the family may not help themselves, and at that time Zhao Pingan must not live. Now, the need to judge is Zhou Taishan has no courage to lift the table. But, Zhou Qianquan had his limbs broken. How could Zhou Taishan not? She was sweating like a pig. Just then, 3 fingers, huh? Okay, I'll give it to you. Zhao Pingan suddenly opened his mouth. It was too much of a waste of time for them to talk. They would all have to make the noon meal later. But not here. Not letting Yaoqing see blood. Go to the Su family to chop. After saying that, he took the lead and left. Pingan. Yi Yaoqing got up violently, tears welling up in her eyes because she really couldn't keep Zhao Pingan. Zhao Pingan turned his head and smiled faintly as he quickly walked away. A shadowy light flashed in the eyes of Zhou Taishan's few people and they also walked out the door. Chapter 77, Signing the Contract. Soon, a few people came to the Su family at the bottom of the hill. The Su family hadn't had time to clean up the mess. Zhao Pingan stood in the ruins and said indifferently, do it, who's going to chop? Hurry up, don't delay. Still crazy at the end of your life. Jewel Su gritted her teeth. Don't forget, right now, Ms. Yi isn't present, and even if she is, she can't protect you. Su Tianlong said angrily, villainous man. If it wasn't for the might of Miss Yi, how could you have lived until today? I would have cut you into 1,000 pieces long ago. Nye Dahai was even more frantic. His son's murder had yet to be avenged, and angrily said, Surname Zhao, if you immediately kneel down and beg for the Zhou family master now, you might still have a ray of hope for survival. Otherwise, you will be cut into pieces and thrown into the sea to feed the Wangbangs. Zhao Pingan listened with a black line on his head. Why so many words? Don't bother answering. Straight towards them. Wow. When Su Tianlong's trio saw Zhao Pingan approaching, they were filled with nervousness and quickly stepped back. Zhou Taishan looked around and said with a black face, what are you guys afraid of? With me present, how dare you be scared away by him? Come back to me. Each of you chop off one of his fingers. To him, this was clearly a lack of confidence in himself, and even more insulting, but he had just finished. Snap. Zhao Pingan slapped him across the face and asked indifferently, "Do you still want to chop off my hand?" Gah! Zhou Taishan was dumbfounded. His eyes were glaring so much that they were about to fall out of their sockets. As the Zhou family head, the third-ranked family head of the 5 great families, the topmost figure in Jianghai province, he actually dared to hit someone with his hands? Stunned, he said, "How dare you hit me?" Snap! Zhao Pingan slapped again. "Are you sick in the head? Already hit your face and still asking?" Zhao Pingan didn't kill people easily, and he wouldn't hurt them too badly, which would hurt his own blessings. Zhou Taishan burst into a rage and roared with murderous anger. "You!" Snap! Zhao Pingan slapped again. Annoyed, "What are you shouting for? Keep your voice down. I'll just ask you one thing. Will you still look for Yao Qing to complain in the future?" Taishan Zhou, a buzzing in his head, like he was dreaming. He had been beaten? For the first time in his life, he was beaten. Zhao Pingan raised his hand and cupped his face, shaking it. "Remember, don't bother Yao Qing in the future, or else I don't mind making you just like your son." After saying that, he walked towards Jewel Su and slapped her across the face. Jewel Su wanted to cry and said aggressively, "What are you hitting me for? I told you to exercise." "Did you exercise?" Zhao Pingan said. Jewel Su lowered her head, not daring to speak. Zhao Pingan looked at them and laughed coldly. "A bunch of little trash. If you dare to trouble me again, I'll make your lives worse than death." He really did not put these people in his eyes. Sun Liankuei's ranking is still 1 place higher than Zhou Taishan. When in prison are at the bottom of the list, like arms sellers, regional warlords, financial giants, outside the power of the world. Inside can only be counted as the middle layer. At the top are the heads of the world's various occult organizations. Even so, when Zhao Pingan ate, they could only face the wall. In comparison, Zhou Taishan could not even be considered an ant, only dust. When Zhao Pingan left, Zhou Taishan's mouth let out a wild scream. His face was hideous. He was actually beaten. He himself couldn't believe it, like he was dreaming. Su Tianlong's trio shivered in fear and hurriedly went forward to persuade them. "Master Zhou, don't take it personally. Zhao Pingan is just barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. Yes, it's important to take care of your body. Get angry with a villain like him and you're trapped." Zhou Taishan turned his head violently. Snap! Smoking 3 people consecutively and taking their anger out on them. The 3 didn't dare to say anything. Zhou Taishan no longer made a move, but his whole body was still trembling with anger. And he said hideously, "I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him." With that, he turned around and said, "Immediately contact Divine Dr. Wang and ask him how the prescription is going. We need to produce it immediately. Hurry up." The trio got busy quickly. In fact, Zhou Taishan was not that kind to give the contract to Yi Yaoqing at all. Giving the contract was a game to let Yi Yaoqing invest in the production of the drug. And when the drug was finished, and she was looking for Gu Qingming to deliver the drug, he himself would kill halfway and take out Divine Dr. Wang's medicine. I believe that Gu Qingming will definitely adopt Divine Dr. Wang after seeing the healing effects. In this way, Yi Yaoqing lost her wife and her army. Originally thought of exchanging the contract for a pair of hands from Zhao Pingan, but didn't expect to get a slap in return. "I will let you die a horrible death." When Zhao Pingan returned to the villa, Yi Yaoqing was secretly wiping her tears. When she saw Zhao Pingan, she quickly got up and looked at her finger, and found that surprisingly, there was nothing wrong with it. Stunned, "He didn't touch you?" Zhao Pingan laughed. "I told them that I had to save my hands for cooking for you, and they were very touched after hearing that, praising me for being a good man while sending me off cheerfully." Yi Yaoqing froze as she listened and blushed slightly, then cautiously said, "You won't make a move, right? You moved Uncle Zhou?" Moving Zhou Qianquan is not a small matter. He does not only represent one person, but also represents the power of the entire Zhou family, and there is a line of Yi family behind him. It's a one-shot deal. Zhao Pingan looked at her nervousness and laughed. "Don't worry, it didn't cause any harm. Leave the rest to me to smooth out. I'm very good." Yi Yaoqing stunned open mouth, still really moved, but things have happened. This time to say anything is too late. After thinking about it, he quickly sat back on the sofa and looked at the contract on the coffee table, reading it a few times and realizing that it was all normal. The only thing was that he needed to come up with a few $100 million in funds first. How could Taishan Zhou give this contract for nothing? There's no need to go back with this contract. Can't figure it out. Zhao Pingan saw her frown and casually said, "When Oyanghai sends the money in a few days, you'll be rich enough for the richest rank. There's no need to do business. I'll just support you." Yi Yaoqing smiled. Before not telling Zhao Pingan diagnosis fee is useless, because there is no solution. But now with this contract, so to speak, she explains it briefly. Casually, he said bitterly, "If I sign this contract and sell the medicine to Uncle Gu, I can stay in Tianhai all the time and protect you as well. But I vaguely feel that this matter is not that simple. But there are no loopholes in the contract. she showed another hint of bitterness. It was too hard to sign or not to sign. Just then, Zhao Pinggan's phone rang. It was Wang Shouwen. Zhao Pinggan picked up the phone and thought that he had encountered a tricky disease, but he didn't expect to talk about what happened last night. Zhao Pinggan looked at the contract again and immediately understood what was going on. So Zhou Taishan was laying a trap. Back at them, tell them they can work together and I'll get another batch of samples. Hang up. Looking toward Yi Yaoqing, he smiled. Sign it, no problem. Yi Yaoqing was a bit confused. You agreed to sign? I always feel that something is not right here. Zhao Pinggan firmly said. Trust me. Dare to lay a trap and see who dies in the end? Yi Yaoqing thought about it and quickly signed. After signing, Yi Yaoqing contacted Gu Qingming at the first time. Uncle Gu, I've got the agent right of the medicine. When do you think you have time? Let's sign the contract? Gu Qingming was surprised. Got it? Didn't Thousand Red Pharmaceuticals cooperate with the Zhou family? He has some concern about this matter as well. Yi Yaoqing laughed. I got it again. Gu Qingming didn't ask any more questions. Tell you what, I'll go there tonight and sign the contract. Chapter 78. A lot of things can't be made too obvious. Although Gu Qingming would give the contract to Yi Yaoqing, he needed to be accompanied by other people, or else it would be gossiped about when word got out. Also right after the two hung up, the Jianhai Ministry of War issued a document to select a drug supplier in Tianhai City tonight. For a while, Tianhai was abuzz. Zhao Pinggan had thought of cooking a meal for Yi Yaoqing with his own hands, but when he walked to the kitchen, he realized that Yi Yaoqing had finished at some point and the two of them had eaten. Yi Yaoqing went to Thousand Red Pharmaceutical to get samples. Zhao Pinggan didn't accompany her because he had to go find Wang Shouwen. Near noon, the pill pot opened, and inside were dozens of orange-yellow bean grain-sized pills. Due to the efficacy of the medicine than to Ouyang Qian cure a lot smaller, only 1/10 only, so a pot out of a lot. But this is also to be more than a dozen times higher than the market to replenish blood and qi medicines. A miracle. Simply a miracle. Wang Shouwen had already seen it for the second time, but he still exclaimed repeatedly, excited like a 70-year-old child. Boo! He bent his knees and knelt on the ground, saying reverently, Mr. Zhao's medical skills are unparalleled. He should be my teacher. Zhao Pinggan had a black line on his head. He already didn't know how many times he had said it, and was too lazy to bother. Grab the medicine and send it over to Zhou Taishan, so that he doesn't get anxious. Zhou Taishan is still thinking of setting up Yi Yaoqing. How can he do it without giving him the tools? Wang Shouwen flashed a loss in his eyes. In fact, last night also secretly practiced a few pots, and every time he failed. Slowly getting up. Alright, don't worry Mr. Zhao. I'll send it over to him right now. The words just fell. Senior brother is here to see you. A loud voice rang out in the medical center. Zhao Pinggan and Wang Shouwen were in the backyard and could also hear the voice, so it wasn't too loud. Zhao Pinggan didn't take it seriously. Wang Shouwen, however, looked violently at the medical center, his expression stunned in disbelief. The voice added, It's been decades since we've seen each other as senior brothers. I'm paying a visit. Senior brother, aren't you going to see me? Wang Shouwen's face became even more ugly. His hands clenched into fists and his whole body trembled. Zhao Pinggan was a bit surprised. Why did he look so angry? Surprised, he asked. Enemies? Wang Shouwen gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Zhao doesn't know. He is a complete and utter. It turned out that the man outside the door was called Zhao Dekai, his senior. Back then, the master promised his daughter Yin Yan to Wang Shouwen, and on the night of the cave, Zhao Dekai got Wang Shouwen drunk and in front of him. Yun Yan committed suicide in shame. The master was pissed off alive. Zhao Dekai is nowhere to be found. Zhao Dekai's voice came out again from the medical center. Senior brother, you should have been looking for me for decades. If it wasn't for this bidding for the War Ministry's medication, I came to Tianhai and we might not be able to meet for the rest of our lives. Since I'm here, why don't you dare to show up and be a shrinking violet? That's right, you've always been a kingpin. Ha ha ha, asshole. Wang Shuyi finally couldn't help himself and ran towards the medical center in a murderous rage. Zhao Pinggan frowned and walked over as well. When he walked to the medical center, he saw an old man in a black cloth robe standing inside the medical center, aged around 60 years old, standing with his back hand and his eyes wide open. The patients and fellows were talking around, but Zhao Dekai didn't care at all. Wang Shouwen was furious and said, You murderer, deceiving your master and destroying his ancestors, how dare you appear in front of me? Today, I'm going to clean up for my master. After he finished speaking, he didn't care about his image and rushed straight to Zhao Dekai. The hatred of killing his father and taking his wife. There is no room for moderation. Either you die or I die. However, Wang Shouwen had no fighting experience at all. Just rushed to the side. Chaudhary dodges to the side while keeping his feet outstretched. Boo! Wang Shouwen immediately tripped and fell to the ground. Zhao Dekai shook his head and sneered. After so many years, You're still so weak and deceitful. Senior brother. I don't know if you're married now. If so, I think I can still. No, your wife is too old. Better ask if there are any daughters. Ha ha ha. Wang Shaowen fought to climb up and roared in his eyes. Shut up. I want to kill you, a shameless man. Boo. Before he could get up, Zhao Dekai kicked him down again. Until then, the patients and doctors in the medical center finally slowed down and were excited. Divine Dr. Wang. Master, how dare you make a move against my master? I'll kill you. Just as they were about to make their move. 8 bodyguards walked in outside the door and quickly blocked in front of Zhao Dekai, and kicked the doctor who rushed at the front of the room. The bodyguard in the lead said indifferently, Dr. Zhao is the medical advisor of Tongda Pharmaceuticals. Whoever dares to touch him, Tongda Pharmaceuticals will surely not rest in peace. This statement was made. The doctors and patients all sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly backed away, looking on in horror. Tongda Pharmaceuticals, no one knows, is the Huangfeng City Enterprises, although not a province, but with the Tianhai City neighboring, the scale than the local Thousand Red Pharmaceuticals is much larger. This kind of power is not a small citizen can resist. Zhao Dekai waved his hand proudly. Don't scare them. What if you scare people? Be low key. The head bodyguard bowed his head and said, yes. Zhao Dekai walked to Wang Shudi's side again, stepped on Wang Shaowen with one foot, lowered his head and teased, waste, so many years past is still waste. Senior brother. In fact, so many years over, I have always wanted to say, sorry to you. No need. Wang Shaowen struggled violently, but couldn't break free no matter what. Zhao Dekai played with the flavor. You need to, because I regret that I shouldn't have kept Yunyan awake in the first place so she wouldn't kill herself if she thought it was you. And then I could have stayed with her until today. And by the way, have him give me a child for you to raise. She died too soon. Ha ha ha. You, put. Wang Shaowen was so angry that a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. A strange shame. Simply a strange shame. At this moment he hated himself for not being able to do it. If he could resist, he must kill him with his own hands. Ha ha ha. Zhao Dekai watched him spit out blood and laughed out in arrogance again. The surrounding patients and doctors were outraged but not daring to speak out. At this point, Zhao Pingan said indifferently, let go of Divine Dr. Wang and leave another leg behind, and I'll spare your life. Wang Shuyi has knelt so many times, he should help once. Zhao Dekai slowly turned his head to look at Zhao Pingan, seeing that he was very young. He thought that he was Wang Shaowen's disciple, and looked at him with contempt as if he was looking at a mole cricket. Seeing me stomp on your master is heartbreaking? How about this? If you kneel down and beg me, if you kowtow your head loudly enough, you might be able to let him go. Zhao Pingan's face sank as he prepared to strike. Mr. Shou, Wang Shaowen suddenly spoke. I'll handle my own affairs. Zhao Dekai, I'm going to fight you for medical treatment. The loser stays alive. Dare you? Zhao Pingan stopped in his tracks. Fighting doctors? This old man still had some backbone. Zhao Dekai's eyes flooded with a wry smile. In fact, he has long known that Wang Shaowen opened a medical clinic here. Has not been here only, this time to come. Really want to bid for the War Department medication contract. What's more, he deliberately came to Wang Shaowen, just to fight with him for medical treatment, to step on him to get to the top and increase the odds for tonight's bid. Playing with the flavor. Okay, I promise you. Then Plum Blossom 9 needles. Wang Shaowen said. Good. Chapter 79, he's the one who lost. Doctors. It is a common problem-solving method in the medical profession, where two people solve a condition at the same time, and whoever solves it faster and more thoroughly wins. And the 9 needles of the plum blossom, which are handed down from master to master. A total of 9 needles need to be produced, but the strength, depth, and order of each needle is different and varied, with different effects. Soon, 2 patients with gastric problems were singled out from the patients. Zhao Dekai carried one hand to play with the flavor. Since ancient times, there is the tradition of Kong Ron letting the pair. Senior brother, you are big. Let you choose first. Ha! Wang Shaowen still had blood at the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth. No need. You're small. You choose first. Lest I say you're unfair and not honoring the bet if I win. Zhao Dekai narrowed his eyes and said with a slightly deeper meaning. Elder brother, you still don't understand what I mean. Let you choose first. Then I'll grab yours. After all, I have experience. You old bastard. Ha ha ha. You. Wang Shaowen held his face red and nearly had a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Zhao Pingan shook his head. Chinese medicine looks and smells all depends on the person. The most taboo state of mind is unstable. Zhao Dekai from the door to start provoking, obviously to destroy Wang Shaowen's state of mind. Slowly, he said, Divine Dr. Wang, pay attention to calmness. Swish. Zhao Dekai fiercely looked at Zhao Pingan. Yes, saying all this was to stimulate Wang Shaowen and increase the chances of winning. Surprisingly, this kid recognized it, and said grimly, Yellow mouth. When I'm done with him, then I'll deal with you. With that, he yanked up a patient. You, lie down. The patient is reluctant to lie in bed. Wang Shaowen looked at Zhao Pingon and nodded slightly, then took a deep breath and looked at the other patient. Please lie down. I'll treat you, the patient excitedly said. It's my honor to be treated by Divine Dr. Wang himself. Go Divine Dr. Wang. Go Divine Dr. Wang. Go Master. Master will win. The surrounding patients and doctors also cheered Wang Shaowen. The patient lies well. Both men also picked up their silver needles at the same time. Zhao Dekai played with the flavor. Senior brother, is the first needle under Guan Yuan point good? Wang Shaowen no longer replied and concentrated fully on applying the needle. But the first needle did pierce the Guan Yuan point. Zhao Dekai smiled slightly at the sight and also stabbed into the Guan Yuan point. Then flirted. The second needle was into the Baihui point. Wang Shaowen jabs at the Baihui point. Zhao Dekai followed suit and laughed. Third needle into the Shun-Kei point? That's all. Zhao Dekai would say one sentence before each stabbing into the acupuncture point. Soon, the two of them finished applying the 9 needles. The acupuncture points and the order were exactly the same. The only difference was only the strength. 10 minutes later, Zhao Dekai put his hands behind his back and laughed. How about drinking chili water? Wang Shaowen frowned. They have had stomach problems for a long time, and a single acupuncture session will indeed make a great improvement. But they can't be subjected to strong stimulation. They can't drink chili water, and they can just be judged with some mild alternating hot and cold. Normal people can't stand drinking chili water, let alone people with stomach problems. Drink cold water and then hot water. Repeat several times, and then according to the pulse you can judge the winner. A healer's heart. What is your intention to make someone with a stomach problem drink chili water? Just like that you still dare to fight with Divine Dr. Wang. The realm difference is too much. You will lose. The people around them couldn't help but talk again. Ha ha, Zhao Dekai didn't care at all. Instead he laughed out and said arrogantly, Senior brother, have you forgotten? The more you don't allow things to be done, the more I'll do them. Today, you're bound to lose. Somebody, give him chili water. Hearing his order, the bodyguards immediately came up with chili water, holding down the patient on the bed and pouring it into his mouth. And no matter how much the patient struggled, he still poured half of it in. You, how do you deserve to be a healer? A pig and a dog are worse than a dog. Wang Shaowen's whole body trembled with anger, wanting to block but not having the strength to do so. Zhao Dekai picked up the remaining half bowl of chili water and handed it to him. To be fair, dunk it. Wang Shaowen had a hard time with his face. Instead, the patient said, Dr. Wang, I trust you, I'll drink. After saying that, he took the initiative to grab the chili water and drink it, but he just drank half of it. His stomach spasmed from the spice and his face twisted in pain. He couldn't help but scream out. Wang Shaowen immediately said, Bring vinegar, quick. The vinegar will relieve the spice, which will ease some of it and reduce the pain. Stop. Zhao Dekai spoke in a cold voice, contemptuously saying, You don't need to care about him. It's better to care about yourself. Old bastard. You've lost. From now on, your life is mine. This statement was made. Everyone looked at Zhao Dekai at the same time, then subconsciously looked at the patient next to him. Both were shocked and jaw-dropped, because the patient is sitting on the bed wiping his mouth, looking only angry, not in pain. It's surprising he's not spiced up. The patient was also confused when he saw everyone looking at him, and was shocked. I don't seem to have felt any spiciness indeed. I just feel warmth in my stomach. Am I cured of my stomach problem? No way. Wang Shaowen blurted out. Stunned. Stomach disease is an intractable disease that needs to be nourished. It's impossible to get well so fast. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Dekai sneered. Don't make excuses if you're not as skilled as others. Old bastard. You lost. You life. I don't bother to take it. How about this? You just go to the road in front of the entrance, kowtow to me on your knees 3 times, and say again, I'm an old wanker. Ha ha ha. It's too cheap to let him die. Make him live in the shadows for the rest of his life. Short is life. Long is the grind. This is absolutely impossible. Wang Shaowen still do not believe. Quickly go over to the pulse. But after the pulse, eyes whiter and whiter, in an instant, as if a dozen years old, lost their souls backward. Because, the pulse is smooth. The stomach disease is really good. The moment, the surrounding patients and doctors were shocked, and it looked like Wang Shaowen had indeed lost. Never would I have thought that Tian Hai Divine Dr. Wang Shaowen would lose. Snap. Wang Shaowen tears flowed out. These decades, all the time thinking about revenge, did not expect. One day the enemy stood in front of, but did not have the ability to take revenge, but also back to be humiliated. Decades of heartache came flooding back in an instant. Zhao Dekai snorted. I remember you crying when you saw Yun Yan and I back then. Your tears are really worthless, but I won't sympathize with you if you cry yourself to death. So go and kneel and kowtow to me. Of course, if you don't want to kneel, I have a million ways to make you kneel. After saying that, smiling triumphantly, as long as he knelt down, not only was he a divine doctor who had defeated Tian Hai divine doctor and gained fame, then tonight's bidding for Tongda Pharmaceuticals had a greater chance of success, and it could crush him for the rest of his life. Okay, willing to bet. Wang Shaowen lost his mind and headed out the door. Divine Dr. Wang, I'll kneel for you. I'll kneel for you too. I'll fill in too. The surrounding patients and doctors knelt down at the same time, and although they couldn't change the fact that they lost, they could help Wang Shaowen bear it. All of a sudden, they fell to their knees. Useless, Zhao Dekai said heavily. It's useless for you to kneel to death. What I want is him, old bastard. Go kneel down. Hurry. The last word was near shouted. Thank you all for your kindness. All get up. I kneel. Wang Shaowen sounded like an old man who had run out of oil, and his tears flowed more and more as he walked toward the door. I see. At this point, Zhao Pingan suddenly realized that he had just wondered why the effects of the same needles could be so much different before he figured it out and said in a loud voice, Divine Dr. Wang, you don't have to kneel. And you didn't lose. He's the one who lost. Chapter 80, 3 Obeisances from My Disciple. This statement was made. Everyone looked at Zhao Pingan at the same time. Wang Shaowen also fixed his feet and looked over in surprise. Zhao Dekai was enjoying his success and preparing to watch Wang Shaowen kneeling outside the door and shouting at the Wangbang. When he heard these words, he looked violently at Zhao Pingan, a shade flashing in his eyes. Ice coldly said, Yellow-mouthed child, are you blind? It's obvious who won and who lost, but you still want to argue? The patient and also the doctor were surprised. The condition of the two patients was in everyone's eyes, and as much as they hated to admit it, Divine Dr. Wang had indeed lost. Wang Shaowen let out a bitter smile. Mr. Zhao, I appreciate your good intentions, but it is indeed an indisputable fact that the old man was not able to compete and lost to him. Can understand Zhao Pingan for their own good, do not want to let themselves kneel, but personally took the pulse. The patient's stomach disease is indeed cured. Zhao Pingan shook his head. There are times when the eyes can lie, and so can the pulse. Everything you see and touch is fake. Do you guys ever wonder why he talks before every shot? It looks like it's disturbing Divine Dr. Wang's state of mind, but in actuality it has other intentions. He practices martial arts on the side and has practiced internal chi, but only a little bit. Just now he spoke essentially to luck and then used the needle to ferry chi to the patient to protect the stomach and create the illusion of the stomach being healed, but the chi will soon dissipate, and then instead of getting better, the patient will get worse. That's what he just figured out. The only difference between the two just now was talking, crossing needles with chi. The more Zhao Dekai listened, the more shocked he became, and his eyes were filled with a shocking light, because Zhao Pingan had persuaded him to be right. After leaving his master's school back then, he was worried about being retaliated by Wang Shaowen, so he practiced martial arts to protect himself, and only recently he practiced internal chi, and the internal chi in his body was not enough to temporarily protect the patient's stomach, which is why he needed to speak and inhale. How did he see it? A bunch of nonsense. Zhao De only slowed down. At a time like this he absolutely could not admit it, and said angrily, the curmudgeonly generation. How dare you talk nonsense, stir up trouble, and make up nonsensical reasons to turn black and white upside down. In that case, you go and kneel and kowtow as well, or else I will take Wang Shaowen's life. The people around him also thought it was impossible. He was talking too metaphysically, as if it was a story. Wang Shaowen frowned and chimed in. I have indeed heard of using chi to cross needles, but this divine technique has been lost for nearly 100 years, and my master has never taught us, so there's no way he could know it? It wasn't that he didn't trust Zhao Pingan, but he didn't trust Zhao Dekai. Of course there's no way I will, because I won you based on my medical skills alone, Zhao Dekai immediately said, narrowing his eyes and staring at Zhao Pingan with a threatening undertone. I'm going to give you one last chance, go and kowtow to me on your knees. Immediately, he clenched his hands slightly into fists. Having the urge to destroy Zhao Pingan, he had such insight at such a young age. He absolutely could not be allowed to grow. Stupid dog, Zhao Pingan sneered. Whether it's medical skill or cheating, it's easy to verify. Just wait for another 5 minutes. And if I'm not mistaken, the reason why you're in a hurry to make Divine Dr. Wang kneel is because you're worried that your breath will dissipate, exposing the fact that you're medically despicable. You seek death. A flash of panic flashed in Zhao Dekai's eyes, and he was right again, because the chi that was being ferried to the patient would soon end. As he spoke, he violently raised his fist in preparation to strike Zhao Pingan, but just then, aha! The patient suddenly screamed, tumbled down from the hospital bed, and his mouth kept spraying chili water, and in the chili water, there was bright red blood. Apparently, the stomach was burned through. He's really sick, exactly as he said, and blood, worse than before. You quack, you're hurting people. Everyone started to crack up. Wang Shouwen also saw the signs and was furious. Zhao Dekai, after so many years, you are still so despicable. How could there be people like you in the world? Wanted to rush over and fight for his life, but he was still the first to rush to the patient to cure him. Zhao Pingan said expressionlessly, it seems like you're even more of a waste than I expected. Only holding on for one more minute. Now it's clear who's winning and who's losing. Leave your life behind. There's arsenic on the medicine shelf. Drink it yourself. One had to admit that Zhao Dekai's plan was so good that even Zhao Pingan thought about it for a while before figuring it out. Drink your own arsenic. Hurry up and die. You old undead thing. How dare you harm people? Die. Everyone became more agitated and pointed at his nose and roared. Zhao Dekai's eyes were wide with anger. Shut up. How dare a bunch of little farts accuse this divine doctor? Are you looking for death? The crowd was scared and shut up quickly. He was the medical advisor of Tongda Pharmaceuticals. Ordinary people couldn't fight. Zhao Dekai's eyes stared dead at Zhao Pingan as he said grimly, I clearly had a good plan, but you Yakuza messed it up. If it weren't for the fact that I have to go to the war ministry tonight to bid on medicinal herbs and don't want to cause trouble, I would immediately make your life worse than death. But don't be in a hurry. When I win the bid, I will come to take your dog's life immediately. Humph. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. There was no need to stay when the plan failed. Stop. Zhao Pingan rippled. You haven't fulfilled the bet yet, and I'm allowing you to leave? Swish. Zhao Dekai turned his head violently and said grumpily, there's no need to endure anymore. Seek death. Rapidly coming at Zhao Pingan, his large palm slapped down in the air, bringing with it the sound of the biting wind. This slap on a person's head could shatter it alive. Even if the people around them didn't know martial arts, they could see that it was unusual. Sure, scum. Zhao Pingan's face was expressionless as he quickly struck out, striking first afterward and firmly holding Zhao Dekai's wrist. Zhao Dekai's heart was shocked. He was an expert? Quickly to draw back his hand, but found that no matter how hard he exerted, he could not shake half a point. His heart was horrified, and his eyes were flooded with gusts of panic. Fulfill the bet. Zhao Pingan uttered 4 words and quickly kicked out. Boo! A kick lands to the midsection of Zhao Dekai, knocking him 5 meters away. Pust! Zhao Dekai spewed out a mouthful of blood, covered his abdomen, and became increasingly uneasy, looking to several bodyguards and exclaiming, what are you still waiting for? Go! The bodyguard sniffed and quickly rushed towards Zhao Pingan. Zhao Pingan didn't retreat but advanced and took the initiative to meet the bodyguards, who weren't as strong as Zhao Dekai, and just watched as Zhao Pingan weaved in and out of the bodyguards in just a few seconds. The bodyguards all lay on the ground, holding their heads and screaming. Zhao Pingan looked to the side. Zhao Dekai had long since disappeared. This old man, I don't know when he ran away. Aha! The patient was still screaming, looking more and more agonized. Hang in there, go make some medicine, quick! Wang Shouwen seems to forget about the things next to him, wholeheartedly save the patient. But, the condition is too serious, and involves internal organs, cannot let him suffer further damage, but there is no way to stop the pain. Seeing this, Zhao Pingan stepped to the side. I'll do it. When he spoke, he picked up a silver needle and stabbed the patient's acupoints, and the moment the stabbing was completed, the patient's scream suddenly disappeared, as if he had never been in pain. The entire surrounding area was shocked. Wang Shouwen was shocked. This, Mr. Zhao, this is the Plum Blossom 9 needles? Zhao Pingan nodded. Right. Wang Shouwen puzzled. But I just tried it. It doesn't work. Zhao Pingan smiled faintly. Because you are only Plum Blossom 9 needles, while I am using my chi to cross the needles. It is the same principle as Zhao Dekai's. The difference is that he can only protect for 10 minutes or so, while I will protect him for 3 years. Get up. Go home and take your time. 3 years is enough to get well. Boo! Without saying a word, Wang Shouwen knelt down again and said reverently, Mr. Zhao is the heavenly healing immortal descending into the world. He should be my teacher. Receive 3 obeisances from my disciple. Chapter 81 Mutual Dislike. At Wang Shouwen's second bow, Zhao Pingan ran out, his heart palpitating. This old guy is too scary. He keeps wanting to be an apprentice. It seems like he has to see him less in the future. Zhao Pingan had planned to go back to the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace and make an afternoon tea for her to see if she could warm up and satiate her thoughts. Even if she could be like the old Yi Goblin, it would be fine. Strange to say, Yi Yaoqing seemed to have changed into a different person, and she was fine now, as well as before. Each is different, but halfway there. Received a call from Zhang Frost. Zhao Pingan, you are the head of the group. Do you still have the company in your eyes? Can't see anyone for a day. Do you know how much loss you have caused to the company? Why haven't you jumped into the grave pit yet? Zhao Pingan interrupted. I find this woman really owes a dislike, and she opposes me at every turn. Zhang Frost, The hold was about to explode with the urge to immediately hold him down in a graveyard pit. Couldn't figure out at all what the young lady saw in him that she would rather give up her whole life for him. Taking a deep breath. Mr. Zhang, I still have to serve you wholeheartedly. I can't die. By the way, the construction of the 140 plots has already begun, and you need to go to visit and guide immediately. You don't want to disappoint the lady, do you? That's it. After she finished speaking, she directly hung up the phone, the corners of her mouth rising as she muttered. Miss has already gotten 1,000 red pharmaceutical samples, and tonight she will even get the contract for supplying medicines to the Ministry of War, so there's no need to go back. But, you two should never be together. Go on. There's a surprise waiting for you. Had ha. Lot 140. Construction is in full swing and hundreds of workers are busy. In the construction site, Chi Tianjia wearing a work uniform, white helmet on the head, holding a supply list in her hands, counting the materials in the same way. This is Chi's largest order. There cannot be a half a point of failure, so she came personally, and around her is standing a young man wearing a high fashion suit. Instrumentation. Extraordinary. The watch on the hand, worth 3 million. He was holding a large bouquet of roses. Smiling bitterly, he said, Tianjiu, we've met again. Can't you give me another chance? Just behind him stood 8 more bodyguards in suits, cautiously guarding their surroundings. Chi Tianjiao continued to work on the material as if she hadn't heard. The youth smiled. I know you're a career woman and don't want to waste a bit of time on your career just for me, but I, Duan Lai Ming, have no other power that can make the world stop and wait for you. When he finished, he looked at the bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard understood and immediately got up and stepped on the steel frame, picking up a megaphone and shouting, Listen everyone at the construction site, from now on, the construction site will be shut down, and everyone will be compensated for 3 days' wages, which will be paid for by Mr. Duan. Wow. Hearing voices. All the workers stopped working, and their eyes were glowing with excitement. Who wouldn't be willing to get 3 days' wages for nothing without working? Chi Tianjiu was finally touched and said unhappily, Duan Lao Ming, what are you doing? Do you know that this will delay the progress of the project? I'll tell you again, we're not going to make it. I already have a boyfriend. The two are university classmates. The university 4 years Duan Liming has been in hot pursuit of her. Just on the day of graduation, she was ready to agree to Duan Liming, but that night, found that he took other girls out of the hotel. Duan Liming laughed. For you, I can afford to lose even more. It's just a small amount of money. Tianjiu, in fact, before I came here, I have already investigated. You have been single for so many years. However, I am still willing to believe you. Now as long as you can call out your boyfriend, I will voluntarily quit. Chi Tianjiu was furious. Think back then. She is also a little girl who believes in love. It is because of Duan Liming, all her fantasies are broken. That men have no good things. All over the world, the one who hates him the most. No, now it's Zhao Pingan. Chi Tianjiu was trying to find other reasons to perfunctorily. Suddenly saw a person walk into the construction site. His eyes flooded with bare anger. His hands clenched into fists, very hard, nails fast into the meat. This person was no other than Zhao Pingan. Duan Laoming noticed her eyes and looked over as well. Seeing that Zhao Pingan was wearing a mediocre outfit, he asked, You two have a grudge? It doesn't matter. I'll make him kneel in front of you and sing his conquest. With that, he raised his hand, ready to let the bodyguard take care of it. No need. Chi Tianjiao suddenly opened her mouth and coldly said, He's my boyfriend. If I hate him anymore, it's an internal conflict. It has nothing to do with you, an outsider. Although he hated Zhao Pingan the most, after all, he already had a substantial relationship. It's not a bad idea to use him as a shield. Walking towards Zhao Pingan, he directly took his arm and said, You still know to come see me? Just because we are in a cold war, someone wants to take advantage of the situation and you solve it. Zhao Pingan was thinking about why the construction site was stopped. Suddenly she held a bit confused. How this is everywhere, and today took the wrong medicine? Duan Liming's face turned ugly, but he quickly returned to normal and walked over slowly, not even looking at Zhao Pingan, and laughed. Tianjiu, I know you're intentionally angry at me, but I'm also angry. If you find an actor who's more or less the same, it's just a matter of time. To find a commodity like him, you're practicing on yourself. Chi Tianjia immediately said, Zhao Pingan, he scolded you, calling you a piece of cargo. Words, demeanor, looking down on you, not taking you seriously. Pingan Zhao, seeing that Chi Tianjiao used herself as a shield. However, since the mighty tiger villa, her senses were not bad, and it was not impossible to help. Lightly said, Friend, speak with attention to your words. It's easy to lose your teeth if you speak harshly. Ha! Duan Laoming smiled contemptuously, looked Zhao Pingan up and down, and said playfully, Rubbish, do you know who I am? Don't want to know crap, Zhao Pingan said back. Then I will tell you that I am. You scolding me? Duan Liming finally reacted in the middle of his sentence, angry and furious. Put. Qi Tianjiu was amused and laughed out loud, realizing that Zhao Pingan didn't just choke on himself, he choked on anyone, and some of the time it was not bad. When Duan Liming saw that Qi Tianjiu was even laughing, his face became even more ugly and he said grimly, I'll give you a chance. Now, get out of here right now, right away, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Zhao Pingan had a bit of a headache, the 205 that came out of nowhere. Learning his tone, he said, I'll give you a chance too. Now, right now, get out of here right now, or else, don't blame me for being rude. You, Duan Liming's eyes narrowed into a slit, kid, you're crazy, but have you noticed that this place is extraordinarily quiet? And that's because I made hundreds of people here stop working with a single word. Can you understand my strength? Making a move is something inferior people do, and capable people talk about giving up without a fight. Zhao Pingan suddenly realized that he had just been curious as to why the work had been stopped, and looked at the foreman and said, Start the work. The foreman sniffed and quickly directed the workers to start work. You can't even quit your job for 3 days' pay. Zhao Pingan looked at him again and said, Can you understand my strength when you say one word to stop work, while I say only 2 words to start work? Duan Laoming froze, then grumpily said, I'm the crown prince of Tonga Pharmaceuticals. Zhao Pingan blurted out, I am Nimdad. Pust. Qi Tianjiu was once again amused, and suddenly felt that he really liked himself, or perhaps, he couldn't help himself that night? Chapter 82, While I'm Drunk. Duan Laoming saw that Qi Tianjiu was being made to laugh again and became furious. He knew Qi Tianjiu very well. If he treated a man he didn't like, he never had a loving and smelly face, and only when he treated a man he liked would he often show a smile. Do they really have a story? Think about it. Duan Laoming's eyes were wide with anger. You dare to humiliate me. Do you know the consequences of humiliating me? When he finished, the 8 bodyguards behind him quickly surrounded Zhao Pingan. Seeing this, Qi Tianjiu quickly put away her laughter and frowned. Duan Liming, what are you doing? This isn't Huangfeng City, don't mess around. Knowing that Zhao Pingan could fight, but this was 8 people that he might not have beaten, but after saying this Qi Tianjiu regretted it. She was actually worried about Zhao Pingan? Duan Laoming said angrily, so what if it's Huangfeng City? I'm going to move him, no matter when or where. As he spoke, he looked at Zhao Pingan again with contempt. There aren't many people in this world who can make me angry. You count as one, and the consequences of making me angry are very serious. Now, immediately kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize. Otherwise, I'll make you crawl over under my legs on your knees in front of Qi Tianjiu. How dare you resist? Let the bodyguard beat him to death. No resistance? He'd lose face. It's a win any way you do it. Zhao Pingan was extremely speechless. Were all the children of rich families so crazy? Looking around at the bodyguards, scare me by outnumbering me? Duan Laoming raised his chin and sneered. Yes, it's all about bullying the few with the many. What can you do? Strength is the fairest thing in this world. As long as you have strength, you can do whatever you want. I was wrong. Zhao Pingan blurted out. Hear that? Qi Tianjiu froze. He hadn't even apologized to himself, but he apologized to Duan Liming? The corner of Duan Liming's mouth rose slightly. It seems that it is a soft and fearful goon. When he kneels in front of himself, Qi Tianjiu will not like it anymore, right? Zhao Pingan continued. I originally thought that you were just a bit of a maniac, but I didn't realize that your brain wasn't good enough, and I thought wrong from the start. Silly dog, have you forgotten that I can get them started? Duan Laoming had a bad feeling in his heart. What do you mean? It wasn't that he had forgotten, but he hadn't looked down on Zhao Pingan from the first moment he saw him. Zhao Pingan casually snapped his fingers. Wow! Hundreds of workers rushed over in great numbers, holding all kinds of in their hands, and surrounded the place, looking like as long as Zhao Pingan gave an order, they would cast Duan Liming as part of the construction site. Still outnumbering the few? I'd like to outnumber you too. Let's try it. Duan Liming. Beads of soybean sweat hung on his forehead, and his face was white with fear. The 8 bodyguards were shivering in fear. Even if they were able to fight, they couldn't fight hundreds of people. Duan Laoming said stiffly, don't you mess around. Let me tell you, I came to Tianhai City. I came to Tianhai to sign a drug supply contract with the Ministry of War. I'm a partner of the Ministry of War. Move a hair on my head and the Ministry of War won't spare you. That's bragging rights. It's really just coming to compete. Zhao Pingan shook his head. Through your IQ, it's not hard for me to deduce the quality of your family's medicines. Go back obediently and don't disgrace yourself. I'm a man who likes to do unto others what they do unto me. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times and let you go, or else I'll make you crawl under my legs. I'm too lazy to talk to him. It's going to be dark later and I have to go to the theater. You, Duan Liming angry about to spit blood. This guy is really do not know how to die. The whole body closed together, worth less than 1,000, on the basis of being able to order the civil workers against themselves. If we put it in Huangfeng City, we'll make him cry for help. Grimly said, good, very good. You dare to let me make a phone call. As long as you dare to let me make a phone call, not to mention kneeling down and kowtowing 3 times, or even 100. Dare? Absolutely no kneeling. It's too humiliating to spread the word. The only way is to call someone. Outsiders thought that this time to come to Tianhai, the protection around only bodyguards, so think it is a big mistake. The real master is the family medicine consultant Zhao Shinshu. He can save themselves from the fire. Calling someone? Zhao Pingon was amused. Are you going to be called Zhao Dekai? His family is Tongda Pharmaceuticals, and so is Zhao Dekai. Who should be the one to call? Duan Laoming froze and sneered. You know Divine Dr. Zhao? Since you've heard of Divine Dr. Zhao's name, you should obediently admit your mistake. Where's all the bull ********? Zhao Pingon interrupted. Let him come. I'll wait. He got away with it just now, and was planning to deal with it at night, but it's better that he can now. Arrogant. Duan Laiming angrily picked up the phone and dialed Zhao Dekai. Dr. Zhaoshan, I'm surrounded by people at lot 140. Come here. Zhao Dekai weakly said. My lord, I can't pass for the time being. I just had a friendly sparring session with someone and suffered a small injury. My strength is not up to it. It wasn't a minor injury at all. He had a few broken ribs and it hurt to walk. Duan Laiming was suddenly nervous. How could he leave if he didn't come? Anxiously, he said, Divine Dr. Zhao, it's not just for me that I asked you to come. There's also a villain who has heard of your name and asked you to come by name. Arrogant to the core. Who? Zhao Dekai said. Zhao Pingon. Duan Laoming blurted out. Gah! Zhao Dekai was confused. Zhao Pingon did it on purpose? He deliberately found Gonzi and let himself go? Never go. If you do, you're dead. Gritting his teeth, he said, I was beaten by him. If I'm not wrong, he's deliberately provoking and trying to beat me. Gonzi, we can't fall for it. Didn't want to tell the truth. Nay, a few other bodyguards had been beaten up as well, and he'd find out sooner or later. Gah! Duan Laoming was also confused. This guy in front of him actually injured Divine Dr. Zhao? But the issue at hand is not at all about falling for it. If you don't fall for it, how am I going to leave? Eyes turned to Qi Tianzhou, squeezing out a smile that was worse than crying. Tianzhou, after all, we were classmates for 4 years, so let your boyfriend raise his hand, can't you? I, for one, wish you both happiness. Zhao Pingon had a black line on his head. He really knew what he was doing. Qi Tianzhou thought for a moment and said, Go away, don't pester me in the future, or else Zhao Pingon will beat you once he sees you. Good. Duan Laiming left in disgrace. Zhao Pingon was supposed to be helping and didn't intend to do anything, so since she told her to leave, she left. He pulled his hand out. The play was over and there was no reason to let her hold it. Then asked, What are you doing here? With your helmet on, you came to work? The specific affairs were all handled by Zhang Frost, and he really didn't know. Qi Tianzhou saw him move. His face quickly sank. Really can pretend. Why I am here. You still have no idea in your heart? Blackface said. Surname Zhao, don't play dumb with me. Although I took the contract, I, however, reserve the right to sue you, especially now that you knowingly make me sick. After that, he turned to leave. Zhao Pingon was scolded and confused. How could she flip her face faster than a book? Just after helping her solve her troubles, she started scolding and being ungrateful? Exasperated. He said, Stop right there. Do you know what gratitude means? Swish. Qi Tianzhou turned back violently, her eyes unexpectedly covered with tears, and she couldn't help but complain. Grateful to you for what? Thank you for giving me the contract? Or are you thankful that you took advantage of my drunkenness to put me? Chapter 83. When she got to the word put me, she stopped in time, because the words that follow are just too hard to say. They can't be said. Zhao Pingon was even more confused and said unhappily, I gave you the contract? I took advantage of your drunkenness? Let's be clear. Who gave you the contract? Who took advantage of your drunkenness? What did I do? She only got half of the words out, making it very difficult. Hearing that he actually asked, Qi Tianzhou roared with rage. You're despicable, nasty, shameless, and cheap. I've never seen such a brazen and shameless person like you in my life. One day I'll get back at you, and I'll never let you go. Bah! After saying that, she quickly turned around and left, shedding tears as she walked, the scene from that morning floating before her eyes again, the clothes being thrown all over the place, and some of them being torn to shreds. All that's left is a cold, signed contract. He, who would have been fine if he had admitted it in a big way, is still pretending? It's really shameless out of the bottom line. Grass. Zhao Pingon angrily cursed, vaguely felt that there was something in her words, but he was confused by a scolding and didn't think too much about it. Then he took a deep breath. Master is right. Only women and small people are hard to raise. That's not true. Yao Qing is just fine. There are 6 more marriages that need to be returned in a hurry, and I don't know what kind of oddballs are left. Zhao Pingan shook off his head and stopped thinking about it. The top priority was to get the contract in hand tonight. When he returned to the cloud-top heavenly palace, Yi Yaoqing had already prepared a table of food. Zhao Pingan somewhat regretted that he shouldn't have gone to the construction site, not to mention that he caused a bellyful of anger, but also delayed cooking for Yaoqing. After dinner, the two of them came to the Tianhai Hotel together. Tonight the War Department drug tender is here. At this very moment, the banquet hall was already bustling with activity. Not only were there drug dealers participating in the bidding, there were also many celebrities from Tianhai who were also invited, and they were invited to be a witness, ensure fairness, impartiality and openness. Miss Yi, you look better. Mr. Zhao, please give me more support in the future. Mr. Zhao is glowing with spirit and glory. I have a feeling that Mr. Zhao will be able to take the order tonight. When the crowd saw Yi Yaoqing and Zhao Pingan come in, they all came forward to pat their asses. These people were realistic. Seeing that Zhao Pingan was able to kill people at a wedding and still be unharmed, they all recognized Yi Yaoqing's energy and accelerated closer. Yi Yaoqing was very kind and smiled and nodded with them as they made small talk. Zhao Pingan was not so good-tempered and lazy to deal with it, and swept through the crowd, not finding Zhou Taishan and Su Jule's father and son, or the stupid Duan Liming he encountered in the afternoon. I can't believe it hasn't come yet. Just then, the two men walked over. Ouyang Hai wore a suit and cupped his hands and said, Miss Yi, Mr. Zhao, I've been looking forward to the stars and the moon, and I finally expect you to come. I haven't thanked you properly for what happened on that day. Ouyang has a guilty conscience. Beside him, stood wearing an evening dress Ouyang Qian, iceberg beauty, extraordinarily eye-catching. The color has been restored, but the wrist left a scar. Ouyang Qian laughed. Mr. Ouyang doesn't need to thank me. All that was Zhao Pingan's contribution. If you want to thank, just thank him. The reason why she said this was to build up Zhao Pingan's connections. Although Ouyang Hai had done wrong before, he was after all the richest man in Tianhai, and there was a great benefit in being able to make the richest man in Tianhai feel guilty towards Zhao Pingan. Seeing that Ouyang Qian was still smiling at him, the surrounding people were surprised that they were not opposites anymore. Reconciled? Ouyang Hai laughed. You can't say that. Miss Yi deserves a lot of credit, but it's true that we have to thank Mr. Zhao properly. Looking towards Ouyang Qian, Qian, express your gratitude to Mr. Zhao. He was certain that the Yi family was absolutely impossible to accept Zhao Pingan, so he had to pave the way for his daughter in advance, so that the two of them could ease their relationship, and as long as he could make Zhao Pingan his son-in-law, the Ouyang family could be guaranteed not to fall in 100 years. Ouyang Qian still had a cold expression as she looked at Zhao Pingan and said, Thank you. Forget it. Zhao Pingan interrupted, already having a shadow on the woman. No need to thank you. It's purely an exchange of benefits between us. It's true that we'll get the money ready earlier. Remind you once again, my patience is very limited. In the past, you went back on your word and didn't speak morally. Even so, this time, if you dare to be untrustworthy again, I don't mind putting the wedding incident in the Ouyang family to restage it again. This statement was made. There's a chill all around. The wedding? It's about killing people. Ouyang Hai's smile froze, feeling a gust of cloudy wind, and his heartbeat couldn't stop speeding up. Ouyang Qian bit her lip, very unhappy. What right did he have to always act like he was untouchable? Couldn't he speak properly? In a cold voice, he said, Mr. Zhao, watch out for trouble coming out of your mouth. Zhao Pingan raised his eyebrows and sneered. Ungrateful. You. Ouyang Qian was so angry that she almost spit out blood. Who was he talking about? Pingan. Seeing the bad posture, Yi Yaoqing hurriedly pulled on the corner of Zhao Pingan's coat and reminded, say less. With so many people there, it's not good to always act aggressive. Zhao Pingan looked at Yi Yaoqing, stopped talking, and slowly walked to the side. Yi Yaoqing squeezed out a smile and said, Mr. Ouyang, Qian, Pingan is joking, don't take it to heart. Excuse me first. After saying that, he walked towards Zhao Pingan. Ouyang Hai stood in place extremely awkwardly and could only look at the two men's backs. Ouyang Qian is also watching. Her face is getting colder and colder, but her heart is a mixture of flavors. He obviously saved himself a few times, but he always has a look of love. Sooner or later, one day to tear his mask off. Dead scum, kissing ass to the donkey's hoof. This kick really hurts. Face is swollen. Mocking voices rang out around them. Mr. Zhao's true nature, I admire. Can't look at you as can't look at you. A little bit of face is not given. Care whether you have money or not. Totally do not care. Some people are just self-inflicted, when clearly there is a marriage contract exists, but do not see people, the marriage withdrawn, or MS. Ye discerning, a glance to see the gold inlaid jade. Some people, intestines are to be repentant. If you want me to say just 2 words, deserved it. Ha ha ha. Resounding laughter. Yang Hai's face was burning hot. It was clear that they were mocking themselves. Yang Qian couldn't help but say, shut up you guys. It's not your turn to say how my house is doing. It's true that it can't be your turn. It can be Mr. Zhao's turn. But Mr. Zhao has a wedding scene to shape, so I hope you guys are sleeping soundly. If you regret it, just say so, don't hold it in. Yang Qian still wanted to speak, but he was pulled by Yang Hai and said in a deep voice, Qian, let's go over there, Dad. Yang Qian was furious. Who are they to talk about us? It was wrong to do it in the first place, but Xiao Pingan also made a mistake, and the prison gave him a chance to rehabilitate, so why should we be scolded for making a mistake? Yang Hai said seriously, Qian, you have to learn to look at things dialectically. It's good that they can curse. It means that everyone recognizes Zhao Pingan's ability. Qian, you had a marriage contract with Zhao Pingan. The marriage certificate can still be in our hands and has not been torn up. Yang Qian froze. What did her father mean? Without waiting for Yang Hai to continue, ballroom doors opened and 2 men walk in. Duan Liming walked in front, clasped his hands and said in a loud voice, I, Duan Liming, the heir of Huangfeng City Tongda Pharmaceuticals, on behalf of Tongda Pharmaceuticals bidding for the supply of medicines, and for the first time in the precious land, please take care of all of us. Chapter 84, Dead Silence. He was not loud enough to be heard throughout the ballroom. Wow. In an instant, everyone looked over. Mr. Duan, you've come to participate in the bidding as well? Long time no see. Mr. Duan, last time I saw you, you were still in school. How's Mr. Duan's health these days? Is it okay? Since Huangfeng City was next to Tianhai City, many people in the business community knew each other, and many people hugged and exchanged pleasantries. Duan Liming is very satisfied with their attitude. In fact, when he came in, he intentionally raised his voice. On the one hand, the economy of Huangfeng City is a little more developed than Tianhai City, and he came to Tianhai City with arrogance. On the other hand, it's kind of self-reporting to let those small businesses know what's going on. Duan Liming smiled and responded, my father's health is very good, but I've entered the group and am gradually taking over the group's business, so let me participate in the bidding this time. A few people flattered. Mr. Duan is really young and talented, taking over the family business at such an early age. Unlike that loser in my family who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun all day long. Mr. Duan is going to hold up the flag of Tongda Pharmaceuticals and lead the group forward. It's really something to be congratulated. With a son like you, Mr. Duan has no worries about having no one to succeed him. Duan Liming is more comfortable. This is the right treatment to come to Tianhai. Like the afternoon encountered that construction site Zhao Pingan, purely accidental. To know, the family's Tongda Pharmaceuticals can be more powerful than Tianhai's largest 1,000 red pharmaceuticals. A few more points. What is his qualification to scream in front of himself? Suddenly there was a light in front of me. With a slightly deeper meaning, he said, don't praise me, bosses. There are also many young talents in Tianhai City. I've heard that there's one called Zhao Pingan. I don't know if you've heard of him? Just because a good man doesn't take revenge doesn't mean a good man doesn't take revenge. Before the busy night bidding, have not had time to investigate the identity of Zhao Pingan, just from their mouths to inquire. If they all know, the family is still general. Let the scene of these people to get him, to make him, know the price of offending himself. Pingan Zhao? The whole group was shocked to hear the name. Soon someone said, I know, it is indeed the young talent of Tianhai City, although he has only been out for a short time, but his strength is obvious to all. Let us admire him. That's true. After seeing Mr. Zhao's ability, my admiration was as continuous as a mighty river, and I suddenly felt that half of my life had been in vain. Mr. Zhao is the star of the heavens, the dragon phoenix among men. They all knew that Zhao Pingan was at the scene, so they took the opportunity to continue kissing ass. Zhao Pingan was speechless listening to it. The boast was even more embarrassing than those guys in prison. It would be better to let them all go to prison and compare them with those guys. A group of inflamed generation. Yang Qian spoke coldly, extremely disdainful. Duan Liming's face turned ugly. What they said was completely different from what they wanted to hear. Did this guy really have a background? Tentatively, he asked, what does his father do? Fatherless. What does his mother do? Motherless. He started from nothing. Independently? Pretty much. No one had the good sense to say that he was working for MS Yi and could only be perfunctory. Duan Liming heart solid. A fatherless. Motherless. From scratch. How can they compare with their own? To know, Tongda Pharmaceuticals from the grandfather's generation. detains 78 decades of history. The heritage is extremely deep. With a cold snort, he said with strong contempt, I don't think you guys have seen what it is to be a dragon and phoenix amongst people at all. So let me ask you all directly, how does he compare to me? All silent. I don't know how to answer that. Duan Lai Ming sneered again. Asked in another way, if the two of us fight, who do you think will win? When hearing this, the crowd finally sensed that something was wrong, and all of them turned back at the same time, looking in the direction where Zhao Pingan was. Duan Lai Ming also looked over. When he saw a pair of eyes were staring at himself with a smile. Scared, his whole body sweat pores exploded open. How did he get here? It's a drug tender today? What's he got to do with it? Zhao Dekai standing next to him was even more afraid, subconsciously moved backward, cautious and alert. Really narrow family, how can I meet him everywhere? Seeing that everyone was looking over, Zhao Pingan slowly walked over, saying as he did so, you want to fight me? How? When? How about right now? Duan Lai Ming was very nervous, but when he thought of all the people around him, his heart recovered some of its strength, and he laughed coldly. I didn't expect to meet here, Zhao Pingan. I admit that you are very capable of fighting, but in this world, it's not that you are invincible if you can fight. You have to talk about momentum. Did you see how many people surrounded me when I came out? Networking is strength. Zhao Pingan smiled faintly. The people around you, where are they? The words fell. Wow. The people around them backed up at the same time. In the blink of an eye, a 5-meter square clearing was left. Duan Lai Ming's head is numb. What the hell is going on? Doesn't he have no background? But, so many people are watching. Absolutely can't wimp out. How can I be a human being in the future if it spreads out? Slowly turning his back, he proudly said, do you want to beat me? Let me tell you, I, Duan Lai Ming, have never been afraid since I grew up. If you have the guts to beat me to death, otherwise, I definitely won't let you live well. After saying that, he puffed out his chest again, with a look of death. How dare he make a move on this occasion? I don't believe it. Not to mention the celebrities present, but even more so, this was organized by the battle department's boss, Gu Qingming, so there's no harm in pretending. Hush, a voice came out from the side and cautiously reminded, Duan Gongzi, stop it. The heir of the 1,000 red pharmaceuticals in this city, Nya Yuan, was pretending to be a pussy in front of Mr. Zhao just like you, and was slapped to death with a shattered head. Duan Lai Ming. Another person said, not only Nya Yuan, there's a man named Tian Bo, who is still said to be the 48th ranked martial arts practitioner in Jianghai province, was also killed by Mr. Zhao's slap, and his body hasn't even been mourned yet. Duan Lai Ming. Continuing, someone said, the Zhou family's Zhou Gongzi, the third-ranked family in Jianghai province, also had his limbs broken because of pretending to be a pussy in front of Mr. Zhao, and he's still lying in the hospital. Duan Lao Ming broke down. What kind of monster was he? Why didn't you get any news at all? I should have known better. Zhao Pingan had walked up to him and asked again, fighting now? Duan Lao Ming had the urge to run, was at a loss for words. The ballroom doors were pushed open again. The trio trooped in. Walking at the front was Zhou Taishan, followed by Su Tianlong and Su Jewel. Seeing 3 people, someone quickly went to say hello. Master Zhou, Master Zhou, Master Zhou. If there was anyone present who could harden Zhao Pingan, then it was only the Zhou family master. Zhou Taishan didn't look at them, and locked Zhao Pingan with a glance, and his enemies stared at him with a deadly stare. Zhao Pingan casually said, what are you looking at? Doesn't your face hurt anymore? Do you need to be slapped again? Gah! The whole place was dumbfounded. Zhao Pingan was going to beat up Zhou Taishan? Is he crazy? This one was one of the topmost big shots in Jianghai province. Zhou Taishan's whole body trembled with anger that he would say this in public. Narrowing his eyes, there's no need to be mad. Soon, I'll let you know what it means to be desperate. After that, walk to the other side. The crowd realized that the Zhou family lord's face was indeed a bit swollen. Not only him, but Su Tianlong and Su Jewel were even more swollen. Did you really fight? Chapter 85 Session of Contracts. The scene was a little weird for a while. You know, this is Zhou Taishan, the top bigwig in the province. How could Zhao Pingan dare to hit him? Everyone glanced at each other and pulled away from Zhao Pingan. No longer kissing ass, because they all saw and understood that Zhou Taishan would definitely not let up, lest they hurt themselves when they retaliated against Zhao Pingan. I'm going to fight, but not now. There will be a chance. Ha! Duan Lai Ming seized the opportunity to snort coldly and hurriedly backed away. This guy was too scary. What if he slapped him to death? It's better to stay away. Zhao Dekai, who was following behind, quickly followed suit. Peace. Yi Yaoqing came over from the side. She had long known that Zhao Pingan had moved Zhou Taishan, and seeing that Zhou Taishan's face was only a little swollen, her heart actually felt the slightest bit of solidity. However, the fact that Zhou Taishan was still here gave her a bad feeling. The contract of 1,000 Red Pharmaceuticals was already in her hands. What was he still doing here? There is absolutely no need to participate in an occasion like today. In a low voice, he asked, "You have a conflict with Duan Liming?" Zhao Pingan explained briefly what happened at the construction site in the afternoon, including Qi Tianzhao's things were not hidden. The body is not afraid of the shadow slant. Yi Yaoqing smiled faintly. "I believe in you." She looked at Duan Liming and at Zhou Taishan again. A touch of worry surfaced in her eyes, always feeling that there would be a change tonight. Zhao Pingan comforted. "Don't worry, with me, I'll definitely get the contract." Speaking, Commander Gu has arrived. There was a cry from the doorway. Wow! Everyone turned their heads, just as he watched the doors of the banquet hall open. Gu Qingming, who was wearing a military uniform, appeared, looking much better than when he attended Yi Yaoqing's meeting earlier. All thanks to Zhao Pingan. Gu Qingming nodded and greeted the crowd as he finally walked to the stage. Smiling, he said, "First of all, I would like to thank all of you pharmaceutical companies for being able to actively participate in the bidding of medicines and being willing to do your part for the war ministry. And I would also like to thank the celebrities from all walks of life in Tianhai City for being able to come and witness the bidding session in order to ensure that all the links are carried out in a fair manner. Well, I'm in the war department and I don't like bull asterisk 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 asterisk. So let's get on with the campaign. The criterion for selection is simple: effectiveness, and the results of the judgment will be given by this expert on my side, Sun Deshing, and 2 other experts." When he finished, loud applause. Zhou Taishan narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Yaoqing. The corner of his mouth spread a cold smile. As long as she snatched the order, she would never be able to reach the level of richest person within a month. At that time, she would return to the imperial capital. Zhao Pingan could then dispose of it at will. Duan Laoming also looked at Zhao Pingan. A gleam of evil light flooded his eyes. As long as he cooperated with the war ministry, getting Zhao Pingan killed would be as easy as a slap in the face. As for Yi Yaoqing, the slightest hint of worry once again appeared in her eyes. "Drug it!" Gu Qingming roared in midair. All firms competing for the contract, take the drug up. Yi Yaoqing personally delivered the samples. A dozen medicines, lined up among 3 specialists. They are careful to judge. After about 10 minutes or so, the medicines were weeded out one by one, and by the end of the day only 2 medicines remained. The 3 experts simultaneously revealed a difficult expression and couldn't help but look at Gu Qingming. Gu Qingming's heart thumped. He had greeted before he came and prioritized taking Yi Yaoqing's medicines with equal efficacy. And now what did they mean by showing this expression? 2 more medicines left in front of you? There were too many people watching on the scene, so he could only say seriously, 3 experts. You can speak straight if you have something to say. The 3 experts nodded. By Sun Deshing, Commander Gu, according to our judgment of a dozen medicines, we finally left these 2 medicines, respectively as hemostatic medicine and Tongda Pharmaceuticals Qi replenishing medicine. And realistically speaking, the efficacy of these 2 medicines is not comparable to each other, but it's a lot worse in terms of price, with Tongda Pharmaceuticals offering only 2/3 of Yes price. Gu Qingming froze. Although the only criterion for judging was the efficacy of the medicine, it was impossible not to consider the price. If the difference wasn't much, it would be fine. If the difference was 1/3, it would be spread out and people would talk about it. Wow! The surrounding people all of a sudden began to talk to each other. Everyone is an understanding person. It is very clear that today's contract is for Yi Yaoqing to prepare. Who did not expect that halfway will kill the gold? It's 1/3 of a point off. How can we compare? I thought Yi was 10 out of 10, but she's actually going to lose. Tongda Pharmaceuticals deserves to be a big enterprise. It has the strength to dare to keep the price low. Heard people around him talking. Yi Yaoqing also turned gloomy. It was clear that this would make it very difficult for Uncle Gu. But, if she couldn't get the contract, she would have to go back to imperial capital, and there would be no one to protect. Zhao Pingan promptly opened his mouth. Gu Commander, the price, it's just a preliminary offer. The specific price can still be discussed again. Yi can also lower the price again. Hear that? Gu Qingming let out a long breath. Luckily she reacted quickly, otherwise there would be no way to end today. In order to give the contract to Yi Yaoqing, that's why she suddenly announced it and chose tonight. I didn't realize that it was still a problem. Duan Liming suddenly said, Commander Gu, as she said, the price is only a preliminary offer. The specific price can be discussed again. Tongda Pharmaceuticals can also make concessions. It's all about the contract when you come here, and it's okay to drop the price a bit. Swish, Yi Yaoqing snapped to look over, face a little ugly. Before counting all the pharmaceutical enterprises in this province, 1,000 Red Pharmaceutical Industry, undoubtedly the most powerful, 1,000 counting. I did not expect Tongda Pharmaceuticals also come to join in the fun. Duan Laoming felt the gaze and greeted him with a smile. Beauty, I'm sorry, I'll take this contract. After a pause, he said in a conspiratorial manner. You're with Xiao Pingan. You won't let her take revenge, right? Don't scare me. I'm so scared, but even if you beat me to death, I'm determined to get this contract. Ha! Zhao Dekai also followed the grim smile. As long as you get the contract, Zhao Pingan or what? Before anyone could speak. Shut up! There was a sudden cry from the crowd. Not someone else, but Su Tianlong, angrily said. Shameless man from out of town. Do you know? Who are you talking to? Let me tell you. This is Miss Yi of the imperial capital Yi family. Jewel Su sneered. How dare you flirt with Miss Yi? I think you're really impatient with life. Do you know that Miss Yi was able to take care of Zhao Pingan when he killed someone in public? Believe it or not. With one word from MS. Yi, Zhao Pingan will kill you and no one will dare to pursue the matter afterwards. This statement was made. The people present were a bit confused. Gemstone Su's father and son were supposed to be Zhou Taishan's people. Why were they helping Yi Yaoqing? Gu Qingming also frowned. He had heard something about this matter. But where would he put his face if he spoke about it on such an occasion? What? Duan Lai Ming was stunned with fear. He had heard people say that Miss Yi was in Tianhai City, but had not seen it. How could he think that this was the one in front of him? Finally, he understood why Zhao Pingan could kill people at will. So it turned out that he had the backing of Miss Yi of imperial capital. In a flash, cold sweat broke out. He looked down on Zhao Pingan, but he didn't dare to look down on Yi Yaoqing, which was a real golden branch. Panicked. Miss Yi, I didn't do it on purpose. I'm willing to give up the contract. Chapter 86. I'll do it then. Boom. It was as if a muffled thunderclap rang out in the arena, splitting over everyone's head. And that gives up the contract? It's also too direct. It's understandable for everyone, but it's something to fight against. Yi Yaoqing was also startled. Hearing him say that, how did he have the feeling that he was forcing him? Zhao Pingan smiled faintly. The good show hadn't started yet. Gu Qingming's frown is getting deeper and deeper. His face is getting uglier and uglier. Can he care about his feelings when he says this? In my bidding meeting, partners are threatened in public. How can you still be a good person when you spread the word? Duan Laoming quickly turned around and directly said, Commander Gu, I'm sorry, I'm not participating in this bidding. I'm out. Gu Qingming gritted his teeth and was about to speak. You're doing the right thing. Zhou Taishan, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth, stepped forward and stood with his hands behind his back. Tongda Pharmaceuticals, right? I can honestly tell you, if you dare to take this contract today, there is absolutely no way to get out of Tianhai City alive. Because, before MS, Yi helped Zhao Pingan to smooth out the influence and use her family's power, on the condition that she agreed to reach the level of the richest man in Tianhai within a month. The immediate supply of medicines is the key. If you snatch it away, MS, Yi will categorically not be able to reach it, at which point she will return to imperial capital and never return to Tianhai. You can think about it. If you snatch it, will you still be alive? After saying that, he proudly looked at Yi Yaoqing, and said the words finished. The whole room exploded. Before everyone thought that it was MS. Yi, who casually set things right, never thought that she had also paid a huge price. And here's an important message. If MS, doesn't get this contract, she's going back. At that time, what would Zhao Pingan be? Ouyang Hai's eyes lit up as he listened. Yi Yaoqing is leaving? Wouldn't that be a chance for the daughter? Ouyang Qian couldn't help but blush, sneaking a look at Zhao Pingan and finally letting him tear the mask off. Yi Yaoqing was furious and gritted her teeth. All of this was a secret, but he even said it in a dignified manner. Everyone who didn't know that they were leaving would treat Zhao Pingan with respect. If you know, what will Zhao Pingan do in the future? So it is. Duan Lai Ming exclaimed. Thank you, Family Master Zhou, for reminding me, or else I wouldn't even know how to die. Commander Gu, I'm sure I'm withdrawing. When he finished, no, Gu Qingming immediately said. His face was incomparably ugly. If Duan Lai Ming really withdrew, where would he put this old face in the future? In the middle of the air, he said, since you're involved, you have to be involved to the end. As for external threats, don't have to think about it. I, Gu Qingming, will keep you safe. As he said that, he glared viciously at Zhao Pingan. It was all because of him that he nearly disgraced himself. Looking at Yi Yaoqing, he said, Miss Yi, today, while everyone is present, we must finalize the final contract. You, give the bottom price. If Yes is more favorable than Tongda Pharmaceuticals, I will naturally choose Yes. If not, Tongda Pharmaceuticals will naturally become a partner. The three of them, Zhou Taishan, laughed, saying that just now was to put everyone on the fire, so that Gu Qingming wouldn't dare to show favoritism, and also so that he would hold a grudge against Zhao Pingan, and even more so, tell everyone that Miss Yi was going to leave. It seems to be working well so far. Yi Yaoqing also felt that her face was burning hot. So many people were watching. Duan Liming directly withdrew because he was worried about being in danger. What was the difference between that and cursing? If word got out, it would be thought that Yi Yaoqing would only play tricks in business. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Alright, I'll contact Nye Dahai," said pulling out the phone, not waiting to dial through. "Ms. Yi, no need to dial. I'm here." Nye Dahai's voice rang out from the crowd, and no one noticed when he arrived. Nye Dahai said with a smirk, "The contract has already been signed. There is no room for change. The price is naturally impossible to change. Ms. Yi, don't waste your breath with me. Gah." No one would have expected him to dare to speak to Ms. Yi in such a manner, with no respect whatsoever. Ha ha ha. The three of them, Taishan Zhou, resounded with laughter. The reason why they said it just now was to make Duan Liming know what to do and give Yi Yaoqing hope. Then let Nye Dahai come out and make Yi Yaoqing despair. Yi Yaoqing's face was incredibly ugly, and she said stiffly, "We are partners, and the contract also says that the price can be negotiated according to the supply-demand." Of course, Nye Dahai proudly stood up his chest, "But I don't want to discuss with you right now, Miss Yi. If you really want to discuss, it's not without a solution. Now, have Zhao Pingan kneel down and kowtow 10 times to me, and then 10 times to the Zhou family master, and I'll discuss it with you." The three Zhou Taishan people sneered and looked on. Everyone is watching. The current situation was obvious. If Zhao Pingan didn't kowtow, he wouldn't get the contract. If you kowtow, shame on you. How does she choose? Yi Yaoqing was burning with anger. She had long known that there were problems with the contract, and never thought that he would threaten herself with an ambiguous clause. There was absolutely no way to let Zhao Pingan kneel down. But what happens after a month if he doesn't kneel and get a contract? Jewel Su said with contempt in her eyes. "Zhao Pingan, at this juncture, I don't know what you're still pretending to do. Do you not consider Miss Yi's feelings at all? Do you still have Miss Yi in your heart? Quickly kneel down and kowtow. This is a good opportunity for you to perform." "Ha!" Su Tianlong also laughed coldly. "Rotten slime that can't hold up the wall. If I were you, not to mention kowtowing to 10, or even 100, 1,000 would be willing to, as long as you get the contract. Ms. Yi doesn't have to leave. And you, too, can eat Ms. Yi's soft rice." Zhou Taishan narrowed his eyes and watched. Everything was under control. First, let him kneel down. As long as he kneels down, let Nye Dahai lower the price. Let Yi Yaoqing mistakenly think that he got the contract, and then throw out the elixir to complete the extermination. Kneel down. Nye Dahai pointed and roared heavily. Gu Qingming also looked at Zhao Pingan. Although he had saved himself, but this guy, he should also be able to understand the big picture. All this kind of thing, time still hesitate what? Do you want Yi Yaoqing to return to the family union and bury her for the rest of her life? It's shameless. Zhao Pingan's face was as normal as usual, and he lightly said, "What are you barking about? Whose dog didn't have a chain and let you guys run out? Men's knees have gold. Kneeling is impossible. I am not only not kneeling today, but also to get the contract. Disobedience to bite me?" This statement was made. Didn't wait for anyone else to react. Boo! Duan Laming's legs went limp and he was paralyzed with fear. What does he mean by saying he won't kneel and still take the contract? He's trying to kill himself. Shrieking, "I'm wrong, I won't compete anymore. I really won't compete anymore. Commander Gu, please give me a way out." Who can be afraid of an assassin with Ms. Yip behind her? Even though Ms. Yi can't get a contract and will be leaving in a month, she has to think about how she's going to spend the night. Gu Qingming was furious and said angrily, "What am I afraid of if I keep you safe? If you don't want it, I still must give it." Duan Liming immediately said, "If you dare to give it, I dare not produce it." Commander Gu, you can't joke with the lives of the generals. He didn't think that a provincial war commander could fight the Yi family. Gu Qingming was about to explode with anger, just when everyone thought that the contract must be Yi Yaoqing's. Waste. Zhou Taishan suddenly opened his mouth and took a step forward. "Since Tongda Pharmaceuticals doesn't dare to compete, then I'll do it." Chapter 87 to the Zhou family. Wait until now. The time is ripe. And hearing Zhou Taishan's words, everyone was confused. What did he mean about competing for contracts? The dozen or so pharmaceutical companies that just sent out samples didn't have him, and so far, only Yi and Tongda Pharmaceuticals are left, so how can he compete? Yi Yaoqing was also surprised and looked over, frowning slightly, confused. The corners of Zhao Pingan's mouth rose slightly. Contend? Gu Qingming was slightly unhappy. "Family Master Zhou, what do you mean?" He could see that it was Zhou Taishan who instructed Su Tianlong's father and son to speak out about the wedding. If he hadn't spoken out, how could Duan Liming have withdrawn? And how could his own face have been so ugly? Zhou Taishan proudly said, "It's literal. Commander Gu, I want to compete for the drug supply contract." Hear that? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Zhou family, as the third ranked of the 5 great families in the province, did not lack money at all, so his purpose in competing for the drug contract was obvious, deliberately targeting this. Gu Qingming was a little hesitant. According to the rules, the competition for drug contracts should take the samples at the very beginning. If not, it means giving up the competition. Currently only Yi Yaoqing is left. What does he mean by coming out to stir up trouble? Yi Yaoqing bit her lips, her face heavy, although she knew that this was not in line with the rules. But if she opened her mouth to stop Zhou Taishan from entering, even if she got the contract, she would still be a piece of scolding. Her reputation was gone. After all, there's a difference between beating all the competition and forcing out all the competition. At this point, Zhao Pingan lazily said, "This is not in line with the rules. Not competing before and competing only after we've already won is intentionally adding to the problem. Commander Gu, please declare us the winner." Knowing that Zhou Taishan would definitely not give up, he also added some spice, lest he think that his opponent was defenseless and had no cool points. However, what he didn't expect was this. Before Zhou Taishan could say anything, Gu Qingming coldly said, "Rules are dead, people are alive. Who the drug contract goes to is my call. It's your turn to tell me what to do. There's no room for you to talk here. Keep your mouth shut." He was very displeased with Zhao Pingan, and would only go around causing trouble based on Mrs. Prowess. If not for Miss, he would have died I don't know how many times. It's true that when a villain gets his way, he goes wild. Jewel Su sneered. "Hurry up and shut your mouth. Don't be a disgrace. What are you considered to be? And are you worthy to speak out on such occasions?" Su Tianlong also said contemptuously, "A stinking wage earner, who doesn't know his last name after a few days of eating people's food. Soon, you'll know what it means to know despair." The others also looked at Zhao Pingan with a hint of mockery. "He's a good fighter? Try moving Commander Gu, who has at least 100,000 troops under his command, each with a mouthful of saliva. Can drown him." Zhao Pingan shrugged his shoulders, his face as usual, and stopped talking. Yi Yaoqing couldn't help but say, "Commander Gu, Pingyan's meaning is my meaning, we should follow the rules." She figured out that in case the medicine Taishan came up with was competitive, she would have to leave Tianhai herself. And who would protect Zhao Pingan at that time? "I'd rather take the blame and get the contract." Gu Qingming's heart sank, wondering how the golden leaf Yi Yaoqing could be coaxed by the flowery words of a villain with no power or background. But the more she was like this, the more she had to be broken up. With a stern face, he said, "According to the rules, the contract should be given to Tongda Pharmaceuticals. It is you who do not abide by the rules in the first place. Therefore, it is reasonable to let the Zhou family master compete. Family Master Zhou, bring out the medicines. You can compete." This statement was made. Yi Yaoqing's face was torn. Su Tianlong and Su Jewel looked at Zhao Pingan in triumph. The others, likewise, are keeping a watchful eye. Zhou Taishan smiled proudly. "Still, Commander Gu is wise. In fact, even if you don't let me take it out, I will still take it out. The reason is very simple. Because my medicine is the one that the War Ministry needs medicine the most." Saying that, he took out a small box from his pocket, and after opening it, inside were 3 pills. He ordered, "Go on, take it to the expert." Jewel Su quickly took the elixir and handed it to the expert. The elixir was indistinguishable from a pill in the eyes of an ordinary person, but the expert, true to his word, recognized it at a glance. This is Dan." Sun Dishing exclaimed out in shock all of a sudden. "Really Dan? Amazing, amazing, it's actually Dan." The other 2 experts were even deeper and had stood up in shock. "Dan?" Most people look at each other in disbelief and simply don't get it. Zhao Dekai, who stood behind Duan Laiming, as a doctor, naturally knew what Dan meant. His face was shocked. In this era, there were actually people who could make Dan. Yi Yaoqing was full of heaviness, although she didn't understand what it meant either. But looking at the attitude of the expert, the situation didn't seem good. Zhao Pingan remained silent and watched with a quiet smile. Zhou Taishan laughed. "The expert is right. This is Dan, a Dan that can instantly replenish qi and blood." After saying that, he frivolously looked at Yi Yaoqing and then looked at Zhao Pingan grimly. Gu Qingming didn't understand much either, and asked in surprise, "Expert Sun, how effective is this elixir?" Sun Dishing's face was red with excitement. "Effect? How can a Dan be explained by its effects? You have to know that a Dan is the essence of the medicine condensed together. Just a small Dan is dozens of times, hundreds of times more potent than an equivalent pill, and there will be no side effects. It's just as well. You can't hear me. So here's the knife." He reached out and was quickly presented with a dagger. Without any hesitation, he cut down on his wrist, and all of a sudden, blood was pouring out. "Expert Sun!" Gu Qingming got up to stop him. The crowd was also taken aback. What was he doing? Killing himself? Sun Dishing raised his hand to stop it and allowed the blood to flow until his face was pale. Then he let someone bandage it. then picked up the elixir and swallowed it. In less than a minute, the redness of his face returned to the naked eye, as if nothing had just happened. Boom! Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Facts speak louder than words. No one is blind, so we naturally see it. Divine medicine. This is divine medicine. It can save lives. Master Zhou, please, is there any more? Sell me one. It's amazing. How can there be such a miraculous medicine under the sky? I've lived half my life and this is the first time I've seen it. Su Tianlong and Su Jewel laughed again, slowly looking at Zhao Pingan, and in their minds they had already figured out how to get him killed. Zhao Pingan's face is as usual, but Yi Yaoqing's face is pale. She looked at the scene in front of her in shock. Her heart has sunk to the bottom. It is clear that the contract has no chance. Trust me, the contract will definitely be ours. Zhao Pingan smiled and comforted. Humph. Zhou Taishan was also paying attention to them, and when he saw that Zhao Pingan was still arrogant, he said angrily, "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. I'll see how much longer you can pretend." Commander Gu, hurry up and announce who actually got the contract. Gu Qingming had long been looking dumbfounded, feeling his entire body's blood rushing wildly within his body. This medicine was so magical. Not only could it greatly reduce battlefield casualties, but it could also boost battlefield morale. Such medicine could be worth a local war department. Vulgarly said, "What the hell do you need to ask? The effect is there for all to see." Now I announce that the War Ministry's drug supply, for the Zhou family supply, will first sign a drug supply of $2 billion per year, and during special times, the drugs will be increased indefinitely. The words fell. Wow! The arena erupted in thunderous applause. Chapter 88, Wang Shiwen comes out, and in the midst of that applause, Yi Yaoqing was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Her face turned pale and her body shook. It's over. She was filled with only these two words. Uncle Gu has said that the contract to Zhou Taishan, that is, there cannot be any changes. They cannot get the contract. There is no way to protect Zhao Ping in the future. What will he do later? Miss Yi. Just then, a voice came from the side. Nye Dahai walked over, holding the contract in his hand, and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Although you didn't get the contract for the War Ministry's drug supply, you can get the contract between us, which stipulates that any party that defaults on the contract will have to pay $300 million in liquidated damages. So I'm asking you, should I just pay the money, or should I continue to produce the medicine? The contract does say that, and it's agreed upon for both parties." Nye Dahai sneered and looked. Although 300 million is not much, but Miss Yi's face, it hurts. Let you protect Zhao Pingan, deserved it. It wasn't just him, everyone was watching in a conspiratorial manner. Everyone could see the situation. The Zhou family master was targeting Yi Yaoqing, Nye Dahai, Su Tianlong, Su Jewel, all of them were lapdogs. Zhou Taishan sneered, "Nye Dahai, how do you speak to Miss Yi? Now that Miss Yi didn't get the contract, she's already angry in her heart. What if we provoke him and make Zhao Pingan kill you? Rabbits will bite when they're anxious. You'd better hide away. Lose the money. Pretend you didn't sign the contract." Nye Dahai continued to sing a double entendre, taking a deep breath and howling. "That won't do. I'm a very serious person in business. Once the contract is signed, I can't back out even if it kills me. Ms. Yi, will you continue to produce medicine, or will you lose money? Come on, give a quick word." On the side, Gu Qingming hesitated for a moment and didn't say much. Perhaps, it would be good for them to let the young lady suffer a little bit, so that she wouldn't be cheated in the future. Yi Yaoqing gasped, shivering. No is in their trap, but, really no way to crack, was said, can only endure. Leave it to me. Zhao Pingan slowly opened his mouth and took her hand and smiled. You don't need to say anything, just wait and watch the show. This show, it's guaranteed to be wonderful. When Yi Yaoqing saw Zhao Pingan's eyes, for some reason, she suddenly felt less angry, and her entire being became calm. Nodding heavily, Yang Qian, who saw this scene from afar, bit her lip, and her hand couldn't help but clench her fist. Yang Hai also frowned. Nye Dahai suddenly took a step backward, his expression exaggerated. What are you doing? Are you going to kill me? Commander Gu, someone is trying to kill someone at your banquet. How dare he? Gu Qingming immediately spoke up. Zhao Pingan, if you dare to act half-heartedly in my meeting, don't blame me for not giving Ms. Yi face and be dealt with under military law. When he finished speaking, a dozen or so uniformed members of the War Department walked out from the surrounding area, standing by in tight formation, but whenever Zhao Pingan made the slightest excessive move, he would immediately step forward to take control. Everyone around laughed. In front of Gu Qingming, what was the use of his high force? Surname Zhao, I advise you to be honest. If Commander Gu wants to pinch you to death, it's simpler than pinching an ant to death. To be a human being, the most important thing is to take a piss and look at yourself. Ha ha ha. Jewel Su laughed arrogantly. It was so comforting to finally have someone treat him. The others followed and sneered. Dog-fighting thing, without Miss Yi. What are you? You're good at fighting? Try hitting. Commander Gu will crush you to death. I knew he'd have a day like this, and I counted on it. They dared to speak because they knew that Miss Yi was going to leave, and at that time, Zhao Pinggan would be an ordinary person, with strength but no background, so they didn't need to be afraid at all. Zhao Pinggan crossed his eyes and smiled, finally looking at Gu Qingming. I'm most disgusted by ungrateful people in my life. If it wasn't for me, would you be able to have the body you have today? Tonight, even if you don't help me to speak, even if you go against me in every way, it's really hateful. I will make you regret. If Gu Qingming had remained fair and impartial, he wouldn't have said anything, but his tone of voice and attitude towards himself was clearly different, and Zhao Pinggan couldn't endure it. This statement was made. The crowd didn't look deeper into the meaning of the words, but instead felt that Zhao Pinggan was even more arrogant. Shameless man, how dare you threaten Commander Gu? I think you're tired of living. Commander Gu, shoot him immediately. Su Tianlong fumed and yelled. Nye Dahai was even more irascible. I thought you were already shameless in your nonsense, but I didn't expect that you would dare to take liberties in front of Commander Gu. Commander Gu, I suggest you give me the gun and I'll shoot him myself. What the hell? How can there be such scum in Tianhai? When Miss Yi leaves, there will be time for him to cry. For a while, bombs were thrown in toilets, provoking public outrage. Zhao Pinggan didn't bother responding to them, but instead stared at Gu Qingming to death. Gu Qingming was a little weak from the look, but he quickly stabilized his emotions. How could he be afraid of a small person? Angrily, he said, how dare you threaten me? Fine, make me regret it. I'd like to see how you can make me regret it. Hurry up. Yes. Zhao Pinggan let out a cold laugh, then looked at Zhou Taishan and faintly said, are you feeling smug that you will definitely be able to take the contract? The corner of Zhou Taishan's mouth twitched. This little Yakuza, actually using this kind of attitude to talk to himself. Grimly, he said, or else, Commander Gu has already announced that I have taken the contract. Is it hard for you to change it? Little Yakuza, do you have the ability to change it? I, Zhou Taishan, have never been a fly on the wall. I can tell you clearly that when Ms. Yi returns to the capital, it will be the day you die. From now on, your life enters the countdown. No one can be saved. Hearing this, everyone boiled over. There was no way that the Zhou family master could have believed what he said. When he said that he wanted to get Zhao Pinggan killed, that meant that he was definitely going to do it. And Ouyang Qian in the distance frowned. Ouyang Hai looked flustered. If the Zhou family wants to rule him, he can't control himself. Taishan Zhou, Yi Yaoqing spoke steeply, excitedly, if you dare to touch him, I will be at loggerheads with you. Though it has to go, it also has to be protected. Zhou Taishan stepped forward and said with a voice like a bell, Ms. Yi, how many people can you be at loggerheads with on your own? When he finished, Su Tianlong immediately stepped forward and said heavily, I, Tianlong Group, support Master Zhou. Nye Dahai also stood to his side. I, Thousand Red Pharmaceuticals, support Family Master Zhou. Others began to come forward. I, Zhao, support Family Master Zhou. I, Haida Real Estate, support Master Zhou. I, Sinai International, support Master Zhou. People, one after another, stood beside Zhou Taishan, and in the blink of an eye, almost everyone in the field stood beside Zhou Taishan. Ouyang Hai and Ouyang Qian gritted their teeth and didn't move. I also support Family Master Zhou. Duan Laoming's eyes rolled. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. As long as Zhao Pinggan died, Qi Tianjiao would easily get laid. Zhao Pinggan is arrogant, shameless, and bottomless by nature. I, Tongda Pharmaceuticals, support Family Master Zhou. After saying that, he brought Zhao Dekai, who was beside him, to stand behind Zhou Taishan as well. Gu Qingming thought for a moment and said nonchalantly, I'll pretend that I didn't hear anything and don't know anything. Boom! Yi Yaoqing saw these people in front of her, led by Zhou Taishan, and sadness struck her whole body. Their combined power was too great. She, herself, couldn't protect Zhao Pinggan. Zhao Pinggan faced all of them with nothing but contempt in his eyes. Indifferently, he said, even if there are more mole crickets, they are still just mole crickets. If I didn't want Yaoqing to worry, I could have drowned you all in a bubble of urine right now. However, in order to put Yaoqing's mind at ease, and just play it slow, I can tell you, I can, literally, change the contract. Zhao Pinggan's expression changed and his voice was like muffled thunder. Wang Shouwen, come out. Chapter 89, get the hell out of here. When Zhao Pinggan's words fell, the door of the banquet hall slowly opened and an old man in a cloth robe quickly walked into the venue. It was no one else but Tianhai Divine Dr. Wang Shouwen. Dr. Wang? Why is Divine Dr. Wang here? Could it really be that he was called out? But what's the point of Divine Dr. Wang coming? People were surprised to see Wang Shouwen appear. After all, he was a famous doctor in Tianhai. People who wanted to see him were like crucians of the river. While he seldom saw people, how was he shouted out at once? Zhou Taishan's few people were very shocked when they saw Wang Shouwen. They were worried about being found out about the prescription, so they purposely didn't let Wang Shouwen show up tonight. How was he called out by Zhao Pingan? Still, it's important to show respect as a partner. Just about to walk over to greet it. Divine Dr. Wang? Oh, a cold laugh suddenly rang out from the crowd, and Zhao Dekai said contemptuously, just garbage waste, my defeated general. If no outsiders intervene, I'll win him casually in a medical fight. He thought that Wang Shouwen and Zhao Pingan were in the same gang, and currently he belonged to Zhou Taishan's side, and he hadn't said anything before, but now was the right time. Not only could he take the opportunity to step on Wang Shouwen to grow his reputation, but he could also use Zhou Taishan's hand to get rid of him. Duan Laoming also saw it and deliberately laughed. Divine Dr. Zhao, you know him? Zhao Dekai nodded inscrutably. Recognize, was once a fellow teacher and brother. Every time he competed, he was inferior to me. Just today at the noon competition, he was also inferior to me. When he finished, he proudly turned his back. The surrounding people couldn't help but look at him with adoration, never expecting that this old man was actually a divine doctor as well. Duan Laiming laughed. So that's how it is. I forgot to introduce you all. This is Tongda Pharmaceuticals medical consultant, Zhao Dekai, Divine Dr. Zhao. The words just fell. Snap, 2 slaps were thrown in the duo's faces, knocking them off their feet. Zhou Taishan said angrily, how dare you denigrate Divine Dr. Wang in front of me? Do you think I, Mr. Zhou, am a vegetarian? If you guys dare to say half a word against Divine Dr. Wang again, you'll leave your tongues in Tianhai. The elixir was still counting on Wang Shouwen. How could he let people denigrate him? Zhou Taishan said, quickly welcoming him over, walking in front of him and cupping his hands. Divine Dr. Wang, you're here. Niedahai 3 viciously glared at Duan Laiming. 2 people, even dared to denigrate the money tree is really living impatient. Also quickly greeted the past. Respectfully, he said, Divine Dr. Wang. However, Wang Shouwen didn't even look at them, leaving them out to dry as he walked over to Zhao Pingan and respectfully said, Mr. Zhao, Ga, collective clueless. None of the people who can come here tonight are smart, but the situation in front of them makes them unable to understand. Zhou Taishan greets Wang Shouwen, but Wang Shouwen is respectful to a little yakuza who is about to lose his backing. Yi Yaoqing is also confused. What the hell is going on? Zhao Pingan nodded slightly, then looked at Zhou Taishan and sneered. Understand? Zhou Taishan's face instantly turned iron blue. His brows furrowed as he narrowed his eyes. You secretly joined forces with Divine Dr. Wang, wanting the elixir? I can only tell you that your wishful thinking is wrong. As he said that, he looked at Wang Shouwen and threatened. Divine Dr. Wang, I respect you and call you Divine Dr. Wang. If I don't respect you, a snap of my fingers will destroy me. Who exactly the elixir will be given to? You have to think about it. Hearing this, it dawned on the crowd that the original elixir came from Wang Shouwen. Niedahai was also anxious. If Wang Shouwen gave the elixir to Zhao Pingan, Yi Yaoqing would stay. How could he still avenge his son's murder? Immediately said, Wang Shouwen, those who know the time are wise. Open your eyes and look at the scene to stand in line. Don't step on the wrong foot and lose everything. Su Jewel anxiously said, Surname Wang, we have long said that the elixir to the Zhou family master. If you dare to renege, believe it or not, my Su family to pour everything to revenge you, so that you regret it. Wang Shouwen slowly got up and faced them and said, even if you all thwart me and break me into pieces, I must not give you the elixir, because the prescription for this elixir wasn't originally mine, but Mr. Zhao's. All pills are made by his own hands. What? Zhou Taishan was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. His eyes snapped wide open and looked like they were about to fall out of their sockets. If this elixir was really refined by Zhao Pingan, then there was still a competition. Impossible. How could the elixir be refined by this little yakuza? Absolutely impossible. Su Tianlong was like seeing a monster as he eagerly opened his mouth to deny it. No way. Absolutely not. The others also spoke up. How could Zhao Pingan know how to make pills? It must be a fake. Yi Yaoqing turned her head violently. Ouyang Hai's mouth opened wide in shock. Gu Qingming's brain buzzed. In the midst of all the attention, Zhao Pingan said in an ancient well, a bunch of silly dogs. If you don't believe me, you can ask someone how my medical skills are. Ouyang Hai immediately stood out and said in a serious manner, Mr. Zhao is a divine doctor again. On the wedding day my daughter committed suicide and lost too much blood. It was Mr. Zhao who stepped in to pull his beloved daughter back from the ghost gate. If Mr. Zhao wants someone, even Hades can't keep him. Hear that? Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhao Pingan, he really knew medicine. Zhou Taishan and the others' faces turned white. They thought that they were playing a game for Zhao Pinggan today, but they never thought that they were unknowingly entering Zhao Pinggan's game. Zhao Pinggan didn't bother with them anymore, but instead looked at Gu Qingming and laughed. Do you still remember saying just now that I would make you regret it? Beads of sweat as big as soybean grains were hanging on Gu Qingming's forehead, and his mind was in a mess, but still pinpointed. Remember, I'm looking forward to it. He made himself regret it. How can a little Yakuza make himself regret it? Zhao Pinggan said indifferently. Since you signed a contract with Zhou Taishan, then look for Zhou Taishan to ask for the medicine. To tell you clearly, my medicine is not for sale to you. Gah! Gu Qingming's whole body was steeply tense. Having this medicine was equivalent to having an additional local war department, and without it, not only was it a loss of medicine, it was also a big blow to morale. Gritting his teeth, he said, you have to sell it to me, and you should know that if Ms. Yi fails to reach the level of the richest man, she will have to return to imperial capital. Yi Yaoqing also looked at Zhao Pinggan. Right, if she didn't sell it to him, she would have to go back herself. Zhao Pinggan said in an ancient well, first of all, you are not the only provincial war department in the country, and if you don't sell it to you, you can sell it to someone else. And secondly, the medicine is good, so there is no worry about selling it at all. The point I'm trying to make is, sell it to no one but you. If you want it, go find Taishan Zhou, your partners. Ha! After finishing his speech, Zhao Pinggan raised his hand and pulled Yi Yaoqing's hand. Yaoqing, let's go. You. Gu Qingming and Zhou Taishan opened their mouths at the same time, but only uttered a single word because, surprisingly, they were played by him. But just then, Zhao Pinggan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Slowly turning around, he said, I almost forgot. Not only is the prescription mine, this Tianhai hotel is also mine. It shouldn't be me who has to go. It should be you. Now, get out of here, all of you. Boom. One moment. Everyone in the venue had a black eye. They were all furious. This guy was too crazy. But there was nothing that could be done about it, because the hotel was indeed his. Chapter 90, Kidnapping Qi Tianzhou. Everyone was resigned to having to leave again. 5 short minutes. The banquet hall was already empty. Originally Ouyang Hai wanted to stay to congratulate him, but seeing that Zhao Pinggan and Yi Yaoqing were in love, he didn't bother. Did you really make this elixir? Yi Yaoqing's eyes were full of worshipful light. She found that the more she came into contact with Zhao Pinggan, the more mysterious she felt. He seemed to be omnipotent. Zhao Pinggan proudly said, of course, alchemy? It's a piece of cake. There are more powerful ones that are useless. The light in Yi Yaoqing's eyes increased, and she subconsciously asked, what else? Zhao Pinggan subconsciously said, and you, eh? Yi Yaoqing was confused, and after 2 seconds her face blushed and looked away shyly. Zhao Pinggan ahead of black line. How she is different from before. If it is in the past, she may say you come to use then she would not listen to the words of the old thing. After all, this is the hotel, the time and place. It's very hard to keep a big beautiful girl all day. Yi Yaoqing slowly walked outside and changed the topic. This hotel was bought by the working Emperor Kai Chongyang for you, right? He said a long time ago that he was optimistic about the hotel industry. I didn't realize it was a vision to start laying the groundwork in prison. Zhao Pinggan lost it. It has nothing to do with him. I bought this myself. Yi Yaoqing laughed. Whether it's yours or his, but you just drove all the guests away. It will affect the hotel's business in the future. Zhao Pinggan said, it's just a Thai hotel. It doesn't matter if you don't open it. It's small money. It's really not that big a deal to him. Just make a call to the prison when you run out of money, and ask for $10 million each, or a couple billion. Yi Yaoqing smiled. That's right. It's just a broken hotel. I'll support you in the future. The other side. Zhou Taishan's few people came to Su Tianlong's other residence, which was also Zhou Taishan's current residence, and Duan Liming and Zhao Dekai followed them over. Aha! Zhou Taishan picked up the antique paintings and calligraphy in the room and kept slamming them, and his mouth kept screaming furiously. Tonight, it was too suffocating. The head of the Zhou family in the provincial city was actually put on the spot by the little Yakuza. This was an unprecedented shame. Su Tianlong's heart was dripping blood as he looked at the broken everything, but he didn't dare to speak. Zhou Taishan finally stopped, his eyes scarlet, looking hideously at Zhao Dekai. You're also a divine doctor. Now refine the pills, right away, and the medicinal effect must surpass Zhao Pinggan's. Otherwise, I'll let you go out of Tianhai City horizontally. Boo! Zhao Dekai immediately knelt down in fear and trembled. Family Master Zhou, I don't know how to make pills. I really don't. Alchemy is a skill for warlocks, and doctors are rarely mastered. Zhou Taishan's eyes widened angrily. Won't? Just now in the banquet hall you personally said that your medical skills surpassed Wang Shouwen, and now you're telling me that you won't? Zhao Dekai was in a cold sweat. Master Zhou, my medical skills are indeed better than Wang Shouwen's, but Not as good as Zhao Pinggan's. I really don't know how to. Zhou Taishan for a moment actually did not know how to answer. The heart is even more angry. Zhao Pinggan is just a reformed person who came out of prison. Does the prison also teach alchemy? Turning his head to look at everyone, he angrily said, "You guys think of a way for me to cure Zhao Pinggan. In the end, if you can't think of a way, I'll make all of you suffer my son's suffering." Su Tianlong's four people's whole body trembled, but Zhou Qiankuan had his limbs broken. The four men looked at each other, face to face, each expecting an answer from the other. Duan Laiming was even more scared half to death. Originally thought that they had a way to deal with Zhao Pinggan before they followed them here. How could they think that they didn't have it either? Not only did they not have it, but they also had to put their lives on the line. Just then, Jewel Su's eyes lit up. Opening his mouth, he said, "Family Master Zhou, I have a plan." Say, Jewel Su cleared his throat and continued, "At the moment, we don't have the means to make a move on Zhao Pinggan, mainly because Miss Yi is by his side, and injuring him would worry about hurting Miss Yi. But if we can get Zhao Pinggan to go somewhere else and find another expert to ambush him, we'll be sure of everything." Su Tianlong immediately said, "That's a good idea. Family Master Zhou, why do we need to seesaw back and forth with that little punk Xiaoping? As long as we find an expert to do away with him, what can Miss Yi do even if she's disgruntled and raw? Furthermore, as long as we dispose of Zhao Pinggan unknowingly, Ms. Yi will have no evidence against us." Nye Dehai also nodded. "Good idea." Zhou Taishan sniffed. His eyes turned deep. In fact, this idea was not something he hadn't thought about. He had been worried about Yi Yaoqing's retaliation only, although his mouth said he was not afraid, but his heart was also panicked. Even if the Yi family did not help Yi Yaoqing, and she was going to be united in marriage in the future, in case she used the power of her in-laws, she could not afford it. However, they said it was fine, as long as they let Zhao Pinggan out of Ms. Ye's line of sight, then they would find an expert to do it. The anger subsided a bit. Slowly, he said, "This method is good, but we must find a reasonable reason for Zhao Pinggan to leave Yi Yaoqing and act alone." Jewel Su laughed again. "I have an idea. Zhao Pinggan once had a fiancée named Qi Tianzhou. We can kidnap Qi Tianzhou as a way to threaten Zhao Pinggan into rescuing him. We'll ambush them beforehand, and when Zhao Pinggan arrives, we'll kill them." Qi Tianzhou? Duan Laoming held his breath. That was his goddess. Yes. Zhou Taishan sealed the deal with a hammer blow and clenched his hands into fists. "You guys kidnap Qi Tianzhou now and tell him to go to the provincial city. As long as he enters the provincial city, he will be killed. Mobilizing too many experts to come to Tianhai will cause suspicion. If they are found out, it is likely that they will lose all their efforts, and letting Zhao Pinggan go to the provincial capital can avoid the risk to the greatest extent." A gleam of evil glow rose in Jewel Su's eyes as he promised, "Yes, I'll go now." Qi family villa. Qi Tianzhou sat on the living room sofa watching the financial news. Father Qi Duohai walked over with his hands behind his back, his mouth broken. "Amazing, really amazing. Those called Zhao Pinggan are really all dragons and phoenixes among men. Tianzhou, do you know it? Just tonight, Zhao Pinggan exposed the identity of the elixir's owner, causing the Zhou family lord and the ancient commander to lose face. Not only that, some people predicted that the value of this elixir is at least $10 billion or more. Now, I'm looking forward to my son-in-law, Zhao Pinggan, more and more. Guess he can't be much worse." Qi Tianzhou naturally knew about this and was annoyed inwardly, half because Zhao Pinggan was villainous again, and the other half because her father had been rambling on all night. Turning off the TV, he said, "Dad, they just have the same name. There's no halfway comparison, so don't think too much about it and get some sleep." Qi Duohai's eyes glared, and he said with vigor, "You must not be presumptuous. Back then, your grandfather could have left his last words. Zhao Pinggan is a dragon and phoenix among men, and is too precious to be described. And if I look at it, it's definitely not worse than this Zhao Pinggan." Qi Tianzhou said helplessly, "That's good. I also look forward to his early arrival, and I also want to see the true face of his mountain. Now, you think for yourself. I'm resting." After saying that, she turned around and walked upstairs, but she had just taken a few steps when the phone rang, which said that there was an accident at the construction site, and her face changed drastically. "What? Wait for me." Concerned, Qi Duohai asked, "What's wrong?" "It's fine. You sleep first. I'll go take a look." Qi Tianzhou quickly stepped out of the villa and drove the Maserati out of the yard. After walking a few kilometers, bam! A van crashed into a Maserati. Qi Tianzhou hadn't responded yet. The car jumped down a few people, dragged Qi Tianzhou out of the car hard. No matter how much she struggled, it did not help. "Cover your mouth and nose and drag it to the van." Inside the car, Su Jewel looked at the shapely Qi Tianzhou and licked his lips. Chapter 91, An Old Man and a Young Man. Hentaying Heavenly Palace. Yi Yaoqing and Zhao Pinggan had just returned when Yi Yaoqing's phone rang. "Dad, Up this late? Yi Yaoqing picked up the phone in surprise. My father was very health conscious and used to rest long before this time. Yi Qingsan laughed brightly. How can I sleep when I hear that my daughter has good news? The person you chose will be a healer, and also practiced pills with a market value of at least $10 billion. Daughter, good vision. Yi Yaoqing's body trembled at the words. Her eyes were a little red. As far as she could remember, this was the second time she had complimented herself. The first time was the last time she got the 140 plots of land, and by comparison, there are more words this time. Choking back a sob. Dad, you know all about it. I thought you were resting and was going to tell you tomorrow. Ha ha. Yi Qingsan laughed again. Silly girl, of course you should be the first to share good news with your father. Even if you're resting, you still have to get up. Now that your assets are not only going to surpass the richest man in Tianhai City, but are also going to be a huge chunk higher. Those people in the family have shut up. Daughter, the 1-month period is null and void. Daddy doesn't care about you. Come back when you want. Listening to his voice, he also carried a bit of bravado, as if the depression in his heart was swept away. Yi Yaoqing bit her lips. Tears fell indisputably. Finally, do not have to join forces. Thank you, Dad. You must have carried a lot of pressure for me. You can rest assured that I will be your pride. Yi Qingsan froze and smiled after a moment of contemplation. Okay, I believe you. There is one more thing. Your Uncle Gu has approached me, wanting medicine. Yaoqing, I know you are upset in your heart, but this medicine is not for your Uncle Gu. It is for the warriors who go into battle to kill the enemy. This is the greater good. It is better to give it to him. Yi Yaoqing nodded heavily and said, I will speak with Pinyin. In fact, if Yi Qingsan didn't say anything, he would have advised Zhao Pingan that he couldn't let the warriors suffer for the sake of a battle of wills, and that it was okay to suffer a little bit in the face of what was right and wrong. The two hung up. Boo! Yi Yaoqing rushed towards Zhao Pingan despite everything, hugged him firmly with both hands and cried, Pingan, thank you. I feel so happy now. Growing up, living in the shadow of a union, every thought of marrying someone you don't love brings a despair like no other. Now, at last, relief. Zhao Pingan's whole body was held taut. His ears were so sensitive that he didn't want to eavesdrop, but the contents of the phone call entered his ears word for word. After thinking about it, he also raised his arms to hug her. It will be happier in the future. This is just the beginning. At present, she already has the everlasting lamp, is about to get the lightning strike wood, and is still short of the night pearl. As long as she finds the night pearl to help her change her life against the odds, her life will become completely different. Yi Yaoqing nodded heavily, then raised her head to look into Zhao Pingan's eyes. Her face suddenly reddened and her voice was like a mosquito murmur. Without the 1-month agreement, there is no marriage contract. I can be your girlfriend. Seeing her pouty expression, Zhao Pingan steeply felt his mind filling up with blood, remembering what those guys in prison said. But a girl saying to be your girlfriend means she's ready to give everything. That is, it is possible with her. The old thing said that what he says is fart. Zhao Pingan instantly threw his master's words to the back of his mind and tried. Then you go up and take a bath first? Ha! Yi Yaoqing exclaimed in shock. Seeing Zhao Pingan's eyes, she instantly understood what was going on in his head. And for a moment, a deer in the headlights. Wasn't this a little too fast? You can still yourself. However, when he saw Zhao Pingan's eager gaze, he couldn't bear to refuse and gritted his teeth. You can come up again in 10 minutes. After that, he turned around in a panic and quickly ran upstairs. Gulp! Zhao Pingan swallowed saliva with a dry cough, never expecting that happiness would come so suddenly. The old thing threw me in jail for 3 years and didn't come back, so you won't blame me if I do something. So we're even. Zhao Pingan was chanting in his mind, and the sound of clattering water was already coming from his ears, which made it even harder for him to know what he should do. Just then, his phone rang. What is it? Zhao Pingan immediately picked up the phone, mainly to distract himself. Your fiancée Qi Tianzhou is in my hands. If you don't want her head to come to the provincial city of Dragon City, don't ever tell Miss Yi. If Miss Yi knows, I promise to make Qi Tianzhou's life worse than death. Zhou Taishan's specially treated voice came from the other side of the phone, sounding awkward. Zhao Pingan looked at the number and it was unfamiliar. Casually said, silly dog, do not investigate clearly before kidnapping? The two of us marriage contract has been cancelled. There is no relationship. To kill or die as you wish. By the way, I don't like the look of her either, so slap her twice for me. Threatening with Qi Tianzhou is simply hilarious. There are only two people in this world who can threaten. One is the master and the other is Yi Yaoqing. You, Zhou Taishan almost spit out blood in anger and said angrily, I'm not joking with you. If you don't come, she will really die. I'm not joking with you either. Slap her twice for me before getting her killed. Thank you. Zhao Pingan finished and quickly hung up the phone. Lazy with this kind of stupidity that can't even understand kidnapping. Taishan Zhou. turning his head to give Su Tianlong a slap. Waste. Su Tianlong was dazed by the beating and weakly said, Family Master Zhou, I think it might not be enough stimulation, or else, let my son take a video with her and send it to Zhao Pingan? Yes, Zhao Pingan didn't think much about it at all. Before he had a pretty good impression of Qi Tianzhao, but after today at the construction site, he was only angry and treated her completely as a passerby. There was no need to be hung up on the deaths and lives of passersby. Heard the running water upstairs stop and was hitting the shower gel. Almost there. Zhao Pingan was fidgeting anxiously. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Zhao Pingan opened the door, and outside the door was actually Duan Laiming. What are you doing here, Mr. Zhao? Save Tianzhao. Duan Laoming said anxiously and uneasily. If you don't go to save Tianzhao, she'll die 10 deaths without a chance of survival. I've already asked people to rush over from home, but time-wise, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time. Zhao Pingan frowned and asked, Zhou Taishan kidnapped them? I hadn't thought much about it before, but I didn't think much about it until I saw him. First, let go to the provincial city, and second, he was surrounded by Zhao Dekai's kung fu is not weak, and only the Zhou family is the mastermind behind the scenes do not dare to rescue. Duan Laoming froze and said stiffly, Yes, Qi Tianzhou is currently in a small suburban compound. Suburbia? Zhao Pingan heard the location and then nodded. If Qi Tianzhou was kidnapped, it had nothing to do with herself. But if Zhou Taishan was kidnapped, it was most likely because of herself. Taking out his cell phone, he sent a message to Yi Yaoqing, quickly out the door, and just 5 minutes after he left the cloud-top heavenly palace, 2 men walked up from the bottom of the hill, an old man and a young man, one after the other. Stop! The bodyguards guarding the darkness of Yunding Heavenly Palace blocked the way of the comers and warned, Yunding Heavenly Palace is a private territory. Outsiders are prohibited from approaching. The two of you please return. Before, there was Zhao Pingan in the villa. Anyone approaching didn't need to worry. The youth walking in front, wearing a white suit and a white bowler hat sneered. Kill! The old man sniffed. No half nonsense. Body like a ghost rushed to a few bodyguards. Under his hands, the bodyguards did not have the power of resistance. Just a few seconds, fell to the ground without breathing. The two, on the other hand, continued to walk towards the cloud-top heavenly palace. Chapter 92 Deliverance. They stopped in front of the cloud-top heavenly palace. The youth slowly raised his head and looked at the second-floor window with the curtains drawn down. She must be feeling very happy right now, right? Feeling like she can fight fate, that she can do anything. It was like a laugh, and the voice was thick with sarcasm. The old man stood bent over behind him, motionless, like a dead man, and did not speak. The youth smiled evilly again. Since she feels happy, let him die in happiness. Kill him. Hear this. The old man's body finally trembled as he said heavily, My lord, I'm afraid we can't protect ourselves even if we kill her. She's a great lady. The youth said, a waste that serves no purpose to the family. Death is not enough. What's more, her death had nothing to do with us. It was Zhou Taishan who killed her in anger. The old man frowned. Gongzi, isn't it better to think again? The youth let out a sound through his nose. The old man's words were instantly swallowed back, and he returned. Wait a moment, Your Excellency, he said, walking straight into the villa. Second floor. Yi Yaoqing had already finished her shower and didn't see the cell phone. Sitting inside the bedroom, she felt too ashamed to wear pajamas, so she changed into a long dress and also turned off the lights. Heard footsteps coming from the door and instantly turned away, not daring to meet his eyes. LOL. The door to the room was opened. The footsteps came a little closer. Yi Yaoqing's heart rose to her throat and she said with difficulty, Pinyin, isn't this too fast for us? I'm not ready. The old man had stood behind him and said icily, Send you on your way, soon. It wasn't Zhao Pingyin's voice. Yi Yaoqing was creeped out and turned her head violently to see a black shadow standing in front of her, and said in shock, Who are you? Without responding, the old man reached out his hands to grab both of Yi Yaoqing's faces and twisted them with force. Click! The neck was broken. Yi Yaoqing's eyes widened as she slowly collapsed. The old man did not hurry to leave, but walked to Yi Yaoqing's side and touched her pulse, making sure there was no pulse before leaving and walking out the door to report. My lord, it's over. He laughed as he turned to go down the hill. Also just as they were descending the mountain, inside the bedroom, click, letting out a crisp sound, it was seen that the jade pendant that Zhao Pingan had given to Yi Yaoqing shattered. A farmhouse on the outskirts of the city is brightly lit. Inside the house, Qi Tianzhou was tied up on a stool with a towel stuffed in her mouth. Her eyes were horrified and her whole body struggled violently, but no matter how she struggled, the stool did not move, because the stool was welded to the floor. Jewel Su was debugging the equipment in front of him, finally debugging it. Looking towards Qi Tianzhou, he teased, Miss Qi, what have you been shouting about? Could it be that you can't wait? Don't be in a hurry. Brother Su is here to comfort you. Woo woo. Qi Tianjiao tried to speak, but all the sounds that came out turned into whimpers. At this moment, she wanted to die. Jewel Su turned her head to look at the head of her glasses and waved her hand. Hi, Xiao Pingon. I'm Jewel Su. I really didn't expect that we'd meet in this way, and in light of what you've done to me over this period of time, I'm going to retaliate all the punitive means on your fiancé. Next, don't blink. He looked at Qi Tianjiao again and took a step over. Woo woo. Qi Tianjiao's eyes widened as she watched him walk towards her, struggling even more, the terror in her eyes turning into pleading. Swish. Jewel Su raised her hand and pulled the towel out of her mouth. Mr. Su, don't touch me. I'll give you whatever you want. Please don't touch me. Please. Qi Tianjiao couldn't care about breathing and hurriedly begged. Snap. Jewel Su didn't show any mercy and smacked her across the face, smiling grimly. I only want you, Xiao Pingon. Did you see that? I was beating your fiancée, and she was begging me for mercy. He had great satisfaction in his heart, since Zhao Pingon appeared in Tianhai City, suffocated bad. First against Ouyang Qian's plan was disrupted, and then in the horse farm, and then One Piece. It did not go smoothly. I beg you, please. Qi Tianjiao's tears flowed out in fear. Mr. Su, your family is the new nobility of Tianhai. What kind of women do you want? Don't touch me, okay? I can give you money. How about 100 million? Didn't know what else to do but beg. Snap. Gemstone Su slapped again, stood in front of her and condescended, arrogantly saying, Zhao Pingon's fiancé, beg me. Hurry up and beg me to beat you. Qi Tianjiao's hair was scattered by the beating. Su Jewel violently grabbed Qi Tianjiao's hair again and shook it like crazy. Beg me, beg me, beg me. Xiao Pingon, are you heartbroken? Do you hate to kill me? But that's just the beginning. Speaking, the hand exerted force and hardened, ripping Qi Tianjiao's tunic open. No! Qi Tianjiao screamed in horror. You are breaking the law by doing this. You will be punished by the law. Stop it before it's too late. Don't make the same mistake again. Wrong? Su Jewel's eyes narrowed into slits. In my life, I don't know what wrong means. Xiao Pingon, when you were at the stable, you let the horse ride me. Today I'm going to let you see with your own eyes how I'm going to trash your fiancé. When he finished, his hands began to take off his clothes. No! Qi Tianjiao roared again. Seeing that he still didn't stop, she gritted her teeth and scolded. Su Jewel, you shall not die. If you dare to touch me, I will not let you go even if I am a ghost. Snap. Jewel Su slapped 3 more times in a row and said maniacally, not letting me go? Now, I won't let you go first. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the camera. Xiao Pingon, watch out for me. Right now, I'm going to make your fiancé beg for her life and death. When he finished, LOL, the door to the room was suddenly opened. Xiao Pingon walked in from outside, saying as he did so, I've watched. What do you want? Gah! Jewel Su froze, looking at the figure in front of her, her sweaty pores exploding open in fear. Xiao Pingon, why are you here? He screamed in horror. According to normal logic, he should be in the cloud-top heavenly palace right now, so why would he appear here? Peace, help me, help me. Qi Tianjiao quickly yelled. She had never felt that the guy in front of her would be so grounding, as if a beam of light had suddenly appeared. Zhao Pingon looked at Qi Tianjiao, and when he saw her appearance, his face sank. In my life, I'm most disgusted by 2 kinds of people, those who force themselves on women, and those who beat them up. And of these 2, you've accounted for both. What are you doing? Jewel Su slowed down and quickly ran behind Qi Tianjiao, strangling with her arm, panicking, don't come over. I told you not to come over. If you dare to come over again I'll strangle her to death. Woo! Qi Tianjiao was strangled for a moment and couldn't breathe. Zhao Pingon shook his head. I've watched too much TV and novels. Strangling someone takes at least 3 minutes. If you want to break your neck, a normal person can't do it at all. Before you strangle her, I have 100 ways to get you killed. Ha! Jewel Su became even more flustered after he said that. The brain short-circuited for a moment. Also just take advantage of his short-circuiting moment. Zhao Pingon took 2 steps forward and slammed his fist on Jewel Su's chest. Pust! Jewel Su flew backwards, a mouthful of blood spurting out. He slumped to the ground and tried to get up to escape. And just as he got up, he realized that his body's strength felt like it had been drained out of him. So he immediately knelt down and begged. Xiao Pingon, I'm wrong. This is all under the orders of the Zhou family master. Please give me a chance. Chapter 93. Who are you? At such a moment, he did not hesitate to sell Zhou Taishan. I know. No need to not tell. Zhao Pingon said succinctly, then walked over to Qi Tianjiao's side and untied the ropes tied to her. Woo! Qi Tianjiao emotions can no longer be taught. Instantly pounced on Zhao Pingon, lying in his arms bawling, almost scared to death. If she did not know that biting the tongue cannot die, she would like to bite the tongue to kill themselves. EW. Zhao Pinggan's whole body was tensed by her hug, and he was tempted to push away. But after thinking about it, it was too insensitive to push away in this situation, so he didn't move, softly consoling, "It's all in the past, they were targeting me. So, sorry, there will be no shirking of the responsibility that is due. Woohoo!" Qi Tianjiao cried more and more intense, living so big for the first time to be kidnapped. She cried for another 10 seconds or so, her eyes some fainted. Zhao Pinggan first put her aside, then slowly walked towards Jewel Su. No! Su Jewel's mind uncontrollably remembered the wedding day. Immediately was scared pants wet, constantly cowed out and begged, "This is all Zhou Taishan instructed. It's all him, and I do not have any relationship with me. Just now those words are also what he let me say. Please do not kill me. I was wrong." "Kill you?" Zhao Pinggan smiled coldly. "It's not worth hurting your blessings for a villain like you. Not to mention, it's only interesting to keep you alive." When Jewel Su saw his eyes, she felt like she was being stared at by the Grim Reaper. She had a bad premonition and panicked. "What are you going to do?" "I was wrong." "Boo!" Zhao Pinggan knocked out with a kick. 10 minutes later, Zhao Pinggan held Qi Tianjiao out of the courtyard. Originally Duan Liming waited outside the door, but when he went out there was no trace of him. He should be worried about getting into trouble and ran away in the night. It's still some distance from the city. After thinking about it, Zhao Pinggan felt that it would be too troublesome to personally send Qi Tianjiao back. Yao Qing was still waiting, not to mention, he didn't know the address of Qi Tianjiao's home. Take out the phone and ask Zhang Frost to pick it up. Soon, Zhang Frost appeared in front of him. She got out of the car angrily. "Mr. Zhao, do you know that night is very important for a girl? And if I get old because of lack of sleep, are you responsible for that?" Also knowing what happened tonight, instead of feeling relieved, he was even more determined to get rid of Zhao Pinggan. Because, Miss Goldie, Miss Prince Charming must be a rich young man. If Zhao Pinggan tried his whole life, he wouldn't be able to be worthy of Miss. Zhao Pinggan said indifferently, "You still owe me for jumping into a cesspool once. When will you pay me back? It just so happens that this is a farmhouse with a cesspool, so if you jump in, you won't have to help tonight. When dealing with a woman, you must be tougher than she is." "You!" Zhang Frost was furious, but there was no way to retort. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Put her in the car. I'll send her." The mind silently adds, "And a hotel." Zhao Pinggan also no longer nonsense. Qi Tianjiao flat on the back seat, just to go to the passenger side. Zhang Frost a foot of gas actually drove away. "Silly," Zhao Pinggan said with a headache, turned his head to look at the farmhouse, brightened up, and walked back in. "Come out in 5 minutes. In the meantime, ask Jewel Su what's going on, and why there's no word from Pinggan Zhao yet." Zhou Taishan stormed out, completely not expecting Zhao Pinggan to not go to the provincial city. Yes, that's a question." Su Tianlong was sweating profusely. If this matter was not done well, the Zhou family lord would have to break his limbs. He quickly took out his phone to contact Jewel Su, but just after contacting him, the phone rang, and it was Jewel Su. "Coming," Su Tianlong said hurriedly, opening his cell phone and realizing that it was a video. He laughed. "Family Master Qi, my son sent the video over. He does things, but he's still very stable. Thought it was sent over to the son to move Qi Tianjiao. Vaguely expect. Give it to me." Taishan Zhou grabbed his cell phone and tapped on the video. Just clicked on it. The sound of heartbreaking screams came out of the video. This, Zhou Taishan saw the picture on it and turned white with fear. Su Tianlong smiled grimly. Jewel must be worried that Zhao Pinggan is still not obedient, so his methods are a bit more brutal. "Don't worry, Master Zhou, we are your sharpest spears against your enemies. To you, we are loyal. It's Taishan Zhou. It's all because he instructed me. Let me go, please." Jewel Su screamed miserably again from her cell phone. Su Tianlong's whole body trembled, almost scared to pee. What is his son doing? How can he talk about the Zhou family master? Is it not looking for death? Immediately look to your cell phone. But when he saw the image above, he was dumbfounded. Just watch. Jewel Su was tied to a stool, her whole body not half covered. Under his feet were dense ants that could be stunned on the spot if they had an intense phobia. These ants crawled up his legs to the spot he used to target women while stopping. It was already dripping with blood. There are ways to deal with scum. Jewel, son, Su Tianlong screamed out in horror, not caring too much, and instantly went out the door. Snap! Zhou Taishan's hand trembled. The phone fell. His heart kept beating, and suddenly felt that, compared to Su Jewel, his son Zhou Qianquan's encounter was better. With that he shook his head. Grimly, he said, "Zhao Pinggan, I'm going to break you into pieces." Zhao Pinggan returned directly to the cloud-top heavenly palace. "When I walked to the foot of the mountain, I saw the lights of the Hentang heavenly palace go out, and I felt a sense of loss in my heart. She's not going to fall asleep waiting, is she?" Thinking of this, He hurriedly accelerated his pace, and halfway there, he felt that something wasn't right. Sniffing with his nose, the mountain reeked of the dead. Someone died? Zhao Pinggan's footsteps were even faster as he arrived in front of the door of the Hentang Heavenly Palace and was startled to see the bodyguard lying outside the door, which was Yi Yaoqing's bodyguard. With a stern look on his face, he no longer had any hesitation and quickly rushed into the villa, coming straight to Yi Yaoqing's bedroom, just to see her lying on the ground. Boom! The moment Zhao Pinggan felt a thunderbolt from the clear sky, his eyes went black and almost fell down, rushed over to hold Yi Yaoqing, and tremblingly raised his hand to try his pulse. But very faintly, Zhao Pinggan quickly shot out and pointed at dozens of acupoints such as Yi Yaoqing's lifegate and Quanchong. He suddenly regretted it. Yi Yaoqing is a heavenly fate orphan destiny and will be tragically killed at the happiest of times. And tonight, she gets the prescription, gets rid of the fate of her union, gets compliments from her father, and has to turn into a woman. Just the happiest moments. Himself. Why didn't you think of that? If it weren't for the protective jade pendant, I'm afraid I would have been separated from her forever. Blame yourself. Inwardly, he blamed himself beyond measure. Yaoqing, from now on, I won't let you suffer half a bit of harm. Zhao Pinggan held Yi Yaoqing's hand. Slowly close your eyes. Transmit a little bit of your body's qi to her. The minutes slipped by. I don't know how much time has passed. Yi Yaoqing, whose eyes were tightly closed, moved her eyelids, then slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, Zhao Pinggan's eyes finally glowed, and at this moment, there was no trace of blood on his face. Even his lips turned white, and his body's qi, ferried to Yi Yaoqing 90%, just hanging on by his last breath. Yi Yaoqing slowly opened her eyes and saw Zhao Pinggan, whose face was as white as a sheet of paper in front of her, pushed it away and asked warily, "Who are you?" Chapter 94, No one can stop you. A thick wariness showed in her eyes. The hand was still groping, as if looking for a weapon. Zhao Pinggan smiled slightly when he saw her. Although he didn't know how he looked right now, he thought that it must be very ugly. It was normal that she didn't recognize her. Returning, "I'm Zhao Pinggan. Ah, it's great to see that you're okay." Zhao Pinggan? The wariness in Yi Yaoqing's eyes increased unabated, then suddenly smiled, charmingly said, "You deadbeat, too anxious, my body is sweaty, dirty, I'm going to take a bath first, wait for me she said, cautiously stepping aside, walked out the door. The pace accelerated straight downstairs, and did not recognize Zhao Pinggan, so, to hurry to call someone, but went out of the villa, saw the bodyguard lying on the ground outside the door. Ah! She screamed out in shock. Yaoqing! When Zhao Pinggan heard the screams, he immediately got up regardless to chase out, but just after he stood up he felt that the sky was spinning and his head was heavy, and then he fell to the ground with a plop. Waiting to wake up again, Zhao Pinggan found himself tied up on a stool, and in front of it, sat a row of people. Yi Yaoqing sat in the very center, and next to her, there were Zhou Taishan, Su Tianlong, and Nie Dahai. Zhang Frost was among them. Yaoqing, what are you doing? Zhao Pinggan was confused and hadn't fully recovered yet. His speech was breathless. Who are you with? Yi Yaoqing stared at Zhao Pinggan without a trace of emotion in her eyes. Zhao Pinggan froze as he listened, looking at Yi Yaoqing's eyes and realizing that it did seem like he was looking at a stranger. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Yaoqing, you don't recognize me? Boo! Zhou Taishan slapped the sofa heavily and said angrily, "Denizen prodigal son, stop acting. Who exactly are you from? Why did you want to assassinate Mess? Yi, quickly tell me the truth, or you'll be dragged to the patrol office and shot." Assassination? Zhao Pinggan understood that they had framed themselves for the death of the bodyguard, and Yi Yaoqing, although she saved her life. Amnesia. Zhao Pinggan let out a bitter smile, remembering that his master often said that heaven's will was hard to disobey, and that going against it would be punished, and if nothing else, Yi Yaoqing's price would be forgetting about the people and things that she thought were the happiest. It's also the time it took to come to Tianhai. You're still laughing? Su Tianlong's face was hideous, instantly getting up and picking up the leather whip aside. He hated Zhao Pinggan to the bone because just last night, when he rushed to rescue Su Jewel was no longer manly. Any later and it would have been unisex. Snap! He cracked a whip onto Zhao Pinggan. I'll see if it's your mouth or the whip that's hard. Quickly say, who in the world sent you to assassinate Miss Yi? This whip is not a heavy one. With just a single stroke, Zhao Pinggan's skin split open and blood dripped. Zhang Frost was too scared to look at it more than once and hurriedly turned his head. Yi Yaoqing frowned slightly, feeling that it was a bit cruel, but she didn't say anything. After all, he killed the bodyguard and almost killed himself. Zhou Taishan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Last night, when he saw the image of Su Jewel, he was also frightened, and had nightmares at night, and thought that he would need a very thorough plan to take revenge on Zhao Pinggan. I didn't expect his retribution to come so quickly. seeing Su Tianlong make a move. Nye Dahai was not willing to lag behind and picked up another whip, heavily lashing at Zhao Pinggan. Speak up, or I'll whip you alive, and I advise you to spare yourself the pain of the skin. Another bloody wound appeared on Zhao Pinggan's body. Swish! Zhao Pinggan looked violently at the two and said in a cold voice, "You're looking for death." When Su Tianlong and Nye Dahai saw Zhao Pinggan's eyes, they took a step backwards in fear and had the feeling of being stared at by the god of death, but they quickly recovered to normal. Now that Miss Ye's amnesia doesn't recognize him, he's just a little yakuza. Even if he could fight again, he was still a little yakuza with no background to fear. How dare you threaten us? Now, open your eyes and see who's really looking for death. Su Tianlong said and started whipping again. Threatening at the end of your life? Very well, I'll see how long you can be tough. Nye Dahai similarly whipped. Snap! The two men continuously lashed a dozen times, and Zhao Pinggan's upper body was drenched in blood. Zhou Taishan narrowed his eyes and watched. His heart was unprecedentedly comfortable. He was beaten right in front of Yi Yaoqing, and on the contrary, Yi Yaoqing, who used to protect him, didn't recognize him now. Angry or not? Stop first. Seeing that Zhao Pinggan was hesitant to speak, Yi Yaoqing finally spoke. I'll give you one more chance. Who exactly are you under the orders of? After saying that, his eyes stared at Zhao Pinggan without blinking. Zhao Pinggan didn't feel much pain from the beating, but seeing Yi Yaoqing's eyes, he felt heartbroken. She was the girl who made his heart flutter for the first time in his life. Laughing, Yaoqing, I'm Zhao Pinggan. You remember well. We know each other. 140 plots of land, prescriptions, and to reach the level of the richest man does not need to marry. Yi Yaoqing frowned, feeling that these words were familiar, but she just couldn't recall them. Shut up! Zhou Taishan was startled. If reminded by him, Yi Yaoqing recalled that things would be serious, and angrily said, shameless person still dares to bewitch with demonic words. I see that if I don't give you real means, you won't obediently confess. As he said that, he looked at Yi Yaoqing and said, Miss Yi, this person is shameless to the extreme. How about this? I'll take him away for interrogation first and ask the mastermind behind the scene before reporting back to you. There are very few tools here, not many tricks of torture, and in another place, he is guaranteed to scream and scream. Yi Yaoqing thought for a moment and nodded. Then I'll be grateful to Uncle Zhou. Hear this. Su Tianlong and Nye Dahai looked at each other and smiled, their minds already coming up with 1,000 ways to take revenge. Zhao Pinggan smiled bitterly at his words. Zhang Frost, as Miss Ye's secretary, you should tell Miss Ye the truth. At moments like this, Zhang Frost was the only hope. Zhang Frost gritted his teeth. His heart was in turmoil. In his heart, he very much hoped that Zhao Pinggan would get lost and stop delaying the young lady. But in this situation, once he was taken away he would die a horrible death. Zhao Pinggan continued. You know very well if I will harm Yaoqing, if I leave at this time, Yaoqing will still be in danger. What's more, it can't be ruled out that the person who harmed Yaoqing is right next to him. He suspected that it was Zhou Taishan killed, but based on the judgment of the way to get dead bodyguards, the person who shot must be an expert, and not like Zhou Taishan. The words touched Zhang Frost. She said stiffly, Miss, I don't think Zhao Pinggan came to kill you. The murderer is someone else. Yi Yaoqing frowned and looked over, puzzled. You know him? It's not hard to tell by the tone of voice. Secretary Zhang. It's about Miss Ye's life. You must be careful with your words. Zhou Taishan coldly reminded, his eyes full of threats. Zhang Frost heard the threat and was in a dilemma as he did not know what to do. Just then, Zhao Pinggan slowly spoke. Yaoqing, I can prove that I didn't come here to kill you and that the real culprit is someone else. Yi Yaoqing looked over. How to prove it? The three Zhou Taishan people also cautiously looked over, and would immediately interrupt once they realized that he was not speaking correctly. Zhao Pinggan looked at Yi Yaoqing with a gentle smile. Then his body snapped. Boo! The ropes tied to him were instantly taut. Zhao Pinggan slowly said, because if I want to move you, no one can stop me. Chapter 95, Reorganization of Language. See this scene. A few of the people were shocked and blanched. Su Tianlong hurriedly stepped backward as if he was facing an enemy. Nye Dahai's legs went limp and he simply sat down on the ground. Zhou Taishan's scared body trembled. Feel the surrounding gusts of wind. In order to tie him, selected the most sturdy rope. He actually gave the shock break. Or is it a human being? Zhang Frost was dumbfounded. Yi Yaoqing's eyes also became cautious. Zhao Pinggan added, but I won't hurt you. I only want to protect you. As he said that, he stood up while looking at Su Tianlong and Nye Dahai and sneered. Did you have a good time beating me just now? The reason why he didn't break free just now was partly because it wasn't conducive to conversation, and partly because he hoped that his misery would awaken Yi Yaoqing's memories. But unfortunately it failed. Su Tianlong was incoherent with fear and said stiffly, Zhao Pinggan, you have to recognize your own identity. Right now, No one can protect you. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, I will make your life worse than death. Yes? Zhao Pinggan's face was expressionless as he prepared to strike as he spoke. Stop. Yi Yaoqing suddenly opened her mouth, her face unprecedentedly grave. She was amnesiac and didn't remember Zhao Pinggan, but wasn't a little cutie. Saw that no matter if Zhao Pinggan was the murderer or not, these people present were not his match. Seriously, he said, you go, about your identity. I will investigate clearly, as well as last night's incident. I also hope that you can keep your mouth shut, otherwise, I will utilize the family's energy to deal with you. Zhao Pinggan's heart hurt as if it had been stabbed by a needle, but still, he nodded. Yes, this kind of moment is not suitable to overstimulate her, and the priority is not to make her remember herself, but to find the night pearl and help her to change her life against the sky, otherwise there will be the next time her life will be in danger. When he finished, he walked slowly out. Yi, you just let him go. What if he hurts you again? Su Tianlong was very unwilling. He clearly had a chance to get him killed. Yi, you're letting him go is letting the tiger return to the mountain. It's not certain when he'll jump out and bite you again. Nya Dahai was equally unwilling. His son's revenge had yet to be avenged. Yi Yaoqing asked back coldly, if I don't let him go, are you guys sure you can subdue him? Or are you guys able to defend yourselves? She had a dislike for these two, for some reason, for no reason at all, and would not have let them in at all if Uncle Zhou had not brought them in. When Su Tianlong and the two of them heard this, they immediately held their faces red and were speechless. Yi Yaoqing looked at Zheng Frost and asked, what did Zhao Pinggan mean just now when he said 140 plots of land and more? Also, how did he know about my engagement? Subconsciously, I feel like these things are important, but I just can't think of them. Zheng Frost hesitated for a moment and was about to explain. Miss Yi, Zhou Taishan snatched the topic and said in a serious manner, in fact, you've been coming to Tianhai for a long time and have chosen a partner, which is the son of this Su Tianlong in front of you. Su Jewel, Gemstone is a man among men, blazing a trail for you. He told Yi Yaoqing's story from the Sea of Heaven to the present, only replacing all the protagonists with Jewel Su. Jewel Seo? Yi Yaoqing looked at Su Tianlong. Su Tianlong immediately stepped forward and fawned. Miss Yi, it's the honor of my gemstone to serve you. No need to be polite. His heart blossomed with joy, never expecting that his son would make it to the top. Zhang Frost, who was standing by the side, cursed shamelessness in his heart, and wanted to tell the truth several times, but when he saw Zhou Taishan's eyes, he could only hold back. Yi Yaoqing frowned tightly. She somehow resented hearing the name Jewel Su, but, Uncle Zhou or them, they were all people with status should not be able to lie. Nodding his head, he said, well then, it's been a hard day's work, Jewel. I'm a bit tired today, so all of you go back. With that, he turned and went upstairs, passing by Zhao Pinggan's room and stopping in her tracks. She looked inside. Why does it feel like there's something missing in there? In the meantime, the news of Yi Yaoqing's amnesia spread all over Tianhai, causing a sensation in Tianhai, and that's not all. The second news was broken out. Zhao Pinggan attempted to kill Yi Yaoqing, and was kicked out of Yi Clan by Yi Yaoqing. People haven't digested the news yet. Heavier news broke that Yi Yaoqing's partner changed to Jewel Su. For a moment, the sky collapsed in Zhonghai. At this very moment, Zhao Pinggan came to Dragon Court KTV. Mr. Shou, Zhang Heading came out to greet him in his wheelchair and said angrily, I know about you, as long as you give the order. I'll leave my brothers to slaughter the Su family and Nia Dahai. He doesn't understand what's going on, but it is believed that Mr. Chiu must have been wrongly accused. Zhao Pinggan shook his head and walked into the box and sat down. You don't need to care about this matter. How's the Night Pearl search going? As long as they helped Yi Yaoqing change her fate against the heavens, there would be plenty of time to play with them. Zhang Heading was filled with guilt and said, the Night Pearl hasn't got an eyebrow yet, but I've heard people say that there are 3 times of Thunderstrike wood in the hands of the Lei Xiaotang in the provincial city. Only, the Lei Xiaotang is the largest metaphysical temple in the province, and the relationship is intricate and complicated. My identity may not be on their radar. There's no way to buy it. I'm looking for someone and will report back to you as soon as I hear anything. Zhao Pinggan said, make every effort to find the Night Pearl, and as for the Thunder Sky Hall, they will send someone to send me the Thunderstrike wood. The old man promised, he just hasn't delivered it yet. Earl, Zhang Heading's heart trembled as he listened. Worthy of being Mr. Zhao, able to have Lei Xiaotang personally deliver it. Nodding his head, I'll have someone focus on finding the Night Pearl. The words just fell. Boo! The door to the box room was roughly slammed open. 2 figures were thrown in from outside. It was the 2 bodyguards guarding the door. Afterward, a man appeared outside the door and stepped into the box, teasingly saying, Dragon King Zhang, I wonder if you still remember me. Dong Shan. Zhang Xianding saw this person as if he was an enemy. His breathing became rapid. and his eyes stared in death. In Tianhai City, everyone knew that Zhang Longwang had a mortal enemy, and that mortal enemy was Dongshan Dong Longwang, the last underground emperor of Tianhai City. It was said that back then, Zhang Longwang launched a surprise attack and terminated all of Dongshan's venues in one night, and brought 200 men to chase Dongshan, but Dongshan still ran away. Dongshan tasted playfully. I didn't expect Zhang Longwang to have a good memory, so do you still remember what I said back then when I was leaving? Zhang Xianding sweated like a pig. You said, the day I see you again is the day I die in the Yellow Springs. Nice. Dongshan looked at Zhang Heading contemptuously. I've been holding back for 10 years. I only have 2 things to do when I come back this time. Kill your people and rob your money. Zhang Xianding's teeth were clenched and he didn't say a word. 3 seconds to get out of my sight. Sitting on the couch, Zhao Pingan said in annoyance, don't delay me from being quiet. Don't look because Yi Yaoqing's memory loss has not shown anything. In fact, the heart has been holding fire. Swish, Dongshan snapped at Zhao Pingan and narrowed his eyes. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. Whoosh, Zhao Pingan instantly got up and came to Dongshan in the blink of an eye, cupping Dongshan's neck with one hand and lifting him up stiffly as he said icily, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language as well. Chapter 96, he's gone. If you can do it, don't bleep. There's no point in wasting time on such a minor character. It was all very simple for Zhao Pingan. Dongshan, his brain was blank, looking at Zhao Pingan like he was seeing a demon. Having waited, endured, and practiced hard for 10 years for today, surprisingly, he didn't even see how he struck and was subdued in one move. How else can I take revenge? Zhang Heading was also confused, afraid of Dongshan, purely because of the shadow of 10 years ago. In fact, outsiders know is not complete. At that time, Dongshan not only ran away under the siege of 200 people, but also wasted 40 or so people. To Dongshan, there had always been an unspeakable fear in his heart, but when he saw Zhao Pingan make a move, he suddenly remembered that he was Mr. Zhao's, and that Mr. Zhao was a top-notch bigwig who could make the temple master brush the toilet. Suddenly, it turned hot, with Zhao and no bumps in the road. 10 years of heartburn is not a one-trick pony for Mr. Zhao. Asked you, by the way, your neck is pinched. Zhao Pingan didn't want to kill anyone and hurt his blessings, so he casually tossed him aside. Bam! Dongshan's body hit the wall with a dull thud and slid down against the wall. He quickly got up again and asked in shock, who are you? An expert of this level would definitely not be Zhang Heading's fighter. He couldn't afford to keep him. Zhao Pingan lazily responded and looked at Zhang Heading and said, what are you still standing there for? He wants to kill you. Hurry up and call someone to get him. Can't you wait for him to do it before calling someone? Get rid of it quickly and clean it up. Oh. Zhang Heading nodded his head busily, feeling too secure around Zhao Pingan, almost forgetting that Dongshan was a mortal enemy. Quickly pull out the phone and call someone. Seeing this, Dongshan didn't hesitate for a second. Clear that he wasn't a match for Zhao Pingan, not to mention the fact that there were people coming, and quickly got up to escape. Seeing this, Zhao Pingan picked up the toothpick on the fruit plate and swung it easily. Whoosh! Accurately stabbed Dongshan in the calf. The whole toothpick. Boo! Dongshan slumped to the ground in an unsteady position, looked at his calf, and was horrified. Using qi to infuse and flying needles to hurt people? You are a zone master. This is impossible. How could there be such a young zone master? Hearing this, Zhao Pingan was surprised and said, what the hell is a patriarch? Dongshan. Zhang Chengdang also froze. Mr. Zhao actually didn't know about the patriarch? Then he carefully explained. Back to Mr. Zhao. The sovereign master is a rank in the martial arts world. It is recognized as a supreme expert. The top 8 ranked martial arts in Jianhai province are all sovereign masters. And at the moment, the entire Jianhai province only has these 8 sovereign masters. Zhao Pingan nodded and urged, hurry up and call someone to take care of him. Annoy. Just a casual question about the zoner. Don't want to know too much about it. Wait. Dongshan hurriedly opened his mouth, sweating like a pig in fear. Finally scared at this moment, he thought that even if he couldn't beat Zhao Pingan, he could still escape, but he didn't expect that he would encounter a zone master. In front of the sovereign, there was absolutely no possibility of escape. Gritting his teeth, he said, you can't kill me. My master is Patriarch Wu Wei. If you dare to kill me, my master will definitely not settle for anything. What? Zhang Chengdang was so scared that he almost stood up from his wheelchair. Patriarch Wu Wei was the 6th-ranked patriarch in Jiangshan province next door. And every year there was a martial arts exchange between Jiangshan province and Jianhai province. It is said that last year, Patriarch Wu Wei defeated Patriarch Shang Xian, the 5th in the province. In other words, in the entire Jianhai province, there were no more than 5 people who could block Patriarch Shang Xian. He's very powerful? Zhao Pingan asked casually. Very powerful. Zhang Heading nodded. In Jianhai province, there are no more than 5 people who can win against him. Let him come, I'll help you out in passing, Zhao Pingan casually said. Just focus on finding the night pearl, the faster the better. Patriarch. It was true that he had never heard of it, but he had just mistaken him for a patriarch after using only 10% of his power, so he thought that all patriarchs were watered down as well. Zhang Gongding. Dong Shan's eyes secretly flashed a touch of sarcasm. Really young and frivolous, dare to say anything. Master has been famous for 18 years in the sectarian world, and no one has ever dared to say to solve him. This Mr. Zhao doesn't know the sky and the earth. His eyes lit up and he tentatively asked, Patriarch Zhao is looking for the night pearl? As far as I know, next door to Huangfeng City Treasure Pavilion is holding an auction tonight, in which there is a night pearl, and it is the favorite of a certain Empress Dowager of the Qing dynasty. It is as big as an egg, and it is of excellent quality. Zhao Pingan immediately said, Really? Now all that's missing is the night pearl, and it's really not hard to get it without looking for it. Thousands of times. I have an invitation to my residence in Huangfeng City, Mr. Zhao only needs to take the invitation to enter. A bright light flashed in Dong Shan's eyes as he finished speaking. The auction is real, and so is the fact that there are night jewels. But, the master is in Huangfeng City. Take me at once. Zhao Pingan didn't want to wait a moment and quickly got up. Mr. Zhao, be careful of fraud. Zhang Heading quickly spoke up. How could there be such a coincidence that Dong Shan just happened to know about the night pearl? It sounded unbelievable. It doesn't matter. If there's a fraud, I'll just kill him and dispose of his master in the meantime to eliminate any future problems. Zhao Pingan replied back succinctly, carrying Dong Shan away like he was carrying a chicken. Just as Zhao Pingan left Tianhai City, the whole of Tianhai got the news that he ran away. There was an uproar. No one expected that Zhao Pingan, who had been like the sun last night, would flee for his life in a sorry state today. Zhou Taishan is even more angry, about to explode. Originally has been transferred from the provincial city to the expert. Did not expect just one step. Let him run away. MS. She, this time I called you here. There is no other purpose. I just want to tell you that the supply of materials for lot 140 no longer need Chi. The contract. I unilaterally tore it up. Su Jewel heard that he became a partner. A shot of closure. Cannot wait to come to work, and the first thing to do at work is to let Qi Tianjia over. Mr. Su, how can you tear up the contract? This is a unilateral breach of contract. Qi Tianjia clenched her hands into fists, although she hated Jewel Su in her heart, and the events of last night were fresh in her mind. But, dare to be angry and have to pretend you don't know. Jewel Su raised his eyebrows and sneered. I'm just backtracking. Nowadays I'm the one who's Miss Ye's partner. Zhao Trash has already run away. What can you do to me? The first stop is to force Qi Tianjiao, who has the right to not use it and expire it. You. Qi Tianjiao bit her lip and said with difficulty, Su Gongzi, in order to supply materials to 140, Qi has signed contracts with many factories. If you don't use the materials at this time, Qi will be very difficult. You have to be reasonable. Qi's factories are not enough to supply it, and they work with other factories in order to eat the contract. If they don't supply 140, the capital chain will break and they will die. Su Jewel petulantly said, You stinking worthy of letting me reason, do not serve to bite me ah? He paused to narrow his eyes and smiled. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it is my gift that you can sit here, and you dare to be reasonable? He thought of his own body and was so enraged that he would have dealt with her now if he hadn't been so badly injured. Qi Tianjia was looked at with a few moments of panic. Stiffly, he said, Mr. Su, I beg you not to suspend the contract. Ha! Su Jewel sneered, stood up to straighten his suit, and arrogantly said, I'll give you 1 day, this time tomorrow, come begging me in your nurse's outfit, and the contract will continue. Otherwise, the contract will be terminated. I have to go to the West Country estate, so get lost. Chapter 97, Bite Them. Qi Tianjiu walked out of Yes in a muddle. Snap, tears couldn't stop falling, very aggravated. On the one hand, it's for the sake of his and his family's future, and on the other hand, how could he run? Dead scum. Jewel Su arrived at the western suburbs manor. Great nephew, you're here, come in. Jewel has more spunk than yesterday. Ha! Oh Yang Hai and Lu Yi Mei out of the door to meet. Hurry to pat the ass. Do not shoot cannot. Originally wanted to hold Zhao Ping thighs, which into the thought of such a thing, the heart of the Zhao Ping is wrongly accused, but there is no evidence. And behind Jewel Su today, stood Miss Yi and the Zhou family. Who dares to disobey? With his hands behind his back and his chin up, Jewel Su said, Don't give me that crap. Weren't you all very flattering to Pingan Zhao at the bidding meeting last night? Why have you changed today? You guys, you're even cheaper than wallflowers. Oh Yang Hai two-face hot. Hate to go up to give him 2 slaps, but do not dare. Zhou family master has given a gag order. Who dares to say the truth is a mortal enemy? It also means that Jewel Su's status is rock solid. Ha! Oh Yang Hai could only accompany the smile. Jewel Su added, what about my unmarried daughter-in-law? Oh Yang Qian? Lu Yimei was silent. Oh Yang Hai said with difficulty, Qian is sick. It's not convenient to see people. Come on. Jewel Su cursed vulgarly. Alright, I won't force you today. Come to tell you, at this time tomorrow, tell him to wear something sexy and come to the office to find me. Otherwise, I will launch an attack on the group. If you think you can hold me back nowadays, you can keep her away. Oh Yang Hai and Lu Yimei froze. Then said, Mr. Su, Qian is really sick. It's not convenient to see people. If you have anything to say, you can say it with me. Anyone who was an individual knew what Jewel Su meant, and absolutely could not let her daughter go. Su Jewel looked at Lu Yimei and said frivolously, you're too old to be interested in you. Once, I wanted to take Qian as my wife, but now, she is no longer worthy of me, so let's just be a junior. I can't be blamed for all of this. It's because you guys weren't competitive and didn't grasp the gold inlay. Understand? The two were about to vomit blood in anger. Oh Yang Hai finally couldn't help himself. Mr. Su, show some respect. What man can stand this kind of anger when he insults his wife to his face? Snap. Jewel Su was nonchalant, swinging over with a slap, sneering, you damn well aren't taking a piss. Nowadays I need to be polite to you guys? In a word, if Qian doesn't find me tomorrow, I'll make your Ouyang family bankrupt. With that, he turned and walked away. Stop. Ouyang Qian finally appeared, angrily walked towards Su Jiji, without half a hesitation, raised her hand and slapped it. As a daughter, she couldn't watch her father being beaten and her mother being insulted and be indifferent. Snap. Slaps on the wrist. However, it was Jewel Seo who hit her. Su Jewel said icily, asterisk 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 asterisk, before is too polite to you, also too polite to your family. I tell you, tomorrow wear lace to find me, otherwise, let your family broken. After that, he left with his hands behind his back, thinking as he walked away, it's nice to be entitled. No one in the Ouyang family dared to stop them. The other side, Zhao Pingan has arrived in Huangfeng City, where high-rise buildings abound and the economy is indeed a bit more developed than Tianhai. However, the two came to a bungalow area. Patriarch Xiao, ahead is my residence. The invitation is at home. Dong Shan led the way ahead, the corners of his mouth rising as he walked. Once you see the master, everything will be solved. Good. Zhao Pingan succinctly returned one word. Soon, Dong Shan walked to the front door and opened it, then endured the severe pain and quickly ran toward the courtyard, roaring in panic. Master, someone is trying to kill me. The shouts were not insignificant. Even the neighbors can hear it. Zhao Pingan was stunned by his shouting, then lost his head a bit. It seemed that he was really fooled. Master, Dong Shan shouted again and quickly rushed into the room. When he rushed in dumbfounded, it's empty inside. There's no one there. Where is your master? Zhao Pingan followed and walked in. Snap. Zhao Pingan didn't let him finish and slapped him away. 5 minutes. Find a way to make your master appear in front of me. Otherwise, you'll spend the rest of your life crawling for food. Killing will hurt your blessings. It's better to be wasted. Dong Shan was beaten and lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood with 2 grooved teeth in the blood, looking at Zhao Pingan with a face full of horror, never expecting that the master was not in the residence. He panicked. Dong Shan was incoherent. Just then, the gate was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged man walked in wearing a tang suit with 3 words tattooed on its chest. Hidden Treasure Pavilion. The middle-aged asked as he walked. May I ask if Mr. Dong Shan is here? Zhao Pingan subconsciously looked over. When the middle-aged man saw Zhao Pingan, he smiled and said, I believe you are Mr. Dong Shan. I am the manager of the Treasure Pavilion. My name is Li. This is the invitation to tonight's auction. Please smile. As he spoke, he presented the invitation with both hands. Aha! Zhao Pingan froze. Such a coincidence. There really is an invitation? Or is it Dong Shan set up? Dong Shan was also confused, although he knew that tonight's Hidden Treasure Pavilion auction, but that kind of occasion he wouldn't attend at all, and he didn't have what he needed, so why did he send an invitation? But reacting quickly, he immediately got up and said, Mr. Zhao, this is the invitation I was talking about, and there's the night pearl you wanted at the auction. It's imperative to save your life. Manager Li also froze. What was the situation? The one spitting blood is Dong Shan? Not waiting for him to think more, Zhao Pingan asked, is there any night pearl in the auction? Manager Li nodded. Yes. Zhao Pingan briefly thought for a moment and carried Dong Shan to the treasure pavilion again. The location of the hidden treasure pavilion is somewhat similar to the Weihu Mountain Resort in Zhanghai, all at the foot of the mountain. Looks extraordinarily secluded, and the door has been lined up and is checking the invitations. Those who come to such occasions may not really want to make a purchase, and there are many who come to have a long look. Zhao Pingan, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Zhao Pingan turned his head to look over and found that it was actually an acquaintance, Duan Liming, who was scared away last night. Beside Duan Liming stood a group of young men and women, all full of luxuries and looking well off. Zhao Pingan, we are really destined to be together. I didn't expect that today. You came to my place? Ha! Duan Liming sneered. Don't look at last night to find him, but that was all a way out. Can't just watch the goddess being insulted. But it doesn't mean that they don't hate Zhao Pingan, who not only robbed the goddess, but also injured Zhao Dekai, and might not have been able to come back if he hadn't run fast. Stupid dog. Zhao Pingan lazily ignored him and withdrew his gaze. What did you say? Duan Liming's eyes widened in anger as he grumpily said. Surname Zhao, do you know what kind of place this is? This isn't Tianhai, it's Wasp. Now, you kneel down and apologize to me and ask for my forgiveness. Otherwise, I'll make you walk out of Huangfeng City crawling. Getting him here is like playing. Even the Zhou family master in Huangfeng City cannot by face. The province is different. The other youths immediately surrounded Zhao Pingan. Threateningly, he said, didn't you hear Mr. Duan? Kneel down and apologize immediately. Kid, this is the first time I've seen Mr. Duan so angry. You have made Mr. Duan angry. Come on, are you deaf? Their shouts made the people in line around them look over as well. Zhao Pingan shook his head and looked at Gushan. Bite them. Chapter 98. Are you stupid? It's an insult to take a shot at this garbage. Just let Gushan handle it. Dog eat dog. Fun. Gushan is a bit confused. Bite them? How? Eyes rolled. Mr. Zhao, I just had my teeth knocked out by you, and now my mouth hurts. So, I can't bite. Although he was afraid of Zhao Pingan, he could see that these guys didn't seem to be afraid of him, so letting them deal with Zhao Pingan would kill two birds with one stone. Surname Zhao. Duan Laoming didn't care about Gushan at all. Narrowing his eyes, he said, don't test my patience. My patience is very limited. And as a final reminder, this is Huangfeng City. If I want to move you, no one will bail you out. Even if he was the person of Miss Yi of the Yi family in the imperial capital, he could be dealt with before he contacted Miss Yi. And in any case, the anger from before had to be taken out. Several youths around them even rolled up their arms and sleeves, looking like they were about to strike at any time. The crowd in line quickly leaned to one side. Someone reminded, little brother, Duan Liming is the son of Tongda Pharmaceuticals, and he has a lot of power in Huangfeng City, so it's better to apologize for not being able to do anything beforehand. There's no shame in apologizing to Mr. Duan. Show off for a while and think about how you're going to leave. There's only two of you and so many of them. Why bother getting beat up? Already some people shook their heads and sighed, knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain is not a warrior in modern times, but a fool. Zhao Pingan looked at Gushan again and faintly asked, are you going to bite? Gushan also heard the identities of these people, and it turned out that they were the local snakes of Huangfeng City, and even though Zhao Pingan was in the status of a zongmaster, he wouldn't have a good time after messing with the children of these families. Why did you get involved? Stiffly, he said, Mr. Zhao, I really have bad teeth. I can't do anything about it. I don't care. What can you do to me? Snap. Zhao Pingan casually slapped his hand and succinctly said, if you don't bite them, I'll beat you until you do. Gershon. The people around them looked dumbfounded. What's he doing? Taking a shot at one of his own? Holy, this guy is mentally ill. Right. What kind of guy hits his own people? Must be a pretender. Don't want to kneel down and lose face. And don't dare to go against Duan Gongzi's wishes, so they can only use one of their own to take the heat. To be honest, I despise this kind of person the most. The last person's viewpoint made Duan Liming very agreeable. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled contemptuously. It seems that Zhao Pingan is not stupid, knowing that in Huangfeng City he doesn't dare to be reckless, but if he were in Tianhai City he would have to kill people directly. Must be scared. Teasingly, he said, surname Zhao, for the sake of you beating up your own people, I'll give you more showtime. Beat him up. Continue him. You waste him first, then I'll waste you. Ha! Another youth also sneered. First time I've seen a stupid lack of using one of my own people to take the piss. Amuses me to death. Snap. Zhao Pingan just ignored it and slapped Gushan again, causing his nose to bleed. Bite or not, Gushan clenched his hands into fists. Suffocating. They scolded you. What are you doing hitting me? Snap. Zhao Pingan slapped his face again. Ha ha ha. Duan Liming and the others laughed and laughed, feeling more and more good. The surrounding people couldn't stand to look at the group and said, are you done? You're addicted to hitting people. He's your friend. This brother, he keeps hitting you, don't you just put up with it and fight back? You're a two. Just stand there and let him beat you. If I were you, I'd help Duan Gongzi beat him up. You can't be a man and let people bully you. Shut up. Gushan suddenly opened his mouth and scolded with a black face. What does my being beaten have to do with you guys? Do you need to care? Aren't you cheap? Whoever dares to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being merciless. If you don't dare to touch Zhao Pingan, you still don't dare to touch them? The people around them were cursed. A man said angrily, Minato, you're the words didn't wait to finish. Gushan quickly rushed up, grabbed the man's collar left and right, a dozen slaps in a row. Don't look at him in front of Zhao Pingan without the power to fight back, but in front of ordinary people is simply a killing godlike existence. Wow. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air in fear and hurriedly stepped back. Originally thought that he was a gasbag. Never thought that the kung fu was so good. In their hearts, they all began to curse him. What a dog-biting Lu Dongbin, not knowing good hearts, deserved to be beaten. Zhao Pingan slowly shook his head. Gushan did not even say anything. There is something about you. Bad luck, right? Ha ha ha. Duan Liming. Several people laughed even more. It is really a big fish eating small fish. Small fish eating shrimp. No one dares to move themselves. Only one level of bullying, one level. Duan Liming collected his laughter and said proudly, you're very good. You know how to be quick to anger. How about this? I'll give you a chance to put down Zhao Pingan, and from now on, I'll cover you. Why don't you hurry up and thank Mr. Duan? You know, Mr. Duan doesn't often accept little brothers. Don't waste time. We still have to go in for the auction. Hurry up and settle it. Snap. Zhao Pingan slapped again. Yes, I still have to attend the auction. So settle it quickly. The slap, again, made Duan Liming and the others laugh. But the next second, laugh your ass off. I'll beat you to death. If it wasn't for you, how would I have gotten so many slaps? Gushan quickly rushed towards Duan Liming. He thoroughly saw that if he didn't do anything, Zhao Pingan could beat himself alive here. One hand grabbed Duan Liming's hair, while the other hand opened left and right. Gah! Now the people around him were completely dumbfounded. He really took a shot at Mr. Duan? Crazy? A masochist? Stop. Don't move, Mr. Duan. All together. Beat him. Several youths surrounded Gushan at the same time. Only, their three-legged kung fu was too trivial in front of Gushan. One must know that Gushan was a former underground emperor of Tianhai, and studied for 10 years beside Patriarch Wu Wei, who was ranked the 6th in Jiangshan province. If he hadn't met Zhao Pingan, he would have become the underground emperor of Tianhai again at this point. In just 10 seconds, these few rich kids were all lying on the ground rolling around and wailing. Stop! Who dares to cause trouble in front of the treasure pavilion? A voice came from outside the crowd. He then watched as a group of people in hidden treasure uniforms rushed over and surrounded the scene. It's Captain Wang. This is a good show. Yeah, this is the entrance to the treasure pavilion. No one has dared to make trouble at the entrance to the treasure pavilion for many years, and it is said that the last time someone made trouble, they had their limbs broken on the street. And today is such an important day. The hidden treasure pavilion can't handle it without understanding the damage to its reputation. When the leader, Captain Wang, saw the scene, his brows furrowed and he snapped. Who moved? It's him. That's him. People were pointing at Katsushika. Duan Liming lay on the ground and screamed miserably. Captain Wang, help me clean him up. I'm going to waste this stupid fool. How dare you hit me here? Waste him. Captain Wang only then recognized the beaten and inhuman Duan Liming. More feel out of order serious. Tongda Pharmaceuticals is a well-known enterprise in Huangfeng City. Duan Liming's father, Broken Yanfeng, is a member of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion customers. The man who had just been beaten also squeezed out from the crowd and cried, Captain Wang, you have to decide for me. I was also beaten by him. Swish. Captain Wang fiercely looked at Gushan and angrily said, do you want to make a sophistry? Gushan quickly looked at Zhao Pingan. Mr. Zhao, this is all according to your wishes. You have to speak. Still trying to bring the scourge to Zhao Pingan's head. Snap. Zhao Pingan slapped again. You fight when I tell you to. Are you stupid? You die even if I tell you to commit suicide? Chapter 99, suitable for Yi Yaocheng. Earl. Gushan almost choked and gagged at this sentence. It was reasonable to say that all patriarchs had martial virtues, but he didn't talk about martial virtues. There was even more dead silence around them. Both were choked speechless. This Zhao Pingan was too bullying, hitting Gushan over and over again. But Gushan deserved it. Who made his hands cheap? There's one of him. Duan Liming's face was fierce. He absolutely could not let this opportunity go. The people from the Hidden Treasure Pavilion were all experts among experts. Let them waste Zhao Pingan, and then go up and make up for it himself. And added, Captain Wang, they're a gang. They need to be scrapped together. The other youths also said, yes, they're in cahoots. Captain Wang, my father often buys things from the treasure pavilion. You can't just ignore it. Captain Wang, if you help me take revenge, I will take care of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion business more often in the future. Captain Wang heard this, made up his mind. These two people in front of him are very strange, and Duan Liming and others can be Huangfeng City's famous rich second generation. If you make friends with them, the future will certainly be able to provide help. With a big wave of his hand, he ordered, "Put them down first." The words just fell. Snap! Zhao Pingan waved his hand and slapped again, calmly saying, "Bite them. Don't bother wasting your energy when you can get him out of the way." Gershon, lifeless, suddenly regretted. Should not go to find Zhang Xianding to take revenge. If not go, will not meet this monster. Snap! Zhao Pingan slapped again. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Is it hard to let them beat me? I can guarantee that I'll beat you to death before they touch me." Gershon. Captain Wang was also shocked and confused. What is this? What's going on here? But as he watched the customers gathering around him, he ordered, "What are you waiting for? Go! Stop!" Gershon teeth clenched open. Finally see, after beating this batch there is the next batch. Today do not die in the hands of Zhao Pingan. Will also die in the hands of the hidden treasure pavilion. It's done, so we have to move the master out. Stiffly, he said, "I am the closed disciple of Patriarch Wu Wei. Who dares to touch me?" This statement was made. The people around the collective jaw. Wu Wei master. No one in Jianshan province. No one knows. This is the province's 6th ranked master. Last year is the victory over the Jianghai province ranked 5th master. For Jianshan province to win supreme honor, it was even a great hero in the hearts of the people of Jiangshan province. This person in front of him, who had been beaten beyond recognition, was actually a disciple of Patriarch Wu Wei? What? Duan Laiming screamed out in shock. He had heard of Patriarch Wu Wei. That was a great man high above. How could his disciple appear and be beaten by Zhao Pingan? The other rich kids were also trembling with fear. They even fought with Gershon. Looking for death? Stop! Captain Wang's body trembled in fear, gusts of shock flooding his eyes as he cautiously said, "You are really the disciple of Patriarch Wu Wei? How can you prove it? You can't just take his word for it. You have to have proof. Evidence?" Gushan's nose turned up in anger. His figure flashed and rushed to Captain Wang's body, raised his hand and slapped Captain Wang to fly 3 steps, and said angrily, "Is this considered evidence?" Captain Wang was so horrified that he didn't even see how Gushan struck. With difficulty, he said, "Count, you come in." Gushan coldly grunted, turned around and prepared to enter, and just took 2 steps out. Snap! Zhao Pingan raised his hand for a slap and laughed. "Well done. Reward you." After saying that, he took the lead and turned around to enter the treasure pavilion. Gushan was so angry that a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he didn't dare to run, so he could only follow behind. See the 2 men enter. The door turned into a mess. Truly a disciple of Patriarch Wu Wei, so quick to strike. We have a successor to the martial arts in Jiangshan province. Just now I actually cursed Patriarch Wu Wei's disciple. It's really the most expensive. Hey, who is that young man? Hear this. Everyone shut up at the same time and immediately looked at Duan Laiming, because everything was caused by him. He must know. Captain Wang included looked over and asked cautiously, "Mr. Duan, who is that Mr. Zhao? How dare he take pleasure in beating up the disciple of Patriarch Wu Wei?" Duan Laiming saw their inquisitive eyes and was so angry that he was going to spit blood as well. Completely disbelieving that Zhao Pingan could be related to the Wu Fei patriarch, he grumpily said, "He's a fart. I can tell you guys, that guy's just a stinking wage earner, a piece of garbage, nothing, a villain." "Shut up!" Captain Wang shouted angrily and said in a cold voice, "Duan Gongzi, please show some respect and don't slander Mr. Zhao, so as not to draw fire." Zhao Pingan could casually beat up Gushan. How could he be as bad as he said? There's too much subjectivity. The surrounding people also despised. You really deserved to be beaten, so it was a cheap mouth. I asked Zhao to apologize to you just now. I was narrow-minded. It's really not at all wrong for you to be beaten. The man who had just been beaten also rushed up, pointing at Duan Laiming and cursing. Willing to gamble. Simply not a man. Even worse than me. Duan Laiming's eyes rolled over in anger and fainted. Auction site. Zhao Pingan had already taken Gushan to sit in his seat. This place is similar to a movie theater. In front of the auction table, the customer position ladder upwards, so as to ensure that everyone sees the treasures on the auction table, while the row after that is a few suspended boxes. The room was one-way glass and it was impossible to see the scene inside. Rumor has it that the boxes are coming in today, and it seems like there's not even one box with someone in it. Looks like there will definitely be good treasures out today, actually attracting box guests. If I remember correctly, the last time the hidden treasure pavilion opened up its boxes, it was already half a year ago, right? That's right. I heard that the one who came half a year ago was a big official in the province. This time, and it should be a few points more expensive than the last time. People were talking. Zhao Pingan is unconcerned about these. Only want to quickly get the Night Pearl back to Tianhai City to help Yi Yaoqing reverse the fate of heaven. Otherwise with her destiny, not necessarily still encountered what happened. Waited another 10 minutes or so. The lights in the room suddenly dimmed. leaving only the front of the room flooded with bright light. Then it was time to listen. The sound of clicking heels came. A tall woman walked up to the front desk from the side. She was tall and wearing a cheongsam that outlined the curves of her body to the fullest. Straight where it should be, thin where it should be, and curved where it should be. But in terms of body shape, it was simply perfect. As soon as she appeared on the scene, almost all the male eyes glared so hard they could not fall out of their sockets. Women are envious and jealous. It's Bailey, someone exclaimed. Bailey has come out. Tonight's auction must not be simple. She is now in charge of the Treasure Pavilion management and has not personally acted as an auctioneer for 5 years. Whether it's good tonight or not, it'll be worth it to see Bailey. Amidst the chatter, Bailey walked to the auction table. She was not as good looking as Yi Yaoqing, but she was still an 8-point beauty, especially her smile, very seductive. Laughing, he said, I sincerely thank you all for enjoying the Treasure Pavilion in your busy schedules. I know that all of you old bosses are not here to see me, but to bid on the treasure, so I'll cut the small talk short. The auction officially begins. The first, Gidge got married brand new Phoenix cape, due to the special relationship did not suffer oxidation. All new products, the starting price of 50 million. When she finished, a woman brought the cape up. Zhao Pinggan's eyes lit up when he looked at it. Good stuff, suitable for Yi Yaoqing. Chapter 100, it still suits her. Although Yi Yaoqing had lost her memory now, Zhao Pinggan wasn't going to give up. Even if he couldn't make her regain her memory, he could still pursue her once more. A favorite must be obtained. As for the 6 remaining marriage certificates in your hand, just return them. When she gets married to Yi Yaoqing, let her wear this. It will be magnificent. When the others heard this price, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It really wasn't cheap. After all, it was just a piece of clothing, and it couldn't be worn every day. $55 million. A big-bellied middle-aged old boss raised his number plate and said smilingly, next month is my wedding day. This set of cape is just right, so let my wife wear it at the wedding. Next to him, a woman in her mid-20s chirped, you're so nice. I love you so much. Ha ha. The middle-aged old boss laughed. The others have been talking about it. So it's Mr. Wang. It's said that he's worth $2 billion. What a bold move. His new wife is his old secretary, and I don't know how he got hooked on her. Che, spend money to pretend. Bailey took all the discussion on the scene in her eyes. Her face kept a programmed smile, seeing that no one raised the price. Smiled and said, this set of Fengguan Shopi is not just for personal marriage, but can also be given to your daughter to express your blessings, or used for the collection. You know, there are not many Fengguan Shopi that can be preserved in such a good condition. Oh, she finished and moved her body. This movement caused the auctioneer to instantly move, his eyes glowing. To give MS, by face, I'll offer $56 million. I'll give you $57 million. $58 million. The price quickly came to $60 million. $66 million. Mr. Wang once again raised his number plate and said in a spirited manner, friends, my wife likes this set of Phoenix cape very much, and for her sake, I am determined to win. The woman at her side raised her chin proudly and said with a smug look on her face. The others looked at each other and laughed. A gentleman doesn't take a man's love. Since Mr. Wang wants to give it to his wife, I won't argue. Mr. Wang, you have to give me wedding candies when you get married. Ha! Since Mr. Wang has spilled thousands of dollars to win the smile of a red face, I'll do the whole thing. It's not appropriate to spend tens of millions of dollars for a set of capes, so you might as well do it as a favor. Bailey didn't mind. After all, the people who had a need for Phoenix capes were in the minority, and since none of them were competing, there was no need to sing about the treasure. Laughing, he said, since everyone agrees that it should be obtained by Mr. Wang, we should congratulate Mr. Wang for being awarded the treasure, said the man, raising his gavel in preparation for a hammer blow. Mr. Wang proudly stood up his chest. Shooting this set of cape can be more than just shooting so simple, but also can show financial strength and play an advertising effect. Just then, 88 million. Zhao Pinggan suddenly opened his mouth. Just now he had been fantasizing about what Yi Yaoqing would look like in this set of clothes and forgot to call the price before he slowed down. And again, I'll give you $88 million. Swish. In an instant, they all looked at Zhao Pinggan. Bailey was about to drop the hammer also stopped, surprised to look at Zhao Pinggan. The boss who came here today is more or less familiar, and Zhao Pinggan is very strange. Adapting quickly, he laughed. This gentleman is really a hit. $88 million. Raise the price by $22 million. Rich. Mr. Wang was angry with his nose. Where did this guy come from? There is already no one to rob, but actually jumped out to add to the problem. Gritting his teeth, he said, $89 million. The girl beside her glared at Zhao Pinggan, really uneducated. $100 million. Zhao Pinggan didn't have any psychological pressure, and directly opened his mouth. If you like it, You must get it. Money is something outside the body. The figure made everyone in the room suck in a breath of cold air, doubling the reserve price. The problem was that the item wasn't worth much. Who is he? Never seen it before? Looks familiar. Is he from the province? I don't know. Never knew such a person. Mr. Wang narrowed his eyes and said, this little brother. I've already said that this set of phoenix crowns and capes should be used next month, and you're still scrambling for them, deliberately adding to the problem, aren't you? The woman also said, that's right, you didn't bid just now, and you're about to bid when the hammer is about to fall, so you're deliberately targeting us? Zhao Pingan lightly swept a glance and casually said, what does your marriage next month have to do with me? I also like this set of phoenix crown Shopee. I can bid on it until it's sold. Just keep shooting if you like. You. Exasperated. Mr. Wang clenched his hands into fists and raised his card. 101 million. $110 million. Zhao Pingan quickly raised his card. $111 million. Mr. Wang added. $120 million. Zhao Pingan said. $121 million. Mr. Wang's face was red with anxiety. Zhao Pingan felt that shouting like this was too slow and directly said, $200 million. Mr. Wang didn't half think, 200 million and, said half suddenly realized that this is 200 million. The latter words hard to swallow back. This price greatly exceeded the psychological expectations. Seeing that he hadn't finished his sentence, Bai Li laughed and said, is it $201 million that Mr. Wang is going to say? Right. The woman puffed out her chest and said smugly, my husband is giving it to me. There's no way he's giving it up. She looked at Zhao Pingan again and bristled. Little friend, if I'm not mistaken you're spending your family's money, right? I advise you not to act like a pussy and stop before it's too late. No matter how much you ask for, my husband is $1 million higher than you. The words fell. Shut up. Mr. Wang angrily roared. To your grandpa. Hi your grandpa, this is 200 million. You think it's $2. If you can't talk, shut up. Miss Bai. I don't want it. Assets of only 2 billion. The company's liquidity is less than 100 million. Out of 200 million. The capital chain is all broken. The girl was still reluctant and pouted. Hubby, I like it. I want it. You buy it for me. Snap. Mr. Wang slapped hard and said grumpily, I told you to shut up. Don't you understand human language? You don't even look in the mirror. Do you deserve to wear $200 million of clothes? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll sew your mouth shut. After saying that, he looked heavily at Zhao Pingan. Zhao Pingan smiled faintly, unperturbed. Bai Li asked again, anyone else want to bid? It's too good to miss, right? The field was silent. Spend over $200 million on it? Are you crazy? Seeing that no one responded, Bai Li lifted the hammer and dropped it heavily. Congratulations to this gentleman. Happy with the treasure. She kept thinking back in her head, and after thinking about it, she realized that she really hadn't seen Zhao Pingan. Soon, someone packed the cape and brought it over, and took out the card machine for him to swipe, and after everything was successful, handed it over. Zhao Pingan looked at the Fengguan Shopee and loved it, already fantasizing about how Yi Yaoqing would look in it. In the meantime, Bai Li had already begun to introduce the second treasure. The second treasure of this auction is a string of ruby necklaces. It is rumored that this necklace has been endowed with magical powers, and that all 7 of its owners have grown old together and walked hand in hand for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, weighing in at 55 carats is a rarity. Starting bid, $80 million. Zhao Pingan once again brightened up. This string of ruby necklace, also suitable for Yi Yaoqing, Phoenix cape is ultimately worn at weddings, while this can be worn normally. Wearing it on her delicate jade-like neck must be an extremely beautiful picture. Chapter 101, What are the consequences? The string of rubies couldn't help but make Zhao Pingan's eyes light up. It also made the whole room look good. Indeed, cape is not used, but ruby necklaces can be worn often, and even if they are not worn, they can wait for appreciation and have a collector's value. $90 million, $100 million, $120 million. The scene soon began to bid fiercely, raising their cards, and in the blink of an eye, the price soared to $200 million, surpassing the price of the Phoenix cape just now. $250 million. Mr. Wang opened his mouth with a hard head. The face he lost just now, he is bound to get back, although the price is a little higher, but the auction can be taken to the bank mortgage. At least half of the loan will be able to be made, and it will not produce too much of a crisis. Looking to the woman next to him, he said, on the day of the wedding, you wear a wedding dress and a ruby necklace. The woman winked daintily. Honey, you're so sweet, love you the most. After saying that, but also did not forget to look viciously at Zhao Pingan. You can compete for Phoenix cape. Have the guts to compete again? 500 million. Zhao Pingan said in an ancient well. He realized that it was useless to add too little at a time. It would be better to do it in one step. It would also save time. Gah! Everyone was shocked silly when they heard that number. 500 million? Double what you just did. The crowd once again looked at Zhao Pingan. Who the hell was this guy? Bai Li also confused. Why never seen him before? The province and even the next door Jianghai province of the provincial city of the male. In the end from where? You. The woman was furious and angry, deliberately opposing. Isn't it, hubby? He is deliberately robbing with us. This breath absolutely cannot be endured. Snap. Mr. Wang slapped his hand fiercely and stormed. Can't tolerate your grandfather? Something that can't make things happen. Do you think I didn't see you deliberately provoking? The girl immediately complained. Shouldn't I be provocative? This is Huangfeng City. Are we still afraid of an outsider? Mr. Wang is angry straight shivering. Vulgar, silly dog. He bought 2 pieces of treasure, almost half of my assets. You say with or without fear? Put together. Old man, how to see you. Immediately get lost. The woman choked and admitted her mistake. Honey, I was wrong. Mr. Wang roared. Wrong also can't. I want to stop loss in time. Immediately roll. Not roll, old man, break your legs. The woman trembles and leaves. Zhao Pingan shook his head breathlessly. He didn't expect to destroy a marriage, but he didn't have too much psychological pressure. After all, they hadn't gotten married yet. It wouldn't hurt the blessing. And in the meantime, pay attention to Zhao Pingan in the box as well. In the left box, the sofa is sitting on the sofa. A middle-aged man wearing a Chinese mountain suit, not angry and authoritative. Look at the aura. Is by no means immortal. Faintly, he asked, whose boy is he, and how come I've never seen him before? Can take out 700 million in cash. The family at least 10 billion in assets, and 10 billion in assets. In Jiangshan province is also a number 1 figure, at least we'll have heard of. Across from him, sat a woman in a navy blue cheongsam, her lips red and scary, shaking a red wine glass in her hand. Her aura, surprisingly, was not inferior to the middle-aged man in a mountain suit. Casually, he said, I haven't seen it either, but I do have some impression of the one sitting beside him. It seems to be the disciple of Patriarch Wu Wei, called Gushan. Master Wu Wei? Zhongshan suit froze, then laughed. Interesting, the right side box, also has guests today. Who is this guy? How come he's crazier than me? The speaker is a young man of about 20 years old, wearing sportswear, walnuts coiled in his hands, crossing his legs and leaning against the sofa, and in front of a flagwoman from Hidden Treasures on her knees to serve. Opposite him was an old man with white hair but hale and hearty. This old man was no other than Patriarch Wu Wei. Patriarch Wu Wei said, it looks strange. I don't recognize it. The words turned and added, but sitting beside him is the old immortal's close disciple Gushan. Perhaps Gushan's friend. The young man froze for a moment, then discarding the walnuts faster in his hand, he laughed. Since he is Gushan's friend, that means he is your man, and your man is my man, so it seems that he does have the capital of arrogance to forgive him. Patriarch Wu Wei smiled. Lobby. Bailey continued to sing treasure. This string of ruby necklace is a rare treasure. Is not everyone is not interested in it? Maybe add a few more rounds. Is your can give to the beloved woman, hand in hand to walk through life. The field was silent. $500 million. With that amount of money, you can find a woman for the rest of your life, and you won't be able to repeat the same thing. It's too much of a loss to give it to one person. And what's more, you really can't afford it. Seeing that no one had spoken, Bailey raised the small hammer again and hammered. Then we will congratulate this gentleman once again on his joyous acquisition of the treasure. Wow! Applause rang out in the arena, and they all looked at Zhao Pingan, nodding and smiling, hoping to get acquainted and help in business in the future or something like that. Zhao Pingan also smiled in response. Bai Li commanded the staff to deliver the necklace, then smiled. This gentleman, obtaining 2 treasures one after another. This is really rare in the treasure pavilion. I still don't know what Mr. S name is. I wonder if I can take the liberty to ask. Everyone watched expectantly. Zhao Pingan didn't change his name when he was traveling, and he wouldn't hide it, casually saying, Zhao Pingan. Pingan Zhao? Hearing this name, the crowd looked at each other and felt unfamiliar. Not only in Huangfeng City, even the big families in the provincial city, there was no family surnamed Zhao. Could it be from a foreign province? Suddenly someone said, Holy, isn't it Zhao Pingan from Tianhai City next door? The partner of Miss Yi of the Yi family in imperial capital? After he reminded them, the crowd also remembered that there was a Zhao Pingan out of Tianhai City next door, who was valued by Miss Yi and rose to the top in one step from a small figure. I've never seen it, but I've heard the name before. So it's Mr. Zhao. Disrespectful. Mr. Zhao. I have business dealings with Ouyang Hai of Tianhai City and are good partners. Mr. Zhao is indeed, as the legend says, a talented man, a dragon among men. The surrounding people had hands clasping their fists in greeting. although Zhao Pingan was a smelly part-time worker, but the person standing behind her was powerful. The Yi family was the top family in the country, even if Ms. Yi couldn't fully represent the Yi family. It wasn't something a small person in a prefecture-level city could afford to mess with. Zhao Pingan laughed. There will be opportunities to cooperate in the future. I'll wait for everyone in Tianhai City. He himself didn't have the mind to do business. Yi Yaoqing did, and it was considered to help her pull in business. Ha! A cold laugh suddenly came out from the crowd, and it was Mr. Wang, who had just gotten up, who said, I damn well thought it was some kind of male son, but it turned out to be a stinking beggar. You guys are still sucking up to him? I tell you, wrong. He was kicked out of Yes by Miss Yi for failing to assassinate her, and Yes' partner has become the jewel of Su of Tianhai's newest aristocrat. The Su family, now. He's a street rat and everyone is shouting at him. He escaped the heavenly sea and didn't expect to come here. What? The people around him were startled. What? Zhao Pingan was also startled. Partner turned into that little punk Su jewel? He's also worthy? It seems like we need to go back and talk to him. Humph. Mr. Wang snorted coldly and looked at Zhao Pingan grimly. You little yakuza. You even came to the auction to pretend to be a pussy, and you almost got me. Now I'm angry. Do you know the consequences of making me angry? Chapter 102. It would be fine if Zhao Pingan had strength and background, but he had nothing. Being continuously humiliated by a small person. How could this breath be swallowed? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I just gave him a fist bump. Damn. So he's a wolfish villain. I just smiled at him. It's disgusting. A girl spat twice. If the guess is right, he thought people didn't recognize him and wanted to show his strength to continue his deception. No wonder he's a little yakuza from prison. He's deadbeat. In a flash, everyone's attitude towards Zhao Pingan changed. They were polite before because they hadn't figured out Zhao Pingan's identity. Then they clasped their fists because of Yi Yaoqing, and now that he was shouted at by everyone, there was no need to be polite. Zhao Pingan had always been a person who didn't offend me, so when he saw that they were all foul-mouthed, he had no patience. Turning his head, he said, go and give them each 2 slaps on the back and teach them how to talk. Katsushika shivered in fear. Why is it still me? Arrogant. Mr. Wang roared. How dare you abet others to beat me? Believe it or not, I'll make you leave Huangfeng City crawling. Mr. Wang, beat him up. A curmudgeon. If you don't teach him a lesson, he doesn't know the heights of heaven. Must have cheated to come here to pretend. Mr. Wang, you have to take the heat for Huangfeng City. Everyone was fanning the flames and watching the fun. Mr. Wang sniffed, rolled his arms and sleeves out of his seat, and attacked Zhao Pingan straight away. Zhao Pingan was unmoved and said indifferently, if he comes within a meter of me and you haven't wasted him, I'll waste you. Gushan wanted to cry and regretted going to Tianhai even more as he gritted his teeth and stood up. Stop. Standing on the stage, Bailey finally opened her mouth. Her face was also ugly. She also had thought that Zhao Pingan was a son of any family. I did not think that it was a bereaved dog. This kind of person, actually mixing into the hidden treasure pavilion. And he himself smiled and said, Mister, this is really disgusting. However, it was impossible to let them cause trouble in the treasure pavilion. In a cold voice, he said, whoever dares to make a move in the treasure pavilion is an enemy of the treasure pavilion, and will be expelled after breaking his limbs. This statement was made. Mr. Wang stopped in his tracks at once. His whole body shivered, and he hurriedly bowed and apologized. Miss Bai, it's because I was confused by the anger. I'm sorry, please forgive me once, and I won't dare to do it again in the future. Hidden treasure pavilion, not to mention in Huangfeng City, in the entire Jianshan province status is also very supreme. No one dares to mess with. Bailey withdrew her gaze and looked at Zhao Pingan. Sit down, Zhao Pingan said indifferently, not daring to mess with the treasure pavilion, but the night pearl had yet to be obtained, and also let Gushan sit down. Mr. Wang sneered again and threatened, now it's for Ms. Bai's face. Our business is not over. After the auction, I'll be waiting for you. When he finished, he walked back to his seat and sat down. Everyone else looked at Zhao Pingan playfully. Since Mr. Wang said that the auction was over, there would definitely be some action. Just wait for it to end and watch the show. I would like to see how this bereaved dog begs for mercy. Zhao Pingan shrugged his shoulders and smiled slightly. The auction continues. Bailey took a deep breath and slowly said, next up is the Ming Dynasty Jade Rui, which is well known. She began to sing the treasure. Before the words were finished, Zhao Pingan suddenly spoke. No need to say, I want this treasure too. $1 billion. Swipe the card. Auctioning one piece at a time is too much of a waste of time, and you don't know when you can get the night pearl, so just buy all of them directly. Gah! Everyone on the scene was dumbfounded and silent. Bailey was shocked, or the first time to see not let people finish their words. Directly bid, and, a bid is $1 billion? Bailey frowned. Zhao Pingan, do you know how much this jade Rui costs? She didn't like little people pretending to be rich, obviously a wage earner. Or a wage earner who didn't even have a job anymore. Pretending to be a rich ass here? Zhao Pingan calmly said. You just need to tell me if it's enough, and if it's not enough, you can add more. Bailey. Enough, very much enough. The starting price of the Jade Rui is only $100 million, said this sentence, purely to choke him. But by him, do not know how to respond. Unbridled. Mr. Wang found the opportunity to stand up again and said angrily, how dare you be rude to Miss Bai? Do you think that the people of Huangfeng City, are just a bunch of people? I order you to apologize to Miss Bai immediately. Zhao Pingan glanced away. You're considered a muscle bully, and you're worthy of ordering me around? You, Mr. Wang was so angry that his eyes were about to fall out, and he couldn't wait to immediately rush up to give him 2 slaps and teach him to be a human being. Zhao Pingan, you bereaved dog, who gave you the courage to act recklessly in the treasure pavilion? What kind of a person are you that you dare to yell here? Just because Missy didn't punish you doesn't mean we spoil you too. Who gave you the courage to dare to be wild here? Money, Zhao Pingan said in an ancient well. Money is human guts. This is an auction. Everything is spoken with money. You guys can bid if you don't want to. I'm always ready to accompany you, he said, smiling coldly. I'm not just talking about Mr. Wang, but all of you. When he finished, everyone was about to explode with anger, but there's nothing to be done about it because, really, you can't afford it. He could have called for $1 billion. Left box. The middle-aged man in the mountain suit said in dissatisfaction. He's a bit wild. The Cheongsam woman smiled coldly. Young and vigorous. Not having been beaten by society. However, as long as it doesn't delay our auction of the Night Pearl, let him go. Right box. The young man slapped his thigh fiercely and said in surprise. I like this character. It has the demeanor of my youth. I decide. Let him be my little brother. Lobby. Bai Li's face was red with anger, and she swept the circle and said angrily. Bosses, Zhao Pingan has already stood on your turf and spilled his guts. Doesn't anyone want to bid? Just watch. She very much hoped that someone would come forward now and ruthlessly suppress Zhao Pingan's arrogance. However, everyone was silent. The money, it really couldn't be taken. Bai Li was exasperated and clenched her teeth fiercely, and said unhappily, since all of you are not men, then this jade ruin will be obtained by Zhao Pingan. And next, proceed to the next treasure, and the most important baby of the night. Night Pearl accompanying the coffin of an empress of the Ming dynasty, 5 centimeters in diameter. Starting bid, $800 million. Boom! The crowd felt a bolt from the blue, knew that there must be something good tonight, otherwise the box could not be occupied, but never thought that it would be worth so much. It was $800 million. Bai Li looked at Zhao Pingan and sneered. Zhao Pingan, you only spent $1.7 billion just before. In my opinion, you should also take this treasure under your wing. After all, you're rich. She was deliberately irritating Zhao Pingan because, knowing how much energy the people sitting inside the box had, it was even clearer why they had come. If Zhao Pingan dared to rob it, he would definitely be retaliated against. The others also teased. Zhao Pingan, you can buy it. It's not in your character to not buy it. Don't you have money? Shoot it. Zhao Pingan shook his head and laughed coldly. I really don't understand that the emperor is not in a hurry. What are you eunuchs in a hurry for? I came here today for the Night Pearl. Of course I want to buy it. Now it seems that you guys are like lost dogs. You only bark. Everyone was so pissed off that they could not see out of their eyes. This guy's mouth was so damaged. The VIP of the Tiani box, bidding $1 billion. A voice suddenly rang out from the scene. In a split second, the whole place is dead silent. Everyone left the box at the same time. Is there really someone in there? Strike out. Chapter 103, $2 billion. In the meantime, the 2 people in the Tiani VIP hall were also looking at Zhao Pingan. The flag woman shook her glass of red wine and laughed. Guess, will he continue to compete? The middle-aged man in the mountain suit was right on target. He's just crazy. Not stupid. What people can be offended? What people can't be offended? He still knows. He didn't think that Zhao Pingan dared to compete, or rather, didn't even look at Zhao Pingan in the eye. The Cheongsam woman faintly said, I don't think so. Some people never know pain until they hit their bodies, and it's accurate to evaluate them. Cheap bones. The middle-aged man in the mountain suit said. Then let's wait and see. And downstairs in the lobby, they quickly turned agitated, because all clear can sit in the VIP hall of the person is what identity. The entire Huangfeng city simply no one can sit in the VIP hall. I am afraid that only the provincial city within the big shot. Besides, it's the Sky One VIP lounge. According to the setup of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion VIP lounge, the left side is heaven, the right side is earth. Heaven and earth are equal, and the most center is human, that is to say, heaven to VIP lounge can be said to be second only to human, tied for the second. My God, What kind of character is coming today? I knew there were people in the VIP lounge, but I didn't expect it to be the Tianyi VIP lounge. It's unbelievable. Zhao Pingan you pretend again have the guts to compete again? You are not a man if you do not compete. Zhao Pingan looked at them lightly and casually said, evaluating you guys as lost dogs really isn't wrong. You're all dogs. You start licking before you even see a person. I really don't understand what's the point of your high dynasty. The person sitting in the Tianyi box is no more powerful than he is. It's not like he represents you guys. Zhao Pingan paused and added, what's more, how would you all know that what is great in your eyes is nothing in mine? After that, prepare to raise your cards. It is to run to the night pearl to come, even if it is sitting inside the king of heaven. Also want to rob. However, he hadn't even waited to lift. Another voice rang out from the scene. The VIP of the Earth 1 box, bidding $1,050 million. Boom! This one voice caused the scene to boil over. What? There's someone in the ground 1 box tonight too? What kind of day is today? How come all the gods and goddesses have descended on Wast City? I dare say, since the treasure pavilion opened in Wast City, it's still the first time that the heavenly and earthly boxes have VIPs present at the same time. An unprecedented spectacle. The crowd's attention was instantly drawn to the ground 1 box, and they had all forgotten about Zhao Pingan. After all, this situation had never happened before. The young man in the first box on the ground shook his leg and laughed. Why are you all looking at me? The glass is one-sided, and you can't see me, so you don't have to worship me. I'm just a legend. He turned his head after a moment and said, Patriarch Wu Wei, do you think that after I get the night pearl later, I'll come out in public and accept Zhao Pingan as my junior? Will he be grateful? After all, he offended so many people in Yellow Peak City and would have left sideways without me. He was already thinking of that scene in his head, when Zhao Pingan was being chased by the crowd. He was like a god descending from heaven and rescuing him from the fire, and he was grateful and swore to be loyal from now on. Patriarch Wu Wei bitterly laughed and shook his head. The young master's mentality. He only thought of pretending to be a fork, and spoke, I think it will be. However, it is imperative that we figure out the identity of Tianyi's box. He is our formidable enemy. Before he came, he only knew that there was someone else sitting in the box, and didn't know which box it was, but he didn't expect it to be Tianyi. Sitting in the ground 1 box? The middle-aged man in the mountain suit frowned, also feeling grave. Interesting. The Cheongsam woman shook her wine glass, but no matter who it is, the night pearl must be obtained as well. Keep raising the price. As her words came out, the scene resounded with voices again. The VIP of the Tianyi box bids $1 billion. Wow. The scene of the crowd has become feverish. Although just now Zhao Pingan has been from out of the price of 1 billion, but he is purely cheated to pretend to be Tianyi. Earth 1 box is different. Inside the sitting but the real big shot. 2 great men, bearing it all. It's nothing short of a spectacle. Ground 1 box bids $150 million. Tianyi box bid $2 billion. Ground 1 box is bidding $25 billion. Tianyi box bid $3 billion. The two parties don't give an inch. Soon, the price came to be $1,450 million. Zhao Pingan is sitting here very broken. In fact, he has raised the card. But, everyone's attention is in the box, including Bai Li's attention is in the box. Did not see it at all. He didn't bother lifting it, waiting for these two to quit one before competing. Ahead, Bai Li stood on the stage, her eyes burning towards the Tianyi box as it was their turn to bid. At this very moment, who the hell is Earth One that he doesn't spit in one bite? The middle-aged man in the mountain suit frowned. There was no shortage of money. The problem was that this night pearl wasn't worth that much, and continuing to fight would only make the price higher and higher, which was unnecessary. The Cheongsam woman laughed. Why don't you go out and probe, lest you suffer greater losses? The middle-aged pondered for a moment and nodded his head as he walked out of the box. He stepped out of the box and stood at the railing, appearing in view for a moment. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Thunder Clan Master, 7th in martial arts in Jianshan Province. No wonder he was qualified to sit in the Tianyi box. The name of the patriarch was in existence that could be equal to the patriarchs of the great clans in the province, because the authority of the patriarch can keep a clan safe. Thunder didn't look down at all, but turned his head toward the ground one box and shouted, "Friends inside, this night pearl, I've got my eye on it." Swish! Everyone looked at the ground one box at the same time. Who dares to steal the night pearl from the Thunder Patriarch? The door to the ground one box also opened. An old man slowly appeared. It's Patriarch Wu Fei. My God! Ranked 6th by the wealthless patriarch. Master! Gashan was so excited that he was about to cry out. Patriarch Wu Wei also didn't look down below, but instead looked at Thunder and laughed. So it's Patriarch Thunder. It's been a long time since I've seen you. You're really a hero. This night pearl, I'm also looking at it. Lei Thunder's face instantly turned gloomy. Back then when he was ranked in the competition, he had fought with Wu Wei and eventually lost after a few hundred moves, and now against him, he had no chance of winning either. Contemplating for a moment, he said, "This night pearl is very important to me. Please ask Patriarch Wu Wei to sell his face and let me have this night pearl. If we fight on it will be a lose-lose situation." Patriarch Wu Wei laughed. "We've thought of a piece. I also ask Thunder to sell me face. This night pearl, I'll take it." Thunder's face turned ugly as he said in a cold voice, "Patriarch Wu Wei, are you planning to not give me face?" The smile on Wu Wei's face quickly disappeared as he narrowed his eyes and said, "Thunder Patriarch, do you have to fight me?" Between the two men staring at each other, the temperature of the entire hidden treasure pavilion dropped rapidly. Everyone in the hall shuddered and trembled. Shirley was even more so, and although she had known it was them, she was taken aback and held her breath at the sight of them fighting. Zhao Pingan saw the two of them looking at each other and shook his head with a crash. "It's just an auction, which is so much nonsense. What's the point of having face? If face can solve all problems, why do you need money?" Raising his card, he said, $2 billion. Chapter 104, Too Much Nonsense. Boom! In the extraordinarily bizarre 7 minutes, Zhao Pingan's cry was no less than a flat thunderstorm, shocked everyone with a shiver. Of course, it wasn't that they were afraid of him, but they didn't expect it at all. You know, this was a fight between two patriarchs, and Zhao Pingan was just a small yakuza in front of them, and he dared to bid on the auction? On stage, Bailey was confused. Patriarch Wu Fei and Patriarch Thunder were also confused. Everyone in the hall was even more confused. All looked at him like he was a monster. Suddenly, Mr. Wang angrily got up and roared, "The vertical sun is insolent. The fight between the two sect masters is something that you can participate in? Tiny trash. Apologize to the two sect masters immediately, or I will be impolite." The others raged. "What the hell do you think you are? Let me tell you, even if you're still Yes partner, the two patriarchs can still kill you without a trace. Don't seek your own death. Surname Zhao. It's still too late for you to regret and apologize. If you dare to be reckless again, not to mention the two patriarchs, even if it's me, I'll make you look for teeth all over the place." A burst of cursing was heard. Patriarch Wu Fei and Patriarch Thunder were also enraged. What kind of thing was he to interrupt? Bailey's eyes are more undisguised contempt. It is really heaven has a road not to go, no door in hell hard to break in. Originally have almost forgotten him. He even took the initiative to send the door. In the midst of cursing, Zhao Pingan lifted his hand and fanned it, saying faintly, "You guys are more like dogs, licking even more than before. I'd like to ask, do your mom know that you're out there being dogs for people? This is an auction. Naturally whoever has the money gets the treasure. I'm offering $2 billion. Whoever is willing to fight come as you please. If you don't have the money, shut the up. Lazy to spoil them, if not yet got the night pearl, do not want to make trouble. Will personally out to give each person 2 slaps. You." Now everyone is angry to the point of explosion. Seen arrogant, never seen such arrogance. Offhand, there's really no money. Bailey was furious and said, "Zhao Pingan, are you sure you want to offer $2 billion? I can tell you, if you can't get this amount of money, the Hidden Treasure Pavilion will deal with you on the charge of disturbing the order of the venue, which, in the Hidden Treasure Pavilion is a felony. He's a little yakuza. What right does he have to act tough?" Zhao Pingan said indifferently, "I dare to say that I can naturally take it. As long as you say deal, I'll pay." Bailey was also choked speechless, because he did not dare to say deal. This night pearl but the two patriarchs can only slowly look at the patriarch. "Ha!" Thunder sneered with a cold smile, sneering, "Interesting, really interesting, Patriarch Wu Wei, what exactly do you mean? Deliberately making a scapegoat?" Next to Zhao Pingan sat Gushan, who was his disciple. They should be family. Patriarch Wu Wei frowned, also confused, and said in a cold voice, "Gushan, what kind of friend did you make? What's he doing coming out to cause trouble on an occasion like this? Katsa Shika?" The crowd at the scene looked at Gushan at the same time. Many people had heard that Patriarch Wu Wei had a disciple named Gushan, and although they had heard it just now, they didn't even think about it that way. So Zhao Pingan is friends with Gushan. No wonder he dares to be arrogant. So what if he is friends with Gushan? Patriarch Wu Wei has spoken. Gushan can't protect him, and rightly so. In the attention of all the people, Gushan collapsed and stood up, with tears in his eyes, choking. "Master, he is not my friend. He has been hitting me. Look at my face, and he wants to kill me." His face had long been swollen. "What?" The field was in an uproar. What exactly did Pingan Zhao do? "What?" Patriarch Wu Wei became enraged and fiercely looked at Zhao Pingan. "You dare to touch my disciple?" The sound was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Gushan was the most honored disciple, with the possibility of becoming a patriarch in 20 years, and someone dared to beat him. Lei Ting secretly raised his guard in his heart. With just this sound, Patriarch Wu Wei's strength, I'm afraid it's much stronger than last year. Zhao Pingan shook his head helplessly. I'm at a loss as to why you guys are so full of crap. What's the point of asking if you dare or not when you've already finished fighting? The people on the outside are not as good as in prison. In prison there is no bull at all. You look bad and you hit them. Sometimes you don't even need a reason. You just hit them when you want to. But here, it's all bleeped out first. Yellow mouth. You seek death. The aura on Patriarch Wu Wei's body burst out steeply, and he was vaguely poised to strike. Patriarch Wu Wei, Bailey shouted violently, already scared out of her wits, and reminded stiffly, this is the treasure pavilion. Don't break the rules. When your reputation is bad, business is bad. Patriarch Wu Wei stopped violently, breathing heavily in anger and murderous rage, but stopped moving. Zhao Pingan had intended that if he dared to come, he would be directly wasted, but unfortunately he didn't come, and urged, if I remember correctly, it's long overdue. Shouldn't the night pearl be given to me? Auctions have rules, and it's impossible to keep waiting for someone else to bid, or else you won't be able to end one for a few days. Bailey sniffed, viciously glared. Really, toad on the foot surface does not bite people, disgusting people. I will not say deal. What can you do? Looking ahead, he said, two patriarchs, will you continue to bid? The corners of the two men's mouths twitched at the same time. $2 billion was a huge sum of money when placed in any business. Moreover, the price was far more than the value of the night pearl. There was absolutely no need to offer a higher price. Just then, once again, one person walked out of the Tiani box. The Cheongsam woman walked out, twisted her waist, and laughed while walking. Mr. Zhao is really rich. Let the little woman I admire very much. As the saying goes, 1,000 gold smiles for the redheads. I wonder if you, Mr. Zhao, can you buy the night pearl and give it to me? She had a very seductive voice that tickled the ears. Only, no one in the whole boss dared to move. Bamboo leaf green. Why is she here? If the crowd was only shocked when they saw the two patriarchs appear, then when they saw bamboo leaf green, all that was left was fear. In Jiangshan province, no one knows the prestige of bamboo leaf green. She was once the woman of the underground emperor of Jiangshan province, the seventh prince. On the day of the wedding, she got the seventh prince dead, and poisoned the banquet wine, poisoned the seventh prince's 18 hall masters, and overcame all the underground forces in one night. It is said that no one who was targeted by her can survive more than an hour, more venomous than a viper. Bamboo leaf green? It's not nice to threaten someone for a night pearl. Another voice came out. The young man from the ground one box walked out, one hand behind his back, one hand fanning himself with a fan, and laughed lightly. Your real opponent isn't him, it's me. Ha! Swish! At the sight of this young man, everyone's hearts trembled again. Huang Rulong, nicknamed the Little Emperor of Jiangshan province, the Huang family, was originally a small and unknown family, but 3 years ago, the eldest daughter of the Huang family married the second son of the imperial capital's Zhao family, which was one of the 7 great families in the country, ranking even above the Yi family. From there, it was a flyer. When Bamboo Leaf Green saw Huang Rulong, his eyes turned a few points deeper. So it's the Little Emperor. Who did I think it was? You're a big man. Do you want to rob with me? Huang Rulong fanned his fan and smiled lightly. There is this idea. Bamboo Leaf Green sneered. I'm afraid you can't snatch it away. I'm going to settle for this night pearl today, Huang Rulong said in a tit-for-tat voice. Coincidentally, I'll take it too. Boo. The two men's gazes collided. Asterisk. Zhao Pingan suddenly cursed out of his mouth, stood up and looked at the two of them. Annoyed, can you guys beep less? I'm just asking you a sentence. In the end, increase or not? Which so much nonsense? Chapter 105. Boom. Everyone looked at Zhao Pingan once again. At this moment, it could no longer be described as shocking, but rather stone-cold shocking. Not only did he make a fool of himself in front of the two patriarchs, but he also dared to mouth off in front of Bamboo Leaf Green and the Little Emperor. So I'm afraid that letting him die would be the lightest punishment. The corners of Thunder's mouth quivered, his whole body shaking with anger. Patriarch Wu Wei's eyes narrowed into slits, itching to pin Zhao Pingan to death with his eyes. No increase in price. Bamboo Leaf Green suddenly opened her mouth, seemingly smiling. Mr. Zhao is so rich, let the little woman I can't hope to catch up. No more arguments, let's go. When he finished, he left without any delay. Of course, no one thought that she was really leaving. As long as there was nothing that Bamboo Leaf Green had her eye on, there was nothing that she couldn't get. And if nothing else, she would definitely be waiting outside the door. A halfway cutoff. I like pretending. I prefer people who can pretend, but not people who can pretend even more than me. Huang Rulong shook his fan and also turned to leave. Originally there was the idea of accepting you as a junior, but now it seems that there is no need. in the wind and in the rain. I'll wait for you outside the door. Little Emperor turned away as well. Patriarch Wu followed behind. Gushan thought about it and sneaked away. Walking out a few steps and seeing that Zhao Pingan didn't stop him, he took his life and ran wildly. Zhao Pingan deliberately didn't stop him. His role was enough. Reaching out, quickly call someone to swipe the card, and give me the Night Pearl. Get the Night Pearl. Go back and change the fate for Yi Yaoqing against the heavens. And also, you can't watch Jewel Su steal your credit. Bai Li gritted her teeth. Her heart was very angry. Originally today was a dragon fight between Bamboo Leaf Green and the Little Emperor. It could become a good story in the treasure pavilion. How did she think that Zhao Pingan was messing up from it, and all the limelight was snatched away by him? It's not good for hidden treasures either. Indignantly, he said, I really admire your heart quality. You still don't know yourself when you're dying. Do you know what you will face once you walk out of the door of the treasure pavilion? The staff has come over to swipe the card. Zhao Pingan swiped his card while saying, if I don't go, do I stay here for the night? You stay with me? You. Bai Li's eyes were wide with anger as she said, truly the villain is rampant when he gets his way. Asking me to accompany you? Dream on. Even if you are the only man left in the world, I won't look at you. If it wasn't for his identity, he would really want to go up and slap him hard. Zhao Pingan smiled. Coincidentally, I can't see you either. Bye, he said, picking up the Night Pearl and putting it in his pocket and turning to leave. Wow. See him move. Everyone followed, wanting to see how he would beg for mercy today. A group of people went out in great numbers, but it was somewhat like an army of thousands. And right after everyone left, cluck, there was a loud sound, and the door of the center human box opened, and a girl in a wheelchair was slowly exited by an old woman. She had delicate features and a perky nose, and was at least 10 times more beautiful than Bai Li on stage, and she would be called a first-class beauty wherever she walked. Only, her face was as white as paper, her long hair was like withered grass, and her eyes looked as if they were covered with a layer of mist, with a bit of melancholy. If Bamboo Leaf Green and Huang Rulong are present, it is possible to recognize that this woman is the world's most precious treasure gathering place of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion's big miss, Nangong Ro. Miss. Seeing this, Bai Li quickly ran over and bowed. My subordinate deserved to die and failed to complete the task you gave me. I am willing to bear all the consequences. In fact, after the Night Pearl there is a small object. The price is not high, but the significance is extraordinary, because it contains qi. If anyone can recognize this treasure, it is possible to cure her. Ahem. Nangong Ro coughed twice, did not blame, smiled bitterly and said, it has nothing to do with you. I'm afraid this is fate. She paused and then said, go out and see if you can make a move to save Zhao Pingan's life when he is living or dying. Ha? Bai Li froze, very puzzled. Zhao Pingan was nothing more than a little yakuza. What made her worthy of the lady's personal words of salvation? She should be allowed to die. But after looking at the lady's eyes, she didn't dare to ask more questions and quickly left. The old crone pushing Nangong Ro finally said, Miss, don't be discouraged. Although we've gone to most of the nation's hidden treasure pavilion branches and still no one has recognized the qi. But 2 days from now will be the annual metaphysics conference. There are many capable people. Someone will surely cure you. They did travel too many places, and the metaphysical congress was the last stop. And if no one could be cured, no one could be cured. Nangong Ro shook her head and smiled lightly. Mrs. Zhang, when you say this Zhao Pingan, is he that fiancé of mine? The old woman also shook her head. It can't be him. The same name is just the same name. Your fiancé must have the talent of the sky and the earth, the ability to understand the ancient and modern. The heart must have the world's grand aspirations. In contrast to this Zhao Pingan, the behavior of the frivolity, no temperament. If it wasn't for you, miss, seeing as he is of the same name and surname, he would be dead today. How could he be? Nangong Ro nodded. That's right. It's just a coincidence. Push me to rest. In the meantime, Zhao Pingan walked out of the door, amused by the sight of the scene outside the door. Faintly, he said, you were all waiting for me? Front, a dense group of people, split into 3 teams. Huang Rulong with Patriarch Wu and Gushan, Bamboo Leaf Green and Thunder. There was another place where there were at least hundreds of people, armed with sticks and clubs, and standing at the front were Duan Liming and Duan Liming's father, Broken Yanfeng. It's not just them, it's me. A voice sounded behind Zhao Pingan. Mr. Wang took a step forward and stood in front of Zhao Pingan, and said in a cold voice, Surname Zhao, today's pussies have let you play round. It's time for retribution. With all the bigwigs present, I naturally won't take your life. Tell you what, kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me yourself, and leave things at that. If he didn't step forward, there would be no place for Zhao Pingan to vent when he was sent to his death later. Snap! Zhao Pingan casually slapped his hand away. Silly dog, not worthy of barking. You, Mr. Wang was slapped and withdrew 3 steps. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. His eyes opened angrily and he roared. If not for the fact that your life belongs to all the bigwigs, I would have killed you right now. Zhao Pingan lazily ignored him and looked at the group of people in front of him, without changing his face. I'm the most reasonable person. The auction spells out money. If you guys win with more money, I don't have half a complaint and I won't ambush you at the door. The crowd snorted, trying to be reasonable at this time. Was it possible? Zhao Pingan turned his words around and said, however, it's fine if you're not reasonable. Any means will be accepted. You want to fight, right? All of you together then. I'm in a hurry. Come on. Hearing this, everyone doubted their ears. In the treasure pavilion, it was fine for him to pretend to be a pussy, because there was the treasure pavilion protecting him. But now, he still dared to pretend to be a pussy? Just then, I really want to pry your head open and see what's inside. Bailey suddenly appeared beside him and said coldly, Zhao Pingan, you got lucky today, but only once, she said, looking ahead. Miss Treasure Pavilion has an order to leave him alive. Chapter 106, Is There a Dog? Bailey hated to falsely pass on Mrs. Order, or even not pass it on, because she really couldn't stand to see Zhao Pingan's pretentious style, but she didn't dare to not pass it on, so she could only say it out loud. Zhao Pingan was a bit confused. Miss? Who is it? The others heard this and frowned at the same time. Hidden Treasure Pavilion is not a Jiangshan province enterprise. There are branches in every major city in the country. Although it is not as terrifying as the 7 major domestic families, but its energy, definitely not inferior to any family under the 7 major families. Bamboo Leaf Green was puzzled. Miss White, I'm very confused. Miss Hidden Treasure Pavilion, why are you protecting him? The status of the two is far different. 2 people standing at the top of the mountain and the foot of the mountain. There were a few hints of skepticism in her words, and indeed, there was no way that Miss Hidden Treasure Pavilion would even know Zhao Pingan, let alone protect him. Huang Rulong continued to fan his fan and asked more directly, Miss Bai, it wouldn't be you worshipping gold and looking at Zhao Pingan, right, and then borrowing the name of Missy to woo you? Ha? Duan Liming, his face swollen like a pig's head, jumped to his feet and said, I can testify that he doesn't know any Missy at all. He was a stinking trash in prison before, and he's been in Tianhai since he came out, so how could he possibly know? Ms. Bai, do you have a crush on her? The rest of the group became puzzled. Bai Li's face reddened with anger, looking at Zhao Pingan. Are you kidding? But these people in front of her were not easily offended. Zhao Pingan also slowed down when he heard them speak. He really didn't know any Missy. Could it really be her? Slowly looking at Bailey. What are you looking at? Bailey said angrily. I just said that even if you were the only one left under the sky, I would rather kill myself than look at you. Then he puffed out again. Please don't just say anything. Everyone, I'm just conveying Mrs. Will. And of course, Miss just said to leave him alive and didn't say anything else. She made the last few words very important, the implication obvious. The crowd also heard and understood. You can't kill him, you can still waste him, and you can even make his life worse than death. Go! Broken Yanfeng no longer delayed. Standing with his hands behind his back, he said, humiliating my son in Tianhai City, beating my son in Huangfeng City, do you really think that I, Duan someone, am a dry rice eater? Everyone together, just leave a breath. Duan Liming also picked up a machete and put it up. Everyone charge with me. Him. After saying that, he led hundreds of strong men with weapons, and went straight to Zhao Pingan with his horse in the lead. He really thinks he's a big shot if he doesn't teach him a lesson. See this scene. The old bosses standing behind Zhao Pingan simultaneously sucked in a mouthful of cool air and hurriedly ducked aside to avoid being mistakenly injured. It's on. Look, you guys, he's so scared he won't move. This kind of person, only when he hits his body will he realize that his flesh hurts. He deserves it. Bai Li also hid to the side, contemptuously watched. Would like to see if he still dares to be arrogant after being beaten. He even dared to say that he was looking at him. So shameless. Zhao Pingan really didn't move, patiently waiting for them to rush over. Dealing with these stinky fish and shrimp, legs need to move, their feet are considered a loss. Just then, whoosh, a black shadow leapt up in the air, straight in front of Duan Laoming and the nearly 100 people behind him. The face was expressionless. He is mine. You guys, don't move. This person was no other than Gushan. Although they were also taking revenge by scrapping Zhao Pingan, but how could revenge be as painful as taking revenge with their own hands? Cluck! Duan Laoming and the others stopped in unison. Duan Laoming's eyes were wide with anger because the person who really hit himself was Gushan. Nay, at this moment, Patriarch Wu Wei was present and did not dare to move. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Gushan, for the sake of Patriarch Wu Wei, my father and I will not care about you hitting me. Now, you're going to block it too. There's some groundswell of having a father and someone behind you. Gushan had the presence of his master. He had more confidence, and said in a cold voice, I said, I'll deal with him myself. You, what can I do? When he finished speaking, his eyes stared at Duan Liming with death. Duan Liming instantly felt unnatural all over. Slowly turning his head to look at his father, Broken Yanfeng pondered for a moment, cupped his hands and said, Patriarch Wu Wei, little emperor, my admiration for the two of you is as continuous as a mighty river. Tonight, I would like to offer $30 million, just to let my son first export his anger. I don't want much, just one of his legs. Please fulfill me. There is nothing under the sun that money can't do, and if it doesn't, it must not be enough. I don't lack money. Patriarch Wu Wei will decide. Huang Rulong said indifferently. Patriarch Wu Wei smiled coldly. I'm not short of money either. Today, I just want to tell everyone that my disciple is not to be insulted. Gushan, abolish him. Whoever dares to stand in the way, I will not be lenient. Being able to become a patriarch. Naturally, there was no lack of money. What was lacking was face. Yes. Gushan bent down respectfully and turned around to face Zhao Pingan directly. Wait. Bamboo Leaf Green suddenly opened his mouth. The words of Patriarch Wu Wei should be for me to listen to, but on the contrary, I'm a person who doesn't like threats. Pingan Zhao, as long as you give me the Night Pearl, tonight, I'll guarantee that you'll leave Huangfeng City safely. Swish. The atmosphere of the scene steeply turned weird. Another bar. Huang Rulong stopped the fan in his hand and turned his head threateningly. Bamboo Leaf Green, are you going to go against me to the end tonight? Bamboo Leaf Green didn't even look at him as she stretched out her hand and said, Zhao Pingan, give me the Night Pearl. Patriarch Wu Wei. Huang Rulong shouted angrily. Swish. Patriarch Wu Wei sniffed and his figure flashed straight at Zhao Pingan to get the Night Pearl first, and the moment he moved, Patriarch Thunder also violently rushed out. Even though he was ranked one place behind Patriarch Wu Wei, he definitely couldn't be allowed to get his hands on the Night Pearl. Sensing a danger behind him, the Wufei Patriarch who was halfway there quickly turned his head and blasted out with a punch. The same goes for Thunder. Boo! The two men's fists collided, and surprisingly, the sound of explosions faintly rang out. So strong. This is the power of a patriarch? I have no regrets in dying if I can see the patriarchs duke it out in this life. The crowd lamented, their eyes parting with unprecedented devotion. Son, run! Broken Yanfeng hurriedly reminded. Two sect masters dueling. How can ordinary people participate? Once hit, either dead or injured. Duan Liming was also terrified and hurriedly turned his head to run back. The Night Pearl, it can only be Bamboo Leaf Greens. Thunder said in a deep voice after taking 3 steps back. The thing that the young emperor has his eye on. The old immortal will get it even if he puts his life on the line. Patriarch Wu Wei also took 3 steps backward and spoke coldly. As he spoke, he even took the initiative to rush towards Thunder. While the moment he did so, he shouted, Gushan, take the Night Pearl. The fight with Thunder couldn't be won or lost in a short time, so the best way was to stall him and let Gushan get it. Katsushika sniffed, quickly turning his head to look at Zhao Pingan. He held out his hand and said, Night Pearl, bring it. Zhao Pingan was extremely speechless. He had clearly told them that they could go together. How did he expect them to fight? Rhetorically, he asked, what if I don't take it? Ha! Gushan coldly grunted. With the presence of the master, there was absolutely no need to wimp out. Even though he was also a Zongsher, he would definitely not be able to fight the master, and if he dared to resist, the master would immediately waste him. Sneering, he said, if you don't take it, I'll break your limbs, then unload them and feed them to the dogs in front of you. I like it, so that's how it's done. Zhao Pingan smiled. His body suddenly moved, so fast that he arrived in front of Gushan in only the blink of an eye, and then he heard, clack, 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 clack. 4 times. Gushan was lying on the ground with all his limbs broken. He turned his head to Bai Li and asked lightly, got a dog? Borrow it. Chapter 107 Wu Fei's defeat. It was so fast, it only happened in a flash of lightning. Anyone who didn't react, including Bailey who was questioned. The next second, lying on the ground Gushan issued a heartbreaking scream. In the dark night is particularly miserable. My hands, my legs, master, master. The crowd slowed down when they heard him call out. None of them thought that Zhao Pingan would dare to resist and, moreover, waste Gushan. In a flash, Broken Yanfeng, Chief Wang, and the others were scared as their sweaty pores exploded open. If Zhao Pingan used this kind of tactic against himself, wouldn't he be invalidated as well? Bamboo Leaf Green frowned and didn't think that Zhao Pingan was so skilled. Interesting. Huang Yolong's fan grew faster and faster, and that's when Patriarch Wu Wei also heard the screams and took 2 steps backward to separate from Patriarch Thunder. And seeing Gushan lying on, he exclaimed, Gushan, this is his closed-door disciple. Now, even in front of his own people were broken limbs. In the future how to practice martial arts. Wouldn't it be a broken legacy? Tiny mole cricket, how dare you waste my disciple in front of me? Do you know the consequences? The aura on Patriarch Wuwei's body erupted steeply, as if there was a wave of air cracking in all directions with him as the center, making everyone present feel the pressure at the same time and not dare to breathe loudly. Now it seemed that Patriarch Wuwei was truly furious. Bastard, how dare you scream in front of me? Wait a moment, Zhao Pingan replied back lightly. He liked to finish one thing before doing the next. This was also what his master had taught him. Otherwise it was easy to develop a throwaway character. Continuing, he asked, question for you, do you have a dog to borrow? Shameless. Bai Li's face turned white with fear, and she also hurriedly stepped backward, as she sensed Patriarch Wuwei's anger, fearing that she would be implicated if she moved him. Incredulously, he said, Zhao Pingan, do you know what you've done? That's Gushan, Patriarch Wuwei's disciple. How dare you touch him? How dare you? It wasn't just Bai Li who thought this way, everyone thought this way. Even though Zhao Pingan had the ability, he couldn't move Gushan. If the Wufei Patriarch had only wanted to waste him before, then now he was going to waste him, cure him, and waste him again, and so on and so forth. It seems that he really is broken. Why don't you dare? Zhao Pingan said in an ancient well, but, I found a problem. Why do you also like to kneel? It seems like a dog. You, Bai Li's whole body trembled in anger. Seek death. Patriarch Wuwei finally couldn't help himself, and with a murderous aura, he walked towards Zhao Pingan step by step, and with every step he took, the tarred pavement would surprisingly sink downwards to make footprints. I, Wuwei, have been on the scene for 50 years, and no one has ever dared to be so contemptuous. I've already thought about it. Today, even if the Heavenly King protects you, I'm going to skin you and make you beg for your life and death. He went faster and faster and faster. Broken Yinfeng frowned. These words, they were given to Bamboo Leaf Green and Bai Li, telling them that if they dared to protect Zhao Pingan they would also strike out without fail. Patriarch Wuwei, angry, General Wang said excitedly, if the Wunderkind Patriarch makes a move, who can compete with him? Today, it's Zhao Pingan's time to die. Bamboo Leaf Green looked at the Thunder Patriarch and slowly shook his head. At a time like this, there was no need to make a move. Huang Yulong continued to fan the fan. His face also appeared a little bit of gravity. Wufei Patriarch fumed. He is not good to control him. In the midst of all the attention, Zhao Pingan remained cloudy and lighthearted. Only a few moments of doubt. Walking jackhammer? The jackhammer fall was originally a fixation technique that emphasized standing still and being as firm as a rock, and he was actually able to walk, worthy of being a grandmaster. Humph, still have a few eyes. Yes, walking jackhammer, Patriarch Wuwei said as he walked. The reason I used this move is to make you watch death come to you and make you feel fear. As he spoke, he had already walked up to Zhao Pingan, quickly raising his hand in the air, and then quickly dropping down, turning his palm into a claw in his descent. He went straight for Zhao Pingan's shoulder, to use his 5 fingers to pierce into the skin and flesh, and to pull out his tendons, hard and fast. Don't look fast, but it's almost undefendable. Not indefensible, but indefensible. This claw, it can claw off a person's arm. Thunder Patriarch had already retreated to Bamboo Leaf Green's side and whispered, I've only competed with him before, and tonight, he's carrying a murderous aura. Bamboo Leaf Green slowly said, Heaven's sins can be done, and self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. Zhao Pingan watched his palm fall and gently raised his hand to grab his wrist. Patriarch? Patriarch Wuwei was surprised. It wasn't just him, everyone at the scene was surprised that Zhao Pingan was a grandmaster. How was that possible? So what if you're a patriarch? Jack fall, eagle claw fall. Patriarch Wuwei roared, his hands steeply intensified. I'm going to use my claws to rip out the tendons and bones of your entire body. Seeing his arm pressing down on Zhao Pingan's hand, slowly descending and heading straight for his shoulder, it looked like he was using force to destroy Zhao Pingan's defense. 1 power to 10. Patriarch Wuwei is still bullish. No wonder Zhao Pingan likes to pretend. So he's also a patriarch. Only, he met Patriarch Wuwei. If he meticulously develops, he may not be unable to be a match for Patriarch Wuwei in 20 years. But unfortunately, he doesn't know how to hold back. In the middle of the crowd murmuring, Patriarch Wuwei's hand was already close to touching Zhao Pingan's shoulder, and as long as it entered a few more points, it would be able to pierce the skin and pull out his tendons. However, it suddenly stopped and could no longer enter by half. Zhao Pingan said indifferently, this person, like to treat others in their own way, but climbing the slope to cramp this kind of thing is too bloody. Also buried. Just, break off your fingers one by one. When he finished, he actually raised his other hand, holding the fingers of the Wunderkind Patriarch. Click. There was a sound and a finger was broken. What? The whole room was horrified. To know, they should go at this time the whole body strength are concentrated in one hand. The other hand do not say lift up, is even move a little, will be scattered strength, thus becoming a full plate. But how could Zhao Pinggan still raise his other hand, and use it to break Patriarch Wu Wei's hand? Click, click, click. For more consecutive sounds rang out, and Patriarch Wu Wei's fingers, all of them, were broken. The scene, even as it happened, was still unbelievable. However, Patriarch Wu Wei lived up to his reputation as a patriarch, and he didn't even utter a word when his 10 fingers were broken. Violently, he said, "Die for me." With his fingers gone, he didn't care about the strength of this hand and quickly raised his other hand, turning it into an elbow and bombarding Zhao Pinggan in the head. Seeing this, Zhao Pinggan's left leg quickly took a step backward towards the Wu Fei patriarch, and his body quickly dodged through, borrowing the force of him hitting him over, and circled around behind the Wu Fei patriarch. The Wu Fei patriarch was terrified in his heart. Revealing his back to the enemy in a fight was equivalent to a death sentence. Halfway collecting the elbow strike, the golden rooster stood alone. His body leaned back, and his left foot surprisingly appeared above his head, heading straight for Zhao Pinggan. "That's really something." Zhao Pinggan smiled. He followed up with a turn of phrase, "It's also limited to having 2 brushes. If you were in prison, you wouldn't even be able to line up for me to scrub the toilets. It's no fun. No more games." After finishing his speech, Zhao Pinggan grabbed Patriarch Wu Wei's ankles with both hands, and his body violently exerted force, lifting him in mid-air, and in the blink of an eye, he yanked Patriarch Wu Wei's body and smashed it down as if he was slapping a broomstick. Despair filled the eyes of Patriarch Wu Wei and tried to resist, realizing that his body was completely out of control. Terrified, he said, "Young warrior, spare your life." However, it was already too late. Zhao Pinggan took his body and slapped it hard on the ground. Boo! The scene was flooded with dull ringing sounds as Patriarch Wu Wei lay on the ground, a mouthful of blood spurting out of his mouth as his entire body convulsed. Chapter 108, A Hard Shake. On the scene, there was dead silence. People, dumbfounded. Although this scene happened in front of their eyes, still no one believed that this scene in front of them actually existed. Knowing that Patriarch Wu Wei had been out for decades and ranked 6th in Jianshan province. Last year, he even challenged the 5th-ranked sect master of Jianhai province next door and eventually won. Patriarch Wu Wei was already standing at the peak of martial arts in Jianshan province. Patriarch Wu Wei has won more than he has lost in his life. Patriarch Wu Wei should be the number 1 ranked existence here. How is it possible to lose and lose so quickly? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must have used a dirty trick. Duan Lai Ming jumped anxiously. He had heard that he was strong, but even stronger? He couldn't be stronger than the worthless patriarch. It was unscientific. Patriarch Wu Wei, surprisingly defeated, just now, even begged for mercy. How can this be true? He's a wunderkind patriarch. The people around them looked like their faith had collapsed, and after being shocked, they showed expressions like they had lost their parents. Huang Rulong's fan stopped. Bamboo Leaf Green's face tightened. Thunder Patriarch frowned. They, too, couldn't believe it. "I told you a long time ago that I told you guys to come together and didn't believe me. You had to come up alone to seek death. Now you believe me?" Zhao Pinggan clapped his hands as if he had done something trivial. "Hurry up. I'm in a hurry." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Unlike a moment ago, no one dared to speak. Especially General Manager Wang and the others were about to pee in fear. Bamboo Leaf Green looked at Huang Rulong and said indifferently, "Little Emperor, it's time for you to take a stand. Patriarch Wu Wei is one of yours. He's being wasted in front of you. How can you just stand by and watch? If today passes by without a word, I see that in the future. Your name of Little Emperor, there is no need to top it. It might as well be called Wimpy." Ha! He hadn't seen through Zhao Pinggan's strength yet, and it wasn't suitable to personally strike, so it would be better to let Huang Rulong go to his death. Sure enough, hearing Bamboo Leaf Green's words, everyone looked at Huang Rulong. No matter how much of a fighter the Wu Fei patriarch was, he was still a martial artist, but he was different. His family had power and influence, and his sister was even the young lady of the Zhao family. Moreover, Patriarch Wu Wei was also here with him today. Swish! Huang Rulong put his fan away and said with a smirk, "There's no need for you to remind me. I'll naturally stand up for my people." As he said that, he looked at Zhao Pinggan and fatally asked, "Do you know what I represent in Jianshan province?" "Zhao Pinggan, give me you a chance. Since you defeated Patriarch Wu Wei, you are qualified to be by my side. From now on, be my little brother, and I'll keep you safe today." Ha! Zhao Pinggan was amused. This guy seemed to be retarded, and lazily looked at the people around him. "Are you guys going to fight or not?" "Zhao Pinggan," Huang Rulong quickly roared, his face grim, "your true opponent is me. Now, I'll ask you again, to be my little brother or not." When he finished, his eyes were deadpan. Bai Li's face turned red. Suddenly she felt that all along it seemed like she had misunderstood Zhao Pinggan. He did have some strength, only, This strength was unbearable in front of the big families. After thinking about it, he said, Zhao Pingan, this is your chance. Quickly agree to the little emperor. You have to know that not being able to fight solves all problems in this world, especially now that you've left MS. Yi, you desperately need a backer. The young emperor is the best choice. Zhao Pingan turned his head and said in surprise, why are you going further and further down the road of being a dog? Addicted? This woman is really sick. It's none of her business. If not for the fact that she is a woman, it would have been 2 slaps away. You don't know what's good for you. If it wasn't for misgiving the word, I wouldn't bother to remind you. Bai Li was furious. Zhao Pingan retracted his gaze. He lost when he started to get serious with a woman. Well, how dare you ignore me? Huang Rulong nodded his head in exasperation and took a step forward. Since you were given the opportunity and you didn't know to seize it, there's no one to blame for me. Now I declare that from now on, you are the sworn enemy of my little emperor, and I will issue a kill order to hunt you down to the ends of the earth. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Hunting order is the highest punishment in the Jianghu, means immortal, even if the chase to the ends of the earth to kill, also just in the pursuit of the order issued at the moment. The person who was hunted down and killed cannot be peaceful forever, only death can be relieved. All of them began to playfully look at Zhao Pingan to see how he still could pretend. You seem like a silly dog. Zhao Pingan shook his head. Ever thought of a question? What a problem? Huang Rulong asked proudly. I can kill you right now, Zhao Pingan said, walking straight towards him. Indeed can't figure out what the hell these stupid fools are thinking. In prison, those people will never say you wait for me or something like that. Want to do something, will suddenly strike without notice, and talking tough, apparently giving chances. Swish, everyone's body trembled. What did he want? How dare he target the little emperor? It wasn't just the Huang family behind him. There was also the Zhao family of the 7 great families in the country. Huang Rulong also shivered in fear. Since his sister had entered the Zhao family, no one had dared to target him. There was a moment of tension. Having the ineffable patriarch by his side could guarantee safety, and without the ineffable patriarch, he didn't have half the power to fight back. In a hurry, he quickly looked at Bamboo Leaf Green and anxiously said, Bamboo Leaf Green, what are you still standing there for? Beat him up. The Night Pearl will be given to you. Not only that, I also owe you a favor. It is imperative that we stay safe. Bamboo Leaf Green narrowed his eyes and said, a promise is a promise? A gentleman's word is his bond. Huang Rulong quickly said. Bamboo Leaf Green withdrew his gaze and looked at Thunder. The Thunder Patriarch's figure flickered as he quickly rushed to Huang Rulong and said in a deep voice, Zhao Pingan, don't think that you're invincible just because you won by a slight fluke on account of Patriarch Wu Wei. I'm going to move you and I won't leave any room for error. That's what he just figured out. Patriarch Wu Wei's strength was still above his own, so how could he lose to a little Yakuza whose name was unknown? The biggest problem must be gullibility. If he hadn't used the walking jackhammer, but instead used a killing move from the start, Zhao Pingan definitely wouldn't have lasted 3 rounds. So Patriarch Wu Wei was gullible. I told you, Patriarch Wu Wei couldn't possibly lose. Hey, there are many heroes who have overturned their boats in the gutter, such as Guan Air Master, such as Ma Chao, and I didn't expect that Patriarch Wu Wei would also be able to do so. It doesn't matter. Thunder Patriarch is going to strike. The people around them were abuzz, as if they had seen a ray of sunshine in the darkness. Then hurry up and do it. What's with the beeping? Can you hold your breath if you don't talk? Zhao Pingan hooked his finger. Arrogant. Huang Rulong stormed out. Hit him. Bamboo Leaf Green also nodded slightly. Seeing this, the corners of the Thunder Patriarch's mouth trembled. Since you can't wait to die, today I'll let you see what it means to be a patriarch's might. After saying that, his feet stepped on the Bagua steps, and the sound of wind was clearly heard as his legs moved forward. He really didn't hold back and just struck out with an iron mountain lean straight at Zhao Pingan's chest. Zhao Pingan's eyes lit up. Hard school technique? Interesting? As he spoke, the sandbag-sized fist blade directly blasted Thunder Patriarch Iron Mountain's shoulder. Tough shake. Chapter 109, Submission. Instant Kung Fu is roughly divided into 3 categories. One of them is the hard school of Kung Fu, famously known as hard Qigong, Iron Mountain leaning, and so on, all of which rely on their own strength to destroy their opponents. Secondly, flexible feats, such as Eagle Claw Kung Fu and MA women's martial arts practices, are won by speed and sensitivity. Thirdly, the combination of soft and hard, such as Tai Chi, Xingyi Quan, etc., is to concentrate the power in one place and attack the opponent to win through flexible transformation. 3 families, each with their own unique characteristics, and it was the first one that the Thunder Cleric cultivated. He's actually going to use his fist to blast the Thunder Patriarch's Iron Mountain lean. Crazy? Patriarch Thunder's hard Qigong is very good. It is said that once a cypress tree with a diameter of 70 centimeters was stopped and broken by his one lean. Really don't know how to die. How dare you fight against a Thunder Patriarch? When Thunder Patriarch saw this, his heart was also happy. It was true that he had seen too little at the beginning of his life. This time of his own, even the 4th-ranked martial arts in Jiangshan province didn't dare to shake it. Only the top 3 demons dared to try it. And he even used his fists? Next, boo! The sound of bursting was clearly heard in the field, like 2 boulders crashing together. Thunder Clan didn't take a step back. Zhao Pingan also didn't take a step back. Just as everyone was looking dumbfounded. Click! A cry rang out from the field. Broken arm. I knew it. Overrate himself. See what he does? But it seems like the Thunder Patriarch's arm is trembling. The whole room was in an uproar, and everyone's eyes were glaring so hard they were about to fall out of their sockets. This can't be. The Thunder Patriarch looked at his shoulder in horror, as this was the location where the force was generated and where it made contact with Zhao Pingan. He tried to exert force but realized that he couldn't use half of it at all. Bamboo Leaf Ching also froze. Others do not know the strength of the Thunder Patriarch. She is very clear. Even if a 70 mph car hit his Iron Mountain leaning, he will not be fine, but instead, the car will be scrapped. How is it possible that it is not Zhao Pingan's power of a punch? It's way worse than those guys in prison. Zhao Pingan shook his head in slight disappointment, finally realizing why Master had said that the prison was the most sinister place. And for now, it did seem to be the case. And then he said, just as well, I'll show you what it means to be a true Iron Mountain leaner. Speaking, taking a step forward, his body shook violently, and his shoulder slammed straight into the Thunder Patriarch's chest. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. Square-inch Iron Mountain leaning? The Iron Mountain leaning collection? The Thunder Patriarch recognized this move at a glance. The highest level of the Iron Mountain leaning, and violently, his entire body was drenched in sweat. Finally understand why Patriarch Wu Wei will lose. The strength is really too much difference too much. I am afraid that in Jiangshan province, only the top 3 ranked demons can fight against him. It's too late to think about it. Back up quickly. But it was still a step too slow. Boo! Thunder Patriarch's body was hit. In this instant, he felt like his whole body had been hit by a train. His body flew backwards uncontrollably, flying a full 5 meters before sliding to the ground. His body slid on the ground for another meter, rolling up gusts of dirt before barely stopping. Everyone in the arena, all of them were stunned. The Thunder Patriarch, surprisingly, was also defeated. The 2 great generals of Jiangshan province were not even one of Zhao Pingan's enemies. Shirley's whole body was hot and her eyes were hazy as she watched. I'm a person who likes to treat others the way they treat me, but I don't like to kill people, so I've also wasted your limbs. Zhao Pingan spoke gently and slowly stepped forward. When the Thunder Clan master saw this, he was so frightened that his breathing was about to stop. Quickly, he said, Patriarch Xiao, I'm convinced, I admit defeat, and please stay on the lower limbs, please. Once his limbs were broken, his martial arts skills would regress by at least 20 years, and at that time, he would no longer have the aura of a patriarch. If I lose, will it help if I beg? Zhao Pingan asked indifferently as he kept his footsteps. Thunder Patriarch was speechless, wanting to get up, but his body had just fired. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. His body could no longer lift his strength, and he violently turned his head to look at Bamboo Leaf Green, terrified. Save me! Bamboo Leaf Green stared at Zhao Pingan dead in the face. Stop! She didn't just talk, she moved her hand. Heck, she was holding a blackened pistol. The muzzle of the gun, aimed at Zhao Pingan. She said in a cold voice, I admit, I underestimated you, and you, in turn, have exceeded everyone's expectations, but if you're faster, how can you be faster than a gun? Now, all I have to do is pull the trigger and you're dead. There was no semblance of emotion in her voice, and in this dark night, it was extraordinarily seeping, especially because her face, which already carried a hint of yin qi, was even more unfathomable at this moment. Bamboo Leaf Green is mighty, Broken Yanfeng shouted out in excitement. Just now he was also almost scared to death. Zhao Pingan even beat 2 sect masters. What kind of monster is this that came out of nowhere? He thought he was going to fall today. Unexpectedly, it was Bamboo Leaf Green that saved the day. Sneering, he said, Zhao Pingan, what era is this, and you can still rely on fisticuffs? Now, obediently kneel down for Bamboo Leaf Green, and she might even spare your life. Duan Liming also said, go wild again, go wild again. I'll see if you're faster, or if the gun is faster. Everyone thought the situation was settled, because in this world, no one could be faster than a gun. I for one don't hit women. Zhao Pingan suddenly spoke. However, with the exception of those who threatened my life, I would like to ask you, what are you going to do to me? These words were so overwhelming that no one could make heads or tails of them. Bamboo Leaf Green pistol end was very stable, numbly said, "Two kinds. First, you submit to me. I will guarantee you honor and riches. Second, I destroy you. Forever." That's the way she's always handled things. Got it, Zhao Pingan responded with a smile, and then took a step towards Bamboo Leaf Green. Earl, he walks into gunfire? Bamboo Leaf Green couldn't help but frown. You're not afraid of death? For some reason, this little man gave him unprecedented pressure, as if he were a mountain, the air around him following the pressure as he walked. Shoot, Zhao Pingan's ancient well returned. If you take another step, I will kill you, Bamboo Leaf Green added. Shoot, Zhao Pingan took a step as he spoke. Hyper, the sound of gunfire shook the night. It scared everyone, but immediately afterward, he saw that Zhao Pingan's figure flashed and had arrived in front of Bamboo Leaf Green, and his entire body, safe and sound. How did this happen? Bamboo Leaf Green looked into the near eye. Scared. For the first time in my life, I felt scared. It's a fear that comes from the heart. The people around them, on the other hand, had been too dumbfounded to say anything. I'll give you two ways too. First, submit. Second, disappear forever. Bamboo Leaf Green's face turned white with fear, sweating like a pig. Zhao Pingan paused. For the sake of you letting me take a few steps, I'll let you take a few steps as well. But to prevent you from running away, use something else instead. Speaking. Snap. A light pat on Bamboo Leaf Green's face. Bamboo Leaf Green's body trembled. Shirley followed suit, her body trembling, biting her lip with difficulty. Everyone like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. This is Bamboo Leaf Green, Jiangshan Province Underground Emperor. Once killed her husband, poisoned 18 hall masters of the woman. Actually, being shot? Snap. Zhao Pingan hit again. Bamboo Leaf Green. Snap. Bamboo Leaf Green, I. Snap. Zhao Pingan tapped again, and everyone in the room was shocked, and Bailey couldn't stand still, her body trembling constantly. Snap. Pingan Zhao, this is the last one. Bamboo Leaf Green gritted his teeth, bent his knees to the ground, raised his head and said, I submit. From now on, I'll listen to Mr. Zhao. For such a fierce person who could dodge bullets and exterminate 2 sect masters with a raise of his hand, she really didn't have the courage to continue to fight against it. Boom! The whole room was petrified. Chapter 110, It Can't Be Him. The situation at hand took no one by surprise. The 2 patriarchs were abolished, and Bamboo Leaf Green knelt down. How is that possible? He's just a lost dog who was kicked out by MS. Yee. Not interested. What I want is just an attitude. Zhao Pingan suddenly overstepped and went straight to Huang Rulong, walked out 2 steps, didn't feel Bamboo Leaf Green lifting and grabbing, and gave up the idea of scrapping her. This woman is smart, and if she dares to raise her gun, she will be paralyzed for the rest of her life forever. What are you doing? Huang Rulong's whole body trembled violently, also afraid. Never thought that this guy was so fierce, simply beyond imagination. You guess, Zhao Pingan said playfully. At this moment, there were only 2 thoughts in people's minds. One was that Zhao Pingan had strong support behind him, and the other was that he was going to break the pot. Huang Rulong saw him getting closer and closer. His whole body was drenched in sweat. He looked around and wanted to ask for help, but he realized that everyone's eyes were dodging. No one dared to mess with this god of killing. Terrified, he warned, Zhao Pingan, you have to know that life is not a momentary gain or loss. It's a very long road. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head today, what awaits you is not only the endless pursuit of the Huang family, but also the pursuit of the Zhao family of the 7 great families in the country. So you have to think about the consequences. Baile's petite body trembled chaotically as she held back her inner agitation and said, Zhao Pingan, you've been able to leave, so don't move him again, lest you stir up a fire in the future. Zhao Pingan lazily responded, things always like a one-time solution. There is no need to leave a problem. Wait, Huang Rulong spoke again, roaring loudly, let me finish my last 3 sentences. First, I am a person who knows what's right. Secondly, I am a person who is not afraid of bad luck, but afraid that no one will follow along. Thirdly, understanding that there are people outside of people and mountains outside of mountains. My father also taught me that I should convince people by virtue. With that, he stepped forward and opened his fan, then bent his knees to the ground. Zhao Pingan, I'm convinced. Please spare me. The people present already do not know how many times were shocked to dizziness. This is the little emperor in the Jiangshan province first-class mail. No one dares to mess with the existence of, but also wimpy? Earl. Zhao Pingan surprisingly did not know how to reply for a moment. He thought that he had spoken righteously and intended to fight hard, but it did not occur to him that he was indeed as sensible as he had said. Zhao Pingan thought for a moment and intended to let him go, not because he was afraid, but because he was worried about the trouble, having the time to deal with the problem, and talking about love with Yi Yaoqing didn't smell good. Slowly, he turned his head to look at the father and son of Duan Laoming Guan Yanfeng. What are you doing? Duan Liming's face turned white with fear, and he said stiffly, "Surname Zhao, I'm telling you not to mess around. It's hard to beat 4 feet with 2 fists. You have to see how many people are standing behind me." Now, the only thing that could bring a sense of security was the 100 or so fighters behind him, and if he could fight, could he beat so many people? The words just fell. Wow. The 100 or so fighters behind him turned and fled at the same time, dust rolling on the road as they ran. "Boss Duan, we're not fighting. This is a patriarch. We don't want to die. The patriarch cannot be insulted. You, guys." Duan Liming saw them escape, and his scared pants were suddenly wet. Broken Yinfeng gritted his teeth and took a step forward. "Mr. Zhao, today's matter, it's because I've taught my son poorly. I'm willing to take out $30 million to soothe your anger, and I still hope to be successful. Do not take the money, cannot. This monster even dared to abolish the patriarch, not to mention their own." The heart viciously scolded his son hundreds of times. To mess with what people are not good, but to mess with him, Zhao Pingan was too lazy to do anything about it. He might as well rush back to Tianhai if he had the time, but he remembered one more thing and asked, "Where is Zhao Dekai?" It's also the senior brother of Wang Shouwen, the god doctor of Tianhai, who ran away from him last time in Tianhai. Broken Yinfeng froze, then respectfully said, "Back to Mr. Zhao. Advisor Zhao is resting in the company. What do you want to find him?" Zhao Pingan casually said, "Tomorrow, tie him up and tie him to Tianhai to Wang Shuyi to dispose of him. Got it? Wang Shuyi has knelt so many times and is loyal, so he should be rewarded." When he finished, he turned to leave. Wait, a voice suddenly came from behind him. It wasn't anyone else. It was Bai Li. She shook her body, her face slightly red, shyly ran to her side and whispered, "Mr. Zhao, it's late today. I still hope you'll rest in the treasure pavilion." She paused, shyly looked at Zhao Pingan, and said in a voice like a mosquito, "I can match, or I can be your licking dog." Previously, he thought that Zhao Pingan was just playing the claptrap with Yi Yaoqing, and that he was also a villainous and lawless person at the auction, but he didn't know that he wasn't pretending, but he was really powerful. This is the kind of person that is worth investing in. Zhao Pingan, fast forward, disappearing into the darkness of the night, leaving everyone with only a piece of their back. Soon the crowd dispersed, not knowing what was going on in their minds. Bai Li was also full of remorse, returning to the hidden treasure pavilion. If, before, she was a little bit better to Zhao Pingan, this night may not be unable to happen. The story. He was an expert who could defeat 2 sect masters, and the benefits of being acquainted with him were quite a lot. Was thinking, walking into the backyard, he saw Nangong Ro sitting in the courtyard enjoying the moon. Quickly welcoming her over, she respectfully said, "Miss, you haven't rested yet?" The moonlight complemented Nangong Ro's complexion, extraordinarily beautiful, and at this moment, she looked like a fairy walking out of a painting. When Nangong Ro heard the voice, she smiled faintly. "The matter outside the door is over?" Born from a young age in the hidden treasure pavilion, on the matter of killing and seizing the treasure, has long been strange, although it feels wrong, but powerless to stop. Bai Li bent down and returned. "It's over. Zhao Pingan has left and the others have dispersed." Nangong Ro nodded slightly. Standing behind the wheelchair, Zhang Ma said in a cold voice, "Where's Zhao Pingan? He didn't even say a thank you? In my life, I hate ungrateful people." Shirley was embarrassed. "No, but he worked it out on his own." Nangong Ro froze. Although she didn't know Bamboo Leaf Green and the others, she knew that they weren't small people. So how could Zhao Pingan solve it? Zhang Ma snorted coldly. "Bai Li, you're just a small principal of a prefecture-level city. You dare to deceive Miss. You can't bear the consequences. There are 2 zone masters outside the door. How will he solve it? It's simply not believable or realistic." Bai Li weakly said. "The 2 patriarchs, they were both wasted by Mr. Zhao." Nangong Ro was filled with surprise. Zhang Ma was also shocked and stared wide-eyed. "Where is the little emperor?" Bailey said. "Kneel down and apologize." Zhang Ma was shocked. "What about Bamboo Leaf Green? She is the underground emperor of Jiangshan province." Bai Li said. "Kneel down and admit your faults as well, and show your submission." Mr. Zhao, suppress them all. Boom. Both of them were shocked at the same time. How was this possible? But with Bai Li's status, she categorically didn't dare to cheat. Nangong Ro's face was grave as she thought about it and asked, "Zhang Ma, could it be him?" Zhang Ma pondered for a moment, but still shook her head and said, "I don't think so. Although a patriarch is the peak existence in a province or a city, the imperial capital is where the hidden dragons and crouching tigers truly hide. Moreover, I've seen Zhao Pingan's strength, and it's still a bit worse than mine, and it would only take 3 moves for me to move him. It can't be the one." Nangong Ro pondered for a moment and nodded, sadly saying, "Push me back. Tomorrow go to Longcheng, the provincial capital of Jianghai province, the metaphysics conference. It's the last stop. Chapter 111 Eating Dishes. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Zhao Pingan went straight back to Tianhai City. The distance wasn't very far, an hour away. He didn't go back to the cloud-top heavenly palace because it was too late and Yi Yaoqing had lost her memory. It would easily cause unnecessary trouble. Just go back tomorrow. He returned to the Tianhai Hotel, and although the outside world thought that he had been kicked out by Yi Yaoqing, the place was bought at his personal expense, so there was no blockage. Ask for a presidential suite. I have to admit, it was very luxurious, with over 200 square feet, and the bathroom had a 7-square-foot bathtub with faucets made of pure gold. The people out there dish it out a little bit, but they all enjoy it. Zhao Pingan muttered as he lay in the bathtub. Still, I miss the waterfalls in the mountains more. It's good here, but still too small. The small lake under the waterfall in the mountain L is at least a few thousand square feet, so you can swim freely. Where the hell did the old thing go? Why is there no news at all? Late nights and loneliness always make people sad, and Zhao Pingan was no exception. He had been studying with his master in the mountains since he could remember, spending more than 20 years together. The first time we separated 3 years ago, we didn't realize it would be 3 years. Jingle bells. At that moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Hello. Zhao Pingan lightly picked up the phone. This is Feng Banian. A medium voice came from the other side of the phone. Where are you currently? Feng Pak Nin? Zhao Pingan then remembered that it was the provincial governor of Yi Yaoqing's meeting, which can also be called the head of the province, who unintentionally revealed the news of the 140 plots of land to be developed. What is it? Zhao Pingan didn't answer, but asked in return. Feng Banian frowned. It had been many years since anyone had spoken to him in such a tone. Slowly, he said, tomorrow I will go to Tianhai to visit Miss Yi. I hope you can rush back and make things clear. He had long known about Yi Yaoqing's affair with Zhao Pingan, but didn't make a sound about it. Instead, he secretly investigated, and investigated until he finally realized that there were no usable clues at all. So, look for Zhao Pingan to get things straight. What do you mean, to hold me accountable? Zhao Pingan asked with a few sneers. Having seen Gu Qingming's ingratitude, he didn't have too good of an effect on Feng Banian and hated the house. Zhao Pingan. Feng Banian spoke heavily, slightly angry. Don't apply your broken attitude to me. I'm a person who has always been practical. If it's you, I'll be sure not to take it lightly. I'd clear your name if it wasn't you. After all, it happened in his district, and there was no way to explain to the Yi family without investigating it. Yeah, Zhao Pingan smiled, willing to believe it if he could really be truthful, and returned, I'm at the Tianhai Hotel right now, waiting for you anytime. Feng Banian froze. The outside world said that he ran away. According to the investigation, he also ended up entering Huangfeng City, actually came back. Could he really have a clear conscience? Okay, I'll have someone contact you when I get to Tianhai. Day 2. Zhao Pingan had thought to go directly to the Hentang Heavenly Palace and make breakfast for Yi Yaoqing in the meantime, but Feng Banian was coming, so he also waited for him at the hotel for a while to see what kind of medicine was being sold in his gourd. Go downstairs to the dining room for breakfast. He just walked into the restaurant. Zhao Pingan? Why is he still in Tianhai City? Didn't he say he ran away? My god, this guy doesn't want to die. Actually dare to be in Tianhai City? Prince Jewel Su has already put out the word that if he dares to take a step into Tianhai City, he will be broken into pieces. There was a wave of gold among the customers, and everyone was looking and whispering secretly. Nowadays, the news that Zhao Pingan had failed to assassinate Yi Yaoqing and escaped from Tianhai City was known to no one, and everyone had thought that they wouldn't see him again in this lifetime, but they didn't expect him to appear here. Zhao Pingan didn't care about them talking at all, found a seat at random and asked for a breakfast. Soon, a young man in sportswear approached with his breakfast, followed by a net-faced girl. Walking over to Zhao Pingan, his hand was loose, dangling. The dinner plate fell to the floor in pieces, spilling even more of the breakfast inside. The youth seemed to smile. Mr. Zhao, I'm really sorry, my hand wasn't steady. Breakfast fell on the ground. If you want to eat, I can. He said this and suddenly stopped. The net-red face was surprised and asked, what can Mr. Zhang what? The youth cleared his throat and said in a loud voice, I could make him learn from a dog. Get down on the ground, lick up his meal and eat it. Ha! Net-red face's body trembled in surprise. Learning from a dog? Good, good, I like to watch. Mr. Zhang, hurry up and let him learn from a dog. Let him dog lick his rice. The words over here caught the attention of everyone who looked over, and when they saw the youth, most of them recognized him. It's Zhang Meng, the former young proprietor of the Tianhai Hotel. I heard that Zhao Pingan used many dishonorable means to take down the hotel in the first place. These are interesting. Zhang Meng is just deliberately looking for a fight. Everyone got excited, put down the chopsticks in their hands and turned their heads to watch the show. Originally, when everyone saw Zhao Pingan, they didn't dare to say anything, they could only secretly talk about it. After all, he was very capable of fighting. But they didn't think that Zhang Mang was actually here, so this was a good show. When Zhao Pingan saw Zhang Mang, he asked in an ancient well, "You want to come and step on me? It is a constant truth at all times that the walls are falling down. I'm just going to step on you. What can you do?" Zhang Mang looked down and despised. "Zhao Pingan, in the past, you had Miss Yi to cover you. Even if you robbed the Tianhai Hotel I wouldn't dare to say anything. But now, you're nothing. I'm going to pinch you to death. As simple as pinching an ant to death. I'll give you one chance. Get down and eat your meal like a dog, or I'll make you crawl out of the Tianhai Hotel like a dog." Net Red Face proudly stood up his chest, contemptuously said, "Didn't you hear what Mr. Zhang said? Don't just stand there. Lick it quickly. If you lick it slower, you won't get it." Zhao Pingan leaned back and laughed coldly. "Fine, I'll give you guys a chance as well. Now, here are two paths for you. First, eat your meal clean like a dog. Second, crawl out like a dog." Hear that? Everyone around laughed. Zhao Pingan still thought he was a mess. Yes, partner? He really did dare to say anything. Right now, he was nothing more than a street rat that everyone shouted at. Who's in a position to talk big? What did you say? Dare to insult Zhang Gongzi? Believe it or not, I'll tear you. Net Red Face sniffed. In order to curry favor with Zhang Mang, open teeth without slag howling. Swish. She didn't wait to finish her sentence. Zhao Pingan looked over icily. The Net Red Face screaming came to an abrupt end. With the feeling of being stared at by a fierce beast, as if one more sentence would be torn apart, hurriedly shut up and hid behind Zhang Mang, and his heartbeat was unceasing. Zhang Mang snorted coldly and sneered. "Zhao Pingan, in fact, sometimes I really admire your intelligence of not knowing how to die, and you dare to let me choose? Well then, I won't choose anything, so what can you do? And, I'm telling you, I'm not only going to make you eat your meal like a dog today, but I'm also going to take out what you've lost. The Tianhai Hotel. $100 million. Sell it to me." Zhao Pingan shook his head, looked toward the door of the dining room, and commanded, "Call the security guards to come up and watch him eat this plate of food." Chapter 112, I really don't know you. Often, there's absolutely no need for more nonsense. Just address it. A jumped-up clown like Zhang Mang needs to be told what the consequences are. However, waited a full minute. There was no movement at the entrance to the restaurant, and even the waiters turned around, not to mention the security guards. Put. The people around them burst out laughing. Where's the security guard? Why hasn't he come yet? It can't be that the guards don't listen to him, can it? He's still immersed in Miss Ye's partner status and hasn't come out, thinking that he's a big shot, not realizing that he's now turned into a little yakuza. Even the security guards don't listen to him. That's a laugh. Ha ha. At this moment, everyone looked at Zhao Pingan as if they were looking at a jumping clown. Zhao Pingan was also surprised. The other properties were under Ye's name, but the Tianhai Hotel was bought with his own funds, and they didn't even listen? Where's the security? Zhang Mang stood tall and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Mr. Zhao, I've been waiting for the flowers, but why haven't the security guards come up yet? It can't be that they went to get weapons, right? Don't let them get weapons. I'm so scared." Ha ha ha. There was more laughter all around. Net Red Face rolled his eyes and sneered. Ugly people make a lot of mistakes. Surnamed Zhao, if you know what's good for you, you'll immediately eat your meal like a dog and sell the hotel to Mr. Zhang. If you dare to go against it, the consequences are not something you can bear. Zhao Pingan picked up the hot towel on the dining table and wiped his hands, smiling faintly. "Do you think I can't make you crawl out on your knees without security?" Zhang Mang was full of contempt. "Scare me? Do you still want to hit me with your hands? Come on, try moving me." He pointed to the left side of his face contemptuously. "If I call it today, from now on to meet and call your father. But, you dare to touch me?" Netflix face puffs out his chest proudly. "Don't you dare? Dare you?" The smiles of the surrounding customers are getting thicker and thicker. In the past, Zhao Pingan had Miss Yi to protect him, and even if he killed someone in public Miss Yi could take care of it. But nowadays, he doesn't have any background at all, and it's easy for him to be locked up even if he curses others. This is the real world. Zhao Pingan leaned back. "Remember what you said, and if you scream out, call me dad from now on." Zhang Mang narrowed his eyes and said, "Yes, what I said, remember, but you move me? Have the guts to try hitting me. Just try it." Zhao Pingan succinctly uttered 5 words, and as he spoke, he quickly kicked out his foot at Zhang Mang's calf. Zhang Mang was caught off guard. The whole person fell forward, face straight to the ground, meal smashed. Zhang Mang on the ground before he could get up. Zhao Pingan quickly raised his foot and stepped on Zhang Mang's head, firmly in control. Throughout the entire process, Zhao Pingan didn't even stand up. Woohoo! Zhang Mang was unable to move his head when he was stepped on, and his remaining limbs were struggling violently. looking like a wangbang that had been grabbed by the head. Wow. Seeing this scene, the surrounding customers froze. Never thought that Zhao Pinggan would really dare to make a move. Is he crazy? With Zhang Mang's ability, as long as he reported the inspector, Zhao Pinggan would definitely be arrested. You dared to touch Mr. Zhang? Quickly let go. The net red face was scared to death. Noisy. Zhao Pinggan quickly lifted his other foot, and as he did, he put down Netflix's face as well, stepping on her head, her look exactly the same as Zhang Mang's, resembling another wangbang. Zhao Pinggan bowed his head and said, I'm a person who was most annoyed with wasting food. Now, finish your meal, and as long as it's licked clean enough, today's matter will be settled. After saying that, it was like stepping on two balls and turning them gently to give them room to talk. This is to hear the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. To know, the meal not only fell on the ground dirty problem, there are still crumbs of the dinner plate. Once eaten into the stomach, the consequences are unimaginable. Zhao Pinggan, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to make you beg for your life and beg for your death. Zhang Mang was furious, and he didn't expect Zhao Pinggan to dare to make a move. Continuing with a hideous roar, you let go of me immediately, or else I'll make you live in a nightmare for the rest of your life. Zhao Pinggan didn't bother to respond and continued to turn his head with his foot. Zhang Gongzi 1T let you go. Definitely 1T let you go woo. Zhao Pinggan also spun Netflix's face to the ground. Since they're tough talking, they'll play a little longer. And it's not like they're the ones in pain anyway. The heartbeat of the surrounding customers is accelerating. This guy is broken. Do not want to live in the future? After today, you don't want tomorrow? Just then, snap, there was clapping in the distance. One at a time, regular. The crowd looked for the sound, and when they saw the man, they quickly got up and gathered around to shush him. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Mr. Su got up so early? The person who came was none other than Jewel Su. With the identity of Miss Ye's partner, Su Jewel is the first person who deserves it, and the Su family is the first big family in Tianhai. Jewel Su didn't pay any attention to them at all, staring at Zhao Pinggan, walking over step by step, walking in front of him, sneering, Surname Zhao, I didn't expect you to have a few moments of not being afraid of death. You even dare to go back to Tianhai. Do you know how you're going to die? He had heard that Zhao Pinggan was at the Tianhai hotel and had rushed over on purpose. Surname Zhao, Duke Su is talking to you. Get up and answer. Who gave you the courage to keep sitting there? Mr. Su has spoken. Why don't you beg for mercy? The surrounding customers were much more excited than before. After all, behind Jewel Su stood not only Miss Yi, but also the Zhou family in the provincial capital. As long as Jewel Su was made comfortable, there would be great benefits in the future. When Zhao Pinggan saw their faces, he finally realized that after seeing more people, he would find that dogs are better, because dogs are always dogs, and people, sometimes, are inferior to dogs. Fade asked, haven't really thought about it, tell me about it. Jewel Su sneered, compared to getting you killed directly, I prefer to slowly torture you to death, and the first step is to rob you of all that you have. When he finished, he snapped his fingers. One person quickly rushed in from the crowd, went to Jewel Su's side, and groveled. Mr. Su, what are your orders? This person was no other than the hotel's general manager, Li Weiman. Jewel Su asked with a wry smile, who is this guy sitting in front of me? Li Weiman looked at Zhao Pinggan, then shook his head like a rattledrum and fawned, I don't know. I've never seen him before. I don't know where the little punk came from. Does Mr. Su see him as an eyesore? As long as you say a word, I will immediately let the security guards blow him out. And there will be his name written on the door of the hotel with dogs forbidden. The words fell. Ha ha ha. The surrounding customers laughed deafeningly and were extremely mocking that he was going to be blown out of his own hotel and written with dogs forbidden to enter. Mr. Su, what a bully. Zhao Pinggan's face instantly turned cold and looked at Li Weiman. Do you know who is the boss? Li Weiman immediately stood up his chest and said in a serious manner, there is only one boss for me, and that is Duke Su. As for you, I really don't know. However, I'd like to advise you that to this day, Mr. Su is the sky of the heavenly sea, and it's best if you don't go against him. Otherwise, you won't even know how to die. Chapter 113. When he finished, he showed a look of intense contempt. It wasn't just him. Everyone stood around Jewel Su and watched with the same banter. Zhao Pinggan was laughed at, thinking that I've lost my power. Any cat or dog wants to come up and step on it. Li Weiman, you're fired. Now, get out of the hotel immediately. It's useless to keep people who can't be loyal. Ha ha. Li Weiman laughed out loud and said playfully, what the hell do you think you are, firing me whenever you want? Let me tell you, I'm now the general manager of the hotel under Mr. Su's name, and it's up to Mr. Su to decide whether I stay or go. Mr. Su, Xiao Li is willing to go through fire and water for you. Extremely respectful. Bowing deeply, Zhao Pingan held back his fire and said, "This is my hotel." Wrong. Jewel Su immediately opened her mouth and proudly said, "Before it was your hotel, now it's my hotel. And the reason is simple. It's because I have my eye on this hotel." Zhao Pingan, I said I'd rob you of all you've got. I've got my eye on this hotel. $1. Sell it to me. Hearing this, the crowd froze. $1? This hotel is worth at least 1.5 billion or more. What is the difference between $1 and a raw robbery? But think of Mr. Su's energy. Want to rob? Anyone can't do anything, can only be stifled to endure. Zhao Pingan, since Mr. Su has his eye on it, hurry up and sell it. I don't know what you're hesitating about. A piker is not guilty of harboring a jade. It's a blessing for you that Mr. Su can still give $1. Don't be not good or bad. You'd better take a piss and look at yourself. To this day, what qualifications do you have to fight with Prince Su? The surrounding people have opened their mouths, their hearts secretly thankful. Fortunately, Mr. Su did not look at his own industry. If he did, there is no way to resist awe. Zhao Pingan released his foot and slowly got up, smiling lightly. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Say it again. Wow. Seeing Zhao Pingan get up, everyone backed up at the same time, full of tension. All remembered what happened in the western suburbs manor. This guy was able to beat people to death. He had nothing left now. What if he was going to break the pot and strike? Jewel Su let out a cold laugh, not nervous, but rather with an expected look, and said petulantly, Zhao Pingan, do you think that I would come to target you without any preparation, like these two stupid dogs? It's not for nothing that I, Jewel Su, am where I am today. Rather, plan and strategize. When he finished, he raised his hand again and snapped his fingers. Then he heard the sound of intensive footsteps coming from behind him, and a group of people in uniform walked in at a fast pace. From the Commerce Department, the one leading the team is actually Administrator Wang. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. In Tianhai City business, no one does not recognize Director Wang. He is the emperor of the land in the business world. A word can make any business under investigation. This kind of character, even personally appear. Administrator Wang walked in and coldly said, You are Zhao Pingan? I've received a real name report that there are major business problems at the Tianhai Hotel. From now on, it will be immediately shut down and reorganized. Zhao Pingan narrowed his eyes. What's the business problem? Li Weiman stood out and picked up a ledger and said excitedly, Surname Zhao, you should ask me. All the problems that existed in Tianhai Hotel were recorded by me. By the way, I reported it too. Ha! After decades of working at the Tianhai Hotel, there was no shortage of benefits obtained by utilizing his work, all of which were recorded in the book. But now, they could all be pushed onto Zhao Pingan. Su Jewel is no longer hiding. So many people are present. It is a good opportunity to pretend. Raising 2 fingers, he sneered. Surname Zhao, now I'll give you 2 ways. First, sell the hotel to me for $1. Second, the hotel will be sealed, and you'll have to spend some time in the bureau. Choose for yourself. When he finished speaking, everyone was too scared to breathe. What does it mean to have Tarzan pressing down on an egg? This was Tarzan pressing on an egg, clearly bullying you, but you didn't have the power to resist half the time. To this day, Mr. Su is truly terrifying. Bastard, Zhang Meng, who just stood up from the ground, cursed fiercely. Just now I offered 100 million not to sell. Now I want to sell for $1. Comfortable? Feeling good? Serves you right. If he didn't dare to make a move in front of Jewel Su, he would have to ruthlessly beat up Zhao Pingan right now. Snap! Zhao Pingan casually slapped him away. It was really noisy. Casually looking at Administrator Wang, he laughed lightly. Although I don't understand business, I still know common sense. There is indeed a lot of information in his hands, but you also need to verify it. I don't believe that it can be verified in just 2 days, and you can't just say that such a large hotel can be sealed. If all you had to do was to make a real name report and a seal would be immediately put on it, this society would have been in chaos a long time ago. Administrator Wang snorted coldly. What kind of thing are you that you need to be believed? I'm telling you, this hotel, when I say there's a problem, there's a problem, and when there's no problem, there's a problem. If I say there's no problem, there's no problem, and if there's a problem, there's no problem. I'm going to seal it. What can you do to me? Mr. Su is asking you, just the first or the second. Hurry up, don't waste time. He was no longer hiding the fact that he had come here to give Jewel Su a favor. Zhao Pingan stepped back and sat back in his chair again, sneering, carrying a rice bowl given by the people, but even serving as a dog for a small portion of the people. Administrator Wang, you're really letting me get a better understanding of the situation. I'll explain the situation as it is to Provincial Head Feng when I see him later on. Chief Feng? Put. Hearing this, The people around them burst out laughing. He still has to meet the provincial head Feng? Are you kidding? It's difficult for him to meet the city capital. This guy is out of his mind, right? He doesn't know what kind of a person he is, and the provincial head of state will see him? It should be that when Nissi met him back then, he met provincial head Feng once, memorized the name, and now he's pretending. No one believed it at all. Just thought he was saying it better than a joke. Jewel Su was also amused and sneered. You little Yakuza still want to meet the provincial head? If there is another youth in Tianhai City who can meet the provincial chief, it must be me, not you. Surnamed Zhao. You should know that nowadays, I'm the one who was Miss Ye's partner. You, loser. After saying that, he stared at Zhao Pingon frivolously. Administrator Wang waved his hand and laughed. Mr. Su, there is no need to deal with this kind of person. There is no need to talk nonsense with him. First seal the hotel, then make the charges, then confiscate the assets, then go through the auction process. As long as you want the hotel, there are too many ways. Jewel Su nodded, then said, Zhao Pingon, I'll give you one last chance. Which one to choose? Don't challenge my patience. My patience is very limited. Zhao Pingon had an ancient look on his face as he sneered. What a woebegone. I'm not choosing anything, so what can you do to me? How dare you? Li Weiman glared. In front of Duke Su and Administrator Wang, where is the place for you to speak out of turn? Duke Su, Administrator Wang, I'll call security to teach him a lesson. No. Su Jewel's face also turned ugly, and he coldly said, fighting is a means of dealing with the lowest level of society, and I, with advanced means. Administrator Wang, start sealing from the top. Administrator Wang waved his hand. Go upstairs and clear the area. Put a seal on it. Chapter 114, it's really coming. Hear the order. The team members brought by Administrator Wang quickly began to go upstairs to clear the area. All the customers sucked a breath of cool air. In fact, just now they also suspect that the seal is just a scare. After all, the Tianhai Hotel is a 5-star hotel. Tianhai Landmark Building, which can be said to seal on the seal. And now, it's really sealed. Zhao Pingon coldly reminded. It's simple to seal it, but it's not that easy to remove the seal. I'll make you suffer. Administrator Wang's face was full of disdain. Yellow-mouthed child, still stubborn at the end of his life. The seal that I, Wang, put down has never been torn open. And I also put my words here today. As long as you don't let go of the Sky Sea Hotel, I'll lock you up for a day. If you don't let go of the Tianhai Hotel for a year, I'll lock you up for a year. I, for one, have that right. Of course the others know he has the power. He's the head of the Commerce Department. The people around him seized the opportunity to pat themselves on the back. Zhao Pingon, what are you still pretending to do? Compared to Administrator Wang, it's the difference between clouds and mud. Hurry up and fight for Administrator Wang's forgiveness. Administrator Wang said that if you are told that you can't drive it down, you can't drive it down. And you can't drive it down even if the King of Heaven comes. At the end of the day, you lose the hotel and go back to jail yourself. Why bother? Get up immediately and apologize to Administrator Wang's. Just in time, Zhao Pingon's phone rang. It was Feng Bainian. Feng Bainian said in a neutral tone, I have entered the heavenly sea and will be at the cloud-top sky in another 10 minutes. Wait for me at the foot of the mountain. To ask Zhao Pingon in advance and see how he explains it. Zhao Pingon laughed softly. I'm afraid I can't go. Someone wants to block my Tianhai Hotel and won't let me go. Feng Bainian frowned. What's going on? Zhao Pingon casually said. Fish and flesh the people. Your own soldiers. Don't you have any idea in your own heart? He finished and hung up. You. Feng Bainian angry breath, shortness of breath. Listen to his meaning. How is it like he abetted the people below to fish and flesh the people? In a deep voice, he said, go to the Tianhai Hotel. Hotel. Zhao Pingon hung up the phone and faintly said, just wait. Provincial Chief Feng will be here in a while. Hopefully you guys can say that you have the right to do this in front of him as well. The reason why he endured until now today is because Feng Baonian will come to see how he handles it. If he also does not distinguish between black and white, there is no need to be polite. Kick the prison door open, and let some guys come to Jianghai province, to see how he, the head of the province, can still sit firmly. Shameless child. Li Weiman jumped out again and said hideously, you think that answering a phone call will make us believe that you are the provincial head? You don't take a piss and look at yourself to see if you're worthy. Administrator Wang gasped for breath and gritted his teeth. You dare to press me with your power? What kind of thing are you? You. Su Jewel interrupted and laughed frivolously. Administrator Wang, don't be angry. It's not a good idea to get angry over such a small person. Zhao Pingon, you said that the provincial chief is coming. It's just right. I was worried that he wouldn't come, and I'd like to see if the provincial chief comes to compliment me on my youthfulness and give me a few points. Still taking you little mole in your stride. Ha! Although it was unlikely that the provincial head would come, even if he did, with MS, Ye's status as a partner. The provincial head wouldn't make things difficult, but would instead make friends. Administrator Wan was still furious, roared. Yes, you let the provincial chief come at once, I tell you, not to mention the provincial chief. Even if the head of the country comes, I'm going to seal the hotel today. The words just fell. I'm here. A voice like muffled thunder rang out from behind the crowd, and he saw Fong Banian standing at the entrance of the restaurant with a green face. Just after entering the door, he heard Su Baoji say that he had given him face, and Administrator Wang clamored for the head of the country to come. The crowd looked for the sound. When I saw Feng Paknin, it was like a bolt from the blue. The head of the province? He's really here? How could he be here? Jewel Su was dumbfounded. Administrator Wang was dumbfounded. Li Weiman was dumbfounded. Everyone is stupid. It feels like a dream. Fong Banian walked forward with a dark face and said in a deep voice, Who said to let me come just now? I'm right here. Wang Administrator heard this. Scared legs trembled, pants wet apiece. Never thought that the provincial head will really appear. Usually even see the city capital is difficult. Not to mention see the provincial head. Do not dare to answer. Such as the death of a deceased person generally look at Su Jewelry. At this moment, only rely on him. Su Jewel also scalp numb, for the first time in his life with such a big figure close contact, but thought of their own as Miss Ye's partner. Recover some bottom. Quickly stepping forward, he fawned and said, Hello Lord Provincial Chief. I am Su Jewel of the Su family, and Miss Ye's newly chosen partner. What I just said was all a joke. You must not take it to heart. Fong Banian coldly said, If I heard you correctly, just now you were the one who said that I'm going to give you a few thin points, right? Boom! Su Jewel face immediately suffocated into a sauce purple, scared body shivering. The reason why he dared to say, is that he thought Fong Banian could not possibly appear, blowing powerful, which thought that he really appeared. Fong Bonyan added in a deep voice, just became a partner. A little achievement has not been done, but first learn to fox in the name of Miss Yi. Today's matter, I will convey to Miss Yi. With that said, walk past. Su Jewel almost turned his back in fear. Miss Yi may not listen to other people's words, but she will definitely seriously consider the words of the provincial head. If this matter causes Miss Yi to be disgusted, the status of a partner will come to an end. Fong Banian walked to the front and saw that Zhao Pingan was still sitting in his chair. There was a hint of unhappiness. Whoever saw him had to rush up to greet him. He was good. He was actually still sitting. In a deep voice, he asked, What did you mean by what you just said on the phone? The crowd was once again thunderstruck. Zhao Pingan's phone call just now was really made by the provincial head? The provincial head is here because of him? How is this possible? Zhao Pingan remained seated and recounted the matter succinctly, not adding fuel to the fire and remaining fully objective. Fong Banian's face became more and more ugly, and finally burst into a rage. Who is Administrator Wang? No wonder Zhao Pingan said on the phone that the people were fish and meat. At this moment, Fong Banian put the provincial head's aura on display, pressuring the crowd to not be able to breathe and their heartbeats to even stop. Zhao Pingan faintly looked at the eyes. Worthy of being the head of the province, the superior breath even made himself feel unnatural breathing. Boo! Administrator Wang was frightened and immediately knelt down. Sophistry, provincial head of the Lord. I am impartial. I have evidence material before I came. All in accordance with the procedures. Just the process is faster. Zhao Pingan played with the flavor. It's just a faster process? Li Weiman took at least dozens of materials. And I've only taken over the hotel for how long? Why are you putting the blame on me? If you ask me, you're not only wrong about the process, but you're also going to create a false case, right? Administrator Wan was speechless. That's right, to create a false case. Fong Banian grumpy, Hall of Commerce Director. Do not think about how to develop business, only think of doing wrong. Secretary, immediately call me Tianhai City Chief. Let him immediately wine director to me. Ruthless investigation. If I don't get to the bottom of all the problems, I'll even get to him. Yes, the secretary immediately agreed. When Administrator Wang heard this, the whole body of the frightened body twitching more than how many times their own thing shot. Finished, all finished, not bad. Zhao Pingan secretly nodded his head. So far it seemed like he was doing it without any problems and slowly looked at Li Weiman. Chapter 115, Meeting Yi Yaocheng. Eating from the inside is always the most abominable. Serving the boss's bowl, smashing the boss's pot. Damn it! When Li Weiman saw Zhao Pingan's eyes, his face turned white with fear. He completely never thought that the provincial chief would appear, and he bent his knees to the ground and wailed, Mr. Zhao, I'm wrong, it's all my fault, I beg you to give me a chance, I won't dare to do it again. I have an old man and a young man, please, 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 while pleading and constantly kowtowing. You've worked half your life to get where you are today, and once you're fired, you have nothing. Zhao Pingan didn't have half a bit of sympathy for him and said indifferently, You didn't even think about your wife and children when you made your mistake, so why should I sympathize with them for you? Serves you right for making your own mistakes. Provincial Chief Fong, have him investigated along with him and heavily sentenced. Although Fong Banian was not satisfied with his manner of speaking, things still had to be done. Nod. When the crowd saw this scene, they were even more devastated. Why did it feel like Zhao Pingan was ordering the head of the province? Could it be that he had another identity? Zhao Pingan looked at Jewel Su again and laughed softly. Provincial Chief Fong, today's initiator is Mr. Su, he's the mastermind? Su Baoji sniffed and sweated like a pig in fear, and looked viciously at Zhao Pingan. This guy really got lucky, and even hitched a ride with the head of Fong province. If there is no provincial head of Fong today, let him have nothing. Fong Banian looked heavily at Su Jishir, although he wanted to deal with him, but after all, he had the status of Yi Yaoqing's partner, and hitting a dog still needed to look at the master. Coldly, he said, we'll deal with him when we see Yaoqing later. Let's go first. Someone else will take care of it here. Zhao Pingan thought about it. This would be fine, to let him die slowly in torment. Okay. Standing up and leaving with Fong Banian, he passed by Jewel Su, patted his face and laughed. It's only just begun. Oh, don't be in a hurry. Su Jewel was so angry that he was about to explode, and at the same time, he was afraid in his heart. Once Yi Yaoqing changed, the consequences were unimaginable. How could he know the provincial head? Wow. Everyone quickly stepped back, making a path for the two to pass. They had just taken a few steps out. Boo! The door to the restaurant was kicked in. Zhang Meng, who had fled at some point, appeared in a murderous rage and roared, "Surname Zhao, I'm going to kill you by 1,000 cuts today. If you dare to fight with me, Zhang Meng, I'll play you to death in minutes." Net Red Face followed beside him and said contemptuously, "Fighting with Mr. Zhang, you don't look at what you are. Let me tell you, Mr. Zhang's second uncle is the deputy director of the patrol and arrest department. Pinching you to death would be as simple as pinching an ant to move. They just left to go get help." And hearing the words of the two, everyone froze. There were actually people who came to seek death? Come on, it's not decent to yell. Behind the two men walked out a middle-aged man. Behind the middle-aged man there were a dozen or so members of the team. It was the deputy director of Tianhai City's patrol bureau. He walked to the front, and said gently, "Ah Meng, I've told you many times, be calm and have a quiet spirit. When dealing with an unsupported little yakuza, don't yell and scream, just go straight for it. Who bullied my nephew? Stand out." He said, saw Fong Banyan standing not far away, all of a sudden was scared of the soul to be lost. The provincial head of the province? Could it be that the eyes are spent? That's him. Zhang Meng heard his uncle open his mouth and saw that everyone dared not speak. He was very pleased in his heart. He must have been intimidated by his uncle, and he liked this feeling of being in the limelight. Taking a step forward, he proudly said, "Surname Zhao. Now, immediately, right away, crawl over on your knees and beg for me. Otherwise I will let my uncle arrest you to the patrol department, and all the equipment will be used on you once, so that you will have no place to go to heaven and no door to go to hell." Netflix skimmed. "Uncle, do him." Snap. The two have just finished. The middle-aged viciously two slaps in the face of the two. "Do your grandfather to do? Do not look at the people in front of you who is. I want to be killed by you." He roared. "Shut the hell up, and if you dare to talk any more nonsense, I'll do you all in." As he spoke, he bent forward and ran quickly, with the urge to cry. Zhao Pingan smiled and said, "This is your soldier. Use your power for personal gain. Stand up for your nephew." Fong Banyan's face reddened with anger, glared at Zhao Pingan, turned his head and instructed his secretary, "Tell the head of the city to investigate even him. Give me a hard investigation." "Yes." The secretary nodded. The middle-aged man sniffed and was fixed in place, knowing that his life was over. "What a thing you are." Zhang Meng covered his face and walked over. He never watched the news and didn't recognize Fong Banian. Disgruntled. "Uncle, what are you hitting me for? And you, to check on my uncle. Are you worthy? My uncle is under dual jurisdiction. The only one who can do anything about him is the provincial patrol department, and the city chief can't just say he's going to investigate. So what's the point of pretending to be a big-tailed wolf?" Fong Banian was about to explode with anger and turned his head to command, "Contact the provincial patrol department and investigate." "Yes." The secretary nodded again. Zhang Meng's eyes opened angrily, pretending to be Anima, and contacting the provincial patrol department. "Who are you?" Zhao Pingan said indifferently. "He's the head of Jianghai province." Zhang Meng was instantly petrified and externally scorched. Half an hour later, in the car outside the gates of the villa area, the two talked over the night. "In other words, you don't know who the murderer is either?" Fong Banian frowned. He simply did not believe that there could be a perfect crime in this world, but from the investigation so far, there really aren't any leads. Mentioning this issue, Zhao Pingan was also unprecedentedly serious. In a deep voice, he said, "At the moment, I can only say that I'm an expert, the very powerful kind, but I'm afraid the only way to find out who it is if Yi Yaoqing recovers her memories." Feng Banian frowned fiercely, speaking of Yi Yaoqing's memory loss, which was attributed to his own work mistakes, and then looked at Zhao Pingan, and asked tentatively, "Don't you have a way?" He was very confident in Zhao Pingan's medical skills and should have a way. Zhao Pingan shook his head with a bitter smile. There was originally a way, but it can't be used at this stage, so the best way is still to let Yaoqing recover her memories on her own. Feng Banian was surprised. It doesn't work? How in heaven's name can you have a solution and not be able to use it? Zhao Pingan explained. People have 3 souls and 7 spirits. Amnesia is the loss of 1 soul and 3 spirits. As long as you retrieve this soul and 3 spirits you will be able to regain your memory, but the way to retrieve it requires going to the netherworld, and at this stage, it's not suitable to go to the netherworld. Changing fate for Yi Yaoqing against the heavens was in itself something that was beyond the boundaries, so at the moment things couldn't be done too openly, they needed to be done in the dark, but of course, it was hard for regular people to understand. Walking in the shadows? Feng Banian looked at Zhao Pingan with a slightly deeper meaning. He had seen a lot and had naturally heard of this word, but because of his status, it was not appropriate to explore it too much. Heavy said, "Go up first, since you're not the murderer. I'll try my best to clear your name." Soon, the two of them arrived at the cloud-top heavenly palace. The periphery has increased a lot of secret sentries. No dead-angle defense. See the car close to someone jumped out to block, but see Feng Banian in the car also obediently let go. Waiting in the living room for a while, footsteps came from the stairs and Yi Yaoqing came down from upstairs wearing a housecoat with a pale face. Laughing, he said, "Uncle Feng, it's hard for you to make a trip so far and still tossing around. I'm actually already better." As he spoke, he saw Zhao Pingan and the smile on his face froze. Chapter 116, You're looking for death. Yaoqing, Zhao Pingan called out all over. Seeing her face was very heartbroken and regretful. If she hadn't left that night, there would never have been any danger. "Uncle Feng, how do you know him?" Yi Yaoqing asked directly. In the past 2 days people around said a lot of bad things about Zhao Pingan. More and more felt that the whole person was shameful. Simply a villain who forgets his own righteousness at the sight of profit. Feng Banian knew that she had lost her memory, but she was still shocked when she saw it with her own eyes. However, although Zhao Pingan has a strong personality, he is definitely not bad, and Zhao Pingan has contributed to Feng's ability to have today's scale in Tianhai. What's more, he's cured himself of a persistent illness of many years, so he should help. Feng Banian sighed. "Seeing that you are almost recovered, Uncle is relieved. This matter, Uncle Feng's heart is guilty about Zhao Pingan's matter. This will unfold." As they spoke, several people sat down on the couch. When Zhao Pingan saw Feng Banian explain, he didn't say much and sat silently. Feng Banian continued, "In fact, your partner is Zhao." The words didn't wait to finish. Jingle bells. His cell phone suddenly rang. The secretary took the cell phone and walked to his side. A call from Zhou Taishan, the master of the Zhou family in the provincial city. Feng Banian froze. The intention of this phone call is self-evident. It must be to prevent himself from telling the truth. After all, Zhou Taishan gave everyone a gag order. Discredit Zhao Pingan, and promote Su Jewel. It is his masterpiece. Jingle bells. Yi Yaoqing's phone also suddenly rang. She looked at her cell phone, then picked it up and said, "Uncle." Hear those 2 words. Feng Banian's heart trembled. Yi Yaoqing's eldest uncle is the support behind Zhou Taishan, but also today's Yi family, second only to Yi Yaoqing's father, Yi Qingsong's real power figure. Real name is Yip Man Ding. Sure enough, after Yi Yaoqing said a few words, she handed the phone over. "Uncle Feng, Uncle said he wants to talk to you for a few minutes." Feng Bonian took the phone with great difficulty. Then he heard Yi Wanning laugh. "Bonian D. I didn't expect you to actually be at the Hentang Heavenly Palace. What a coincidence. We haven't talked for a long time. You won't forget me, right? Coincidence? It's obvious that you called on purpose." Feng Banian laughed. "Ask brother, don't make fun of me. How could I forget about you? Not contacting for a long time was my mistake. To say sorry." Yi Qingding said with a slight deep meaning. "Sorry, but no need. Nowadays you are after all the head of a province, not when the old man beside the secretary. Work is busy." Understandable. However, provincial chief Feng must also not forget what it is that has brought you to this point. Feng Banian's face immediately turned unprecedentedly grave. This sentence is a blatant threat. Although Yi Qingding above there is still Yi Qingsong pressure, but Yi Qingding intentionally want to find trouble. The consequences will still be difficult to estimate. Repressed? I know. Yi Wanning smiled. In the future to the imperial capital to come to the Yi family to sit down. Cannot break the contact. There are still things. Hang up the phone. Feng Banian handed the phone back with a pale face. Yi Yaoqing took the call and also felt that something was wrong, and asked tentatively, Uncle Feng, what did Uncle say on the phone? Is it because of my problems? Giving you trouble? She thought that because she was injured, her eldest uncle criticized Feng Banian. Feng Banian perfunctorily said, no, some work issues, don't think too much. Besides, even if I am criticized because of you, it's also appropriate. Uncle Feng really didn't do a good job. He turned his words around. Uncle Feng will take another call. Picking up the phone handed over by the secretary, he got up and headed out, looking at Zhao Pingan as he got up, who knew what it meant and followed him out. Walk outside the cloud-top heavenly palace. Feng Banian directly hung up Zhou Taishan's phone. Helplessly, he said, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about this. When I came, I had prepared myself to deal with the pressure of the Zhou family, but the complexity of this matter is beyond my imagination. So, he felt guilty. After all, Zhao Pingan had helped him. That's okay. Zhao Pingan smiled, from those 2 phone calls to see what it means to be mentally prepared. Not to mention, what he wants is never the attitude. As long as Feng Banian has the intention to help, the way of heaven is finally set. There is a time for manpower. I'll deal with the rest myself. Feng Banian froze, for some reason, but also a little touched. Know him for so long, seems to be the first time to hear him say soft words. Thinking for a moment, he said, if you listen to my advice, then go. The Zhou family, the Su family, and even the real culprit who assassinated Ms. Yi, will not let you go. Stay in Tianhai. I'm not listening. Zhao Pingan directly interrupted. Wherever Yaoqing is, I'll be there. The Zhou family and the Su family, they're just jumping clowns. As for the real culprit of the assassination, I'd like to see him come again. Even if he doesn't come, I'll take revenge when Yaoqing recovers her memory. No one can hurt Yaoqing and then remain unharmed. You, Feng Banian glared in anger. Just when he felt he was speaking better, the next sentence choked him, and said in a deep voice, since you insist on this, I can only advise you to behave yourself. Tell Ms. Yi that I'm leaving first. Zhao Pingan shrugged his shoulders. He didn't feel excessive at all. Whether it was the 140 plots of land or the prescription, or even Yi Yaoqing, they were all his own. So why should he leave? Turned and walked into the villa. Why did you come in alone? Where is Uncle Feng? Yi Yaoqing looked at him coming in alone, and was still a bit nervous, full of wariness, holding the phone in her hand, ready to call someone. Zhao Pingan had another burst of helplessness, stood still and laughed. Provincial head Feng has some temporary matters and has returned to the provincial city. You don't have to be afraid. I already proved that day that if I want to hurt you, I can do it any time. No one can stop me. Please give me a few minutes. Yaoqing, think hard. You really don't have the slightest impression of me? Yi Yaoqing seemed to relax a bit, and really took a closer look at Zhao Pingan, and felt familiar in her heart, as if she had seen it somewhere, but she just couldn't think of it. Zhao Pingan reminded, the first time we met, it was also here. I walked into the villa and you just happened to come down after taking a shower. By the way, at that time, I mistakenly thought that you were the canary of the working emperor Kai Chongyang. A little bit of gradualism. You can't go through the means, and you have to jog the memory a little bit. Choi Chongyang? Yi Yaoqing's brows wrinkled when she heard this name, and images suddenly flashed through her mind. One day she took a shower and walked slowly down the stairs, and saw a man standing in the living room. Ah! Yi Yaoqing was about to see the person's face when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head, as if she was about to explode. Yaoqing! Seeing this, Zhao Pingan quickly rushed over, but just then, stop! A voice suddenly came from the doorway, and he saw Jewel Su appear outside the door, accompanied by a male around 30 years of age. A shadowy light erupted in Jewel Su's eyes as he yelled again, Zhao Pingan, how dare you assassinate Ms. Yi? I think you're really looking for death. Come on people, drag this shameless person out of here and hack him to death with a messy knife. Come on. The words fell. Click. The glass around Henteing's sky shattered all of a sudden, and the dark sentries that were originally hiding in the shadows broke the windows, the quality of which was many times higher than the bodyguards from before, and they entered and surrounded Zhao Pingan. Zhao Pingan looked violently at Jewel Su and moved to kill. You're looking for death. Chapter 117, Hypnotherapy. Everything else can take its time, but in front of Yi Yaoqing, he was definitely not allowed to have too much drama. Su Jewel is not afraid at all. Sneer and look. Now even the capital of the province to be pressured to leave. Zhao Pingan or a what? It's a little yakuza that you can pinch at will. In a deep voice, he said, how dare you threaten me? You really don't want to live too long. Captain Chen, hurry up and do it. Swish. A male dressed in camouflage uniforms with a body like a javelin walked in from outside and said expressionlessly, Mr. Su, in the future, Please pay attention to your attitude when you speak. I am not your servant. Saying that, he looked straight at Zhao Pingan. I know you, Kung Fu was great, but that's all just a sideshow. Please teach me. Reaching out a hand, he hooked it. Su Jule's face is angry. A small captain dared to choke himself, wait to completely gain Miss Ye's trust, and then slowly play him to death. Zhao Pingan's face sank as he prepared to strike. Stop. Yi Yaoqing held back the severe pain and spoke, her face a few shades whiter. All of you get out. Zhao Pingan won't hurt me. She recalled the encounter in the villa, but was unable to remember the face, vaguely feeling that Zhao Pingan was telling the truth. She gritted her teeth and said, is there anything else? Tell it all. The only way to recall more is to say more. Zhao Pingan frowned and spoke, there's still a lot of stories between us, but this isn't the time to talk about it. I'll relieve your pain first and wait until you've calmed down a bit. He really couldn't bear to see Yi Yaoqing continue to be in pain. Can't make it up, can you? Haven't thought of a storyline yet? Su Jule let out a cold laugh and slowly stepped forward. Later on, are you or are you not still going to say that you took down the 140 plots of land? That you took down Ye's contract with the Ministry of War? And even more so that you will blurt out that you and Yi are boyfriend and girlfriend? Surname Zhao. If you want to talk about making up stories, I'm even better than you. But, as a partner, it's impossible for me to deceive Yi. It's not like you. In order to get a ride with Yi, you can tell any lie. There's no moral bottom line. After saying that, he happened to walk to Yi Yaoqing's side and instigated. Miss Yi, he's a liar. You can't believe it. If he's a good person, how could the provincial chief leave alone without helping to prove him? Yi Yaoqing's face was covered in false sweat from the pain. She looked at Zhao Pingan and also felt strange. Just now Uncle Feng clearly had something to say, but he left without saying anything. For the first time in his life, Zhao Pingan was so disgusted by someone and narrowed his eyes. Jewel Su, have you ever thought about how you would die the day Yaoqing regained her memory? He hated to get him killed now, but this would irritate Yi Yaoqing even more. I don't think it's me who should be thinking about this. It's you. Su Jule sneered resentfully. You're a fake. Miss Yi regained her memory. The first one to deal with is you, and I, who was supposed to be a partner, don't need to panic at all. Zhao Pingan, as long as you can find someone to prove that what you say is true, how about I go out and get hit by a car? Zhao Pingan was silent because there was simply no one who dared to testify. Enough. Yi Yaoqing slowly opened her mouth, also feeling that Zhao Pingan was unable to make up a story. After all, she had given him the opportunity to speak, but he couldn't. Opening his mouth, he said, all of you, stand down. Zhao Pingan, you can leave as well. Dr. 1. Let's get started. The young man who came with Jewel Su and stood at the doorway sniffed and shook his head. Yi, as the saying goes, if you don't use someone, you don't use them. I think that you're insulting my profession by letting Zhao Pingan speak. So, you might as well hire someone else. I give up on treating you. In fact, Yi Yaoqing also wanted to recover her memories. She vaguely felt that this lost memory was very important, and accepted hypnotherapy to try to awaken her memories at the suggestion of Zhou Taishan and the others. And this Dr. 1 was the master hypnotist. Yi Yaoqing was slightly embarrassed and explained. Dr. 1, don't be angry. It's because, no need to explain. Dr. Wang raised his hand to interrupt and said condescendingly, although you are the eldest miss of the Yi family in imperial capital, you are just an ordinary patient in my eyes, and there are rules and regulations for me to treat my patients, and you simply don't meet the conditions. If it weren't for Master Zhou's introduction and Mr. Su's 3 visits to the door, I would have never been able to treat you. Art is not cheap, and since you believe in him, I'll take my leave. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Yi Yaoqing quickly got up from the sofa and looked at Jewel Su. Mr. Su, say something. I had a treatment yesterday and I feel that my mind is very relaxed after hypnosis, so I'm going to continue the treatment. Jewel Su raised an eyebrow, a burst of smugness in his heart. This Dr. Wang was not only a master hypnotist, but he could also chuck private stuff in hypnosis to make Yi Yaoqing trust herself more, and now it seemed to be really effective. She was much nicer to herself today than she was yesterday. Promptly, he said, Dr. 1, you mustn't mind. Anyone can be fooled by a villain at times. Give Miss Yi another chance. I'm sure, this time, Miss Yi will make you satisfied. Dr. Wang stopped in his tracks. Jewel Su turned his head to look at Yi Yaoqing. Miss Yi, Dr. Wang's most mindful point is Zhao Pingan. Should we tell him to get lost? Never show up again? There are a million ways to deal with him as long as he's out of Yes sight. Yi Yaoqing thought for a moment, looked at Zhao Pingan, and said in a deep voice, go away. I cannot pursue your responsibility, but please don't come back to me in the future. Zhao Pingan didn't move and said seriously, Yaoqing, You're not sick. Everything that wants to see you is a liar. And, in terms of medical skills, no one is better than me. Fart. Dr. Wang suddenly opened his mouth and fumed. I'm afraid you don't know my identity. I'm a 5-year scholarship recipient from the Allo Medical College in the United States, a doctor of psychiatry, and an associate professor-level assistant at the top private institution in the United States. I'm not as good as you? Jewel Su also smiled, knowing that Zhao Pinggan's medical skills were great, but there were specialties, and Dr. Wang's main focus was hypnosis, which was renowned. Despising, he said, Miss Yi, you see, this shameless villain, who dares to say anything, has gone out of his way. Zhao, do you know what hypnotherapy is? Do you know what hypnosis is? Zhao Pinggan said indifferently. I don't know what hypnosis is, but he really isn't as good as me. Curmudgeonly nonsense. Dr. Wang became even more furious and said hideously, you don't even know about hypnosis, and you still dare to blabber in front of me? Believe it or not, I'll hypnotize you and show you the power of hypnosis. Hearing this, Jewel Su's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhao Pinggan didn't know what hypnosis was, so since that was the case, why not make use of it? Promptly, he said, Dr. Wang, Miss Yi, why don't we give the surname Zhao a chance to see what hypnosis means? Let him know that there are capable people in this world, so that he won't have to come back to woo people in the future. Yi Yaoqing thought for a moment and nodded. Seeing this, Dr. Wang quickly took out a pocket watch from his pocket, walked over to Zhao Pinggan, and sneered, since you're looking for death, I'm not going to be polite. Surname Zhao, stare at the pocket watch. He slowly waved his pocket watch in front of Zhao Pinggan's eyes. Chapter 118, Healing by him. Zhao Pinggan didn't resist and followed his guidance, his eyes staring at the pocket watch, his eyeballs rotating from side to side with it. When Dr. Wang saw that he did as he was told, he laughed coldly in his heart. As long as he followed the guidelines, no one could yet escape hypnosis. Slowly, he said, from now on, your whole body will slowly relax, first your feet, legs, and then slowly to your internal organs. The entire cloud-top heavenly palace was quiet as everyone watched in silence. Jewel Su hugged her arms up, her face full of sneers, and said softly, Miss Yi, later on, you'll see Zhao Pinggan's face, and you'll know how ridiculous it is to listen to him make things up. Ha! As long as they hypnotized Zhao Pinggan later, and then let Dr. Wang guide him to say some nonsense words, he would completely lose the chance to speak in front of Yi Yaoqing, and then, he could play whatever he wanted. Yi Yaoqing slightly stared at the scene in front of her, not too concerned about the scene in front of her, but she always felt that Su Jiji spoke in a gloomy manner, like a villain who had gained ambition, and began to wonder how she could have chosen such a partner in the first place. Captain Chen's face was rigid, also watching quietly. He had long heard of hypnotherapy. Moreover, he knew that Ms. Yi received treatment yesterday, but it was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. Dr. Wang continues to guide. Now, you walk into a boundless grassland where 10,000 horses are running, and you, a dog among the horses, a pug with a dark body and a spitting tongue. Then you look at a horse and you have to jump up and ride it, only to be kicked off by a horse. It hurts, only Dr. Wang's voice filled the henteing heavenly palace. Dr. Wang's tone suddenly intensified as he stared dead into Zhao Pinggan's eyes and said sharply, your organs are trembling in pain. You're lying on the ground and rolling around. You're worse than dead. You feel like your whole body is burning, and you're going to keep screaming incoherently. Call. He uttered the last word and suddenly put the pocket watch away, almost simultaneously. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Aha! The villa was suddenly filled with barking dogs and screams. Then it was seen that the dozen or so dark sentries who had just broken the window were simultaneously lying on the ground and rolling around, their faces in great agony, and a few of them were barking like dogs. Apparently, they were hypnotized. Woof! Captain Chen also called out a word, and then shook his head, regained consciousness, looked at the ground full of men, full of horror, shocked look at Captain Chen. Hypnosis is so horrible? I can't believe I was almost hypnotized myself. Yi Yaoqing was also startled. Yesterday, Dr. Wang was only hypnotizing and treating himself. It wasn't intense. And now, only then, was he considered to show his true talent. Gritting his teeth, he said, Dr. Wang's great talent. Jewel Su skimmed her lips and smiled, proudly saying, this is natural. If Dr. Wang didn't have the talent of warping the heavens and the earth, how could I let him treat you? Ms. Yi, to put it politely, if this little Yakuza hadn't come to mess up today, you might never have been able to see through what kind of person I've invited to treat you. Because, I'm a man who just likes to do, not talk. There was a chance to score points in front of Ms. Yi, so naturally he wouldn't let it go. Yi Yaoqing looked at it and smiled. Mr. Su is kind. Thank you. As she said that, she looked ahead and was surprised to find that Zhao Pingan was still standing in place and hadn't flopped down on the ground to learn how to bark like the others. Gemstone Su also noticed this problem, and with a slight blink of an eye, he said in dissatisfaction, Dr. Wang, what's wrong with him? How come he hasn't turned into a dog yet? Dr. Wang was also very strange. It was logical that all the hypnosis had been completed, and Pingan Zhao should have learned to bark like a dog. Why had he not moved yet? Raising his hand, he said, at ease. Hypnosis, which is essentially mental therapy, again works differently depending on each person's mental capacity. This crook dared to come in front of Ms. Yi to cheat. His mental capacity is different from normal people. It's me who underestimated him. Dr. Wang turned his words around and laughed, but it's okay, he's in a daze now. Just one last little bit of guidance and next thing you know, he'll be a dog. Taking out his pocket watch anew, he waved it in front of Zhao Pingan and said heavily, answer me. What are you? Hear that? Captain Chen quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere. Having seen the power, he was afraid of being hypnotized again. Su Jewel took out the phone and opened the video, ready to let Qi Tianju and Ouyang Xian all take a look to see what their once fiancé had become today. Yi Yaoqing, for some reason, suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Zhao Pingan said indifferently, I am Nim's father. This statement was made. Everyone froze. I'm Nim's father? Before the crowd could react, Zhao Pingan quickly snatched the pocket watch, picked it up, and placed it in front of Dr. Wang's eyes. From now on, you are my son, my son, my son, my son, my son, my son. Kneel, boo. Without any resistance, Dr. Wang bent his knees to the ground, raised his head and sincerely shouted, Dad. Swish. Captain Chen was filled with shock. Zhao Pingan actually hypnotized Captain Wang in turn? Yi Yaoqing's eyes also quickly enlarged, full of astonishment, completely unable to believe. This guy really knows medical skills? Jewel Su was dumbfounded. How could that be? Electrocuted. He slowed down. Dr. Wang, what the hell are you doing? Zhao Pingan, what kind of demonic magic did you use? Quickly let Dr. Wang regain his senses. His scalp was numb. He had originally intended for Dr. Wang to humiliate Zhao Pingan, but he didn't expect to be humiliated instead. Zhao Pingan slowly turned his head and coldly said, why is it that Dr. Wang's is using hypnosis and I'm using demonic magic? You. Jewel Su was speechless. Zhao Pingan looked at Yi Yaoqing and smiled gently. See, I didn't lie to you. In terms of medical skills, no one is superior to me. Yi Yaoqing's heart warmed when she heard this. Suddenly feeling his smile, like a spring breeze, was very comforting. Questioning, so, you can hypnotize right? Pretty much, Zhao Pingan said back, using what was naturally not hypnosis, which was considered a type of Zuanjutsu when it came down to it, 1,000 times more powerful than hypnosis. Jewel Su's eyes turned and quickly said, that's it then, Miss Yi. This villain has evil intentions. He obviously knows how to hypnotize, but he even said he doesn't know how to do it. He just wants to pretend to be a bully in front of you. He has evil intentions. This kind of a bellyachre doesn't deserve to appear in front of you. Immediately have Captain Chen waste him. Never give a chance to talk more. Not at all. Captain Chen also coldly looked at Zhao Pingan, ready to strike at any time. That's right. Will is will, won't is won't. What to pretend? It just so happens that I've heard that Zhao Pingan's kung fu is very good and I want to ask for a lesson. Yi Yaoqing looked at Zhao Pingan, silent for a full dozen seconds, and opened her mouth. I don't think so. Hiding clumsiness is a necessary skill for a person. Being too ostentatious in turn makes people dislike it. Since Zhao Pingan also knows hypnosis and can heal, then my next hypnosis to restore my memory will be performed by him. If you want to recover your memories, you naturally need to choose someone capable, and the difference between Dr. Wang and Zhao Pingan is clear at a glance. What? Jewel Su screamed out as if she had stepped on her tail. Let Zhao Pingan treat her. What if she reveals herself once she regains her memory? Absolutely not. Excitedly, he said. No, absolutely not. I don't agree. Yi Yaoqing frowned and looked at Jewel Su, asking rhetorically, I need your consent to do something? Chapter 119, You're out of here. Earl. Jewel Su's face turned red as she was choked. It was true that Missy did not need her consent to do things, but what about accidents when they are in contact for a long time? Just then, Zhao Pingan slowly said, Jewel Su, remember what I said at the hotel? This has only just begun. Now, I will make you lose a little bit. Jewel Su suddenly felt the cold wind gusting around him, emanating from the center of his feet to his heavenly aura. Nervously, he said, what are you doing? I told you not to mess around. Zhao Pingan didn't bother with him anymore, and bowed his head. From now on, whatever I ask, you answer, and if you dare to lie, the whip will be dipped in salt water. Dr. Wang knelt on the ground, shivering, Dad, don't hit me. I'll tell the truth. I'll tell the truth about everything. Zhao Pingan asked. What was the purpose of your hypnotizing Yao Qing? Jewel Su? Is it a cure? He simply didn't believe that Jewel Su was so kind as to help Yao Qing recover her memories. Moreover, hypnosis couldn't possibly recover memories. If it could, it would have long been popularized all over the world. Dr. Wang. Jewel Su screamed hideously, but now Dr. Wang was no longer listening to him. Obediently, he returned, of course not. Gemstone Su asked me to aim to brainwash MS Yi into believing that Gemstone Su was a partner from the beginning. Swish, Yi Yaoqing snapped her eyes at Jewel Su. Furious, although she lost her memory, she didn't lose her IQ. She could still understand this sentence. Jewel Su's face turned white with fear and cold sweat, and in a hurry, he said, demonic spells. Zhao Pingan cast demonic spells on him. Miss Yi mustn't believe it. Think about it, Master Zhou, the owner of Thousand Red Pharmaceuticals, the entire Tianhai people, and your most trusted Zhang Frost, all know that I'm a partner, so how can it be false? Yi Yaoqing's gaze suddenly turned hesitant. Right, why did everyone testify for Jewel Su? That's because Zhou Taishan gave a gag order. No one in Tianhai City dares to disobey him. Zhao Pingan explained indifferently. Yao Qing, the purpose of your coming to Tianhai is to make achievements and prove to the family that your value does not only exist in a marriage union. Think again. Who is Taishan Zhou's man? How could you possibly choose a person he favors as a partner? Swish, Yi Yaoqing's gaze retransformed into suspicion. Yes, this was the strange point. The one in the family who supported the marriage the most was the eldest uncle, Yi Qinding. How could one choose the person supported by Zhou Taishan? Zhao Pingan continued. Think again. What did Provincial Chief Feng want to say just now? And because of whose phone call he left? Boom! When Yi Yaoqing heard this, she seemed to have figured out a lot of things. When Jewel Su saw Yi Yaoqing's expression, her heart was in turmoil. She should have known that she shouldn't have let Zhao Pingan stay just now. Yining said. Nonsense. It's all nonsense. Miss Yi, this villain is the one who disturbed your mind. I suggest you go upstairs and rest. Leave the rest of the problem to me. As soon as they let Zhao Pingan leave, they would immediately find someone to do away with him, and definitely not let him appear in front of MS Yi again. Phew, Yi Yaoqing let out a long breath, as if she had changed into a different person. Instead of the seriousness and gravity she had before, she revealed a smile and looked at Zhao Pingan. Everything you said is just subjective speculation. There is no evidence. Compared to your remarks, I trust my partners Jewel Su and Uncle Joe more. Zhao Pingan, I'm tired today. You go first. This statement was made. Zhao Pingan froze. Having already said the words to this extent, she actually let go? Jewel Su was delighted and immediately said, Surname Zhao, what are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear Miss Yi say to get lost? Get lost immediately. Do him as soon as he leaves. Unwillingly, Zhao Pingan bowed his head and said, You say, who's the partner? Dr. Wang raised his head and returned naively. Of course it's Dad. Shut up, a voice suddenly rang out. It was no one else but Yi Yaoqing. She stared at Zhao Pingan and said coldly, Now immediately disappear in front of my eyes. I, for one, don't want to hear anything. Captain Chen, make him leave. Swish, Captain Chen took a step forward and blocked Zhao Pingan, pointing toward the door. Leave immediately, or else I'll throw you out. Jewel Su smiled in a villainous manner, never expecting things to move towards such a dramatic scene. Zhao Pingan took a deep breath and nodded as he walked out the door. Things have come to this point. Do not want to stimulate Yi Yaoqing again. See him leave. Jewel Su immediately said smugly. MS Yi is really smart. If it wasn't for your fiery eyes, it would have been really easy to be fooled by him. Yi Yaoqing smiled faintly. Naturally, I am not that stupid. The conversation turned and said, I'm tired today. Yi still needs more of your attention. Go upstairs and rest first. After saying that, he slowly walked towards the upstairs, and just at the moment he turned around, his face turned heavy. Although he hadn't yet remembered who Zhao Pingan was, he felt that what he said was very reasonable. Currently, it is highly likely that one is surrounded by scams. Returning upstairs, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Captain Chen, asking him to secretly protect Zhao Pingan, who was most likely a former partner, and absolutely nothing could happen to him. Downstairs, Captain Chen woke up his team members and then they all withdrew. Waste. Jewel Su stared at Dr. Wang on the ground, enraged that he had nearly ruined his day, and rushed over to him with a flurry of punches and kicks. Dr. Wang put his hands on his head and cried, Dad, someone hit me. Dad. The more Jewel Su heard, the angrier she became, and after beating her for a full minute, she finally woke up Dr. Wang. What are you hitting me for? Dr. Wang woke up as if from a dream, with a dumbfounded look on his face. Su Jewel didn't reply at all, and quickly left the cloud-top heavenly palace. His home was at the foot of the mountain. He would soon arrive, and when he went back, he would talk about the matter with Su Tianlong. Of course, it didn't say anything about Zhao Pingan hypnotizing Dr. Wang and nearly exposing him. That would show too much incompetence, but instead expressed that Cheng pressed Zhao Pingan throughout the whole process, and in the end, Yi Yaoqing followed his advice and drove Zhao Pingan away. Worthy of being my son, Tianhai's #1 young generation. Well deserved. Su Tianlong was filled with pride. The provincial head dares not help Zhao Pingan, and Yi Yaoqing unconditionally trusts her son, so her son's position is even more stable. Gemstone Su was full of seriousness, an image of non-arrogance. Dad, Zhao Pingan staying in Tianhai is ultimately a hidden danger. I suggest contacting the Zhou family lord immediately, and have him send an expert to come to Tianhai to exterminate Zhao Pingan. Last night, Tianhai City all thought that Zhao Pingan had escaped, so Zhou Taishan also brought people back to the provincial city. Su Tianlong was more than satisfied with his son's attitude and shook his head. It's not right. You have to know that now that we've already asked for the throne of Tianhai, if we need Master Zhou's help to deal with Zhao Pingan, we'll be looked down upon. We should find someone to deal with it and send it to the Zhou family master after capturing it alive. Su Jewel was startled, and was really not confident about dealing with Zhao Pingan. The wedding dinner thing was still in front of her. Su Tianlong smiled grimly. Zhao Pingan's kung fu is naturally powerful, and there's also Zhan Longwang to add to it. But don't forget that the most mysterious existence in Tianhai City is the Mighty Tiger Manor, and at this point, Zhao Pingan was at the Weihu Mountain Manor. Not that he came on his own accord, but Sister Hong, the hostess of the Weihu Mountain Manor, drove to pick him up personally. Chapter 120, Kneel Down and Talk. The backyard of the Mighty Tiger Villa. Pavilions and pavilions, rockeries and ponds, and ancient colors. What's it to me? Zhao Pingan sat on a stone bench in the gazebo and asked listlessly. He still couldn't figure out why Yi Yaoqing still asked him to leave when he had clearly stated all the problems. To change her fate for her against the heavens required her cooperation, and now, it was actually difficult to even gain trust. Sister Hong was wearing a black dress, respectfully brewing tea. Don't look at Tianhai City, she is the most mysterious Sister Hong, but in front of Zhao Pingan did not dare to have half a bit of recklessness. In front of this guy but let the Sun family lord are kneeling down as a dog's existence. She handed over the brewed tea and smiled. My youngest daughter heard that Mr. Zhao is having a rough time with everything, so she wanted Mr. Zhao to come to the mountain villa to relax. I have, in my place, not only a secular bar nightclub, there is also the classical flavor of slow life. There is also a natural hot spring in the room. If Mr. Zhao wants to relax, I can serve Mr. Zhao to soak in the hot spring. Since seeing Sun Liankui kneeling Zhao Pingan, he has been silently thinking about it in his heart, but he has never had the opportunity. Now it just so happens that it's his most disillusioned time, and it's easy to take advantage of the situation. Zhao Pingan froze. That's all? Thought it was Sun Old Dog who had something going on. Otherwise he couldn't have come. Not in the mood. Sister Hong looked at him, just knowing that he didn't understand, and further said, it's a small thing to Mr. Zhao, but it's a big thing to my little lady. It's just for Mr. Zhou to come and recognize us today. In the future, if Mr. Zhao is free, he can come and rest his feet from time to time, and my daughter can always accompany him. When he finished, his eyes burned slightly. She believed that Zhao Pingan needed to find an outlet to vent the most. Zhao Pingan, a head of black lines, if you can't hear again, is a little cute, shook his head and said, Sun Old Dog is really inappropriate son. Outside to raise you still cannot satisfy. Are you suffocated into what kind of? Sister Hong stifled her reddened face, although she intended to seduce. He said that it was also a little too direct. Laughing awkwardly, he said, the Sun family master is indeed old and has been in poor health since his release from prison. Zhao Pingan casually said, find someone else. I'm not interested in you. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. By the way, I've heard of a method that's really hard to use. You can go to the food market and take a look. It should be effective. Getting up to leave, Sister Hong couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground as she listened, and said stiffly, Mr. Zhao misunderstood. I'm not that kind of woman. I'm simply worshipping Mr. Zhao. Zhao Pingan had no intention of staying. But I don't like you. I only have Yaoqing in my heart. Speaking of this, with some sadness in his heart, he smiled bitterly, but it's difficult for me to even see her now. Gotta go back and figure out how to break the game. Sister Hong looked at Zhao Pingan and secretly gritted her teeth. Young, handsome, capable, dedicated, and even more charming. There was also a pang of bitterness in his heart. He really didn't deserve him. In that case, it will have to stop. Tentatively, he asked, why can't I see it? Didn't Mr. Zhao just come out of the cloud-top heavenly palace? Zhao Pingan was also suffocating in his heart, so he also talked about what happened in the cloud-top heavenly palace. Sister Hong laughed as she listened to the whole process. Mr. Zhao is the one in authority. If I'm not wrong, Miss Yi has already begun to be suspicious of Jewel Su, and grow to believe in you, Mr. Cho. It's just that she doesn't understand your strength, Mr. Zhao, and thinks that you're an ordinary person while the other party does have several major powers, so she pretends not to believe it, which is also for your protection. She was able to run the Weihu Shanzhuang all by herself and keep it hot for many years. In addition to the support of Sun Liankue, her personal ability is also very outstanding. And Zhao Pingan stopped and was surprised. What do you mean? You're saying she believes? Ms. Yi must be starting to believe you. Sister Hong paused and said, Mr. Zhao, if you trust me, I can make Ms. Yi believe in you as fast as possible, and even get back to being a partner. Zhao Pingan was delighted at his words. How? Sister Hong looked at his excitement and bit her lip. Mr. Zhao, why don't we do it this way? While you soak in the hot spring, I'll explain it to you. Zhao Pingan thought for a moment. I'll only soak the vegetarian ones. If you dare to think otherwise, I'll be impolite. Sister Hong's eyes lit up. Good. Front bar. The place is black and white, and business is as hot as ever. Crowds of people and lights. Jewel Su walked in. After discussing the countermeasures with his father, he couldn't wait to come here. It was hard to sleep or eat without getting rid of Zhao Pingan as soon as possible. Mr. Su is here. Long time no see. Mr. Su, do you still remember me? My name is Jiao Jiao. We met last year. Mr. Su, I'm the heir of the Lu group. Please take care of me in the future. Most people swarmed around and scrambled to kiss ass. Su Jewel was full of arrogance, very much enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by people in front of her. And while walking, she said, Jiao Jiao ah, not much of an impression. I've seen too many girls to recognize you. Lu group heir? I seem to have heard of your grandfather. You don't recognize. Speaking, walked to the second floor card seat location, crossed his legs and sat down. Just sat down. There are many people with wine glasses to toast. Did not need him to order wine. The coffee table is already full of wine and fruit plate, all sent by others. Mr. Su, why did you come alone? I happen to bring a few sisters with me. Let them come over to keep you company? Mr. Su, may I sit here? Actually, I've been admiring you for a long time. Ouch. I'm drunk and dizzy. Jiao Jiao was more direct, lying on the couch, looking as if she'd slept through the night and was at the mercy of the others. Jewel Su's face sank as she said in a cold voice, What's all the noise? All be quiet. Bother. He leaned back and looked at the girl next to him, annoyed. Don't play dead. I can't look at mediocre people like you. Get out of my way. Jiao Jiao's body trembled as she got up awkwardly and said, I can change whatever you like me to look like, as Mr. Su likes. Su Jewel coldly smiled. I like human wives. The people around him froze, not realizing he had such a fetish. Just then, into the bar walked a girl in work attire. When Jewel Su saw her, she narrowed her eyes and smiled. Coming. The crowd looked for the sound. She's Qi Tianjia? She's the presidentess type. Mr. Su, as far as I know, it seems like she's not married. Su Jewel smiled and said, You guys don't know. She used to be Zhao Pingan's fiancée. Even though she's not married yet, she's still considered a human wife. According to the plan, should let Qi Tianjiao go to the office, but to come to the Weihu Mountain Villa to find Sister Hong negotiations. In order to save time, let her come here. Hear that? The surrounding people were stunned for a while. It was said that Ouyang Qian was Zhao Pingan's fiancé, and so was Qi Tianjia? What kind of magic does this kid have? Qi Tianjia walked up to Jewel Su in front of everyone's gazes. Her face was extremely haggard. She hadn't slept all night last night. Nervously, he said, Mr. Su, I'm coming. Jewel Su looked her up and down and secretly gulped. Not only was she long and pretty, but her body was also front and back, so she must be very comfortable. Raising his finger to the ground, he faintly said, Kneel down and talk. Chapter 121. These words made the crowd freeze again. No one expected that Mr. Su would be so direct, but thinking about it, it was right. Mr. Su and Zhao Pingan could not share the same fate, so it was normal to treat her like this. Both looked on theatrically. Mr. Su, you asked me to discuss the supply contract. Qi Tianjiu very powerless to resist a sentence. Listen to the voice. Some horse. Jewel Su said playfully, Yes, I'm asking you to come and discuss the supply contract, but does it conflict with asking you to kneel down and talk? Plus, I need a reason to make you kneel? Ha! Spoken in a condescending tone, as if the person in front of him was a small person who could be taken at will. However, no one felt bad about his attitude. Instead they all helped to instigate it. Surnamed Qi, quickly kneel down. Don't keep Mr. Su waiting. It's your honor to kneel for Lord Su. I really don't know what's the point of hesitating. Come on, or I don't mind slapping you in the face with a big mouth. No one would want to miss the moment when they could kiss Jewel Su's ass. Chi Tianjiao gritted her teeth. In fact, when she came, she was very hesitant, and thought of the Wei Hu Shanzhuang public occasion, which came. I did not expect him to speak out to humiliate. Opening his mouth, he said, Mr. Su, it's fine for me to kneel down, but can you let the supply contract continue if I do? There is no excuse for kneeling for the sake of the family. Ha ha, Su Jewel laughed arrogantly, mocking, asterisk. What are your qualifications with the speaking conditions? A word. If not kneel down, you can now roll. But, Chi's cooperation with Yes, instantly suspended. The payment for the previous shipment will have to wait for a while. 2. No. Chi Tianjiao's face changed abruptly. If they can't work together, Chi will at best lose his family's money. And if the previous payment for the goods is not paid, he will have to go into debt and lose his family. Anxiously said, Su Gongzi, there is a contract between us agreed on the payment time. You cannot default. Chi Tianjiao spoke and slowed to a stop, realizing that if Jewel Su just wouldn't pay, she simply didn't have the ability to ask for it. Bending both knees to the ground, he choked, Mr. Su, I beg you to continue working with Chi. Soothing, Jewel Su was beaming. It felt good to be entitled. Smugly, he said, well said, everything is well said. Crawl over here first and kneel at my feet. How can she agree just by her kneeling down? This is just the beginning. Play it slow. When Chi Tianjiao saw his smile, her heart felt like it had been viciously stabbed, and her heart suddenly remembered Zhao Pingan, that stinking scum, who always put up his pants and left, leaving the mess to himself. If it wasn't for him, how could he have ended up in this situation? Chi Tianjiao another burst of bitterness. He ran or not. Stay here and what can do? Suffer for nothing. After slowing down, he said with difficulty, Mr. Su, if I crawl over there on my knees, can we continue to work together? Jewel Su's eyes glared as she said angrily, how dare you question me, bastard? Crawl when I tell you to. If I were you, I'd have crawled long ago. Come on, don't make me beat you up. The people around him started slurring again. Chi Tianjiao, tears in the eyes. Want to resist but do not have the strength. Now people are the chopping board and I am the fish meat. Can only follow his request, to fight for a ray of hope. Slowly crawling to Jewel Su's eyes, he asked in a trembling voice, Mr. Su, is this okay? Su Jewel looked at her aggrieved and pathetic appearance. Her heart was very comfortable, and she hated to do it on the spot, but she thought of her own body. Suddenly grabbing Chi Tianjiao's hair fiercely, he bowed his head and said, it's okay, the little bastard is really good, but my brother wants to tell you that he still won't cooperate with you, not to mention that he won't give any money. This is the price you pay for being Zhao Pingan's woman. Well, are you mad? Everyone around us laughed. Ha ha ha. Mr. Su. Chi Tianjiao's face changed drastically. Tears flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably and she broke down. How could you do this? I knelt when I was told to, and I crawled when I was told to crawl over. Please be generous and give me a way out, okay? Aside from begging, he didn't know what else he could do, because today's Jewel Su was in power over Tianhai. No good. Su Baoji suddenly turned grumpy. Surname Zhao humiliated me 3 times. How can I let him feel better? Not only can he not live well, the people around him will not be spared either. I'm not playing you right now. Know why? Because I'm going to play you in front of Zhao Pingan. I asked you to come here today so that you can be the bait, so that you can see how Zhao Pingan begs for mercy from me. As he spoke, he roared, waiter, come here. The waiter ran over quickly. It wasn't just him running over, but it also drew everyone's eyes to the area. Mr. Su, what is your order? Jewel Su said proudly. Have Sister Hong come see me and tell her that I have a big business deal to talk to her about. Hearing this, the mighty Tiger Manor turned silent. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. If memory serves, it was the first time someone dared to yell the word Red Sister in public. Jewel Su didn't think anything of it. Nowadays, you're no better than a pussy? The waiter also shivered in fear, but thinking of Jewel Su's identity, he could only weakly say, Mr. Su, can you reveal how big it is? Jewel Su threw his voice, kill Zhao Pingan. Boom. In a flash, the bar was even quieter. A pin drop. Mr. Su was blatantly cutting off the roots. We all know that Zhao Pingan's kung fu was very powerful, but it's still hard to have a chance of winning against the mighty Tiger Manor. But didn't they say that Zhao Pingan had run away? Jewel Su looked down at Chi Tianjiao and smiled grimly. Asterisk. You don't know yet, do you? That Zhao Pingan actually has the guts to return to Tianhai is his time to die. And you, the bait. Chi Tianjiao was also confused, even forgetting to cry. Indeed, she hadn't heard the news. Zhao Pingan really came back and actually dared to come back? Jewel Su got up violently, still grabbing Qi Tianjiao's hair in her hands, and gripped her entire body up from the ground. Ah! Qi Tianjia screamed out involuntarily in pain. Su Jewel hard dragged her to the railing, stood in front of everyone and said, "Everyone take out their cell phones." All photographed and sent to the circle of friends. More looking for Zhao Pingan. Tell him I have his woman. If you have the guts, come to the mighty tiger villa. That was the main purpose of calling Qi Tianjiao. As long as Zhao Pingan came to her rescue, he could let Sister Hong take it down and would save a lot of time. Let go of me. Let go of me. Qi Tianjiao was struggling with all her might, but she couldn't break free at all, and tears flowed from the pain. The crowd sniffed and took out their cell phones to take pictures. Instead of letting go of her hand, Jewel Su pushed harder and looked at the waiter and said angrily, "Quickly go and get Sister Hong to come and see me. What are you waiting for?" The waiter was about to move. The manager below sweated like a pig and said, "Mr. Su, Sister Hong ordered before, to see an honored guest. Do not allow people to disturb." Jewel Su's aura was thick, and he instantly became furious when he heard this. Crude said, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. In today's Tianhai, which other gem is more expensive than me? Jewel Su?" The words just fell. The door to the side of the stage suddenly opens. Two figures walked in. It was no one else but Zhao Pingan and Sister Hong. Chapter 122, by all means. Zhao Pingan was red-faced and springy. On one hand, the hot spring was very comfortable. On the other hand, she was very optimistic about Sister Hong's plan. As long as she judged correctly, she would definitely be able to get close to Yi Yaoqing tomorrow. Sister Hong was full of fatigue. Her legs were weak when she looked closely, and there was the slightest hint of sultriness in her eyes. I thought that by letting Zhao Pingan soak in the hot springs, coupled with a few of my own charm skills, I could make him obediently submit to heaven's thunder and earth's fire. Which thought? Zhao Pingan actually said that he liked to soak in cold water, has been letting himself pour cold water into the hot springs, carrying a full 70 to 80 buckets, almost died of exhaustion. She's so clueless about how women are supposed to be used. The two took a few steps out and slowed to a stop, sensing that the atmosphere was wrong. The place was frighteningly quiet. Zhao Pingan. Suddenly someone called out, with a tremor in his voice, as if he had seen a ghost. "Why is he here?" Not just him, everyone was taken aback. Jewel Su just said she wants to kill Zhao Pingan. The manager had just finished saying that Sister Hong was meeting her honored guest. Then he showed up. Could it be that Sister Hong's so-called honored guest was Zhao Pingan? Jewel Su's eyes were about to fall out. She thought her eyes were blurred. This was a bit too coincidental. Really back? Qi Tianjia was shocked into forgetting the pain. "What's going on?" Sister Hong asked with a frown. The place was often lit up, but at this moment it was frighteningly quiet. Something must have gone wrong. The manager quickly trotted over and said what had just happened, while pointing to Jewel Su at the railing on the second floor, and finally said with difficulty, "When Mr. Su said he wanted your cooperation, he wanted to kill Zhao Pingan." Swish! The atmosphere in the bar turned even weirder, because the next thing that comes next is Red's decision, and it's highly likely that human lives are at stake. Zhao Pingan and Sister Hong looked at the same time. Zhao Pingan was going to laugh when he saw Jewel Su. It was really a narrow road. He could run into anyone here, but when he saw Qi Tianjiao in his hands, his face sank. Not too fond of her, but when she met her, she didn't leave her alone. Sister Hong turned around completely and said in a cold voice, "Mr. Su, you yelled my name at the bar? And take a swing at someone in my bar? And to say that no one in Tianhai is more expensive than you?" The tone of voice was not good, which caused everyone to shiver. In the entire Tianhai, no one had ever dared to challenge this woman. Su Jewel's heart also trembled with apprehension, but when he thought that he had Miss Yi and the Zhou family in the provincial capital behind him, he didn't panic. Smiling lightly, he said, "Couldn't you? Sister Hong, don't use that tone of voice, it's too intimidating. I'm not used to it." Realistically speaking, in today's Tianhai city, I can't find anyone who isn't more expensive than me by beating my head against the wall. Unbridled, Sister Hong roared in anger and said in a low voice, "I don't care how you spread your wildness outside, but in the mighty tiger manner, anyone who dares to disobey the rules that I have set down is working against me." Uncle Wu. The words fell. Uncle Wu figure appeared, quickly through the field, came to the bottom of the railing, legs force, high leap, body flip surprisingly directly flipped to the second floor, stood beside Su Jewelry, raised his hand and pinched the throat. Facelessly, he said, "Those who went against Sister Hong are all dead. Just a little more force would have crushed the throat." Seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned white with fear, and the few people standing beside Jewel Su quickly stepped back and pulled away, almost peeing in fear. Everyone thought that nowadays the status of Su Gongzi, qualified to speak directly with Sister Hong, Never thought that Sister Hong even dared to get him killed. This Weihu Mountain Manor. In the end, what background? Su Jewel also did not expect. Looking at the dead face in front of the General Uncle Wu, the brain buzzing, but in front of so many people do not want to admit defeat. Stiffly, she said, Sister Hong, behind me can stand Miss Yi and the Zhou family lord. Are you sure you dare to touch me? Let them come, Sister Hong said in a domineering manner. In the mighty tiger villa, it's the dragon that has to be coiled. It's the tiger that has to be nested. You let them come and see if I dare to get you killed in front of them. If there was only Sun Lienkui behind him, he wouldn't dare to do so, but Zhao Pingon was right behind him, and he was a big brother who could make even Sun Lienkui kneel as a dog, so he naturally didn't wimp out. When Jewel Su heard these remarks, her heart almost jumped out of her chest in fear. On the one hand, she couldn't fathom Sister Hong's background. On the other hand, it was impossible for either Ms. Yi or the Zhou family to make a move because of their own personal matters. Couldn't find it at all. Squeezing out a smile that was worse than crying, Sister Hong, I'm just joking. You mustn't take it seriously. In terms of expensive, in the whole of Tianhai today, who can be as expensive as you? Yelling just now was uptight. I'm sorry. It's no shame to admit defeat in front of Sister Hong. Sister Hong sneered. Are you expensive or cheap? Jewel Su had a fish in her throat and said with difficulty, I'm cheap. I'm cheap. Hear that? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. In today's Tianhai, I'm afraid that the only one who can force Mr. Su to bow down is Sister Hong. Just then, the crowd flooded in untimely ridicule. Not others, it is Zhao Pingon. He found that this guy is really the fight over the jump. The fight cannot be goat. There is not a little bit of men should be the backbone. Laugh your ass off. Su Baosher's eyes widened in anger. Can't fight Sister Hong. Still can't fight him? Gritting his teeth, he said, laugh now, but later I'll make you cry, so that you can't beg for your life or death. Sister Hong, the purpose of my visit, the manager just said, as long as you capture him alive, I'm willing to pay any bargaining chip. Iron and steel shoes without a place to find. Get all the effort. Also intend to use Qi Tianjia to attract him over, but he himself appeared here. Save time. The others also looked at Zhao Pingon with sneers on their faces. He still thought he was Miss Ye's partner? How dare he laugh at Mr. Su, really looking for death? Sister Hong said with a wry smile. Then you naturally heard the manager say that I had just met an honored guest? The crowd froze, almost forgetting the words, then turned shocked. Could it be that the so-called honored guest was really Zhao Pingon? Sister Hong, what do you mean? Don't tell me that the honored guest is him. Jewel Su couldn't even speak properly. A bright light also appeared in the eyes of Qi Tianjia, who had not spoken for a long time. If Zhao Pingon was honored as a guest by Sister Hong, it was highly likely that his predicament would be solved. Sister Hong turned her head to look at Zhao Pingon, then laughed. Of course not. Your guest has already left, so it's a good time to take this opportunity to tell everyone that tomorrow at noon, I'll be hosting a banquet for Tianhai at the Zhanghai Grand Hotel to receive your guest. Although, the guest of honor was Zhao Pingon, it wasn't time yet. At least Miss Yi should be present, and the entire Tianhai people should be present. Hear that? The people present were even more shocked. For so many years, Sister Hong has never come out of the Weihu Mountain Manor, has been living in deep seclusion. Now, even someone can make her come out of the mountain, but also let him make a big feast. In the end, what kind of person is it? Must go tomorrow. Jewel Su, however, let out a long breath. It was good that it wasn't Zhao Pingon. The light in Qi Tianjiao's eyes instantly dimmed. It seemed that she had overthought things. At this point, Sister Hong added with a twist of words, Mr. Su, normally, I could help you deal with Zhao Pingon, but you just offended me, and it's impossible to cooperate. Next, you guys solve it yourselves. You can use all means. Mighty Tiger Mountain Manor will not pursue. Chapter 123, she's concerned. By all means. Those 4 words mean do it any way you want. This had never been done before in the history of the Mighty Tiger Villa. Sister Hong said she didn't give Mr. Su face, but she actually gave some. Who had this kind of treatment in the past? Just now I thought Zhao Pingon was the honored guest. It gave me a fright, but it turned out to be a fake. Let's see how Zhao Pingon will die. Su Baoji also let out a long breath, a smug smile finally spreading on his face. Thinking the same as everyone else, he proudly said, thank you, Sister Hong. This love, I'll keep it in mind, and I'll definitely return the favor in the future. The hand that grabbed Qi Tianjiao's hair heaved. Condescendingly, he said, trash, it's finally your turn. Just now, your woman knelt down for me and crawled to my feet begging for my forgiveness. And now, you, crawl over here on your knees, or I'll play her right in front of you. Zip, Mr. Su is too ruthless. It sounds like people's heads are numb, playing with Qi Tianjiao in front of so many people. How can she behave in the future? How will Zhao Pingan behave in the future? Don't, Mr. Su, please, please. Qi Tianjiao's face was filled with pain from being yanked, and she could only plead again, seeing Zhao Pingan, but she was no longer hopeful. Nowadays, he can't fight the Su jewel. Zhao Pingan's face was expressionless as he coldly said, I'll give you a chance. Now, kneel down and beg for her forgiveness. Then stand in the center and dance a striptease to your satisfaction and I forgive you. If it weren't for tomorrow's big plan, I'd rush up and break both his legs right now. Ha ha ha. Su Jewel laughed arrogantly and said contemptuously, little trash, I think you're brain damaged. Give me a chance. You don't take a piss and look at yourself to see if you're worthy. Where am I today? Where are you? Who kneels for whom? Grace? Other people are also jeering. Is this guy losing his partner's identity and going crazy? Jewel Su can't fight Sister Hong, and fighting him is like Tarzan crushing an egg. Zhao Pingan, run! Qi Tianjiao suddenly shouted out, although she hated Zhao Pingan, but he was after all the only man in her life. Staying here was useless. It would be better to stay here and not be afraid of having no firewood. Run? Jewel Su immediately opened his mouth, his face turning livid. As long as you dare to run, I'll not only play her myself, but I'll also let everyone here today play her. Try running one. Surnamed Zhao. You, immediately kneel down and crawl over here. Crawl over, crawl over. The sound was deafening as everyone around them followed suit. Run, why are you still standing? Run. Qi Tianjiao's tears flowed out in anxiety. Amidst the deafening sound, Zhao Pingan slowly stepped forward, walked to the bottom of the railing. His legs exerted force, his body jumped up high, flipped to the second floor and landed in front of Su Jewel. The action, more than Uncle Wu. Staring at Jewel Su, he said, what did you just say? I didn't hear you. Say it again. Gah! Su Jewel's jaw dropped, forgetting that this guy could do kung fu, and her brain thought of the scene on the wedding night. Her face turned white with fear, but she thought that this was the mighty Tiger Villa. Sneering, he said, say it once, say it 10 times as well. Zhao Pingan, this is Weihu Mountain Villa. If you dare to touch a single hair of my sweat you are an enemy of Sister Hong. Try touching me. Sister Hong immediately said, I've just said that the conflict between you, Mighty Tiger Manor will not be involved, does not care, and will not be pursued by any means. The whole bar went quiet. Sister Hong, did just say that. Jewel Su's eyes went black and she was almost scared to death as she anxiously said, Sister Hong, you can't just ignore it. This is your turf. He's going to cause trouble in your turf. If no one cared, Zhao Pingan could kill himself. Sister Hong smiled coldly and didn't pay any attention to him at all. Everyone, don't forget to go to the Tianhai Hotel at noon tomorrow. After saying that, he turned around and left with Uncle Wu. Sister Hong, Su Jewel screamed. Her whole body was drenched in sweat. Had I known this, I would have let her take care of it. Where is she giving herself face? She clearly hates herself for not dying. The others held their breath, not daring to scream. Snap! Zhao Pingan suddenly struck out, smacking him away, and coldly said, scream, keep screaming, and you still need me to kneel down? Jewel Su was knocked to the ground. A mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth, the blood carrying 2 grooved teeth as he trembled. Zhao Pingan, you can't kill me. I have Miss Yi and the Zhou family behind me. If you dare to kill me, you will die too. Zhao Pingan's face was expressionless as he walked up to him and bowed his head. I'll give you the chance to repeat what you just said. When Jewel Su saw the look in his eyes, she had the feeling of being stared at by the god of death, just one step away from death, and her teeth fought in fear, wanting to speak but unable to do so. Peace, don't move him, just let it go. Qi Tianjiao walked over and grabbed Zhao Pingan's arm, although her heart was aggrieved. But today's Su Jewel's energy is really too big, and it affects the whole body. There's no way to square the impact. Zhao Pingan looked at her, saw that her hair was disheveled and there were indeed traces of kneeling at her knees, and spoke, you're aggrieved because of me. If I let it go, am I still a man? Don't worry, I can carry all the consequences. Qi Tianjiao's face suddenly reddened and her eyes changed into a trance. What he meant was, as long as someone dared to touch himself, he was going to poke a hole in the sky? Zhao Pingan didn't wait for her to respond, and lowered his head. Die, or kneel. Jewel Su didn't think much about it. Quickly turning over and kneeling on the ground, he begged, I was wrong, please, please give me a way out. I will never be your enemy again. Miss Qi, please forgive me. Qi Tianjiao bit her lip and slowly looked at Zhao Pingan to listen to him. Zhao Pingan coldly said, if you like to play with people, you don't look at whether or not you have the capital. As he spoke, his body bent and picked up Jewel Su with one hand, while his other hand quickly reached out and stripped his pants down, throwing him into the crowd on the first floor. Boo! The 2 people who had screamed the loudest just now were smashed to pieces. Jewel Su lay in the middle of the crowd, her lower body empty. Ha! What's going on here? Holy, it's still on the potion. Mr. Su, what's with this? People gathered around and were amazed. Jiao Jiao stood onlooker on the second floor, and when she saw the state of Jewel Su, a flash of disgust flashed through her eyes. No wonder she doesn't like my old lady, so she's a waste of space. Jewel Su screamed in a hideous frenzy. Outside the lodge. I'll send you out of Tianhai now. Run as far away as possible, Qi Tianzhou said with extreme gravity as she drove the Maserati. It was clear that Jewel Su would never let up. Zhao Pingan could fight, but this world wasn't divided by force at all. Zhao Pingan sat in the co-pilot and felt that this little ninny's behavior was a bit strange, but he didn't think too much about it and casually said, "What's the run for? I still have to attend Sister Han's banquet tomorrow, and I'm going to take back everything that's mine." Of course, it was mainly Yi Yaoqing. LOL. Qi Tianzhou was exasperated and stopped in place with a kick of the brakes. Exasperated. Let you go. It's hard to believe that you think Sister Han will help you? She was just killing people with a borrowed knife. Lend me your sword to kill Jewel Su. The Su family will never let you go, she said, quickly took out her wallet and handed Zhao Pingan the cash and a few cards inside. There's a total of more than $2 million here. This is all I have, so take it all and hurry up and run away. Don't ever come back. Zhao Pingan froze. She was concerned? Chapter 124, Fiancée. I remember the first time we met in Hito prison. She's high and mighty, untouchable, revealing condescension in every way, and now she cares? Qi Tianzhou suddenly noticed her own performance and was also startled. By right she should hate this dead scum, taking advantage of the situation 3 times. And now, surprisingly, there is no hate at all, only worry, and all the money is given to him. Quickly boarded up his face and said, "Don't think too much. I just look at you poorly. I'm a relatively kind person. When I see stray cats and dogs on the roadside, I will rescue them, not to mention the people. Take the money and run." After saying that, he turned his head to look straight ahead with an extremely stubborn expression. Zhao Pingan had a black line on his head. What was he saying? Casually, he said, "I don't need the money and I'm not leaving. What's more, $2 million is a bit too little. You'd better save it for dinner." According to the price in prison, it was just 2 less slaps in the face for those people in exchange for Zhao Pingan. You, Qi Tianzhou blared in anger. He actually still thinks it's too little. What time is it? Still picking the fat and the thin? Knowing that this is all the money one has, was about to continue talking. Jingle bells. The phone rang. She picked up the phone and immediately turned shocked. What? I'm going back. Qi family villa. Dozens of people had gathered in the living room. These people were no one else. They were all Qi Tianzhou's relatives, and the one sitting in the center position of the sofa was Qi Tianzhou's eldest uncle, Qi Dosan. Don't say anything. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, he will withdraw his shares. You must pay. If you don't have the money, you can use your house and car to offset the bill. In a word, if you don't pay, you won't have a good time. Qi Dosan clasped his arms and raised his chin in a cocky manner. He waited for this day for too long. When the old master was dying, he thought that he was the one who inherited the power, but he didn't realize that the old master appointed Qi Tianzhou to manage it before he died. The reason turned out to be, Qi Tianzhou has a good fiancée, but I haven't even seen my fiancée's hair in years. He had plotted to usurp the throne many times over the past few years, all of which had ended in failure. And today, he had finally caught his chance. Yes, we must be given our shares back. The old man is really blind. How could he give cheese to your family of losers to manage? If he knew that he was managed by you like this, he would be furious and die in peace. Where is Qi Tianzhou that? How come it hasn't come back yet? Is it looking for a wild man? Relatives exploded out of their mouths as you and I talked harder and harder. Qi Duohai didn't dare to argue and lowered his head. He had been bullied at home since he was a child, and it still hadn't changed over the years. I'm back. Qi Tianzhou from the outside wind into the villa, saw dozens of people in the living room was startled. This is in addition to the year-end dividend. The first time to see relatives so full. You have the nerve to come back. How come you didn't die out there? The Qi family is going to be lost to you. The crowd swarmed over, pointing at Qi Tianzhou's nose and cursing. Qi Tianzhou was scolded with beads of sweat on the tip of her nose. On the way back she learned everything. It was Su Jewel who ordered the blocking of Qi. The contract was stopped, and the payment of goods was suspended. Relatives came to withdraw their shares for fear of being jointly and severally liable. Gritting his teeth, he said, Ru Jiao, and all the uncles and aunts, don't be anxious for now. Things haven't gotten to the worst yet. This is the hardest time for Qi. Let's all calm down, sit down, and think long and hard. Right now, Qi can't get any money at all. All the funds are pressed into 140 ground, and there's a huge amount of money owed to suppliers. Ha! A cold laugh came from behind the crowd, and he saw Qi Dosan slowly stand up and said with a smile, You are the one who caused the trouble. Why do you want us to sit down and discuss it in the long run? Qi Tianzhou, don't call me uncle either. Today, it's as a businessman that I've come to withdraw my shares. Retreat, to retreat, or not to retreat. Chi Do-han was the backbone of the crowd, and seeing him fuming, the crowd followed. Yeah, don't call me Uncle Junior, don't call me Ergu, we don't know each other well. Get out of my shares. Who are you? We haven't seen you before. Get the money. Chi Tianjiao firmly gritted her teeth. She knew before that they had second thoughts, and if they hadn't gotten the 140 plot contract, they would still be thinking about overthrowing themselves. I didn't realize that they were more ruthless than they thought, and they couldn't wait to come to my door for trouble when they just had a problem. Heartily, he said, I don't have the money, the shares, I can't return them. This sentence immediately provoked the anger of the crowd. If you do not withdraw your shares now, when the suppliers come to Chi to ask for payment for goods, all have to lose money. Ergu said angrily, you don't have any money, do you? If you don't have any money, use your Maserati to cover the bill. I'll drive away. Uncle Junior yelled, I want your gold and silver jewelry, and the bag. It's all mine. Quickly contact the agent and get this villa discounted for money. If you don't sell it, it will be too late. Zhao Pingan had been standing in the doorway, not getting too close, and shook his head helplessly when he saw this. It seemed that those guys in prison were really right. The first people to fall into the well were often relatives. For the sake of Chi Tianjiao giving money to run away, help her, was about to speak. Snap! Chi Chunai slapped Chi Tianjiao across the face. He is the daughter of Kaidashan, with dyed yellow hair, dressed in revealing clothes and full of flirtation. Chi Chunai scolded again. Asterisk 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 it's a blessing of several lifetimes for you to be able to accompany Mr. Su, how dare you refuse? You're useless even if you're given the chance. She had also waited for this day for too long. Since she was a child, Chi Tianjiao was a good learner, a good-looking girl, and the boys all liked her. Very jealous. If it wasn't for the fact that she could make money for Chi and get a cut, she would have wanted to smack her. Chi Tianjiao was a bit confused by the beating and said in shock, You dare to hit me? Chi Chunai did not show any weakness and sneered, How about I just hit you? Chi Tianjiao, you're pretending to be pure. Have you accompanied fewer bosses over the years? Why don't you accompany Mr. Su this time? I think you're just purposely punking us. You owe us a beating. Chi Tianjiao's whole body trembled with anger. Since childhood, it was the first time she was beaten. Angrily, he said, Don't be full of, who did I accompany? You, apologize to me immediately. Chi Chunai smiled contemptuously. Apologize? Raising his hand again, he aimed another hard slap at Chi Tianjiao, but the hand just fell. Swish, a pair of hands grabbed her wrists. Zhao Pingan coldly said, Slap yourself 10 times to admit your mistake. Only then did the crowd notice Zhao Pingan, all amazed. Where did this guy come from? Although Zhao Pingan's name was as good as thunder in Tianhai and he had attended many banquets, the Qi family belonged to a second-rate end-of-the-line family and had never been qualified to attend a banquet that Zhao Pingan had gone to that they hadn't seen. Chi Chunai immediately roared, Who the hell are you? Let go of me. Believe it or not, I'll kill you? How dare you order me around? You deserve it. Zhao Pingan said expressionlessly, My name is Zhao Pingan. If you want to get me killed, you can try. Chi Chunai shivered in fear, and the others also sucked in a breath of cold air. I've never seen it before, but the name rings a bell and I'm instantly scared. Zhao Pingan? Chi Duo-hai, who was hesitant to speak in the crowd, had a flash of light in front of his eyes and quickly rushed over, excitedly saying, You're the doll's marriage that the old master had fixed for Tianjiao back then, and you're Tianjiao's fiancé? Chapter 125. Chi Duo-hai looked up and down, his face getting more and more excited, as if forgetting the situation at the moment. Zhao Pingan was a bit confused by the look. It was the first time he was looked at like this by a man. Chi Tianjiao turned unnatural. The matter of withdrawing from the marriage had not been told to her father. Minato, scare me. Chi Chunai let out a long breath, and the tension on his face instantly turned into contempt. I thought it was that Zhao Pingan, but it turned out to be this fiancé. Now, cut me loose at once. Otherwise I don't mind showing you my energy in Zhanghai. The relatives also let out a long breath. If it was the Zhao Pingan it would be too scary. Even though he was powerless now, he dared to kill. Chi Do-san also stood out, pointing his nose and cursing, How dare you threaten Chuno, treating me as if I don't exist? I order you to apologize to my daughter right now, or I won't let you go either. Zhao Pingan exerted a slight force on his hand. Ah! Chi Chunai screamed out in pain, his features grimacing, Let go of me, let go of me, you're hurting me. Chi Dashan's eyes opened angrily, Little dare to touch my daughter. Snap. Zhao Pingan wasn't that good-tempered. Hearing him speak out of turn, he raised his hand and slapped it. Clean your mouth. Don't spew all over the place. Spew again and I'll even slap you. Chi Do-san was dumbfounded and jaw-dropped. Wanting to resist, but seeing Zhao Pinggan's appearance, he didn't dare. The relatives were also bullied and quickly backed away from him, fearing he would strike. Zhao Pinggan looked at Chi Chunai again. 10 slaps. Chi Chunai burned with rage, but could not beat Zhao Pinggan, gritted her teeth and said, bullying a weak woman like me, what kind of hero is that? Have the guts to let us withdraw our shares. As long as you can pay, you can kowtow to her 10 times, not to mention 10 slaps. Yes. Zhao Pinggan quickly opened his mouth to agree, had also intended to let them withdraw their shares. It's better to have additional income, remember what you said, dare to back out, break your legs. When he finished, he let go of his hand. Chi Chunai gritted his teeth and viciously said, no problem, if you can't get me to withdraw my shares, you kneel down and kowtow to me, take the money, my family has 10% of the shares, it's worth $50 million, pay up. His word doesn't count, Chi Tianjiao spoke stiffly, and just now, seeing Zhao Pinggan blocking in front of her, her heart trembled again, feeling unprecedentedly solid, hearing again that he was going to give a refund, he finally relented because there was no money. Stepping forward, he said, Jesus what I say no, why is it that when you were making money, you guys grabbed the dividends, and now that you're in a crisis, you want to withdraw your shares? It's just not refundable. I don't have any money, and neither does Zhao Pinggan. This statement once again provoked outrage. What did you say? No refund? No refund, return it or beat me to death. What's the point of living without money? Chi Tianjiao, do you still want to be shameless? Cheese is in your hands to become like this. Why not return it? Chi Tianjiao turned a deaf ear. Cursing is no money. Zhao Pinggan thought for a moment, then said, they should be given a refund, so that you are in full control of the company, and the money you make in the future will all be yours, without having to give them a share. The current crisis mainly came from Ye's non-cooperation. By the time tomorrow was over, it was highly likely that he himself would be back as a partner, and all crises would be solved. It's okay if you don't back off. Chi Duohai suddenly nodded deeply and looked at the crowd. Do you all remember what the old master said? It said that Pinggan could bring prosperity to the Chi family for 100 years, and that everyone could soar together without retreating. It was something he truly meant, and despite the falling out, it was all in the name of Chi. Bah! Chi Dosan didn't dare to make another move, but he spat a mouthful of saliva into Chi Duohai's face. He said angrily, you think we're 3 years old? We're still flying together. I think we're falling into the pit together. In a word, if we don't withdraw our shares, we'll start moving things. Yeah, move stuff. A stupid dog would believe you. Chi Duohai wiped his face, saw that they were in the middle of their anger, did not dare to speak, but could only watch his son-in-law. Zhao Pinggan slowly looked at Chi Tianjiao. He could help, but it was also up to her. Chi Tianjiao is very aggrieved, and would like to take out the money and slam it in their faces, and from then on, it is a clean break, and then soar to the top. Let them see. But, reality is not that easy. Choking back a sob, he said, no retreat. Relatives heard, immediately no longer hesitate. Come here is to withdraw shares. No money, take a little is a little. At the same time dispersed in the villa to find valuable items. There are also people to contact the agent to see the house. Chi Tianjiao had tears welling up in her eyes. Ha! Chi Chunai laughed contemptuously and despised. I damn well thought she had found a golden son-in-law, but it turned out to be a poor dog. Ha! Now, get down on your knees and kowtow. Hard. Just now was indeed scared. Money is human courage. See Zhao Pinggan so bottom. Thought it was a big money. Chi Dosan smiled and said, hurry up. What's the hesitation? I can't wait to hear it ring. Zhao Pinggan slowly shook his head. Not to them, but to Chi Tianjiao. Softly, he said, obviously suffocating to death, but still have to carry on. Really do not understand what is going on in your pussy's head. As he spoke, he took out his bank card and said, don't even move. Now start withdrawing your shares. Couldn't just stand by and watch her house get emptied. Swish. Everyone looked at Zhao Pinggan at the same time. Withdrawal of shares? He's got the money? Chi Tianjiao was also stunned and frowned. Zhao Pinggan, don't make a mess. There's no business for you here. Knowing that it would take at least $100 million to return these people's shares, it might be possible if he was still Yi Yaoqing's partner, but he didn't even have a job right now. Zhao Pinggan returned. Men do the work, women keep their mouths shut, and to them he said, line up, one by one, say the card number and get a refund in proportion to your shares. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Someone tries to say the card number. After a short minute had passed, it did arrive. It's here. It's really here. $5 million. Every cent. This statement was made. Took everyone by surprise. This guy really has money? What the hell does he do? Some people thought in their hearts whether they shouldn't back out, in case what the old man said was true. But when they thought that the one who had a crush on Chi Tianjiao was Jewel Su, This Zhao Pingan in front of them, no matter how powerful he was, couldn't possibly fight Jewel Su. Just named the card number 2. Half an hour later, only Chi Doshan and Chi Chuno remained. Kaitashan said excitedly, "My card number is..." "Shut up," Zhao Pingan coldly interrupted. "If you want to withdraw your shares, first kowtow 10 times to Tianzhou." Chi Doshan held his face red. Chi Tianzhou's face was also reddened, and she looked at Zhao Pingan in a daze. "This guy is still quite good," Zhao Pingan said indifferently. "Hurry up, my patience is limited." Knock. Chi Doshan took off and turned his head. "Daughter, kowtow." Chi Chunai gritted his teeth. If he really kowtowed, how could he be a man in the future? After thinking about it, she also followed the example of Chi Tianzhou just now, squeezing out 2 drops of tears and pouting. "Brother-in-law, can I not kowtow? I'll use other compensation." "Dongsher," Zhao Pingan said nonchalantly. "Who are you seducing with your rotten seafood smell? Hurry up and kneel down." "Pust." Chi Tianzhou suddenly burst out laughing. This guy was really choking on his words. Chi Chunai gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground and kowtowed 10 times. Chapter 126, I've kept you waiting. Everyone who got the money still wanted to pull some strings with Zhao Pingan. After all, someone who could casually take out $100 million was definitely not a small person, but they were all scolded away by Zhao Pingan. "I'll pay you back for this money soon." Chi Tianzhou also didn't know why, but when she looked at him again, she didn't resent him at all. Instead, her heart thumped and even wanted to look at him for a while longer. "It makes no difference to me how much money there is. If there is, pay it back. If there isn't, forget it," Zhao Pingan casually replied back. Then said, "It's getting late. I'll leave first." "Can't go," Chi Duohai anxiously said. "Good son-in-law, how can you leave on your first visit?" "Wait, Dad will cook. We'll have a good drink." "Don't go." After so many years of waiting for a good son-in-law to come to the door, naturally, I can't let him leave. Zhao Pingan listened with a black line. Good son-in-law? Dad? However, seeing Chi Tianzhou's expression, she knew that Chi Duohai didn't know about the withdrawal and didn't break it down. Giving her some face, Chi Tianzhou face red, before has been trying to find an opportunity to tell his father. But now, seems unnecessary to tell. There has been a husband and wife, and then get along for a period of time. If they get along, it is not impossible to marry him. Taking the initiative, he said, "Stay, my dad's cooking is very good. You'll be lucky to have it." Zhao Pingan nodded. Soon, 6 dishes and 2 soups were served. Have to admit, Chi Duohai cooking is really very good. Not worse than the Tianhai Hotel's cooks. More a flavor of home. During which Chi Duohai asked a lot of questions, Zhao Pingan also patiently answered. When he hears that Zhao Pingan hasn't been here for the past few years because he's in prison, instead of blaming him, he bites the bullet and says that he must have been wrongly accused. Chi Duohai speaks well and drinks too poorly. Just drank for a while and fell asleep on the bathroom toilet. "I told you not to drink so much but you didn't listen. You deserve to vomit like this," Chi Tianzhou scolded, but also helped her father back to his room. "I'm full too." Zhao Pingan put down his chopsticks. It was soothing, the best food he had eaten in the past 2 days. "It's getting late. You rest. I'm going back, and thinking about the banquet tomorrow." "This early?" Chi Tianzhou froze. Just now it had been his father who had been talking to him. He hadn't yet gotten a chance to speak, and wanted to sit with him for a while longer. But when the words were uttered, realizing the gaffe, he hurriedly changed the subject. "I'll drive you." Zhao Pingan looked at her and always felt that she was a bit strange, but he didn't think much of it. "Okay, please, wait," Chi Tianzhou suddenly called out, suddenly remembering that Zhao Pingan had offended Jewel Su and almost forgot. Jewel Su will definitely not let him go, and it's too dangerous to go out now. After thinking about it, he said, "You can sleep here today and leave at dawn tomorrow. It's a dark and windy night for killing. It's safer to go in the daytime." Zhao Pingan looked at her heavily. "Tianzhou, I can understand that because I helped you. You were moved and wanted to repay, but it's really not needed. It's only $100 million. Chump change. What's more, I'm not just anyone." No wonder she felt weird and her speech turned squirmy. So it was because she wanted to keep herself. And Chi Tianzhou was dizzy from listening. What was he talking about? Zhao Pingan added, "You stay back, and also, I only have Yi Yaoqing in my heart." After saying that, all in one piece, he turned around and left, definitely not leaving her with any illusions. Chi Tianzhou stood still and froze for a full 5 minutes, then burst into a rage. "You stinking stupid dog, think I'm a random person? You, what the hell do you take me for? Called Junior? Damn scum." Zhao Pingan did not hear these words at all, and if he had, he would have retorted, "I am not looking for a mistress." He walked out of the villa and didn't immediately take a car, but instead walked to an off-the-beaten-path hutong, walked deeper into the alley and stopped. Faintly, he said, "Come out." You've been following me all day. Are you tired? When he finished, a silhouette slowly appeared at the mouth of the alleyway, tall and powerful, with a stalwart face. It wasn't anyone else. It was the secret sentry around Yi Yaoqing, Captain Chen. Captain Chen frowned. I didn't expect that you would be able to spot me. It's true that you're almost as good as the legend. You have 2 brushes. After coming to Tianhai, he had heard that Zhao Pingan was so strong in kung fu that he could smash a person's head with a slap. He scoffed at this. It was just against ordinary people. If he was against a practiced fighter, it was questionable if he would be able to make a move. Who are you from? Zhao Pingan asked directly. In fact, it has long been discovered, thinking of whoever he is, but also to protect Yi Yaoqing, also did not count. Did not think that in the middle of the night is still following. Captain Chen said in a deep voice, your question is inaccurate. My name is Chen Gang, chief instructor of the Zhanghai Battle Department. To be precise, I should be from the Great Summer Country. Ha! Zhao Pingan smiled coldly. What's the point of speaking in a grandiose manner? Rhetorically, he asked, are you one of Gu Qingming's men? Because the matter of the medicinal material contract disgraced him, he asked you to kill me? It's true that ungrateful people are also wolfish. Do it! Captain Chen's face sank. Zhao Pingan, please watch your words. As the chief instructor of the War Department, I will not kill civilians. I came, not to kill you. I just heard that your kung fu was strong and wanted to learn a few moves from you. I wanted to say that I was entrusted by Miss Yi to protect him, but he spoke too harshly, so I will have to teach him a lesson later, and I can't tell Miss Yi about it. Zhao Pingan asked tentatively, is it really just a discussion? Captain Chen stood up straight. His eyes showed faint disdain. He said that it was modest to ask for advice, but he actually said that he was asking for advice as well? The face was expressionless. Of course, it's just that the fists and feet have no eyes, so they might hurt you, but don't worry, I won't cause you any harm, let alone take your life. The words just fell. Boo! Zhao Pingan had rushed to his side and kicked him off, sending him hard out of the alley and landing on the road. Zhao Pingan also walked out of the hutong, clapped his hands and said, on this matter early to say it, only need a second, is not considered to bother me, why bother with a day? Go! Captain Chen was lying on the road, thunder in his head, looking at the departing back, full of horror, completely not expecting this result, and did not see how Zhao Pingan shot. He then turned all bitter. There is no such thing as a reputation. If he wanted to kill me, I'm afraid I would already be a corpse. It's me, who is too unself-conscious. 20 minutes later, he returned to the cloud-top heavenly palace and reported the situation to Yi Yaoqing. Yi Yaoqing was shocked and delighted, and finally walked back to her room and stood alone by the window, silently saying, you're very powerful, but I'm now being watched by the Su family, the Zhou family, and even my eldest uncle, Yi Qingding, and I don't dare to recognize you. You're just alone, and the other side is several powers, she said, her mind going back to the image after she got out of the shower, and there was indeed someone standing downstairs that she wanted to get a better look at. Ah, the sharp pain in his head started again. In the meantime, Zhao Pingan had already returned to the Tianhai Hotel and was ready to get some rest and attend the banquet tomorrow. You're finally back. On the sofa on the hotel lobby, a girl in a black dress with a cold face stood up and said icily, I'm here, waiting for you for a day. Zhao Pingan looked at Ouyang Qian and said with slight annoyance, I made you wait? Chapter 127, Feast for Dignitaries. Didn't give her a good look. The main reason is that the Ouyang family is too snobbish, 3 times ungrateful, and at first listened to Su Tianlong's words to put himself to death. If it were not for the fact that there had been a marriage contract, I would have wanted to take revenge. Ouyang Qian was angry and clenched her teeth. Her cold as ice face became even colder, and angrily said, Zhao Pingan, do you think that this afternoon at the Weihu Mountain Villa, Sister Hong let you move Su Jewel? It's great on its own? Mighty tiger manner thing. Sister Hong did not put a gag order, so in the upper circles of Tianhai, it is not a secret. If you have something to say it quickly. I'll go back to sleep if nothing happens. It's getting late, Zhao Pingan urged. Ouyang Qian's green onion-like fingers clenched into empty fists. After so many years, he was the first man to treat himself lovingly. Slightly furious, she said, Sister Hong is borrowing your knife to kill Jewel Su. Today, if Jewel Su hadn't caused trouble at the mighty tiger villa in the first place, do you think Sister Hong would have sat back and watched? If Sister Hong makes a move, no matter how good your kung fu is, you can only drink with hatred. This wasn't just her idea, but everyone's, and while Sister Hong might not be afraid of Jewel Su, she must have been too much of a pain to let Zhao Pingan step in as well. Zhao Pingan nodded, suddenly realizing that there was no need to reason with her, and asked rhetorically, and then, Ouyang Qian was even more angry. Why couldn't he just smile? Still want to continue to say a few words, but thought that today if he did not pick Su Jewel's pants, the whole Tianhai are aware of Su Jewel is a waste. Su Jewel will definitely go to the western suburbs of the manor. Then to the family, to themselves, are a catastrophe. You can't fight. You can't fight. You lose a lot of money. If you don't fight, you have to resign yourself to your fate. Speaking of which, I have him to thank. Ouyang Qian took out a bank card. You're back again because there's no cash. There's 10 million here. Take the money and run away. You have to realize that the capital of Feng province has failed to help you in any way. Running is your only way out at the moment. Feng Banian came to Tianhai to look for Zhao Pingan also spread some, and as a result, we all know that the Su family is nowadays extremely powerful. Zhao Pingan was stunned. Giving money? Ouyang Qian smiled in her heart. He was obviously shocked by this amount of money. After all, with his salary level, he might not be able to earn this much in his whole life. Adding, it's easy to want this money too. All you have to do is say 6 words. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Just can't stand to see him not caring about everything. Must get him to change his expression. Zhao Pingan was extremely speechless and casually said, it's not your fault to be poor, but it's your fault to bring it out to embarrass people. Ms. Ouyang, I sincerely advise you to see what kind of existence is standing in front of you when you speak in the future. Pushin girl, goodbye. Zhao Pingan finished speaking and turned to leave. Stop. Ouyang Qian is about to explode. This is not the first time he said Pushin. I'm the daughter of the richest man in Tianhai, the #1 beauty in Tianhai. Am I ordinary? Shouldn't I be confident? She turned to look at Zhao Pingan and realized that he hadn't stopped at all, and roared, Surname Zhao, what are you pretending for? One day, I will tear your hypocritical mask off. Just as she spoke, a group of people came out of the elevator. Zhao Pingan, why are you here? This group of people stopped in front of Zhao Pingan at once, very surprised. They looked at Zhao Pingan, and then looked at Ouyang Qian in the distance, even more shocked. The daughter of the richest man in Tianhai, Ouyang Qian? This group of people, at the head of which were clearly Qi Tianjiao's great-uncle Qi Dosan and Qi Chunai, followed by Qi family relatives. They get their refund money and come here to feast. Get out! Zhao Pingan was in an upset mood and squeezed out a word through his teeth before walking into the elevator to leave. Qi Dosan and the others were scolded with a burst of red and white. Make sure he leaves. Qi Dosan scolded fiercely. Bah! It's just that there are 2 stinking money. What's the point of pretending? The others chimed in. That's right. When I have money one day in the future, I will definitely scold him. By the looks of her, she must not have gotten along well with Qi Tianjiao. Otherwise, why didn't she spend the night and come here to sleep? Just as they were talking, Qi Chunai had already run quickly to Ouyang Qian and said with a fawning face, Miss Ouyang, do you know Zhao Pingan? I see that he seems to have made you angry. Thinking about using Zhao Pingan to hook up with Ouyang Qian, Ouyang Qian boarded up her face again and said in a cold voice, a stinking soft eater, is worthy of making me angry? Without Yi Yaoqing's help, how could Zhao Pingan have reached his previous position? Saying that he was a soft eater wasn't exactly scolding him. A softie? Qi Chunai froze, then seemed to think of something. This surnamed Zhao, is her adopted gigolo? Agitatedly, she said, Miss Ouyang, you should teach him a hard lesson. This little white boy is spending your money and keeping women outside. Just this afternoon, he helped the Qi Tianjiao withdraw her shares and spent a whole $100 million. Ouyang Qian's jaw dropped. What did you say? It's true. Qi Chunai became increasingly agitated and called his relatives over for an explanation. Yeah, I thought he was good, but it turns out he's a little white boy. No wonder spending $100 million doesn't hurt at all. I thought he was a 10 billionaire. Qi Dosan also said. It seems that he doesn't care if he doesn't spend his own money. Ms. Ouyang, you must teach him a lesson. Better kick him. Everyone was smiling and their hearts were pounding, especially Qi Chunai, seeing Qi Tianjiao's fiancée so rich, depressed for a day. He is not worse than him, now that it has been dismantled. Let us see how that can pretend to be a fork in the future, and go to her house in the morning to scold her. However, Ouyang Qian, listening to the face of the hot, cannot imagine, just to give him 10 million, his heart in how to look at their own. Qi Chunya's eyes were filled with a sinister smile as he said, Ms. Ouyang, I suggest that you contact the hotel right now and kick Zhao Pingan out. By what right should he spend your money and stay in such a luxurious 5-star hotel? Qi Dosan also said, yes, kick him out immediately and let him sleep on the road. The hotel is the landmark of our Tianhai. The little white boy doesn't deserve to sleep here. Tell him to get lost. Make him lose his reputation. Their smiles grew thicker and thicker, as if they thought of Zhao Pingan sleeping by the side of the road. And even more so, they thought of how Qi Tianjiao and Qi Duohai must look when they knew the truth, which must be very funny. Ouyang Qian looked at them and said expressionlessly, I don't have the ability to kick him out, because this 5-star hotel labeled in Tianhai Sea is his. Ha! Qi Dosan and the others were collectively confused. Upstairs, Zhao Pingan took a bath and lay comfortably on the bed. very much looking forward to tomorrow's banquet. Thinking about it, and then remembering the bad old man. Where on earth has he gone? Why is there no news yet? Fell asleep thinking about it. Time blinks. The next day, the Tianhai Hotel was redecorated with lights and colors. The ground was covered with red carpets. The road in front of the door was even temporarily controlled. And all the citizens of Tianhai were talking about it. And that, only because of today. Sister Hong of the mighty Tiger Villa, who was known as the most mysterious person in Tianhai, was going to host a banquet for a person she called an honored guest. Chapter 128, You Drink It Then. At 11 a.m. Guests began to enter. The Wang family head has arrived. The Fidelity Group has arrived. Shinran International has arrived. The broadcasting sound at the door, one after another sounded. The people who arrived are all the big names of Tianhai City. In addition to some inconvenient to show their face class, Tianhai City can be called the name of the people almost all to come. The scene was even bigger than Yi Yaoqing's meeting. After all, this was the first time in many years that Sister Red had organized a banquet. What level do you guys think the VIP Sister Hong is going to introduce today can reach? Keep your voice down. You can't make wild guesses, but I think it's at least provincial level. That's not right. Behind the Su family is the third-ranked Zhou family in the province. Sister Hong is still undaunted. I think it's possible to reach the imperial capital level. It's possible. I really didn't think that I would have the honor to meet the great man of Red Sister's ear, nose and throat in this life. Fortunate. The guests who entered the venue were gathering in threes and fives to discuss, and their eyes were blooming with inexplicable admiration. Tianhai Su family head, Su Tianlong has arrived with his beloved son, Jewel Su. Another announcement came from the doorway. Swish, everyone looked toward the door at the same time. Just look at Su Tianlong and Su Jewel, both dressed in suits to enter. Su Tianlong is full of spring and smugness. Su Jewel is full of gloom. The biggest secret on his body has been discovered. Life is worse than death. Everyone quickly greeted them. Although today's organizer was Sister Hong, the Su family was still a first-class force in Tianhai. Master Su, yesterday I paid a visit to the door and was stopped by the secretary because I didn't have an appointment. I don't know if I can have the honor of making an appointment today? Master Su, please take care of me in the future. I will take out my utmost sincerity. Family Master Su, next month my canine son gets married. I sincerely invite you to be able to be there. The crowd gathered around to kiss ass. Su Tianlong held his head high and smiled. We're not talking about business today. I'm here to support Sister Hong. So let's talk about what we have to say tomorrow. Who saw Zhao Pingan? Jewel Su suddenly asked grimly. He looked around the crowd and didn't find Zhao Pingan's figure. Zip. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Hearing his voice made them feel uncomfortable all over, and a few others inadvertently glanced towards Jewel Su's body. Mr. Su, that Yakuza, Zhao Pingan, must not dare to come when he knows you're coming here. Yes, even if there is a rumor that the Sky Sea Hotel was purchased by him privately, he will have to obediently give it up when he knows you're coming. Zhao Pingan's identity is simply not qualified to participate. They started flattering again. Su Jewel's face was getting ugly, and he was still planning to retaliate in public today, making sure to turn him into a eunuch in front of everyone. Su Tianlong frowned and said with a stern face, Jewel, remember that every time you face a big event there is a quiet atmosphere. The surname Zhao knows that you want to come. You must not dare to come. Don't have a sullen face today. You have to smile. Do you understand? It's indecent to come here and hold a black face. Jewel Su squeezed out a smile that was worse than tears. Father's lesson is right. I need to laugh. At this point, another announcement came from the doorway. Tianhai City's underground Emperor Zhang Longwang and Zhao Pingan have arrived. One moment. The ballroom turned quiet, and the crowd once again looked at the door in unison. Zhao Pingan is also wearing a suit. Energetic. Not the slightest fear of the expression. Beside him, followed by a wheelchair Zhang Xianding. This guy, how dare he come? Zhao Pingan. Jewel Su's eyes turned scarlet and she could no longer hold back her anger as she walked towards Zhao Pingan. Grimly, he said, Bastard, you actually dare to come to the banquet. Do you know how much you have made me lose face? Do you know, I will let you die a miserable death today. Not waiting for Zhao Pingan to speak, Zhang Qingding said in a cold voice, Mr. Su, please pay attention to the way you speak to Mr. Zhao, otherwise, I will be rude to you. You're welcome, and you deserve it? Su Jewel immediately back. He has been crazy. As a man, anything not been changed is not a man big. Pointing to Zhang Changding's nose scolded, You a crippled dragon also dare to threaten me. Believe it or not I have a phone call, so that the provincial capital down to the people swept all your field. Zhang Henning was choked for a moment. If the Su family found the Zhou family, there was indeed this possibility. The crowd all revealed teasing expressions. I'm afraid that the only youngster who could make Zhang Longwang suffer was Jewel Su. Su Tianlong shook the goblet in his hand and watched with a smile. In the past, Zhang Longwang was still qualified to have a conversation with himself. Nowadays, he was not worthy. Just let your son handle it. You're such a... Haven't you gotten enough beatings? Is it that you're only willing to be split into 5 horse corpses? Zhao Pingan opened his mouth somewhat helplessly, unable to figure out how a person could be cheap to such an extent. 5 horses? Ha ha ha, that really scared me. Su Jewel smiled arrogantly and said contemptuously, yesterday was my own mistake. Otherwise, do you think you can walk out of the Weihu Mountain Manor? Do you think Sister Hong really helped you? Surname Zhao, I'm giving you a chance now. First immediately kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, when the party is over, I'll let you leave the hotel lying down. Su Tianlong raised his hand and took a sip of wine. His son was right. He came today, and there was another purpose, which was to get to know Sister Hong's VIP. And in the meantime, he mentioned that he would let him settle Zhao Pingan. I'm sure the other party will be willing to help with their position today. What a racket! Zhao Pingan shook his head and took a step to leave from the side. The main character of this banquet was himself, and he didn't want to make trouble for the time being. Zhao Pingan. When Jewel Su saw that he had actually left, she was furious and felt a wave of humiliation. Chasing after him, he said, I told you to kneel down for me. Did you hear me? Are you going to force my hand? Zhao Pingan still didn't stop. Stop! Su Tianlong suddenly opened his mouth and happened to walk in front of Zhao Pingan. First looking at Jewel Su and teaching, I just told you that there is a calmness in every major event, and this is what you forgot. Jewel, you have to remember that big people hide their true emotions and don't freak out on anyone. It's just a matter of talking and laughing about the boom. The crowd nodded their heads in agreement. Not bad. This is what big shots should look like. All of them looked at Su Tianlong with admiration, worthy of being someone who could be valued by the Zhou family. In the face of his son's unshared enemy, he was able to hold back from bursting out. Instead, he seized the opportunity to educate his son. This city is not for everyone. Dad. Jewel Su was extremely aggravated. Su Tianlong raised his hand to interrupt. I'll tell you one more thing. Saying is never as good as doing. Since you say it, you have to do it, and sometimes revenge is very simple. It doesn't need to be a big deal. It just needs one move. As he said that, he finally looked at Zhao Pingan and smiled contemptuously, then lifted the glass and coughed and yucked. A mouthful of phlegm spat into it. Then he lifted it to Zhao Pingan. Drink this cup of wine, and I'll guarantee that you'll be able to walk out of the Tianhai Hotel. The crowd's eyes lit up. This move was even tougher than kneeling, and they actually drank phlegm. Let me drink? Zhao Pingan asked rhetorically. Su Tianlong puffed out his chest and playfully tasted. Is it hard for me to drink? The words just fell. Zhao Pingan quickly snatched the wine glass and grabbed both of Su Tianlong's faces with his other hand. Then you drink it. When he finished, he poured the wine in his mouth. Chapter 129. See this scene. Everyone was so thunderstruck that it was hard to believe, even though it was happening right in front of their eyes. You know, this is Su Tianlong, Jewel Su's father, the most powerful person in Tianhai nowadays. How could Zhao Pingan dare to dunk him? This guy is really broken and doesn't want to die. Wow. Vomit. Su Tianlong violent dry heaving, also did not think that he dared to irrigate. Before he had Miss Yi cover, do whatever he wanted is just. Now, who gave him the courage? His eyes were redder than Su Jewelry Sea, and he said maniacally, I'll kill you. Raise your hand to strike. Just then, Master Su, a voice came out from behind the crowd, and they saw a woman with skin like cream, hair pulled high, delicate features, and full of noble aura slowly walking. It was none other than Yi Yaoqing. Yi Yaoqing said as she walked, forget what you just said? There is calmness in every major event. Swish! Su Tianlong's hand stopped in midair. Educating his son is so said, but half of the wine down. Too suffocating. Yaoqing! Zhao Pingan had just wanted to slap him away. He also stopped when he heard the voice, and saw Yi Yaoqing's eyes light up. She was so pretty when she was dressed up. She was so beautiful. Greeting him, he said, when did you get in? Just had my attention here and didn't see her. Yi Yaoqing frowned. I need to tell you when I came in? Zhao Pingan. I was just being kind-hearted when I let you off yesterday. I didn't expect you to even move my people. You, think I, Yi Yaoqing, am easy to bully? When Zhao Pingan heard her cold tone, his smile froze and he didn't know how to answer. The others also froze, before they all heard that Ms. Yi had lost her memory. Now it was considered to be true to see. It seems that her memory loss was really thorough. Now there's a show. The people who were once his favorites have turned against him. Serves you right. Ouyang Qian in the distance coldly spoke. Licking dogs? No good end. She'd been here for a long time, too, just unnoticed. Ouyang Hai stood next to him, his face full of gravity. Before he thought of letting Zhao Pingan have some stories with his daughter. But with Zhao Pingan's character, it was questionable whether he could live long enough to have a story. Yi, Miss Yi, You really don't remember Mr. Zhao at all. You guys used to be. Zhang Henning couldn't help but open his mouth in disbelief. Shut up, Su Tianlong suddenly interrupted. Absolutely could not let him continue. Took a deep breath and said, "Ms. Yi, I'm sorry, it's me who didn't control my emotions. I'll pay attention in the future." But he is indeed too arrogant. It should be penalized. With Yi Yaoqing around, there was no way to do it herself, so let her do it. Jewel Su also came over and said with a few choked sobs, "Miss Yi, this crook has been doing wrong everywhere and has even insulted you. You absolutely cannot be soft. It's letting her handle it that's called killing and killing." Zhao Pingan kept looking at Yi Yaoqing's eyes and smiled bitterly, returning, "No, how could I bully you, ever?" When Yi Yaoqing saw his expression, she suddenly felt some heartache, but she quickly slapped her face. She couldn't give him hope. She had to make him quickly get away from Tianhai, a place of wrongdoing. Coldly, he said, "It's good that it won't, Zhao Pingan. My patience with you is about to reach its limit. Now, immediately get out of Tianhai, the farther away the better, and if I see you again, I will definitely not be merciful." "No way," Su Tianlong immediately said, still planning to deal with Zhao Pingan after he would get to know Sister Hong's VIP. "If we let him get away, where will we find him?" Impatiently, she said, "Miss Yi, Zhao Pingan has provoked him 3 times, how can we let him go? We should keep him in Tianhai," Jewel Su added. "Just take advantage of occasions like today to cut him into 1,000 pieces and bruise his bones." Yi Yaoqing instantly slammed her face, and couldn't help but feel disgust in her heart, more and more feeling that Zhao Pingan was the previous partner, because she, herself, would never be able to reuse a person with a ruthless heart. "Unhappy," he said, "you're teaching me how to do things? I don't need you to teach me what to do." Su Tianlong and Su Baoji shut up at once. Although they had Zhou Taishan behind them, they still couldn't afford to fall out with Yi Yaoqing. "Yaoqing, I'm not leaving." Zhao Pingan slowly opened his mouth. Remembering Sister Hong's words, his heart was much more relieved. "Instead of leaving, I'll take back everything I've lost. Just watch." After that, he turned to leave. Yi Yaoqing's face sank. How could this guy not understand his good intentions? Jewel Su and Su Tianlong both laughed. Fortunately, Zhao Pingan was a stick in the mud. If the coward was scared away, it would not be easy. They added fuel to the fire. "Miss Yi, as you can see, this guy is arrogant to the extreme, shameless and insidious. He should be educated." Yi Yaoqing nodded perfunctorily and didn't say much. Her afterglow glanced at Zhao Pingan, and a touch of worry surfaced in her eyes. And the people in the arena were talking. "Today, I'm afraid that it was Zhao Pingan's time to die." Ouyang Qian's cold face also flushed with a touch of complexity. About 10 minutes passed. Dressed in a red cheongsam, Sister Hong appeared. Her curves were reflected very shapely, and her body exuded a hint of flirtation. Seeing that many of the people present had their eyes straightened, Zhao Pingan also smiled and looked. She wore this body is not the most flirtatious time. Carry water time is. Tired face sweat, eyes grudging, cannot help but make a sound. Sister Hong walked to the front stage and stood in front of the microphone. "Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to come to the banquet I'm organizing. I'm grateful." "You're welcome. It's only right to hold Sister Hong's favor. It's only an honor to receive an invitation from Sister Red." The crowd opened their mouths in response, all smiling as if they were so lucky to be able to say a word to her. Sister Hong smiled and nodded. "We have a few VIPs today. Thank you for coming. First up, Miss Yi of the Yi family of Imperial Capital." She made a gesture of invitation. Yi Yaoqing replied back, "People in Tianhai, follow the customs." It was said without condescension, and she didn't need to be too respectful. Sister Hong naturally wouldn't count on it and laughed again. "And Su Tianlong, the Su family's head, thanked you for coming." Su Tianlong was slightly stunned. He didn't expect to be named at all, and immediately afterward, he felt a spring in his step. The ones who came today were all from Tianhai except for Yi Yaoqing, and she said herself immediately afterward. Meaning, in her eyes, she was already the number 1 person in Tianhai. Hands clasping fists, he said, "Sister Hong's face, someone Su naturally has to give it." Sister Hong, more contact and more cooperation in the future. Sister Hong smiled and added, "And Jewel Su, Mr. Su, thank you for coming." This statement was made. The crowd froze. When the Su family was mentioned just now, did it not include Jewel Su? He still had to say it separately? Immediately after the crowd figured out what it meant. Jewel Su's status as Miss Ye's partner did have the capital to say it separately. It's really making people jealous. Su Jewel's blood boiled at being named, and Sister Hong's naming of him represented her approval. Clasping his hands together, he proudly said, "It's only right to hold up. Sister Hong, my father taught me to say less and do more. There were some misunderstandings yesterday, so from now on, you can just see how I do it." Sister Hong laughed again. then said, "Thank you all again for coming out to the show. I can't thank you enough." Ha! The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. That's it? No one else? Only the three of them are VIPs? No one else counts? Chapter 130, Getting to Know Me Again. Everyone was a little uncomfortable, but they didn't dare to say much. One also had to admit that of all the people who had come today, the three of them did have the most supreme status, and to hear Sister Red stop mentioning the others, Su Tianlong and Su Jule's heartbeat steeply accelerated. Sister Hong was not only openly expressing that she looked at herself, but also expressing that she only looked at herself, and that other people were not in her sights. It's a huge honor. Su Jule looked at Zhao Pingon and smiled grimly. With Sister Hong's approval, letting her take action today will go smoothly. Zhao Pingon will definitely not live to see the end of the banquet. His eyes were also looked at by all. Most of the people laughed out playfully along with him. This guy really thinks that he can be lawless just because he can fight? Just wait, soon he'll be on his knees begging for mercy. Zhao Pingon, on the other hand, looked ahead with a smile as if he didn't see it. Yi Yaoqing frowned slightly, thinking in her heart about how she could make him run away safely. Ouyang Qian was also secretly watching. Why didn't this guy run away? Sister Hong continued, as you all know, everyone is invited here today in order to receive the dignitaries of the mighty Tiger Mountain Villa. I can reveal one more thing. From now on, he will be rooted in Tianhai. This statement, so that the crowd froze, rooted in Tianhai, meaning that in the future to live in Tianhai City for a long time. Tianhai City, another big brother? Welcome. Su Tianlong was the first to speak, proudly saying, on behalf of the Su clan only, I welcome his arrival, and at the same time, the Su clan will develop more cooperation with him and express their support. As a VIP recognized by Sister Hong, she naturally had to set an example, and if others didn't speak, she had to speak herself. Su Jule was full of springtime complacency, puffed out his chest and said, I'm also welcome. In the future there will be a crossover in business. You can take shares in each other and make progress together. Welcome, welcome. Others expressed their views. Sister Hong looked heavily at the two of them and smiled. Since all of you have expressed your welcome, I'm sure he must be very happy in his heart. Everyone, in fact, he is already here, right under the stage. I don't know, guys, if there are any fiery eyes that can find him out. You can hint a little bit. Su family master, Su Gongzi, he can recognize you. Already here? On stage? The crowd began to stir in an instant. Everyone was looking left and right. Even Ouyang Hai and Ouyang Qian were looking left and right. But everyone searched and found that they were all familiar faces. There were no outsiders. Recognize me? Su Tianlong raised his eyebrows. The red light on his face was even more intense. To be recognized, it must be because of his current status. I didn't expect that not only Sister Hong recognized it, but even this one did. Proudly, he said, what virtue or ability does someone Su have to be recognized by the VIP in Sister Hong's mouth? However, since I know me, I, Su Renmin, won't lose my manners and will take out my most sincere to get along. When he finished, he turned his head and peered into the crowd. Su Jule was so excited that he took off, feeling as if his body was restored to wholeness. This great man had specifically said that he knew himself, so his status from now on would be on a higher level. Turning to look as well, he said triumphantly, it's an honor to be recognized by a great man. Thank you for your appreciation. Father and son searching at the same time. The others followed their gaze, but after looking around and making sure that no outsiders are here today, and that they all know each other. Where is the VIP? Su Tianlong thought for a moment and said in a serious manner, forgive me for being blind. I haven't seen where you are yet. Sister Hong's guest of honor. I, Su, am thick-skinned and on behalf of Tianhai, implore you to show yourself. Jewel Su immediately added. Late generation Jewel Su, I implore you to show yourself. It's an honor to represent Tenkai and to have him out. When the two finished, everyone held their breath, their hearts lifted, because this was a big shot who could be called a VIP by Sister Hong. Ouyang Qian and Yi Yaoqing, on the other hand, turned unnatural, and once the bigwigs appeared, it was hard for Zhao Pingon to leave. Zhang Heading was nervous with beads of sweat, and had already thought that if the situation was not right, he would call all of his juniors and protect Mr. Zhao no matter what. At this point, Zhao Pingon slowly took a step forward and said playfully, actually, I don't want to show up this early, but I'll show up just because you two have a pretty good attitude. However, the cooperation you guys just talked about is impossible, because I must beat you all. It was very comforting to finally take my turn to play. Zhao Pingon! Zhao Pingon? Everyone shouted in dismay. What is he standing out for? Listening to him, is he the guest of honor? Mr. Zhao. Zhang Qingdang was also confused. He hadn't heard that he knew Sister Hong. Zhao Pingon, you're crazy. What's the point of standing out on such an occasion? You should run quickly now. Ouyang Qian suddenly shouted uncontrollably. She didn't believe that Zhao Pingan was a VIP at all. If so, why did you need to run before? It's not logical. Hearing Ouyang Qian's words, the others figured it out and burst into laughter. This stupid fool, to say he's a VIP, amusing me? Think you're so powerful just because you went to the Mighty Tiger Villa yesterday? Sister Hong is using him as a gun. How dare he say he's a VIP? I think he's stimulated and out of his mind. Ha ha ha. Yi Yaoqing frowned, suddenly confused. The partner she chose in the first place, was it really this guy? How come he didn't know how to advance or retreat? Zhao Pingan looked around and laughed coldly. People can never see beyond their perceptions? How can you understand my existence? I, the guest of honor, am the one for whom this banquet is held today. It was like he was looking at a little cutie. Like, looking at all of them, and how would they stand up for themselves if they weren't? However, everyone also looked at him like he was a little cutie, looked at him as if he were a cutie and laughed even louder. Stupid dog. Jewel Su laughed grimly. How dare you act like a pussy on such an occasion? I'll let you die later. I'll personally skin you and bone you, so that you won't be able to beg for your life or death. Su Tianlong raised his hand and patted his son's shoulder, also amused and wanting to laugh. Seriously, he said, forgot that there is calmness in every great event? Be calm. Saying that, facing the crowd, he said in a loud voice again, Sir, someone has impersonated you with extremely sinister intentions, and once again, Su sincerely begs you to show yourself. Jewel Su continued to chime in. I implore once again. When the two finished, Sister Hong on stage finally said, he's not lying, it's all true. Aha! Everyone looked over at the same time. What was Sister Hong talking about? Him? Worth who? Why can't you understand? Under everyone's gaze, Sister Hong slowly walked off the stage and arrived in front of Zhao Pingan step by step, bending down and respectfully saying, Mr. Zhao, thank you for giving me the opportunity to host a reception banquet for you. I'm sorry I didn't introduce you in time just now. I'm sorry for making you suffer. Boom. Everyone's eyes went black as if it was a bolt from the blue. Looking at the scene in front of them, it was more like a dream. What the hell is going on? Anyone who wants to can't figure it out. Zhao Pingan said in an ancient well, get up. It has little to do with you. It's this world that has too many preconceived notions and dog-eyed people. As he spoke, he walked to the stage and picked up the microphone in the midst of all the attention and laughed. I'm a rather generous person, so I won't count the laughter just now. In fact, the purpose of letting Sister Hong organize this banquet is very simple. It's to let you all reacquaint yourselves with me. Zhao Pingan, Chapter 131, Cooperate with me. The crowd was even more confused. Getting to know him again? No one looked at Zhao Pingan, but at Sister Hong. Even Yi Yaoqing wasn't spared. She couldn't figure out how Sister Hong could become a VIP when she had been in Tianhai for years and Zhao Pingan had only been here for how long? Sister Hong, Su Tianlong stormed, fuming with rage. Are you kidding me? You're deliberately trying to go against me, aren't you? The little punk surnamed Zhao is even your VIP? But we're all cuties. Well, he still didn't believe that Zhao Pingan was a VIP, and thought that it was all a trick by Sister Hong. Jewel Su was also angry. Sister Hong, just say what you have to say. Don't tease us. Is Zhao Pingan expensive? How expensive? A single hair on my body is 1,000,000 times more expensive than him. What is he considered? Are you purposely trying to cross my Su family? Deliberately trying to push him out to disgust us, aren't you? Hear this. It dawned on the crowd that this must be the case. Sister Hong had a grudge against the Su family, so she was too embarrassed to take action herself, and she pushed Zhao Pingan out again. Ouyang Qian slightly disgusted look at Zhao Pingan. This stinking scum is quite a woman. Even let Sister Hong support. He will not be able to do it. Yi Yaoqing looked at Zhao Pingan with a slightly deeper meaning. He found a backer again? Why was there some discomfort in his heart? Sister Hong said with a black face. You guys don't even know Mr. Zhao's true strength. I can only tell you that Mr. Zhao is my VIP, so please show some respect. Cannot say the Sun family Sun Lian Kue will be robbed of credit by him? Still thinking about moving Zhao Pingan today. Ha ha, Su Tianlong sneered. I respect? He also deserves my respect? Not just him, but you, too, deserve my respect? Stinking, before to give you face, call you a red sister, face to give more. You still think you what the hell? Today I Su Tianlong will not give you face. This party won't work. Gentlemen, I'm leaving this banquet. Who's with me? Launching Zhao Pingan is against himself. If you do not turn the other cheek and think that you have no temper, how can you be a man in the future? Now that her back was against the Zhou family and Miss Yi, she didn't need to be afraid of her at all. Seeing his father fuming, Su Jewel also covered up. You still think you're invincible in Tianhai? Nowadays, my Su family, I'm not afraid of you at all. If you want to fight, let's fight. This banquet, I'm not attending. Who goes? Dead silence in the lobby. The atmosphere is extremely depressing. The pressure of all the people cannot breathe. Sister Hong and Su Tianlong. This is now the top 2 people in Tianhai City. They're fighting. They're forcing everyone to take sides. How do you take sides? The slightest misstep can lead you to a place of no return. Sister Hong was cursed with anger and wanted to lash out. At this point, Zhao Pingan said angrily, "Have you ever thought about the consequences you'll have to bear when you're at my banquet and scolding my people?" "Shut up." Su Tianlong stood with his hands behind his back and said contemptuously, "You're a puppet. What qualifications do you have to yell in front of me? Surname Zhao. This world relies on strength. Today, I'll take care of this first. Then I'll take care of you," he said, then looked at the crowd. "Doesn't anyone want to leave? I'm going." 1000 Red Pharmaceuticals Nia Dahai was the first to step forward. "This banquet, even being dominated by a clown, has no nutritional value. This is leaving." With that, he looked at Sister Hong and said, "Sister Hong, you don't think that, to this day, you still have the ability to fight with the Su family lord, do you? To launch a clown, I, for one, will not give you face." Zip. Everyone sucked in their breath and started to take sides. It is important to know that Nia Dahai is responsible for the production of drugs for the War Department contract, and his power is just like a fiery cooking oil, and he supports the Su family, which is even more powerful. My Wang family is ready to go. Syndeset Group is ready to go. Sister Hong, how can you support a little Yakuza? Your move, it stinks. I thought you were a very wise woman before, but I didn't expect to come out with this stinking move. It really disappoints me too much. One by one, people stood behind Su Tianlong's father and son, although Sister Hong was mysterious. The Su family's father and son were also behemoths behind them. "Dad, what do we do?" Ouyang Qian asked nervously. In this situation, neutrality wasn't allowed at all. If he supported Zhao Pingan, he couldn't win at all and would bury his family. If he didn't support Zhao Pingan, he would most likely die. Wait. Ouyang Hai sweated like a pig, no idea in his heart. Yi Yaoqing patiently watched everything and still figured out why Sister Hong supported Zhao Pingan. It must be that Zhao Pingan found Sister Hong and hoped that Sister Hong would push him one step and eventually get herself to support him. But now the difference is too great. After 3 minutes had passed, most people stood behind Su Tianlong. Su Tianlong grunted coldly. "Sister Hong, now, you see the gap?" Su Jewel sneered. "Yesterday I said that there is no one more expensive than me in Tianhai, and you still ask me. Now I'll tell. I'm more expensive than you. With so many people behind you, there is no panic at all." Sister Hong was on the verge of exploding from the scolding, and in all these years, she had never been so aggrieved, but didn't freak out, still endured. The more he endured, the more Zhao Pingan saw it in his eyes, the greater the probability that he would be heartbroken. Zhao Pingan did feel that he had wronged Sister Hong. The face was expressionless. "You want to see strength and force people to take sides? Then fine, I'll show you my strength too." "Who? On my side?" Swish. The crowd once again looked at Zhao Pingan. If not for his words, they would have almost forgotten that there was this person, and they all thought that the dominant was Sister Hong. Ha ha ha, this stupid fool, a stinking puppet, and he still talks about taking sides, laughs me to death. Stand you? Cootie, only you, that's a good laugh. It's not a bad day to see jokes instead of food. Su Tianlong was also amused, playing with the flavor. Sister Hong, the puppet you want to support, has clamored for the master, and asked if there is anyone to stand for him. Who will stand? Who can stand? Su Jewel was even more exaggerated, putting his hand on his eyebrows and looking left and right. I looked left and right, up and down. I couldn't find anyone to stand him. Ha ha ha, I'm standing in line. Just then, an old man in a cloth robe with a head full of silver hair walked up and said in a neutral tone, "I, Wang Shuyi, stand in line with Mr. Zhao." The crowd froze. Tianhai Divine Dr. Wang Shuyi? I, Qi Danian, stand by Mr. Zhao. Master Carver Qi? I, Zhang Heading, stand by Mr. Zhao. Zhang Longwang, the underground emperor of Tianhai. I, Hong, stand by Mr. Zhao. Sister Red of Weihou Shanzhuang. I, Ouyang Hai also stand in line for Mr. Zhao. Ouyang Hai, the richest man in Tianhai. Rumble. In a flash, the crowd could clearly hear the thunder in their ears. They looked at the people in front of Zhao Pingan and their jaws dropped. They, all of them, actually supported Zhao Pingan? Su Tianlong and Su Jewel were also dumbfounded. There weren't many people standing in front of Zhao Pingan, but each of them was a top person in a field, and in comparison, the group of people behind them was a rabble. Yi Yaoqing was enlightened, and a smile suddenly blossomed on her face in a magnificent manner. Taking a step forward, he smiled. In fact, I also think that Mr. Zhao is talented. I wonder if Mr. Zhao has any intention to cooperate with me? Chapter 132, Climbing Out. Boom! If anything, the other's standoff was just a bolt from the blue. Then Yi Yaoqing's words were simply heavenly. After all, Yi Yaoqing was the backer behind the Su family, and most of the people who stood up to Su Tianlong's father and son nowadays were also because of Yi Yaoqing's presence. How could she help Zhao Pingan? Ms. Yi, you, Su Tianlong jawed. Ms. Yi, I'm the one who's your partner. How can you pick him? He's a big liar. Don't be fooled by him. Su Jewel was anxious. If there was no partner status, how could he be arrogant and domineering in the future? Yi Yaoqing looked at the two of them fatally and said with a stern face, I don't need your consent on who I choose, nor do I need to explain to you. With that, he looked at Zhao Pingan again and smiled. Mr. Zhao, are you willing? Zhao Pingan laughed. Naturally, I'm willing, because your initial partner in Tianhai is me. Jewel Su is an imposter. It seems that Red Sister set against Yi Yaoqing has begun to suspect, just worried about the Su family as well as the strength of the Zhou family behind the scene. Do not dare to act rashly, as long as let her see the strength, we'll go with the flow. What was lost, was finally to be taken back. You fart. Su Jewel looked like she had her tail stepped on and cursed. I'm the partner, don't be full of, I'm the one. Ms. Yi, don't be deceived by him. This matter must not be cleared up, or the consequences will be unimaginable. However, behind him, the Wang family head who had just made a statement suddenly said, Jewel Su, stop lying. Mr. Zhao is so elegant and well-educated. With him around, how could Miss Yi choose you? Mr. Zhao is the one. The Cinda Group boss also said, that's right. I didn't break it down before. I just wanted to see you perform like a clown. I actually support Mr. Zhao in my heart. Mr. Zhao has the talent of warping the sky and the earth. I should idea. Support in Mr. Zhao. I'm with Mr. Cho, too. The people standing behind the Su family's father and son, one by one, walked towards Zhao Pingan's camp, scrambling to be the first, fearing that if they were slowed down, they would be remembered by Zhao Pingan. In the blink of an eye, behind them, only the tearful Nie Dahai remained. This, Su Tianlong's scalp numb? Never thought the banquet became this way. Now it seems, is not he isolated by Tianhai? Zhao Pingan jumped off the stage in one step and slowly walked towards the two of them, playing with flavors as he walked. Tell me again, what is your strength? Swish, all eyes watched playfully, especially Ouyang Hai. His blood boiled. After today, Zhao Pingan can feel better about his daughter, right? I'm. Jewel Su was too scared to speak. It's over. It's all over. Su Tianlong said stiffly. Surname Zhao, don't mess around. There's still the Zhou family behind us. Zhao Pingan succinctly said. Now let Zhou Taishan come. A small Zhou family head only. Dare to come and directly destroy. Su Tianlong was speechless. Zhou Taishan had already returned to the provincial city. It was impossible to come. Snap. Zhao Pingan slapped him down, walked in front of him, lifted his foot and stepped on his head, and lowered his head. You should pay for letting you act like a pussy in front of me for too long. When the crowd saw this scene, they simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air. Mr. Zhao was still ruthless. I was wrong. Su Tianlong's pants were wet with fear. His whole body kept trembling. No longer having the might of the Su family's master, he shivered and said, Mr. Zhao, all of this is at the behest of the Zhou family. I'm just a small soldier. I won't dare to do it again. I beg you to spare my life. I beg you. Jewel Su was even more frightened as her pants turned red and her wounds opened up. Nie Dahai also collapsed to the ground, his face pale. Zhao Pingan's face was expressionless. You were given a chance and didn't cherish it, so there's no need to give it again. Having said that, prepare to be stomped to death in public. This kind of cheap bastard is not worth dying for, and it's okay to hurt a little bit of blessing. Zhao Pingan. Yi Yaoqing suddenly opened her mouth, and inside she was also angry that she dared to unite with the Zhou family to bully others. But after all, it was related to the Zhou family, and it was not good to deal with it by causing a death. And again, let them go. We'll talk about it later. Zhao Pingan thought for a moment, withdrew his foot and laughed. Okay, I'll listen to you. Pointing to the door again. You, crawl out like dogs. Su Tianlong's trio, not to mention resisting, crawled faster than a dog. They left. The banquet continued. The scene became a lot more harmonious. They came to give Zhao Pingan a toast, but they were all rejected by him. There was no need. As for those who just stood up for Su Tianlong, Zhao Pingan didn't bother anymore. He was too lazy to take care of them. The banquet went on for about half an hour before Yi Yaoqing left. Zhao Pingan seized the opportunity to personally drive her back. In fact, deliberately contact with her. Take the response to the existing partner as the identity is only the first step. And these out-of-body things Zhao Pingan simply do not care. His aim is to make Yi Yaoqing his wife. Daughter, we finally made the right move. Yang Hai looked at Zhao Pinggan's back as he left, his face full of red light. Yang Qian had a few moments of anger on her face and didn't answer. Yang Hai saw his daughter's expression and laughed. Jealous? Don't worry, Zhao Pinggan must be yours. It's just a little late. With the Yi family's status in the country, it's absolutely impossible for them to accept Zhao Pinggan. As long as they break up, I'll start organizing the wedding for you. Wastes, a bunch of wastes. Su Tianlong's trio left the Tianhai Hotel and quickly contacted Zhou Taishan to get him to step in. While Zhou Taishan was furious at the news, you guys took advantage of the time and place, but you were able to let Zhao Pinggan flop? Why didn't you tell me when Zhao Pinggan came back? Su Tianlong explained stiffly. Master Zhou, I wanted to catch a live one to honor you, but I didn't expect the of the Weihu Mountain Manor to help him. Master Zhou, you can't just ignore us. We're all working for you. Jewel Su crumbled. Master Zhou, you have to send an expert to Tianhai to kill Zhao Pinggan. You can't let him be arrogant anymore. After all, your son had both his legs broken by him. Fart. The more Zhou Taishan heard, the more angry he got. If they had told earlier, let the experts go. And now Zhao Pinggan was close to Yi Yaoqing. During this period of time, Yi Yaoqing would surely be on strict defense. There was no chance at all. He still wanted to scold them, but when he thought that they were the only allies in the Heavenly Sea, he held back. Commanding, he said, keep an eye on Zhao Pinggan for me, and as soon as he leaves Tianhai, notify me immediately. And this way, Zhao Pinggan and Yi Yaoqing returned to the cloud-top Heavenly Palace. Yi Yaoqing first changed into a housecoat, then walked down and sat on the sofa. Laughing, he said, now that no one else will interrupt, you can tell stories about our previous times. Anything, and I'll listen. She was very curious as to what had happened in the meantime. Zhao Pinggan was slightly grumpy. Initially when he met Yi Yaoqing, she was a leaf goblin. Later she became more and more like a virtuous wife and mother. And now sitting here, she was like a big sister who knew her heart. Women, there's a lot of faces. Clearing his throat he recounted. This is where we met in the beginning, when you had just gotten out of the shower and walked down with nothing on and I was standing in the living room. Yi Yaoqing blushed slightly. Why did this guy start here? According to his comments, wouldn't it be true that he's been seen naked? Chapter 133, What a Stench. Yi Yaoqing didn't move her voice, listening to his words as she continued to think back. It was strange, recalling that I did seem to have just come down from a shower, and that there was indeed someone standing in the living room, but no matter how much I tried to see, I still couldn't make out the person's face. Zhao Pinggan continued. At that time, I thought you were Kai Chongyang's canary, and you thought I was Kai Chongyang's disciple. So at the meeting a few days later, you announced that I was a partner. By the way, the meeting was a big scene. Gu Qingming and Feng Beinian all came. You just stand on the stage and announce me as a partner in front of everyone. When Yi Yaoqing heard this, an image suddenly flashed in her mind. That day she also wore a tuxedo, and came to a lot of people as she did today, and then stood on the stage and looked at a person who was. She suddenly felt another explosion of pain in her head. Yaoqing. Zhao Pinggan quickly got up and raised his hand to point at a few acupoints on her body, and after pointing them, Yi Yaoqing's pain instantly disappeared. You so powerful? Yi Yaoqing was stunned. I thought he only knew how to hypnotize before, but I didn't realize he could also heal. If you can recover your memories, you'll know that there's a lot more to my awesomeness. Zhao Pinggan responded. Then tell me quickly. I'm not in pain anymore, so I can keep listening. Yi Yaoqing was becoming more and more curious about the Zhao Pinggan in front of her. Although she didn't think of him, she felt that he was familiar. I'll remember some of what you just said. Just say it again and I'm sure I'll be able to recall it. Zhao Pinggan bitterly smiled and shook his head. Stopping the pain was not no longer being hurt. Just like surgery in Western medicine, the few strokes just now were equivalent to anesthesia. If she continued to let her forcefully remember, her body would continue to be injured. Even if it didn't hurt, it would still leave behind damage. Back. That's enough for today. You need to rest again. Speaking of which, Zhao Pinggan brightened up. He could first help her change her fate against the heavens, and then use means to help her recover her memory. This will drastically reduce the damage to her and will be twice as effective. Excitedly, he said, Yaoqing, I have another way to quickly restore your memory, but it requires your cooperation. Are you willing to try? She hadn't regained her memory yet, and it was too scary to say that she had changed her life against the heavens, but it was easier to accept that she had regained her memory. Sure enough, Yi Yaoqing didn't hesitate and said, You say it, I'll cooperate. Zhao Pinggan's heart was blossoming. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Quickly, he said, Go upstairs. You just lie on the bed and close your eyes, and whatever happens, don't open them. I'll be done soon. Yi Yaoqing froze and looked at him suspiciously, full of wariness. When Zhao Pinggan saw the look in her eyes, he knew that there was a misunderstanding. However, in his heart, he secretly thought. It's not a matter of time before you get your memory back. Getting up, he said, trust me, I will never let you down. Yi Yaoqing pondered for a moment, thinking that it was possible that he was overthinking, if he really dared to do anything to himself, unless he didn't want to live anymore. Getting up, he laughed. Okay, I believe you. Just trust me. Zhao Pinggan couldn't wait to head upstairs, but out of a few steps, suddenly stopped in his tracks, then remembered that, although he found the long bright lamp, night pearl, thunderbolt wood, but now the thunderbolt wood is not yet in his hands. That old man who claimed to be from the Thunder Sky Hall said he would send it over, but he hasn't sent it yet. What's wrong? Yi Yaoqing was surprised. Zhao Pinggan turned his head awkwardly and laughed dryly. Or next time, it's better to forget about it today. I almost didn't bring anything. Yi Yaoqing, there's nothing wrong with him, is there? Zhao Pinggan was a little bit weak by her look, and comforted two more sentences, fled out of the villa in a panic. Of course, the main thing he didn't want to wait any longer, since Lei Xiaotang didn't send it to him. Then he took the initiative to go and get it, but just walk out the door. Captain Chen greeted him, with a very respectful attitude compared to before, saluting from a distance before walking over. Weakly, he asked, Mr. Zhao, are you busy? Busy. Zhao Pinggan uttered a word and quickly walked down the mountain. The headquarters of the Thunder Sky Hall was far away in the provincial city, so he had to hurry up and try to get it before nightfall, and then rush back in the night. Captain Chen choked and trotted after Zhao Pinggan, anxiously saying, Mr. Zhao, is it okay if I only delay you for a minute? Let's talk as we walk. Zhao Pinggan's footsteps didn't stop. Captain Chen followed beside him and said with difficulty, it's like this. 2 months from now is the National War Department's Specialists Competition that takes place every 3 years. Originally I was the chief instructor and was supposed to give the team intensive training, but I'm here to protect MS. Yi, can I trouble you to train them? Zhao Pinggan then returned. After today, you can go back. I'll protect Yaoqing from now on. This time, I came back with no intention of leaving. Earl. Captain Chen held his face red. In fact, the current special team members have instructor training, just with Zhao Pinggan's level of clouds and mud. Thinking of using the protection also invited as an excuse to let him train. One could only truthfully say, Mr. Zhao, I cordially invite you to serve as a special team member instructor, and you will be given official status. Not interested? Find someone else. Zhao Pinggan waved his hand and had already walked out of the villa area and left in a cab at the entrance. He had planned to go directly to the provincial city, but suddenly remembered that Qi Tianjia was still worried about the contract. He should tell her, even though he had no feelings for this niece, but she is to be commended for knowing that she wants to return the favor. Turn around and head for Qi Tianjia's villa. The villa is overcrowded at the moment. Surname Qi, you total 10 million 13 million. If you don't pay me back today, I'll sell you to the clubhouse for money. I don't care. We must get the money owed today, and if we don't, we'll eat and live in your house. The money owed to me isn't much. It's only $2 million in total. How about this? You stay with me for 2 months, and this money will be settled. How about that? Ha ha ha. The ones who came were suppliers, and when they heard that Yi had torn up the contract, they all came to ask for money. As they spoke, their eyes looked up and down on Qi Tianjia's body with colorful eyes. Qi Tianjia was looked at very unnaturally, and said with difficulty, honored bosses, don't worry, I can assure you that as long as I'm still around for a day, I definitely won't renege on my debt. At the back of the crowd, relatives of the Qi family came to watch the show when they heard that the supplier was asking for money. Qi Chunai said playfully, Qi Tianjiao, don't be ashamed of yourself. How can you guarantee it? By relying on Pinggan Zhao? Today, Mr. Su has already put out the word that he's going to find the big shot behind Sister Hong to exterminate him, so it's doubtful if he'll survive today. Qi Dosan also played with the flavor. I didn't expect him to be Zhao Pinggan, who has been in the limelight recently. No wonder he dared to hit me. So he's an uneducated guy. Good thing, Mr. Su is going to destroy him. There's a price to pay for being uneducated. Yesterday, after hearing Ouyang Qian say that the hotel was Zhao Pinggan's, he knew that it was a person, and he was scared at that time. But today, he heard that Su Jewel had put out the word to destroy Zhao Pinggan, and he was in a soothing mood. Shut up you guys, Qi Tianjiao said angrily. I won't close. Qi Chunai shook his head. Qi Tianjiao, your fiancé will be gone soon, and you won't be able to pay back the money at all. So I'll make a suggestion. You are idle. Why don't you accompany all the bosses to top the bill? Accompany a few years more than can pay back. Just can't see her well. Ha ha ha. A laugh rang out around them. The old bosses looked at her more recklessly. Qi Tianjia was angry as if it was stuck in her throat. She did not expect them to be so shameless, but she simply did not say no to them. No wonder I smelled the stench at the door. So it's rotten seafood coming back to disgust people. Zhao Pinggan slowly walked in through the door, fanning his nose as he went. It stinks. Chapter 134, Choose for Yourself. Hearing voices. Everyone looked over at the same time. Zhao Pingan. When they saw Zhao Pingan appear, Chi Dosan and the others' faces quickly turned ugly, especially Chi Chunai, who thought viciously in his heart about how this guy hadn't died yet. The suppliers also froze. They naturally recognized Zhao Pingan, but they didn't pay too much attention to him. He was no longer the same Messiah's partner at the time. He was just the bereaved dog. Shi Tianjiu was stunned and said, "How did you come again?" After saying that, his face sank. This guy even treats himself as a canary that can be touched with money. It's just shameless. And he also said that he's not a casual person. Want to be shameless? Didn't want to talk to him. Zhao Pingan casually said, "You can deal with them if I don't come? You'll just stand here and get scolded. Don't you hold back? Contact me in the future when this happens. I'll cover you." This is indeed in his heart. To this day, Chi Tianjiao's senses are good, willing to treat her as a friend, to help when he can. Chi Tianjiao still want to let him roll it, but the words to the mouth cannot speak. The heart surprisingly also flowed through the gush of warmth, feeling to find dependence. This shameless villain, talking, really good. Zhao Pingan turned his head and said, "Rotten seafood, since you can't open your mouth and shut your mouth without accompanying someone else, then you can just accompany them, and having them stand in a row will almost satisfy you." "Ha? What did you say?" Chi Chuanya's eyes widened in anger. He really wanted to smack him hard. Who is he calling rotten seafood? But he didn't dare to, holding up his arms and puffing. "Surname Zhao, what are you pretending to do? When Duke Su finishes attending Sister Hong's banquet, it's your time to die. Besides, you don't need to tell me who I'm accompanying, and it's none of your business. As rotten as I am, I'm still the woman you'll never get." Shi Dosan and the others also watched with eyes wide open. Isn't this guy just able to fight a little? If he couldn't fight, he would have him looking for teeth all over the place by now. Zhao Pingan raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Are you really the woman I can never get?" "Of course." Chi Chunai was smug, raising his chin and saying, "I, Chi Chunai, am looking for a wild dog on the side of the road. Even if there is only one man left in the world on the side of the road, I will not look at you. Me, the woman you'll never get. I thought about seducing him yesterday, but he didn't move at all, so there was no point. Might as well stay in character and at the very least fight for some face." Snap. Zhao Pingan casually tapped out a bank card. "There's $100 million in here. Let me get you. Can I?" Earl. Chi Chunai has been to the mouth of the words hard to swallow back. Blood flow accelerated. Breathing rapidly. 100 million? The others also froze. 100 million are wrapped up a few actresses. He said, "Really false?" Chi Tianjiu held her breath and looked incredibly. This guy won't really want to compete and spend $100 million to play Chi Chunai, right? Zhao Pingan urged. "Agree or not? Give a quick word. If not, I'll put it away." "Don't." Chi Chunai blurted out. Became very nervous. The family assets only a few tens of millions of dollars. Accompanied him to give 100 million? You can buy a luxury car, a luxury house. You can buy many bags. Excitedly, he said, "You're not lying to me. You'll give me $100 million as long as I let you have it?" Zhao Pingan casually threw the bank card into her hand. Password 68. Chi Chunai felt like his heart had been hit. With this amount of money, he could buy too many things. Pouted. "Mr. Zhao, in fact, the first time I saw you, I fell in love with you. I am willing to dedicate everything to you, and in the future I will listen to you." After saying that, he kept winking and discharging. Shi Dosan also excited, eyes glowing. "This is 100 million counting money to hand cramps." The relatives regretted it, and had they known it would happen, they would have let their own daughters come along today. Chi Tianjiao suddenly felt a burst of aggression. This dead scum, only use money to hit women? But just then, Zhao Pingan smiled coldly and said, "Just kidding, there's no money in there, just trying to see if I can get you. Looks like your mouth is rotten seafood too, talking like a fart." "Ha!" Turning towards Chi Tianjiu, Chi Chunai froze, followed by angry hair. Hair are angry, stand up. This cannot blame himself. Yesterday he shot so generous. And a hotel. Take out 100 million to fight for breath is very likely, right? Growling, he said, "Zhao Pingan, are you still a man? How can you not keep your word? Hurry up with the money. Give me $100 million or I'm not done with you. Gone are the mansions, cars and bags you wanted to buy." Chi Dosan was also anxious, rolled up his sleeves and said, "The tiger is not powerful. You take me as a sick cat. Surnamed Zhao. Today, no matter what, you must come up with $100 million for my daughter. Otherwise, I will never let you go." Zhao Pingan didn't take care of them at all. A group of jumping clowns only impotent rage, standing in front of Chi Tianjiu. "They're all vendors, here for a refund?" Chi Tianjiu nodded her head and stubbornly said, You're not needed here. I can handle it myself. You handle it my ass. Zhao Pinggan spoke in a domineering manner. How can I still use you with me around? Rest for a while. It will be dealt with soon. Then he looked at these suppliers. I'll give you two options. First, give Qi Tianjiu a sincere apology and seek forgiveness, and Qi will continue to work with you in the future. Secondly, you pay for what you just said by slapping each of you twice and leaving with the money, but Qi will never work with you again. Choose for yourself. The vendors glanced at each other, and after a few seconds, burst into laughter, looking at Zhao Pinggan as if he was looking at a clown. Surnamed Zhao, has your head been kicked by a donkey? You still think you're MS? Yes, partner? And you want to give us a choice? Are you worthy? Mr. Su is attending Sister Han's banquet. When the banquet is over it will be your time to die. I think you're scared silly. Are you out of your mind? And you think we want to work with Qi? That we're asking for cooperation? We do want to, but only with Mr. Qi's personal cooperation. Ha ha, Qi Tianjiu also found it unbelievable. What was Zhao Pinggan saying? Nowadays, Qi has been blocked by Jewel Su. Everyone avoids it. No one wants to cooperate. The first one is not valid at all. As for the second one, there was no way to reach it. These people just had to drag it out until the banquet was over. Stupid dog. Qi Chunai viciously opened his mouth, about to be infuriated to death. Roared. Do you have money or not? Have money, quickly pay back. No money. Don't pretend to be a bully. Qi Dosan also scolded. That's right. No money, what are you pretending? Poor dog. Zhao Pinggan looked at them lightly and added. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. If you don't choose, I'll tacitly assume that you don't want money or cooperation. I will clear you out of the villa. Boo! An old boss sitting in the middle of the sofa clapped his hands and said with a black face, Surname Zhao, put away your high and mighty face, and let me tell you, in front of me, Wang Lin, you're not qualified to give choices. Now, I'll give you a choice too. First, slap yourself twice and get out. Second, I'll slap you twice and tell you to get lost. Choose for yourself. Chapter 135 changed his name to Zhao. They hadn't received news from the banquet yet, so they still thought that Zhao Pinggan was a minion. Swish! Zhao Pinggan sniffed and snapped at him, black-faced. I'll choose the third way, so that you can both lose your money and get the hell out of here. When he finished, he was ready to throw him out. Peace! Qi Tianjiu hurriedly stopped Zhao Pinggan. Although he enjoyed the feeling of being protected by Zhao Pinggan, he couldn't let him do it. On the one hand, he wanted to leave a good impression on these vendors, and on the other hand, he really owed money. Grabbing Zhao Pinggan's arm, he said with difficulty, You can't hit people with your hands. You don't need to be in charge here. I'll take care of it myself. Trust me. With that, he looked at the crowd and said, Mr. Wang, and all the bosses, it's true that Qi has no money now. I still say that the money I owe you will definitely be paid back, and I will definitely not renege on my debt. But, is it alright to allow me some time? Even if the pot is smashed, it must be paid back. Fame, but the capital to rise again. No. Mr. Wang said angrily, Originally, I was planning to give you a chance, but too much for me to be angry, didn't give any chance at all. If you don't let me take the money today, you'll come back with me to warm the bed, and when I have the money, I'll let you go. The other old bosses also said, No time is allowed, the money must be paid today. Mr. Wang wants your man, I want your house, write the closing contract. Tell you what, you come upstairs with me now, and you'll be tolerated for a while. Qi Tianjiu, listening to the tip of the nose oozing fine beads of sweat, would love to pay back the money, but now there is really no awe. Ha! Qi Dosan sneered and scoffed. Debt repayment, heaven and earth. Qi Tianjiu, today you will have to repay the money even if you pay it back, and you will have to pay it back even if you don't pay it back. Bosses, my surname is also Qi, but I'm ashamed of the Qi family for having such scum. I've decided to start my own business and continue to do construction contract supply, so please take care of your bosses. When he finished speaking, he sneered and looked at Qi Tianjiu and Zhao Pinggan, who dared to tease himself and was about to steal his business right in front of him. I'm investing. I believe in my big brother's ability. Qi family is because of this only to go to this step today. Early let big brother management. Has long sword. Yes, we're going to start a company ourselves. Get big and become rich and show some. The relatives also spoke up, looking at Qi Tianjiu and Zhao Pinggan with a very mocking look. Not necessarily investing, but definitely pissing them off today. Sure enough, Qi Tianjiu stormed out. Get lost, you guys. She was infuriated, already facing a difficult situation, and here they were making snide remarks. Roll? Qi Chunai bristled and said contemptuously. Someone does want to roll, but it's not us, bosses. I can tell you very clearly, what Qi Tianjiu can't do, I can do it. I'll wait for the banquet to end and go to find Mr. Su, and I'll use any means I can to get him to cooperate with me. The bosses froze. They all heard the words, carefully looked at Chi Chunai. She is not ugly, is also considered a beautiful woman. Just in front of Chi Tianjiu was compared to a lot worse. If she was willing to go out on a limb, there was a real possibility that Jewel Su would cooperate. Then I'll book my cooperation with MS Haruno in advance. MS Haruno really is a businesswoman and understands trade-offs. MS Haruno. It was the Chi family's greatest loss when you didn't take over the Chi family. Chi Chunai was very pleased to hear their words and raised his chin. Thank you all for your love. I definitely won't let you all down. Looking at Chi Tianjiu. I came today, not only to hit your face, but also to rob your money. Your backer is Zhao Pingan? He. She sneered and looked at Mr. Wang again. Mr. Wang, don't let this disrupt your rhythm. Just now you can give Zhao Pingan two choices. He hasn't chosen yet. He couldn't beat Zhao Pingan himself, so he let them do it and absolutely couldn't let him go. Mr. Wang sniffed and slapped his head. MS Haruno reminded me. I really fell for them. I almost forgot. Surnamed Zhao. Which one do you choose? The other old bosses also looked over teasingly, as if they were looking at a mole cricket. Zhao Pingan clouded his eyes and looked at Chi Tianjiu and asked, continue to leave it to you? Chi Tianjiu bit her lips fiercely. Money is human courage. No money in the pocket, no bottom line to speak, and no one listens. Stiffly, of course I'm at. Shut up. Before he could finish his words, Mr. Wang roared. There's nothing for you here. I'm asking Zhao Pingan. Snap. Zhao Pingan suddenly struck out, slapping General Manager Wang down and faintly said, you're worthy of asking me? The other bosses saw this and were shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy went straight for it? Zhao Pingan looked at Chi Tianjiu once again. Just now is also for you to learn a lesson. In the future when I have to deal with it, get less involved. Chi Tianjiu was dumbfounded by what she heard, and for a moment, she actually had a feeling of being conquered. Don't you dare hit me, Mr. Wang stood up with his eyes wide open in anger and his mouth full of blood, staring at Zhao Pingan and roaring with murderous rage. You're done. You're done. I'm telling you, you're done. If I don't kill you today, you little Yakuza, I'll take your last name. Quickly taking out his cell phone, he wanted to find someone to clean up Zhao Pingan. Chi Chunai saw this and snickered in his heart. These bosses are looking for someone who can beat Zhao Pingan to death alive. Instigated. Beating people casually. Who does he think he is? Right now, Mr. Su is still attending the banquet and hasn't freed up his hands. When the banquet is over, I'll personally look for Mr. Su and ask him to make a move. Listening to her, it was as if she already knew Jewel Su. Chi Dosan said angrily, everyone, how can you watch him be reckless? Watching him not pay back the money and beat people up? You guys can't stand it. The other bosses looked at each other and could quickly pick up the phone to find someone. Seeing this scene, Chi Dosan, Chi Chunai and the others laughed. Chi Tianjiu, sweating like a pig. Although he liked Zhao Pingan's dominance required strength, which he happened to not have. Whispering, you'd better go. You won't be able to leave if someone comes later, Zhao Pingan casually said. Don't worry, in the entire Tianhai, there's still no one who can move me and destroy anyone. He wanted to say in the entire Jianghai province, but said Tianhai city said smooth. Pretend, Chi Chunai scorned. I'll scare you to death later. It was as if she saw Zhao Pingan on his knees begging for mercy. How dare he fool himself? Must write on his face and piss on him. The other relatives looked on with smiles and laughter. They were going to see him in bad luck later. Just then, what? Mr. Wang wailed out. His face changed dramatically, and he looked at Zhao Pingan in horror. This phone call, originally looking for someone, but the other party said the banquet situation all over again. Hearing that all the bigwigs in the entire Tianhai supported Zhao Pingan, even Miss Yi, the pores exploded with fear. Himself, what the hell did he just say? Mr. Wang, what's wrong? Chi Chunai was puzzled. Snap, Mr. Wang slapped Chi Chunai's face without any mercy and cursed. You worthless, you still want to steal business from MS. Chi, are you worthy? I tell you, old Wang, even if I were to die of poverty and starvation, I wouldn't push Miss Tianjiu for a single penny of payment for the goods, much less cooperate with you. Having said that, facing Zhao Pingan, he plopped down on his knees and fawned. Mr. Zhao, look, my last name is Zhao from now on, okay? Chapter 136, How do you want him to die? See this scene. Everyone was shocked to the point of jaw-dropping. The general manager Wang, who had just been shouting and fighting, actually knelt down for Zhao Pingan and beat up Chi Chunai? Chi Tianjiu was confused. Chi Chuno was confused. Chi's relatives were also confused. The transformation is so fast, it's like a different person. Zhao Pingan was also a bit confused. How did he transform so quickly? Not waiting for him to ask, Chi Chunai covered his face and roared. Surname Wang, what are you doing? You dare to hit me? Snap. Another old boss came over next to her and slapped her hard on the face, grasping at her. Not only does Mr. Wang dare to hit you, I also dare to hit you. Stinking. If it wasn't for your incitement, how would I have dared to defile the ice clear Miss Chi? You don't deserve to die. After saying that, he quickly turned around and knelt in front of Chi Tianjiao, shivering. Miss Chi, I'm wrong, please give me a chance. It's all because I'm cheap with my mouth. It's my fault. I deserve to be beaten. Raise your hand and slap yourself. Not only did the phone call hear the entire Tianhai bigwigs standing up to Zhao Pingan, it also heard Su Tianlong and Su Jewel crawling out of the Tianhai hotel on their knees. They had the Zhou family in the provincial city behind them, and Zhao Pingan still dared to treat them like this, let alone himself. The whole thing went numb with fear. Shi Tianjiu was even more confused as to what they were doing. Shi Chuanya's face was swollen from the beating, and he was even more thunderously speechless. You guys dare to hit my daughter? Shi Dosan stormed and roared. Do you guys not want to live? Snap. Another old boss rushed up and gritted his teeth. Not only do I dare to beat up your daughter, I also dare to beat up you. Any more nonsense and break your teeth off. Boo. Kneel in front of Chi Tianjiao. You guys are good. Chi Dosan was murderous and hideous. Let me tell you, my daughter is the one who is going to cooperate with Mr. Su. When my daughter cooperates with Mr. Su, don't you beg me. Chi Chunai also said with red eyes. When the banquet is over, I'll go find Mr. Su. I'll not only let him deal with Zhao Pingan, I'll also let him deal with you guys. And when the time comes, I won't be merciful. Being so angry that he was about to explode, he swore viciously in his heart that he would use every means to get Jewel Su so that he would help him take revenge. Please? Mr. Wang snorted coldly. As long as I still have the surname Zhao, I don't need to ask for anyone in Tianhai. As for you going after Jewel Su, you don't have to wait for the banquet to end. Just now, Mr. Zhao already made him crawl out of the banquet like a dog. Now, it's probably in a kennel somewhere, so go find it. What? Chi Tianjiao's whole body shivered in fear, incredulously saying, impossible, fake, it's all fake. Mr. Su is Miss Ye's partner. Mr. Wang said, the current Miss Ye supports Mr. Zhao. Chi Dozhan immediately said, Su Tianlong is the newest noble in Tianhai, with the Zhou family behind him. Mr. Wang said, the Zhou family doesn't work, and Su Tianlong crawled out of the hotel like a dog. Earl. Chi Dashan's eyes were dropping out. Chi Chunai thunderclap nearly gagged. The Chi relatives were also dumbfounded. How did it come to this? It's incredible. Chi Tianjiao's brain buzzed as she looked towards Zhao Pingan, her eyes filled with shock. Yes, it's true. Zhao Pingan was still wondering why they were kneeling down, but it turned out that they knew about the banquet. Nodding his head, he said, it's true. I came here today to tell you that the seized funds will arrive soon, and that yes, future contracts will be completed by you. Happy? Chi Tianjiao is not happy. She looked at the face in front of her. For some reason, there were a few points of loss. Suddenly she felt that he seemed to be far away from her again. How could Ji Yaoqing accept him again? Not waiting for her to think much, Mr. Wang Fond, MS. We have to continue to cooperate. It doesn't matter if the arrears are settled or not. I just want to cooperate with you. Right. We've been working together for so many years. We can't just break it off like this. I was wrong before. Give me a chance. From now on, MS. Chi's words are holy orders with me. They regretted that if they didn't come to ask for the money today, they would be her firm partners in the future, and the profit would be more than $10 million. Relatives also suddenly slowed down. Yes, contracts are given to Chi Tianjiao. The profit is at least a few $100 million. But today's Chi, there is no longer their own shares. Can not share the money. Run over quickly. Tianjia, do you remember when you were 8 years old? Aunt gave you dolls. You loved it. Tianjia, we are a family. I have some free money in my hand, all taken out to support your work. I've decided to buy the shares back. You can't settle. We're family. They gathered around and talked about it. Seeing this, Zhao Pingan felt that he shouldn't be able to use himself, so he didn't waste any time, and also had to go to the provincial city to get the lightning strike wood and change Ji Yaoqing's destiny against the heavens, and quickly walked out of the villa. Chi Tianjiao looked at the group of people in front of her and said indifferently, when you withdrew your shares, why didn't you say you were family? Regret now? No chance. All of you relatives are as good as dead. Chi Doshan stiffly stepped forward and awkwardly said, Tianjiao, I'm your own elder uncle. Get out. Chi Tianjiao did not hesitate. From now on, the favor is broken. With that, he walked quickly out the door. Mr. Wang said urgently, Mr. Chi, I'll help you deal with them, and I'll even prepare the building materials. Get out. Chi Tianjiao had already walked out of the villa. All of them regretted it, but the world didn't sell regret pills. Outside the door, Zhou Pingan is waiting for a cab. Chi Tianjiu drove her Maserati and parked next to it, and said without question, "Get in the car." She thought about having a showdown with Zhou Pingan. It couldn't be this unexplained anymore. He had to be allowed to choose between himself and Yi Yaoqing. Otherwise, what does he think he is? Giving favors on weekdays and taking them to the hotel when needed? Is it a girlfriend, lover, or a kept canary? What for? Zhao Pingan was surprised that there were so many other people in her house that she actually drove out. "I'll take you to a place and have a few words to say," Chi Tianjiu said seriously. "Tomorrow," Zhao Pingan casually said. "I'm going to the provincial capital. I'm in a hurry, so I'll be in touch tomorrow at noon." Province? Chi Tianjiu froze, then looked at the sky. Already in the afternoon. To the provincial capital must be dark. Tonight I am afraid that I cannot return. After a moment's reflection, she thought that since she had been together anyway, it would be fine to spend the night with him in the province if he chose her. And if not, then it would be a clean break. Because, absolutely, one cannot live so unexplained. Opening his mouth, he said, "Get in the car and I'll go with you. Just in time to run some errands." It's quite a coincidence. Zhao Pingan smiled and didn't think much about getting in the car. Family Master Zhou. Zhao Pingan has left Tianhai City and is on his way to the provincial capital. Su Tianlong was thrilled. "I thought that Zhao Pingan would continue to act as a bully in Tianhai under the shelter of Yi Yaoqing, but I didn't realize that he couldn't wait to find death and actually went out today." Really? Reliable news? Zhou Taishan instantly stood up from his office chair, feeling his blood flow speeding up. Su Tianlong said heavily, "Thousand true." He left with Chi Tianjiu, driving a Maserati, license plate number for the C. Zhou Taishan quickly hung up the phone when he heard the exact information. Walking out of the study and into the side bedroom, he said seriously, "Son, how do you want Zhao Pingan to die?" Chapter 137, Grandmaster Zhang Xian. The bed. Zhou Qiankuan's face was ghastly white, thin like a skeleton, and the whole person was dead. As if he hadn't heard Zhou Taishan's words and didn't say a word. He hadn't spoken since he was wasted by Zhao Pingan. "Son, this time Dad will definitely avenge you. All you have to do is say how you want Zhao Pingan to die. Answer the question, will you?" Zhou Taishan asked anxiously again. Zhou Qiankuan still didn't open his mouth. Just then, the bedroom room door was pushed open. A beautiful woman hurried in, ran to the bedside, and exclaimed, "Son, Mom's late." She is Zhou Taishan's wife, Zhao Yakan, gorgeously dressed and curvy. It's easy to see that she was a great beauty in her youth. Hear her voice. The deadly Zhou Qiankuan turned his head violently and bawled, "Mom, I'm aggrieved." He flung himself into Zhao Yakan's arms and cried as his body trembled. Zhou Taishan was startled. His wife traveled abroad some time ago, and according to the schedule, she should come back only next month. Nervously, she said, "Yakan, why did you suddenly come back?" Snap. Without saying a word, Zhao Yakan turned around and slapped Zhou Taishan in the face, angrily cursing, "Waste of space. Your son has been beaten up like this, but he doesn't even dare to fart? Are you even a man? How could I have been blind enough to marry you in the first place?" If this scene was seen by others, they would be scared out of their wits. After all, Zhou Taishan was the third-ranked Zhou family head in Zhanhai province, a big shot that truly touched the top in the province. However, Zhou Taishan did not dare to have half a resistance, but was scared and trembling, because his wife's mother's family is even more extraordinary. His father, Zhao Zhongsheng, was the fourth-ranked martial arts master in Zhanhai province, and Zhao Yakan had 6 biological brothers above him. Once when they were just married, they quarreled and Zhao Yakan's 6 brothers almost beat him to death, and since then, never dared to go against his wife. Zhou Taishan said nervously, "Wife, listen to me, I can avenge my son's death. Today." Wow. Zhou Qiankuan sniffed and cried even more violently, crying out, "Mom, my dad doesn't count on his word. He said before that he would personally go to Tianhai to avenge me, but he came back in disgrace, and not letting my 6 uncles get their revenge. I commiserate." Zhao Yakan exploded when she heard it. "What?" Turning his head to angrily look at Zhou Taishan. Zhou Taishan was sweating like a pig by the eyes and hurriedly explained, "It's not like that. Zhao Pingan has MS. Yi behind him. Letting a few brothers go is easy to make a big mess, and I'm doing it for our own good." Zhao Yakan said in a murderous manner. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. "You're afraid of Miss Yi." "I'm not afraid. In Zhanhai province, no one can touch my son. Who dares to touch him? I'll let his family die." "Son, wait. I'll let your 6 uncles take their revenge." Zhou Taishan quickly raised his hand and nervously said, "Don't, wife, give me another chance. I've already contacted Patriarch Zhang Xian and asked him to make a move. I can take Zhao Pingan's dog's life today. Give me another chance." If he let those great uncles make a move, he would be completely belittled and would have even less status in the future. Zhao Yakan thought for a moment and said grimly, "Fine, tonight, I will make Zhao Pinggan kneel in front of my son and repent. Qi Tianzhou and Zhao Pinggan drove and were already halfway there. LOL. Qi Tianzhou stopped on the side of the road with a kick of the brakes. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she became. The more she couldn't help but be distracted by the drive. So she had to just show her face and ask for clarification. What's wrong? Zhao Pinggan asked in surprise. Qi Tianzhou turned completely around, looked at Zhao Pinggan, and said solemnly, Zhao Pinggan, what do you take me for yours? What man? Zhao Pinggan was a bit confused by the question, feeling that her words were ambiguous, but he couldn't figure out where. Casually, he said, we're friends, or we could say good friends. To this day, he really doesn't resent the too much. Knowing what's good for you is so much better than Ouyang Qian. A good friend? Qi Tianzhou sneered. Good friends can be good to bed? Not even once? With a stern face, she said, Zhao Pinggan, I, Qi Tianzhou, have never been a casual person, much less would I sell myself out for profit. If it would, it wouldn't even have to wait until you got out of jail. It would have flown the coop, you know? There were too many people who had seduced her over the years, but none of them had moved, and as long as she gave the slightest temptation, there were plenty of people who would give her their lives. Got it. Your ice clear. Zhao Pinggan had a black line on his head and probably understood what she was thinking, helping her several times, thinking he liked her, and added, you can rest assured, I only regard you as a friend. I have no half thoughts about you. Let's hurry up and get going. What a rush. Qi Tianzhou was on fire when she heard this. Was he being perfunctory? Wanting to keep making himself his lover? Angrily, he said, Surname Zhao, what is your attitude? It's here today. We must make it clear. Say no more. We're right here. You'll never get to the province in your life. Now I'm asking you what the hell you think I am. Zhao Pinggan froze. It's really a woman's heart under the sea. Saying that she's angry? Was about to answer. Suddenly, an aura of danger was felt. Quickly raising his hand, he pulled Qi Tianzhou and yanked her hard onto his lap, almost simultaneously. Click! The front windshield of the car cracked and a javelin stabbed into it, impaling the seat. Qi Tianzhou's face was white with fear, looking at the javelin in horror. If it wasn't for Zhao Pinggan pulling himself up just now, I'm afraid that his head would be shot off. For the first time I was so close to death. She looked ahead in shock and trembled. Who are they? Directly in front of them, 3 people walked slowly. The one at the head was around 60 or 70 years old and had a goatee. To the left and right are practicing uniformed males. I don't know. Just sit in the car and wait for me. Don't move. Zhao Pinggan wasn't sure who it was yet, but based on judgment, it could be Su Tianlong or the Zhou family. Step out of the car as you speak. The goatee laughed. The reaction is not bad. No wonder you can make Tianbo defenseless. With your level, you can be ranked in Jianghai province martial arts. Around 20. The Zhou family. Zhao Pinggan dared to be sure, remembering that the old man beside Zhou Qinkuan was called Tianbo, who was killed by a slap at the wedding. They really don't have a long memory. They didn't go looking for him, but even took the initiative to take revenge. Annoyed, he asked, you guys drove here? The goatee let out a question, and his answer was donkeyish. Zhao Pinggan added, this car was broken by you. I still have to go to the provincial capital. Naturally I have to get a new car. Where is your car? Cracked windshield. No way to drive. Meh. The goatee was exasperated and laughed. No wonder he dared to touch Mr. Zhou, so he is not in his right mind. He then looked at the 2 people to his left and right. You guys are going to impact the martial Dao ranking soon, and he is your alchemy stone, ranked around 20. It will be difficult for the 2 of you, so be careful to cooperate and don't be careless. I'll be on hand to guide you. How was it possible to deal with a minion like Zhao Pinggan personally? Downshifting. It was more than appropriate to let the apprentice take the shot. The males in practice uniforms on the left and right simultaneously bent over. Yes, master. The goatee nodded and stood with his hands behind his back. Go! The 2 of them sniffed and looked at Zhao Pinggan at the same time, their expressions changing as they swiftly rushed in, their bodies extremely fast, carrying the sound of wind between their runs. Qi Tianzhou, who was sitting in the car, was trembling with fear. The goatee nodded. The most satisfying thing about these 2 disciples was that they never took the enemy lightly. As long as they can stay cautious, they can go far in the future. Chapter 138, a chance encounter at the bottom of the mountain. But the next second, the scene before him left him stunned. Just look at the 2 men handing to Zhao Pinggan's side, a left and a right, attacking with the same hand, all their body strength converging on the fist blade, bombarding with the momentum of Tarzan's pressure. Both men can blow their heads off hard with this punch, not to mention a human head. Even a piece of steel plate would be squeezed into pieces of steel, but the reality is, Zhao Pinggan raised his hands at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, and accurately grabbed the sandbag-sized fists of the 2 men as if they were welded in midair. surprisingly preventing them from advancing by half a point. The two men could not break free no matter how hard they tried. They were a little alarmed. Top 10. The goatee's face also revealed a hint of gravity. Underestimating Zhao Pinggan's strength, he had already reached the top 10 when he was able to catch two disciples at the same time. Immediately said, narrow road to meet the gas to be stable, the potential to be sharp, the body specializes with the heart, a forward-looking, so as to be able to be all the way. The two of them smelled a look of awe, as if they had discovered a new continent, and the strength of their hands unexpectedly increased by a few points. It's so bleepable. Zhao Pinggan burst out, and as he spoke, his hands simultaneously fired on his hands. Click! The sound of bones breaking was clearly heard in the air. The fists of these two men had been crushed hard. Blood is dripping. Aha! Both of them screamed out at the same time. Noisy! Zhao Pinggan lightly two slaps. The two people flew. Lying on the road fainted. If not want to hurt the blessing, it will directly get dead. Top 8. Goatee exclaimed in shock. Seeing the state of his disciples, he knew that they would not be able to practice martial arts for the rest of their lives. These were his two most honored disciples. His face turned extremely ugly, and he said furiously, no wonder he dared to be so arrogant and domineering, originally, relying on having three-legged kung fu. But, do you know who I am? Zhao Pinggan said in annoyance. Where's the car? Humph. The goatee snorted coldly. Car? In your life, you won't be able to reach the provincial capital. If you don't mess with me, in a few decades, you may not be unable to challenge me, but right now, I'm going to waste you with my own hands. Speaking, his body quickly rushed towards Zhao Pinggan. His speed was at least twice as fast as the two disciples, while the ground cracked inch by inch as he walked, fully interpreting the momentum. Zhao Pinggan shook his head. This guy's strength wasn't as good as when he encountered the Wunderkind patriarch in Huanfeng City. He didn't bother wasting time and took the initiative to welcome him. Seek death. Seeing that he still dared to resist, the goatee became even more enraged and focused his entire body's strength into his palm, slapping it straight down towards Zhao Pinggan's heavenly aura. Zhao Pinggan quickly raised his hand, and afterward, he grabbed the goatee's wrist and threw it with force, and he saw the goatee's body turn into an arc in the air, and heavily slammed into the ground. Even so, Zhao Pinggan's hand still didn't let go. Quickly exerting his strength, he grabbed one of his hands and lifted it up alive again, turning it into an arc in the air and flinging it to the other side, as if it was not a person in his hand but a whip, flinging it from side to side. How is this possible? The goatee was horrified, and no matter how much force he exerted, there was no way to fight against Zhao Pinggan's power. He is like the vast ocean, himself, but a drop of water. The gap is too big too big. Goatee wants to beg for mercy. Zhao Pinggan didn't give him a chance at all, repeating this 6 times back and forth, finally letting go and stepping on the goatee with one foot, smiling faintly. Now, where can I rank? The goatee was lying on the ground, blood spewing out of his mouth, and seeing his smile was like seeing the Grim Reaper, and feeling a gust of cloudy wind around him. While spraying blood, he said with difficulty, No, I am the 5th ranked Zhang Xian. You are better than me. Spare my life, please. Zhao Pinggan felt as if he had heard this name before, and after thinking about it, he suddenly realized, you're the Zhang Xian who was defeated by Patriarch Wu Wei. It was spoken about during the auction. Yes, the goatee is none other than Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian froze at his words and was about to admit it. Zhao Pinggan muttered, no wonder it's so weak. Patriarch Wu Wei was able to hold on to me for one move. You can't even hold on to me for one move. Pust. Zhang Xian scared a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Zhou Taishan let himself deal with. In the end, what kind of person play your grandfather? Zhao Pinggan took his foot away. Spare you, it's not that I don't dare to kill, but I'm a person who likes to do unto others what they do unto me. If you had just said that you wanted to kill me, you would already be a dead man now. Where's the car? Don't delay. I'll kill you for delaying. Zhang Xian tremblingly raised his hand and pointed to the distance, suddenly feeling that it was the most correct sentence he had ever said in his life. Zhao Pinggan didn't stay long and walked back to the Maserati to take Qi Tianjia next. Qi Tianjia was completely stunned. In the past, she had only heard that Zhao Pinggan was very powerful and could slap someone to death, but this was the first time she had seen it with her own eyes. He carries a man like a chicken and flings him from side to side. Subconsciously, he said, Zhao Pinggan, are you a monster? Zhao Pinggan had a black line on his head and refused to answer the question. Drive to the provincial capital first. Right, what did you just say? Qi Tianjiao shivered in fear, having just said that she wouldn't leave until she understood. But if he wasn't allowed to go, he wouldn't waste himself as well. After all, these people were the ones in his way. Quickly shaking his head. Nothing, trying to catch up. Catching up is important. Zhao Pinggan didn't ask too many questions and casually said, I'll drive. Qi Tianjiao sat on the passenger side, sneaked a look at Zhao Pinggan, and suddenly felt that he was very gentle. The force is so strong that he himself gets up every morning without feeling sick. A few hours later, we finally arrived at the provincial capital, to the provincial city when it is already evening, after inquiring only to know Lei Shao Hall in the provincial city suburbs of the mountain, and drive to Lei Shao Hall. The door to the mountain was closed when we arrived at the place. It seems to be closed and no longer in business, so it's not even on. Close the door? Zhao Pingan is a bit unhappy, when he promised to be good, said that he took the initiative to send the lightning strike wood to Tianhai, and now he hasn't sent it, and he came in person, but he even closed the door. 2 steps forward and ready to kick the door down. Qi Tianjiao? Just then, a voice came from behind the 2 men. Zhao Pingan stopped his footsteps and subconsciously looked over. Behind them stood a man and a woman. Qi Dapeng? Qi Tianjiao also recognized the person. A flash of surprise in her eyes. You? Why are you here? Qi Dapeng boarded up his face. Impolite. Haven't seen you for so many years. You can't even call someone. I'm your brother. Qi Tianjiao was slightly embarrassed. Brother. Haven't seen you in years. It's not natural to call. Ha ha. Qi Dapeng smiled. That's right. This is your boyfriend? Looking good, suave and handsome. As he spoke, he took the initiative to extend his hand towards Zhao Pingan. Hello, I'm Qi Tianjiao's cousin. To be precise, we belong to the same great-grandfather. Zhao Pingan smiled and extended his hand, but not before speaking. Are you finished? Don't forget what you came here for. The girl standing beside him said in annoyance, glancing at Zhao Pingan and Qi Tianjiao with contempt in her eyes, and added, don't recognize your relatives indiscriminately in the future. You have to know that not any cat or dog can be your relative. Knowing too many bottom feeders lowers your status. Hear that? Qi Tianjiao's face was suffocatingly red. Her identity and Qi Dapeng were indeed much worse. Qi Dapeng awkwardly said, this is really my sister. A great-grandfather's. Didn't mess up the recognition. Chapter 139, have you caught them? Humph. The girl snorted coldly, obviously unsatisfied with this explanation. Don't talk about a great-grandfather. Even if it's a grandfather's, you can't recognize it even if the strength gap is too big. Poor relatives will only lower your eyes and pull you down. Understand? Saying that, he looked at Qi Tianjiao and Zhao Pingan again and said contemptuously, Rock is sorry. Let me say it. We're not familiar. Don't get close. Qi Tianjiao blushed even more, not knowing how to respond. Lin. Qi Dapeng was also embarrassed by what was said. This girl is called Zhou Lin. Is his girlfriend? His family is a third-tier family in the provincial city, with assets of about $1 billion. Lin was offended. What are you screaming about? I'm telling the truth. What if they ask you for money? What if they ask you for connections? What if they ask you for help? It's not enough trouble. This kind of thing has to be eliminated at the source. Straight up don't recognize them. Zhao Pingan's face darkened. How could he meet this kind of Puxin woman wherever he went? And said in a cold voice, you're overthinking it. You can't help us with our favor. On the contrary, it would be the greatest honor of your life to see a glimpse of us. The words fell. Zhou Lin said angrily, what did you say? You lowlife have the guts to say it again. Lin, say less, say less. Seeing this, Qi Dapeng hurriedly pulled Zhou Lin. He was well aware of his girlfriend's Missy's temper, and could do anything when she was pissed off, and it might not be impossible to find someone to clean up Zhao Pingan. Pingan, don't say it. Qi Tianjiao also pulled Zhao Pingan and looked pitifully. Zhao Pingan thought about it and didn't say anything more. However, Zhou Lin remained unforgiving and roared, what are you a loser doing stopping me? No wonder you're the biggest loser in the Qi family. I've been scolded and you're even pulling me back? Taking the initiative, he looked at Zhao Pingan and said angrily, apologize to me right now, or I'll make sure you don't walk out of the provincial city. At this point, the door to the mountain opened and a young Taoist boy stepped out from inside. Angrily, he said, Thunder Sky Hall is a clean place. Who is clamoring here? See this man. Qi Dapeng quickly revealed a smile and said soothingly, Little master, I'm a member of the Qi family from the provincial city. I agreed to come and get the invitation. Just now it was just a little bit of a small accident. I'm sorry, and I hope I don't mind. Zhou Lin saw the people coming out of the Thunder Sky Hall and glared viciously at Zhao Pingan, so she stopped fuming. The Taoist boy sniffed and his expression eased a lot, taking out an invitation from his pocket. This is yours. It's getting late. Leave quickly, and remember, don't make a lot of noise in the future. Yes, thank you. Qi Dapeng took the invitation and nodded repeatedly. We're leaving. Zhou Lin snorted coldly again. Count your life as lucky today. Don't let me see you in the future. The first to turn away. Qi Dapeng watched her walk away before he said, Sister, brother-in-law, contact her more in the future. She's just like that. You mustn't take it to heart. I'm sorry. Quickly catch up. Zhao Pingan shook his head. It was hard to figure out why so many men were afraid of women. The so-called feelings were all mutual. They had already been grandchildren. Why did they still want to be together? Simply baffling. Why aren't you guys leaving yet? The Taoist boy asked of his own accord when he saw that the two hadn't left. I made an agreement with the Thunder Sky Hall to have the thunder strike with 3 times, so please report back. I've come to pick it up in person. Zhao Pingan said back. So far, it was still considered a fair deal with Thunder Sky Hall, so the speech remained polite. Fetch 3 times the thunderbolt wood? The Taoist boy looked Zhao Pingan up and down, revealing a touch of revulsion. The 3 times lightning strike wood is a supreme treasure, and it's impossible for the Thunder Sky Hall to easily lend it out. What's more, I've never gotten word that anyone was coming for the thunderbolt wood, so go back. Zhao Pingan frowned, somewhat unhappy. In a deep voice, he said, in the beginning, you clearly said that it would be delivered to the heavenly sea, and now that I've come to pick it up in person, you're even saying that it's impossible to lend it out? Are you kidding me? I hate people who don't keep their word. What's more, the lightning strike would concern Yi Yaoqing's fate. The Taoist boy's face sank when he heard Zhao Pingan's tone of displeasure. As a person from Zhanghai province's metaphysical hegemony, Lei Xiaotang, the province's rich and powerful people all regarded Lei Xiaotang's people as their guests, like the Qi Dapeng just now. That was a member of the Qi family, the number 1 family in Zhanghai province. Still polite. He's kind of something. Angrily, he said, if I say no, then no. Get out at once. Boo. Zhao Pingan did not have half a nonsense. A kick to kick back into the door. Just now, if not for the appearance of Qi Dapeng, would have kicked the door open. He exported dirty. There is no need to be polite. Peaceful. Qi Tianjiao shivered in fear again. How can he say hands? So violent? How dare you touch me? The Taoist boy lay on the ground, covering his chest with one hand, feeling his internal organs tremble from being kicked, and said angrily, little people, do you know what this place is? Know what the consequences will be. It was the first time in the history of Thunder Sky Hall that someone dared to cause trouble at the mountain gate. Zhao Pingan walked through the gate, came to the Taoist boy, and stomped on his leg. Now, have your hall master come and see me? If I don't see him within a minute, I'll break your leg. You! The Taoist boy's eyes widened angrily. To be threatened in his own territory was a strange shame, but when he saw the look in Zhao Pingan's eyes, it didn't look like a joke at all. There was a moment of fear. Nervously, he said, the hall master is currently not in the mountains, and will not return until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. Please be merciful. No? Zhao Pingan felt that he wasn't lying, but he wouldn't be back until the day after tomorrow, which was a little too late, and according to the plan, he would have to rush back to Tianhai overnight tonight, and tomorrow he would help Yi Yaoqing change her fate against the heavens and find a way to let her recover her memory. Don't want to delay. And again, then call out one who can manage. The Taoist boy said apprehensively. No one who can manage is here. Zhao Pingan's feet are going to power up. Tricking me? The Taoist boy immediately said. Higher person, don't be anxious. These 3 days are the Xian Realm Conference. Our people are going to Qingyun Town to attend the conference. Tomorrow is the last day. We can't come back until after the conference. Just now, that's where they came for the invitations. As you can see, Zhao Pingan sniffed and looked towards the mountain. Indeed, there was very little life. It didn't look like there were many people. It didn't match the style of the number 1 Xian sect in Zhanghai province. Letting go of his foot and turning around, he said, go to Green Cloud Town. Qi Tianjiao didn't dare to say anything and could only turn around and follow. Zhao Pingan could see her state and laughed. Don't be afraid. I'm a person with a good character. It's just that there are times when I don't want to waste time, and it's more often than not violent to reach my goal directly. Qi Tianjiao nodded. See, he skips the link every time and takes it straight to the hotel. But it's kinda gentle. Snap. You punk. What time is it already? Why haven't you seen Zhao Pingan? Why? Zhao Yakin slapped Zhou Taishan's face hard again. Not at all the way a wife treats her husband. Like a slave. Zhou Taishan was beaten with a bloody nose. Looking at the time, it should have ended long ago. How could there be no news until now? Gritting his teeth, he said, don't be angry, wife. I'll contact Patriarch Zhang Xian right now. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed Zheng Idol. Soon, the call was answered. Zhou Taishan impatiently asked, Patriarch Zhang Xian, how is the situation? Have you caught Zhao Pingan yet? Chapter 140, apologize to your sister. Catch you in the act. Zhang Xian cursed fiercely in his heart. At this very moment, he was sitting on the curb. Not that he didn't want to go, but he hadn't slowed down yet and his whole body was about to fall apart. The disciples sat on either side of them and wept bitterly. If this scene was filmed, it would shock everyone's jaws off. This is Patriarch Zhang Xian. How does he look like the beggar gangmaster? This son is very cunning, Zhang Xian said in a serious manner. He knew that he was not my opponent, and when I gave my name, he turned around and fled, disappearing. Ha! Zhou Taishan was startled. All his attention was thinking about being able to grow a face in front of his wife. If at any other moment, he would have been able to think that there was something fishy. Even if Zhao Pingan could run, how could Qi Tianjiao run? Unreasonable. But now there is no brain to think more. Anxiously said, Zheng idle patriarch, you must not let him get away. He wasted my son's legs. Zhang Xian had an inscrutable tone. I know. I very much want to avenge Xian nephew, but Zhao Pingan's kung fu is not good and he runs extremely fast. How can I, with my hallowed position as a patriarch, chase with him in the wilderness? It's beneath my dignity. Tell you what, I'll give you your money back and find someone else. When he finished, he simply hung up. Laughing resentfully, he said, if I don't make a move, Patriarch Zhao will make a move, and at that time, I'll be able to move up one place in the rankings again. This wave is not a loss. Waste. Zhao Yakin was furious. What's the use of me wanting you? From now on, don't get into my mother's bed again. Zhou Taishan was scolded and suffocated, and in his heart, he also scolded Zhao Pingan, doing what he could not do, running away first place. Lying on the bed, Zhou Qiankuan cried out again, Mom, I'm suffocating, I want revenge. Zhao Yakin had a heartbroken look on her face. Don't worry, Mom will definitely avenge you. I'll contact your 6 uncles right now. Zhao Pingan and Qi Tianjiao arrived at Qingyun town. I was expecting it to be cold and quiet at this hour. After all, it's late and you should be resting. But I didn't expect the place to be bustling with people, and the street was filled with stalls, some selling amulets, mahogany swords, gourds and other enlightened magic weapons, and some answering questions about good fortune and bad luck. There were also a lot of tourists, shoulder to shoulder. This is the first time I've heard of this place, and the first time I've realized that there's an arcane world conference. Qi Tianjiu walked into the town of Qingyun face shock, previously thought that those Xian are liars, did not think that here actually formed a scale. Zhao Pingan does not care about these. Those stall owners are talking about the sky, but fooling ordinary people is okay. He can see that a glance fake. A few spells had the effect of condensing and calming the mind, and the effect was weak. Might as well have written it himself. You can hang out here while I get a room and rest. Zhao Pingan casually said that with the current time, he wouldn't be able to return tonight, so he wouldn't be in a hurry to look for the Thunder Sky Hall, and it wouldn't be too late to talk about it tomorrow. Qi Tianjiao's face blushed at his words, and in her heart she viciously scolded him for thinking about that little thing. I want to make the issue clear, but there are too many people here and I'm too embarrassed to talk. Returning? That's good. You go back. I'll shop around again. I just watched a charm that helps you sleep that was good, and there was someone next to me who said it was good. Zhao Pingan said, that's ATO. It's a waste of money to buy it, and it's useless. If you want to sleep well, I can help you condition your body. It's more effective than these. Qi Tianjiao's face turned even redder at the words. Dead scum. What are you talking about? Before she could say anything back. It's true that the more disgusted you are with someone, the more you meet them. A cold voice came from the side. Xi Dapeng. What did I say? Once a poor relative meets you, they'll get stuck. Like a dog's skin plaster. They can't get rid of it. She knew we were coming to Green Cloud Town and followed us here. The one who spoke was no one else but the Zhou Lin she had met earlier. Xi Dapeng stood next to him and laughed dryly. It may not be following us. This is a public place. Anyone can come. Tianjiao, you guys are here too. Qi Tianjiao's face was also a bit ugly. She had tolerated it before, but she was still taunting. If not for Qi Dapeng's face, she would have to resist. Nodding, let's come over and hang out. Play? Zhou Lin sneered and sneered. Playing what? Don't tell me that you guys came over just to visit the night market? Coming to the night market in the middle of the night, fooling the ghosts? I'm telling you guys, people should know better than to jump out and get in the way all the time. It's disgusting. She concluded that Qi Tianjiao must have approached on purpose, wanting to gain benefits from Qi Dapeng. This kind of person had seen too many people, sucking blood in the name of a relative. Simply shameless. Qi Tianjiao finally couldn't help herself and said unhappily, how do you talk? Who came to find you? We just came to stroll around. Can't we? You dare to yell at me? Zhou Lin's eyes opened angrily, as if she had seen something unbelievable, and she raised her hand to point at Qi Tianjiao and scolded. What kind of thing are you? Daring to shout at me? Qi Dapeng saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly hugged Zhou Lin for fear of a fight. Okay, let's talk. Tianjiao is my sister after all. Give me some face, okay? Get out. Zhou Lin's anger did not decrease, but instead grew stronger and stronger. Cursing, surname Qi, right now, you must choose a side to stand on, and immediately give me this hit. If you don't fight now, break up. Since childhood, she has been a pampered little princess. No one has dared to give anger, not to mention being angry by a small person. You let go of her. Zhao Pingan finally opened his mouth and said expressionlessly, if you want to fight, you can do it yourself, and I can make sure that your hand is broken before it touches her. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a woman, it would have gone straight for the jugular. This stupid dog doesn't deserve to bark. The words just fell. Snap. There was a clap from the side. A group of people walked in. At the head of the group was a young man in his 20s, who sneered while clapping his hands. It's really a small knife pulling on his ass today. Opening his eyes. Chi Da Peng. Untie Lin Lin. I'd like to see who dares to touch her today. The group of people behind him all looked at Zhao Pingan with smiles on their faces, as it was clear to all that these words were meant for Zhao Pingan to hear. Wu Quan. Chi Da Peng was startled when he saw the visitor. Wu Quan was a member of the Wu family that ranked 5th among the 5 great families in Jianhai province. Although he was not the heir, his weight in the family was very important, and could be said to be second only to the heir. The key thing is that Wu Quan and Zhou Lin are very close. Wu. Zhou Lin's eyes were bright. Then she said excitedly, "You came just in time. They bullied me." Having just been threatened by Zhao Pingan, she was indeed scared. How as a woman she couldn't beat a man. But when Wu Quan came, her bottom line was full. Wu Quan smiled and said, "Don't worry, no one can bully you with me around. Chi Da Peng, no wonder everyone in the family can scold you twice. As a member of the Chi family, the first family of the 5 great families, you can still watch your girlfriend being threatened by outsiders. It's trashy as hell." Zhou Lin was also not fast. If not for the aura of the Chi family on top of Chi Da Peng's head, he would not be able to see him at all. Wu, let's not talk about him yet. These two threatened me. What should I do? Of course it's cool. Wu Quan laughed, then turned around. When he saw Qi Tianjiao beside Zhao Pingan, his eyes went straight and he felt that the world was stunned. It was so beautiful. Qi Dapeng was worried that Wu Quan would go on a rampage and quickly blocked. "Brother Quan, it's actually all a misunderstanding. This is my sister and brother-in-law. It's an internal conflict. Don't make a move." Wu Quan slowed down, looked at Zhou Lin again, and said in a deep voice, "Lin Lin, this is your fault. As a sister-in-law, how can you be angry at your sister? Either way, it's your fault. Apologize to your sister." Chapter 141, Drinking from a Bottle. His words suddenly changed, causing everyone to freeze. Normally, Wu Quan should have had a shock of kingly dominance and stood up for Zhou Lin. Qi Dapeng also found it unbelievable, having just sweated in a hurry. Seeing Zhou Lin freeze, Wu Quan blinked and reminded again, "Didn't you hear what I said? I said it was your fault. Do you still want to weasel out of it?" When Zhou Lin saw this look, she instantly understood what it meant. He must be looking at Qi Tianjiao, and since that was the case, she had to help him get it. Pretending to be sincere, he said, "Wu taught me a lesson. It's my fault. Sister, I'm sorry, just now it's all because sister-in-law was impulsive. You mustn't take it to heart. We are a family." The rest of them revealed smiles. They understood Wu Quan's thoughts too well. Mr. Wu had no other hobbies. He just liked beautiful women. Wu Quan nodded in satisfaction and looked at Qi Tianjiao and smiled. "Sister, are you satisfied? If you're not satisfied, you can go up and slap her twice. And as long as I'm around, no one will dare touch you within the borders of this province." Qi Tianjiao was a little embarrassed, but she wouldn't be unreasonable, and smiled. "Thank you. In fact, there are things I did wrong, that's all." Saying this was mainly to save face for Qi Dapeng. Wu Quan laughed. "Not only is my sister naturally beautiful, her heart is also kind. Since the conflict is eliminated, I propose to find a place to have some late-night snacks, sit down and talk, and we'll be friends in the future. How about it?" As he said these words, his eyes looked straight at Qi Tianjiao, completely ignoring Zhao Pingan by his side as if he was invisible. "Ha!" Qi Tianjiao froze and didn't want to go. It was awkward to eat with strangers when you didn't know them, not to mention that it was getting late. Not waiting for her to refuse, Zhou Lin directly walked up and took Qi Tianjiao's arm, saying with a serious face, "Let's go. If you don't go you haven't forgiven me. Qi Dapeng, hurry up and talk to your sister." Qi Dapeng was also confused, but it was good that there was no conflict. Laughing, he said, "Tianjiao, just go together. It's just that we haven't seen each other for so many years. Sit together and chat." Qi Tianjiao was too embarrassed to refuse again and could only nod. "Alright, Pingyan, let's go eat first and go back to rest afterward, okay?" I was worried that he was more tired after a long day of driving, not to mention that he had just said he was going back to rest. Zhao Pingan didn't intend to go, but he was really hungry, so he agreed. Seeing that Zhao Pingan also followed, Zhou Lin sneered. It was good to let him follow, so that he would recognize the gap between himself and Wu Quan, and if he dared to beep again, he would let Wu Quan beat him up. Soon, a few people came to the hotel. Qingyun town is just a small town. The hardware facilities are naturally not as good as the city. They came to a farmhouse. The original flavor. Enter the gate is the farmhouse yard. They walked in. It so happened that an old crone pushed out a girl in a wheelchair, who wore a headscarf on her head. revealing only a pair of melancholy and haggard eyes with a strong sadness in them. Both sides rubbed shoulders. Just walked by. Mrs. Zhang, is that Zhao Pingan? Nangong Ro asked softly. Just finished coughing twice, as if talking was draining on her. A flash of heartache flashed across Zhang Ma's face as she nodded. Yes. Nangong Ro sighed and smiled faintly. It's really true that life is not the same. I didn't expect that he also came to participate in the Xian Realm Assembly, the second time I met him. It's also considered to be destiny. Cough cough, coughing harder. Miss, it's important to ensure your stamina. Zhang Ma didn't want to talk about Zhao Pingan. She was disgusted with him, being too arrogant and not understanding humility. This kind of person would sooner or later lead to great things. Nangong Ro shook her head and lamented. It never occurred to me that one day even speaking would be a luxury for me. Tomorrow is the main event of this year's Metaphysics Congress, and the first person in metaphysics will be decided. If the first person in Xuanfa can't cure me, I'm afraid. Miss, Zhang Ma interrupted at once, gritting her teeth. You will be safe. Nangong Ro smiled bitterly. There's no need to comfort me. I understand my physical condition, and I've long looked away over the years. Only, bitter that fiancé of mine. If I have an accident, the word spreads out that it will have an effect on him, and there is a marriage contract with a dead person. May he be accompanied by a good person in the future. Box. Zhao Pingan's few people were seated separately. Wu Quan unreservedly sat in the main seat, picked up the menu and picked the most expensive order. The meal was served quickly. Zhao Pingan happened to be hungry and picked up his chopsticks to feast. The others saw this and secretly sneered. Sure enough, he was a hick from out of town and only cared about eating. Wu Quan secretly laughed in his heart. You eat now. I will eat your girlfriend later. A wink to the others. A young man next to him picked up his wine cup and proudly said, Little brother, first time meeting, I'll toast you. The glass was full of white wine. Zhao Pingan glanced casually. Sorry, don't know how to drink. He really couldn't drink. Of course, this was the assessment given to him by the bad old man. And after drinking a few times and saying that he couldn't appreciate the mystery of drinking, Zhao Pingan stopped drinking. Heard him say he wouldn't. The crowd's eyes lit up. The youth also had a great light in his eyes. It's best if you don't know how to drink. And added, how can a man not know how to drink? Come, I'll teach you. This stuff is easy. Just open your mouth, pour the wine into your mouth, and swallow it, and you're drinking. Give you a sample. After saying that, he drank a glass of wine in one go, followed by picking up the bottle and pouring a glass for Zhao Pingan. Have you learned yet? Drink. Not to drink is not to give face. Yes, not drinking is not giving face. Little brother, how can we not drink when we meet for the first time? Come on, happy today. Must drink. The others followed suit. Qi Tianjiao realized that Zhao Pingan didn't know how to drink, but even if he did, he couldn't drink like this. It was easy to get drunk. After thinking about it, he spoke. Everyone, Pingan really doesn't know how to drink, so don't make things difficult for him. How about this? I'll drink for him. Being a woman in the business world and some alcohol. Zhou Lin coldly smiled. Don't be in a hurry. Zhao Pingan will pour you when he is drunk. Immediately said, Tianjiao, we are women. How can we mention men blocking the drinks? Brother-in-law, a man can't say no. Today you have to drink this cup of wine. Moreover, this is 20 years mousy, a bottle of more than 10,000. You haven't even drank such an expensive one. Drink it, Qi Dapeng weakly said. Don't make things difficult for brother-in-law if he doesn't know how to drink. Today is mainly about having fun. Swish, Zhou Lin glared fiercely, and Qi Dapeng instantly didn't dare to speak again. Zhao Pingan looked at their expressions and knew what these hearts were playing with and smiled faintly. So expensive? Then I have to try it. As he spoke, he lifted his glass and took a drink. Yes, Wu Quan saw him finish drinking. The first time to call out, clapping and applauding. There is the beginning of the next is good. As long as to give him drunk, take away Qi Tianjiao is easy. The others followed and applauded. And in their hearts they despised it even more. Drinking when they heard the price. They were really small people. Another youth raised his glass. Little brother, I'll toast you too. Good. Zhao Pingan didn't wait for him to finish and finished his drink. Another green raised his glass. I toast you too. Zhao Pingan once again drank it all in one go and put down the glass and proposed. It's no fun to drink like this. Why don't we drink from a bottle? It's only painful. Chapter 142. This is Wu Quan. Hear that? The crowd froze at the same time. Drinking from a bottle? It's a high-level white wine. Even people who spend a lot of time in the liquor store wouldn't dare to say they drink it from a bottle. Looking towards his state, it was still like just now. Like nothing. Could this guy be drinking and pretending to be a pig? Peace. Qi Tianjiao disliked Zhao Pingan with her elbow and whispered, You're drunk. Don't say too much. Looking to the crowd again, he said, Pingan can't drink anymore. He's already starting to talk nonsense. So you guys drink. How can a normal person drink from a bottle? They must be drunk. However, Wu Quan and the others had originally suspected that Zhao Pinggan was pretending to be a pig, but when they heard Qi Tianjiao's words, their hearts were solidified. While others didn't understand Zhao Pinggan, she definitely did. Wu Quan said cheerfully, "Sister, there's a saying that wine is not enough for a friend. It's our fault that little brother didn't enjoy himself. He offered to drink from a bottle. So drink from a bottle. Waiter, serve the wine." Zhou Lin also sneered. "That's right, it's my brother-in-law's first time drinking such a good wine. We have to make him happy." Qi Tianjiao even more anxious. Drinking like this is to enter the hospital. Is thinking about how to solve the problem? Suddenly realized why he is very concerned about him? How can I care about this dead scum when I came to the province with him today to have a showdown with him? She was thinking. 12 whole bottles of 20-year-old Maozi were served up. Seeing these wines, the people are beginning to scalp. Although they can drink, but they have never drank to the bottle are hesitant to do it. Wu Quan urged. "What are you all standing there for? Do you want little brother to return home defeated? Hurry up." Hear the urging. A young man stiffly picked up a bottle and opened it. "I toast you." "Yes." Zhao Pinggan also opened a bottle and clinked it with him, then drank the whole bottle down as if it was water. The youth saw him start, and also gritted his teeth and drank, and the bottle was just finished, when he heard a plop, and the whole man fell under the table, unconscious. Zhao Pinggan drunkenly said, "It does taste good. Who else? I'll do it." Another youth stood up. Looking at Zhao Pinggan's appearance, he should be dying. He, himself, was about to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. The two touch. Zhao Pinggan once again drank it all in one go, and the young man had just finished his drink and covered his mouth as he quickly made a mad dash for the door. "Who else?" Zhao Pinggan asked with a smile. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wu Quan couldn't help but curse. How is Zhao Pinggan still in this state when he's almost drunk 3 bottles? Pointing to a youth. "You go." The young man stood up stiffly. Zhao Pinggan finished another bottle. The young man was only halfway through his drink, and halfway through his drink, couldn't help but squirt it out. "Rubbish," Zhao Pinggan said with his eyes closed. Hearing this, the crowd was on the verge of exploding with anger. To be despised by him. "I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it." One by one they stood up. Zhao Pinggan came to the rescue. In the blink of an eye, the 12 bottles of fatch on the table were wiped out, and 6 more were served and consumed. The only people who could still sit at the dinner table were Zhao Pinggan, Qi Tianjiao, Qi Dapeng, Zhou Lin, and Wu Quan, and the others were either lying on the floor sleeping or drunkenly talking nonsense, and the 4 of them looked stunned. 9 bottles plus 3 cups, nearly 10 pounds of white wine, but Zhao Pinggan is still fine? On the contrary, he looks more sober? It's all garbage, Zhao Pinggan said. Didn't you say, you don't know how to drink? This is called not knowing how to drink? Wu Quan asked in shock. Nothing happened to him. All his own people went down. Zhao Pinggan said in an ancient well, it's true that I don't know how to drink because I can't feel the alcohol. So drinking this stuff is no different from drinking water. Alcohol immune body. Boo! Wu Quan was immediately infuriated. Shut up. Still thinking of taking Qi Tianjiao after getting him drunk. Angrily scolded. You cannot feel the alcohol did not say earlier. Deliberately play with me? Zhao Pinggan calmly said. You don't believe me when I say I don't know how to drink. Besides, I'm feeling your passion. How can I say I'm playing you? Wu Quan got even more anxious and picked up the bottle of wine on the dining table to hit it. Qi Dapeng, who was standing on the sidelines, was quick to stop and said in a confused manner, Brother Wu, don't be angry. I think my brother-in-law is right. You are the one who told him to drink. How can he still drink sharply? He could see that these people were still dunking on Zhao Pinggan, but he couldn't blame Zhao Pinggan for not being able to drink. Right, so what was there to be angry about if he lost? You shut up. Zhou Lin, angry face red, also thought to do good, which became a disgrace. Cold voice, even in front of Wu to pretend to be a pig in front of a tiger. You do not look at what you are. To tell you the truth, Wu had planned to get you drunk and take Qi Tianjiao. Since you can't get drunk, I'll just tell you to leave Qi Tianjiao behind and you can get lost. When you can't drink, you just show your cards. What? Qi Dapeng exclaimed. Qi Tianjiao was also startled, and thought it was simply a sparring match. Zhao Pinggan raised his eyebrows and turned his head to ask, do you want to stay? If she wants to stay here, she can be made whole too. Qi Tianjiao had originally kept a stern face, and had just now secretly admonished herself in her mind that she had come to have a showdown with the scumbag, and that she absolutely could not give a smile until he had said something about the relationship. But now, seeing Zhao Pinggan's eyes, he suddenly realized that his heartbeat was accelerating uncontrollably. Quickly shaking his head, he said, I'll go with you. Qi Tianjiao. Zhou Lin roared. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Do you know who's in front of you? It's Brother Wu, the Wu family in the provincial city. It's the greatest blessing of your life to be with him. To choose this loser. Are you stupid? Swish. Zhao Pingan looked at her violently and said in a cold voice, keep your mouth clean. If you dare to spew again, I don't mind feeding you. Ha ha. Wu Quan suddenly laughed wildly, put down the bottle, sat back down again, crossed his legs and said contemptuously, silly dog, if you didn't have your eye on your girlfriend, do you think you can sit here until now? How dare you threaten Lin Lin in front of me? You really don't want to live. Now, I'll give you the chance to kneel in front of Lin Lin and apologize. Otherwise, you can't even leave if you want to. Hear that? Chi Dapeng anxious south head sweat, nervous, brother Wu, this is my brother-in-law. Don't get excited. Give me a face. Okay, I drink. I'll make amends for him to you. You punk! Zhou Lin instantly scolded. How can your brain not be enlightened? How does a lowlife deserve to be your brother-in-law? Hurry up and let Qi Tianjia and Wu. Even if Qi Tianjia can't marry brother Wu, even if it's as a lover, you'll still have a relationship with brother Wu, and you'll be able to have more say in the family in the future. Qi Dapeng said impatiently. I can't do that. It's Tianjiao's freedom to spend time with whoever she wants. Qi Tianjiao listened to their conversation and frowned. What did this Zhou Lin take herself for? But they were outnumbered and didn't want to cause trouble. Gritting his teeth, he said, peace, let's go. Boo. Wu Quan slammed the table heavily and said in a low voice, did I tell you to leave? Click. Zhao Pingan casually smashed a bottle on Wu Quan's head. Did I tell you to talk? The wine bottle shattered and Wu Quan was smashed with blood. See this scene. Qi Dapeng was dumbfounded. Zhou Lin was dumbfounded. Qi Tianjiao was dumbfounded. The others, who were drunk, were scared out of their wits in a split second. This is Wu Quan, chapter 143, apologizing to Mr. Zhao. Wu Quan was beaten to death and raised his hand to touch the top of his head. Seeing that his hand was covered in blood, Incredible screamed, how dare you hit me? As a member of the Wu family in the provincial capital, he could fly around anywhere and had never been beaten up. Madly shouted, give me on, hit hard, kill me responsible. No. Qi Dapeng's face changed dramatically in fear, and he nervously said, brother Wu, this is my brother-in-law, give me face, please. If it wasn't for his own words, Qi Tianjiao couldn't have brought Zhao Pingan here, and to put it bluntly, it was all because of himself only, so he had to find a way to solve it. Snap. Wu Quan slapped his backhand and angrily scolded, you, a Qi family trash, are worthy of asking for face in front of me? And Qi Dapeng didn't dare to speak, being known by the family to offend Wu Quan. Instead of helping to stand up for himself, he would strike to teach him a lesson. Because the Qi family, being the #1 family in Zhanghai province, had many personnel, and he was just one of the unappreciated ones. You deserve to be beaten, and if you dare to bull **** me again, I'll beat you too, you punk! Instead of being heartbroken, Zhou Lin helped Wu Quan and pointed at Zhao Pingan again. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and fight! Fight to the death! When these youths heard the order, they no longer hesitated, picked up the bottles, and rushed straight towards Zhao Pingan. Zhao Pingan casually yanked and pulled Qi Tianjiao behind him. It was easy to deal with these drunkards, but they had bottles in their hands. It would be bad if they threw them out and hurt Qi Tianjiao. Watch them rush forward and slap one away. After the slaps, all of them fell to the ground and vomited, and 2 others were spitting up blood. What? Zhou Lin saw the scene in front of her like she had seen a ghost. Zhao Pingan struck out like he was swatting a fly. It was simply not too easy. This, Qi Dapeng also blinded. Brother-in-law so able to fight? Zhao Pingan picked up the napkin on the table and wiped his hands, smiling faintly, watching you guys pretend all night. It's time for revenge. Like to make me drink? Very well, get 18 more bottles of thatch, and you too will drink them and be forgiven. If you can't drink at all, feed you in your mouth. And as for you, castrate. Doing unto others as they do unto him is his favorite tactic. Zhou Lin scared the whole body trembled. Hurried to hide behind Wu Quan. Each person drink bottle? Do not say 9 bottles. Drink a bottle or easy to drink a bottle of stomach perforation. 9 bottles of drink will be dead cannot die. Wu Quan's face was a shade of red and a shade of white, completely not expecting this guy to be so capable of fighting. But, so what if he could fight again? Think you have no one? Gritting his teeth, he said, kid, I was the one who looked away. I didn't expect you to be quite capable of fighting. But, don't you dare let me make a phone call. If I'm not allowed to fight, it's not over, even to the ends of the earth. Zhao Pingan interrupted. Where's all the nonsense? Find someone. Hurry up. He also liked to get things over with once and for all. And of course, because he hadn't eaten enough yet, sat down again and picked up his chopsticks to eat. Qi Tianjiao was scared, knowing that Zhao Pingan was very capable of fighting. But after all, this was the provincial city boundary, someone else's turf, and Wu Quan was a member of the 5 great families. so if he was still waiting here, wouldn't he be looking for death? A small voice reminded. Peace, or let's run. Zhao Pinggan picked up a sea cucumber and put it in her bowl. Forget what I taught you? When a man is doing something, a woman should keep her mouth shut. Eat the sea cucumber. Qi Tianjia. Ha! Wu Quan sneered. Let's see how long he can pretend. Quickly took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and said slightly respectfully, Sun Shao, I was beaten by someone. After saying a few words and hanging up, Shady said, don't worry, my friend will be here soon. Sun Shao. Hearing these two words, Qi Dapeng and Zhou Lin were shocked at the same time. Wu Quan's status in the provincial city was very high, and there was only one person who could be called by him as Sun Shao. Zhou Lin asked tentatively, Brother Wu, is young Sun the Sun Qinglei of the Sun family? Qi Dapeng also watched nervously. That's right, Wu Quan said heavily. This time, I came to attend the Xian Realm Assembly. I accompanied Sun Shao. Just now he met a master and went to ask for a protective amulet. However, 5 minutes to arrive. Swish, hear that? Qi Dapeng's face changed drastically. The 5 big families had many sons and daughters with different statuses. Like himself, he was just waiting for death. While Wu Quan, even if he didn't have the means to inherit the Wu family in the future, he was still a member of the core layer, Sun Qinglei, but the heir of the Sun family, the future head of the family. Moreover, the Sun family ranked second among the 5 great families. Zhou Lin, however, brightened up, her face reddened with excitement, and laughed. I didn't expect young Sun to come to this tiny Qingyun town. Brother Wu, I don't know young Sun yet. You can help me introduce him later. Being able to have a relationship with Sun Shao, for himself, and for the family, could skyrocket. No problem. Wu Quan took a sip of his wine and glanced at Zhao Pinggan. Seeing that he was actually still eating his food, he was furious that he would have them to look at later. Zhou Lin also looked over and sneered. You have to eat more, because it could be the last meal of your life, so eat well. Ha! Sun Shao will never let them go. Tianjiu. Qi Dapeng struggled for half a day internally, and finally spoke stiffly. You immediately take your brother-in-law and leave. You don't need to care about everything here. I'll handle it. For today's solution, the only way is to let them run. Although they are insignificant, but after all, they have the identity of the Qi family. At most, they will only receive a beating. They dare not be too difficult. Qi Tianjia weakly looked at Zhao Pinggan and suddenly realized that she was enjoying his dominance. Zhao Pinggan said lightly, no need to run. Come one and destroy one. How do you not know how to retreat? That is Sun Qinglei. Run. Qi Dapeng said with some anger, telling him how can he not understand the good words. Qi Dapeng, are you looking for death? Wu Quan said with a black face. Surname Qi, if you dare to talk nonsense again, my lady will break up with you. Zhou Lin gritted her teeth in anger. Qi Dapeng was soaked to the skin and didn't know what to do for a while. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open. A young man in sportswear walked in, followed by an older man with a full head of silver hair. Sun Shao. Seeing this, Wu Quan quickly got up and ran over. You're here. Zhou Linlin also ran to her side in winks. Young Sun, I'm Zhou Linlin from the Zhou family. The person who came was none other than Sun Qinglei. Seeing Wu Quan's appearance, Sun Qinglei frowned and said in a cold voice, who hit you? Him. Wu Quan pointed at Zhao Pinggan. Swish. Sun Qinglei looked over at once, but when he saw that Zhao Pinggan was still eating, his eyes narrowed into slits. In the provincial city boundaries, how dare you touch my people? Do you want to die? Zhao Pinggan put down his chopsticks and picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. Young Sun is asking you, dumbass. Zhou Linlin screamed. Qi Dapeng once again came over and said in a trembling voice, Sun Shao, I am Qi Dapeng of the Qi family. This is my brother-in-law. Can't. Sun Qinglei immediately interrupted and sneered coldly. Anyone who moves my people has no face? Butler Wang, waste him. The old man standing in Sun Qinglei took a step forward with such force that the ground trembled. It was at this moment that he was able to see Zhao Pinggan's face. The aura on his body instantly dissipated, and he carefully asked, You are Mr. Zhao. Zhao Pinggan stood up and was about to make a move when he froze at his question. Recognize me? Boo! Without saying a word, Butler Wang instantly knelt down and said in a trembling voice, I'm the Sun family butler. I didn't know that Mr. Zhao was here, and I've offended a lot, so I hope to atone for my sins. Qinglei, quickly kneel down and apologize to Mr. Zhao. Chapter 144. The sudden change caught anyone off guard. Butler Wang knelt down and asked Sun Qinglei to follow suit. Butler Wang, what the hell are you doing? Making me kneel down for him? Sun Qinglei was filled with confusion. Although Wang Lao was only a housekeeper, he had been in the Sun family for decades, and he couldn't easily reprimand him, only daring to inquire. On your knees. Wang Butler's face changed. Without any nonsense, raised his hand and grabbed Sun Qinglei's arm, yanked him down hard. then leaned over and whispered in his ear. What? Sun Qinglei jaw dropped. Never thought that the master in his father's mouth was actually the one in front of him. Waist Zhou Qiankuan is also the one in front of him, all of a sudden trembling with fear, terrified. Mr. Zhao, I didn't know it was you. I'm sorry, it's me who spoke out of turn. It's me who was wrong. Sun Liankui is my father. Please forgive me. Boom. See Sun Qinglei admitting his mistake. Wu Quan and the others looked like they had been struck by lightning. How was this possible? Who the hell is this guy? Zhou Lin's scalp went numb with fear. His pants were wet. Not only did Sun Xiao kneel down, but he also had to move the Sun family lord out to plead for mercy? Shi Dapeng is even more mouth can stuff down eggs. My sister-in-law. Do what? When Zhao Pingan saw Sun Qinglei, he couldn't help but shake his head. Sun Liankui, this old immodest man, keeps a small wife in Tianhai, and the son in front of him, looks 50 years different from him. Softly, he said, for the sake of your father, forgive you once. With that, he looked at Wu Quan and said faintly, I'll give you the chance to keep calling people. Wu Quan, which still dared to call people. No, the most bullish is Sun Qinglei. See Zhao Pingan face, suddenly feel very scary. Eyes turned and said, Mr. Zhao, is my eyes do not recognize NT. Tai, it is my fault, I give you a knee. Stop, Zhao Pingan interrupted. Not everyone has the chance to kneel down for me. Since you don't call out, drink and I'll forgive you. Otherwise, castrate you. Wu Quan broke down and slowly looked at Sun Qinglei, thinking that he could help. Go on, slow down. I'll personally waste you for Mr. Zhao. Sun Qinglei gritted his teeth in anger, targeting people without investigating their identity first. Wu Quan went to drink as if he had died. Rock. Zhou Lin cried bitterly in fear. He did not say that his brother-in-law was so powerful. I would have known that I would have kissed his ass. Shi Dapeng was also confused, but knew that the wine could kill him, and thought for a moment. Mr. Zhao, can you let Zhou Lin off the hook? Can't. Zhao Pingan directly refused and calmly said, face is earned, not given by others. Today, she only has 2 ways to eat and drink. There is no other choice. With that, he looked at Qi Tianjiao behind him. Let's go. Qi Tianjiao already didn't know what to say at all, feeling her brain muddled, her whole body floating in midair, weakly following Zhao Pingan as she left. In fact, Zhao Pingan's senses towards Qi Dapeng were not bad. The reason why he didn't give him face was that on one hand, he didn't think that he and Zhou Lin were suitable, and on the other hand, the stronger he was, the more Zhou Lin would in turn value Qi Dapeng. The two walked out of the farmhouse. Qi Tianjiao finally couldn't help but ask, what is the relationship between you and Sun Liankui? What is the relationship between you and Sun Liankui? And the Sun family seems to be very afraid of you? She had seen Sun Liankui kneeling to Zhao Pingan and learning to bark like a dog when she was in the Weihu Mountain Manor before, and thought that Sun Liankui owed him a favor in prison, and that he would pay it back in one go. In hindsight, think simple, Zhao Pingan casually said, don't you know, he's my dog. I used to be the one who covered him in prison. Without me, he couldn't even eat in time to get hot. The mention of prison brought back memories of the master, and what the hell that awful old man had been up to. Qi Tianjiao rolled her eyes. Can you not speak so casually? That's the Sun family's head of the family. What's more, there's no way anyone in this world would eat poo. It's too disgusting. Mr. Cho. Sun Qinglei caught up with Butler Wang. Sun Qinglei fawned. Mr. Zhao. Everything was completed according to your orders. Wu Quan drank 3 bottles and was unconscious. The remaining bottles I poured in with a syringe. Sholin threw up when she drank it, so I had her fed. Hot. Zhao Pingan had a black line on his head, and it was indeed a bit disgusting. Ooh, Qi Tianjiao even more nearly vomited. Sun Qinglei scratched his head in embarrassment. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I'll pay attention to my words in the future. Sorry. Sister-in-law? Qi Tianjiao's face reddened when she heard this, but her heart was actually a little bit smug, and she didn't retort. Zhao Pingan didn't bother to correct him and said, is there anything else? Sun Qinglei had no other business. He just wanted to draw a relationship with Zhao Pingan. After all, in his father's mouth he was an omnipotent and capable man, but being asked by him like this, he didn't know how to answer. Butler Wang carefully said, I don't know where Mr. Zhao is staying. If it's on the way, we can go back together. Sun Qinglei quickly nodded. Yes, we can go back together. Zhao Pingan froze, having only come here and not yet found a place to stay. Butler Wang had been ushering people around for many years and could see that Zhao Pingan had yet to find a place to stay, so he immediately said, Mr. Zhao, Qingyun town is a small town after all, and the accommodations are rudimentary. The town guest house we're staying at is already the best hotel, so if Mr. Zhao doesn't mind, he can make do with the town guest house. Zhao Pinggan had no requirements for accommodation, and when he was in the mountains in the past, he often used the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed, and it was commonplace for him to eat and sleep in the wind. Soon, the group came to the town guest house, and when they came here, they realized that there were no more rooms, not just here, but in the whole town. After all, the Xian World Conference had already been in session for 2 days, and many visitors had long since arrived. In the end, Sun Qinglei gave up his room and he went to sleep with Butler Wang. Qi Tianjiao viciously scolded the dead scum in his heart. There is no room who knows it is likely that he deliberately. Wait. Before going back to his room to rest, Zhao Pinggan called out to Sun Qinglei and asked, "Do you have something on you? An amulet or something like that?" Have long sensed that he is not normal in him, but did not intend to say, and is not a saintly mother who helps anyone, not to mention that it is his father who is a dog, and not him. See that he gives up his room and say one more thing. Yes. Sun Qinglei coldly took out a red incense packet from his pocket. This is what I just asked Master Su, one of the Xin Haitang, to beg for. It looks like just an incense packet on the outside, but there is a talisman inside, which has the efficacy of avoiding bad luck and inviting good luck. Mr. Zhao likes it? If Mr. Zhao likes it, it's yours. Throw it away. Zhao Pinggan casually said. This thing will attract good luck for a short period of time, but for a long period of time it will bring you bad luck. The more time you have, the more you will not be able to get away from it, so throw it away in time while you have just gotten it and the utility has not yet been realized, or else it will be too late to regret it. After that, without much explanation, he turned and walked into the room, but when he entered the room, he froze. Qi Tianjiao was sitting on the bed shyly. Qi Tianjiao's face was flushed. Although it wasn't the first time they had slept together, this was the first time they were awake and it was embarrassing. Gritting his teeth, he said, "No touching me tonight. If you dare to touch me, I'll fight you." Zhao Pinggan had a black line on his head. What was going on in her head? Back. Don't worry. I'm not a random person. You sleep in yours. I'll sleep in mine. Chapter 145. Having said that, lie down on the bed. Although it was slightly unnatural to sleep in the same bed with her, the feet were right and the shoes were crooked, so as long as there were no thoughts in his mind, he could also sleep soundly. Qi Tianjiao's teeth were itching with anger, listening to his words as if he was a casual person, looking at him lying on the bed like a decent person, wanting to show his cards immediately, but the words suddenly hesitated. What if after the showdown, he blatantly makes himself a lover? No refusal? It's impossible not to say no. Denial. If you refuse, does it mean you will never have anything to do with him again? There was some reluctance. Qi Tianjiao sensed the true thoughts within her heart and suddenly felt a bit ashamed, never thinking that one day she would not be willing to pick a messy relationship. Indignantly, he spoke. Don't you go to bed yet? Go out and hang out. I need a shower. This room is small and the bathroom is still a frosted glass enclosure, so you can't see exactly what's going on, but you can still see the outline. Zhao Pinggan said helplessly. Don't wash today. It's not that bad. Qi Tianjiao said angrily. No, I can't sleep without taking a bath, so hurry up and get out. Zhao Pinggan didn't bother to speak and turned his body around, turning his back to the bathroom and letting out a purr. Shameless. When Qi Tianjiao saw him like this, she couldn't wait to slap him. It was clearly intentional, and after a few more words, Zhao Pinggan's snoring became louder and louder. Qi Tianjiao gritted her teeth and simply lay down to sleep, but after lying down for a while, her heart was beating, her body was even harder, and she secretly looked at Zhao Pinggan, feeling as if he was asleep. Carefully, he got up and tiptoed into the bathroom. Soon, came the sound of crashing water. Zhao Pinggan slowly opened his eyes. A black line. This woman really went to take a bath. It seems that when she came to withdraw from the marriage, it was right to let her withdraw. Close your eyes and go back to sleep. Just then, knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Almost simultaneously, the sound of running water stopped. Zhao Pinggan heard the sound and subconsciously looked towards the door. His sight inadvertently saw the bathroom, and when he saw the outline reflected inside, his nosebleed almost flowed out. The glass was more translucent than before when it was dipped in water, and was hidden from view. Indecent exposure. Zhao Pinggan hurriedly shifted his gaze and opened his mouth to ask, "Who is it? Handsome guy, want to play for a while?" From outside the door came the voice of a half-aged woman. "It's cheap. No play." Zhao Pinggan simply refused. "Don't bother me. Go to sleep." I've heard it said in prison before that one thing that's bad about small hotels is that there's often a knock on the door in the middle of the night, and it turns out to be true. The woman outside the door did not go, and said, "Handsome, play, very comfortable. You open the door. Let's talk slowly. I believe you must be satisfied." Zhao Pinggan said seriously, "No games, leave immediately and don't disturb my rest." The woman outside the door didn't care at all. Instead she laughed. "Little brother, You have a lot of fire. Quickly open the door. I'll let you vent your fire with impunity. Ha! Often rejected, but always successful. With a focus on persistence, Zhao Pingan fumed. Get out immediately. Not rolling, not rolling, the woman said flirtatiously. I just want to see you, handsome, and roll with you. Get out. A voice came out from the bathroom and Qi Tianjiao said angrily, there's someone in the room. There's no place for you. Do business and get out of here. Hear that voice. Zhao Pingan was startled and subconsciously looked over, not expecting her to have such a formidable side. The woman outside the door also froze, and then cursed. Someone did not say earlier, causing the old lady to waste words. Have this time can do a business. When he finished, he turned and walked away. Qi Tianjiao stood in the bathroom, her eyes staring at Zhao Pingan. She only realized after the shower that the frosted glass was actually one-sided, and looking outside from the inside was no different from normal glass. It could be seen very clearly that he was staring at himself. Blushing to the point of dripping blood, she bit her lip. Zhao Pingan, can you turn your face away? This stinking scumbag talks a good game, but can't change his scumbag nature. Zhao Pingan's old face blushed. It wasn't hard to tell by the silhouette that she was facing him. He quickly turned around and explained, I was just looking at the doorway. It's not like I was looking at you. After saying that, he quickly lay down and closed his eyes to sleep, but he couldn't help but compare. Her silhouette with that of Yi Yaoqing both are perfect. Shake your head, clear the images out of your mind and close your eyes to sleep. Half an hour later, Qi Tianjiao put on her clothes and walked out, staring at Zhao Pingan with her hands clenched into fists, really having the urge to give him 2 slaps. I'll see how long you can pretend. She walked to the other side of the bed and lay down, thinking viciously in her mind, like to pretend to be a decent person? When you can't control it, kick off the bed and let you pretend. Half an hour later, still pretending to be asleep? Ha, just pretend. 2 hours later, still want to wait for me to fall asleep and take advantage of the situation? Think I'll fall for it? 3 hours later. No, it's not really asleep, is it? 4 hours later, Qi Tianjiao stared blankly at the ceiling. Sleep passed and she couldn't sleep. Day 2. Zhao Pingan woke up refreshed and was taken aback when he saw Qi Tianjiao next to him. Staggered. What's wrong with you? Qi Tianjiao's black eyes were thick and her eyes were lifeless. Want you to care? Stinking man, you don't take a bath when you go to bed at night. Smokes me so much that I can't sleep. Surname Zhao. You're just not a man. After saying that, she sat up and put on her shoes and huffed and puffed away. Zhao Pingan was confused, but he didn't think too much about it. He would go to the people of the Thunder Sky Hall and find them to ask for Thunderstrike wood. Then he would go back to help Yi Yaoqing to change her fate against her will, and then help her to recover her memory. As long as Yi Yaoqing regains her memory, then you'll never have to dream all night again. After washing up and coming downstairs, he saw Qi Tianjiao eating breakfast and sat over there as well. Qi Tianjiao snorted coldly and ignored him. Zhao Pingan was extremely speechless. A woman's heart, a needle in the bottom of the sea, picking up the bun and eating it. You're Zhao Pingan. A voice came from the side, and looking for it, it was a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe. There were also a few Taoist children behind him. You are? Zhao Pingan asked. Blind your dog eyes, a Taoist child said angrily. This is Master Su of the Xianmei Hall. When a yellow-mouthed child sees this, why don't you quickly bow your knees and pay your respects? Hearing him introduce himself, the people at the breakfast stand looked over at the same time. This is Master Su? Master Su is a high-ranking person in Jiangshan province. I've heard that a lot of big conglomerates breaking ground have to ask him to look at the feng shui first. It looks like a worldly man. His temperament is just different from us mere mortals. Zhao Pingan thought it was someone from the Thunder Sky Hall. Feeling like I've heard this name somewhere, I thought about it and remembered that Sun Qinglei's amulet came from him. Heavy glanced at the dowager, then towards Su Wen. He asked, what is it that you are looking for me for? You, the Taoist boy still wanted to curse. Su Wen lifted his hand to interrupt and sat down on the chair, seemingly smiling. He said, so young, actually able to wear my invoking luck talisman. I think the teacher must be extraordinary. I don't know what kind of master your master is, and which sect he belongs to. Last night, Sun Qinglei came to the door in the middle of the night, not only returned the invocation talisman, but also scolded him, but in Jianghai province, did not dare to offend the heir of the Sun family, suffocated for a night. It was only after inquiring that he realized it was related to Zhao Pingan, so he approached the door at the first opportunity. Chapter 146, he'll come to apologize. So that's what this is about. Zhao Pingan sneered. Is that a fortune charm? It's more like an inviting disaster talisman. Do business properly, don't think about crooked ways all day long. Who my master is and what sect he is, you don't deserve to know yet. Don't disturb my meal. You can leave. Later on, he was going to go to the Thunder Sky Hall to get the Thunderstrike wood, and was in a good mood, so he didn't bother with them. As for that talisman, it does bring good luck, but it also brings trouble, similar to a doctor who cures a disease for a little bit, but leaves the root of the disease behind, so that the patient will have frequent attacks and continue to seek treatment from him, to achieve long-term enrichment. Arrogant words. The Taoist boy once again opened his eyes angrily and raised his hand to point at Zhao Pinggan. However, the latter words didn't come out again and were interrupted by Su Wen raising his hand. Su Wen's eyes narrowed into slits. Kid, I'll give you one last chance to tell me who your master is from and what your sect is. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. It was necessary to see Zhao Pinggan's background before making further plans. And with those words, Qi Tianjiao's face became unnatural and nervous. The surrounding customers also sensed that the atmosphere was tense, and all of them turned their hearts racing. Zhao Pinggan's face sank, annoyed at how he could meet toads everywhere he went, and said in a deep voice, "Get out immediately before I want to deal with you, yellow-mouthed child. How dare you?" The Taoist boy roared arrogantly. Just before the words were finished, noisy, Zhao Pinggan quickly struck out. A bowl of hot porridge turned into a residual shadow and snapped at this Taoist boy's face. The porridge bowl shattered. Aha! The Taoist boy was scalded and rolled on the ground, raising his hand to try to dry the hot porridge, but the crumbs of the porridge bowl were still on his face, and when he wiped it, it turned into a bloody mess. Wow! The surrounding customers stood up at the same time in fear. Who is this guy? How dare he touch Master Su Wen's people? Now that something big has happened to Thunder Sky Hall, the closest one to Jianhai is Xianmei Hall, and there are rumors that Xianmei Hall is going to enter Jianhai. How dare he touch someone from Xianmei Hall? He really doesn't want to live. Qi Tianjiao also got up in fear. Her face was white. Zhao Pinggan had moved his hand many times in the past 2 days. He wouldn't have a violent tendency, right? Su Wen still sat motionless, but his eyes revealed a gust of murderous aura as he said sternly, "Kid, cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents, and now you're in front of me, moving my disciple. Is it that you don't think of me, Su Man?" Zhao Pinggan said indifferently. "Yes, how? You?" Su Wen's eyes widened in anger and murderous rage, and he raised his finger to bite through it, quickly scratching out a talisman on the dining table. Just as the final stroke was about to be completed, "Master Su Wen," a voice came from behind the dining table. Sun Xinglei brought Butler Wang hurriedly and said angrily, "We are really destined to meet. We only met last night, and I saw you when I got up this morning, and sitting in front of Mr. Cho. What are you doing?" He had seen the scene. It was just that there were too many people to pick on. Su Wen froze at his words and quickly dried the talisman on the dining table, saying seriously, "Young son, there was nothing wrong with that fortune charm yesterday, yet you listened to his words and returned it. This is ruining my reputation. Naturally I'm going to come to him and ask for clarification." It was inconvenient to make a move in front of Sun Xinglei, but he couldn't afford to fall short in terms of qi either. "It's my personal choice to return the talisman. It has nothing to do with Mr. Zhao. If you want to settle the score, just look for me." Sun Xinglei stepped forward and turned his words around. "But, if you dare to show any disrespect to Mr. Zhao, you're going against my Sun family. You, think about the consequences." His father was Zhao Pinggan's dog, and he himself was even more so he naturally had to help Zhao Pinggan in all aspects. Su Wen gritted his teeth. The Xianmei Hall still had to enter Jianhai province. It was unwise to offend the Sun family at this time. Slowly getting up, he said, "So it's a personal decision of Sun Shao. It seems that I've misunderstood. In that case, Mr. Su will take a step ahead." As he spoke, he quickly left, but as he did, he left no trace of taking away the chopsticks that Zhao Pinggan had just used. "See them leave." Sun Xinglei was immediately concerned. "Mr. Zhao, are you alright? If you feel dissatisfied, I'll order someone to bring him back at your disposal." Zhao Pinggan smiled, seeing that Sun Xinglei also didn't dare to offend Su Wen easily, or else he would feed him like he did with Zhou Lin last night, and since he didn't dare, there was no need to make things difficult. "It's easy to deal with Su Wen, casually," he said. "No need, they'll be back soon to apologize." "You think you didn't see the chopsticks?" "Hear that?" Sun Xinglei froze and looked at the direction Su Wen had left. He had already gone out of sight. How could he come back to apologize? The surrounding customers snorted at the words. Just now, if not for the arrival of Duke Sun, Grandmaster Su Wen would definitely not let him go. Now that Grandmaster Su was gone, he even started to pretend to be a bully. He really deserved a beating. Zhao Pinggan didn't explain and asked for another bowl of millet porridge. In the meantime, next to an alley, "Senior uncle, are we just going to let him go? Senior uncle, look at the beating he gave Xiao Lu. This breath can't be swallowed just like that. We, Xian Di Tang, are going to enter Jianghai province. Once word gets out, where is our face?" A few of the Taoist children spoke up in indignation, looking like they wanted to find Zhao Pinggan and fight for their lives immediately. "What's all the noise about?" Su Wen said with a black face. Use your brain to do things. You can't show off your bravery. How can you let go so easily of someone who offended me? Su Wen, and beat me up in front of me? Look, guys, what's this? As you speak, bring out the chopsticks. A few of the Taoist children froze at the sight of the chopsticks. Unsure, Xiao Lu, who was beaten and bloodied, suddenly said, could it be the chopsticks used by Zhao Pingan? That's right. Su Wen smiled coldly and said, those who offend me have never had a good ending. Don't look at the fact that he has Duke Sun protecting him. Today, I'm going to make him pay in front of Duke Sun. Set up a formation and control him. Taoist children heard, quickly surrounded by a circle sitting on the ground, full of excitement. The metaphysics of a profound, numerous schools, some can attract blessings and wealth, some proficient in yin and yang gossip, and feng shui together, and the Xianxian Hall specialized in body control techniques in addition to the most basic Zuanjutsu. Elementary influences people's thinking, intermediate controls behavior, and advanced can turn people into complete puppets, and control requires a medium, either a birthstone, or body hair, or blood saliva. Seeing them set up the formation, Su Wen stared at chopsticks and smiled grimly. Today, I'm going to make it impossible for you to live or die. After saying that, he inserted the chopsticks in the center of several people, while his eyes were tightly closed. His hands pinched his fingers, and his mouth recited incantations, and the stalls. Zhao Pingan felt the difference. Just a shake of the head, the feeling of difference disappeared immediately. The carving is just a small skill. It can't reach the Hall of Elegance at all. Opening his mouth, he asked, did you get enough to eat? Sun Qinglei and Butler Wang nodded. As for Qi Tianzhou, she had long since put down her chopsticks. Go! Zhao Pingan got up, while inverting his own bowl on the dining table, turned to look at the customers, and laughed softly. Later, Su Wen will come to apologize. If you guys want to help him, just ask how many grains of rice are left in this bowl, and as long as you guess correctly, I'll forgive him. This statement was made. Everyone looked confused. Chapter 147 very determined. The customers watched Zhao Pingan leave. It was only then that they slowed down and all turned indignant. Playing the fool to his grandmother's house. How could Master Su Wen come to apologize to him? It's more like he's on his knees begging for Master Su Wen's forgiveness. I really can't figure out how Mr. Sun could be fooled by this kind of villain. Rich gentlemen nowadays are so good at cheating. I think I can even try. He doesn't believe himself when he finishes speaking. If he does, how can he go? He must be worried that he can't pretend. They were talking. A group of people ran over in the distance. At the head of the group was clearly Master Su Wen, and behind him was the group of Taoist children. Master Su Wen has returned? Someone said in shock. Coming back isn't an apology. Someone reacted quickly and quickly stood up, coming to Su Wen and complaining. Grandmaster, that arrogant person just now was so pretentious after you left, and said you'd come back to apologize to him. The words are so arrogant. You mustn't let him go. However, Su Wen didn't even listen and brushed past him. Coming to the dining table where Zhao Pingan had just sat, he stood firmly still, and the Dao children behind him also stood in a row. Next, raise your hands at the same time. Snap. They moved as if they were puppets on strings, both slapping themselves, and in one voice, Mr. Zhao, we were wrong. Snap. Mr. Zhao, we were wrong. Snap. They seemed like wind-up machines, one after the other, showing no mercy to themselves. Earl. The customers at the stall looked dumbfounded at the same time. What were they doing? Apologizing to that young man? Could it be that the young man was telling the truth? In a flash, everyone felt chills all over their bodies. Just now they were belittling him. If he used means on himself, how should they crack? They didn't even dare to think about it. Someone looked at the inverted bowl and tried. Master Su Wen, how many grains of rice are left in this bowl? Su Wen seemed to regain his senses and replied, 10 grains. Wrong answer. The Dao children behind him responded in unison, and as they spoke, they raised their hands to slap them again, and their mouths continued to say Mr. Zhao, I was wrong. Master Su, how many grains of rice are left in this bowl? Another person asked. 20 grains. Su Wen said. Wrong answer. The Taoist children behind him said in unison. Snap. They once again raised their hands to slap. Mr. Zhao, I was wrong. A full 5 minutes passed. Su Wen and behind the Taoist children's faces have been no one, swollen like fat dozens of pounds. The answer is from 1 to 100 grains, but they are not right. There were 3 layers of onlookers gathered around them. All were wondering how many grains were in it. No one knew. Yet some said it was millet porridge. Do you know where the Thunder Sky Hall is stationed? Zhao Pingan asked after walking out for a while. Go find the Lei Xiaotang, get the Thunderbolt wood and head back to Tianhai. Thunder Sky Hall? Sun Qinglei froze and asked tentatively. What is Mr. Zhao looking for them for? Something's up. Zhao Pingan responded succinctly. Sun Qinglei thought for a moment and said, Mr. Zhao, with all due respect, if you have a matter it would be best if you don't go to the Thunder Sky Hall. In the past 2 days a loose cultivator named Huan Hujinjin has appeared, and his strength is very strong. If you have something to do, you can go to him. Thinking that Zhao Pingan was asking about the future, reading fate and the like, Zhao Pingan further said, it's that they owe me a little something and need to get it. It's useless to look for someone else. Sun Qinglei pondered for a moment and added, Mr. Zhao, if it's to take something, I still think that we shouldn't go in the next 2 days. We can look for it in other sects. It just so happens that the Xian Realm Assembly is going to start today. Why don't we go wait at the venue first? There are many sects there, so we'll definitely be able to find a replacement. Zhao Pingan looked over in surprise, stopping it 3 times. What exactly did it mean? Butler Wang lowered his voice and said, Mr. Zhao, be at ease. It's like this. Some time ago, there was a major change in Thunder Sky Hall. It is said that Lei Wanting, the master of the Thunder Sky Hall, was condemned by the heavens for seeing through too many heavenly chances, and went insane, going on a killing spree within the hall, and many of the hall's Zuanjutsu masters were brutally killed. In the end, it was better to gather the strength of the entire hall to control Lei Wanting and let him recover some, but now it's also sometimes lucid and sometimes crazy, so I'm afraid that Mr. Zhao will be in danger if he approaches hastily. Sun Qinglei nodded and smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the change in the Thunder Sky Hall, why would I need to go to Su Wen's place to beg for a protective amulet? It is said that only disciples are currently allowed to approach. Outsiders are not allowed to approach at all. Zhao Pingan nodded and sort of understood why the lightning struck wood hadn't been delivered for such a long time, so it turned out to be a change of heart, but it was extenuating. Faintly, he said, no matter, he can't hurt me. The thing is very important to me. I must get it. Mr. Cho. Sun Qinglei quickly opened his mouth. For the sake of it, I still suggest that you don't go yet. Lei Wanting had previously been known as one of the 8 people closest to immortality in the country. Even though I am sick now, I have to be far beyond Master Su Wen, so I'd better not approach hastily, lest I increase the risk in vain. Qi Tianjiao also resisted after thinking about it. Pinyin, I've also heard of Master Lei Wanting. Very powerful. What's more, if it wasn't for Duke Sun appearing just now, Su Wen would have made a move on you. Don't go. It's better to do more than one thing. She didn't know why, but even though she was still angry in her heart, the concern always came out without a second thought. Su Man? Zhao Pingan raised his eyebrows. You guys can find someone to ask what he's doing right now. Lead the way ahead. Don't waste time. Sun Qinglei nodded his head with a heavy face and led the way ahead, suddenly wondering a little if his father was old and confused and looking away. From the time he met Zhao Pingan until now, he had done nothing but pretend. Just now it was even more so. Master Su Wen had obviously drawn a talisman to deal with him, and if he hadn't appeared himself, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Qi Tianjiao rolled her eyes and viciously cursed the dead scum in her heart, never considering my feelings. Holy! Housekeeper Zhou suddenly called out, his eyes staring at the cell phone screen as if he had seen a ghost, his body trembling uncontrollably. What's wrong? Sun Qinglei asked in surprise, under the impression that Wang Butler was old and dignified, and would never be so frivolous. Wang Butler breathed sharply to take his phone and hand it over, and on it was the very video of Su Wen apologizing. This, my dad is a good judge of character. Qi Tianjiao also secretly glanced at, all of a sudden feel dizzy. Can still be like this? Zhao Pingan shook his head. It was just some small tricks, they really haven't seen the world. Soon, coming to the Thunder Sky Hall said resident, in fact, it was nothing more than a very large farmyard, which was temporarily contracted to be used for rest. Outside the courtyard gate, there were 2 youths in cloth robes guarding the gate. Please go back, Sir Sun. The hall master is currently unwell and it's not convenient for him to see anyone. If you have something to do, you can go to the meeting place and wait first. The hall master will also go over there in a while, but right now, it's impossible to see. The youth on the left spoke, not waiting for Sun Qinglei to speak. Zhao Pingan said, please tell Hallmaster Lei that Zhao Pingan has come to fetch the lightning strike wood. Knowing that they didn't mean to give it away, they spoke politely. The 2 youths looked at Zhao Pingan at the same time and said in a cold voice, we've said that the hall master isn't available to see anyone, so whatever you want, wait until the venue. The attitude is very firm. Chapter 148, it's all about me. Seeing this, Sun Qinglei immediately persuaded, Mr. Zhao, otherwise let's just go to the venue and wait. It starts in half an hour anyway. Although he has seen the means of Zhao Pingan, but, even if he can protect himself, he may not be able to protect himself. Lei Wanting lost his mind when he was crazy, but even the disciples people killed. It's too dangerous to stay here. Zhao Pingan frowned and looked at the house in the courtyard with a slightly deeper look, and said lightly, it's fine to go to the meeting place and wait. The problem is that I'm worried that Lei Wanting won't go. It's doubtful he'll live another half hour. The air was filled with the slight odor of herbs, which no one else could smell, but he could, and these herbs, all of them, were herbs that forcefully renewed his life. What did you say? Insolent harlot, how dare you curse the hall master? Believe it or not, I'll cut off your future. The two youths guarding the doorway became furious and took out their long swords from behind them, with a stance of fighting for their lives. I'm sorry. Sun Qinglei was sweating with fear by this sentence. What kind of tiger and wolf words did he say? Lei Wanting was only occasionally mentally unbalanced. He even said to die. Wasn't this looking for trouble? Excuse us, we're on our way. Sorry, Mr. Zhao, we'd better go. Qi Tianjiu also looked at Zhao Pingan, wanting him to leave. This guy was a violent maniac, and he would fight again later. Zhao Pingan didn't move and thought for a moment. Let me in, I can help cure him. If Lei Wanting was dead, it would be troublesome to take the lightning strike wood, and didn't want to waste time. Without waiting for anyone to speak, he added, you'd better not reject it so easily, or rather, you guys know better than I do about Lei Wanting's current physical condition. This statement was made. The two youths' aura subsided, and they looked at each other with a face full of bitterness. That's right, the reason why no one was allowed to see the hall master in the past 2 days was because the hall master was terminally ill, and he was worried that the news would get out and other forces would covet the Zhanghai province territory. You're a doctor? At this time, a middle-aged man around 40 years old came out of the house, dressed in a practicing uniform, with eyes like hooks, staring at Zhao Pingan dead in the face. Hear that? Sun Qinglei froze, Qi Tianjiu also froze. Everyone was smart, the other party didn't deny it. Wouldn't it mean that Lei Wanting was really going to die? My dad is a good judge of character. Scumbag, kinda, Zhao Pingan said expressionlessly. Sort of, you just need me to be able to heal his injuries. Can you go in now? Injuries. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth quivered unnaturally, and his eyes looked at Zhao Pingan with even more complexity. So far, the disciples in the hall thought that the hall master was suffering from insanity, and insanity was a disease. He could actually say it was an injury. The attitude steeply turned respectful. I am Lei Yin, the fifth disciple of the Thunder Sky Hall. Please, Mr. Zhao, be sure to save my master. When he finished, he bowed deeply. Lead the way, Zhao Pingan said, just as the two walked into the courtyard. Outside the door a black sedan stopped and an old man stepped out of it. Dr. Lu? Sun Qinglei recognized the outsider. It was the provincial city divine Dr. Lu, divine doctor. Upon seeing him, Sun Qinglei and housekeeper Zhou simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air. Divine Dr. Lu had come. It seemed that Mr. Zhao was right. He was indeed dying. Divine Dr. Lu naturally recognized the Sun family, but at this time, he just nodded and hurried into the courtyard. And when Lei Yin saw Divine Dr. Lu return, she greeted him with anticipation and asked excitedly, how was it? Did you get that person? Divine Dr. Lu sighed and shook his head. No, he's not in Tianhai, but Wang Shuyi gave me a medicine. It is said that the daughter of the richest man in Tianhai relied on this pill to bring her back from the dead. There was also Zhou Qiankuan of the Zhou family in the provincial city who lost too much blood and also relied on this pill to bring him back to life. Only, they ate 3, while Wang Shuyi only had 1 in his hand. Hear that? Thick sadness surfaced in Lei Yin's eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, as things stand, this is the only way. Perhaps it's true as rumored in the outside world. That master has peeked into too many heavenly chances, and that this is the wrath of heaven. He turned his words around and said, Divine Dr. Lu, we'd better go in, no matter what. Give my master the medicine first. Yes, Divine Dr. Lu walked inside with him. Don't give that pill to Hall Master Lei. Instead of having a healing effect, it will kill him. Zhao Pingan heard out that it should be the 7 pills that were refined when he saved Ouyang Qian. Wang Shuyi secretly kept 1. Swish, hear that? Both stopped in their tracks at the same time. Divine Dr. Lu frowned. Who is this yellow-mouthed child? Lei Yin was a little embarrassed and explained. This is Sun Xiao's friend, a doctor. I saw that you didn't come back and he could see the Hall Master's illness, so I wanted to let him. Confused, Divine Dr. Lu interrupted with a black face. To what extent is Hall Master Lei's illness unknown to others? But you still don't know? In this case, how can you let a cat or dog treat it? Let him go at once. Lei Yin's face was reddened by the scolding. Even if Zhao Pingan knew medical skills, it was impossible for him to be even better than Divine Dr. Lu. Not to mention, he had brought that Divine Doctor's elixir. Embarrassed, he said, Mr. Zhao, you'd better go first. Divine Dr. Lu is here. He can cure Hallmaster Lei's illness. Afraid that Zhao Pingan wouldn't leave, he winked at the door again. Seeing this, Sun Qinglei quickly ran in and persuaded, Mr. Zhao, we'd better go first. Dr. Lu is a divine doctor in the provincial city, with the ability to bring the dead back to life. With him around, absolutely nothing will go wrong. We'll just go to the venue and wait. In case it wasn't cured, What if the people of the Thunder Sky Hall pursued the matter? It was better to do more than less. Qi Tianjia was a bit unhappy and came over. Pingyan, let's go. He doesn't even trust us. There's no need to put a hot face on a cold ass. Let's go. Zhao Pingan shook his head. It's not that I must treat him, but there's no one but me who can save him. And once he's dead, it's troublesome to take Thunderclap wood. I'm going back today and don't want to waste time. Shut up. Divine Dr. Lu became furious. What an arrogant person. No one can save but you. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're Divine Dr. Zhao of Tianhai? Zhao Pingan spoke. Divine Dr. Lu immediately interrupted. You what you? Leave immediately or don't blame the old man for being impolite. Just now you denigrated Divine Dr. Zhao's elixir. I didn't say anything. Don't stomp on your nose. Zhao Pingan added. That. Divine Dr. Lu interrupted again. Oh, you want to see it right? You want to steal a master and learn from him. Let me tell you, do your spring and autumn dream? The person who made the elixir is an existence that even Divine Dr. Tian Hai Wang can't serve. What kind of thing are you? Not worthy to see his pills. Zhao Pingan's eyes went wide as he was choked. And surprisingly, he didn't finish a single sentence. Mr. Zhao, let's go. Sun Qinglei was also cursed. After all, Zhao Pingan was the person he brought with him. Pingyan, let's go. Qi Tianjiu was infuriated. Zhao Pingan didn't move and stared at Divine Dr. Lu dead in the face. Can you let me talk now? Divine Dr. Lu said with a stern face. Yes, but I'll only give you one chance. Zhao Pingan finished in one breath. I made that Dan. The being that Wang Shuyi couldn't serve was me. And the Zhao Divine Physician that you are talking about should also be me. Chapter 149, Haters. It's so comforting to finally get the words out. But he finished. The atmosphere within the courtyard was as if frozen. Everyone was motionless and dumbfounded. Divine Dr. Lu looked at Zhao Pingan and suddenly felt that the man in front of him was very similar to the legend. Very young and handsome and compelling looking. Looking at Sun Qinglei. What did you just call him? Mr. Cho. Looking at Qi Tianjiao again. Little girl. What did you call him? Peace. When he heard the reply, Divine Dr. Lu muttered under his breath. Zhao Pingyan? As if he was possessed, he looked violently at Zhao Pingan, with the same name, which should be correct, and was about to open his mouth to speak. Shut up. Zhao Pingan snatched a step ahead of him and said angrily. I'm only going to give you one chance to speak. Divine Dr. Lu's eyes rolled around and suddenly bent both knees to the ground. I've long heard Wang Shuyi say that Divine Dr. Zhao has the talent of Hua Tuo's reincarnation, but once I saw him today, I realized that he said too little, and that Divine Dr. Zhao is even more jade-like, suave, and has a talented and extraordinary temperament. Please take me as your disciple. Divine Dr. Zhao, get out. Zhao Pingan squeezed out a word from between his teeth and walked quickly inside the room. Everyone eyed his back. This, Divine Dr. Lu, the Divine Doctor you want to invite is him? Lei Yin finally reacted. Divine Dr. Lu nodded with a bitter smile, feeling his heart being emptied out just for a moment as Zhao Pingan brushed past him. My dad is a really good judge of people. Sun Qinglei's jaw dropped. Dead scum. So powerful? Qi Tianjiao's brain buzzed in disbelief. Inside the room, a skinny, bony old man lay on the bed, his eyes closed tightly, his face almost the same color as his white hair, except for his lips, which were frighteningly black. Zhao Pingan frowned. The situation was more serious than expected. Walking over to the bedside, he raised his hand to take his pulse and froze when he felt the situation, immediately lifting the covers. It was clearly visible that there was a black fist mark on the chest, which was sunken downward and no longer able to spring back. A deep crater compared to the surrounding skin. Masters. Zhao Pingan's frown deepened. The person who had thrown this punch was absolutely extraordinary. The so-called Grandmaster Zhang Xian, as well as Grandmaster Thunder and Grandmaster Wu Wei, all three together, might not be able to beat one of this person's hands. Why does it have a familiar feel to it? Just in time, Lei Yin and Divine Dr. Lu walked in. Zhao Pingan immediately asked, who hit him? There was no one else, so Lei Yin didn't hide it. Gritting his teeth, he said, it's an old man I don't recognize. We claimed to the outside world that Master had lost his mind and went on a killing spree within the hall. But in fact, that old man came to the hall and went on a killing spree, and all of the elders and vice heads of the Thunder Sky Hall were tragically killed. He left Master alive on purpose. Otherwise Master would be dead too. An old man. Zhao Pingan nodded his head, able to understand why they were saying this. It was nothing more than that, to externally render Lei Wanding's strength still present. Rereading the fist print, a guess came to mind. Did you bring the silver needle? Since his release from prison, he had only used his finger points to treat anyone, and it was the first time that anyone had been able to force him to use a silver needle. Bring it on. Divine Dr. Lu quickly handed over the silver needle with a pious face, and then weakly stood aside, fearing that Zhao Pingan would drive him away. Zhao Pingan naturally didn't care about this. Picking up the silver needle, he stabbed into Lei Wanting's 36 acupoints such as the Life Gate, 100 clubs, and Divine Surge respectively. When finally stabbed into the last tryptoline gel, put, the terminally ill Lei Wanting suddenly vomited and a mouthful of black blood spurted out, the blood emitting a foul odor. Immediately afterward, he watched, the shadow of the dented fist in his chest gradually returning, the color of his lips improving, and slowly opening his eyes. Master! When Lei Yin saw the change, she was so excited that tears fell like rain. Quickly kneeling in front of Zhao Pingan, she firmly said, Divine Dr. Zhao saved my master. From now on, this life of mine will be yours, and I will do nothing to stop you from going up the mountain of swords or down the sea of fire. Zhao Pingan was about to reply, Master, Divine Dr. Lu suddenly knelt down as well, excitedly saying, Divine Dr. Zhao's skillful hands bring back spring, withered bones become more flesh. He should be my teacher. From now on, this life of mine is yours, at your disposal for any dispatch. Zhao Pingan didn't have the heart to respond to them and directly said, he's already fine, you guys go out first, get rid of the two. Zhao Pingan said to Lei Wanting, although you are unconscious, you can still feel the outside world, can you? Lei Wanting was still very weak, but nodded. Thank you Divine Dr. Zhao for saving my life. I can't repay you for your great kindness. In the future, as long as I need to use Lei Xiaotang, I will never excuse myself. He was a master of metaphysics after all, and it was a basic skill to be able to control his consciousness even if his physical body died. The difference is whether other people can feel it or not. Zhao Pingan said bluntly, well then, let me ask you, who inflicted the injury? A scene of anger flashed in Lei Wanting's eyes. The entire top echelons of the Thunder Sky Hall were all butchered, leaving only a few disciples left, which was equivalent to making the Thunder Sky Hall turn into a small sect overnight. But then a flash of despair flashed in his eyes as he thought about that night. Laughing bitterly, he said, I really don't recognize it. It's the first time I've seen it, but by the sound of the accent, I think it's from Imperial Capital. Imperial Capital. Zhao Pingan's heart trembled, sure enough, and asked again, why did he want to destroy Thunder Sky Hall? Lei Wanting pondered for a moment and sighed, it's fine to tell you. That day during the day a gentleman came to me and asked me to take the life of Miss Yi of the Yi family in Imperial Capital with my Xian technique. Rejected by me. That night, the Thunder Sky Hall was brutally poisoned. Boom! The anger in Zhao Pingan's body rose steeply, and in this instant, it was as if he wanted to burn everything around him to ashes. And Lei Wanting, who was lying on the hospital bed, tensed his whole body in fear, and clearly felt a destructive aura. Just now, it felt like his injuries were similar to the methods of Yi Yaoqing's murderer. I didn't realize that it was really a person. Originally, Zhao Pingan intended to make Yi Yaoqing reveal the murderer and then take revenge after she recovered her memory. But he found clues here. Sternly, he said, what was the young man's name? Lei Wanting still shook his head. I don't know, he didn't say, but it's also an Imperial Capital accent. Zhao Pingan continued, can you draw it? As soon as I draw it, I'll go and take revenge immediately. If you dare to touch Yaoqing, you shall not die. Lei Wanting said helplessly, that old man is also a master. He should have moved against me. Can't remember. Metaphysically, there are indeed shenanigans that blur the memory. Zhao Pingan got up and said, recuperate. Let Divine Dr. Lu prescribe you some medicine. You'll be able to recover in half a month. And also, have someone give me the lightning strike wood. Taking the lightning logs is the goal. Lei Wanting sat up with difficulty and nodded. Of course, I'll order someone to go back to the hall to get it. He paused and said, Divine Dr. Zhao, I have another unforgiving request. I wonder if you have a way to make me look as good as before. Today is the most important day of the Xian Realm Assembly to determine the first person of the Xian Realm. I'm afraid that the Thunder Sky Hall won't be protected if I'm seen by someone. Zhao Pingan casually said, there's a pill in Divine Dr. Lu's hand. Take it. After that, walk out. Zhao Pingan had thought of going back to the hotel to wait for them to deliver the lightning strike wood and then immediately go back to the Heavenly Sea. But Sun Qinglei kept whispering that the Xian Realm Conference was about to start and invited him to watch it. Qi Tianjia was also curious and kept blinking her eyes at Zhao Pingan. Zhao Pingan thought about it and thought that it would be better to wait anyway, so he might as well go and take a look, and also headed to the conference site. Chapter 150 Admission. The venue is in the main center square of the town of Greencloud. Don't look at the town, but the center square is not small, at least 10,000 square feet. At this moment, the square is fenced around and tickets are required to enter. The four of them arrived outside the square, and Sun Qinglei pulled out 4 tickets as if by magic. Sun Qinglei said awkwardly, Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry, I didn't know that you were coming to see it before. I was worried that the distance would be too close and that they would hurt me when they fought, so I bought the back row. This guy's kinda shy about his life. No harm done. Zhao Pingan smiled lightly. He came here purely to kill time waiting for the lightning strike wood. so he naturally didn't care about the location. Since it's not VIP seating, there's also a line to get in. They're lining up. A group of people walked by in the VIP lane next to it. Young son, why are you here? A man in the crowd opened his mouth in surprise at seeing them. Hearing this person speak, a group of people looked over at the same time. This group of people was no one else. The leader of the group was none other than Wu Quan. Chi Dapeng and Zhou Lin were also clearly among them. They froze at the same time when they saw Sun Xinglei. After all, last night's events were fresh in their minds. What's it to you that I'm here? Scram! Sun Xinglei didn't give them a good face. Zhao Pinggan's face is expressionless. Things are over and done with, and will not be pursued again, but he has a bad feeling about this second generation, and will not take the initiative to climb the conversation. Qi Tianjiu had wanted to greet Qi Dapeng, but when she saw Zhou Lin on the side, she swallowed her words. Sun Xiao. Wu Quan's eyes rolled over to him and smiled dryly. We've been friends for so many years, we can't fall out because of a little thing. Not to mention, I've already apologized to Mr. Zhao. If you're not satisfied, I'll go ahead and apologize to Mr. Zhao. Mr. Cho, I'm sorry. When he finished, he bowed deeply. Sun Xinglei does not know what to do. In fact, the heart does not want to fall out with Wu Quan. After all, he will be the Wu family in the future, will be the real power figure. To help themselves, but now depends on the attitude of Zhao Pinggan. I'll get rid of my anger, so you guys can get along as you please, Zhao Pinggan said indifferently. Mr. Zhao atmosphere. Wu Quan immediately gave a thumbs up and proposed. Young son, Mr. Zhao, what is your status? How can you queue up? Take my ticket and go in first. I'll find a way to get tickets. Hand over the tickets. Sun Xinglei saw that Zhao Pinggan had already given his word, so he stopped holding back and pointed at Wu Quan. It's good to meet Mr. Zhao first, consider it a long lesson, or else you'll suffer a big loss in the future sooner or later. How's your body? Mentioning the body, Wu Quan's eyes flashed a touch of grimness. Tossed in the hospital until the early hours of the morning, and if he hadn't gone early, I'm afraid his life would be gone. On the other hand, he flattered. It's all my own fault. It's fine. Sun Xinglei nodded and took the ticket. Mr. Zhao, shall we go in first? Yes. The four of them, Zhao Pinggan, walked in. Brother Wu, how do you become koi? Yesterday Sun Xiao almost killed you, and that Zhao Pinggan is not Miss Ye's partner, a stinky part-time job. What to pretend? Zhou Lin instantly puffed out. Today investigated the identity of Zhao Pinggan. I thought he was a person from imperial capital. After all, the first of the 7 domestic families is the Zhao family. After investigating the big drop, it turned out to be a wage earner. Pissed off, Wu Quan smiled grimly. Giving them the tickets is to be able to find them accurately. Does Surname Sun really think I'm afraid of him? As for that Zhao Pinggan, let's get him killed today. And Qi Tianjiu, I'll make sure to play her today. You guys wait, I'm going to make a phone call. Hearing this, Qi Dapeng's face turned very ugly. Although Zhao Pinggan didn't give face yesterday, he didn't want him to die, and Qi Tianjiu was even more related by blood. Waste. Zhou Lin instantly looked at him. I'm telling you, if you dare to ventilate, my mother will break up with you, and once you break up with me, think about how your whole family will live in the Qi family. Qi Dapeng was speechless. Inside the venue, the surrounding area was temporarily built into a grandstand, somewhat similar to a soccer field, and in the center was an open space, which was the fighting platform for all parties. Zhao Pinggan and a few others switched to VIP seats and sat in the front row. Qi Tianjiao's face was scarlet with excitement. Before she didn't believe in these things and thought they were all lies, but after seeing Zhao Pinggan deal with Master Su, she felt more and more magical. Soon, Wu Quan and the others walked in with their tickets back in hand and sat down next to them. Another 5 minutes passed. An old man in a pink coat walked in at the passageway, causing sideways glances, and all around the audience murmured at the man. With more than a few faces of adoration, Sun Xinglei introduced, Mr. Zhao, this is the Huanha realist I mentioned to you before. Never famous in the Jianghu before, but the first 2 days of the fight has not tasted a defeat. Many famous masters have lost in his hands. Is the dark horse of this session. It's said that he's best at exorcising evil spirits and curing diseases, and he's cured many people in the past 2 days. Zhao Pinggan nodded without making a statement. Wu Quan and Zhou Lin beside him were furious when they saw him in this pretentious manner, and those who didn't know, thought that he was also a master. Soon, another circle of people walked in at the entrance. At the head is an old man in a tang suit, followed by a group of people with veils on their faces. Ha ha ha. Seeing them enter, the surrounding audience burst into jeers, because the veiled face was none other than Master Su Wan, with a swollen face that he didn't want to be seen, but the video of him sitting at the table and apologizing had gone viral. Mr. Zhao. At the head of the group is Master Su Li, the head of the Xinmei Hall in Jiangshan province. one of the 8 people in the country who are reputed to be the closest to immortals. Wu Quan acted very respectfully and took the initiative to introduce. Standing behind him is his own brother, Master Su Wen, who is rumored to have offended a high-ranking person today and had his face swollen like a pig. Zhou Lin rolled her eyes, not even bothering to pretend, and coldly said, "This is the price of pretending." Su Wen thought that he had a backer and no one dared to touch him, but when he was separated from Grandmaster Su Li, he would have been violently beaten up, and it was considered light not to have killed him. Sun Qinglei immediately looked over with cold eyes, didn't wait to speak. Phew! A gust of wind kicked up at the scene, sending sand flying and shutting everyone up. The one who struck was none other than Master Su Li. At this point, another group walked in. The old man at the head wearing navy blue practice clothes, Master Ma of the Ma family. Sun Qinglei hurriedly introduced. Master Ma is not a nearby province. The distance is relatively far. I do not know much. It is rumored that the Ma families can pass through the yin and yang, the set of masters to come and go as they please. Master Ma is also one of the 8 people closest to Xian. Zhao Pingan felt bored and finally realized what the bad old man had said. That everything in the world was 9 Xian, Master Ma, Master Su, and that cheerful reality society. Will all. But seeing as they were all watching with great interest, they didn't say anything. Soon, another group of people walked in. There was no need for Sun Qinglei to introduce him. It was none other than Lei Wanting whom he had just met. Wow, there was a stirring in the crowd. I've heard that Hallmaster Lei is very sick. Why are you here? It doesn't look like he's sick. I think it's possible that the message was deliberately put out to make the others gullible. No, you guys look at the back. That person is called Lei Yin. He's the 5th disciple. The 4 people in front. Why didn't they show up? There must be a change in the Thunder Sky Hall. It's not just the audience that's talking. Grandmaster Su and Grandmaster Ma also frowned at the same time. The news couldn't possibly be wrong. But why did Lei Wanting look rosy-cheeked and unsurprised? Chapter 151, Death. Strange. I've obviously heard that Master Lei's condition is very serious. Why is he acting like he's fine? Qi Dapeng also muttered along. The news of the illness Lei Xiaotang thought it was well concealed, but there were still many people in the outside world who knew about it. Qi Tianjiao smiled after a moment's thought. Brother, it's all because of Ping'an. Ping'an can heal. He's a doctor. She thought about easing her relationship with Qi Dapeng, but this statement was made. Qi Dapeng and the others looked over at once. Oh, up in the sky and down in the earth. Omnipotent. Zhou Lin sneered again. Investigated Zhao Pingan. He is the one who took the contract for the supply of medicine to the Ministry of War, and also said that alchemy, but those who lie to children can still be. The discerning person knows that Wang Shouwen's handiwork. Wu Quan also revealed a hint of contempt. I'm afraid that he was using this kind of deception to trick Sun Qinglei into trusting him, not waiting for anyone to explain more. Over this period of time, there have been many rumors about the Thunder Sky Hall from the outside world. Ha! Lei Wanting threw his voice and opened his mouth. He was obviously far away, but his voice sounded like it was in everyone's ears. He also said, as a person of the Xian sect, it is most taboo to have an unquiet heart, so regarding the vilification of these rumors and gossips, it is rightly regarded as a kind of experience for me, and there is no need to explain it. The fact that I can stand here is the best retort to rumors. Alright, without further ado, next, the convention officially begins. Let's launch the challenge. Everyone. When he finished, he sat back in his chair, smiling as if he had a plan. According to the rules of the conference, anyone present could challenge the opponent they wanted to challenge. But of course, the challenger needed to take out a wager. And if they lost the wager. If you win, you can claim an artifact of comparable value. He would also receive a Yuan Qi restoration elixir from the organizer, which was the Thunder Sky Hall. But at the same time, the winner must remain on the stage and be challenged by others, until all challengers are defeated, or are knocked down. In the end, the person standing on the stage is the first person in the Xian realm. The best thing about this tournament system is that it protects the loser from someone's killers, because if someone wants to challenge, they can only challenge the winner. When he finished, the scene turned quiet. All the spectators were waiting with their hearts racing, but after waiting for a full minute, there was still no one speaking. After all, today was a duel between several masters. A little person going up there is just looking for death. Lei Wanting sat on a chair and smiled. Is there no one to challenge? Fellow Taoists, there are many friends from all walks of life here today, so we can't leave them waiting. If Thunder Sky Hall wasn't the host, I'd be on stage. Ha! The way he looked, he didn't look any different from a normal person. I challenge. Master Suli of the Hall of Xianxian Underworld stood up and took out a mahogany sword. This is the 16th generation of the Hall of Xianxian Underworld's ancestors' artifacts. Although it is not a main magic weapon, it has been passed down for many generations. I'll use this as a bargaining chip. Lei Wanting nodded. Not bad. Peachwood repels evil and avoids evil, cuts down demons and removes devils, and after being enchanted by the ancestor, it is an extraordinary artifact. I wonder who Master Su is going to challenge. Su Li instantly turned around and stared at Lei Wanting. You, wow. There was a stirring in the arena and everyone's eyes went wide. Here comes the excitement. Lei Wanting's eyelids fluttered. His current physical state couldn't support a fight in the ring, but with so many people watching, he had to fight. Big deal is admitting defeat. Yes. Slapping the seat with both hands, the whole person rose up in the air, taking a few steps in the air to the top of the ring, a scene that made the crowd secretly marvel at how it looked like flying. Taking the initiative, he said, Master Su, please instruct. Su Li's brows furrowed, but the words had already been spoken and he couldn't back down. Flipping up in the air and coming above the ring, his feet transforming into Bagua steps on the stage. In a cold voice, he said, since Hall Master Lei is fearless to challenge, then let me, Su, learn the heavenly thunder technique of the Thunder Sky Hall. As he spoke, he bit his finger and quickly drew a talisman on the palm of his hand, mouth chanting, Long Xianmei, all things are clear, the three worlds of Xian body, all can be soldiers, Xianmei order, rise, wow, visible to the naked eye. The stones scattered on the ground in the field continuously trembled and quickly converged together, and in the blink of an eye, they converged into a stone man that was 2 meters tall, taking large strides toward Lei Wanting. The ground seemed to tremble as he walked. The audience in the arena were stunned. They had heard of their proximity to the immortals before, but that was just listening. And now, it was with their own eyes that they saw the stones converging on the human form. This is the handiwork of the immortals. Cow. Force. Sun Qinglei's whole body trembled with excitement. Qi Dapeng and the others also looked dumbfounded. Qi Tianjia was even so shocked that she held Zhao Pinggan's arm with both hands and shivered, as if she was worried about the stone man rushing over. Zhao Pinggan also revealed a smile. It was a bit interesting. Good timing. Lei Wanting laughed without changing his face. I didn't expect Master Su's body control technique to be cultivated to the point of controlling objects. It's truly extraordinary. As he spoke, he also bit his finger and raised it to the sky. Heavenly thunder rolls. Thunder comes. Boom. Just look at the venue directly above. All of a sudden the wind rose up. Lightning and thunder. Just now it was still sunny, but now, it seems to be about to pour down rain. On the contrary, only the venue directly above. Chop. Lei Wanting raised his hand and pointed. Boom. A heavenly thunder like a giant python struck down in the sky, accurately striking the stone man. At the same time, Lei Wanting's chest sank and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, but he swallowed it back hard. Click. The stone man was suddenly turned to rubble. Master Su Li frowned and said seriously, just now was just the opening act. The next one is the main event. Xian Di order. Rise. Flying sand in the field. In the blink of an eye, there is a stone man convergence up, bigger than before, as tall as 3 meters, more solid than just now. Between the stone and the stone, there is no gap. With each step, the field would dent the footprints. Lei Wanting's face was serious, although his body looked no different from normal. In essence, it was still sick, but he had to insist. If he admitted defeat now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Raising his hand, he said, Thunder come, strike, click. Another thunderbolt struck at the stoner. Oh, Lei Wanting's blood was already in his mouth, and if his mouth closed a little slower it was going to spurt out. However, this time, unlike before, the stone man was only split all over and cracked, and stones would fall between walks, but was still able to walk forward. Seeing this, Lei Wanting's eyes were filled with gravity as he clenched his teeth. Lei Lai, chop, click. Another thunderbolt struck, and the stone man was reduced to the size of a child, but was still able to walk forward. See this scene. Ha ha ha. Su Li let out a burst of maniacal laughter. So it's true that you're terminally ill. I only used 50% of my strength but you couldn't break it. It seems like you're already at the end of your rope. Lei Wanting. Next, I want to see how else you can cope. The order of the Xuanxue. Rise. In the blink of an eye, there was a stone man coalescing. Bigger. A full 4 meters. Grimly rushing towards Lei Wanting. Lei Wanting's face changed drastically. He did not expect to still be seen through. He had planned to struggle for a few rounds before admitting defeat. But now, there was no way to struggle. Panicking, he said, I admit defeat. And the Thunder Sky Hall's clear wind sword is yours. Admit defeat? Su Li laughed grimly. Admitting defeat is not enough. The Qingfeng sword is even less. What I want is the entire Lei Xiaotang. The entire Jianghai province. Go to hell. Lei Wanting's face showed horror. But before it was finished, Stone Man came around and slammed his fist into Lei Wanting's chest. Chapter 152, No Hope. Pust. The blood in Lei Wanting's chest finally spewed out uncontrollably. The whole person flew backwards, flying to his original seat. Master. Lei Yin quickly held on. Master, how are you? Lei Wanting was breathing heavily, dying, and could no longer speak. Lei Yin turned his head violently and stormed out. Su Li, you're at least the head of the Xiandi Hall, one of the 8 people closest to immortality in the country. Don't you know the rules of the assembly? How can you do such a poisonous thing when only victory and defeat, not life and death, are to be decided? The surrounding spectators were also angry. Thunder Sky Hall was a local Xian sect in Jianghai province, and many people had received favors. That's right, the rules of the conference are very clear. How can you kill a man in pain? Master Lei is sick, otherwise how could he be defeated by a shameless man like you? Master Lei has already conceded defeat, but he still won't let go. How could there be someone as brazen as you? Boo! Su Li stomped his foot heavily. The stone man followed suit with a stomp, and the ground shook deafeningly. Su Li stood with his hands behind his back and said, since ancient times, the king has become the loser. So if I don't take advantage of his illness to kill him, am I still keeping him to fight against my Jianshan and Jianhai? Anyone who doesn't can come forward and show me who's going to help him. The words fell. Everyone shut up at the same time. As an ordinary person, even if they had the heart but not the strength, rushing up would be death. How can you take a life? Too shameless. Shi Tianjiao couldn't help but open her mouth. Her face was ugly. After all, she knew Lei Wanting, and had some feelings. Shameless? A woman's kindness is to take advantage of his illness. As it should be. Zhou Lim spoke coldly. Zhao Pingan, however, shook his head slightly. He couldn't blame anyone. It was Lei Wanting who didn't know how to hold back. He could recover from his injuries in half a month, and after he recovered, Su Li might not be his match. To accept the challenge now is to seek death. I want to help. Lei Yin rose indignantly, clenched his hands into fists, and stared at Su Li dead in the face. Dare to injure my master. I won't share the same fate as you. With that, he stood still and bit his finger, drew a talisman in his hand, recited an incantation under his breath, and lifted his finger to the sky. Thunder come, strike, click, another thunderbolt struck. Only, Lei Wanting's thunder was like a giant python, and his thunder was only like a white snake, because, it was precisely because he was too weak that he had survived that previous catastrophe. Ha, trashy junior. Su Li's eyes were filled with disdain as he faintly said, boom. Just look at the stone man clenched his fist and blasted straight onto that thunder. The thunder was shattered while the stone man was unharmed. Not only that, the clouds in the whole sky dispersed and returned to sunny skies again. Put. Lei Yin suffered a backlash. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his entire body went limp as he cried, Master, disciple is useless. There's no way I can help you avenge your death. Lei Wanting recovered a little, but he was only able to speak, and said with a sad face, you've done a great job. It's me who's at the end of my days. As he spoke, he looked towards Su Li on the stage. Lei Xiaotang, everything belongs to you, and so does my life. Let my disciples live. It is what it is. Su Li stood with his hands behind his back, contemptuously saying, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Not only will I release your disciple, I will also release you to leave, and never show up in Jianghai province again. Get lost. Saying this is just a way to show the crowd that when they leave, they will find a place where no one will kill them. After saying that, he looked at everyone and proudly said, does anyone want to challenge me? This statement was made. Everyone looked at Master Ma. This was because among the people present, only Master Ma, who was also one of the 8 near immortals, had the strength to challenge him to death. Sun Qinglei clenched his hands into fists. Broken. The Sun family has a lot of venues to choose from. Are Lei wanting help? There are feelings. Plus, Su Wen Pit himself, do not want to look for Xian Mei Hall to help in the future in the land of Jianhai province. Zhao Pingan also looked over and questioned. It said that 8 are close to immortals, but why only 3 have come today when the first person of the Xian realm is to be decided? I wanted to ask just now, but never got the chance. Butler Zhou helpfully answered. Mr. Zhao doesn't know. Other than the 3 present today, there are 3 other masters who are from above and don't get involved in civil fights. There is also a master Li Qingfeng, who is said to have disappeared for many years when he went to the mountains to look for immortals. The last master one is from the harbor and doesn't come to the mainland, so the only ones we can reach are these 3. Zhao Pingan nodded. So it was like that, and continued to look ahead. I'll challenge. Voices rang out from the crowd, but it wasn't Master Ma, it was the easing real person in the pink robe. Su Li looked at him and said gruffly, you are the dark horse of this conference? It is said that you have challenged in the past few days and have never lost? To challenge me? It wasn't that he was afraid, but he had already shown his strength to everyone, and if he still dared to stand up, he must have something to fall back on. Huan Haijinren faintly said, dark horse? This word is slightly inappropriate for a compatible old man. Ha! He turned his words around and said, Master Su Li, I'm going to challenge, not to fight you to the death, or to the death, because, I can't fight you. These words confused everyone. Unable to fight and still challenging, Su Li was also baffled. What did he mean? The Manhwa realist continued. As long as Grandmaster Su Li agrees to allow me to walk freely in the two regions of Jianghai Province and Jiangshan Province, I can admit defeat and surrender. Finished with a slight smile, Su Li's eyes narrowed into a slit. Jiangshan Province, Jianghai Provinces is already their own sphere of influence. He said walking, is not walking to collect money? Absolutely not allowed. Was about to speak. There was a sudden buzz in his brain, and an unspeakable picture appeared in front of his eyes. Extremely fragrant, making people unable to control it and wanting to sink deeper into it. But Su Li, true to his reputation as one of the 8 near immortals, broke free from the frame for only 5 seconds. He looked at cheerful harmony realist in shock. Soul entry technique. Although there was an element of carelessness, his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. After thinking about it, he said, walking is fine. No halls are allowed to be opened. No problem. Cheerful reality laughed. I'll advertise by the way. I'll see the art of rejuvenation. And by the way, it's only for women. Sit back down again. Su Li took a deep breath and added, anyone else? The crowd once again looked at Master Ma. Master Ma shook his head and laughed. It seems my challenge is well received, but I'm a person who doesn't care about vanity. Not to mention, I'm bound to lose both in a fight with Master Su. How about this? Master Su gives me $1 billion. I don't challenge, and the first person in the Xian realm goes to you. Hearing these words, everyone was confused. Coming here to watch them fight, and they were actually trading openly? Buy a ticket in for nothing. No, it has to be a fight. We paid for it. To actually trade openly, have no principles. What do you take us for? Winning first place is watered down. Su Li does not care at all what the people around him say. The service is not these assholes. There is the name of the first person. In the future, someone looking for their own price is higher. Nodding his head, he said, this is very good, lest it be taken advantage of by someone with an ulterior motive. So it is settled. In a split second, the surrounding people cursed even more. Even Qi Tianjiu and Sun Xinglei joined in the cursing, and there were also people shouting for refunds. Su Li didn't care at all and was already walking off the stage, ready to leave. Nangong Ro sat in the middle of the crowd, her body gently trembling, biting her lips. Zhang Ma, I'm afraid, it's hopeless. I wanted to find the first person in the Xian world to see the doctor, but I didn't expect it to be such a watered-down one. Chapter 153, Lei Lai. Nangong Ro had thought to be prepared, but it's still scary when it comes down to it. Miss, don't give up. It's possible that Master Suan can. Tears were welling up in Zhang Ma's eyes, feeling hopeless as well. Ha! Nangong Ro smiled bitterly. It's better to send me home. I want to leave. At home. When he finished, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his condition worsened. Zhang Ma held back from letting herself cry out and pushed Nangong Ro to prepare to leave. While others were not clear about Nangong Ro's condition, she knew very well that with Su Li's Zuanjutsu she simply could not, because, through connections, the family found one of those three. That man's arcane arts could be much higher than Su Li's, and there was nothing he could do about it, let alone Su Li. Just then, Master, a heartbreaking cry suddenly came from the scene. One man's voice, surprisingly, overpowered everyone. Wow! Everyone looked at the same time. A Lei Xiaotang disciple, who was kneeling in front of Lei Wanting, was holding a piece of yellow cloth in his hand, with a stick-like object wrapped in the cloth. Tears fell like rain. Disciple came back late. Disciple will avenge you now. Indignantly getting up, he charged straight at Su Li who was about to leave, raising the yellow cloth in his hand and heading straight for the back of Su Li's head. Return my master's life, out of your depth. Su Li didn't even turn around, point to a rock on the ground and swing it backward casually. Whoosh! The stone was like a bullet, heading straight for this disciple's head, and once it hit, it was feared that his head would burst on the spot, and just at the moment when the stone was about to receive a blow to this disciple, a stone flew through the air and hit the top of the rock with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The two met with a popping sound. The stone was pulverized and exploded in front of the disciple's eyes before being blown away by the wind. The disciple was stunned and fixed in place. The audience was also dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening at all. Who? Su Li turned his head violently, looking viciously at Huan Hezhinjin and Master Ma. Only the two of them could stop it, and they actually dared to stop it. Going back on their words, the Huanha realist and Grandmaster Ma were also confused, not having struck out on their own at all. It's me. Zhao Pingon slowly stood up, very helpless. He wanted to watch the show properly and had no intention of making a move. But if this disciple's head had just been blown off and his blood splattered onto the lightning strike wood, the lightning strike would have no effect. Pingon? Qi Tianjiao didn't understand why he stood up at all. Mr. Zhao. Sun Qinglei was confused. Zhou Lin and Wu Quan and the others beside him were equally confused. What was this guy up to? It's him. Nandong Ro also recognized Zhao Pingan. Zhao Pingan got up and hooked his finger, slowly saying, I won't stop you if you want to go and get killed, but you can't use my stuff as a weapon. Bring it over. I'm in a hurry. Get it and go back to Yaochang. It's you. Suwon recognized Zhao Pingan at a glance and stormed out. How dare you come to the venue? It's really hard to find the place where you step through the iron shoes, but it took all the effort to get here. Big brother, he's the one who put the spell on me. Little, I still plan to find you after controlling Zhanghai province. I didn't expect you to find the door yourself. Big brother, I'm going to kill him. When these words came out, everyone looked at Zhao Pingan. Was he the so-called High Man? Wu Quan was shocked and confused. Just now he was introducing the Highlander in a frenzied manner. Zhou Lin's eyes were about to fall out of her head. She had just mapped him with Suwon? Chi Da Peng. What exactly does my brother-in-law do? Su Li turned around, and seeing how young Zhao Pingan was, a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes as he faintly said, I'm already the #1 person in the Xian realm, and I'm happy today, so I don't want to get bloodied again. You kneel down and kowtow to my brother 3,000 times to apologize. Otherwise, break your entire luck and leave you alone for the rest of your life. 3,000 heads? Wouldn't you just crack your head open? Everyone present looked at Zhao Pingan sympathetically. It was a pity that he was so young. Master Su. Sun Qinglei quickly got up and nervously said, I'm Sun Qinglei, the heir of the Sun family, and this Mr. Zhao is a friend of mine, so I wonder if I can give him face. Although he had seen Zhao Pingan's Shin technique, he didn't think that he could fight Su Li. Su Li's years of fame were all older than Zhao Pingan's age. Zhou Lin and Wu Quan gritted their teeth at the same time. This surname Sun will only get in the way. Is it not good to let him die? Oh, Su Li looked at Sun Qinglei and laughed. So it's the Sun family. In that case, it's a discount. 1,500. But, it can only be 1,500. Ha! This. Sun Qinglei's heart was in turmoil. 1,500 could also knock someone to death. Looking to Wu Quan. Get up and plead for mercy. Get up. Wu Quan lowered his head as if he hadn't heard. Brother, can you? Qi Tianjiao anxiously looked at Qi Dapeng. Good. Qi Dapeng instantly got up. I am a member of the Qi family. The most unappreciated of the Qi family. Zhou Lin coldly added. You're just a big waste of space recognized by the Qi family. And you're even begging for mercy? You deserve it. Hurry up and sit down. Qi Dapeng held his face red. Su Li laughed contemptuously, not even bothering with Qi Dapeng, and looked at Zhao Pingan. I'll give you the chance to keep looking for someone. As long as the person you find is of a high enough status, it's not impossible to forgive you. Nangong Ro in the distance said breathlessly, Mrs. Zhang, it's fate to meet each other. Help him out. She was struggling to speak, let alone shout. Zhang Ma shook her head. Miss, with his physical condition, he can't die. Kowtowing might be a good thing. Just when people are talking. Pretenders. Zhao Pingan spoke in annoyance. Based on what you just said, you kowtow to me 30,000 times and I'll let you leave afterward. I wasn't going to bother with them, but they stomped on my nose. What? The whole room was shocked. What did you say? Su Li became furious and looked at Zhao Pingan thoroughly. You think I'm joking with you? Zhao Pingan asked rhetorically. You think I'm joking with you? The little child seeks death. Su Li no longer stoic. If in other places okay, to know, here there are people watching. If not, deal with him to pass out how to do people? Sounding like thunder, he roared. You guys just said it wasn't worth watching. Well then, I'll make it worth your while. The order of the Xuanxue. Rise. The ground was wildly windy, and the stones quickly gathered, turning into a 6-meter-tall stone man in the blink of an eye. Bigger than before, he was prepared to directly blast Zhao Pingan to pieces, completely blocking everyone's mouths. Kill, Su Li said hideously. The stone man quickly rushed towards Zhao Pingan, and with each step, the ground followed and trembled. Everyone looked dumbfounded and completely forgot to speak. Zhao Pingan smiled coldly and just casually raised his hand. Rumble. Dark clouds rolled across the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. An electric light continued to leap through the clouds. Chop. Point to the stoner. Click. A lightning bolt like a dragon rushed out of the clouds, as long as 100 feet, and the stone people were like ants in front of it. It was 100 times more ferocious than Lei Wanting's thunder. Spot on cleave to the stoner. Lightning disappeared in a split second. Stabbing people cannot open their eyes, and so on people in the open eyes, found that the stone man disappeared. The original position. Empty. Put. Su Li was backfired, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, almost fell down, looking at the empty space in front of him and said in horror, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Where is the stone? How can there be no trace at all? Zhao Pingan casually said, There are too many people here. Splitting is easy to hurt others. I will just give the splitting vaporization. Chapter 154, 1-3. The room was once again dead silent. Tens of thousands of spectators listened with jaws agape, directly chopped to vaporization. What kind of power is this? I'm afraid it's even more terrifying than Lei Wanting. He knows Zuanjutsu? Nangong Ro's eyes stared at Zhao Pingan without blinking, and her eyes were flooded with thick surprise. Zhang Ma was around and was shocked with a mouth that could fit an egg. Qi Tianjiu stared at Zhao Pingan. Her eyes were thick with admiration. She had heard people say that he knew Zuanjutsu before, and there were also people who said that the 140 plots of land was him laying down a formation, but then it was disclaimed by Su Jewel, and the truth was that Zhao Pingan knew people who were selling medicines in the prison, and getting some messy things. Now it seems that he really does know Zuanjutsu, knowing martial arts, medicine, and Zuanjutsu. Is there anything in this world he doesn't know? Master Zhao. Sun Qinglei excitedly got up. His face was flushed with red, so it seemed that his father did not lose out by giving him a dog. Once again, he shouted, Master Zhao! Master Zhao! See Sun Qinglei driven. The whole room rose at the same time. After all, Lei Wanting was killed by Su Li, and the people of Jianhai had feelings for him. Zhao Pingan was the hope of revenge. Nearly 10,000 people spoke in unison, raising their arms and shouting, Master Zhao! Master Zhao! Master Zhao! The shouts were terrifying, and in the midst of this shouting, Zhou Lin and Wu Quan were shivering and still trying to take revenge. Well. Su Li's face was hideous, raised his hand and wiped the blood from the side of his mouth. Things had developed to such an extent that if he didn't get Zhao Pingan killed, he would lose his reputation. Not only would he not be able to enter Jianhai province, even his reputation would be greatly damaged. Yin coldly said, It seems that I really underestimated you. Do you think that I can become the number one person in the Xian realm by relying on this skill? Humph. Since you're looking for death, I'll be impolite. As he spoke, he once again bit through his finger and sucked in a mouthful, followed by a mouthful of blood sprayed on the ground, taking over the peachwood sword that had just been used as a bet, drawing a talisman on the ground while saying, I use my blood to correct the clarity. Heaven and earth. Xianwei, are all my soldiers? Xianwei order. Rise. Swish. Another gust of wind blew through the arena, shutting everyone up. Then it was seen that the air seemed to gather together and compress, surprisingly forming a transparent person, like a mass of water, but not a mass of water. Transparent's body shook. A flash of dismay flashed across Master Ma's eyes as he said in surprise, This, Su Li's body control technique has already transcended the limitations of the body to reach the level of chi control. He has already reached this level? The Huanha realist also frowned and muttered, It seems that Master Nine Su really lives up to his name. Just when people are thinking about it, Su Li laughed out loud. Kid, gas is formless and water is colorless. Look at my soldier. Is it water or gas? I'm going to tell you that today. Tomorrow is the anniversary of your death. The Xuanhei order kills. As his words fell, this transparent person walked slowly towards Zhao Pingan. Don't look at it walking slowly, but a step of 3 meters was like an instantaneous movement. At this moment, everyone's heart hangs in the air. Zhao Pingan's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, Sculptor, I advise you to obediently kneel down and kowtow, lest you continue to suffer. Arrogant. Su Wen couldn't help but open his mouth. You still don't know yourself when you're dying. My brother said that tomorrow's today will be the anniversary of your death. And with these words, even the great Luo Golden Immortals won't be able to save you. I don't need to be saved. Zhao Pingan laughed coldly. Body control technique. You've only learned a little bit of it. Next, I'll show you what is meant by a real body control technique. As he spoke, he pinched a finger technique in his hand and then pointed it at Su Li. Next, Su Li's whole body trembled, and the light in his eyes went wide as he yelled, Asterisk 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 come back. And with those words, Transparent stopped dead in his tracks. How dare you insult my ancestor? Looking for death. Su Li's body accelerated steeply, rushing straight towards the transparent man, a few steps away, jumping high, and smashing his fist in the air on the transparent man. But, this transparent man was made of condensed gas, and could not be hit at all. Su Li's body passed through the transparent man and dog dash asterisk 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 on the ground. Extremely wretched, still not giving up, he continued to get up and tangle with the transparent man, Zhao Pingan, controlling Master Su Li, and called Zhao Ping ancestor. The whole room was stunned. Not good. The hall master is being controlled. A disciple roared. Su Wen's frightened legs were soft and paralyzed on the ground, finally realizing that Big Brother is not an opponent. Master Zhao is mighty. Master Zhao is mighty. Once again, the room erupted in shouts. Zhao Pingan smiled faintly and didn't look at Su Li much. Let him fight with the transparent man. The transparent man was an object he had controlled. To put it simply, it was one with him, and he was, right now, the equivalent of beating himself up. Zhao Pingan was ready to get the lightning strike wood. Just then, young man, Be forgiving. Grandmaster Ma slowly got up with an inscrutable look. Grandmaster Su Li has been famous for a long time, and judging from his age, he is your elder again. Although you have a high level of arcane arts, a little lesson is good. Don't go too far. He could also see that if he let it go, Su Li might be killed alive by himself. Zhao Pinggan's body lurched as he coldly said, just now. Su Li hit Lei Wanting without saying anything. Su Li wants to move me without saying anything. And now, stand out and pretend that you ma a righteous man? If he had just helped to speak, he would have given some face, but he had just said nothing. You, Grandmaster Ma gritted his teeth, not expecting Zhao Pinggan to be so arrogant. Biting his finger, his feet stepped on the Bagua steps, and took 2 steps to Su Li's side, tapping on Su Li's shoulder. Su Li instantly regained his senses and said in shock, what just happened? Master Ma said, you're being body controlled. What? Su Li looked fiercely at Zhao Pinggan, his eyes showing thick fear, but immediately afterward, his eyes turned ruthless and he gritted his teeth. Master Ma, $1 billion, help me kill him. Master Ma stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, originally, I didn't want to make a move, but this little child is so arrogant that he ignores the old man. So fine, I'll help you out. In fact, he had long had an idea in his mind that Zhao Pinggan's strength was too terrifying. If he was allowed to grow, no one would be able to cure him. He had to be eradicated now. Su Li looked at Huanhe Jinjin again and spoke. Not only are you free to walk around Jiangshan and Zhanghai provinces, you're also allowed to open 20 halls to help me kill him. Good, I'll help you out. The Huanhe realist quickly got up and looked at Qi Tianjiao with a smile. In fact, he didn't care about the hall at all, but looked at Qi Tianjiao, who was simply superb. Seeing both of them helped Su Li, the spectators immediately cursed the shamelessness. One person could not defeat, but actually called for help. Where is the appearance of a fight? Their curses. Su Li didn't care at all. Looking towards Zhao Pinggan, he smiled contemptuously. Demon, no matter how profound your Xian technique is, can you still fight the 3 of us? In ancient times, there were the 3 heroes battling Lubu, and today, we, the 3 Xian, are going to punish the demons. Zhao Pinggan couldn't help but shake his head and smile faintly. Even more trash is still trash. When added together, it can at most be called a trash heap. Make a move and show me what kind of trash you all are. Arrogant, ignorant. The 3 of them cursed at the same time, their faces green with anger. They were all revered masters in any place, the guests of the noble families, and they were even ignored. Su Li took another step forward. Fellow Daoist, the hour has come. Execute. Chapter 155, Golden Light. The Order of the Xianxian Underworld. Execute. Just look at the surrounding air once again solidified. Just now the transparent person only outline, and now, unexpectedly appear nose, eyes, and even body muscle lines. The height is also much higher than before, to more than 2 meters. Yes, Master Ma heavily concurred. Then his foot drew a symbol on the ground, and with his fingers up, he stormed out. White is Yang, black is Yin. The Ma family is here to cross the gods. Yin and Yang, open. Boom. All of a sudden heaven and earth color change, visible to the naked eye. The entire venue light instantly darkened. From day to night, and visible, more dense a black gas in the gathering tumbling. The Huanhe real person laughed contemptuously. How can a petty generation ascend to the hall of great elegance? Today, let you burn inside and outside, and never return to fire. Swish. Ease. The real person's surroundings appeared out of thin air yellowish flame. This flame is not a real flame. No one can feel the temperature, but let the people present to see the heartbeat accelerated. The face crimson, as if some kind of emotion was quickly hooked up, messed up the mind. Su Li looked at it contemptuously and added, little boy, I'll ask you one last time, to surrender or not to surrender. Zhao Pinggan's eyes lit up. Interesting. Don't look at Su Wen alone as garbage, but the 3 of them together could achieve a complementary effect, achieving the effect of 1 + 1 + 1 being greater than 3. Huanhe Jinren majored in the internal influence of human nerves. Master Ma majored in the external influence that could be concealed from the world, and the transparent man controlled by Su Li was able to inflict damage on the human body. Except, it's still crap. Zhao Pinggan raised his hand and hooked his finger. Hurry up, don't keep the ancestors waiting. Su Li was murderous and grumpy. I don't know how to die. Go! Master Ma also no longer hesitated. Go! The Huanhe realist let out a grim smile. Die for me. In the eyes of the entire crowd, the colorless transparent man, the pale yellow flame, and the rolling black gas rushed towards Zhao Pinggan at the same time. Don't! Qi Tianjiao screamed out in fear, her face dramatically changing. Zhang Mum, he, Nangong Ro looked at the front in horror, but not before anyone had too much emotion. They had already reached Zhao Pinggan. The transparent man resembled a patriarch punching and kicking at Zhao Pinggan. Pale blue flames burrowed into his feet and burned from the bottom up. The black gas transformed into a giant python and wrapped around Zhao Pinggan's body in a circle. As for Zhao Pinggan, he didn't move a muscle. He looked at the three people in front of him indifferently and said in an ancient manner, "At a time like this, you guys shouldn't be hooking up with each other. Hurry up and show me what kind of trash you all are." Break! His body shook. In a split second, the transparent man drifted away with the wind. The pale yellow flames instantly streaked. The black gas fell apart, as if nothing had happened. Put! Suli and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The arcane art is beyond reality. Belongs to the heaven cannot be. Every time you fail will be subjected to backlash. Otherwise the master of the arcane art has long ruled the world. Grandmaster Ma and realist Manhwa were similarly shaken backward 3 steps. Their faces pale. Suli said angrily, "Two fellow Taoists, if we don't use our real skills again, we will surely be backfired again. Do we want to watch him being arrogant and domineering? Next, we're going to take a hit." Grandmaster Ma frowned. He really didn't use his real skills. He had thought that Su Li's backlash was very serious, and if he was seriously injured, he would destroy him and replace him. He never expected that Zhao Pinggan would be so strong. Sulking for a moment, he said, "Okay, but I need another billion." Su Li's heart sank. He was taking advantage of the fire, but there was no way back now. "Fine, I'll give you another billion." Upon hearing this, Master Ma quickly took out a cloth bag from his arms and stared at Zhao Pinggan. "You're the first and the last to push me to this level. Today, I'll show you my Ma clan's great art of communicating yin and yang." When he finished, he opened the cloth bag. One moment, the temperature of the venue dropped drastically, and this coldness came from the inside out, making people's bones creepy, and immediately after, a black as ink black gas emerged from the cloth bag, gradually condensing into a human shape, and finally even turned into a solid body, with a bloody mouth. This is a ghost?" Sun Qinglei shouted in horror. Next to them, Shi Dapeng and the others had long been scared, their teeth fighting and their pants wetting. The Huanha realist nodded approvingly. "The Yin-Yang Ma clan is really not bad, but I, too, am not without real skills." He took out a bone flute from his clothes. This was forged from the leg bones of 7 maidens and then soaked in their corpse oil for 77 and 49 days to refine it. "Sonny, it last played 3 years ago, and you, for what it's worth," Suli said angrily, "cut the crap. Let's get him killed first. Strike." The words fell. Master Ma pushed forward. "Ow!" The little ghost let out a mournful howl and opened its bloody mouth to pounce directly on Zhao Pinggan. Cheerful reality threw it upwards. "Woo!" The bone flute emitted a heartbreaking note that sounded like it would make you want to kill yourself. Suli also no longer hid, taking out a vial from his pocket, which contained a smudge of ashes from the successive generations of ancestors of Xian He Tang. Disciples of the Xianmei, play for the generations of ancestors. Kill. After saying that, he sprinkled the ashes toward Zhao Pinggan. Shasta. Nearly 10,000 people in the venue stopped breathing and felt unprecedented fear, as if they were in an abyss. High praise for you guys. Zhao Pinggan was a little disappointed in his heart, and thought that their crushing stunts could play with him, but he didn't realize that they were so trashy, and they were all just evil things. It seemed that the 8 arcane masters rumored outside to have recently approached immortality had only false names. So far, the most powerful one he had encountered was the old man who had destroyed the Thunder Sky Hall and killed Yi Yaoqing. Zhao Pinggan looked at the 3 objects in front of him and said, "Word for word, the world of heaven and earth, all come out of the 9 Xian. Where the 9 Xian is, all laws are here. Where the 9 Xian is, the sun and the moon have no light." As he spoke, his feet finally made a move and drew the 9 Xian symbol on the ground. The moment the painting was completed, Zhao Pinggan's body was surrounded by golden light that glowed in all directions, piercing the eyes. The little kid who had just arrived at his side saw the golden light and was shivering with fear. His body could not help but kneel on the ground, constantly kowtowing and begging for forgiveness, and even then, his body still gradually dissipated in the golden light. "No, don't!" Seeing this, Master Ma roared in horror. This is his killer weapon. If it is gone, the strength of at least half of the recession. Only the words did not wait to finish. The little ghost completely dissipated and disappeared. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out as he was revolted, and his body staggered and collapsed to the ground. "No, don't, Master Zhao." The Huanha real person also opened his mouth to beg for forgiveness. This golden light made him fear from the inside out. Just before he finished his words, the bone flute clicked into pieces, and he himself suffered a heavy blow, as if he had aged dozens of years. Boom! The ashes that had just arrived at Zhao Pinggan's side ignited a flame and then dissipated into thin air. This can't be. Poof! Suli's heart is like a knife. That is the ashes of successive generations of ancestors. There are the righteousness of successive generations of ancestors. But it was blown up. Zhao Pinggan's golden light lingered around his body as he finally moved. Taking one step toward the several people, he said as he walked, You guys were the ones who made the moves before. Next, it's my turn to make the moves. This statement was made. Suli, Grandmaster Ma, and the Manhwa realist were simultaneously horrified. Who the hell was this guy? The strength of the three of them could not even fight, but instead, he was able to continue casting spells. The entire crowd looked at Zhao Pinggan obsessively, as if they were seeing a god. Go! The golden light around Zhao Pinggan became even thicker, while at the same time detaching from him and flying straight toward the three people. The three tried to run, but it was too late. Chapter 156, My Lady has bailed out. Boom! A deafening sound of explosions rang out in the field. In everyone's line of sight, it was clearly seen that the golden light impacted on the three, and then, the golden light disappeared into thin air, and the three remained in the same place. The clothes aren't torn. The hair wasn't burnt. No physical damage. They acted like nothing was wrong. The whole room was surprised, because based on Zhao Pinggan's means just now, there was no way they would be fine. Even if they didn't explode, they would still be seriously injured. But why? There was no problem whatsoever. Could it be that Zhao Pinggan can't make it? Next. Wah wah wah. Mom, I pooped my pants. Suli lay on the ground and stomped and rolled around, listening to the voice, like a toddler. I'm so beautiful, so beautiful. The cheerful reality bit her lips shyly. Little leather ball, kick with your feet. Marlene blossomed 21, sang Master Ma even more. The audience was even more confused as to what they were doing. I didn't kill them because killing would hurt the blessings. Seeing their doubts, Zhao Pinggan slowly explained. I am merely abolishing their minds, extinguishing their arts, and cutting off their good fortune for life. Simply put, they all turn out to be cuties. Sun Qinglei rose with passion. Master Zhao, Master Zhao, Master Zhao. The whole room spoke in unison again. Zhao Pinggan laughed and walked to the side next to the Lei Xiaotang disciples. Su Wen, who was standing on the side, thought that he was walking towards himself and quickly kneeled down to beg for forgiveness in fear. Zhao Pinggan was too lazy to bother with him, because at the Suli turned into a little cutie moment, Su Wen's fate changed for the rest of his life, and he ended up unsupported and alone. Raising his hand to take the lightning strike wood in the disciple's hand, his heart rejoiced. With this, the conditions for Yi Yaoqing to change her fate against the heavens were all in place. Propose when she regains her memory. Just about to leave. Boo! The disciple knelt in front of Zhao Pinggan and cried. Master Zhao avenged his family's master. The disciple is unable to repay him, and when he goes back to take care of his family's affairs and aftermath, he will go to Master Zhao's side to serve as an ox and serve forever. Zhao Pinggan looked at Lei Wanding and said indifferently, Your master isn't dead yet. What's the aftermath of taking care of? He said, shaking his head helplessly. After all, he had provided the information, so he would help one more time. Walking slowly to Lei Wanting's side, aiming a hard kick at his abdomen. Master Zhao? The disciple asked in surprise. The words just fell from his lips. Put! A mouthful of black blood spurted out from Lei Wanting, and his entire body began to breathe violently. In fact, Lei Wanting was merely faking his death, or it could be said that he was being suffocated by the blood, and if he didn't care, he would indeed die, but he could just force the blood out. Swish! The whole room shook. He actually kicked the dead man alive. Sun Qinglei once again raised his arms and shouted, Divine Dr. Zhao! Dr. Zhao! The crowd! Nangong Ro's eyes were fixed on Zhao Pinggan, and she asked in a trembling voice, Mrs. Zhang, you said is he my husband? Hey Xian, hey, and his name is also Zhao Pinggan. Zhang Ma was equally horrified in her eyes and said gruffly, I'm not sure yet, but you should be saved. Miss, I'll take you to him and let him treat you. The two men were just about to move when they violently settled in place, because they saw a girl standing up and holding Zhao Pinggan's arm. Very intimate. You are awesome. Qi Tianjiu skimmed her mouth, her face full of pride, like a little girl who got candy, smiling brighter than a flower, and she didn't know what was wrong with her. Suddenly she didn't hate this scum, and feel happy. Can you let go of me? The arm is not but blood. It will be disabled later. Zhao Pinggan had a black line on his head. No, I want to hold. Qi Tianjiu was very stubborn and blurted out again. You even took advantage of the situation twice. I didn't even say anything. What's wrong with hugging your arm? Zhao Pinggan froze. What did he mean by taking advantage of the situation? Before Qi Tianjiu could speak, bam, bam, the venue's 6 entrance doors were kicked in at the same time, startling everyone. Outside the 6 gates, 6 males walked in, all wearing practice clothes and looking similar. The oldest in his 50s and the youngest in his 40s. Zhao's 6 tigers. Someone recognized them. Why are they here? Today is the Xian Realm Conference. It has nothing to do with martial arts. Look at how vicious they look. Do they have a grudge against one of the masters today? The 6 tigers of the Zhao clan appearing at the same time. Things aren't small today. People have been talking about it. Subsequently, Another bejeweled woman walked in, wearing a long tight dress and a very nice figure. It was no one else but Zhao Yakin. Zhao Yakin roared, "Where's Zhao Pingan? Get your ass out here." She, who had come to seek revenge on Zhao Pingan. The whole room is quiet. Zhao Pingan? Is it Master Zhao? Dr. Zhao. Zhao Pingan was also surprised, and had not seen this woman. Looking for himself? Or is it a rename? Wu Quan. Zhao Yakin yelled again. "You told me Zhao Pingan was here. Where is he?" Wu Quan had been hiding in the crowd and shivering, fearful after seeing Zhao Pingan's methods, but he never expected that Zhao Yakin would sell himself in 2 sentences. For a while, everyone around looked at Wu Quan. Earl. Wu Quan's eyes rolled over, and he fell to the ground in fear, his whole body twitching and foaming at the mouth, drawn with fear. When Zhao Pingan saw Wu Quan's state, he knew that he should look for himself. Taking the initiative, he stepped forward. "I am Zhao Pingan. What is it that you are looking for me?" Zhao Yakin glanced over. Her enemies met, and she grumpily said, "What is it? Old lady wants you dead today. How dare you waste my son? Do you really think my Zhao family has no one? Brothers? He's the one who wasted Qian Koan." Swish! The 6 tigers of the Zhao family glared at each other angrily at the same time. Boss Zhao too said hideously, "Before, if it wasn't for that punk Zhou Taishan stopping us, we would have already gone to Tianhai to waste you. I didn't think that you would still dare to come to the provincial city. Today, it's the God of heaven coming down to earth. No one will be able to save you. Now, crawl over here on your knees and beg for mercy. On your knees, on your knees." The remaining 5 tigers roared at the same time. Zhao Pingan frowned, somewhat unable to figure out why everyone out there liked to make people kneel. It seemed like everyone talked the same. "Zhao, Mrs. Zhao, is there some misunderstanding? This Zhao Pingan is my good friend." Looking for the wrong person, Sun Qinglei stood out with a hard head. He knew all about Zhao Pingan and Zhou Qiankuan, but Zhao Pingan knew medicine, Zuan Jutsu, and might not know martial arts. And across the street there are the 6 tigers of Zhao. Zhao Yakin nonchalantly scolded, "Find the wrong your grandmother's leg, little brat. Get the hell out of here. Any more nonsense even you together to beat." Sun Qinglei's face was red. At least he was the heir of the Sun family. It was too humiliating to be scolded in front of so many people. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Lady Zhao, Mr. Zhao is a valued guest of my Sun family. If you dare to touch a hair on his head, you are an enemy of my Sun family. The Sun family is an ass." Zhao Yakin scolded again, "Let your father come. See if he dares to ask for face in front of me. I'll smack his ass with my big mouth. Hurry up and get out." Sun Qingmei held her tongue. Zhao Pingan raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. "I'll handle it myself. You stay back." Without going to the Zhou family, they actually took the initiative to come and deal with it directly to eliminate any future problems. "You can't handle it. It's better if I do." A voice suddenly came to mind in the crowd, and she saw Zhang Ma pushing Nangong Ro slowly walking out, and Zhang Ma added, "Zhao Pingan, my young lady bailed out." Chapter 157 Arrogant Laughter. Swish! Have to admit, these words are very shocking. The provincial Sun family has no face. There is actually someone who dares to stand out. The crowd looked over and stared at each other, all feeling unfamiliar, having never seen it before. Zhao Pingan looked at it and felt a little bit impressed. Last night when he went to dinner, they happened to come out at the restaurant, but they were just rubbing shoulders. "What kind of a thing is your lady?" Zhao Yakin arrogantly said. "You old shameless. Hurry up and push the cripple to get out. My old lady is in a bad mood right now. I don't have time to play with you." As the youngest daughter in the family, she had grown up arrogant and domineering, and now that all 6 of her brothers were around, she was even more arrogant. "You seek death." Zhang Ma's face steeply sank. Her body's aura instantly dispersed, as if the air was shaken, swinging in all directions with her as the center. Angrily, she said, "My lady is the eldest lady of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion, a golden branch. How can you, a lowly embryo, humiliate her? Miss Hidden Treasures." Everyone's eyes show shock. Hidden Treasure Pavilion is the largest antique dealer in the country. Hundreds of branches throughout the country. Deservedly famous family. I didn't realize that today's Xian Realm Assembly had attracted such big names. It was important to realize that the matter of the Xian Realm was not mainstream after all, and even the people from the 5 great clans of the provincial city were only secretly supportive and didn't come to the scene. Duh! Zhao Yakin was taken aback when she saw her eyes, and her body took an uncontrollable step backward. Zhao's 6 tigers also frowned at the same time, sensing that this old woman was very strong, and couldn't figure out why the great lady of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion wanted to protect Zhao Pingan. Not to mention the others, Zhao Pingan was also confused and didn't recognize her. So what if she's the first lady of Hidden Treasures? Zhao Yakian clenched her teeth in anger and re-stepped forward. Although still strong, she didn't dare to spit out dirty words. "Zhao Pingan wasted my son's legs. No matter what, I will kill him today. The treasure pavilion has a lot of power in the country, but within the Jianghai province, it's a dragon that has to be coiled and a tiger that has to lie down. If you don't want to have a life and death battle, and if you don't want to be a complete enemy of my Zhao and Zhou families, then get the hell out of here. Today, no one can stop me from taking revenge. If he didn't seize the opportunity today, it would be even harder to wait for Zhao Pingan to return to Tianhai City, so he had to strike today. Zhang Ma's eyes narrowed into slits, then she lowered her head and said, Miss, I'll go and come. Nangong Ro nodded gently. Be safe. I will. Zhang Ma responded, then let go of Nangong Ro and slowly walked towards Zhao Yakan. Every step, the rickety body straightened 1 point. The wrinkles on the face also shallow 1 point. A few steps later, no longer dying old woman, surprisingly young dozen years. Humph. Zhao Yakan snorted coldly and gritted her teeth. Brothers, since she's looking for death, let's get her first. The 6 brothers sniffed. At the same time, they looked towards Zhang Ma, their auras instantly exploding. And for a moment, even those who did not know martial arts could clearly feel the murderous aura on their bodies. The pressure is so intense that you can't breathe. Zhang Ma also stopped in her tracks and frowned. All 6 of you, you're all half-step sect masters? Patriarchs, already figures who could start a sect and stand at the pinnacle of a province. There were no more than 10 in the rest of the provinces, except for a few large provinces. At the same time, the number of half-step patriarchs was also very rare. Zhao Tu sneered. Half-step sovereign? Not only that, the 6 of us brothers are all half-step Zong masters when separated. The 6 of us brothers stand together. Each of us is a Zongshi. Old undead. I'll give you one last chance to get the hell out of here. Otherwise, we won't show any mercy. Zhang Ma's frown deepened as she took on 6 sect masters at the same time, with only a 50% chance of winning. Just then, Zhao Pingan stepped forward and smiled. I appreciate the kindness of you and your lady. They are here to find me, so leave it to me. He has always been a man of honor. Anyone who has helped will be remembered. And of course, anyone who has a grudge will be remembered. You shut up. Zhang Ma glared fiercely and said with a black face, if they weren't running to take your life, do you think I would have stepped in? I'll let them teach you a good lesson, so that you'll know the evils of society. But, how can I not do something when they want you dead? Miss is still waiting for a cure. Who will cure her if he dies? Zhao Pingan was scolded. Why did he feel that she was hostile towards himself as well? Ping, Zhao Pingan, it's better to let Zhang Ma make a move. Ahem. Nangong Ro slowly opened her mouth and coughed twice as she spoke, saying weakly, you alone are no match for the 6 of them, lest you get hurt. When he was at the entrance of the treasure pavilion, he had fought Sovereign Wufei and Sovereign Thunder, but those were one by one, and in front of him, he was fighting 6 people at the same time. Even though he could do Zuen Jutsu and attract lightning, against a martial artist, these false moves might not be effective. Too much crap. Zhao Yakan's eyes were glazed over as she angrily said, brothers, fight me. First waste this old woman, then kill Zhao Pingan and let them know how powerful you are. The 6 men sniffed. At the same time, they rushed towards Zhang Ma. As fast as the wind, they rushed in front of Zhang Ma in just the blink of an eye. They did not attack from the front at the same time, but from 6 directions, attacking from all directions and without any dead angle, using their hands and feet without a single crack. When he struck, his hands and feet cut the air with a hissing wind sound. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the entire crowd lifted at the same time. Zhao's 6 tigers striking at the same time was rare in his life. Zhao Pingan thought for a moment and stopped talking. Since she was willing to fight, let her fight. Qi Tianjia walked to her side and firmly held Zhao Pingan's arm again, asking in an unkind tone, what is your relationship with Miss Hidden Treasure Pavilion? As a woman, she was extraordinarily sensitive to many things, and could feel that Nangong Ro's tone of voice when she spoke to him was extraordinarily gentle. Don't recognize it. Haven't seen it. Zhao Pingan shook his head, just as he was speaking. Boom boom boom. Zhang Ma and Zhao's 6 tigers exchanged hundreds of moves, and both sides were so incredibly fast that even with wide eyes, they could only see the trills of their moves. It had to be admitted that Zhang Ma's hands were indeed very good, and against one of the 6 of them, she could be defeated with a hand raised. But, naturally, it was hard to beat 12 feet with 2 fists, so she could only defend passively. A full minute passed. Boo! Zhao Tu seized Zhang Ma's defense loophole. Sandbag big fist, smashed in Zhang Ma's left shoulder. Zhang Ma was smashed body abias. The overall defense was torn open a hole. She tried to block it in time, but how could the 6 tigers of Zhao give her a chance? Seized the holes while attacking ferociously. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them attacked with hundreds of punches again, and Zhang Ma panicked and retreated in response. Even so, it only lasted for 30 seconds before Zhao Tu caught a break again and elbowed her in the chest, an elbow that weighed 1,000 pounds. Zhang Ma's entire body flew backwards, a full 7 meters, and smashed heavily on the ground. sending up gusts of dust. She tried to get up, but halfway up, her body slammed down again, too weak to do so. Mrs. Chang, Nangong Ro shrieked, heart like a knife. Since childhood is Zhang Ma brought up, feelings than mother and son. See her fall, hurriedly turn the wheelchair to go over. Nah, the body is too weak to try to turn the wheelchair. Body falls to the ground. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yakan let out a cocky laugh. Chapter 158, Not Worth Living. Looking at Nangong Ro with eyes full of contempt, he sneered. Just now, you were told to roll or not. Now, you can only roll and leave. I'd like to see a loser push a disability, still handicapped, pushing trash. Saying this, he took another step forward, raising his head and chest. My 6 brothers are invincible. In the entire room, no one dared to speak because no one dared to be offended. Mrs. Chang, Nangong Ro shouted another sentence from her mouth. Her body collapsed on the ground, but she tried her best to crawl forward, tears pouring out of her eyes. Miss, don't come over, don't. It's the old man's incompetence. It's me who is incompetent. Zhang Ma saw Nangong Ro's state, used all her strength to stand up, but her body was like it was falling apart. She only stood up halfway, and then fell down heavily again. How are you doing, Mrs. Zhang? Nangong Ro was still crawling as best she could. Just then, she felt a silhouette standing beside her and slowly looked over. It was none other than Zhao Pingan. Zhao Pingan slowly said, I'll push you over. He had never been a soft-hearted person, but when he saw this scene, he was still touched by the deep love between master and servant. As he spoke, he bent down and picked up Nangong Ro in the midst of everyone's gazes, gently placing her on top of the wheelchair. Zhao Pingan. Zhao Yakan's face was hideous, and she was still planning to watch the show, letting everyone see the consequences of offending herself. The eldest miss of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion was still humiliated. Who else in the province would dare to mess with her in the future? All destroyed by him. Zhao Pingan looked like he didn't hear her and walked to the back of the wheelchair, ready to push her to Zhang Ma. See this scene. Zhao Yakan was even more furious. Hissed, 6 brothers, waste him for me. Don't kill him first. I want to keep him alive and torture him slowly. He should have been the one on his knees begging for forgiveness, but instead he was made to act like a pussy. Simple. Zhao's 6 tigers didn't move at the same time. Only Zhao Tu took a step forward and said contemptuously, Surnamed Zhao, did you hear my sister's words? Why don't you obediently come over to die? The remaining 5 tigers also laughed contemptuously. After beating Zhang Ma, her self-confidence was extremely high. Zhao Pingan didn't respond and started pushing Nangong Ro closer to Zhang Ma. Zhao Tu's face changed dramatically when he saw that he looked like he didn't hear. It was too humiliating to realize that there were still nearly 10,000 people present watching. How dare you ignore me? I'm going to skin you. As he spoke, his body was like a gust of wind as he quickly rushed towards Zhao Pingan. Pingan, Qi Tianjiu screamed. Mr. Zhao. Sun Qinglei's scalp went numb with fear. Zhao Pingan, Nangong Ro also reminded. However, Zhao Pingan looked like he didn't hear anything and continued to push her forward. Only to take a step out, Zhao Tu had already rushed to his side, leapt up in the air, and raised his sandbag-sized fist to blast straight into his left shoulder. That punch would have shattered both legs. Still want to push Nangong Ro? Couldn't even walk afterward. Kneel for me, Zhao Tu roared. Just as his fist was about to fall, Zhao Pingan let go of one of the hands pushing the wheelchair and swung out a punch seemingly at random, but it came out afterward and accurately bombarded Zhao Tu's abdomen. Zhao Tu's eyes abruptly turned terrified. Others couldn't feel it, but he could clearly feel that it was a 1-inch punch, containing incomparable rigid force. I wanted to run, but it was too late. Boom! Zhao Tu was smashed down in the air, his body smashed into the ground, and the ground unexpectedly sprouted silk cracks. Earl! The whole place was dead silent, as if they had seen a ghost. Big brother? Zhao Yakan called out in shock, unable to believe her eyes for a moment. Big brother! The remaining 5 tigers roared similarly. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of Zhao Tu's mouth. The panic in his eyes still hadn't dissipated. Only through personal contact could he feel how terrifying this seemingly ordinary young man was. Turning his head, he yelled with all his strength, "Run!" When he finished, he closed his eyes. His intention was to tell his brothers to hurry up and run, but he was injured, and his voice turned out to be abnormal. Newspaper? Zhao Yakan's heart was dripping blood. The one who treated him best since childhood was his big brother. Clenching his hands into fists, he roared hideously, "Big brother, don't worry. We'll avenge you here. Brother, just kill it." The remaining 5 tigers were murderous. If I had told you to kill it, why would Big Brother be here? Big Brother let him get away with a counterattack because he stayed his hand. Zhao Pingan, you deserve to die. As they speak, at the same time, they rushed towards Zhao Pingan. The people present at the same time sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and felt that their hearts were going to jump out of their throats. These 5 tigers are already scary. but Zhao Pingan is still pushing the wheelchair, as if he didn't see it. What is Master Zhao and Divine Dr. Zhao doing? In full view of all, the 5 tigers rushed to Zhao Pingan's side. Zhao Pingan pushed a step forward and lightly dodged the 5 people's attacks. At the same time, a punch was swung. Boo! Erdi flew backwards. Zhao Pingan pushed another step forward, dodging the 4 attacks. Boo! Lao Sin flew backwards. Another step forward, and old 4 flew backwards. Another step forward and old 5 flew backwards. Another step forward and old 6 flew backwards. 6 short steps to abolish the 6 tigers of the Zhao family. In a split second, the entire scene was dead silent. Even the air no longer flowed, and the left and right people looked like they were imprisoned, not moving at all, incredulously looking at the scene in front of them. Zhang Ma, more like seeing a monster, her body held the posture to stand up, stayed in mid-air, and wouldn't move. Zhao Pingan pushed Nangong Ro in front of Zhang Ma and slowly said, "It's here." It's not very loud, but it was heard in everyone's ears. Bring everyone back to their senses instantly. Boo! Chang's mom was once again on the floor. Boo! Zhao Yakan looked at the front of his eyes in horror, paralyzed to the ground. How is this possible? Sun Qinglei almost jumped up in excitement, waving his fist and roaring, "1 step to kill a man, 1,000 miles to kill a man. Patriarch Zhao is mighty." Hearing him shout, the whole crowd was mobilized, shouted in unison, "Patriarch Zhao is mighty! Patriarch Zhao is mighty! Patriarch Zhao is mighty!" At the sound, Wu Quan, who had just come to his senses, once again doubled over and passed out. Zhou Lin's eyes rolled, and she kicked 2 feet hard at Wu Quan, cursing angrily, "You villain! You even tipped off someone to kill my brother-in-law. Kick you to death! Kick you to death!" After saying that, she quickly hugged Shi Dapeng beside her and pouted, "Pang Pang, I want to marry you." Shi Dapeng couldn't hear it at all and was still dumbfounded. "My brother-in-law is Master Zhao, Divine Dr. Zhao, and Patriarch Zhao." And the field. Zhao Pingan let go of the wheelchair and turned his head towards Zhao Yakan. When Zhao Yakan saw her coming, she no longer had her noblewoman demeanor and her pants were wet. Panicked, he turned his head and said, "Mr. Sun, plead for me." Sun Qinglei snorted coldly. She added anxiously, "Great Miss Hidden Treasure, I have no intention of killing you, and you can't let him kill me." Nangong Ro's face was expressionless. Zhao Yakan was again horrified. "Wu Quan, it's all because Wu Quan told me to come. You're looking for him." Wu Quan's body began to twitch again, seeing that no one could help. Zhao Yakan despaired. "Zhao Pingan, you can't kill me. I'm the daughter of Zhao Zhongsheng, who was always ranked 4th in Jianghai province, and my husband is the head of the Zhou family. Think about it, touch me and you will be doomed. It's a matter of bringing out the context." Zhao Pingan towered over him and said indifferently, "I, for one, don't like killing people because it will hurt the blessings." Zhao Yakan's eyes lit up and she quickly said, "As long as you don't kill me, let me do anything." Zhao Pingan turned his words around, "But I prefer not to be threatened." When he finished, he lifted his foot. Boo! Stomped on Zhao Yakan's head. Chapter 159, Who isn't? The entire room was once again dead silent. Anyone would have thought that Zhao Pingan would actually dare to kill someone in public. Moreover, the one who killed was not an ordinary person. It was Zhao Yakan, not to mention the audience present. Even Sun Qinglei legs also soft. Never thought that Zhao Pingan was so ruthless. It seems that the father is a dog. There is a certain truth. Zhao Pingan acted like he was fine. In fact, to kill Zhao Yakan is not just a threat. It is also to kill the chicken to make an example of the monkey, to tell others not to mess with themselves. Not afraid, but dislike the trouble of dealing with it. What she had to do now was to help Yi Yaoqing change her fate against the heavens, then help her recover her memory. And when she remembered who had made the move to kill her in the first place, she would take her to take revenge. Walking over to Qi Tianzhou, he said, "Let's go." Qi Tianzhou would not be able to think for a long time, nodding her head dumbly and following behind. The two of them walked out of the venue and went straight to the guest house, ready to drive back to Tianhai. Just walked to the car. Behind them a car commercial stopped. Zhang Ma pushed Nangong Ro out of the car. "Your Excellency, please stay." Zhang Ma regained some of her strength, and at this moment, there was no longer the contempt she had before, but instead, she did not dare to meet Zhao Pingan's eyes. She knew very well that the Zhao Pingan in front of her was unfathomable. "It's you guys? What's up?" Zhao Pingan asked, although Zhang Ma had just spoken harshly. After all, she had the intention of helping herself, so she did not resent them. Zhang Ma wanted to ask if he was married to Miss, but when she saw that Zhao Pingan had Qi Tianzhou by his side, she didn't know how to say it for a moment. Nangong Ro bit her lip and blushed slightly as it was already evident that he was the fiancé. Weakly said, "Zhao Gongzi, I don't know if you remember a girl named Nangong Ro?" "Nangong Ro? Miss?" When Qi Tianzhou heard this, She immediately looked at Zhao Pingan with a scrutinizing face, as if she was going to go berserk if he said he knew. Zhao Pingan didn't bother to look at her and nodded. I have a fiancée named Nangong Ro. You know her too? 9 marriage certificates. 9 names. Nangong Ro was one of them. When Zhang Ma heard this, she couldn't wait to say, Mr. Zhao, my lady is Nangong Ro. She's your fiancée. All these years, my lady has been waiting for you. Ha! Zhao Pingan froze and subconsciously looked at Nangong Ro. That's too much of a coincidence. Nangong Ro's face turned even redder when she heard this. She didn't dare to look directly at Zhao Pingan and shyly lowered her head. Over the years, she had countless guesses about Zhao Pingan. She didn't expect that when she saw him today, he was far too much better than what she had imagined. Zhang Ma had already spoken, and the rest of her words flowed much more smoothly. Continuing, he said, Mr. Zhao, although I am old, I am not a stubborn person. You are at the age of blood and vigor, and you are an outstanding genius in medicine, martial arts, xian, and the 3 cultivations. It is normal to have warblers and swallows surrounding you. But now, since you have met with my lady, should you not get rid of the warblers around you? After saying that, she viciously glared at Qi Tianjiao, who had actually seduced Mr. Zhao. Zhao Pingan still hadn't slowed down. What kind of people did the master give the marriage contract to? Although she looks like a flower, sinking fish and geese, but the body. Seeing that Zhao Pingan didn't say anything, Zhang Ma took the initiative and said to Qi Tianjiao, you can leave. Mr. Zhao is my young lady's fiancé. The 2 of them are destined to be married. As for you, you're just passing through. Nangong Ro thought for a moment and also said, thank you for taking care of Pingan. I will give you a sum of money to clothe and feed you for the rest of your life. Qi Tianjiao's brain buzzed as she looked at the 2 people in front of her, somewhat unable to understand what they were saying. After a full 10 seconds or so, it was as if a flame had erupted in his heart. Who is the warbler? Who is a passerby? She angrily took Zhao Pingan's arm and asked rhetorically, you think you're the only ones who are fiancés of this dead scumbag? I am too. Zhang Ma frowned, not believing it at all, thinking that she was looking at Zhao Pingan as being too good and trying to stalk her. In a cold voice, he said, ma'am, you have to be reasonable. My lady and Mr. Zhao were betrothed since childhood. Qi Tianjiao quickly said, who isn't engaged from childhood? Me too. Nangong Ro spoke, we have a marriage certificate. Qi Tianjiao quickly said, I also have a marriage certificate. Zhang Ma reluctantly said, there's a marriage certificate. Well then, bring it out. It's true that girls nowadays can say anything to get a golden son-in-law. Qi Tianjiao was not willing to show weakness and quickly opened her bag and took out a wedding letter from it, which was clearly the one that Zhao Pingan had given her when she was in prison. I was worried about leaving it at home and my father finding it, so I kept it with me. Angrily, he said, look at this. Open your eyes and see if this is a marriage certificate. Zhang Ma and Nangong Ro looked at it and froze. Hidden Treasure Pavilion is in the antique business. They can naturally tell that this marriage certificate is old and not a forgery. Both of them looked at Zhao Pingan at the same time, their heads filled with confusion. He actually had a marriage contract with 2 people? Qi Tianjiao was full of complacency and added, you don't need to look at him. He is not only married to you and me, but also to 7 other girls. Otherwise how can he be called a scum? In order to keep this scumbag from getting his way, I suggest you guys get out of the marriage and let him die alone. After saying that, he secretly pinched Zhao Pingan. Now it seems that all 9 marriage certificates are real, and this guy really has 9 fiancés. Zhang Ma took a breath of cold air and was confused. Mr. Zhao had 9 marriage certificates. This kind of situation, it was not at all for the subordinates to comment. It was best to keep silent. Nangong Ro bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. After waiting for so many years, it was surprising that it wasn't the only one. Ahem. Zhao Pingan was pinched and finally slowed down, coughing twice in embarrassment. Then he said, Miss Nangong, thank you for waiting, but for something like marriage, it's better for 2 lovers to be in love. Tell you what, I'll give you the marriage certificate, and from now on, you can pursue true love. Snap. Nangong Ro's tears fell, and she asked in a trembling voice, are you withdrawing from the marriage? Is it because of her? No. Zhao Pingan most cannot see a woman crying. Some panic. Miss Nangong, you first do not cry. Oops. Say it this way, I returned her marriage also. We are now friends. This statement was made. Zhang Ma and Nangong Ro froze. See, just now Qi Tianjiao talk flaunt. Also thought that the 2 of them had deep feelings. To get married. In the end, also a withdrawn from marriage? The complacency on Qi Tianjiao's face instantly disappeared, replaced by pitch black, like the bottom of a pot. How he said everything, sensing that the atmosphere was abnormal. Zhao Pingan looked left and right and felt a headache. Goddamned old undead. Even gave himself 9 marriage contracts. Was not good at dealing with women. These can do After thinking about it, he took the initiative to change the topic and said, Miss Nangong, don't worry, I won't withdraw from the marriage for nothing. Let's put it this way, I'll help you heal your leg. When Shi Tianjiu withdrew from the marriage, she was still able to say that she met the 3 conditions, and as a man, she naturally could not withdraw from the marriage for nothing, and she had to be atmospheric. Nangong Ro, however, slowly shook her head. If healing the leg is a condition for withdrawing from the marriage, then I would rather not. The words didn't wait to finish. Zhao Pinggan's face suddenly changed dramatically, unprecedentedly serious, and asked, where did you get the leg? Chapter 160, Crying. Just now, he simply observed Nangong Ro's condition with a medical book and found that it was actually symptomless. Then he probed with his Zuanjutsu and surprisingly sensed a strong fury. This is not a disease, but a neutralization. The 3 people's emotions were interrupted by Zhao Pinggan and they looked at him at the same time. Zhao Pinggan frowned and said seriously, it's inconvenient to talk outside. Go in and talk. Soon, the 4 of them came into the middle of the room. Chang's mom narrated the story. It turns out that for more than 10 years, Nangong Ro's father, Nangong Lai, went to a large tomb to collect antiques and recovered a sword. And when that sword was taken home, the Nangong family began to be restless. Finally found a master of metaphysics, saw that it was a problem with the sword, let Nangong Lai send the sword back. After sending it back, Nangong family indeed no longer happened small things, but since then, Nangong Ro's lower body lost consciousness. Over the years, searching all over the great rivers and the north and south of the famous doctors and masters of Zuanjutsu are unable to cure. This time to come to the Xian World Conference is the last stop. Mr. Zhao, can you cure it? Zhang Ma asked with a trembling voice. Other people were not clear about Nangong Ro's grievances over the years. She knew very well that although Nangong Ro was honored as the Hidden Treasure Pavilion's eldest lady, she had suffered from all the blank stares and spit because of these legs. She was willing to trade her life if she could cure Miss Nangong Ro's eyes were also filled with gusts of anticipation, and there was a hint of complexity in the anticipation. Zhao Pinggan said gruffly, if I'm not mistaken, that sword wasn't sent back in the first place, but was secretly hidden by that Zuanjutsu master you were looking for. Bringing something out of the tomb would indeed bring out the demonic energy, and it was normal for the Nangong family to be in a state of unrest, but returning the sword to the tomb was equivalent to returning a wish, and the consequences would surely be much lighter than before. It's obviously heavier. From the chickens coming home to roost to the loss of consciousness in the lower half of the body. It means that the problem must have appeared in the sword. What? No way, Zhang Ma and Nangong Ro said at the same time. Nangong Ro bit her lip and continued. The metaphysical master that was invited back then, but Master Li Qingfeng, he is famous all over the world. Moreover, Master Qingfeng Li later sent back word that he had returned the sword. When he finished, he began to cough violently and his breathing became rapid. Zhao Pinggan casually tapped a few acupoints on her body, causing her symptoms to lessen. Knowing people, I've heard that Li Qingfeng has disappeared for many years, so you guys can think about whether or not he disappeared after telling you the news. Hear that? Zhang Ma and Nangong Ro froze at the same time. That's right. Ever since the news was sent back, Qingfeng Li disappeared. The Li family claimed to the public that he went to the mountains to look for immortals, but told the Nangong family that he had been seriously injured in the process of returning the sword, and needed to find a place to convalesce. Nangong Ro incredibly said, this is impossible, right? Over the years, the family has been providing for the descendants of Master Li Qingfeng out of guilt. Zhang Ma was also surprised. Master Qingfeng Li has no need to lie to us. It's just a sword. The treasure pavilion gathers treasures from all over the world, and there are a few warring nations' treasure swords. There's no need for him to deceive the Nangong family for this sword. They still had trouble believing it. The speculation was too mind-boggling. Zhao Pinggan didn't explain much. They loved to believe it or not, and casually said, there are 2 ways to solve this at the moment. The first one is very simple. You just need to find the sword and return it. But you guys obviously don't believe that it's a dead end for Qingfeng Li to take the sword. The second, you personally go to the tomb and burn incense to explain. As long as the explanation is clear, the disaster will naturally be eliminated. However, a single sword's baleful aura would unsettle the entire Nangong family, and I'm afraid the tomb owner's baleful aura is even deeper. So be prepared for anything before you go. It's easy to lose your fragrance if you're not careful. Zhang Ma and Nangong Ro sniffed. Their faces turned white. Li Qingfeng simply could not be found, could not ask if the sword was returned, and going to the tomb, Zhao Pinggan said that the fury was deep. How could others deal with it? In and out. Zhang Ma asked again tentatively, Mr. Zhao, is there no other way to treat it? My young lady, it's really too bitter for her. Mrs. Chang. Nangong Ro interrupted and bit her lip. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I know what to do. Mr. Zhao, please return the marriage certificate to me, he said, slowly raising his hand. tears welling up in his eyes again. Zhao Pinggan froze, because based on her previous attitude, it was obvious that she didn't want to back out of the marriage, so why did she do it again? Nangong Ro choked. I don't have long to live, and how can I dare to delay your excellency? If I continue to have a marriage contract, I'm afraid that after I leave, I'm afraid that it will be detrimental to your excellency's reputation. Zhang Ma also stopped talking and secretly wiped her tears. Zhao Pinggan had a black line on his head. Listening to her say this, if he withdrew again, how did he have the feeling that he had really become a scumbag? Zhao Pinggan. Qi Tianjiao suddenly opened her mouth and said in a low voice, Miss Nangong is your fiancée. If you can't save her, I will despise you for the rest of my life. Things hurt, and after hearing what happened to Nangong Ro, it was very sympathetic. Zhao Pinggan was speechless for a while. What does the matter of the two of us have to do with you? And thought for a moment. Let's do it this way. After January, I will accompany you to the tomb, and the marriage. It won't be too late to back out after solving your problem. Mainly during this period of time, he also had to help Yi Yaoqing recover her memory. Otherwise it would have been fine to accompany her down to the grave today. And again, within this month, I will let you move freely. Speaking, biting his finger and squeezing out blood, he then squatted in front of Nangong Ro, lifted her skirt, and wrote 2 evil-suppressing talismans on his smooth, jade-like legs. Qi Tianjiao gritted her teeth as she watched. Nangong Ro blushed, almost dripping blood. Since she was unconscious, her legs were her biggest secret. It was still the first time that she was looked at by someone else. And not only did he look, he also touched. Well, you can try to stand up. Zhao Pinggan laughed. This is so simple? Zhang Ma said in dismay. It's actually not that simple. It has to do with the Dao skill of the person who drew the talisman. Zhao Pinggan said back. Speaking, Nangong Ro had already tried to stretch out her legs, and as visible to the naked eye, her legs actually lifted up. Then he braced his hands on the wheelchair again and slowly stood up. Surprisingly, really stood up. Nangong Ro cried with joy. Zhang Ma, I stood up. I really stood up. Mr. Zhao, thank you. Boo. Zhang Ma was even drier, directly kneeling down and kowtowing in gratitude. Zhao Pingdan didn't feel anything about Zhang Ma's kneeling, but seeing Nangong Ro's big, watery, pitiful eyes, he always had the feeling of going up and hugging her. To prevent a long night, he instructed, remember, come to me in a month. There's something else. Go ahead. As he spoke, he quickly dashed away. Qi Tianjiao also followed behind. The two of them went out and drove in the car, heading straight for Skyhaven. Walking out a distance, Qi Tianjiao couldn't help but ask, I can't figure out why you're withdrawing from all the marriages. Nangong Ro's and Ouyang Qian's. He has a fiancée he doesn't want, but prefers Yi Yaoqing. She did wonder why this guy would back out of someone else's marriage when he wasn't a nice guy and had taken advantage of his situation twice. Zhao Pinggan casually said, who told you that Yi Yaoqing is not my fiancée? And Qi Tianjiao froze. Yi Yaoqing was the Yi family's eldest miss. How could she be his fiancée? Even Nangong Ro shouldn't be. Zhao Pinggan casually took out the marriage certificate and laughed. Ever since I was withdrawn from your marriage, I've made up my mind that I can't be passive and wait. I have to take the initiative to withdraw from the marriage. When retreated to Yi Yaoqing and found her very nice, he stopped retreated and wanted to marry her. Qi Tianjiao sniffed and looked at him for a few seconds. Wow. Suddenly cry out. Chapter 161, I promise. Just as the two rushed back to the heavenly sea, the sky has fallen on the province. Zhao Pinggan fought the 3 Xian alone and abolished the 3 masters. Zhao Pinggan fought 6 tigers by himself and abolished the 6 tigers of the Zhao clan. Zhao Pinggan struck decisively and stomped on Zhao Yakan's head. Message after message hit the nerves of the provincials, sending muffled thunder rolling through their heads. All of them were thinking that Zhao Pinggan must be crazy, causing such a big deal. Even Miss Yi couldn't protect him. At this very moment, inside Zhao's martial arts center, Zhao Yakan's body was lying in the center covered with a white cloth. Zhao's 6 tigers weren't there. They were all at the hospital. Zhou Taishan knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Dad, you must avenge Yakan's death. She died too tragically. Zhao Pinggan has become lawless by virtue of Ms. Ye's power. He killed Yakan and wasted 6 of his brothers. Not only does he not give face to the Zhou family, but also does not give face to you. Zhou Qiankuan sat in his wheelchair. Grandpa, my mom can't die like this. Grandpa, the body is directly in front of it. Standing there was an old man with a head full of silver hair wearing a practice suit. This person was none other than the 4th-ranked patriarch in Jianhai province, Zhao Zhongxing. Zhao Zhongxing stood with his back, unable to see the sadness, but his face was dark and scary. Ice coldly said, crying, can't take revenge, only blood, can sacrifice my daughter. With these words, the temperature in the martial arts hall dropped rapidly, making people shiver, and ice crystals appeared on the hair of Zhou Qiankuan and Zhou Taishan, visible to the naked eye. cold that penetrates the bone marrow. He slowly walked outward. Notify Jianghai province that I don't want official involvement. Come to my Zhao's martial arts hall tonight at 12 o'clock to mourn for my 5th daughter, and at that time, I will be here, killing Zhao Pingon with my own hands to avenge my daughter's death. When he finished, he slowly walked out the door. Yes, Zhou Taishan pressed his head even lower. Grandpa. Zhou Qianquan sat in his wheelchair and nervously said, that Zhao Pingon is not to be underestimated. He was able to beat all 6 of my uncles, and his Xian arts were still able to defeat the 3 masters. He's really not confident now. Ha ha ha. Zhao Zhongxing laughed out loud. The world laughs at me for being too crazy. I laugh at others for not being able to see through me. And I, for one, am more than 4th in strength. Just make it known. Having said that, he had walked out. Zhou Qianquan quickly turned his head, still nervous. Dad, what does my grandpa mean? Does he have the certainty to kill Zhao Pingon? I now feel that Zhao Pingon is unfathomable. You're going to contact some more people to help out my grandfather? Zhou Taishan slowly got up. When stood up, his face could no longer see half of the sadness. Instead, there was a kind of smugness. Coldly laughed. You're the only one who can talk? Ha! Zhou Qianquan was a bit confused. Snap! Zhou Taishan fiercely slapped over, knocking Zhou Qianquan out of his wheelchair, and said icily, you wild seed, and this stinking, I've had enough of this over the years, it's better to be dead, and when she's buried, I'll dig her up and feed her to the wild dogs. Zhou Qianquan was confused and stunned. Dad, what are you talking about? Zhou Taishan aimed a vicious kick at him. Who is your father? If it wasn't for the power of the Zhao family all these years, I would have gotten you killed long ago. You bastard. Now Zhao Pingon is also considered to be a big favor for me. Killing this and abolishing your 6 uncles. Even if your grandfather can kill Zhao Pingon today, I can still get rid of your grandfather with the help of the Yi family. I, for one, am the biggest winner. Zhou Qianquan was dumbfounded. Soon, news came out of Jianghai province that Patriarch Zhao Zhongxing had gone to Tianhai city and would bring Zhao Pingon back to bleed at Zhao Yak in spirit tonight at 12 o'clock. And, no official involvement is expected. For a moment, the eyeballs of the entire Jianghai converged on Zhao's martial arts hall, waiting for 12 o'clock to arrive. Tianhai city. Zhao Pingon has just arrived. It's here already. Will you stop crying? Zhao Pingon broke down and asked. She had cried all the way through and wouldn't say anything no matter how she asked. If it wasn't for the fact that she had been doing well lately, she would have wanted to give her a kick down the road. Qi Tianjiao finally wiped her tears and choked. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to hurt you so deeply that I actually made you lose faith in your fiancée. Zhao Pingon suddenly realized that it was because of this, and laughed. It's okay, I forgive you. In fact, I didn't care at all. What's more, I already have Yao Qing now. It's quite good. I didn't realize that this ninny was quite kind. A far cry from when we met in prison. Qi Tianjiao's Brahma eyes flashed with a flash of anger. This guy is a straight man of steel. Can he not speak so directly? After thinking about it, you don't have to forgive me. After all, it was me who did the wrong thing, and to make it up to you, I've decided to give you the marriage certificate and this marriage is not returned. After saying that, he threw the marriage certificate to Zhao Pingon and quickly got out of the car and left, running all the way. Running out for some distance, seeing that Zhao Pingon didn't come after him, he raised his hand and touched his hot double face. In fact, the very beginning of the cry really because of the feeling hurt him, but crying, feel unfair, withdrawal cannot be entirely to blame themselves. Who let him in prison? Do not put the excellent side of the show. It's not that I regret it, it's that you're responsible for me. That's why you returned the marriage certificate. Zhao Pingon, although I can't help you much right now, I'll work hard, and one day in the future, no matter how much trouble you cause, I'll take care of it for you. And this way, Zhao Pingon didn't think much of it and was going to find some time to return the marriage certificate to her again. Straight back to the cloud-top heavenly palace. Just as I entered, I saw a very annoying person. Ancient Clarity, you're here. I was about to call you. Pinyin, this is Commander Gu. Yi Yaoqing sat on the sofa and introduced with a smile. She still hadn't thought about Zhao Pingon, so even with a smile on her face, she didn't have the intimacy she had before. What are you doing here? Zhao Pingon asked coldly. Never had a good attitude towards ungrateful people. Gu Qingming's old face reddened. In the entire province, no one had dared to speak to himself in such a tone, but he had indeed apologized to Zhao Pingon for what happened before. Awkwardly, he said, there's something I want Mr. Zhao to help me with. No help. Zhao Pingon simply refused. You can go. Gu Qingming looked at Yi Yaoqing awkwardly. Yi Yaoqing was confused, under the impression that Uncle Gu had a very fiery personality, and should have been on fire after being treated with this kind of attitude by Zhao Pingon, but he had a hopeless look on his face. Could it be that there are stories among them that they have forgotten? Increasingly curious about lost memories. Laughing, he said, Pinyin, Don't be too resistant. Commander Gu is looking for you for a good cause. I want to hire you as the chief instructor of the Jianghai War Department to train the special teams. And we'll give you War Ministry status. This was an opportunity for anyone to reach heaven in one step, and she hoped that Zhao Pingan would seize it. Gu Qingming eyed Zhao Pingan. Over the years, the national special team competition, Jianghai province has always been at the bottom of the list, especially this time, but also sent Captain Chen, who served as the chief instructor, to protect Yi Yaoqing. The results are not difficult to guess. Originally, he didn't have any hope, but when he heard Captain Chen say that he actually couldn't defend himself against a single move by Zhao Pingan, he also personally came to the door to invite him. He also spoke up. Mr. Zhao, as long as you can serve as the chief instructor, you can mention any conditions you want, and if you can meet them, you will definitely meet them. What I can't fulfill, I'll find someone who can. Zhao Pingan was not interested, but suddenly thought of a problem and returned. Okay, I promise. Chapter 162, The Array. The question that came to Zhao Pingan's mind was that Gu Qingming was very familiar with the Yi family and knew about the imperial capital, so he might as well ask him who the old man and young man who wanted to kill Yi Yaoqing were. It would get an answer and still make Yi Yaoqing happy. 2 for the price of 1. Really? Gu Qingming was full of surprise, obviously not expecting him to suddenly agree. Of course it's true. Am I kidding? Zhao Pingan still didn't have a good face for him. You can leave now. Yaoqing and I still have things to do. To ask. Naturally, he couldn't ask in front of Yi Yaoqing. She was still in a state of amnesia and didn't want to stimulate. Pingan, a gentleman's word is a promise. You can't go back on it. Yi Yaoqing laughed, but in her heart, she was increasingly shocked that Uncle Gu, who had always been hot-tempered, was actually choked by Zhao Pingan and was unable to speak again and again. Of course, I can't lie to anyone but you, and a promise is a promise. Zhao Pingan laughed and looked at Gu Qingming as if he had changed into a different person as he said in a cold voice. How about this? You go back first and I'll contact you when I have time. Gu Qingming had black lines on his head. What did he take himself for? Awkwardly, he said, Mr. Zhao, there are still 2 months to go before the all-army competition, and there is a big gap between the Jianghai Warriors members compared to the other war divisions. Do you think that we should seize all the time we can? He meant for Zhao Pingan to go now. Yi Yaoqing also helped. Pingan, you don't need to be in charge of the company's affairs. If you can help Uncle Gu, it's the greatest contribution to the company. When you come back, the partner position will still be yours. She was worried that Zhao Pingan had concerns, so she made it clear first. Zhao Pingan thought for a moment and said, the training won't take long. I can provide the method. Follow my method and you can at least double it. Since you're in a hurry, I'll tell you what, pick me up tomorrow. Today must not be, but also to help Yi Yaoqing to change his fate against the sky, and after going to the War Department, leave the method and come back, but also ask that old man and young man. Yes, Gu Qingming reached his goal and stood up. Then I won't bother. I have to hurry back to the War Department to set up the work. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. On time, let someone come to pick up. Send off the ancient Qingming. The two were left in the villa. Yi Yaoqing looked at Zhao Pingan and took the initiative to smile. I didn't expect you to know martial arts. I'm now becoming more and more curious about how marvelous this lost memory is. I just talked to Uncle Gu, and he also said that Zhao Pingan was a marvelous person. Zhao Pingan smiled and asked, really curious? Yi Yaoqing nodded. Really? You can tell me more about it. Maybe I'll remember it all at once. Zhao Pingan quickly pulled her hand. Go, I'll go upstairs and tell you. It could not be said to help her change her fate against the odds. She might not believe it, and even if she did she was equally frightened. Yi Yaoqing was stunned. Telling stories still needed to go upstairs? Couldn't it be told sitting here? And how dare he grab his hand when he's just a partner? Moves too gently. And yet, somehow, there wasn't much revulsion. Thinking about it, and with a slightly deeper meaning, he said, going up the stairs is fine, but you have to promise that it won't end like last time, when you just made it to the stairs. Ha! When Zhao Pingan saw her smile, he had the feeling that Yi Goblin was back. Some can't resist her temptation. Stiffly, he said, don't worry, definitely not this time. Let's go. Upstairs first. Yi Yaoqing looked into his eyes and hesitated for a moment, slowly getting up, also curious as to what exactly Zhao Pingan was going to do. How dare he be more frivolous? I don't believe it, unless he wants to die. The two came to the bedroom. Zhao Pingan quickly pulled the curtains, so that the bedroom into the darkness. Against the sky to change the fate cannot see the light. Some will choose the midnight. Some will choose in the yin and yang alternating chaos. Now, with the sun about to set, the timing is just right. Zhao Pingan excitedly said, alright, just lie down on the bed first, put your hands in front of you and close your eyes. Yi Yaoqing, looking at Zhao Pingan suspiciously, Recovering memories still required lying in bed and closing one's eyes? Why does it feel weird? Zhao Pingan also knew it was weird, but it could only be so, and raised his finger. Believe me, I will never lie to you. If I lie to you, the heavens will strike and thunder will strike, and I shall not be allowed to do so. Of course I believe you. Yi Yaoqing smiled faintly and didn't let him finish his sentence, then took off her shoes, revealing her smooth jade feet, walked over to the bed, laid down right in the center, placed her hands in front of her body, and slowly closed her eyes. It wasn't hard to see the slightest hint of nervousness in her stubborn smile. Zhao Pingan gulped nervously at the sight of her shapely figure and couldn't help but think back to when he had just met her for the first time. Without realizing it, there were many more strange images in my head. Zhao Pingan hurriedly shook his head and cleared all thoughts out. The priority was to change his fate against the heavens. Quickly walked to the original bedroom, brought over the long-lasting lamps, night pearls, and candles that had been prepared long ago, and was about to arrange the items when he suddenly remembered something. Walking to the window, he said to the outside, "Captain Chen, from now on, until I go out, you can't let anyone enter the villa, let alone let anyone disturb it. Even if it's a big deal, you have to wait for me to go out. Any posing must not be disturbed." Zhuge Liang set 7-star lamp to borrow life. Just because Wei Yin barged in, not only to borrow life failed, but also life soon. Speaking of which, the consequences of changing one's fate against the heavens are even more serious if one is disturbed. Not only will the person who changed his or her fate be plagued with bad luck for the rest of his or her life, but the person who helped to change his or her fate will even die violently on the spot. It is also for this reason that it is rare to hear of people helping others to change their destiny against the odds. Captain Chen froze, but nodded. He served the strong. In a loud voice, he said, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhao, as long as I still have a breath in me, I will definitely not let anyone get close." Zhao Pingan is still uneasy. If Gu Qingming came, a sentence that this was an order, Captain Chen would get out of the way, and took out his phone to contact Zhang Shoulderding, asking him to bring people to guard the place. When this was done, he turned around only to find Yi Yaoqing looking at himself with wide eyes. Yi Yaoqing was confused. What exactly was he doing? Not just restoring his memory, but also letting people surround the cloud-top heavenly palace? Fine beads of sweat seeped out of his delicate head. Slowly sitting up and pretending to be calm, he said, "Pingan, I suddenly remembered that there are still some things I haven't done yet, about recovering my memory." Next time, when he finished, he was ready to get out of bed and run away. Zhao Pingan had a headache and said with difficulty, "Trust me one last time, just give me a few minutes. Trust me, I would never lie to you. Just end it and you'll remember everything." It says a few minutes, but it's just a few minutes before she passes out. Yi Yaoqing nervously looked out the window, thinking that Captain Chen was not a match for Zhao Pingan, and if she reacted too violently, no one would be able to protect herself. Nodding again, "Okay, I believe you. Get back into bed." Zhao Pingan took a deep breath and finally moved, put the long bright lamp on the head of the bed directly in front of Yi Yaoqing, the thunderbolt wood in her hand, and the night pearl, for her to hold in her mouth. Small objects such as candles are placed around the bed. Zhao Pingan sat cross-legged on the bed and recited, "Heaven and earth and the world, all come out of the 9 Xian. Where the 9 Xian is, all laws are here. Where the 9 Xian is, the sun and the moon have no light." Today, Zhao Pingan, the 29th generation disciple of the 9 Mysteries sect, brings with him Yaoqing of the Yi clan to retrace the path of heaven and change his fate against the heavens. Formation up. Chapter 163, Walking the Heavenly Road. Swish, but Zhao Pingan finished. The candle flames in the room jumped rapidly, more than twice as large as before. The flame of the long bright lamp at the head of the bed was even bigger, twice as big as before. Obviously just a flame, but it was scorching everything, making people feel like they were in the middle of a furnace. The night pearl glow turned bright and dim. The lightning struck wood began to hum, surprisingly with a hint of thunder. As for Yi Yaoqing, she was still surprised when she heard about the reverse heavenly reformation, but the next second, she suddenly found a blank space in front of her eyes, as if she was suspended in a pale world with no one around her. Here it is impossible to distinguish between heaven and earth, southeast and northwest, up and down. Just then, a path appeared in front of her, a quiet path that she didn't know how long it was or where it led. Yi Yaoqing was about to try and move forward when he did. Zhao Pingan appeared beside her and firmly grabbed her hand. "Let's go. I'll accompany you. Don't be afraid. I'm here." Yi Yaoqing looked at him violently and panicked. "Where is this place? What have you done to me? Why did I appear here?" "Zhao Pingan, who the hell are you?" Her mind was full of questions. It was too strange here, and the appearance was too sudden. Zhao Pingan laughed. "If I tell you where this place is, you won't remember when you wake up, but there's no harm in telling you. Yaoqing, once you asked me to read your face, and I could see that you were a heavenly fate orphan life, growing up with no hands, no parents, and you would meet with an accident at the happiest moment. Your assassination in amnesia is the result of the fate of the heavenly fury orphan. Even if you dodge one calamity, there will be endless calamities in the future, and in order to solve it once and for all, I'm going to help you change your destiny against the heavens. Yi Yaoqing was dumbfounded by what she heard and asked in dismay, "What are you talking about? Are you telling the truth?" Zhao Pingan laughed and asked, "Did I do the math right?" Yi Yaoqing was speechless. "That's right, growing up with unloving parents and hands and feet. There were many times when I even wondered if I was my own." Zhao Pingan's tone was serious for a few moments. "Let's go first. This heavenly road is not easy to walk. The 1,000 days pass starts and the desperate pass ends, a total of 72 passes. But with me, you don't need to worry, just move forward." Yi Yaoqing gritted her teeth, and although she was still shocked in her heart, she no longer asked any more questions, and then began to take steps. Boom! The two take the first step. The trail began to shake, and the distance shook as if it were an earthquake. Yi Yaoqing's body was shaken askew. Zhao Pingan firmly grabbed her and spoke, "This is the first level. There is a risk of perishing at a high level. Walk through it and it will be broken. Let's continue forward." Yi Yaoqing continued forward. Click, click. Electricity began to flicker on both sides of the trail. Zhao Pingan said, "This is the second level." As he spoke, he had already pulled Yi Yaoqing to the third level. 72 hurdles, one harder than the other. So ahead, Zhao Pingan took Yi Yaoqing and walked fast, and skipped 2 levels in between, because these 2 levels represented good, and couldn't be retraced with the risk of turning bad. The reason why Zhao Pingan personally walked with her was because he was worried that she would walk through everything and the good would turn bad. Soon, come to the 71st level, the Qi and Blood level. The Qi and Blood Pass, as the name suggests, risks breaking the blood. The main reason for Yi Yaoqing's assassination before was that this level was at work. At this very moment, the path seemed to turn into a one-way bridge, and the water flowing and tumbling underneath it was not water, but blood. The blood was black and red in color, and there was the sound of 10,000 horses roaring in the rushing stream. And around the small bridge, it was no longer the white color from before, changing to alternating 7 colors and beautiful, making people feel that they shouldn't appear in the same world as the blood river below. Ping, ping. I'm scared. Yi Yaoqing had already firmly covered Zhao Pingan's arm, itching to squeeze her body into his. It's good enough that the girl didn't faint from shock at the sight, but only uttered her fear. Zhao Pingan frowned. This was also the first time he had walked the heavenly road. He had heard his master briefly describe it before. According to his description, the Qi and Blood Pass wasn't very sinister to be right, but this place oozed weirdness everywhere. Could it be related to Yi Yaoqing's death earlier? Didn't think much more about it. Opening his mouth, he comforted. I'm here. It's okay, just grab me. Yi Yaoqing nodded her head vigorously, her body still trembling slightly. Zhao Pingan led her forward. Just lift your leg. Whoosh! Amidst the alternating 7-colored light around them, a blue light transformed into a 3-foot arrow and shot straight at Yi Yaoqing. Extremely fast. Yi Yaoqing was simply too late to react. Zhao Pingan's heart was also shaken. According to his master's words, the biggest risk of retracing the heavenly path and reversing heaven's destiny was outsiders breaking in and breaking the formation. Secondly, there is a flaw in the skill of the person who made the formation. As for the fact that it wouldn't be too risky for those who changed their fate against the heavens, why did this arrow want Yi Yaoqing's life? Quickly striking, he raised his hand to block the arrow. Although this arrow was blocked, the other 6 beams shot at Yi Yaoqing at the same time as if they were enraged. Peace! Yi Yaoqing's face changed drastically, and her mouth subconsciously screamed. Zhao Pingan grabbed her with one hand and used the remaining 3 limbs, arms, elbows, legs, and feet to constantly let go, blocking the beams of light that were attacking from all directions, knocking down one beam, which in turn quickly converged to complete the process, as if it would never completely dissipate, to continue attacking Yi Yaoqing until death. And this moment, the blood river below was also enraged and tumbled even more violently, as if it was a bloody mouth that wanted to devour everything, and the one-tree bridge was also shaken and trembled continuously. You leave me alone and run. Yi Yaoqing saw the situation clearly, and although she was scared to death, she knew that if Zhao Pingan's one hand didn't catch her, she definitely had a chance to escape. No! Zhao Pingan succinctly uttered 2 words. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. These beams of light would not hurt, would not disperse, and would not give up. So how in the world was this level going to be passed? 5 minutes passed. These beams of light looked like they couldn't stand it anymore and stopped attacking Yi Yaoqing and instead attacked Zhao Pingan. Wounds began to appear on Zhao Pingan's body, but he still didn't give up, blocking back and forth. Tears appeared in Yi Yaoqing's eyes when she saw his appearance, and she gritted her teeth. You have to live. Having said that, pushing Zhao Pingan away, he jumped down with a long leap. He couldn't delay him because of himself. Yaoqing! Zhao Pinggan's heart trembled as he saw her fall and felt like the entire world was empty. No more defense, quickly lowering her body, just as Yi Yaoqing's feet were about to touch the blood water. Just in the nick of time, Zhao Pinggan firmly grabbed her while Zhao Pinggan's feet were clamped on top of the canoe. The two men hung in the air, almost simultaneously. Whoosh! 7 beams of light quickly stabbed into Zhao Pinggan's body and flew out from the other side. Pust! Blood seeped out of Zhao Pinggan's body and quickly flowed downward. Peace? Yi Yaoqing's eyes were horrified, and she said in shock, "You're little cute. Why do you want to save me? You have to live. You have to live." After saying that, tears fell like rain. Since childhood there is no any good to himself, or the first time to see someone is willing to lay down his life for himself. Zhao Pinggan squeezed out a smile, his teeth gaping with blood. "Because I like you." Yi Yaoqing's whole body trembled more when she heard that. He liked himself? Damn! What the hell happened all this time? Zhao Pinggan noticed in his afterglow that the beam was flying back again and stopped delaying. "You go." Saying that, he used all his strength to throw Yi Yaoqing to the opposite bank. Whoosh! The 7 beams of light pierced through Zhao Pinggan's body once again. Zhao Pinggan exhausted his strength and slowly fell. Chapter 164, Split in Two. Although he felt his body falling, Zhao Pinggan didn't panic on his face, but instead smiled as he looked at Yi Yaoqing, who was thrown to the opposite bank. She was worth whatever she did as her first favorite woman. Just a little reluctant to let go of the bad old man, after waiting for him for 3 years, and have not waited for any news, and do not know where he is, what he is doing. Peace. Yi Yaoqing saw Zhao Pinggan's body fall and howled in pain, wanting to go and save him, but she couldn't do anything. He watched as Zhao Pinggan's feet entered the river of blood. His lower body enters the river of blood. His chest enters the river of blood. His neck enters the river of blood. The river of blood was about to drown him. Next, boo! Yi Yaoqing felt her body being heavily slammed on the ground. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding scenery changed, and Yi Yaoqing's body landed on the side of the cliff. And on the opposite side, Zhao Pinggan's body fell heavily. Between the two was a 3-foot-wide, bottomless abyss, bubbling with cold air that soaked into the bone marrow. Because Yi Yaoqing had crossed the bridge, she had broken the 71 Qi and blood barrier. Right now, it was the last level, the 72nd level of the Jedi Pass. Peace. When Yi Yaoqing saw Zhao Pinggan, her crying stopped and she immediately stood up from the ground to see more clearly. But just as she stood up, the ground still trembled and cracks appeared on the edge of the cliff. Yi Yaoqing hurriedly stepped backward, and after she took 2 steps backward, the position she had just stood in sunk into a bottomless abyss. At the same time, the width between the two became 3.5 feet. What's going on here? Yi Yaoqing sweated like a pig, and then looked at Zhao Pinggan on the opposite bank. "Pinggan, how are you? Is your body serious?" "Pinggan, let's not go, okay? I'm not going against the grain." Just now, it was so close that Zhao Pinggan was about to fall into the river of blood, and it was unknown what would happen after that. She was really scared, even though the level in front of him didn't seem to have anything to attack. The surrounding blanket revealed weirdness everywhere, and it couldn't bear to let Zhao Pinggan take another risk. "I'm fine." Zhao Pinggan squeezed out a smile, but his face was pale and beads of sweat kept rolling down. Standing up with difficulty, he pointed at himself and said, "Look at the wounds all healed on my body. Walking through a level, nothing from the previous level counts. In front of us is the last level, and after this level, the change of life is successful. Don't worry, I'll help you get there." It was true that there were no wounds on his body, much less blood oozing out, but the pain in his body had not disappeared, as if he was suffering from the pain of 1,000 cuts. Speaking and forcing through the pain. "Don't be so nice to me, I don't deserve you to like me." Yi Yaoqing cried again. Zhao Pinggan laughed. "Whether I like you or not is my business. Whether it's worth liking or not is also for me to judge. It has nothing to do with you. Well, after this." As he said that, he took a deep breath and took a step forward to the edge of the abyss. And again, as just now, the ground still trembled and cracks appeared, and he hurriedly took 2 steps backward. And as he stood firm, the ground sunk in. The width of the abyss becomes 4 feet. Farther. No. Zhao Pinggan's brows were furrowed. The situation in front of him was getting more and more wrong. According to his master's words, there wouldn't be too much risk when walking the heavenly road, but he had just almost perished. Right now, there's even no way to get past it. Zhao Pinggan looked around, pale, and then looked up above. The fog was clear. "I don't know how high. This world is quiet and scary. Who are you?" Zhao Pinggan suddenly looked up and asked. Being in such a state gave Yi Yaoqing a fright, and she also raised her head to look upwards, but she couldn't see anything. Zhao Pinggan threw his voice again and said, "Already here, do you still want to hide like a curmudgeon? Not daring to meet people? It seems that you are nothing more than a faceless person." The words just fell. Snap! Zhao Pinggan felt a pain on his face, and his entire body was hit and spun in the air a few times before landing. How dare you? I am the gatekeeper of the heavenly path. How can you see me? A bellowing cry came from the air. You can only hear the sound and still not see the person. Skyway Keeper. Zhao Pinggan's heart sank. There really was someone. Just now it was just a test. The master did speak of a gatekeeper for the celestial path. But, the purpose of the nightshade is to prevent the gatekeeper from finding out. So how did he find out? The gatekeeper said angrily again. A small mortal who dares to bring people to force their way through the heavenly path and change their destinies against the heavens. This is a great disrespect. And to dare to speak obscenities to me? This is a great disrespect. What's the use of keeping you if you don't honor and respect people? Quickly jump off the abyss and do justice to your body. Obviously, it was to take Zhao Pinggan's life. Hearing this sound, Yi Yaoqing put her hands together and begged. Don't. He did it for me. Please don't kill him. The gatekeeper snorted coldly. Not killing him? Yes, you can. You jump off. Yi Yaoqing froze and looked at Zhao Pinggan on the opposite bank, then gritted her teeth and said, okay, I'll jump. After that, prepare to jump. Yaoqing. Seeing this, Zhao Pinggan said in a hurry, he won't let me go even if you jump. His real target is me. It has nothing to do with you. Saying this was purely to stop Yi Yaoqing, but when the words were spoken, the gatekeeper froze. How did he know? Yi Yaoqing also subconsciously stopped in her tracks. Zhao Pinggan emphasized heavily again. Don't be impulsive. Saying this, he looked upwards. Senior, roads are meant for people to walk on, and so is the heavenly road. If one is not allowed to retrace one's steps, how can one retrace the heavenly road? What's more, is it wrong to say that we're not trying to move forward by retracing the heavenly path, but we want her to live? The gatekeeper was silent for 2 seconds. Snap, put the applause back on. Zhao Pinggan's body was uncontrollably hit in mid-air again and landed heavily. The shot is not fast, but simply cannot see the shot. The difference in strength is like the white moon and the firefly. The gatekeeper said angrily. Little mortal, are you worthy to question the old man? Zhao Pinggan didn't give up and immediately got up from the ground and asked again. Senior, we didn't hurt heaven or harm virtue and fortune. We just walked the heavenly path and wanted to live. Is there anything wrong with that? Boo! This time it was harder than the previous 2 blows. Zhao Pinggan looked like he had been punched in the face, and his body took a few steps backward to the edge of the cliff before barely stopping, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Senior, stop fighting! Stop fighting! Yi Yaoqing bent her knees and knelt down, pleading, it's all because of me. Hit me if you want to. Don't hit him, please. In this moment, one doesn't know what else to do but beg. No need to beg him. Zhao Pinggan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his head to ask angrily. You just said that you'll do the right thing with your body, so I'd like to ask you about the benevolence of heaven and earth. And you, instead of driving us out of the sky road, you just want us dead. Are you kind? Did you do the right thing with your body? The words fell. The gatekeeper was completely enraged. In a split second, the ground on both sides began to shake violently and cracks appeared, while an overcast wind rose around them. The gatekeeper suddenly turned gloomy and cold. No longer hiding. Since you want to ask, then I'll tell you plainly. The river of blood just now is the 71st level, the chi and blood level, while the 7-colored haze is the 72nd level, the absolute love level. I thought I could execute you there, but I didn't expect to lose the battle. As for me, you can look at it as level 73. Desperate act, just to kill you. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, a flash of white light flashed above him, slashing straight at the top of Zhao Pinggan's head to split him in two. Chapter 165, to come out or not to come out. In the meantime, inside the villa area, an old man in practice clothes walked along the mountain road towards the cloud-top heavenly palace. He had a head full of silver hair. His face was expressionless, a step of 3 meters, and the practice clothes on his body were hunted by the night wind. This person was none other than Patriarch Zhao Zhongxing. It's just him though. But at this moment, the province's eyes were all focused on the cloud-top heavenly palace, because they all knew that he had come to claim his life. Soon, walk to the front of the Henteing heavenly palace. Stop. 2 people jumped out from the nearby woods and said solemnly, Old sir, the cloud-top heavenly palace is a private territory and is not allowed to approach. Please return. Whoosh! Zhao Zhongxing's body was as fast as lightning, instantly arriving in front of the duo and swinging out both fists to hit their chests. The two's bodies flew backwards uncontrollably, and as they flew, blood continued to spray from their mouths, and when their bodies landed on the ground, their heads were tilted, and they were lifeless. Wow! The people who were patrolling in front of the cloud-top heavenly palace noticed and at the same time weaponized and watched in a strict manner. Who are you? Zhang Xianding sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the 2 dead juniors. Patriarch Zhao Zhongxing? Captain Chen had seen him once before, so he recognized him and also said nervously, Patriarch Zhao, what do you mean by this? Masters, they are all bright and open-minded people. How can any of them take a life? Sovereign? Zhang Haiding's whole body trembled in fear. Don't look at the name of the underground emperor of Tianhai City on top of his head. But this name was not worth mentioning in front of the patriarch. Underground emperor of Tianhai City only works in Tianhai City, and the patriarchs walking around the country would be admired, because these two words, they represent strength. Zhao Zhongxing said in a cold voice, "Where's Zhao Pingan? Have him come out to see me." Captain Chen frowned and said bluntly, "Patriarch Zhao, Mr. Zhao has orders that no one is to be disturbed until he comes out, so if you're looking for Mr. Zhao for something, you can wait for a while." He had been guarding this place and was in the war ministry, and didn't have much contact with the community, so he didn't know the news yet. Zhang Shoulder Ding received a call from Zhao Pingan and immediately rushed over, forgetting to take the phone. Ha ha ha. Zhao Zhongxing laughed out loud. "Wait, I'm here to take his life, and I'm actually told to wait?" His face steeply cold, simply slippery. "I'll let him die on the third night. Hades wouldn't dare to stay until the fifth night. Can I wait?" With that, he took a step out and headed straight to the interior of the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. Captain Chen quickly blocked in front of him. Entrusted to be loyal, having promised Zhao Pingan, he couldn't go back on his word. "Seriously," he said, "Patriarch Zhao, you can't go in. Get out." Zhao Zhongxing casually slapped his hand. A wave of air shot out. Captain Chen was caught off guard and was knocked backward 2 steps to the side. Then he looked at Zhao Zhongxing and said in horror, transforming chi with force, "You're a grandmaster?" Patriarchs. There were still a few in Tianhai province, but grand patriarchs, one was not there. The top 3 ranked demons on the martial arts list were rumored to be only sovereigns. Zhao Zhongxing said in a cold voice, "If it weren't for the fact that you're from the war ministry, you'd already be a corpse." Captain Chen gritted his teeth and added, "Patriarch Zhao, I've already promised Mr. Zhao, so you can't enter." Zhang Heading's eyes rolled and added, "Patriarch Zhao, you should know that there is still Miss Yi of the imperial capital Yi family in the villa, so if you rashly intrude, you will offend Miss Yi. When it comes down to it, you can only use your power to suppress people." "Humph," Zhao Zhongxing arrogantly said, "the person I'm going to kill, the king of hell can't even keep. A mere Yi Yaoqing, what can I do?" After saying that, he once again took a step forward and arrived in front of the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace's door. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Heading gave the order, "Brothers, cut him." As he spoke, he rushed over ahead of the others. Zhao Zhongxing's face froze as he sneered. "A small landlubber and scoundrel is worthy of spreading wildness in front of a grand master? Give me death." Without any mercy, he raised his palm and slapped it straight at Zhang Xianding's head. The strength of this palm was in no way inferior to the palm that Zhao Pingan had slapped out in the western suburbs manor back then, which was capable of shattering a person's head. Just as it was about to fall, a hand appeared in the air to disrupt the direction, causing Zhao Zhongxing's palm to fall in front of Zhang Xianding's eyes. Even so, Zhang Xianding still felt his eyes darken and took 3 steps backward. The face was hot and painful from the palm wind. The one who struck out was none other than Captain Chen. "You seek death?" Zhao Zhongxing turned his head violently. Captain Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Patriarch Zhao, Mr. Zhao said that no one can enter without his orders. The king has no drama." Zhao Zhanglian was furious. "Since you're looking for death, it's not my fault." After saying that, he instantly rushed towards Captain Chen. His figure was like the wind, arriving in an instant. His fist wrapped in chi blasted straight into Captain Chen's chest. He didn't show any mercy, directly wanting Captain Chen's life. Captain Chen responded hastily, raising his arms to block his body. Click! The scene rang out with a crisp thud. Looking again, Captain Chen's arms were already twisted and deformed, and his entire body fell back 7 steps, his center of gravity unsteady as he collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. When encountering a Zongshi, one might still have a fighting chance. When you meet a great master, you can't carry a single move. Go for me, cut him down. When Zhang Hening saw Captain Chen fall, he couldn't wait to get scared and started giving orders, because if he didn't stop it, he would go in. Wow! From the woods on both sides of the path rushed out densely packed machete-wielding strong men, at least 200 or more, rushing towards Zhao Zhongxing at the same time. Zhao Zhongxing said grimly, "A bunch of mole crickets, they don't know their own strength. In that case, let you all go down and be slaves for my daughter." He didn't walk towards the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace anymore. Turn around and take 2 steps into the crowd. It's like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. The strong men were defenseless and fell down one after another, some unconscious, others lying on the ground rolling and screaming. Just a minute, all the strong men fell to the ground, and the entire cloudtop sky screamed miserably, as if it was an inferno on earth. Only Zhang Xianding was left standing. Charge! Zhang Haiding cheered himself up, although he was scared to death in his heart, but he knew very well that he was able to get where he was today thanks to Mr. Zhao. Otherwise, when Dongshan, the former Dong Dragon King, came to take revenge, he himself would have died. Raising his machete, he rushed towards Zhao Zhongxing, looking death in the eye. Rushed to the front. There are no surprises. Zhao Zhongxing casually reached out and grabbed Zhang Xinding's neck, picking him up stiffly without even looking at him much. Looking towards the cloud-top heavenly palace. Surname Zhao, if you don't come out within 3 seconds, I'll kill him with my own hands. 3. Just uttered that one word. I'm coming. 2 men rushed up quickly down the hill. Sister Hong and Uncle Wu beside her. They received word that Zhao Zhongxing had come to Zhao Pingon for help. Uncle Wu gathered his whole body's strength in his elbow and charged Zhao Zhongxing with a furious momentum. But just to the side. Boo! Zhao Zhongxing casually slapped Uncle Wu back down the mountain. The difference is just too big. 2. Zhao Zhongxing said faintly. Almost simultaneously, a car stopped. Stop! A voice came from the car. The car door opened and Ouyang Hai stepped out, followed by 2 bodyguards, who were clearly holding guns in their hands, aimed at Zhao Zhongxing. Ouyang Hai snapped. Patriarch Xiao, Tian Hai, is the Tian Hai of the Tian Hai people? It's not a place where anyone can come and spread their wildness. Now, please leave immediately. He also heard the news and rushed here, and was still preparing to make Zhao Pingon his son-in-law, so he couldn't let anything happen to him. Zhao Zhongxing casually glanced at it and raised his hand. 2 waves of air slapped out, and the 2 bodyguards were instantly knocked down and unconscious. 1. Zhao Zhongxing said in a shadowy voice. Are you coming out or not? Chapter 166 Mother. Skyway. Whoosh. The white light reached the top of Zhao Pingon's head in an instant. Zhao Pingon was quick on his feet and raised his hands, his palms clamping down hard on this white light. Until then, the true face of this white light could not be seen. It was a knife that was visualized by the white light. It was like 100 feet long, and the knife emitted a biting murderous aura, poking out of the sky to cut down. As for Zhao Pingon's body, under this blade, it was like a small ant, looking very small, even though the Ri was a difference of millions of times in their figures. Zhao Pingon still carried the blade. The blade, less than 3 inches from him. Peace. Yi Yaoqing saw the scene in front of her and her whole body went numb with fear. She raised her head to look upwards, but she still couldn't see the person wielding the knife. She could only continue to beg. I beg you, don't kill him. It's me who is going against the heavens and taking the heavenly path. It has nothing to do with him. Please. However, the gatekeeper doesn't respond at all. Oh, the gatekeeper let out a sound of surprise, not expecting Zhao Pingon to catch it at all. Out of the blue, he also sneered. It seems that I really underestimated you. Since this is the case, it is even more important not to stay, lest the future become a great danger. Fall. As this voice of his fell, this 100-foot-long blade poking out from the sky had even more force. Click, click. Zhao Pingon still carried on dead, his whole body tensed into one piece, the land under his feet steeply centered on him, cracking inch by inch in all directions, densely packed and snaking for 100 meters. I don't get it. Zhao Pingon raised his head upwards, and the blade was just 2 inches in front of his eyes. Unprecedented stubbornness erupted in his eyes, and he questioned. Everything tends to benefit and avoid harm. The path of heaven can also be retraced. Even though I was at fault first, my crime is not to death. Why do you have to kill me? This point, he really didn't understand. Or rather, even if he wanted to kill, it should be to kill Yi Yaoqing, targeting himself. This was unusual. Seeing that he still managed to hold on, the gatekeeper's tone became even more furious. To kill you a wild seed, is to kill a wild seed. Which so much nonsense. Fall. The knife was a few points heavier. Pust. Zhao Pingon's mouth spewed out blood as he was pressed, and his arms began to tremble as the blade was less than an inch away from his eyes, and it was still slowly falling. But compared to the situation at hand, Zhao Pingon cared more about him uttering 2 words. Wild seed? Zhao Pingon was shocked and asked, what are you saying? Who is the wild seed? The word was usually used in the context of knowing one's birth. And how could one use the word wild seed when one grew up without a father or mother? Ha! The gatekeeper sneered. That's you a bastard born of a mother but not taught by a father. At this time, you will be removed and fall again. Click. Zhao Pingon was pressed, kneeling to the ground on one knee, his whole body trembling violently, about to be unable to carry on, but he still looked upward, the wind rising within him, and though he never voluntarily mentioned his parents, who was born who didn't wish to have a father and a mother, now, it seems like a glimmer of hope. Stubbornly, he said, Senior, you know who my parents are, right? You tell me, please tell me. As long as you tell me, I will no longer resist and listen. Please let me die in peace. Please. He never asked for anything, and for the first time in his life, he wanted to hear from his parents so badly. Ha ha ha. The gatekeeper laughed arrogantly. Tell you? I can only tell you that no one will care if you, a wild seed, die, much less avenge you, and as for wanting to rest in peace, it's impossible. Fall again. When he finished, the knife became heavier than ever. Zhao Pingan watched as the knife slowly fell. Using all his strength, he still couldn't stop it. The knife touched his forehead, just touched it. The skin opened up, and blood flowed like a stream. Don't, I beg you, please. Yi Yaoqing continuously kowtowed and begged. Zhao Pingan watched as the blood flowed down from in front of his eyes. Still raising his head upwards, pathos said, please, tell me news of them, even names. The gatekeeper grimaced. Die for me. The force increased again, touching Zhao Pingan's bones to split the head open. Zhao Pingan clearly heard the sound of the blade touching the skull. The corners of his eyes slowly flowed out 2 tears. If he never heard anyone mention the news of his parents, he would not think much about it. It's a shame to die at this point hearing someone mention it but not being able to know about it. He slowly closed his eyes, ready to wait for death. Just then, a roar suddenly sounded in the haze. How dare you kill my son? It's a woman. This statement was made. The wind and clouds in this heaven and earth changed, and the ground trembled even more, even to the point of shaking people up. Swish! The blade visibly trembled and its power dissipated. How did you? The gatekeeper's voice was clearly trembling. How did you get out? The woman said angrily. You, who deceived my son into having no one to depend on and me into not being able to be by his side, deserve to die. No! The gatekeeper panicked. I was wrong. He didn't wait for his words to finish before his voice came to an abrupt halt. Then he watched as a black shadow slowly fell from the sky, eventually dropping down in front of Zhao Pingan, an old man's head, full of white hair, with a beard that was about 10 feet long, full of wrinkles, and looking like he had lived for an unknown number of years. He, the gatekeeper, dead. You're my mother? Zhao Pingan looked into the middle of the sky and asked with trembling. Peace. The woman's tone was completely different from before, choking with kindness in her voice. You're already so big. I'm sorry, it's for mother to make you suffer. Zhao Pingan searched left and right, but could not see anyone, and asked with difficulty, I am not bitter. The master has been very good to me all these years, and I want to see you. He wondered what his mother looked like. The woman was silent for a full 10 seconds before sighing. It's still gone. I'm content just to see you safe and sound. She paused. Son, she's good wife. The remaining 8, withdraw. And remember, make sure you don't marry 9. I'll take a shot at her memories and they'll come back when she wakes up. You in the future, with her to each other, peaceful. Go away. After saying that, the ground began to shake, but unlike before, the land on both sides was gradually getting closer, and the abyss blocking the middle of Zhao Pingan and Yi Yaoqing was gradually disappearing. Mom! Zhao Pingan violently stood up from the ground and shouted into the air. Don't you go. When else can I see you? There was no response from the sky, as if it was really gone. In its place, the clouds were overcast and the lightning flashed. This was the last step of the heavenly thunder baptism for the reverse heavenly reform. As long as one passed through this heavenly thunder, Yi Yaoqing's reverse heavenly reform would be completed. The thunder was getting louder and louder, ready to slam down. Just then, get out! The woman's voice came again from the sky. All of a sudden, the clouds dissipated and the wind and sun shone. Peaceful. Yi Yaoqing saw the middle abyss disappear and rushed over quickly, although she hadn't yet remembered what had happened in the meantime. What she had just seen had already made her fall. It was also just as she ran to Zhao Pingan's side, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Re-enter the villa. Zhao Pingan slowly opened his eyes, his face pale, tears already wetting his clothes, his mouth slowly murmuring, Mom, I miss you. In the meantime, outside the cloud-top heavenly palace, Zhao Zhongxing stared angrily in front of him and gritted his teeth. Fine. Since you won't come out I'll let everyone who shows up today, give you a burial. The words just fell. The gate of the cloud-top heavenly palace opened and Zhao Pingan walked out. Chapter 167. Ahem. Blown by the night breeze, Zhao Pingan couldn't help but cough twice. Although the damage in the heavenly path would not be carried over to the real world, the mental exertion was too great, and his chi and blood were fast emptying. So what he wanted to do most right now was to close his eyes and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Mr. Cho, Captain Chen was the first to look over and said excitedly, Mr. Zhao Run, he's not a legendary grandmaster, but a great grandmaster. You're no match. Although he didn't know what Zhao Pingan's exact strength was, it was impossible for him to be a grandmaster at his young age. Yang Hai also roared, what are you doing out here? Run, you're still young. You're not afraid of no firewood when you're still young. To come out now is to send yourself to death. Hiding for a few years to improve your strength. You may not be without a fight in the future. Noisy. When Zhao Zhongxing saw Zhao Pingan, he casually slapped out a wave of chi, hitting Captain Chen and Yang Hai in the face, knocking the two of them dizzy. He narrowed his eyes at Zhao Pingan again and sneered, you really dare to come out. That's good. I'll let you see with your own eyes how your people died. Let you taste what it means to have your heart and lungs torn out. Having said that, His hand was so strong that he wanted to crush Zhang Xianding's neck. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Pinggan's figure was like a ghost, and he had already rushed in front of Zhao Zhongxing, lifting a fist and blasting it straight into his face. Zhao Zhongxing's heart tightened and he hurriedly threw away Zhang Heading tripod because if he continued to pinch him, he would definitely be hit by Zhao Pinggan and the consequences would be unimaginable. Let me try your Dao. Zhao Zhongxing also focused his entire body's force on his fist's blade, not dodging or dodging, and blasted against Zhao Pinggan. Bam! The two fists blasted together with a roar similar to the clash of steel. A touch of separation. Zhao Pinggan took 3 steps backwards. Zhao Zhongxing took a step backwards. Mr. Zhao! Sister Hong shouted in shock. She had thought that the two could be evenly matched. After all, Zhao Pinggan was a character that made even Sun Liankui willingly become a dog. But she didn't expect that Zhao Pinggan had suffered a loss. Uncle Wu's brow furrowed and he had the urge to run. Oh, Zhao Zhongxing looked at Zhao Pinggan and said proudly, surprisingly, you only took 3 steps backwards. You really are a good seedling. In another 20 years, I may not be your opponent, but right now, you're too young. Behave yourself, go back to the provincial capital with me, and kneel in front of my daughter's spirit, and I can give you a good time. A connoisseur knows if there is one or not, and with the sparring match just now, it was already known that Zhao Pinggan was not an opponent at all. Zhao Pinggan shook his head. He was indeed too tired. At this time, his state was less than a tenth of what it was when it was unusual. If it was usual, that punch just now was enough to cripple him. However, it was enough to kill him in his current state. Faintly, he said, make your move. I'm going back to bed. Don't waste your time. Going to sleep? Everyone froze when they heard the word. What a time to say it. Zhao Zhongxing became furious and snapped. I don't know how to die. Since you want to sleep, I'll let you sleep forever. But you're not worth my initiative. You, strike, he said, putting his hands behind his back and looking at it with pride and contempt. At all times, the majesty of a great master must not be lost. Zhao Pinggan took a deep breath to clear his head, thought internally for a moment, and quickly rushed over. Meh. Zhao Zhongxing's face was full of sneers. Since you're jumping around like a flea, I'll show you what a grandmaster is. Speaking, the footsteps were heavy. Click. The tarmac in front of the Hentaying Heavenly Palace shook with fine cracks, and his body bulged without wind. His clothes were blown out, and his whole body looked like it was bigger. Mr. Zhao Pinggan, Zhang Heading and the others roared in horror. In their eyes, Zhao Zhongxing had only begun to exert his strength, and just now, Zhao Pinggan had already fallen into a disadvantage, so going up now would be looking for death. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Pinggan had already rushed to Zhao Zhongxing's body, and again, as he had done earlier, his fists blasted straight into his face. Curfew trick. Zhao Zhongxing disdained it and threw another punch against Zhao Pinggan. Bam! The crash was deafening. Unlike earlier, this time, Zhao Pinggan did not take a step back. Not only that, his other hand turned into a fist and blasted over again. Zhao Zhongxing froze. Other people are not clear. He is very clear. His fist just now can be much heavier than the previous punch. Wrapped in chi, I thought that I could waste one of his arms, but he didn't even retreat? Once again, he raised his fists to face each other, but the fists and blades had just touched. Zhao Pinggan's other hand once again turned into a fist. As it is, in just a few seconds, hundreds of punches were actually thrown. Zhao Zhengliang was forced to retreat back and forth, only able to fight back, without the ability to fight back. This scene stunned everyone. You're looking for death. Zhao Zhongxing was forced to endure the endurance. Fury, originally, also intends to let you live to the provincial city to pay tribute to my daughter. Since you do not want to live more, do not blame me for out merciless. As he spoke, his body swelled up again and his clothes looked like they were going to burst. Then, the clothes quickly recovered, and when he looked again, his fist seemed to be a circle larger, visible to the naked eye, wrapped in thick chi. 2. Turn reality with chi. The strongest strike of a great master, as long as it hits, it can turn a person into powder. Uncle Wu opened his mouth trembling, his eyes full of horror. Not only him, Ouyang Hai, Zhang Heading, Captain Chen, and Sister Hong were equally appalled. Even if the fist blade was not aimed at them, watching from the side, they could still feel the force contained in it. Die! Zhao Zhongxing blasted at Zhao Pinggan, and Zhao Pinggan didn't dodge, prepared to fight hard. At the same time, still as before, a fist blasted at Zhao Zhongxing's face, a punch that could equally shatter the head. To change lives, both of them blasted at each other at the same time, but just in the nick of time, Zhao Zhongxing violently dodged backward. Porcelain could not collide with a tile jar. He was not worthy. Furiously, he said, shameless child, the old man is going to set your bones to ashes. Zhao Pinggan smiled coldly. The strongest strike went nowhere. What else do you have? Without waiting for Zhao Zhongxing to answer, he rushed at Zhao Zhongxing again. Unlike before, using his hands and feet, punching the deadly blow, letting go of his feet, only offense, no defense. Zhao Zhongxing was getting more and more appalled, and his heart began to panic, because Zhao Pinggan could kill himself just by seizing a defensive hole, and he, himself, could strike out and kill him with his hand, but to strike out, he would inevitably be killed by him. Never seen this type of play before. Just as he was thinking, Zhao Pinggan's speed accelerated once again, and the naked eye could only see gusts of residual shadows. Zhao Zhongxing was even more terrified in his heart. At this rate, he was going to lose because his physical strength was no longer at its peak. After thinking about it, he took 7 consecutive steps backward, and said hideously, "Little child, today, the old man is tired of traveling and is not in a state, so when my daughter's first 7 days, I will come back to take your dog's life." After saying that, he was ready to turn around and leave. Zhao Pinggan's face was expressionless. "I've tried your strongest strike, you try mine." Zhao Pinggan no longer suppressed his body and swiftly rushed towards Zhao Zhongxing, more than doubling his speed from earlier. "What?" Zhao Zhongxing's face changed drastically. Never thought that he could still fight. Doesn't this guy know how to get tired? When he saw Zhao Pinggan rushing towards him, he panicked and responded. Boom! Just as he raised his arm, Zhao Pinggan had already blasted into his chest, and he saw Zhao Zhongxing's figure fly backwards, flying a full dozen meters, and smashing heavily into the ground, almost simultaneously. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out of Zhao Pinggan's mouth. That punch just now had used up all of his potential, and his entire body was emptied out as he staggered, closed his eyes, and fainted on the ground. Mr. Zhao Pinggan! Ouyang Hai and the others rushed in full of concern. Ha ha ha! A loud laugh rang out from outside the crowd. Zhao Zhongxing's arms sagged and his chest dented as he slowly stood up, sneering, "But that's all." Chapter 168 Exterminating a Grandmaster. Hear that voice. Zhang Heading and the others turned their heads at the same time, and when they saw that Zhao Zhongxing was actually still able to stand up, they were filled with shock. You know, Zhao Pinggan had already passed out from exhaustion in order to throw this punch, and Zhao Zhongxing was actually able to stand up? Ha ha ha, still too young. Zhao Zhongxing laughed arrogantly, originally ready to escape, also did not expect Zhao Pinggan actually gas exhaustion fainted. This time the face is saved, but also can deter everyone. Stepping forward, I, Zhao, have always been true to my word, said to kill him tonight at 12 o'clock in front of his daughter's spirit. That's what he's going to do, and the king of hell can't stop it. Ta-da! He finished and took another step forward. Uncle Wu, Sister Hong spoke with difficulty. When Uncle Wu heard this, he instantly stood up and blocked in front of Zhao Pinggan, staring at Zhao Zhongxing with a grave expression on his face. Grandmaster Zhao, even though you are still able to stand up, you are also severely injured. If you are bent on touching Mr. Zhao, I can only fight you to the death. Before, there was no courage to say this. Right now, Zhao Zhongxing's chest was dented and both of his arms were broken, so I'm afraid that his strength was less than 30% or 40% to fight. Zhao Zhongxing smiled contemptuously. Just by you? How can a small mole cricket shake a tree? Plus me. Captain Chan also stood up. Grandmaster Zhao, I'll defend Mr. Zhao to the death. Zhao Zhongxing shook his head and sneered. Not enough. And me. Zhang Haiding picked up his machete again. If you want to touch Mr. Zhao, you have to step over my corpse. Ha ha. Instead of being afraid, Zhao Zhongxing laughed even louder. Not enough. Still not enough. No matter how many mole crickets there are, they're still just mole crickets. Just stomp them to death with one foot. I, Zhao, am a grandmaster, and even if I'm 0.5% of my strength, it's still enough to exterminate you all. Call someone, keep calling someone. Tonight, I want to see who can keep Zhao Pinggan under me. When he finished, he stood still and watched from above, as if waiting for them to call out. Uncle Wu and the others glanced at each other, their faces full of gravity. Although Zhao Zhongxing was in a sorry state of appearance, he was after all a grandmaster, and there was still no certainty. Call out. Seeing that they didn't say anything, Zhao Zhongxing roared. Tonight, I'd like to see who in Jianghai province dares to stop me. Zhao Zhongxing. From acting, the words just fell. Hyper. The cloud-top heavenly palace suddenly erupted with a loud noise. Immediately after, a bullet shot out of Zhao Zhongxing's head, turning into a bloody hole. He didn't fall down, but instead, he stared with wide eyes and slowly turned his head. Just look, the second-floor window of the Hentang heavenly palace was opened, and at the window stood a girl with a blackened pistol in the girl's hand. It's none other than Yi Yaoqing. You. Zhao Zhongxing was so incredulous that he only uttered one word and bled through his 7 orifices. As a great master, who could catch bullets with his bare hands? How could he have been sneak attacked if his body was not at its peak and if all his attention had not been drawn to it? It's suffocating. The body slowly collapsed in death. Peace. Yi Yaoqing didn't look at Zhao Zhongxing. but instead looked at Zhao Pinggan's figure with tears falling like rain and cried, I remembered everything. I want to marry you. Provincial cities. Zhao's martial arts school. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Gathered thousands of people. The entire provincial city celebrities came. All came to wait for 12 o'clock. To see Zhao Zhongxing handily kill Zhao Pinggan. Family Master Zhou. Why hasn't Patriarch Zhao returned yet? It's already after 11. He's not going to lose, is he? Master Zhou, why don't you call and ask? They waited too long and finally couldn't help but ask questions. Zhou Taishan's face showed sorrow and shook his head. Defeat? Defeat is impossible to defeat. Perhaps it was delayed on the road. Everyone wait a little longer. It was true that he thought it was impossible for Zhao Zhongxing to lose. Zhao Zhongxing had eaten more salt than Zhao Pinggan had eaten rice. If he lost, Zhao Pinggan would be too terrifying. That's right. There's no way my father can lose. A voice came from outside the crowd. Just look at the 6 people in wheelchairs slowly moved in. It was the Zhao family's 6 tigers. They were seriously injured by Zhao Pinggan, but did not injure their lives. They should have been hospitalized. But looking at the 12 o'clock is approaching, and also discharged from the hospital. Still can't walk well enough to use a wheelchair. 6 uncles. When Zhou Qiankuan saw them appear, he quickly turned his wheelchair to welcome them, wanting to sue, but he didn't dare to when he saw their state. Boss Zhao too nodded his head, then said, Everyone, at this point in time, I have to tell you that my father is not a Zongshi, but a Grand Zongshi. What? Everyone wore incredulous expressions. Grand Master, wouldn't it be but the first person in Zhanhai province? That's right, Zhao Tu proudly said. My father has been living in deep seclusion all these years, concentrating on martial arts cultivation, and just last year, he was promoted to Grand Master. Do you think it's possible for my father to lose? The remaining 5 tigers also asked proudly, is it possible to lose? Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cool air. If it was a great master, naturally it was impossible to lose. After all, great masters in martial arts near godlike existence, even the top 3 of the ranking, the external declaration is only a master. This, Zhou Taishan froze. He had wanted Zhao Zhongxing to kill Zhao Pinggan and then use the Yi family's power to get rid of Zhao Zhongxing, but Zhao Zhongxing was a grand master and the Yi family wouldn't be able to do it easily. Zhou Qiankuan, however, brightened up, and obviously understood this. The safety was guaranteed. Excitedly, he said, my grandpa is a great master. My grandpa is a great master. Ha ha ha. There are still questions being raised. Is Patriarch Zhao really a grandmaster? Zhao Tu bristled and said disdainfully, of course, if my father wasn't a great master, how could he have educated our 6 such outstanding sons? Excellent. The crowd was dumbfounded at the same time, and all 6 of you were beaten and wheelchair bound. Zhao Tu also found this point and hurriedly looked for a remedy. All people have times when they capsize in the gutter. All we need to know is that we can still sit down when we capsize, while some people can only lie down if they don't think of themselves. Just watch, you guys, whoever comes in lying down by 12 o'clock. Just finished. Move over, move over. A voice came from the crowd, and then it was seen that a man was carried and covered with a white cloth, and only this one. Coming. Zhao Tu turned his wheelchair to meet him and sneered, speak of the devil. All you need to do is look and see who's lying down, lifting the white cloth with great force, and when he saw the person lying down, the expression on his face froze, followed by a shiver of fear all over his body, and he fell out of the wheelchair. Dad! The remaining 5 tigers did likewise. Dad! Zhou Qiankuan was dumbfounded. Grandpa! Zhou Taishan was also dumbfounded. Zhao Pinggan actually had the strength to kill Zhao Zhongxing. How else could he take revenge? And the 1,000 celebrities outside the door simultaneously had their jaws dropped and chills all over their bodies. Grandmaster Zhao. Death. Zhao Pinggan was also too scary. However, the truth of the matter quickly spread to the provincial city, and everything that happened outside the cloud-top heavenly palace was also depicted in detail, with Uncle Wu, Captain Chen, and Zhang Shoulder Ding leading the way to consume it. Zhao Pinggan wanted 1 for 1, but instead of switching, he tired himself out to the point of passing out. At the most critical moment, it was Miss Yi who made a sneak attack, which defeated Zhao Zhongxing. If the two were to fight alone, Grandmaster Zhao could easily kill Zhao Pinggan. So it is. Zhou Taishan smiled shadily. If you really had the strength of a grandmaster, I wouldn't dare to retaliate. But now, you're really not far from death. He knelt in front of Zhao Zhongxing's corpse in full view of everyone, dialed the number of his backer Yi Wanding, and sobbed, you have to give me the Lord Ah. Zhao Pinggan wasted my son, killed my wife, destroyed my father-in-law, and seriously injured my 6 uncles. Chapter 169, Leaving a Letter. Hentaying Heavenly Palace. Zhao Pinggan slowly woke up. Upon seeing everything around him, he was dumbfounded. What was this? You're awake? You're awake? 2 surprised voices came from left and right. On the left, standing there was Yi Yaoqing, who was wearing a light blue housecoat. On the right, standing there was Chi Tianjiu in a light green sweatshirt. Directly in front of the bed there is another girl wearing a black suit did not speak, but it is not difficult to see a few joy in her eyes. It is the high cold goddess Ouyang Qian. What's the situation? Zhao Pingan blinked and closed his eyes again, thinking he was dreaming, but when he reopened his eyes, he realized that the three of them were still in front of him. Amazed, he said, This is not in a dream? Of course not. Yi Yaoqing smiled with a face full of joy. Tianjiu and Qianjiu are both very concerned about you, and also came. You also need to thank them properly. This period of time Qianjiu and Tianjiu take turns to take care of you. It's very tiring. Qi Tianjiu blushed and weakly said, Actually, it's still Miss Yi who takes care of the most. I'm just helping out once in a while. I didn't put in much effort. Ms. Ouyang takes care of more than I do as well. So if you want to thank them, you should thank them. Zhao Pingan's brain buzzed. For some reason, how did he feel that the three of them were standing here? The picture was peaceful. Hearing Qi Tianjiu mention Ouyang Qian, he subconsciously looked over. Qi Tianjiu could still be justified in showing up. After all, he was a friend. But she, old death and all, how she came too. Ouyang Qian immediately shifted her gaze elsewhere and coldly said, You don't need to look at me. Coming here to take care of you was all forced by my father, and according to my own will, I definitely won't come. Now that you're awake, I'm leaving. After saying that, without dragging his feet at all, he turned around and left. Earl. Zhao Pingan was so angry that his teeth were itching. Who was he showing a coffin face to? It was your father who forced it, not me. Then, I'm off too. Qi Tianjiu saw Ouyang Qian leave and also quickly exited the bedroom, looking heavily at Yi Yaoqing on her way out. Yi Yaoqing acted as if she didn't see it, and when she saw that there was no one in the room, her eyes suddenly reddened and she choked. Pingan, I remembered everything. I'm sorry for forgetting you before. She only regained her memory, and as for what happened on the heavenly road, she couldn't remember. When Zhao Pingan saw her crying, his heart panicked. He couldn't bear to see a girl cry. He quickly got up and comforted. It's okay, it was all an accident. It's recovered now. Don't cry. He wasn't good at comforting girls and didn't know what to say other than that. Woohoo! Instead of being comforted, Yi Yaoqing cried even louder and directly jumped over to Zhao Pingan, flung herself into her arms, and choked. Pingan, thank you for liking me. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I want to marry you. Zhao Pingan's heart trembled as he listened, suddenly remembering his mother's words on the heavenly road that Yi Yaoqing was a good wife to marry. In fact, without his mother, Zhao Pingan would have married. Heavy said, Good, I'll choose an auspicious day. I'll use an 8-carried sedan chair to receive you through the door. Yi Yaoqing cried, I don't want the zodiac. I want to marry you now. Now. Zhao Pingan froze. He hadn't prepared anything yet. Wasn't that too hasty? Before he could think much about it, suddenly I felt a tenderness pressing against my mouth. Yi Yaoqing firmly grabbed Zhao Pingan's neck and breathed heavily. Pingan, I'm going to become your woman. Your wife now. Zhao Pingan's brain went blank. How could she be so impulsive? Again, he didn't wait for much of a reaction. Yi Yaoqing had embraced the kiss over. Very rusty. It was her first kiss. Zhao Pingan felt like his entire body was electrified. The words of the master suddenly came to mind. That one could not break the body without his permission. An hour later, Zhao Pingan lying on the bed, hands clenched fists. The heart viciously scolded the bad old man. Such a happy thing. Actually need his permission. Wait to see again. Must find him to talk. Yi Yaoqing lay next to her. Her face still had an unabated blush, and she closed her eyes, not daring to look at Zhao Pingan. Took a break. Zhao Pingan laughed and asked, Tired? I'll go cook for you. I had planned to cook and eat for Yi Yaoqing before, but I never had the chance. But now it was just right. Not tired. Not hungry. Yi Yaoqing quickly refused and firmly grabbed Zhao Pingan as if she was worried that he would run away, opening her eyes with the shyness of a first-time woman in her eyes, whispering, Peace, I still want to. Zhao Pingan thought for a moment and said, I've heard that you can't have too much in the beginning. It will hurt your body. Yi Yaoqing did not wait for him to explain more and took the initiative to pounce over. Soon, it's getting dark. Yi Yaoqing's eyes were slightly closed and she let out even breaths as if she was asleep. Her long eyelashes were very pretty. Zhao Pingan always felt that there was something strange about it, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Just then, there was a rumbling boom from outside. Zhao Pingan's cell phone also suddenly rang. It was Captain Chen who dialed over. Mr. Zhao, the War Ministry sent a helicopter to pick you up. Are you coming downstairs right now? Downstairs? Zhao Pingan frowned. No time, it's already dark. I need to rest. I had just become a man and hadn't enjoyed it enough. If I hadn't promised to train them before, I would have let them get the hell out of there. Captain Chen said, Mr. Zhao, you have slept for 7 days and 7 nights. Today is the 8th day. If you don't go to training it will be too late. We've just been informed that this tournament is being held a month early, so there are only 20 days left of actual training. So hurry up, 7 days and 7 nights? Zhao Pingan was a bit confused. Yi Yaoqing looked like she was woken up and said gently, go on, do what you promised. Uncle Gu did wait for a long time. Moreover, he values this competition very much. You have to help him. Zhao Pingan still didn't want to go, but when he heard Yi Yaoqing give the word, he could only nod his head. Getting up, he smiled. Okay, I'll go check it out and be back soon. By the way, when I come back, I'll surprise you. The phoenix cape and gemstone necklace that he got at the auction in Huangfeng City had not yet been given to her, so it would not be too late to give them when he came back. When Yi Yaoqing heard this, a touch of bitterness suddenly surfaced in her eyes, and then she covered it up with a smile and didn't say anything, but just kept smiling as she looked at Zhao Pingan. Zhao Pingan didn't think too much about it, quickly took a shower and dressed to go out, and took the helicopter to leave. Just the moment Zhao Pingan left, woohoo! Yi Yaoqing flopped down on the bed and bawled her eyes out. Unprecedentedly sad, the door to the room was pushed open. Zhang Frost walked in, his eyes also red, choking. Miss, you and he have no destiny in this life. Letting him ever have you is already his greatest blessing in this life. Get dressed, the car is already waiting outside. Yi Yaoqing's crying became louder, and cried for another full 10 minutes before she stopped crying, biting her lip. You go out, I'm going to leave a letter for him.